Welcome to the Universal Train Survival game. You will strive to survive on your very own train. This edition includes a staggering 8 billion players from Blue Star who will partake in district-based gameplay. The trains traverse a singular, linear track, so you need not worry about collisions. Upon arrival at each station, you may choose to disembark and explore the locale, which harbors essential survival supplies and boundless treasures. However, be forewarned. Perilous dangers may also lurk while you attain fame and fortune or remain inconspicuous. The choice is yours. Additionally, you may welcome passengers aboard and charge them a suitable fare as a form of transaction, but be cautious. For those you greet may not be mere passengers. Now, welcome to this game. The train is about to embark. Please secure yourself and hold on tight. Wishing you an enjoyable experience. A sudden tremor jolted Jiang Chun from his slumber, and he found himself within a train carriage, a disorienting voice echoing in his mind. Yet, clarity soon dawned upon him. The Universal Train Survival game? What brought him here? Peering through the window, he beheld an indistinct wilderness, shrouded in the mists of dawn, the contours of the scenery unfamiliar to him. Thus, the voice was indeed truthful. He was ensnared in a train survival game. Is anyone there? Can you see my message? I can see it. Splendid. It's in Chinese, fellow compatriots. Mama, I want my mama. I'm a foreigner, yet I can comprehend your words. Family, cease these futile exchanges and converse with the conductor to claim your novice gift pack. Indeed, I received a bucket of instant noodles and a bottle of water. Why did I receive an axe? Upon engaging a virtual blue chat channel button, a torrent of messages flooded the screen. Jiang Chen's keen gaze quickly seized upon two valuable pieces of information. Firstly, this chat channel was equipped with automatic translation, allowing seamless communication among all players. Secondly, conversing with the conductor would yield a novice gift pack. Some received weapons, others sustenance. In the current circumstances, both types of supplies appeared promising. He was merely curious as to what his novice gift pack would entail. Filled with excitement, Jiang Chun ventured into the cockpit, but as the door swung open, he was taken aback. The driver's seat was unoccupied, yet the train continued its slow advance, enveloped in an eerie silence. Jiang Chun steadied his mind, suspecting it might be a prank by someone. To confirm, he decided to speak in the chat channel. First-time speaker, please set your ID. Chun Chuan, he typed, then proceeded to send his message. What conductor? We are all novices, don't jest like that. No, my friend, why would I deceive you? There truly is a conductor. I have one on my train, but he's merely a silent NPC, capable only of distributing novice gift packs and operating the train. Indeed, it feels as though one is conversing with a stoic visage, hoping to elicit some meaningful information. Alas, it appears that everyone shares a similar sentiment. Not quite. I still have a beautiful attendant on my vehicle. Quite delightful. Goodness, are you not concerned that you might be taken advantage of? A remedy indeed. Observing these exchanges, Jiang Chen's heart plummeted as if into an abyss. Others had a train conductor and even a charming attendant, yet he had none. Was he truly unworthy of even receiving the novice gift pack? Furrowing his brow in contemplation, he was about to articulate a few profound thoughts when he suddenly noticed a palm print device on the train's control panel. In the spirit of caution, he refrained from pressing it and instead inquired in the chat channel. Have any of you seen a palm print device? I have. Pressing it binds the train's information, and each person's train model should be unique. I pressed it as well. Here is my train model. He promptly shared the following information. Rapid Harmony Model, Level 1, Durability, 30003000, Carriage, 3 sections, Speed, 400 km/h, Energy remaining, 99. Train Attributes, Attack, E Defense, E Speed, S Energy Consumption, S 6-hour Train Talent, Inflatable Acceleration, which temporarily enhances speed to evade pursuit. Evaluation. Apart from speed, you possess nothing of value. Upon seeing this information, the chat channel erupted with activity. Goodness, brother, you're about to soar 400 kilometers in an hour? I report this person for cheating. Are you foolish? Sure, he is fast, but his energy consumption is equally rapid. He will stall within a day, a 6-hourly drain. That does seem reasonable. However, in the same time frame, he reaches the station faster than us, gathering resources at an accelerated pace. Perhaps he will perish just as swiftly? The tracks differ, do they not? Perhaps his train is swift, but the stations are further apart. As the chat channel buzzed with contention, the initial voice echoed once more in everyone's minds. The train is generated based on each individual's character and constitution. It is undeniably fair in gameplay, and I urge you to refrain from any disputes regarding this matter. However, the Novice gift pack is indeed a matter of fortune. It has been said that someone in your region has already acquired rare equipment. With the sound of the prompt, all attention was drawn to the mentioned equipment. Equipment. What is this equipment? The one who has obtained rare equipment, please reveal yourself and show us what it is. After much entreaty, the fortunate individual finally responded, showcasing the equipment. Name: blade born of black light type. Weapon quality: rare purple. Attack: a defense. B mental. E evaluation: a rare blade capable of effortlessly severing the flesh of monstrous beings. However, prolonged usage may expose the wielder to the peril of being consumed by dark energies. Special ability: visible solely to its master. Note: item classification includes common white, fine green, precious blue, rare purple, exceptional gold, epic purple gold, legendary red. Monsters? Does this world truly harbor such creatures? Remarkable. With this dagger, I could venture forth to scavenge supplies at will, could I not? Envy. My dear brother, I offer 1 million. Would you consider selling me this weapon? What a folly. Everyone is confined to their respective trains, even with your coin. He cannot deliver the item to you. Brother, what is this special ability? Do enlighten us. Observing the fervent chat, it soon devolved into a series of insipid exchanges, while the fortunate one remained silent. Jiang Chun muted the chat window, redirecting his attention to the palm imprint device. According to the information provided by other players, it was used to bind train information. Jiang Chun hesitated. He sensed that his train might be distinct from the others otherwise. Why was he devoid of a train conductor while others had one? Yet, what purpose did hesitation serve? It seemed that binding this train was his only recourse. With a gentle press of his palm, information materialized before him. Binding successful. Inputting owner information. Owner: Jiang Chun. Name: death train level 1. Carriages: 1 durability, 9999 speed, 200 kilometers per hour. Remaining energy: 0. Train attributes: attack, a defense, a speed, a train talent, death conductor. This is a train imbued with the essence of death, allowing it to operate without energy. However, it can only accommodate fixed passengers who are not human. You must collect a satisfactory fare from them, otherwise they will be displeased and you will regrettably disconnect. Current passengers: 2. Evaluation. Child, I wish you good fortune. Chapter 2. The emergence of legendary equipment. Detected that you have bound the train, a novice gift pack is about to be issued. The gift pack has been sent to your mailbox. Please collect it in a timely manner. Jiang Chun was momentarily taken aback, then filled with joy. Indeed, he had received a novice gift pack. Upon opening the mailbox, he discovered a pair of frameless glasses nestled within. Was this the equipment? Name: glasses that reveal interesting information. Type: item. Quality: legendary, red. Attributes: spirit 20. Description: as the name suggests, these glasses allow you to see intriguing information, helping you avert risks while acquiring beneficial resources. Special ability: X-ray vision. You can briefly see through objects at any distance, maximizing your ability to avoid danger and gather resources. In many novels, this is often regarded as a coveted advantage, is it not? However, be mindful that the further the distance, the greater the consumption of mental energy. Upon reading the description of the glasses, Jiang Chen's mind went blank. Was this truly the legendary equipment? He instinctively thought of hiding an insurance plan for an evacuation point, yet at that moment, the train's announcement echoed in his ears. Next stop, Baigu Station. Passengers disembarking are advised to prepare their luggage in advance. The train will halt for 1 hour. As Jiang Chun was still in shock over the legendary equipment, he was suddenly reminded that the station was approaching. There was no time to ponder the significance of the legendary item. He hastily reopened the chat channel to gather useful information. Indeed, many were discussing the impending arrival at the station. My train just notified me that we're about to arrive, but the stop time is only 5 minutes. Then I suggest you better not disembark. Otherwise, you may not make it back in time. But I'm so hungry right now. Mine just announced arrival too. Is it leading to some silent hill? Sounds like a rather quiet place. Bro, for heaven's sake, don't get off. There is something off about this world. Mine says we're heading to Raccoon City. I'm supposed to be going to a place called Mirror Station. Is anyone heading to Furnace Station? Let us form a team to explore. Everyone be cautious. If the name seems off, do not disembark. Because once you step off the train, you must return with resources. Otherwise, the train will refuse you re-entry. At this moment, someone suddenly spoke up. What? Is that really the case? Seriously, doesn't that force people to explore? How do you know this, oh great one? I just disembarked at a station. It was in a forest. As soon as I entered, I encountered a bear-like monster. And when I tried to escape back to the train, I triggered this mechanism. The individual did not elaborate further, but it was clear that he had evaded the creature's pursuit and managed to gather resources to return to the train. The chat was now filled with enthusiastic remarks, praising the adventurer with exclamations like legendary. And teach me, oh master. Jiang Chun quietly noted the presence of this individual. To evade the monster's pursuit at the onset of this game, one must either have acquired high-quality gear from the beginner's gift pack or possess an extraordinarily formidable train conductor talent. He hastily scanned the chat channel for useful information, but found none, prompting him to silence the pop-up notifications while he pondered his next move. With an hour's layover at his next station, he certainly had more time than the previous person he encountered. However, the dilemma lay in his lack of any weapon. Should he encounter a monster, he would be utterly defenseless. He did not believe that his glasses could completely mitigate the risks, as the monsters might possess an ability to track scents. Ding! 2 passengers are about to disembark at Baigu Station. The train conductor may proceed to collect fare. Note: due to the unique nature of these passengers, you must collect a fare that satisfies them. The notification chimed in his ear, reminding him that he could indeed collect fares. Yet, he recalled the system's prior warning. The passengers of the death train were not human. After some hesitation, Jiang Chun resolved to approach the carriage. After all, he could not allow the passengers to ride for free. Could he? With a swift motion, he opened the door to the first carriage. At that moment, 2 pairs of eyes fixed upon him simultaneously. The passengers were cloaked in darkness, resembling shadows seated in their places, their general forms discernible only by their silhouettes. Among them, 2 shadows bore green markers indicating they were at their destination. The others displayed red markers. Jiang Chun approached one of the shadows marked for disembarkation. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be a woman adorned in an elegant gown, with a delicate bag slung at her waist. Of course, this was merely Jiang Chun's initial impression. As he neared the shadow, the figure suddenly raised a hand, causing Jiang Chun to feel a surge of apprehension. Then, a ticket was extended towards him. It was a false alarm. Jiang Chun exhaled in relief, receiving the ticket and scrutinizing the information inscribed upon it, only to be confronted with a quandary. This passenger had traveled for a total of 24 stops, implying that she had been aboard long before his entry into the game. How was he to determine the fare? Most importantly, what currency should he use? In coins? He had never ventured into the underworld, having only heard tales of rampant inflation. How could he charge a fare that would satisfy her? Oh, what a beautiful woman! 23 conductors have already perished at her hands. How unfortunate for them. They all guessed wrong. If you are to collect a fare from her, I suggest asking for a kiss. That would be the most favorable fare. A bizarre subtitle materialized before him, prompting Jiang Chun to realize it was a notification from the legendary glasses. He was overjoyed. He had not anticipated that the glasses could also reveal the fare standards. With 23 conductors having met their demise, it made sense that she had traveled for 24 stops. But was this ticket serious? After considerable deliberation, he chose to trust the information provided by the glasses, gritting his teeth and declaring, "For the ticket, a kiss from you." At this proclamation, the other shadow turned to look at him. The passengers, astonishingly, could comprehend their own words. At that moment, Jiang Chun was suddenly enveloped by an overwhelming sense of social embarrassment, while the shadow before him appeared momentarily taken aback, seemingly unprepared for Jiang Chun's remark. However, in the blink of an eye, a chilling pair of lips pressed against his cheek. Title: The Kiss of the Exiled Princess. Attribute: Curse. Description: You have been chosen as the consort of the exiled princess, bearing her deep-seated vendetta. Upon reaching the kingdom of Landis, you must annihilate her foes, allowing her to awaken from her sorrow. As recompense, prior to this, you may summon her dark knights for a brief period of service. Each summoning will grant you a fleeting gaze from the exiled princess. Title: Dark Knight. Level: 35. Attribute: Summoning, Attack, Defense, Mental. Summoning duration: 60. Ding. Congratulations, Player Chen Zhou has triggered a curse, unlocking a special map, the exiled lands of Landis. This map has been randomly integrated into the routes of all players in the area, and all players may explore and conquer it. A brief silence ensued as everyone realized the gravity of the situation, showering praises upon Chen Zhou for triggering a district-wide announcement, a first for a single player. However, dissent soon followed. Who is this Chen Zhou? My next stop has turned into Landis, and upon using my talent to glimpse ahead, it's extremely perilous. Is this even humanly possible? Upon reading this message, Jiang Chen silently closed the chat interface. Chapter 3, Baigu Station, Bone Station. Furthermore, one ticket had been confiscated. Jiang Chen turned to another shadow, feeling the gaze of the exiled princess lingering upon him, rendering him quite uneasy. The other shadow was a robust, imposing man. Jiang Chen cast his eyes towards him. This is a formidable hunter in life, who has missed several stops. It is advisable not to provoke his wrath. As for the ticket, it would be prudent to forego it. However, should you feel confident in accomplishing his task, you may request his hunting rifle. Gazing at the information hovering before him, Jiang Chen's attention momentarily faltered. This shadow had passed the station, and the primary suggestion was to refrain from collecting the fare. At that moment, the next station loomed ahead, Baigu Station, a place that did not seem promising. He was in dire need of a weapon for self-defense. Thus, ticket. I demand your hunting rifle. The shadow seemed to emit a cold chuckle before extending the hunting rifle towards him. As Jiang Chen accepted the rifle, a voice resonated within his mind. You have accepted the task of the hunter's spirit. Task description: as the most renowned hunter of Baigu Lin, who met his demise in his own hunting grounds, you must exact vengeance upon his adversaries. As a reward, you will gain the right to wield this hunting rifle in the future. You have acquired the Old Hunter's shotgun. Name: Old Hunter's shotgun type. Weapon quality: rare, purple, attack, defense, spirit, evaluation. This is a weapon that has accompanied the Old Hunter through countless battles. Magazine capacity: 7, special ability. Having followed the Old Hunter for an extended period, it possesses a sense of smell more astute than that of a hunting dog, allowing you to fire without the need for aiming. Gazing at the shotgun, Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled with interest. Its attack attributes were quite impressive, likely making it a standout among rare weapons. Particularly notable was its special ability. Was this not akin to auto-aiming? Ding! Baigu Station has arrived. At that moment, the train announced its arrival, heightening his tension. Undoubtedly, he would disembark to explore this station. After all, with an hour's stop, failing to explore would be a grievous waste of opportunity. Even if Baigu Station posed dangers, he had the Dark Knight as his trump card. According to the description, the Dark Knight's level soared to 35, and since he was still in the novice phase, it was improbable for any monsters to exceed level 10, was it not? With this thought, Jiang Chen felt an increase in confidence as he followed the two shadows off the train. Stepping onto the soft earth, he found himself surrounded by an expansive forest, reminiscent of the descriptions within the hunter's tasks. The exiled princess seemed to cast one last lingering glance at him before vanishing into the distant fog. As Jiang Chen ventured a short distance into the woods, he suddenly became aware of the dense mist enveloping the area, turning back to find the train station obscured from view. A jolt of alarm surged through him. Though he remained outwardly calm, there was no use in panicking. It was clear he had become somewhat lost, and the only option was to press onward. Crack, crack, crack. Suddenly, a sound emerged nearby, akin to an ancient, decayed puppet being reassembled. He squinted to see shadows of figures. Could they be other players? Jiang Chen pondered this possibility. Yet uncertainty lingered, prompting him to activate the perspective feature of his legendary glasses. Instantly, the thick fog was dissected and clarified by the glasses' abilities. A swell of delight filled Jiang Chen, for this meant he could utilize the glasses to find his way back. However, his joy was short-lived. The crackling noise revealed itself to be a collection of skeletal beings, assembled from white, withered bones. Each skeleton had deep-set eye sockets, and unknown insects writhed within. The joints, encrusted with a rusty, blood-like hue, emitted a gradually intensifying stench of decay. Jiang Chen's expression soured. Baigu Station? More like Bone Station. In that moment, he comprehended the grim significance behind the station's name, but the current situation left no room for hesitation. One of the skeletal figures was now mere inches away, lunging towards him in an eerily unnatural manner, as if it had stumbled upon a rare treasure. Jiang Chen instinctively raised the shotgun in his hand and pulled the trigger. Bang! A dull sound echoed, accompanied by a jarring recoil that jolted his arm, as brilliant sparks erupted, striking the skeleton in the chest. Almost instantaneously, the skeleton's chest exploded like fireworks, releasing a pungent odor of gunpowder. Jiang Qin's eyes brightened. The power of this shotgun was surprisingly formidable, its lethality astonishing. Capable of annihilating the skeleton with a single shot. Ding! You have slain a skeleton, earned 3 experience points. Your level has risen to 1. Suddenly, a voice resonated in his mind, but Jiang Qin had no time to check. His immediate concern was to escape the encirclement of these skeletons. He hurriedly employed the X-ray function of the legendary glasses, continuously expanding his field of vision until he spotted a dilapidated wooden cabin, which filled him with immense joy. In this boundless forest, surrounded by a horde of skeletons, who could comprehend the sense of salvation that came from seeing a cabin? He promptly charted a course and drew his shotgun, firing several shots at the skeletons obstructing his path. Bang! 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 Ding! You have slain a skeleton. Earned 3 experience points. Ding! You have slain a skeleton. Earned 3 experience points. Ding! You have slain a skeleton. Earned 3 experience points. Click! Jammed. Jiang Qin was startled, then realized he was out of ammunition. It dawned on him that the old hunter had only provided him with the shotgun and no ammunition. Damn! Jiang Qin cursed inwardly, while the surrounding skeletons paid him no heed, lunging at him with clawing hands. Fortunately, although these creatures were repulsive, their movements were not as agile as Jiang Qin had imagined. They were somewhat stiff. He kicked one aside and bolted. The skeletons, relentless as wolves, pursued him. Yet they could not match Jiang Qin's desperate desire to escape. Finally, even without the legendary glasses, he could see the cabin. As he pushed the door open and stepped inside, he leaned against it, gasping heavily, the adrenaline within him plummeting at that moment. Jiang Qin glanced back through the legendary glasses. The skeletons were lingering around the cabin, showing no signs of attack, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. After a moment, he rose from the ground to survey his surroundings. A thick layer of dust filled the air, indicating that this place had long been neglected. Some animal pelts hung on the walls, and aside from a few simple pieces of furniture, there were no other decorations. Suddenly, Jiang Qin's gaze fell upon an old notebook on the table. He approached and picked it up, finding it densely filled with writings, some of which were crucial, leading Jiang Qin to realize the identity of the cabin's owner. It was most likely the old hunter who had given him the shotgun. He recalled the mission he had undertaken to assist the old hunter in slaying the creatures here. Perhaps this diary contained some relevant clues? He swiftly perused the pages, finally uncovering seemingly useful information. The wind howled fiercely today, carrying with it a pungent scent of blood. I resolved to venture outside. What in the world? Why are there skeletons here? Have they somehow come to life? I was ambushed and gravely wounded. I fear I may not have much time left. Curse it. The one who attacked me was. Chapter 4, District-wide Notification, First Kill. The diary abruptly ends here. It seems that the hunter, in the midst of his writing, sensed something amiss, prompting the sudden cessation of his entries. Jiang Qin paused in contemplation, as if the very air had emitted a sound. A realization struck him, causing his body to stiffen momentarily. Yet, he feigned calmness and cast a glance towards a short distance away, where a scattered pile of ammunition lay, likely left behind by an old hunter. He cautiously approached the cache of bullets. At that very moment, a spider, its body several meters in size, hung inverted from the beam above him, its intricate web sprawling across the ceiling. With its 8 crimson eyes, 2 of which were fixated on the unsuspecting Jiang Qin, it became evident that he had unwittingly intruded upon the spider's lair. Seeing a delectable meal before it, the spider could no longer contain its hunger. Slowly descending along a silken thread, silently opening its gaping maw, poised to strike at Jiang Qin's head. In a flash, Jiang Qin seized a handful of ammunition, swiftly reloading his weapon in a seamless motion. Bang! The acrid scent of gunpowder filled the air as he turned his head, firing a shot that struck the spider squarely on its jaw. Screech! The spider let out a piercing wail, its massive form thrashing within the confines of the wooden cabin, wreaking havoc all around. Jiang Qin stumbled back a few steps, activating his legendary goggles to glean information on the creature. Name, Giant Spider. Level, 5. Attack power. Defense power. Mental power. Skills, Sticky Silk. The silk of the giant spider possesses an extraordinary stickiness. Once ensnared, escape is nearly impossible. It is advisable not to fall victim to it lightly. Evaluation, the apex predator of the White Valley Forest, possessing a daunting level 5. It is truly a nightmare for novices. Level 5, and with astonishing attack and defense capabilities. As the legendary goggles indicated, it was indeed a nightmare for beginners. He was no match for it. He contemplated making a hasty retreat through the door. However, the giant spider had already regained its composure, leaping with a great bound to block Jiang Chen's escape, emitting a sharp, explosive hiss. It was furious, feeling the nauseating stench that assailed his senses. Jiang Chen's face twitched involuntarily. He could not help but curse under his breath. Who devised such abominations, forcing a novice to face such formidable monsters? Was this a death sentence? Fortunately, he had a trump card. Death Knight. He uttered a low incantation, and a mysterious purple circle materialized beneath his feet. A towering knight, cloaked in dark purple flames, emerged, exuding an air of chilling menace that instantly lowered the temperature within the wooden cabin. With a swift motion, Jiang Chen barely caught a glimpse of a black flash before witnessing the colossal spider, labeled 5, being cleaved in half. Ding! You have conquered the White Valley Station. You have slain the giant spider, earning 50 experience points. Your level has now risen to 2. Items dropped: 7 spider slime, 1 White Valley Station pass, 1 bronze chest. Congratulations on completing the Old Hunter's quest. You have acquired permanent access to the shotgun. Region announcement: Player Chinzhou has defeated the White Valley Station. The fog surrounding this location has dissipated, significantly reducing its danger level. Region announcement: Player Chinzhou has achieved the server's first kill. You are rewarded with 1 silver chest. Region notification: Trading functionality has been enabled. Players may engage in transactions in the train trading zone. A flurry of notifications echoed in his mind, the last 2 triggering region-wide announcements. Without a doubt, the chat channel would be ablaze with excitement. However, Jiang Chun had no time to indulge, as another notification echoed in his consciousness. You have summoned the Death Knight. Gaining the gaze of the fallen princess, the fallen kingdom of Landis will arrive 5 stations ahead of schedule. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chun was momentarily taken aback. Landis arriving early? He hurriedly opened his rail map, only to find it shrouded in ominous gray, devoid of station information. Yet, he trusted the system's notification. Landis was indeed arriving ahead of time. A palpable sense of crisis enveloped him, especially since he bore the curse of the fallen princess of Landis. While others could choose whether to disembark upon reaching the kingdom of Landis, he feared he would be compelled to enter. The summoned Death Knight possessed a staggering strength of 35, a force insufficient to thwart the impending doom of the kingdom of Landis. Hinting at the grotesque nature of the forthcoming dungeon, it was imperative that he procure an item capable of revealing the map, determining how many stations remained until reaching the kingdom of Landis. Only by clarifying the impending stations could he strategize his ascent, ensuring he would not perish upon arrival at the fallen kingdom. Until he discerned his position, summoning the Death Knight should be avoided. After all, summoning it once had already advanced him 5 stations. Who could withstand such pressure? With these thoughts settled, Jiang Chun returned to his senses, noticing the Death Knight still before him. Right, wasn't it mentioned that the Death Knight had a duration of 60 seconds? He couldn't squander the remaining time. Quickly, he commanded, go forth and hunt those skeletons. Most of the skeleton foes were mere level 1 minions, each yielding 3 experience points, but their sheer numbers were daunting. Why not grind for some experience? The Death Knight, receiving the command, charged out of the wooden cabin, entering slaughter mode. You have slain a skeleton. Experience points gained, 3. You have slain a skeleton. Experience points gained, 3. You have slain a skeleton. Experience points gained, 3. As the notifications echoed in his mind, Jiang Chun felt a slight surprise. Before the Death Knight vanished, it had attracted an elite monster, the skeleton soldier, and even yielded a drop, based on the experience points accrued. This skeleton soldier was likely of level 3. Fortunately, the fallen knight had dealt with it before disappearing, otherwise, it would have posed a considerable nuisance. This wave of experience should amount to around 50 points, yet his level had not ascended to 3. Thus, he opened his personal panel to assess the situation. Name: Jiang Chun. Level: 267, 200. Identity: Driver, Death Train. Attack: 30, 21. Defense: 10. Mentality: 50, 30. Talent: none. Evaluation: a lucky novice. To reach level 3, he required a staggering 200 points of experience. Below that were his attributes, yet he pondered the meaning of the numbers in parentheses following attack and mentality. He glanced at the shotgun in his grasp, paused in contemplation, and then set it down. Indeed, the attack attribute had diminished to 9 points, indicating that the number in parentheses, 21, represented the weapon's contribution. As for the mentality attribute of 30, it likely stemmed from the legendary glasses he possessed. However, he recalled that when he first acquired the glasses, they conferred only 20 points of mental enhancement. How had it increased to 30 now? The equipment attributes are determined based on the level of the weapon, while the bonuses are scaled according to the wielder's level. Seemingly aware of his perplexity, the notification chimed in. Jiang Chun understood. That explained why some equipment, despite being of white quality, could possess attack and defense attributes reaching level or higher. As this was merely based on equivalent items, his questions had found resolution. His gaze shifted to the nearby corpse of the giant spider, a smirk gracing his lips. Now, it was time to reap the rewards. Chapter 5. With merely a friend slot, 3 treasure chests opened. This is a complete bear pelt. Using it for warmth could be a splendid choice. This is the leftover gunpowder from the hunter. If a recipe is available, it can be utilized to craft ammunition. An old hunter's battered musket, significantly less powerful than the shotgun, yet still a firearm. Gleaming gold. A few train coins saved by the old hunter. Perhaps useful for trading goods. Oh my, a crate of pure water. Lo and behold, he had even stockpiled a box of braised beef instant noodles. Truly excellent fortune. Nobody would refuse a roll of toilet paper. A magazine intended for personal amusement, best utilized in conjunction with toilet paper. A pile of firewood chopped by seasoned hunters, quite a commendable resource. A haphazard assortment of supplies consumed a significant amount of time for Jiang Chun during transport. He hardly had the opportunity to inspect them closely. He simply loaded everything identified by the legendary glasses onto the vehicle. As he was nearing the completion of the loading, the train entered its final countdown to departure. Returning to the carriage, Jiang Chun was out of breath. Just as the train was about to depart, the door of the passenger carriage swung open, unleashing an overwhelming gust of icy air that enveloped the entire train. New passengers, the train is about to start. Please fasten your seatbelts and hold on tight. We wish you a pleasant journey, announced the mechanical voice of the train. The death train slowly began to move. Jiang Chun sat in the cockpit, the corridor behind him cluttered with miscellaneous items, prompting a frown. This space was exceedingly cramped. However, this train had only one extra carriage, which was meant for passengers. It would be illogical to pile supplies into the passenger area. Better not to risk it. Those shadowy figures were not to be trifled with. And should they become enraged, he might find himself in dire straits aboard the train. A little crowding would have to suffice. By the way, could the train not accommodate more carriages? He opened the chat channel, 999. During his brief time at the White Valley station, the messages in the channel surged like freshly popped popcorn, showing no signs of slowing. Climbing the hierarchy was out of the question. He posed a direct inquiry. Does anyone know how to increase the number of carriages on the train? Silence lingered for merely a second, and then the chat interface erupted with messages like rockets. No way. It's the great Shinzhou. You've finally shown yourself. First kill across the server. Do you need any minions? The legendary player. Have you emerged from White Valley Station? Isn't it obvious? The Great One has slain everything. How could he not have emerged? The station's resources are likely all depleted. Do you have any food to spare? Get lost, leech. An overwhelming flood of messages, yet none were particularly useful, leaving Jiang Chun speechless. Just then, a friend request notification popped up. Player phone do wishes to add you as a friend. Adding a friend? Jiang Chun was taken aback, not expecting such a feature. After a moment of contemplation, he clicked to accept. He recalled this person as the one who had obtained rare equipment from the Novice gift package. Speaking of which, he too possessed a rare level weapon. Fengdu, you wish to increase the number of carriages on your train? Shinzhou, yes, do you know how? Fengdu, indeed, I won't keep you in suspense. To increase the number of carriages, you must upgrade the train's level. With remarkable fortune, Fengdu arrived at the IKEA steel storage site as his first destination, promptly acquiring sufficient materials for the initial upgrade of his train. Following the enhancement, an additional cargo car was appended. Train name, Lucky Dodgy level, 1 durability, 1,800 2,000 carriages, 3 speed, 200 kilometers H energy reserve, 76 train attributes, attack, defense, speed, energy consumption, train talent, blessed by luck. Your survival journey is notably fortunate, often yielding unexpected auspicious occurrences. As he spoke, Fengdu also shared his train information. Jiang Chun was taken aback. He had not anticipated Fengdu's openness in divulging such details. While he pondered this unexpected generosity, Fengdu sent another message. Do not misunderstand. This information will inevitably surface in the chat channel, so it is better that I inform you beforehand. However, I hope you will reserve this friend slot for me. Friend slot? Jiang Chun inquired. Indeed, once you reach level 2, you can expand your friend functionality, though the system does not notify you. I stumbled upon it out of sheer boredom. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered with understanding. It became evident when he casually clicked on a random profile in the world chat channel that the option to add a friend was indeed present. Previously, he had not encountered this option when viewing others' profiles. Thank you, but with all this information you've shared, I feel somewhat embarrassed to only offer you one friend slot. Oh, the esteemed one is too modest. You are the first to trigger a regional announcement twice, Fengdu replied. Jiang Chun was momentarily stunned. Had no one else triggered a regional announcement during his time at the Baigu station? Very well, I shall reserve the friend slot for you. Fengdu's high luck attribute and apparent cleverness were noteworthy, not to mention his generosity in sharing information without charge. By the way, esteemed one, have you opened your silver treasure chest yet? Treasure chest? Upon reading this message, Jiang Chen's gaze sharpened. He recalled a notification during the defeat of the giant spider, indicating a reward of a silver treasure chest. However, in addition to the silver chest, he also possessed a bronze chest and a wooden chest, all yet unopened. Not yet. Why do you ask? I had a stroke of luck today and found a wooden chest, which contained a blueprint and a few coins. Thus, I surmise that your silver treasure chest is likely to yield even more valuable items. Blueprint, leather gloves, type, armor, required materials, 3 animal hides, quality, ordinary, white. Defense attributes. Evaluation, provides basic protection for the hands against scratches, offering a slight increase in defense attributes. Fengdu shared the blueprint information he had obtained. Jiang Chen's gaze flickered. Indeed, this blueprint for armor suggested that the treasure chest held something of value. He closed the chat interface and began to search for the supplies he had brought back. Among them were a bronze chest and a wooden chest, both located in the carriage. The silver chest, however, he had discovered in his email. Staring at the 3 chests before him, Jiang Chun rubbed his hands together in anticipation. If Fengdu could unveil a blueprint from just a wooden chest, surely he could extract at least 1 or 2 from his 3 chests. He decided to open the wooden chest first. You have opened the wooden chest. You have obtained 10 wood, 1 hard glass, 1 shimmering train coin. No blueprint? Jiang Chun paused momentarily, yet he did not feel disheartened. He had anticipated that the chances of obtaining a blueprint were not guaranteed. As for Fengdu, that fellow had the advantage of luck. You have opened the bronze chest. You have obtained a blueprint, 1 quality shower, 1 integrated train toilet, 3 ceramics, 5 plastics, 1 barrel of purified water. Compared to the wooden chest, the rewards from the bronze chest were undoubtedly far more generous. Moreover, he had unveiled 2 blueprints at once, though they appeared not to be for equipment, but rather for furniture. Regardless, he decided to strike while the iron was hot, directing his gaze towards the final silver chest. You have opened the silver chest. Chapter 6, Train Upgrade, Personal Talents. You have obtained a recipe, Ammunition X1. You have obtained a blueprint, Mattress X1. You have obtained 10 steel, 20 wood, 1 soft mattress, 1 energy solar panel. You have obtained 1 ordinary heart guard. You have obtained 5 shimmering train coins. A plethora of notifications filled the air. First came the recipe, followed by the blueprint, materials, and a heart guard. It seemed that the heart guard was indeed a piece of equipment. The rewards from the chest were quite impressive. However, Jiang Chen's expression turned solemn, as the increase in materials had further reduced the available space within the carriage. Now, there was almost no room to stand. He urgently needed to upgrade the train. With this thought, he hastened to the cockpit, placing his palm upon the binding device as instructed by Fengdu. Instantly, information began to appear. Name, Death Train, Level 1, awaiting upgrade. Carriages, 1, durability, 99, 999. 999, speed, 200 km per hour. Energy remaining, 0. Train attributes, attack, defense, speed. Passengers, 1. He clicked on the upgrade option, and another interface appeared. Upgrade materials, steel 50, plastic 10, wood 10, glass 6. Steel constituted the majority. After passing through Baigu Station and engaging in a series of box openings, he had amassed a considerable amount of resources, yet they were insufficient for the train upgrade materials. He was particularly lacking in steel. Perhaps a trade could be arranged? He had heard that the trading feature was enabled across the region. Yet what resources could be exchanged for adequate upgrade materials? After some contemplation, he resolved to trade the dilapidated flintlock. Name: dilapidated flintlock. Category: weapon, green. Attack, defense, spirit. Ammunition capacity: 1. Evaluation: a rudimentary flintlock, having lost much of its potency over time. Yet it remains a decent means of self-defense. Firearms: in this world, they were undeniably in high demand, a crucial asset that could preserve one's life in dire moments. Certainly, this flintlock paled in comparison to his shotgun, but it was still serviceable. He believed that many would be willing to trade beyond its intrinsic value. He swiftly posted a link in the trading market and then shared it in the chat channel. Trade offer: dilapidated flintlock 1, exchange for steel 30. Wow, a flintlock. Can you believe someone is willing to trade a flintlock in this environment? That's simply astonishing. It's the esteemed Shinjo, so it's not surprising. Esteemed 1. I don't have steel. Can I trade with coal? I'll trade 3 boxes of instant noodles. Get lost. The flintlock is far more useful than your pathetic noodles. Player Yuan has taken the order. Player Yuan has sent a friend request. While the chat channel was buzzing with excitement, a player named Yuan had already completed the trade and sent a friend request. Observing the 30 units of steel arriving in his inbox, Jiang Chun did not retrieve them, as there was little space on his train. Temporarily storing them in his inbox seemed a prudent choice. However, he noted the expiration time of the email, 24 hours. This meant that utilizing this method to temporarily store resources was limited to a day. After careful consideration, he accepted Yuan's friend request. Yuan: hello, esteemed 1. Do you have any gunpowder? Yuan messaged him. Gunpowder. Jiang Chen's gaze flickered. He had only listed the flintlock for trade, yet firing the flintlock required gunpowder. The kite must have felt quite astonished at the prospect of selling firearms, and he likely possessed gunpowder as well. Indeed, he did. And several crates of it were discovered in the basement of an old hunter. Shinjo: yes, how many would you like to trade? Kite: do you have 20? Shinjo: yes, 10 units of steel and 10 units of plastic. Kite: I assume you're looking to upgrade the train, right? I also have some glass. Do you need it? Kite: I don't require additional gunpowder. I just feel that exchanging these for your gunpowder seems a bit advantageous. Damn. Upon hearing Kite's words, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel a twinge of doubt. Had he offered too little? Nevertheless, it mattered little to him, as the shotgun rendered the firearm unnecessary. These materials, however, were crucial for upgrades, and he believed it was a fair trade. Moreover, Kite's glass was a timely boon, sparing him the trouble of seeking another trader. He promptly sent a private trade order, and the transaction was swiftly completed. Kite: boss, here's a bonus piece of information. Upgrading the train may grant you a personal talent. Personal talent? Jiang Chun was taken aback. Indeed, there was a talent section on his personal panel, but his talent was displayed as none. It seemed that upgrading the train was necessary for such an opportunity. Shinjo: thank you. Kite: you're welcome. Closing the chat interface, Jiang Chun collected all the materials from his mail, further diminishing his available space. He clicked the train upgrade button. Train is upgrading. Upgrade complete. Current train has been promoted to level 2, acquiring 1 miscellaneous compartment and 1 living compartment. Train master activates talent. Corpse of the Undead. Corpse of the Undead. Upon activation, temporarily immune to physical attacks. Duration, 1024. Upon seeing this talent, Jiang Chun was utterly astonished. Immunity to physical attacks. How incredible. Although limited to 1 day, it still represented a significant upgrade, offering potential for survival and even counterattack. After the initial exhilaration, he began to organize the compartments. With the upgrade, his train had gained an additional miscellaneous compartment and a living compartment. He busied himself, first stacking all the miscellaneous materials into the new compartment, then moving a large mattress along with its bed frame into the living compartment. Having completed these tasks, Jiang Chun found himself slightly breathless and treated himself to a pack of instant noodles. After satisfying his hunger, he recalled something and inquired with his 2 friends. Do you know of any way to view the map of my destination? Wind: I'm not quite sure, boss. Kite: sorry, I don't know much about that. Jiang Chun's gaze shifted slightly as he abandoned the idea of asking in the regional chat. Clearly, both Wind and Kite had reached level 2, as evidenced by their recent addition of him as a friend. In this district, One would expect the presence of exceptional individuals, yet it seems they are oblivious to information that might elude any serious discourse in the communal chat. As the train progressed, a wave of fatigue enveloped him. He reclined on the bed, cushioned by a soft bear pelt, and gradually succumbed to slumber. The train is approaching the station. De Run, FA. Passengers disembarking. Please prepare your luggage and exit in an orderly fashion. The train will halt for 20 minutes. It was not until the train's announcement echoed through the compartment that Jiang Chun stirred awake. What? Did he hear correctly? De Run, FA? Could it be the very De Run, FA he had been envisioning? His weariness dissipated instantly. Chapter 7. Frosted Gem, the bitter cold of the district. Casting a glance at the passenger compartment, he noticed that the shadowy figure who had boarded earlier seemed disinclined to depart. He breathed a sigh of relief. For some inexplicable reason, he always felt an unusual pressure when interacting with these passengers. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He opened the chat interface to inquire about the fare. Chinzhou, what fare do you request from the passengers as they disembark? Wind, request. Wind. Come on, my friend. We can't demand fares from passengers. They pay for themselves. Wind. Generally, it's paid in train currency. Jiang Chun was taken aback. The passengers did not have to solicit their own fares. Was he the only one treated differently? Speaking of train currency, he recalled having encountered it when opening treasure chests at the old hunter's place. Chinzhou, do you know the purpose of train currency? Wind. Not exactly, but I suspect a system shop will be introduced later, and train currency might be utilized there. Chinzhou understood. He closed the chat interface, harboring a vague sense that the train currency would prove invaluable. Thus, he ought to accumulate some as much as possible. Of course, he also needed to prepare for his imminent arrival at De Run, FA. With merely 20 minutes at his disposal, it would be impossible to transport everything, so he aimed to select only the most useful items. So far, gazing at the somewhat sparse living compartment, his primary desire was to enhance his comfort. Given that it was De Run, FA supermarket, he anticipated a wealth of everyday necessities. De Run, FA has arrived. Passengers may disembark in an orderly manner. As the announcement resonated, Jiang Chun stepped onto the platform, where a colossal edifice loomed not far away. It was the De Run, FA he had longed for. However, he did not let his guard down. Instead, he took a moment to survey his surroundings. Strangely, he noted the absence of the thick fog that had enveloped the previous station. Clutching the old hunter's hunting rifle in one hand and a long spear fashioned from bone on his back, its tip glimmering with a sharp, icy radiance, he prepared himself. Name, roughly crafted skeleton spear. Category, weapon, white. Attack, defense, spirit. Evaluation, a spear crafted from the bones of a skeleton, possessing commendable mid-range attack capabilities. This weapon was dropped by the elite monster, the skeleton soldier. Its attributes are passable at best, yet it remains Jiang Chun's sole melee weapon. Thus, for precautionary measures, he decided to take it with him. Utilizing the X-ray vision of his legendary glasses, he scanned the surroundings, including the interior of the supermarket, and detected no imminent danger. Could it be that this supermarket is devoid of threats? How delightful! Without further hesitation, Jiang Chun dashed into the supermarket to commence his shopping, primarily gathering everyday essentials like towels. Following that, he sought out ready-to-eat foods. As he only had a few buckets of instant noodles left from the old hunter on the train, making sustenance indispensable. Regrettably, the absence of home appliances in this place rendered it less than perfect. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He recalled the blueprints he had obtained from treasure chests, which seemed to include some household appliances. Was it possible that the train stopovers did not yield such items, and only blueprints could provide the core appliances that enhance living conditions? Upon further reflection, it indeed seemed plausible, thus prompting him to abandon that line of thought and focus on collecting materials to craft those blueprints instead. 20 minutes later, observing the fully laden compartment, Jiang Chun felt a slight sense of relaxation. He was now free from concerns of hunger and thirst. We are approaching the passenger disembarking station. The train will stop for 3 minutes. Before he could catch his breath, the announcement startled him. Had they arrived so soon? However, he quickly realized that this stop seemed to be specifically designated for passengers, as the brief 3-minute halt left no time for collecting supplies. So, was it time to collect the fare? After adjusting his appearance, Jiang Chun made his way to the rear passenger carriage, only to be met with a sudden drop in temperature, as if he had been thrust into sub-zero conditions. What on earth? He shivered. Casting his gaze towards the serene figure seated within, inwardly suspecting that this passenger was the source of the eerie atmosphere. This individual did not appear to be an ordinary character. Recalling his previous encounter with the deposed princess of the Blue Bottom Kingdom, he felt a twinge of apprehension. Should he let her have a free pass this time? No. It would be wiser to first employ the legendary glasses for a closer examination. This appears to be an elf from the Snowy Realms, a place often characterized by extreme cold. However, not long ago, a monumental catastrophe struck the Snowy Domain. In exchange for your ticket, she demands a frost gem. You will receive the curse of the Snowy Realm. What? Is she not even going to put on a facade? Staring at the stark information projected by the legendary glasses, Jiang Chun was left utterly dumbfounded. A curse? Just like that? Did she take him for a fool? Last time, the curse triggered an announcement across the entire region, and he was thoroughly reprimanded. This time, how could he possibly? Frost gem, a precious material that can serve as an enchantment or energy source, possessing the ability to dispel the fog of the map. Upon the introduction of the frost gem, Jiang Chun suddenly felt that the curse was no longer of consequence. The frost gem. He approached the shadow before him and spoke in a low voice. Have you made up your mind? By accepting this frost gem, you will bear the curse of the entire snow domain. To his surprise, the shadow spoke. The voice was soft and sweet, reminiscent of a gentle maiden. Oh, you have already borne the curse of the fallen kingdom of Landis. What is one more? Before Jiang Chun could respond, the snow spirit's delicate voice rang out once more. She seemed to be gazing at the spot where the princess of the fallen kingdom of Landis had kissed Jiang Chen's cheek. A few dark lines appeared on Jiang Chen's forehead. What did she mean by what is one more? Here, the frost gem. The shadow extended a hand, and a translucent, ice blue orb floated in the palm. The moment this gem appeared, the temperature within the carriage dropped once more. Jiang Chen understood. No wonder he felt a chill when the person entered. It was this thing at work. As he took the frost gem, the train announced its arrival, and the snow spirit disembarked directly. Regional announcement. Player Qinzhou has triggered the snow domain curse. The temperature difference across the region has increased. As night falls, extreme cold mode will commence. Players are advised to prepare warm clothing in advance. Wait, not again. Who exactly is this Qinzhou to cause such havoc in our region? You don't know Qinzhou? He was the first to slay in the whole region. I might have spoken a bit too loudly. Observing the heated discussion on the screen, Jiang Chen skillfully closed the chat channel and then turned his gaze to the frost gem. According to the description, this object could dispel the fog of the map, meaning he would be able to see how many stations he was from Landis. As for the so-called snow domain, it merely triggered a curse without any special tasks. So he need not dwell on it for now. He slowly opened his track map. The fog that had once enveloped it began to dissipate under the gem's influence. Chapter 8. Dispelling the Fog, Holiday Hotel Station. Is this my track map? Watching the stations gradually appear, Jiang Chun's eyes flickered with interest. Holiday Hotel, Underground Current, Snowstorm Villa, Mushroom Forest, Serpent's Cave, Orchard. The icons for these stations varied in color: green, blue, yellow, and red. The fallen kingdom of Landis was marked by a large, deep red icon, exuding an ominous aura that starkly contrasted with the surrounding station's danger levels. Several stations away, considering the current speed of his train, it would take a few days to arrive, which should provide ample time for his development. Seeing the map, Jiang Chun felt a sense of calm settle within him. The next destination is a place called the Holiday Inn. However, the yellow icon suggests that this is not a place of respite. A wave of chill suddenly enveloped him, the frigid air causing him to shiver involuntarily. Turning his gaze outside, he realized that dusk had descended without his notice. He recalled that when he requested the frost gem, it plunged the entire region into a frigid night, likely commencing at twilight. Lacking sufficient warm clothing, he had only the bare pelt for some insulation. In preparation for the impending cold, he retrieved an iron basin he had acquired from the supermarket. He then gathered some dry firewood from an old hunter, igniting it with a lighter, and soon a comforting flame danced amid the cold train compartment. Jiang Chun extended his hands to warm himself, then carried the fire basin to the bedside. Wrapping himself in the bare pelt, he drifted into a cozy slumber. Detected that night is approaching. Should the train operate at a reduced speed to avoid missing subsequent stops? To his surprise, a gentle reminder appeared. He nodded without hesitation. After a day immersed in the game, he understood that speed was not the essence. Personal condition and skill enhancement were paramount. Through the frost gem, he observed that the red markers indicating upcoming stops were growing increasingly dense, signifying that danger would escalate with their journey. It was imperative to not miss any stops ahead and to strive for personal improvement to confront the perils that lay ahead. Thus, he must rest well to approach each arriving station in peak condition. A night passed in silence. Morning has arrived. The train is about to resume normal operation. Upcoming train stop, Holiday Inn. Passengers disembarking, please take your belongings and exit in an orderly manner. Passengers for this stop, 0. Train stop duration, 30 minutes. As the train rolled into the station, the doors opened slowly, releasing a rush of cold air. It seemed that the chill lingered after the night had passed. Jiang Chun tightened his clothing as he stepped off the train, only to be met by a thick fog enveloping the surroundings. More fog. Jiang Chun pondered slightly. Could it be related to the weather or the time of day? Or perhaps it was connected to the dangers within the station. He recalled that at the White Valley station, after he had vanquished the giant spider, a voice announcement had triggered, mentioning something about the fog dissipating. Jiang Chun's expression grew serious. He believed he understood what the fog represented. It likely indicated that this station had spawned new threats. He tightened his grip on his hunting rifle while discreetly checking the ammunition in his pocket, which amounted to approximately 20 rounds. After discovering the bullet recipe yesterday, he had reviewed it. Recipe, bullets, materials, gunpowder 2, brass 1. The recipe seemed distinct from the blueprint, allowing for repeated crafting. While the blueprints were likely one-time use only, brass was in short supply at the old hunter's home, but he still had ample gunpowder, ultimately sufficient to produce around 20 bullets. Would this be enough for the forthcoming exploration? After some contemplation, Jiang Chun prudently extracted the skeletal spear from behind him. With his level 2 attributes, even wielding the skeletal spear should suffice to confront ordinary dangers. As for the shotgun, it would be wiser to retain it for more significant threats, given that ammunition was rather limited. While he pondered these matters, he arrived at the so-called Holiday Hotel, which presented a scene of desolation, infused with the acrid scent of disinfectant. Wait, why was the hotel permeated with such a strong odor of disinfectant? Jiang Chun gripped the spear and activated the function of his legendary glasses. Utilizing the legendary glasses would gradually deplete his mental attributes, somewhat akin to a blue bar. However, with an impressive 50 points in mental attributes, he had ample capacity to sustain the glasses consumption for half an hour. This is a dilapidated holiday hotel, yet it recently underwent a significant transformation, seemingly originating from the basement. The prompt from the legendary glasses caused Jiang Chun's gaze to momentarily pause. The pungent odor of disinfectant also seemed to stem from the basement. Following that direction, he located the entrance to the basement. It was a steel door, severely corroded, with the acrid scent of disinfectant intensifying here, flanked by a pile of bleached bones. Suddenly, Jiang Chun's eyes brightened. As he cleared away the scattered bones, he discovered a pitch-black handgun lying among them. Had it not been for the legendary glasses, he would have undoubtedly overlooked it. Name, antiquated handgun. Category, weapon, green. Attack, defense, mental. Magazine capacity, 5. Evaluation. This is an antiquated handgun, its power somewhat diminished. Yet it excels in its capability for rapid fire. Though its power was significantly inferior to that of the shotgun, its compactness made it portable, allowing for use in confined spaces. Jiang Chun replenished its ammunition and secured it on his person. Next, he turned his attention to the steel door, which evidently posed the real danger of this location. Having arrived at this juncture, he took a deep breath and forcefully kicked the door open, a peculiar, indescribable scent rushing from his nostrils straight to his consciousness. What followed was a sight of numerous crimson eyes. It appears that this Holiday Hotel's basement has been requisitioned by a certain special department as a laboratory, utilizing white mice to create some remarkable entities. Target, mutated mouse, level 1 attack, defense, mental, evaluation, a mutated mouse that has lost its rationality post-experimentation and possesses extreme aggressiveness. Beware of bites, as they may induce poisoning. The prompt from the legendary glasses materialized as he beheld those scarlet eyes. Upon seeing the level 1 designation, Jiang Chun felt a slight sense of relief. Indeed, during the novice phase, he would not encounter excessively formidable threats. These level 1 mutated mice were manageable, provided he remained vigilant against their bites. After all, the legendary glasses had warned that a bite would result in severe poisoning, presumably a toxin that would transform him into a creature akin to these mutated mice. He was determined not to lose his composure. In just a few breaths, the mutated rats were screeching and charging towards him. Jiang Chun, quick-witted and agile, grasped his spear and thrust it into the forefront of the advancing creatures. Splatter. Viscous liquid sprayed forth, and a notification sound echoed in Jiang Chun's mind. You have slain a mutated rat, gaining 3 experience points. You have slain a mutated rat, gaining 3 experience points. Chapter 9, Second Round, Reannouncement. What a thrilling banquet of experience. Observing the rapidly accumulating experience, Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. At this rate, it would not be long before he reached level 3. At that point, his attributes would surely see a significant enhancement. Minutes passed, and a considerable pile of mutated rat corpses had amassed around Jiang Chen. You have slain an excessive number of mutated rats, attracting an elite mutated rat. The sudden notification made Jiang Chen's heart race. An elite monster had been triggered. He turned to see an elite mutated rat, noticeably larger than the others. Its fur as tough as steel, and its jaws wielding 2 formidable fangs. Faced with the fierce gaze of the elite mutated rat, Jiang Chen silently withdrew his weapon, Truth, and raised it to unleash a barrage of shots. Bang, bang, bang. The rapid gunfire echoed thunderously within the cramped confines of the basement. The acrid scent of gunpowder swiftly overpowering the sterile smell of disinfectant. After several shots, the elite mutated rat collapsed in a pool of blood. A wisp of smoke gently rising from the dark muzzle of the shotgun, as if proclaiming the invincibility of truth. You have slain an elite mutated rat, gaining 15 experience points. Your level has risen to 3. Loot, 2 hard fangs. Seeing the loot, Jiang Chen's lips twitched slightly. An elite monster yielded such meager spoils, while the previous one had dropped a weapon and a wooden chest. Nevertheless, it was unreasonable to expect every creature to have such high drop rates. After dispatching the elite mutated rat, the surrounding environment fell notably quieter, yet Jiang Chen remained vigilant. According to his earlier conjectures, there must be something significant at this location, hence the presence of the mist. He activated the X-ray feature on his legendary glasses. This function would considerably deplete his mental attributes, but was undoubtedly the best means to identify targets. Under the effects of the X-ray vision, Jiang Chen soon spotted what he was looking for. Astonishingly, it was directly above him. There hung a larger mutated rat, its size comparable to that of a domestic cat, peculiarly suspended from the ceiling, a reason he had failed to notice it until now. Fetid liquid dripped from its maw, nearly splattering onto Jiang Chen, but he deftly evaded it. In the next instant, this ferocious elite mutated rat lunged directly at his head. Its agility was unlike anything Jiang Chen had ever witnessed. He could not evade this strike. With the awareness ignited within him, Jiang Chen immediately activated his innate ability, the undead corpse. This extraordinary talent rendered him immune to physical harm. In that fleeting moment of its activation, his form transformed into a shadowy silhouette, akin to the passengers of the train, and the mutated rat astonishingly passed right through him. However, Jiang Chen had little time to marvel at this miraculous spectacle, for the mutated rat was formidable, possessing attributes that far exceeded his own. If he failed to vanquish it within the 10 seconds afforded by the undead corpse, he would likely find himself facing demise instead. Although he also possessed the means to summon a Death Knight for protection, he was reluctant to do so unless absolutely necessary, as hastening the arrival of the Blue Dusk Kingdom would bring him nothing but detriment. Therefore, Jiang Chen unleashed a series of rapid shots from his hunting rifle. The deafening gunfire echoed, yet a sense of heaviness settled in his heart. He had fired at least 5 shots, but only one had found its mark on the mutated rat. Its speed was astounding. Quick! Suddenly, a thought struck him. He retrieved a sky-blue gemstone from his pocket, which radiated a mesmerizing luminescence in the dimly lit basement. More crucially, an option appeared before him. Weapon detected. Old Hunter's hunting rifle. Would you like to expend a certain amount of energy to enchant it with ice properties? Yes. Jiang Chen nodded. Instantly, his rifle felt imbued with a chilling sensation, and a blue aura flickered before him. He noted that upon completion of the enchantment, the brilliance of the frost gemstone seemed to dim slightly. But he had little time to ponder this, as the duration of the undead corpse was running short. Bang! 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 After reloading, Jiang Chen swiftly fired several shots, and one bullet struck the mutated rat, visibly slowing its speed. Through the lens of his legendary glasses, he observed a layer of frost encasing the rat, which had drastically reduced its velocity. Even when the effect of the undead corpse waned, the mutated rat could no longer catch him, ushering in a moment of furious output. Bang! 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 The rifle continued to roar until, at last, approximately 20 rounds had been expended, and he finally heard that familiar notification sound. Ding! You have conquered the Holiday Hotel. You have slain the mutated rat, gaining 50 experience points. Dropped items: 2 hard fangs, 1 Holiday Hotel pass, 1 bronze chest. Global announcement: player Chinzhou has slain the mutated rat at the Holiday Hotel. The fog surrounding this location has dissipated, and the danger level has significantly decreased for 48 hours. As he gazed upon the lifeless form of the mutated rat, Jiang Chen exhaled in relief. Though the aftermath of using his talent left him slightly dizzy and unable to move, he sat on a chair, taking a moment to rest while simultaneously opening the chat interface to review the recent system notifications. Similar to the previous elite mutated rat, this one yielded little of value. But fortunately, there was a guaranteed bronze chest. In addition, there was a passage token. He recalled that the last time he defeated the White Valley Station, he had also acquired such a token, but at that moment, he had been preoccupied with transporting supplies and had not had the opportunity to ascertain its purpose. Item: Holiday Hotel Pass. Effect: allows your train to directly reach the Holiday Hotel station. This mode of travel is insertive and will not alter your train's established route. Jiang Chun was momentarily taken aback, then his eyes sparkled with excitement. What a remarkable find! If he surmised correctly, the recent notification indicated that the mist would dissipate, but only for 48 hours. This meant that the next refresh would occur in 48 hours, and at that time, he could utilize this passage token to achieve his objective. Although the rewards were not extraordinary, the guaranteed bronze chest still held promise, as it could yield some useful blueprints for either personal use or trade. After securing the passage token, his mental attributes had also somewhat recovered. He glanced at the timetable. Only 7 minutes remained until the half-hour stop, and it was time to seek out some supplies. However, what resources could the Holiday Hotel possibly offer? Using his legendary glasses to scan the area, his gaze suddenly fixated on a door, and the glasses provided information. This is the basement warehouse, where researchers once hoarded a substantial quantity of medication. In such an environment, pharmaceuticals are indeed a scarce commodity. Chapter 10. Fever? I have medicine. To his surprise, it was a storage facility for medications. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Chen kicked the door open. Neatly arranged shelves were lined with various disordered medicines, and the floor was scattered with shattered bottles, seemingly a result of some chaotic event. Yet, in an inconspicuous corner, there were several boxes of unopened medications, which he promptly began to transport. 10 minutes later, having successfully moved the boxes of medications to the train, Jiang Chen exhaled a sigh of relief. As the train resumed its journey, he gazed out at the peculiar scenery, feeling somewhat bored, and decided to open the chat channel. To his astonishment, the regional channel was still abuzz with discussions about him. No way. This Chinzhou is incredibly lucky. 2 days in a row, conquering 2 levels, and I haven't encountered a single one yet. Come on. You're only level 1. Even if you did encounter one, it would just be your demise. Is level a significant factor? That is something only the 2-time champion, the esteemed Chinzhou, could answer. Seeing these messages made Jiang Chun smile, lifting his spirits, and he decided to chime in on the chat. The 2 I encountered were both level 5. If anyone wishes to challenge, do so with caution. Wow! The esteemed Chinzhou has spoken. Level 5? Just how high is Chinzhou's level? I can't see it. Only information on levels lower than one's own is visible. The player known as Chinzhou has slain 2 creatures, undoubtedly possessing a far superior level. Is it possible that Chinzhou has reached level 10? It seems unlikely. The experience required to ascend each level increases exponentially. Even if Chinzhou were to level up rapidly, reaching level 10 seems improbable. I concur. My guess is that he might be at level 5. However, setting levels aside, I am on the verge of starvation. Is there anyone who could spare a morsel? Observing the increasingly peculiar chat, Jiang Chun decided to close the public conversation. In truth, he had not even attained the level they speculated. He was merely at level 3. Name: Jiang Chun. Level: 3, 47. 500. Identity: Driver, Death Train. Attack: 46, 30. Defense: 13. Mental: 65, 45. Talent: Undead Physique. Evaluation: a fortunate novice. To progress to the next level, a considerable amount of experience is required, necessitating several sites equivalent to the experience levels of holiday hotels or Baigulan. He discovered that the monsters at these sites do not respawn indefinitely. Typically, after defeating a certain number of minor creatures, elite monsters are triggered. Once elite monsters are vanquished, the minor creatures cease to respawn, thereby eliminating the notion of grinding for experience through an endless supply of lesser foes. In a way, this enhances the value of the so-called pass. According to Jiang Chen's understanding, the pass can only be obtained through defeating monsters, and it remains uncertain whether other methods might yield it. Yin, are you there, big shot? At that moment, a private message from a friend appeared. Shinzhou, yes. What is up? Jiang Chun was quite cordial towards this friend with whom he had previously traded. Yin, do you have any antipyretics? The inquiry momentarily surprised Jiang Chun. Shinzhou, are you running a fever? Yin, yes. The temperature was too low last night, and I have no warm clothing. Shinzhou, hold on. Coincidentally, he had recently acquired a batch of medical supplies, though he was unsure if the medications used by researchers included antipyretics. After a brief search, Jiang Chun sent a trade link to Yin. Trade item, 1 box of antipyretics. Yin, thank you so much, big shot. I asked many people, but no one had any. I truly appreciate it. System notification, your trade order has been completed by player Yin. Trade mail, 10 units of steel, 3 bottles of purified water, 1 hardwolf tooth. Upon seeing the items in the trade mail, Jiang Chun was taken aback. In truth, he had no expectations of receiving anything in return. After all, he possessed several boxes of medical supplies, and in this environment, casually giving away a box of antipyretics was merely a drop in the bucket for him, yet it could very well be a life-saving gesture for Yin. He is not like other male protagonists in novels who meticulously calculate gains and losses, nor does he engage in cunning schemes. He is willing to assist in matters that pose little risk to himself, for in this apocalyptic environment where survival is paramount, the uncertainty of tomorrow looms large. Living in the moment and maintaining clarity of thought is of utmost importance. However, Yuan does not seem to be one who revels in taking advantage of others. He still offers an equitable exchange of supplies, even producing a sturdy wolf's fawn. This item is likely a drop from slaying monsters. And while Jiang Chun possesses some as well, its utility remains uncertain at present. Yuan's willingness to trade such items indicates that his resources are dwindling. Yuan, apologies, esteemed one. I currently have only these items available for trade. I understand the significance of medicine during these times. Once I recover, I will surely repay you with equivalent supplies. At that moment, Yuan sent another message. Jiang Chun, that is sufficient. Please take your medicine. Yuan, yes, thank you, esteemed one. Heart, upon reading this. Jiang Chun smiled and was about to close the chat interface when he suddenly noticed a message from Feng Du. Feng Du, esteemed one, do you want something good? Item, docking time extension card, which, when used, increases the train's docking time by 10 minutes. Jiang Chen's eyes brightened upon seeing the description. Indeed, it is a valuable item. Jiang Chun, where did you acquire it? This item is clearly an important tool within the game, and inquiring about its origin would not be a loss. Feng Du, some fellow got lucky and opened it from a chest. I saw him flaunting it in the world, so I spent a bit to procure it from him. After reading the message, Jiang Chun stroked his chin with a hint of amusement. Jiang Chun, what price do you have in mind? Feng Du, do you have any warm clothing? I fear I may not withstand the cold tonight. Jiang Chun couldn't help but chuckle. Yet another individual driven mad by the frigid temperatures. Warm supplies are currently in high demand, and although his own stock is limited, he certainly cannot part with the bear pelt. However, Jiang Chun, I have wood and a fire bowl. Would you like those? Feng Du, yes. Trade order, docking time extension card, pending trade confirmation. Player Jiang Chun uploads trading supplies, 20 pieces of wood, 1 stainless steel bowl. Feng Du, esteemed one. The fire bowl is indeed the stainless steel bowl. Player Feng Du has completed the trade order. Although this fellow made a quip, he still agreed to the transaction. Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow, suddenly struck by a thought. Jiang Chun, by the way, with your strength, even without warm supplies, you could surely trade other resources for some, so it seems unnecessary to rely solely on me for a transaction? Feng Du, you see right through me. Esteemed one, I indeed have the intention of ingratiating myself. After all, with your prowess, your friend list must be overflowing. If I do not make myself known now, there may be no opportunity later. Jiang Chun was momentarily taken aback, surprised by Feng Du's unconventional method of familiarizing himself with others through a time extension card. It was indeed a generous gesture. Nonetheless, one must admit that he had succeeded. As for the numerous friend requests, It was true that there were plenty, but he seldom lingered in the chat channels, allowing the system to automatically filter these requests. Fondue. Moreover, winter supplies have become exceedingly precious. A single unit of wood now fetches the price of a box of instant noodles. Jiangchun, really? Is it that valuable? Chapter 11. Sunstone. A hidden level? Fondue. Dear sir, you do not harbor any regrets, do you? Jiangchun. Regret is not quite the sentiment. He possessed a substantial amount of timber in his compartment, having acquired quite a bit from the old hunter, along with some obtained from treasure chests. Even after trading with Fondue, he still had dozens of pieces remaining. He felt that the value of the time extension card outweighed that of 20 pieces of wood. Especially at certain stops where time was exceedingly brief, it could prove unexpectedly advantageous. Jiangchun. No, you keep it. Fondue. By the way, allow me to share some free advice. I know someone who was attacked while the train was in motion. The specifics are unclear, but it would be prudent to exercise caution. Jiangchun. You mean the train was attacked while in motion, not while stopped? Fondue, precisely. Jiangchun closed the chat channel, his gaze flickering with intrigue. He had not anticipated that a train in motion could also be subject to attack. Gazing out the window, he observed that the train was currently traversing a vast expanse of dark green prairie, which appeared rather oppressive. Perhaps it was best to adopt a stance of readiness. After all, the so-called attacks were likely rare occurrences, not something that would befall him. He retrieved the map to check his distance. Over 1,000 kilometers remained to the next station, which, at the speed of the death train, would take several hours. A brief nap would be in order. Upcoming station, underground current. Passengers disembarking are advised to take their belongings and exit in an orderly fashion. Passengers disembarking at this station, 0. Time of this train stop, 30 minutes. With a hiss, the train doors opened, and Jiangchun stepped off, determined not to squander the 30 minutes. According to the map's markings, this station was merely marked with blue danger, suggesting little threat. At most, an elite monster awaited. However, upon stepping onto the surface, he was greeted by a peculiar sight. The station was situated within a vast pit, with a river flowing downward. This must be the so-called underground current. In the dimly lit environment, visibility was poor, prompting Jiangchun to activate his legendary glasses. As the glasses powered on, the surroundings became significantly clearer. This is an abandoned mine. There may be some unexpected residual ores within. Beware of underwater dangers. As a prompt emerged, Jiangchun cast a glance at the dark, murky current and instinctively stepped back a pace. Should he be ensnared by some entity, there would be no hope of survival. He also retrieved his hunting rifle from his back, loading it in preparation for unforeseen circumstances. According to the hints provided by the legendary glasses, remnants of ore were said to exist within this mine. He advanced cautiously, encountering no danger until a sudden burst of blinding light illuminated his path. Remnants of the sunstone vein. This mineral possesses remarkable warmth properties. Carrying one in your pocket will keep you warm throughout the day. Simply striking it against the ground activates its effect. The message from the legendary glasses ignited a spark of excitement in Jiangchun's eyes. Such a treasure. Lacking suitable tools, he set his rifle aside and drew forth the skeletal spear strapped to his back. Although it was not ideal, it was certainly better than digging with bare hands. After some effort, several sunstones tumbled from the earth. Anticipating their beneficial effects, he gently wrapped them in his clothing and placed them on the ground before they fell. As this was merely a depleted mine, it took Jiangchun around 20 minutes to excavate a small mound of earth, yielding approximately 50 stones. That should suffice for the time being. He retraced his steps along the same path. Suddenly, a shadowy movement caught his eye in the dark current. Jiangchun glanced over but dismissed it and continued on his way. Suddenly, a loud splash broke the surface and a massive fish emerged. Its body entirely black and adorned with 4 claws, its forehead rugged with prominence. Name, mutated axolotl. Level, for elite. Attack, defense, mentality, skill, rapid regeneration, evaluation. Possesses an extraordinary ability for limb regeneration, coupled with formidable defensive attributes. Novices stand little chance against it. It is advised to flee. Run. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiangchun took off. Although this creature was currently only of elite status, it was the first being he had encountered with attributes beyond the norm, not to mention its rapid regeneration skill, which rendered it far beyond his capacity to confront. Even if his rifle were to strike it, it would likely have little effect. Thus, fleeing was the wisest course of action. Undoubtedly, This proved to be a sound decision, as the mutated axolotl, despite its strength, was surprisingly slow. As Jiang Chun sprinted at full speed, he easily outpaced it. Ultimately, the creature's dark eyes could only watch as he vanished from the cave's mouth before it retreated back into the depths. Well, there's no need to run frantically anymore. The mutated axolotl has not pursued you. It seems to be guarding something intriguing. System message. Congratulations, you have triggered a hidden quest, the sealed treasure beneath the water. You have obtained an additional underground current pass, 72 hours, recommended entry level, 10. As Jiang Chun paused to absorb the information relayed by the legendary glasses, he was suddenly alerted by the system's notification. Undoubtedly, the activation of this hidden level is intricately linked to the legendary glasses. He surmised that to trigger this critical moment, one must possess some form of detection tool or equipment. Was this serendipity on his part? He had acquired an additional pass. However, its duration was limited to a mere 72 hours. This meant that within 3 days, he had to elevate his strength to a level of 10 to ensure the pass was not squandered. Yet, this posed a considerable challenge. Moreover, the gatekeeper, a rather formidable axolotl, presented a dilemma. Jiang Chun speculated that despite its level of 3, it would require at least 7 in attack attributes to vanquish it. Its defensive capabilities, coupled with a rapid regeneration skill, were truly monstrous. Unless he summoned a Death Knight, well, he would strive within these 3 days. And if he failed to meet the requirements, he would reconsider his options. With these thoughts in mind, he departed from the underground current station and returned to the train. As it jolted into motion once more, Jiang Chun sat on his bed, counting the sunstones. In the biting cold, these sunstones were undoubtedly treasures, far more enduring than wood, and remarkably portable. Thus, this expedition into the underground current had not been in vain. A total of 57 stones, quite commendable. As he opened the chat channel, contemplating whether to sell one and test the market price, he suddenly spotted a trading message. Trade order, old junkyard pass, pending trade. Is anyone willing to trade a pass? I need warm supplies. Chapter 12. Dungeon, old junkyard, pass. Jiang Chun paused, astonished that someone in the world was actually selling a pass. However, considering the other party's level of 1, it was uncertain whether this pass had been obtained through a kill. Without hesitation, Jiang Chun added the person as a friend. Ashan, hello Master Chinzhou. The response was almost instantaneous, followed by a greeting. Clearly, he recognized the name Chinzhou in this region. That name had become quite renowned. Chinzhou, you require warm supplies, correct? Ashan, yes. Chinzhou, 1 thick bear hide and 3 sunstones. Will that suffice? The other party fell silent for a moment, evidently checking the item details. Ashan, that is sufficient. Thank you, Master. System notification. You have completed the trade order for player Ashan. Chinzhou, understood. Should there be any more of such passes in the future, please contact me first. After concluding the conversation, Jiang Chun closed the chat channel. He traded away the bear hide as well, as the precious nature of the pass meant that a few time-sensitive sunstones would not suffice for his satisfaction. Thus, he reluctantly parted with the bear hide. As for himself, with over 50 sunstones remaining, he had ample time to acquire new warm supplies in the days to come. Wind, Master, that pass order is no longer available. You must have secured it, right? A message from a friend emerged once more. It was from the gentleman known for his charm. This individual appeared to be probing for information. Judging by the plethora of free insights he had previously provided, it was apparent that he must have amassed a considerable network of acquaintances, gathering intelligence through material means. In such an environment, information brokers were indeed quite sought after. Naturally, it would be prudent to cultivate acquaintances in this line of work. Indeed, it is I who has acquired it. Jiang Chun responded. Moments later, another message from the charming gentleman arrived. Esteemed one, what is the purpose of this pass? Kindly enlighten me, and in return, I shall provide you with all useful information I gather henceforth, free of charge. Jiang Chun was taken aback, then smiled. It was akin to securing a complimentary service from an information broker. As time progressed, players would undoubtedly grow stronger, and eventually, others would also triumph. Even if he chose not to disclose it, the significance of the pass would soon be revealed to all. Thus, it would be wise to grant the charming gentleman a favor while the opportunity presented itself. This pass allows you to alter the next destination of the train, and it is of the insertable variety. As it is well known, all players' tracks are equitable. Therefore, this pass will be the key to distinguishing yourself from other players. I see now. Thank you, esteemed one. From this day forth, you shall be a member in my circle. Jiang Chen chuckled, choosing not to prolong the conversation, but instead examined the pass. Item: Old Junkyard Pass. Recommended level: 4. After a moment's contemplation, he glanced at the other two passes he had previously acquired. Item: White Valley Station Pass. Recommended level: 5. Identical in nature. Item: Holiday Hotel Pass. Recommended level: 5. Thus, it seemed this pass's recommendation was determined by the highest level monster present. For instance, both the White Valley Station and the Holiday Hotel harbored a level 5 creature, which accounted for the recommendation level on the pass. Conversely, the most formidable creature within the old junkyard was likely a level 4. Jiang Chen surmised that it was probably merely an elite monster, with a level unlikely to exceed 5. Hence, with his current level of 3, he should be able to handle it with relative ease. The only caveat was that he had exhausted his ammunition, leaving him with only the skeletal spear as his weapon. The absence of firearms rendered the situation somewhat precarious. However, he could not afford to dwell on such concerns. He had a strong intuition that the old junkyard would contain valuable materials like brass. He had ample gunpowder, but was notably short on brass. Should he find it at this station, he could craft a considerable quantity of ammunition, alleviating his current predicament of scarcity. Thus, upon seeing the pass, he felt an overwhelming urge to seize the opportunity and embark forthwith. With a calm voice, Jiang Chen declared his intent. In the next instant, it seemed the train entered a tunnel, and the scenery outside the window plunged into darkness. A few moments later, the train came to a halt. This train has arrived at Old Junkyard. This is a special stop for the pass, with no time limit. Passengers who need to disembark should collect their belongings and exit in an orderly manner. Upon hearing the announcement, Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. Having received a valuable piece of information, the special stop suggests that time is not constrained, allowing for a thorough exploration of this station. The mist had dissipated, and indeed, the fourth creature was not a concern. Jiang Chen felt a slight relaxation. Under similar circumstances, elite monsters were undoubtedly easier to confront. However, the nature of the creatures lurking in this abandoned auto repair shop remained a mystery to him. He murmured about the legendary glasses, and the vibrant text prompt appeared before his eyes. This was once a thriving auto repair factory, but it fell into decline due to an accident, perhaps linked to a pack of stray dogs. If you search patiently, you might discover a wealth of hardware materials. Stray dogs? Jiang Chen noted the crucial point in the prompt. Tightening his grip around the skeletal spear, it seemed these were no ordinary foes. A low growl erupted from behind him, and Jiang Chen turned to see a black dog, its mouth frothing and eyes vacant, staring intently at him. It appeared to be suffering from rabies. Name: Infected Dog. Level: 2. Attack, Defense, Mentality. Evaluation: infected by a plague akin to rabies, leading to severe mental instability and increased aggression. Avoid being bitten at all costs. Jiang Chen's gaze flickered. All the minor creatures here were indeed level 2, suggesting an ample opportunity for experience points. Just as he grasped the skeletal spear, preparing to strike the infected dog, he heard another low growl from behind. Turning around, he was startled to find 3 more had appeared, flanking him from both sides. Yet, he remained composed, thrusting the spear towards the isolated infected dog before him. The sharp spear swiftly pierced the infected dog's body, and a notification echoed in his mind. You have slain an infected dog. Experience gained, 10. With this notification, Jiang Chen turned back to face the remaining 3 infected dogs, one of which had already lunged at him, followed closely by the other 2. Instinctively, he rolled to the side, finding a clear space, and thrust his spear again, claiming another infected dog's life. The remaining 2 were significantly easier to dispatch, although agile. They lacked intelligence. Once they committed to an attack direction, they seemed unable to change course quickly, as if their perception was delayed. In any case, he dispatched the 4 infected dogs with ease, but it was clear that the abandoned factory harbored more than just these 4. These 4 must have been drawn to him, likely by sound or scent. Henceforth, he would need to exercise caution. Attracting too many at once could prove perilous. After several tens of minutes, and having slain around 20 to 30 infected dogs, the anticipated notification finally arrived. You have slain a multitude of infected hounds, thereby attracting the elite plague hound. Chapter 13, Ammunition Freedom. Multiplayer Station. Name: Plague Hound. Level: 4. Attack, Defense, Mentality. Description: one of the progenitors of the plague virus, possessing formidable toxicity. A single bite can lead to rapid infection. Upon examining the information regarding this plague hound, Jiang Qin's gaze flickered momentarily. Although its attributes mirrored those of the infected hound, the level 4 classification was an entirely different echelon compared to level 2. With his own attributes resting at level 3, a direct confrontation would be unwise. Frost Gem. Without hesitation, Jiang Qin unveiled one of his trump cards, Enchantment. The icy breath permeated the skeleton spear, causing the gem's glow to dim slightly, while an ethereal blue luminescence enveloped the spear, rendering it strikingly beautiful. Crack. In an inconspicuous area, a fine fissure manifested along the spear's shaft, suggesting it could scarcely endure the enchantment's frigid properties. Armed with the enchanted spear, Jiang Qin felt a surge of confidence. He had learned from his previous encounter that the deceleration mechanism of this gem was extraordinarily formidable. The mutated rats, swift beyond the capability of the naked eye to track, appeared almost sluggish when struck by bullets enchanted with the frost gem. This represented his current second trump card, validating his earlier decision to procure the gem from the ice sprite. Howl! The plague hound suddenly emitted a grotesque cry and lunged directly at Jiang Qin. Yet, with quick reflexes, he hurled the spear, offering the hound no opportunity to advance. Thud! The plague hound was struck by the spear, emitting a mournful wail as it was sent hurtling backward, a layer of frost forming upon its exterior. Observing the hound's body gradually stiffening, Jiang Qin's lips curled into a smile as he approached to retrieve the spear. The plague hound attempted to rise and retaliate, but its mobility seemed utterly compromised. Jiang Qin drove the spear into it repeatedly until its life essence dissipated completely. You have slain the plague hound, gaining 40 experience points. Dropped items: 1 hard bone dagger, 1 wooden treasure chest, 1 antidote serum. The spoils from this elite creature are indeed commendable. Just as he reveled in his success, the skeleton spear unexpectedly shattered, cleaving into 2. At the break, a delicate frost layer remained visible. Had it succumbed to the enchantment of the frost gem? Jiang Qin pondered, having sensed this possibility when he first enchanted it, though fortunately, it had endured until the end. He felt no great sorrow. After all, in such a perilous environment, ensuring safety was paramount. Even the information provided by the legendary goggles cautioned against the risk of being bitten by the plague hound. Thus he resolved to act decisively, lest he be the one to lament any misstep. As he examined the newly acquired bone dagger, a slight smile graced Jiang Qin's face. Out with the old, in with the new. The time has come for reaping the rewards. With such a large factory, where should one begin the relocation? Several hours later, Jiang Qin transported the last batch of dismantled hardware components onto the train, exhaling a sigh of relief. The bounty this time was quite impressive. The quantity of brass stored in the scrap yard alone amounted to 2 large boxes, and he had utilized the remaining time to dismantle numerous old vehicles, acquiring substantial amounts of steel, plastic, and more. With this new batch of materials, Jiang Qin contemplated upgrading the train and proceeded to the cockpit to scan his fingerprint. Upgrade materials: steel 300, wood 50, plastic 30, glass 20. In astonishment, Jiang Qin widened his eyes upon seeing the upgrade materials. This time, the quantity was nearly 5 times that of the previous upgrade. Clearly, with his current resources, he fell short. It seemed he would have to set that aside for the moment. Instead, he would focus on crafting ammunition. With his current stock of gunpowder and brass, he could produce quite a bit of ammunition. The thought of achieving freedom in ammunition production was exhilarating. Upcoming train stop: Snowy Mountain Villa, multiplayer station. Passengers are advised to check their belongings and disembark in an orderly manner. Duration of this train stop: unlimited. Current passengers disembarking: 0, as Jiang Qin, who had just finished crafting ammunition, was resting. He suddenly heard the announcement of the train's arrival. Strangely, this too was an unlimited stop. Furthermore, it was a multiplayer station. Did that imply the presence of other players? With a hiss of brakes, the train gradually came to a halt. He felt an instinctual urge to bring along a few extra sunstones, just in case. Additionally, he ensured that all his weapons were at hand. The station was shrouded in thick fog, obscuring the scenery, yet with the aid of his legendary glasses, he discerned several trains parked on another track apart from his own. Indeed, a multiplayer station signified the presence of other players. Jiang Qin pondered thoughtfully. Suddenly struck by an idea, he opened the chat channel to find phone Du Chinzhou. Have you heard of Snowy Mountain Villa? Feng Du was undoubtedly someone who frequented the chat channel, responding almost instantly. Feng Du, boss, have you arrived at Snowy Mountain Villa? I strongly advise you not to disembark. Qinzhou, I have already disembarked. Feng Du, well, given your strength, you should probably be able to manage. Qinzhou, details. Feng Du indeed possessed some knowledge about Snowy Mountain Villa, making it opportune to gather information before venturing further. Feng Du, a few friends of mine arrived at Snowy Mountain Villa at different times. I maintained communication with them for a while and learned that it is a long-duration script-type dungeon. Feng Du, according to them, completing it yields substantial rewards, but Qinzhou, but what? However, they claim that there are no monsters to defeat within the Snowstorm Manor, though player combat among themselves is not prohibited. The few friends I know have ultimately severed communications. Moreover, they are players of level 2, quite formidable, albeit somewhat less skilled than you. I understand, Jiangchen responded. That esteemed player, please maintain communication. Should you come across any information, do let me know. Of course, I shall not request it for free. I will procure it with resources. If there is any special information, I will inform you. As a form of exchanging information, replied Qinzhou. That will not suffice. We have an agreement. In the future, I shall not charge you any fees, but should I engage in business to acquire information, payment is certainly required. Upon reading this, Jiang Chun felt somewhat resigned. Feng Du indeed adhered to his principles. Very well, later you may trade me equivalent steel, Qinzhou conceded. Impressive. You are advancing to a level 3 vehicle so swiftly. I shall not disturb you any longer. Jiang Chun then closed the chat channel. After traversing a realm shrouded in snow and mist, he arrived at the so-called Snowstorm Manor. The door was ajar, and just as he intended to push it open, a head suddenly emerged. Honored guest, the manor lord has been awaiting your arrival. A sharp short blade was pressed against his neck, causing the man dressed as a servant to break into a cold sweat. Guest, Jiang Chun discerned the identity of the individual, realizing he was, in fact, a player. The legendary glasses activated, revealing information before his eyes. Name, servant identity. Level, 5, attack. Defense. Mentality. Evaluation, the gatekeeper of the Snowstorm Manor. Though he seems to be concealing a secret, perhaps one might witness something intriguing at the lady of the manor's chamber in the dead of night. Oh, it appears that Feng Du's assertion of there being no monsters to hunt is not entirely accurate. Chapter 14. Snowstorm Manor, cross-region players? Following the servant into the manor, Jiang Chun observed a massive round table where 6 individuals were seated, both men and women, some displaying signs of impatience. Are we all here? Can we commence? A slightly roguish youth cast a disdainful glance at Jiang Chun, directing his inquiry toward the servant. 2 are still absent. I kindly ask everyone to wait a moment longer. The servant quickly responded with a smile. The roguish youth huffed in displeasure, then turned to Jiang Chun. Newcomer, introduce yourself. Jiang Chun calmly took a seat. Shouldn't you introduce yourself before expecting others to do so? Upon hearing this, the roguish youth furrowed his brow, about to rise, when a cold voice interjected. I advise you to think before you lose your temper. This individual is not someone you can provoke. The youth was taken aback, and after a moment, realization dawned upon him as he looked at Jiang Chun. His gaze suddenly sharpened. He could not discern Jiang Chun's level. According to the game rules, players can see the levels of those beneath or equal to their own. After all, he was level 2. To everyone's astonishment, the individual's level information was nowhere to be found, which implied that this person had already reached level 3. Ahem, esteemed one, I must apologize for my earlier loud remarks. The brash young man's tone softened considerably. Jiang Chun's lips curled into a slight smile. He had anticipated that this fellow would persist in his bravado, yet he had swiftly reverted to a more measured demeanor. The saying goes, one should be respectful after securing an advantage, and the thought elicited a chuckle. He shook his head. Never mind. Since you arrived early, let me share the information. The 6 individuals exchanged glances, and finally, the young man adorned with black spectacles cleared his throat. Allow me to speak. This was the same person who had previously intervened to dissuade the brash young man. Jiang Chun regarded him, and he reciprocated with a nod of goodwill. We arrived roughly at the same time, during which a steward informed us that accommodations would be arranged once everyone was present. If we stay here for a duration of 3 days, we will be rewarded with substantial experience and items. Listening to the bespectacled gentleman's introduction, Jiang Chun contemplated, as it closely mirrored what Feng Du had conveyed. It appeared that the Frosty Mountain Manor employed a consistent approach for each group of players entering its realm. Esteemed one, do you foresee any dangers within this instance? At that moment, a rather slender young man anxiously inquired. Jiang Chun refrained from answering and instead scrutinized the group, 4 males and 2 females. Apart from the 3 men who had already spoken, there was a stern-looking young man among them. The 2 young women presented a stark contrast. One was flamboyantly dressed, boasting a voluptuous figure, while the other, a petite girl standing slightly over 5 feet, appeared timid, perpetually casting her gaze downward. Nevertheless, she too was a level 2 player. Aside from her, the brash young man and the stern youth were the other 2 players of that level. Just then, 2 more players entered from outside. Intriguingly, both were clad in ancient garments. One possessed the countenance of a refined gentleman, while the other, donning a wide-brimmed hat, concealed her features beneath a white veil, revealing only that she was female. The most intriguing aspect was that Jiang Chun could not discern their level information. This suggested that their levels surpassed his own. Could there truly be individuals in this district of a higher caliber than he? Jiang Chun was confident that this was implausible. Ascending from level 3 to 4 necessitated 500 experience points, and having just emerged from the dilapidated scrapyard, he had only accumulated 400 points, still 100 points shy of reaching level 4. He considered this rate of progress to be remarkably swift. If these 2 individuals were on the same starting line, their leveling speed must have been even more accelerated, which could only imply they had resorted to unfair advantages. Oh, so they are players from other districts, Jiang Chun mused, realizing that they had utilized a pass to access the Frosty Mountain Manor, thereby escalating the difficulty of this instance and disrupting the game's balance. Indeed, his gaze darkened, affirming that these 2 were from different servers. However, he could only discern the information of the young man. The girl in the wide-brimmed hat seemed to possess some form of concealed equipment, which even his legendary spectacles could not unveil. The act of prying into one's own information inadvertently caught the attention of another, whose eyes, concealed beneath a wide-brimmed hat, seemed to glance in his direction. As the guests assembled, they retreated to their chambers to rest, with the promise of reconvening here in 3 days. Should they still be alive? The housekeeper's words lingered ominously as he vanished down the corridor. What did he mean by that? What does he imply by "if you are still alive"? The brash young man exclaimed in irritation. Moreover, hadn't the steward previously stated he would guide us to our rooms? Why must we now navigate alone? The game has upgraded, the elegantly attired young man remarked, a condescending smile gracing his lips. Upgraded? The other players from the new districts, aside from Jiang Chun, cast puzzled looks at the young man in traditional garb. You will soon understand, he replied, his grin both brazen and sinister. Before striding toward the guest rooms, the woman in the wide-brimmed hat cast a quiet glance at the others before following suit. Jiang Chun and the others trailed behind. Qian, Kuan, Li, Dui, Kan, Sun, Zhen, Zhen, Inyang Fish. 9 guest rooms corresponded to the 9 players, with the 2 players in traditional attire already having entered the Qian and Kuan rooms. The remaining 7 rooms prompted Jiang Chun to ponder, ultimately leading him to the Inyang Fish room. His legendary glasses indicated that this room was likely to yield the most bountiful rewards for those who survived until the end. As for danger, should the moment of peril arise, he would have to resort to the Death Knight. He hoped that the rewards would outweigh the cost of employing such a tactic. As night fell, he received a message. Wind, boss, how's the situation? Chun, it's as you described, nothing unusual for now. Wind, unless something unexpected occurs. 1 player will die tomorrow. Please be cautious tonight, boss. Chun understood. Upon closing the chat channel, Jiang Chun's gaze flickered. This instance seemed governed by certain rules. Though the specifics eluded him, he only knew that surviving 3 days was paramount. As for Win's mention of no monsters to farm, he suspected a miscommunication. The informant likely had a low level, rendering them incapable of discerning the stronger entities present. However, his legendary glasses could reveal monster information, and he had seen it. Thus, they were indeed killable. The 2 players clad in traditional garb were not merely indulging in a role-playing game. They likely possessed knowledge of the rules. Their entry via the pass indicated a desire for the rewards within, suggesting that the allure was significant enough to compel seasoned players from other districts to exert considerable effort to gain access. Hence, selecting the Inyang Fish room was undoubtedly a wise choice. Suddenly, a series of knocks resonated at his door. Remembering Win's warning, he approached, his short blade poised in hand. As he opened the door, a graceful figure rushed in, nearly collapsing into Jiang Qin's embrace. It was the veiled woman in traditional attire. Her pristine ancient garment, now tattered and torn, revealed glimpses of her delicate form, inviting a cascade of thoughts. What was happening? Jiang Qin, observing her unconscious state, contemplated momentarily before gently placing her upon the bed. He then noticed the obstructive veil and, with a slight arch of his brow, lifted it away. Chapter 15. Ning Feiyue, I shall warm your bed. Before him lay an exquisitely beautiful visage, though now marred by a painful furrow of her brows and the presence of fine frost upon her features. What was the situation? Jiang Qin was momentarily taken aback, suddenly touching the sunstone resting against his chest. After a brief hesitation, he removed it. Instantly, an overwhelming chill surged through him, causing him to involuntarily shiver. So cold. No wonder this woman felt frigid. The outside world was evidently a frozen wasteland, while he remained oblivious due to the warmth of the sunstone. Yet, what had transpired with this woman? Given her tattered attire, it was clear she had endured a fierce battle. Who could have inflicted such harm upon her? Could it have been her companion clad in ancient garb? They appeared to be allies. Surely they wouldn't turn on each other on the very first day? At that moment, he heard the woman emit a soft moan, followed by the fluttering of her eyes as she awoke, revealing a pair of ethereal lavender irises. No wonder she wore a conical hat. Cold, she murmured, her voice barely audible. Jiang Qin's gaze flickered as he retrieved a sunstone, gently striking it against the ground before placing it on her chest. In an instant, the frost on her face dissipated, replaced by a hint of rosy vitality. As warmth enveloped her, she gradually regained her strength, struggling to sit upright. Thank you, she managed to say. Jiang Qin, however, remained focused, fixated on her. Hold your gratitude. I have numerous inquiries to pose. She cast a glance at the conical hat beside her and nodded gently. Ask away. First, what is your name? Jiang Qin inquired flatly. The woman appeared taken aback, seemingly surprised that this was his opening question. Ning Feiyue. Second, how did you sustain your injuries? I faced off against a creature at this site, and I was overpowered, sustaining severe wounds. Ning Feiyue replied softly. Jiang Qin narrowed his eyes slightly. Indeed, this woman had clashed with the Frost and Snow Mountain Manor, confirming his suspicions. This manor harbored formidable monsters, renowned for their high levels, experience, and loot. He nodded, continuing. Third, why did you not seek assistance from your companion, but instead come to my room? Companion? Ning Feiyue shook her head. We merely engaged in a transaction. I purchased a pass to the Frost and Snow Mountain Manor from him. Although we entered together, we are not allies. Moreover, he possesses a rather sinister nature. Visiting him could lead to unforeseen complications. And yet, you deemed it safe to come here, not fearing potential dangers? Jiang Qin inquired, a hint of amusement in his expression. You would not pose a threat, Ning Feiyue asserted, shaking her head. Jiang Qin, unexpectedly taken aback, replied, How can you be so certain? Indeed, my eyes tell me that you will not. Ning Feiyue tilted her head slightly, gazing at Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin's gaze shifted. Your eyes possess a remarkable talent akin to that of a train. Ning Feiyue spoke softly, realizing the truth. Jiang Qin nodded, acknowledging not only the innate ability, but also its considerable excellence. Is there anything else? Ning Feiyue rested her delicate hand against her fragrant cheek, inquiring. Why do I suddenly find this woman somewhat endearing? Lastly, let us discuss the information you possess regarding the Wind and Snow Villa, and your reasons for using a pass to enter our new district. You are aware that I am not from your district, Ning Feiyue remarked, somewhat surprised. Before shaking her head, never mind, it is not significant. The Wind and Snow Villa, in your district, is merely a yellow difficulty novice dungeon, yet in our region, it has escalated to an orange difficulty level. This dungeon contains few monsters, yet all are high-level elite creatures, with even two formidable foes that can only be conquered by a well-coordinated team of exceptional players. Otherwise, it is nearly impossible to clear the dungeon. Moreover, the most critical aspect of this dungeon is its rule. Only one individual can claim the rewards. Thus, even highly skilled players often fall victim to infighting, resulting in failure to overcome the challenges. However, if one can utilize a pass, coupled with a cross-server certificate, to reach the new district's yellow danger level Wind and Snow Villa, there exists a chance to triumph and claim the rewards, even when venturing alone. I understand. Jiang Qin nodded. But to venture alone, is it truly as solitary as you are? Jiang Qin remarked, casting a glance at Ning Feiyue's tattered attire. Ning Feiyue noticed Jiang Qin's scrutiny and instinctively covered her exposed skin, her exquisite face tinged with a hint of crimson. I was caught off guard. I did not anticipate a temporary enhancement due to the challenger's level. Jiang Qin couldn't help but chuckle. So, you went to great lengths to acquire the pass for the Wind and Snow Villa, only to face the orange danger level. Ning Feiyue lowered her head. Ha. Jiang Qin could no longer contain his laughter, relishing the moment. It seems the game has indeed excelled in balancing and preventing loopholes. The righteous Lord D will not overlook any player attempting to exploit the system. Hearing this, Ning Feiyue felt a touch of embarrassment but could not resist shooting Jiang Qin a glare, meekly asking, "Is it truly that amusing?" Ahem. After a moment, Jiang Qin cleared his throat. "By the way, you have yet to disclose your true purpose for entering this Wind and Snow Villa." "I seek gemstones." Upon mentioning gemstones, Ning Feiyue's demeanor shifted slightly. "You should be unaware of their significance, correct?" "Gemstones are." "I am aware," Jiang Qin interjected, waving his hand to interrupt her exposition. "Not only am I aware, but I also possess some. However, revealing them to Ning Feiyue would not be a prudent decision. Although she presently appears harmless, her quest for gemstones raises the concern that she might turn against me upon discovering my possession. In instances of direct confrontation, the system may enforce balance. Yet it will not intervene when players oppose one another." "Very well, if there is nothing else, you may take your leave," Jiang Qin gestured dismissively, signaling the end of their conversation. He borrowed the other's room to evade risks, even investing a sunstone, thus acquiring valuable information. However, he did not intend to leave. Ning Feiyue sat on the bed, shaking her head repeatedly. "Oh dear, are you still clinging on?" Jiang Qin frowned, surprised that such a beautiful woman could be so obstinate. "My room has been targeted. Returning would only invite further attacks. I cannot go back. Please allow me to stay here for a few more days," Ning Feiyue implored shamelessly. Gazing into her violet eyes, Jiang Qin extended his finger and gently shook his head. "No, I can offer you supplies." Ning Feiyue puffed her cheeks. "Not interested." Jiang Qin continued to refuse. "How about train tokens?" She pressed, biting her lip as she fixed her gaze on him. "Not that either," he replied. "Then I'll keep your bed warm." Ning Feiyue exclaimed in exasperation, closing her eyes as she shouted. "Deal. May I wait a moment longer?" Ning Feiyue paused, looking at Jiang Qin in confusion, unsure if she had heard him correctly. Chapter 16. First encounter at Snowstorm Villa. "Hey you," she huffed, glaring at him. "You are simply after my beauty." "You are correct. I am indeed drawn to your allure," Jiang Qin replied with a faint smile. He had no intention of letting Ning Feiyue leave, as she possessed more information than he did and was not lacking in strength. If a situation arose that required teamwork, she would be an invaluable ally. Besides, having a beautiful companion to warm his bed in such an environment was certainly advantageous. "All right then, you focus on warming the bed. I will step outside to assess the situation," Jiang Qin remarked, casting a glance at her before organizing his belongings and preparing to leave. Wait. Ning Feiyue quickly called out to stop him. "Are you serious? It's freezing outside. I've already suffered greatly. If you go out now, won't you be walking into certain death? You mentioned that the monsters here balance according to the enemy's level, so my chances of encountering danger are not absolute. Plus, I am curious to uncover the mysteries of this Snowstorm Villa," Jiang Qin mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "Every other day, 3 players perish at Snowstorm Villa. And after 3 days, all players die, seemingly due to some curse," Ning Feiyue said softly, her violet eyes flickering. Jiang Qin raised an eyebrow at her words. "You are not being entirely forthright." "What do you mean by that?" Ning Feiyue's cheeks flushed slightly. "We have only known each other for less than a day. I kept certain things from you to protect myself." Jiang Qin nodded. "Fair enough. I suppose you are not foolish. Now, can you elaborate a bit more? You wouldn't want me to be among the first 3 players to die, would you?" "Of course not. This room is yours. If you die, I would have to find someone else to share it with, which would be a hassle," Ning Feiyue pouted. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qin's forehead darkened with several lines of frustration. "Is that truly your concern? You're likely unfamiliar with curses. Let me explain." Ning Feiyue began, but was abruptly interrupted by Jiang Qin's hand gesture. "I am aware of curses. I already bear 2. Just tell me about the effects of the curse in this place." Ning Feiyue's large eyes reflected a hint of confusion. "Aren't you a novice player? How is it that you carry 2 curses?" She dismissed the thought. It was inconsequential. The terrifying aspect of the curse from the Snowstorm Villa was that, With each passing night, 3 lives would be claimed. Whether through mutual slaughter or by the monstrous inhabitants of the villa, 3 would inevitably perish each day. The optimal strategy was to vanquish all the monsters at this location before the arrival of the 3rd day. Once the monsters were eliminated, the only remaining threats would be the players themselves. Ning Feiyue rambled on, but Jiang Chun grasped only the most critical information. Are you saying that even if we kill the monsters, we cannot leave the snowstorm villa? Jiang Chen's brow furrowed as he fixed his gaze upon her. Indeed, the fundamental characteristic of the snowstorm villa's curse is that one must endure 3 days before being allowed to depart. Therefore, there should have been a notification regarding the lack of time limits upon your entry. Understood. You should rest for a while. I will take a stroll outside. Jiang Chun replied nonchalantly. Wait, after all I've said, you're still going out? Ning Feiyue's eyes widened, and she muttered, You must be eager to throw away your life. Jiang Chun smiled serenely. He was not sacrificing himself, but rather, he aimed to conquer the snowstorm villa just as Ning Feiyue did. How could he claim the ultimate reward without testing the depths of the villa? The moment he stepped outside, an icy chill enveloped him. Even with the protection of the sunstone, he felt the penetrating cold. Suddenly, a torch flickered in the darkness. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed as he swiftly pursued it. The torch moved with astonishing speed, twisting and turning until it arrived at what appeared to be a woodshed. Upon reaching this location, the torch vanished. Jiang Chun pushed the door open, only to discover a figure lying in a pool of blood. Upon closer inspection, he recognized it as the arrogant man from earlier that day. However, at this moment, he was completely encased in frost, his blood frozen into crystalline columns, devoid of life. The first, Jiang Chun murmured softly. Guest, why are you out so late instead of resting in your room? A voice suddenly echoed from behind him. Jiang Chun turned to find the servant from earlier, now shrouded in an ominous black mist, resembling a specter of the night. Clearly, he had been affected by the curse. The arrogant man likely met his end at the hands of this servant. Jiang Chun drew his broken blade, infused with the power of the frost gem, and struck directly towards him. The servant, upon being hit, emitted a furious roar and lunged toward Jiang Chun, but his movements were sluggish, despite possessing level 5 attributes. He offered little resistance. You have slain the servant of the snowstorm villa, gaining 50 experience points. Dropped item, Eternal Torch X1, having dispatched the servant. He found a rather fine item among the spoils. Eternal Torch possesses an unquenchable flame that provides continuous light and a faint warmth. While the warmth may be of little use, the illumination would prove quite valuable. Ah, how intriguing. Previously, upon examining information regarding this estate, it appeared that the lady of the manor resided here. He had once perused the estate's map, and this particular path seemed to lead directly to her dwelling. The thought crossed his mind. Could this lady truly be her? Resolute, he hastened his steps. Upon arriving at an exquisitely refined courtyard, he noticed the dim glow of lanterns and a door slightly ajar. Given the circumstances, Jiang Chun felt a twinge of apprehension about potential ambush, prompting him to activate the legendary glasses X-ray vision to survey the surroundings. Through the walls, he discerned a misty haze, with rippling water beneath. To his astonishment, it revealed a capacious bathing pool. Amidst the water's surface, a pair of alabaster limbs swayed gracefully. Dear guest, since you have arrived, why not step inside? The lady of the manor rose suddenly, her slender, fair form blooming like a winter plum, beckoning him to plunge into her depths. Enraptured, Jiang Chun found himself irresistibly drawn inward. The lady approached the pool's edge, her snowy curves swaying gently with each step, droplets cascading down her body. Jiang Chun, entranced, took slow steps toward the pool. Suddenly, the frost gem in his possession flickered. Regaining his clarity, he beheld the lady's true nature materializing before him. Name, Lady of the Wind and Snow Manor. Level, 7 Attack, Defense, Mental, Skills, Enchantment, Evaluation. A creature half-snake, half-human. Employing the Fade of Wind and Snow Manor to hunt players, resorting to exceedingly cruel methods. Half-snake, half-human? Jiang Chun squinted, and beneath the ethereal mist, he discerned a robust serpentine tail undulating beneath the water's surface. Chapter 17, Slay the Master of the Manor. The lady's eyes glimmered with seduction as she approached Jiang Chun. But as she reached him, her expression abruptly shifted to one of ferocity. In an instant, the stout serpentine tail erupted from the water, coiling around Jiang Chun's body. Instinctively, he brandished his dagger to defend himself, but it was futile against such a formidable appendage, and he was swiftly lifted into the air. The tail constricted, drawing him closer to the lady. From this vantage point, he could behold her majestic allure. "Dear guest, what brings you here at such an hour, instead of resting?" The lady's crimson lips parted, revealing a forked tongue that flicked out menacingly. Jiang Chun managed a stiff smile. "I came here, of course, to engage in merriment with you, my lady." She chuckled softly, her gaze lingering on him. "But I'm afraid I do not wish to play with you right now. I am rather hungry." As she spoke, her forked tongue lashed out, tasting him. "Goodness, you have quite the foul breath." Jiang Chun couldn't help but retort, the saliva from her tongue splattering on his face. It wasn't he truly repulsive, merely a faint fishy odor that invoked an oddly submissive feeling within his nostrils. Upon hearing his words, the lady's alluring visage darkened, twisting into a mask of rage. "What did you just say?" Jiang Chun felt a slight twitch in his eyelids, sensing the constriction of the serpent's tail tightening around him, making it difficult to breathe. "Your saliva has a delightful fragrance," he remarked. The lady of the manor relaxed her serpent tail slightly, her countenance softening as well. This was more like it. The lady of the manor, in a cheerful mood, flicked her serpent tongue. She seemed to appreciate flattery. Jiang Chen's gaze flickered. He had yet to comprehend the underlying mechanism, but it appeared there were spatial constraints, limiting her movement to this path. Additionally, she seemed to revel in praise. At this moment, although he was ensnared, the lady of the manor did not seem inclined to kill him outright, which left room for negotiation. Moreover, Ning Feiyue had mentioned that there were 2 creatures in the Snowstorm Manor, and only one had thus far appeared. The lady of the manor was truly a vision of beauty, as radiant as a celestial being. One could only wonder at the fortune of the manor's lord to have wed such a stunning creature. Jiang Chun continued to extol her virtues. But the lady's demeanor shifted abruptly, and her voice erupted in a near roar. "Do not mention that disgusting creature to me." In an instant, her serpent tail tightened once more, and Jiang Chun heard the sound of his own bones creaking. This time, it seemed her intentions were lethal. Trouble. He had mentioned the forbidden topic. Initially, he had merely sought information about the lord of the manor, but inadvertently, he had provoked the lady of the manor. Sensing his life force waning, he activated his trump card, the phantom body. As his voice fell, his form transformed into transparency and sank into the pool. The lady of the manor, startled by Jiang Chun's sudden disappearance, swiftly submerged herself in the water to search for him. Although Jiang Chun was immune to physical attacks in his ghostly state, he remained visible, and it wasn't long before the lady of the manor captured him again. However, her serpent tail coiled around him once more, yet it remained unfilled. In contrast, Jiang Chun drew forth his hunting rifle and fired several rounds directly at the lady of the manor. Blood splattered in the pool, the scent of iron driving the lady into a frenzy, her elongated form swiftly gliding through the water. Jiang Chun was astonished to discover that the wounds he had inflicted on her body were healing rapidly. A skill? No. The information revealed by the legendary glasses indicated she possessed no such abilities. Furrowing his brow, Jiang Chun realized that the lady of the manor was more formidable than he had anticipated. To resolve this predicament, he had only 2 options. The first was straightforward yet brutal, to summon a Death Knight. However, with only 1 creature located thus far in the Snowstorm Manor, it would be imprudent to expend a Death Knight on a single target. In his estimation, even if it came down to the necessity of employing a Death Knight, he ought to eliminate both creatures simultaneously to maximize efficiency. Hence, Jiang Chun opted for the second course of action. He retrieved the Frost Gem, unleashing a surge of potent icy energy, not to enchant a weapon, but to wield its power directly. From the moment he acquired the Frost Gem, he had discerned through the legendary glasses that it possessed multiple methods of utilization. In an instant, the water before them began to freeze, and the lady of the manor displayed a look of horror. "You actually possess a Frost Gem," Jiang Chun thought to himself, disregarding the gravity of the situation. Utilizing the energy of the Frost Gem consumed an enormous amount of power. If he did not take the opportunity to end his opponent's life, it would be a tremendous loss. He grasped his hunting rifle, preparing to strike, when suddenly his expression changed, and he hastily retreated to conceal himself. His legendary glasses had detected another formidable target approaching this location. Just as Jiang Chun concealed himself, a robust man clad in opulent attire entered the icy domain. Upon seeing the lady of the manor encased in ice, he let out a disdainful snort. Subsequently, a fiery red gem materialized in his hand, unleashing a torrent of scorching heat that engulfed the entire bath, melting the ice and allowing the lady of the manor to regain her freedom. Before she could fully comprehend her predicament, the lady found herself ensnared by a massive scorpion tail emerging from the man's back, leading to a suffocating struggle for breath. "Let me go! Let me go!" she gasped. The only individual capable of rendering the lady of the manor powerless was undoubtedly the lord of the manor himself. His sinister visage fixated on her with an icy indifference. Useless wretch, not even capable of dealing with a bunch of novices. The lady's gaze reflected a mixture of apprehension and dread, but more prominently, an intense loathing. "That man possesses a frost gem," she spat through gritted teeth. "Huh, a new player with a frost gem? Do you expect me to believe that?" The lord sneered. "What else could possibly have the energy to freeze a hot spring created by my flame gem?" The lady scoffed, seemingly mocking the lord's naivety. The lord furrowed his brow, but rage quickly consumed his features as he slapped her, exclaiming, "Silence! You worthless woman, if you hadn't been frozen. My flame gem wouldn't have wasted so much energy." The lady held her reddened cheek, suppressing her anger. "Get down," the lord commanded, releasing her yet maintaining a dominating stance. The lady resisted momentarily, her expression betraying her reluctance, but ultimately complied and lay down. Jiang Chun, hidden in the shadows, felt an odd sensation wash over him. What was this spectacle? Yet, he could not deny that this was an unprecedented opportunity. As the two individuals relaxed, he resolved to summon the Death Knight. Now was the moment. Jiang Chun noticed a brief tremor in the lord's body, and he immediately called forth the Death Knight. A wave of deathly energy permeating the air. With a swift motion, the dark blade struck the lord's head, decapitating him in an instant. As the severed head tumbled, a notification echoed in the air. "You have slain the lord of the Snowstorm Manor. Experience points, 150. Your level has risen to 4. Chapter 18. Fortuitous Equipment Drops. Frostblade Blueprint X1, Frost Shield Blueprint X1, Frost Bracer Blueprint X1, Frost Knee Guards Blueprint X1, Frost Leggings Blueprint X1, Frost Soft Armor Blueprint X1, Frost Arm Guards Blueprint X1, Frost Belt Blueprint X1, Frost Boots Blueprint X1, Silver Treasure Chest X1, Flame Gem X1. The sudden upheaval left the mistress of the manor utterly astonished. Upon recognizing Jiang Chun, she wiped the corner of her mouth and revealed a chilling smile. "You certainly have hidden your depths, a novice wielding such prowess." Her gaze was icy yet tinged with a hint of acceptance. "Enough of this prattle. You shall meet your demise." Jiang Chun spoke calmly, prompting the Death Knight to obey and swing its long blade. "Wait, I have something to say," the mistress exclaimed, evidently taken aback by Jiang Chun's resolute demeanor. "What a performance for merely a trivial matter," Jiang Chun remarked impatiently, motioning for the Death Knight to halt momentarily. Perhaps the mistress's final words would bear significant information. "What is it?" The mistress hesitated, then shook her head. "Never mind, it is of no consequence. You have slain him, thus granting me release. In exchange, I can offer you something." As she spoke, a shimmering serpent scale materialized in her palm. Jiang Chun looked closer. Name: Blessing of the Serpent Maiden. Category: Fortuitous Equipment, Purple. Attributes: Spirit 17, Special Ability. Creates a duplicate with information equivalent to oneself, allowing for a single resurrection. Unique ability. This ability dissipates upon use. Beep. The legendary glasses are about to undergo a brief functional upgrade and are temporarily unusable. Jiang Chun furrowed his brow. The legendary glasses were indeed undergoing an upgrade. Could it be related to his own progression? He hoped the completion of this upgrade would yield delightful surprises. As for this fortuitous equipment, its special ability was highly targeted. You do not genuinely believe that possessing this will allow you to escape the curse of the Frost and Snow Manor, do you? The mistress chuckled softly. A curse is termed as such for a reason. It shall surely come to pass. Thus, you 9 shall perish here, but with its aid. You might evade a portion of your fate, she murmured. With that, she charged directly at the Death Knight, which activated its defensive mechanism and cleaved her in two. Observing the lifeless body before him, Jiang Chun's gaze momentarily paused before he ignited it with a torch, watching it disintegrate into ash. As for the mistress, let her remain a corpse in the wilderness. Standing at the threshold of the room, Jiang Chun contemplated briefly before feigning an injured demeanor and pushing the door open. Cough. Cough. He coughed twice, his pallid complexion startling the slumbering Ning Fiyue awake. Rubbing her eyes sleepily. She was taken aback by Jiang Chen's appearance and hurriedly rose from her bed. You are injured? In the dim light, Ning Feiyue's violet eyes shone brightly, akin to radiant amethysts. With a click, the room's lights illuminated, and she gazed at him with genuine concern. The expression is one of genuine concern. Yet beneath this concern lies an ambiguity that remains unknown. According to the words of the lady of the manor and Ning Feiyue, the act of slaying does not equate to the conclusion of the quest. Instead, it is this very contest that has only just commenced. With the immediate peril of the snowstorm manor dissipated, the remaining threat now resides among the players themselves. To escape this place, one must not only ensure survival until the third day, but also guarantee that these two cross-regional players meet their demise here. While he is uncertain of their levels, he believes that the Death Knight could handle the situation, though that would be a last resort. He harbors no desire to summon two Death Knights within a single instance, especially given the 10-station distance he would need to cover, which would be difficult to endure. Thus, instigating a conflict between the two players seems the most prudent course of action. Ideally, one would perish while the other is injured, allowing him to navigate the game to his advantage. Although he is reluctant to eliminate players, particularly Ning Feiyue, who does not appear to harbor ill intentions, the lady of the manor has declared that a curse will inevitably manifest. Hence, it is a matter of either his demise or theirs. Faced with this dilemma, Jiang Chun can only choose the former. Hey! Ning Feiyue is right before him, her delicate white hand gently waving in front of him. Jiang Chun snaps back to reality, maintaining an impassive expression. It's nothing serious, he replies. Then you are injured. Ning Feiyue observes keenly. Did you encounter an elite monster, or perhaps another player? A player shouldn't be capable of inflicting such harm, so it must be a creature from the Snowstorm Manor. Hearing her ceaseless murmurs, Jiang Chun can only respond with resignation. The lady of the manor. Oh, so it's that woman. Ning Feiyue nods, her eyes darting with curiosity. Was the lady of the manor clothed or unclothed when you saw her? The suddenness of her question catches Jiang Chun off guard. The focus of this woman is indeed peculiar. What difference does it make? He asks nonchalantly. Of course it matters. The clothed lady of the manor is in her normal state and would typically engage the intruder directly. Conversely, if she is unclothed, she is in a state of seduction, often incapacitating intruders through allure. Thus, her words at such a time are generally untrustworthy. However, given your survival, it stands to reason that you encountered her in her normal state. Had it been the seductive form, you would not have emerged alive. Ning Feiyue rants on. Jiang Chun furrows his brow slightly. Without a doubt, he had encountered the lady of the manor in her seductive state. If Ning Feiyue's assertions hold true, then the lady's final words may indeed possess an element of deceit. The lady of the manor's statement regarding the inevitability of the curse suggests that he is destined for mutual slaughter with all players. Yet, if her words are false, then there remains a glimmer of hope. The crucial condition is that Ning Feiyue is not lying. Logically, she should be unaware that he has already eliminated the lady of the manor. Yet her words fortuitously coincide with the pivotal moment regarding his belief in the lady's credibility. During the return journey, Jiang Chun pondered the question of whether he could trust the final words of the mistress of the manor. To be candid, he found himself more inclined to believe her. As the saying goes, a person's words are kind when death approaches. The mistress had indeed fallen victim to his own hand, and the system had delivered its notification. If she, in her final moments, sought to disturb his peace, even resorting to the lure of fortunate items to manipulate his trust, then Jiang had no retort. It was, rather, Ning Feiyue who posed a greater threat. Legends spoke of glasses that could discern monster information but were ineffective in identifying players. Moreover, she was a cross-region player, her strength and level remaining a mystery to him. The only leverage he had against her was that she remained unaware of the mistress's demise. Ning Feiyue's intentions in approaching him were far more complex than she had previously suggested. Given the balance mechanism of this dungeon, it was evident that, in her mind, the optimal method for hunting was to target a player from her own region. By offering high-level items or equipment, she could exploit the disparity in information to strike. Undoubtedly, the individual she had chosen was him. This was also the reason he had burned the mistress's body. As long as she believed there was another survivor, she would refrain from acting against him. Chapter 19. Our great leader. The following day, Ning Feiyue gently rubbed her eyes and turned, only to find Jiang Chen's visage alarmingly close, causing her pupils to dilate in surprise. Hey, what are you doing in my bed? She exclaimed, thrusting her foot forcefully towards him. Fortunately, Jiang Chun had not been in a deep slumber. He had been wary of her, and upon hearing the commotion, he swiftly caught her foot. The soft touch elicited a peculiar sensation within him, and with a grin, he remarked, "Shouldn't it be you in my bed?" Ning Feiyue struggled momentarily, but to no avail. As memories flooded back, her cheeks flushed a rosy hue. "Fine, even if I am in your bed. You shouldn't be here. Do you not understand the propriety between men and women?" Jiang Chun rolled his eyes. "Do not forget how I agreed to take you in. You are here to warm my bed. If I do not take advantage of it, would I be a fool?" With that, he rose and stretched. Ning Feiyue's mind momentarily blanked as recollections of her hasty words from the previous day surfaced. She fell silent. "All right, fine. I suppose I won't sleep in the bed tonight," she said, a hint of displeasure evident in her tone. Jiang Chun cast a sidelong glance at her. She was undeniably a cross-region player, her abilities far surpassing his own. Yet she presented herself with such fragility. It was quite perplexing. "Hey, come out. There's been an incident." Suddenly, a loud knocking echoed at the door. Jiang Chun and Ning Feiyue exchanged a glance, noting the calmness in each other's eyes. It was widely understood that instinctive reactions could not be feigned, unless one had been prepared in advance. After the two tidied themselves up, they exited the room. Ning Feiyue, as before, donned a conical hat atop her head, the delicate white veil reminiscent of a female hero. Yet only Jiang Chun was aware of the countenance that lay concealed behind that hat. It seemed he had neglected to inquire about the purpose of her ancient attire. After all, it was unlikely that Ning Feiyue and the other gentlemen clad in antiquated garments had donned these costumes merely to complement the scenery of the snowy mountain manor. In the grand hall they entered, the remaining 5 individuals had already gathered. Upon seeing Jiang Chun and Ning Feiyue emerge together, the gentleman in ancient attire furrowed his brow slightly, but refrained from further comment. "Everyone, 3 lives were lost last night," spoke the first, a young man adorned with black glasses. Jiang Chun remained noncommittal. He was already aware that one of the deceased was the arrogant man from the previous night, while the other 2 were nowhere to be seen. He scanned the remaining group, noting the stern-faced youth and the rather ordinary-looking girl were absent. "Death is death. Why gather us here? Are we to hold a memorial service?" The gentleman in ancient attire scoffed. In truth, he had not intended to emerge, but his curiosity for information compelled him to do so. Most of the time, his gaze lingered on Jiang Chun and Ning Feiyue. "We merely spent 1 night here, and upon the arrival of day, 3 have perished. If this continues, none of us shall survive." The bespectacled young man interjected. The gentleman in ancient attire instinctively glanced at him, realizing he had struck a nerve. Was it intentional or merely coincidental? Judging by the expression of the bespectacled youth, he seemed unaware of the implication, and so the gentleman returned his gaze. "Aside from the remains of those 3, we have made other discoveries." The timid young man spoke softly. He appeared to be an ally of the bespectacled youth. "Oh," inquired the gentleman in ancient attire. "By examining their appearances, we speculate they may belong to this realm or perhaps are elite adversaries," he continued. The gentleman's expression grew grave, while Ning Feiyue's hat trembled slightly beside Jiang Chun. "Which direction?" the gentleman pressed. "There is a bathhouse deeper within, just over there," the timid young man responded. The gentleman in ancient attire was the first to rush forward. Ning Feiyue, however, did not hasten. Instead, she approached Jiang Chun and quietly asked, "Is the bathhouse where you encountered the manor's mistress?" Jiang Chun glanced at her, his expression concealed beneath the hat, and he nodded faintly, "Yes." "The one who perished must have been the manor's mistress you killed?" Ning Feiyue inquired after a moment of silence. "Not at all." Jiang Chun feigned ignorance, secretly amused. Did she presume the deceased was the mistress of the manor? A grand surprise awaited her at the location. Seeing Jiang Chun's lack of acknowledgement, Ning Feiyue fell silent and headed towards the bathhouse. The once warm, bubbling bath was now encased in ice due to the frigid temperature of the snowy mountain manor, and beside it lay a still corpse. The gentleman in ancient attire stood nearby, already lost in contemplation. Ning Feiyue stood frozen in place after witnessing the corpse. Not far from her were the remaining 3 novice players. Although they too were observing the scene, they did not exhibit the same shock as Ning Feiyue and the man in traditional attire. This was due to their ignorance of the significance of the event. After a moment of disbelief, the man in traditional clothing murmured, "Could it be that the information I received from the informant was false? This body in the bath should be that of the Lord, not his wife." Ning Feiyue, having overheard his words, felt a flicker of uncertainty in her purple eyes hidden beneath her hat. She possessed information from the informant as well, and like the man in traditional attire, she was aware of the location, yet she was confident that the intelligence was accurate. For just last night, he had engaged in battle with the Lord's wife, sustaining injuries right in this very bath. However, at this moment, the Lord's wife had vanished without a trace, leaving behind the Lord's corpse, which had been cleaved in two, showing no other wounds. This suggested that the Lord had likely been slain in an instant. Firstly, the man in traditional clothing who had entered the instance alongside her certainly lacked such power. Thus, could it be that among the remaining novice players, there was a master? Her first suspect was Jiang Chun, as he was the strongest among the novices. Yet, she recalled their conversation from the previous night, where Jiang Chun had encountered the Lord's wife and was injured by her before fleeing. It was improbable that he had the strength to defeat the Lord. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun observed the mental turmoil of the others, unable to suppress a smirk. "Do you know something?" At that moment, the man with black glasses spoke up, directing his gaze toward the frowning youth in traditional attire. Upon hearing this, the youth slightly regained his composure and sneered, "What would knowing do for you? In this situation, it would be best for everyone to share any information they possess," the bespectacled man stated solemnly. "Share information with you novices? Don't be foolish. Even a mere low-level monster here could easily eliminate you. How did you lot, barely above level 5, dare to enter such a multiplayer instance? Let alone consider collaborating with me?" The man in traditional attire scoffed. The bespectacled man's expression shifted slightly at those words. "What do you mean? Are you not a novice player?" The man in traditional clothing huffed, dismissing him entirely. Moments later, he suddenly redirected his gaze and spoke, "Actually, sharing this with you is of little consequence, as you are all about to perish. The instance we are in is cursed. The effect of the curse is that 3 individuals must die each day, and those 3 just now were merely the first batch. Do you even know what a curse is? I suspect you have no idea, being mere novices. Who says we don't know? There's a prominent figure in our district, Chen Zhou, who has already triggered the curse twice." A timid male protested, unable to tolerate the arrogance of the man in traditional attire. Chapter 20. Substitute eyes? Or do you wish to speak more directly? What? The man in traditional attire was taken aback. "In your new district, there exists such a formidable expert? Regrettably, you have yet to reach your final destination. Otherwise, I would have considered inviting this fellow into our guild," mused the gentleman in ancient attire. Ning Feiyue gently approached Jiang Chun from behind, positioning herself close to him as she whispered, "Chenzhou?" Jiang Chen's body stiffened slightly, acutely aware of the embarrassment that accompanies having one's online persona revealed. He was experiencing that sensation now. Previously, he had disclosed that he had triggered the curse twice. Yet he did not anticipate that someone would bring it up in such a moment, leading to the loss of his alias. However, he did not overly concern himself with it, as it was merely a username. After the gentleman in ancient attire mentioned the curse, the 3 novices visibly panicked. If strength were to dictate the next casualties, they would undoubtedly be the next to perish. The gentleman promptly retreated to his room, his strategy seemingly at odds with Ning Feiyue's, as he intended to intervene only at the last moment. Jiang Chun and Ning Feiyue, having nothing pressing to attend to, also returned to their quarters, albeit to the same room. The petite girl who lingered behind observed this scene, her gaze flickering slightly. "Master Chenzhou, you are the deity of those novices. Do you not intend to assist them in breaking the curse?" Upon entering the room, Ning Feiyue removed her hat, her exquisite visage adorned with a playful expression. "The master is already preoccupied," Jiang Chun remarked, reclining on the bed and staring at the ceiling. Ning Feiyue pouted, choosing not to elaborate further. "By the way, why did you remove your hat immediately upon returning? You were so cautious outside about being seen. Why so casual here? Could it be that you harbor feelings for me?" Jiang Chun teased, casting a glance at the girl with a smile. "Like you." Ning Feiyue's petite frame stiffened, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. "You are overthinking this. Wearing a hat outside was merely to conceal my eye color, to prevent the exposure of my talents. Removing it here is simply because you have already seen it. There is no need to continue wearing it. After all, it is rather cumbersome. And isn't it odd to wear such a thing indoors? Moreover, is my appearance so unsightly that I must hide behind a hat?" Ning Feiyue rambled on, glaring at Jiang Chun with exaggerated gestures. Jiang Chun scrutinized her closely before offering a 2-word assessment. "Not ugly." "What do you mean by not ugly?" "While I may not be a paragon of beauty, I certainly qualify as attractive," Ning Feiyue retorted, clearly dissatisfied with his judgment. It was indeed the first time Jiang Chun had encountered such a self-absorbed girl. Perhaps you have simply not met many women, Jiang Chun replied with a gentle smile. In other words, you have hardly acquainted yourself with any females, Ning Feiyue countered, her beautiful eyes glimmering. Jiang Chun's expression faltered. She had indeed hit the nail on the head. As she noticed his darkened countenance, Ning Feiyue gradually inched closer. What? Have I truly struck a nerve? Oh dear. I was merely jesting. Do not take offense. By the way, if you have not met many girls, then you have likely never been in a relationship, have you? As she spoke, Ning Feiyue continued to pour salt into his wounds. Jiang Chun gradually ceased to smile, and his gaze towards Ning Feiyue grew increasingly hostile. If you wish to sleep in the corridor tonight, I have no objections. Upon hearing this, Ning Feiyue immediately quieted down, realizing she might have overstepped, her bravado diminishing. Well, I don't want to sleep in the corridor. How about I find a way to make it up to you? She said, her tone softening. Make it up? Jiang Chun glanced at her. Indeed, how about I be your girlfriend for a day, allowing you to experience the feeling of being in love? Ning Feiyue nodded enthusiastically. Like a gourd being pounded. Just as Jiang Chun took a sip of water, her words nearly caused him to sputter. Are you serious? He looked at her with an odd expression. Yes, Ning Feiyue replied, gazing at him with pleading eyes. As long as you don't kick me out. I'm fine with anything. Observing the peculiar shift in the atmosphere, Jiang Chun furrowed his brow, wondering how this survival game had turned into a love game. Ding. Upgrade of the glasses completed. At that moment, a notification about the glasses upgrade suddenly echoed in his mind. Ignoring Ning Feiyue, he began to examine the legendary glasses' new features. New function. Legendary glasses can identify player information. Target. Ning Feiyue, substitute doll. Level, 27, attack, defense, mental, talent, substitute I. Can create 7 different personalities to assist in resource collection, distinguished by pupil color. Evaluation. The avatars created by the substitute I inherit a portion of the user's strength and share vision with the user. The information from the legendary glasses left Jiang Chun utterly astounded. It turned out that Ning Feiyue was a product of this talent. Speaking of which, her talent was rather overpowered, wasn't it? 7 avatars capable of simultaneously collecting resources? This meant that upon arriving at a location, she could simply send an avatar to explore without incurring any risk herself. In fact, Ning Feiyue was doing just that, as the figure before him was one of her avatars. No wonder she wore a hat to obscure her features. If someone were to see her glasses, they would easily associate them with the substitute I talent. The reason she was unguarded around him was likely due to her assumption that he was a novice unaware of her abilities. By the way, what did it mean that she was sharing vision? Was it as he understood? Jiang Chun's gaze towards Ning Feiyue gradually became more peculiar. Hey, why are you silent again? Ning Feiyue waved at him, her expression slightly frustrated. What is up? Jiang Chun replied. What do you think? Will you agree to my proposal of experiencing a day as my girlfriend, in exchange for letting me stay until I leave the snowstorm villa? Ning Feiyue looked at Jiang Chun, her eyes filled with anticipation. Initially, Jiang Chun had found it difficult to comprehend Ning Feiyue's actions, but now he began to understand. Because this Ning Feiyue is merely a construct, from a certain perspective, it could be considered nothing more than a pile of scrap metal. However, during the activation of the doppelganger's abilities, the gifted individual shares sensory experiences and vision with their avatar. The information from the legendary glasses materialized before me. Wait a moment. The thoughts I had just entertained were only fleeting notions in my mind, and yet the legendary glasses are capable of providing answers? This signifies an enhancement not only in the capability to scan players, but also in the ability to respond. Indeed, the information from the legendary glasses emerged once more. Jiang Chun could hardly contain his joy, and the sight of Ning Feiyue became far more agreeable. He nodded slightly and declared, Very well, from this moment onward. You shall be my girlfriend. Please give me a massage. Jiang Chun commanded. The very fact that Ning Feiyue had conjured this doppelganger to entice him merely indicated that she viewed it as a gaming tool, employing the allure of beauty to achieve her aims. Given this circumstance, he felt little reason to be courteous. What? Upon hearing his words, Ning Feiyue froze, her complexion turning a deep crimson. Experiencing a girlfriend is not meant to be like this, she murmured weakly. Jiang Chun regarded her with a raised eyebrow. Then how should it be? Or do you wish to skip over all that and go straight to kissing? Chapter 21. Is this also considered equipment? What? Kissing? In a certain wilderness area, A train stretching dozens of carriages sped along, and a girl with black hair and eyes sat upon a princess bed. Her eyes closed as she manipulated something. Suddenly, she opened her eyes, her face flushed with an indelible embarrassment, mingled with irritation. What kind of person is this? I'm merely acting as his girlfriend for a day, and he wants to kiss right away? That insufferable jerk, that detestable Chinzhou. I swear. If I ever catch you. After uttering her threats, she once again controlled her doppelganger, forcing a smile. Kissing is a bit too hasty. Let me massage you first. Jiang Chen nodded, secretly amused as he lay on the bed. Soon, soft little hands began to caress him. One must admit, her technique was quite commendable. Jiang Chen refrained from giving too many instructions, allowing her to proceed freely until her hands grew weary. She gently inquired, "Is it enough? My hands are tired." Yet, silence ensued in response. Frowning, she leaned forward to look, only to find Jiang Chen had fallen asleep unbeknownst to her. She rubbed her aching wrists. Casting a resentful glance at Jiang Chen, "What kind of person are you?" she murmured softly. Speaking ill of one's boyfriend behind their back is quite inappropriate, you know. Jiang Chen's voice drifted through the air like a specter, startling Ning Feiyu. Her chest heaved with agitation, and as she processed his words, she glared at him in vexation. "Are you trying to scare me? You know scaring someone can lead to dire consequences, right?" Observing her pouty, resentful demeanor, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel somewhat enchanted. This expression truly evoked the essence of romance, though it was regrettable that before him stood merely a fabricated doll. Contemplating this, Jiang Chen's interest waned. "What do you intend to do next?" he inquired coolly. "What do you mean by what to do?" Ning Feiyu instinctively replied. "I won't tell you that you've given up on the rewards of this quest," Jiang Chen remarked, gazing at her. Ning Feiyu's expression visibly brightened, her mood considerably lightened. Finally, he was addressing the crux of the matter, and her efforts to entice him had not been in vain. "Of course, I have not given up. But you are aware of the balancing mechanism in this quest, which I cannot resolve." She offered a symbolic explanation, though there was more to the story. Jiang Chen chuckled and directly articulated her thoughts. "You could lend me some of your gear, and I could assist you in defeating them." Ning Feiyu paused, initially contemplating how to persuade Jiang Chen, as she had meticulously planned what items to offer him since last night, merely waiting for the right moment to enlist his help. After all, he was the most formidable among the novices, and his assistance would significantly enhance her chances. However, she did not anticipate that Jiang Chen would propose it himself. "We truly are a couple, so in sync," she encouraged excitedly. Jiang Chen shot her a sidelong glance. "You and I, what?" In a splendid mood, Ning Feiyu coyly inquired. "Was that remark a bit too heated?" Jiang Chen admitted candidly. Ning Feiyu's expression shifted abruptly. She nearly retorted but withheld her words, realizing she still needed Jiang Chen's aid. Ultimately swallowing her response, she could not help but ponder his prior comment. Had she really been so fervent? Though she had performed intentionally with her avatar. Hearing Jiang Chen's assessment left her conflicted. His words seemed to acknowledge her performance, yet if she truly embodied what he suggested, it was a notion she found difficult to accept. For a moment, she was engulfed in internal turmoil. "Hey, do you still want my help?" Jiang Chen interrupted her contemplation. Snapping back to reality, Ning Feiyu quickly replied, "Of course." With that, she retrieved numerous pieces of equipment from her attire. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Chen's brows furrowed slightly. "You retrieved so many items from your clothing?" He cast a peculiar glance at the place from which she was extracting her belongings. Noticing Jiang Chen's odd expression, Ning Feiyu's cheeks flushed as she explained, "It's not what you think. This outfit is a special garment, akin to storage gear. In this game, one can discover unique clothing, each varying in color, style, and function. For instance, this one is used for storing items." "Oh, special garments? Wouldn't it be clearer to simply refer to them as costumes?" Jiang Chen remarked nonchalantly. "Yes, that's exactly what I mean." Ning Feiyu nodded. "I thought you were playing the couple with that guy," Jiang Chen teased. "What couple?" Ning Feiyu retorted, slightly annoyed. "It's merely a coincidence that both of our storage garments are designed in ancient styles. We have no relationship whatsoever. You are my boyfriend now. And if you keep saying such things, I might just get angry," she declared, puffing up her cheeks in indignation. Jiang Chen gazed at the young girl's angry demeanor, momentarily taken aback, before finally murmuring, "You've really immersed yourself in the role." Ning Feiyu's anger abruptly ceased, reminded by Jiang Chen. She recalled that they were indeed authentically indulging in the couple's play, and it was an all-day affair at that. "All right, Let me choose some props, Jiang Chen announced. His interest piqued by the equipment rather than the bashful doll. Not bad, he remarked, lifting a pair of arm guards, his face alight with admiration. Name, ornate arm guards. Category, armor equipment, blue. Attack, defense, mental. Evaluation. These arm guards possess commendable defensive attributes, effectively safeguarding the arms. Of course, I meticulously selected this for my dear boyfriend. Ning Feiyue, upon hearing Jiang Chun's praise, continued to provide emotional value, as always. Jiang Chen couldn't help but glance at her again. Seeing her obedient expression, he felt an unexpected warmth in his heart, despite knowing she was merely trying to elicit his assistance. If only you were this obedient in reality, Jiang Chen sighed inwardly. Meanwhile, aboard the train, she fumed. How dare you make me utter such revolting words? I shall not forgive you, though you didn't force me to say it. If it weren't for the need to elicit your agreement, I would never have done such a thing. So this is all your fault, you insufferable Chenzhou. Having vented her frustrations, she returned her thoughts to her avatar. At that moment, Jiang Chen was holding a pair of black silk stockings, his expression one of utter confusion as he looked at Ning Feiyue. Is this also equipment? Name, black silk worn by a young girl. Category, couple S item. Attack, defense, mental. Special ability, gradually arouses the opponent, inducing a combat state. Evaluation, stockings not yet washed by the girl. Inhalation is advised. Chapter 22. Players in conflict know, this is definitely not right. I picked the wrong item. Ning Feiyue exclaimed as she hurriedly lunged to snatch them away, her face flushing crimson. I don't believe I picked the wrong one. Jiang Chen raised the item high above his head. Towering half a head taller than Ning Feiyue, she found it impossible to reclaim the stockings. What do you mean by that? Ning Feiyue glared at him indignantly, feeling a wave of embarrassment akin to having one's belongings seized by an enemy. Do you remember your role? Jiang Chen chuckled. Ning Feiyue froze, having almost forgotten in her haste that she was still playing the part of Jiang Chen's girlfriend. Her pursuit for the stockings came to an abrupt halt. Then, what do you intend to do? She asked, biting her lip shyly. It's only natural for a girlfriend to bring joy to her boyfriend, isn't it? Jiang Chun's lips curled into a smile. That is indeed expected. But what do you have in mind to bring joy? Ning Feiyue's eyes flickered, her heart racing with anxious anticipation. Could he possibly be thinking of something? Although this was merely an avatar, if such a scenario were to unfold, she would undoubtedly share in the experience. Jiang Chen presented the sheer black stockings before her. Ning Feiyue paused, staring blankly at Jiang Chen. Is it just about wearing stockings? Indeed, Jiang Chen replied with a nonchalant nod. Although it was merely a doll replica, it was only fitting that it donned something alluring, pleasing to the eye. Meeting Jiang Chen's gaze, Ning Feiyue nodded, yet her heart felt a peculiar flutter. She had worn stockings before, but never specifically for a man. This evoked an entirely different sensation, akin to a ceremonial act. Why did she feel this way when it was merely a performance? After a brief rustling, she shyly announced, "All right." Jiang Chen turned to look, his brow slightly raised. It must be said that Ning Feiyue's legs were exceptionally graceful, and the stockings accentuated their enticing allure, making one wish to caress them. Observing her, Jiang Chen felt a sense of delight. Yes, this is how you should wear them, he remarked, unabashedly admiring her. As long as you like it, Ning Feiyue said softly, fidgeting with the folds of the stockings. Jiang Chen, dismissing her, continued to sift through a collection of equipment and items. Name, sharp long blade. Name, sturdy wrist guards. Name, worn desert eagle. Most of the equipment Ning Feiyue provided was of blue rarity, while none were of the coveted purple rarity. It was likely due to the fact that, even at her level, acquiring purple rare items was no easy feat. All right, I'll take all of these, Jiang Chen stated flatly, preparing to stash everything into a backpack-style container. Ning Feiyue was momentarily taken aback. Wait, you mean you want them all? Yes, is there a problem? Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow calmly. Aren't you supposed to need my help to fight? Without sufficient equipment, how can I help you succeed? That is a valid point. Ning Feiyue conceded, realizing Jiang Chen had a reasonable argument. The wind in Snow Villa was quite challenging for a novice like Jiang Chen, from a certain perspective. They should not have disembarked there at all. Those who did typically became fodder, even with her own items assisting him. She lacked confidence that Jiang Chen could secure a kill, given the level disparity. Fortunately, one of the enemies at the Wind and Snow Villa had inexplicably perished. meaning Jiang Chen only needed to slay one more to alleviate the immediate threat. Fine, you can have all this equipment. I only desire the gems in your possession, Ning Feiyue declared, gritting her teeth. Jiang Chen chuckled inwardly. She was after the gems, the most valuable of the drops. However, he feigned confusion. You want the gems? Of course. Otherwise, why would I exert myself to provide you with equipment? It's all to obtain that gem, Ning Feiyue affirmed with a nod. And what about everything else apart from the gem? Jiang Chen inquired, gazing at her. Everything else is yours, Ning Feiyue replied. Isn't it true that you mentioned the curse of the snowstorm manor lasts until the third day? Even if I were to kill, I wouldn't be able to escape. Right? Jiang Chen's gaze shifted. Rest assured, I will find a way to help you endure the third day, Ning Feiyue replied softly. Trusting you would be foolish. Jiang Chen thought to himself, smirking silently as he chose not to voice his thoughts until the deep of night. He stepped out with a bundle of equipment, while Ning Feiyue remained in the room, wishing him a triumphant return. But what was there to hunt in the entire snowstorm manor? He merely intended to take a leisurely stroll, planning to inform Ning Feiyue tomorrow that he had vanquished the manor lord, and act accordingly thereafter. Most importantly, he had acquired a plethora of gear without cost, which was simply delightful. As he strolled, a sudden whiff of blood reached him. In a concealed corner, he spotted a man in ancient garb cleaning a bloodstained blade. Before him lay the cowardly man and the bespectacled fellow, both sprawled in a pool of blood. No need to hide. Come out. The man in ancient attire sneered coldly. Jiang Chen's gaze flickered, though he was uncertain how this individual had detected him. He stepped forward nonetheless. Target, Zhao Shan, level, 25, attack, defense, mental, talent, seer, capable of sensing life signs within a certain environment. Evaluation, ordinary player. This fellow's attributes were considerably inferior to those of Ning Feiyue's avatar, and his level was also lower than hers. With the strength of a Death Knight, defeating him would pose no challenge, yet Jiang Chen had no intention of utilizing the Death Knight. It seems she has chosen you to assist her, Zhao Shan remarked. A cold smile gracing his lips. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed. Could this man have encountered him before and discerned his balanced attributes? Enough of this banter. I will offer you double her price. Help me eliminate her. Zhao Shan continued. Once I obtain the flame gem, not only will I provide you with further benefits, but I will also ensure your escape from this instance. Upon hearing Zhao Shan's proposition, Jiang Chen's expression remained indifferent. After all, Ning Feiyue had at least provided him with equipment and even donned black stockings for his viewing pleasure. From a certain perspective, her attitude in seeking assistance was quite commendable. However, this individual before him seemed intent on exploiting him without offering anything in return. Quite intriguing. And what if I refuse? Jiang Chen replied nonchalantly. If you refuse, your fate will mirror theirs, meeting your end here, Zhao Shan declared. Besides, among the newcomers, apart from you, there remains only one, and you shall become the third casualty of the day. Zhao Shan appeared confident in his assessment. Is that so? The outcome remains uncertain. Jiang Chen suddenly launched an attack. Zhao Shan, taken aback for a moment, then wore a look of disdain. A mere novice, not even at a double-digit level, dares to challenge me? He swung a short dagger, swiftly slaying Jiang Chen, causing a red stone to drop to the ground. Zhao Shan froze momentarily, his expression shifting to one of elation. The flame gem? So, this fellow has indeed been defeated. Chapter 23. The villain can just die in peace the following day. Jiang Chen had not returned throughout the night. Ning Feiyue felt a foreboding sensation in her heart. Upon entering the hall, she was confronted with the sight of 3 lifeless bodies laid out before her, one of which was unmistakably Jiang Chen. Her eyes, concealed beneath her hat, trembled violently, and her delicate figure froze for an instant. It was hard to fathom that the young man who had left with such fervor just yesterday now lay sprawled in a pool of blood. Yet, as an experienced player, she understood that this was merely the norm in this game. She turned her gaze toward the man in ancient attire, whose face was alight with smug satisfaction. You have lost. The flame gem is now in my possession. The shepherd you chose was quite commendable. He was killed last night, but unfortunately, he encountered me. The man feigned regret, shaking his head. Ning Feiyue clenched her fists, realizing that Jiang Chen had indeed accomplished his task. He had killed, but had fallen prey to Zhao Shan, who lay in wait. How careless of her to have neglected to guard against him. Had she anticipated Zhao Shan's actions against players that night, she would have gone to support Jiang Chen. Alas, I did not wish to kill them. but those two were exceedingly unfriendly to me yesterday. As for the fellow you selected, it's quite amusing. He actually believed that obtaining your item would make him my equal. Zhao Shan spoke with an air of arrogance. Hearing Zhao Shan's words, Ning Feiyue furrowed her brow slightly. Though she had only known Jiang Chen for 2 days, she had come to understand his character. According to Zhao Shan's implication, Jiang Chen had willingly offered himself up? How could that be? He was fully aware of their status as cross-region players. When faced with the formidable mistress of the estate, he had managed to retreat unscathed, which indicated that he was not a rash individual. Yet, how could he have surrendered himself to Zhao Shan, another cross-region player? Although Jiang Chen's body lay before her, a sense of unease lingered in her heart. The inexplicable sorrow she felt began to ease. She chose to align herself with Zhao Shan. You dare to kill him and take the flame gem? I demand its return. Ning Feiyue drew a gleaming sword, immediately engaging Zhao Shan in combat. Her blade pressed forward with such force that Zhao Shan was compelled to retreat. I know you are stronger than I am, but now that I possess the flame gem, do you truly believe I will allow you to slaughter me? Zhao Shan scoffed, revealing a red gem in his hand. Ning Feiyue's heart sank upon seeing it. Could it truly be the flame gem? Given Zhao Shan's strength, he should not have been able to acquire it. Was it indeed, as he claimed, that Jiang Chun had fallen victim to an ambush? In that instant, an unexplainable surge of killing intent swelled within her, and she lunged at Zhao Shan with her sword. Zhao Shan's expression twisted with both malice and arrogance, confident in the gem's power. Yet, when he activated the flame gem, nothing happened, and Ning Feiyue's blade pierced through his body. He stared in disbelief, his eyes wide open, finally casting a glance at the flame gem in his hand before collapsing into a pool of blood. Thud! The gem rolled onto the ground, and Ning Feiyue hesitated for a moment, about to bend down to pick it up, when suddenly a knife pierced her chest. With a gasp, the dagger penetrated her body, and she remained oblivious to the presence of anyone nearby. In shock, she turned her head, only to find the expressionless young girl before her, the very one who had thrust the dagger. A cross-region player? Ning Feiyue's pupils dilated. Apart from her and Zhao Shan, there was indeed a third cross-region player. Yet, the information displayed by this girl clearly indicated a level of only 2. Is it really that surprising? If I were to appear at a high level, you would undoubtedly be on guard, so I employed a disguise doll to suppress my level, masquerading as a novice player. The aim was to deliver the final blow at this last moment. As it turns out, I have succeeded. The young girl smiled wickedly. Even if you kill me, you will not obtain the reward. The curse will ensure you find no rest in death. Blood trickled from the corner of Ning Feiyue's lips as she spoke in a hushed tone. Is that so? A stand-in talent user? The young girl directly lifted Ning Feiyue's hat, revealing a pair of purple pupils swirling in her eyes. Indeed, your stand-in talent is formidable. Not only can you create duplicates, but even after death, you can return your possessions via mail to your main body. Perhaps from the very beginning, you had resolved to sacrifice this duplicate, yet unfortunately, you left behind a backup. As the young girl spoke, she delved her hand into Ning Feiyue's bosom, searching. This scene filled Jiang Chun, who was not far off, with immense envy. Of course, he was not dead. The one killed by Zhao Shan was merely a stand-in generated by the serpent woman's blessing. After witnessing Zhao Shan slay those 2 novice players, he had conceived this method of escape. Feigning his own death, he knew that regardless of Ning Feiyue's suspicions, she would inevitably engage Zhao Shan in battle. At that point, he would naturally find a way to reap the benefits, but he had not anticipated the presence of another expert. The remaining young girl was also a cross-region player, and she had cleverly disguised herself as a novice to enter the dungeon. Not only had Ning Feiyue and the others been deceived, but he too had fallen for it. Yet fortunately, he was the one who would observe the ensuing conflict from a distance. Should it be so? After a moment of searching, the young girl retrieved a cloth doll from Ning Feiyue's bosom, a smile gracing her lips. A stand-in doll, a one-time item that can substitute for a single death. We both understand that the curse of the Snowstorm Villa does not entail the demise of all players, but rather that if a player dies 9 times, it is considered a victory. Therefore, these items with the ability to substitute for death are of utmost importance for clearing the dungeon. I have spent considerable resources to enter this dungeon and have no means to procure another stand-in doll. Thus, had you not made this final preparation, I might truly have perished here. Fortunately, I placed my bets wisely. You and that individual named Zhao Shan must possess a doll of substitution. Yet, I never anticipated that the one wielding the doll would be you, the inheritor of the substitution eye, who ostensibly requires no such artifact. Thus, was it prepared for that fellow? The young girl, with an air of innocence, cast a fleeting glance at the lifeless body of Jiang Chun on the ground. I find such naive benevolence repugnant, especially in this apocalyptic environment where one still considers the welfare of others. It is utterly nauseating. However, I must express my gratitude for your innocence, for it has inadvertently fashioned my bridal attire. No sooner had she spoken than she intended to activate the substitution doll when a short blade suddenly struck her arm. In an instant, blood gushed forth. Jiang Chun emerged from behind her, nonchalantly picking up the fallen substitution doll, a broad smile adorning his face. The abrupt severing of her arm caused the young girl's pupils to tremble violently, followed by a heart-wrenching wail. No, how can this be? How are you still alive? She clutched her wound, her complexion rapidly draining to a pallid hue, shrieking in agony. Enough of your incessant prattle. The villain ought to resign to their fate, Jiang Chun retorted, shaking his head, the ominous barrel of his gun aimed squarely at the young girl. Bang! Chapter 24. Conquering the Snowy Mountain Manor. Whoosh! 2 bullets struck her forehead, and the young girl gazed at Jiang Chun's substitution doll with an expression of profound reluctance. Just a step away, merely a step away. Jiang Chun maintained a calm demeanor. By his reckoning, this should mark the 8th player to meet their demise. The final one? He glanced towards the still-breathing Ning Feiyue, a faint smile gracing his lips. This incarnation of Ning Feiyue was on the brink of exhaustion, her violet eyes gazing at Jiang Chun, imbued with a hint of bitterness. Your schemes run deep. Jiang Chun laughed heartily. Is that a compliment? Ning Feiyue, unable to restrain herself, shot him a disdainful look. Your audacity is truly remarkable. Jiang Chun remained nonchalant, softly murmuring, I am curious to know if her words hold any truth. Did you indeed prepare a substitution doll in anticipation, intending to save my life? Ning Feiyue shook her head. I possess no such prophetic abilities. I initially believed I could manage the situation myself, but unforeseen circumstances arose. As for the substitution doll, it was genuinely intended for you. Hearing the first part of Ning Feiyue's statement, Jiang Chun nodded, for it aligned with his understanding of the situation. Had Ning Feiyue conceived this plan from the outset, employing novice strength to counter, why then the elaborate maneuvering, provoking on the first day? It only resulted in her sustaining grave injuries. Thus, he did not subscribe to the notion that the young girl claimed Ning Feiyue intended to rescue him with the doll. Perhaps it merely served as an escape route for herself? Yet upon hearing the latter part of Ning Feiyue's words, Jiang Chun found himself momentarily stunned. She spoke the truth. The substitution I possesses the capability of transmitting equipment. Should I perish, it would transfer my current items back to my original body. Conversely, the original body could also transmit items to the doppelganger. Ning Feiyue gazed at Jiang Chun with her shimmering eyes. Of course, you may also perceive it as an attempt to elicit your sympathy, a deception on my part. She added with a light and carefree tone. I do not believe you are deceiving me, but what is your purpose in doing so? Jiang Chun regarded her with keen interest, a smile suddenly gracing his lips. You wouldn't happen to have developed feelings for me, would you? Huh? Ning Feiyue retorted, a light scoff escaping her. Yet, the moment she moved, it aggravated her wound, causing her delicate brows to furrow, exuding an enchanting allure. I saved you merely because I do not wish for someone of your caliber to perish in the novice zone. If I am not mistaken, your ranking in your region must be quite formidable, Ning Feiyue asserted. Ranking? Jiang Chun was taken aback. What ranking? The look of surprise on Ning Feiyue's face was unmistakable. Do not tell me that your region has not even activated the ranking system yet. You haven't even reached the 7th day? Jiang Chun nodded. Indeed, they had yet to reach the 7th day. What a peculiar individual. Ning Feiyue regarded him with an unusual gaze. Then you must be unaware of the final station? I do not know, Jiang Chun replied honestly, shaking his head. However, the name seemed familiar. He recalled Zhao Shan mentioning it, and his curiosity piqued. What is the final station? The final station is the endpoint for novices, as well as their starting point, Ning Feiyue explained softly. Are you familiar with buses? Every bus has a departure point and a final destination, while the stops in between are merely temporary stations. This should not be foreign to you, right? Jiang Chun nodded. Prior to being transported into this game, everyone was a Blue Star inhabitant. After all, he had ridden a bus before. The final station is akin to a major terminal, while the substations we pass are temporary stops. The final station, which we refer to as a large station, offers all players a place to rest. where they form a vast gaming community, complete with trade unions and guilds, anything imaginable. Beyond the final station lies a world fraught with peril. It is said that there exists an even more resource-rich major station beyond it. Countless seasoned players and guilds have ventured forth in pursuit of this grand station, yet none have succeeded in reaching it. Currently, the final station is in dire need of fresh blood, which is why I do not wish for you to perish in the novice zone, Ning Feiyue said, her gaze deeply fixed on Jiang Chun. Do you understand now? Yes. Jiang Chun nodded. You do like me. Jiang Chun, Ning Feiyue hissed through gritted teeth, her fair complexion tinged with a rosy hue. After her earnest and detailed explanation, this fellow had the audacity to say such a thing? All right, I understand your meaning. You wish for me to join your faction or guild after I surpass the novice phase, correct? He stated with a nonchalant tone. Ning Feiyue's eyes shimmered subtly. Indeed, that was her intention. Yet, hearing it from Jiang Chen's lips, she inexplicably felt a wave of shyness wash over her. What did it mean to join her? However, her guild was indeed in urgent need of powerful players, for she had just uncovered a significant secret concerning the final station. In this endeavor, even resorting to the use of a doppelganger in the novice zone of Frosty Mountain Manor to acquire the flame gem is intertwined with a certain secret. Although the gem is now beyond reach, if I can entice Jiang Chun, this super novice, it would render the sacrifice of this doppelganger worthwhile. Yes, I must certainly win Jiang Chun over. With this thought, she gazed at him tenderly. If you wish, I shall wait for you at the terminal. Observing Ning Feiyue's display of cheap theatrics, Jiang Chun shook his head. I will consider it, but shouldn't you be leaving now? Ning Feiyue paused, looking at Jiang Chun. Currently, only 8 players have perished. If you do not die, I cannot conclude the game instance, Jiang Chun stated calmly. Ning Feiyue glanced at him, somewhat speechless, and with a mix of charm and reproach, said, Do you truly wish to avoid spending more time with me? That's not mere chatter. Your doppelganger is nothing but a lifeless doll. Where's the allure in completing the instance? Jiang Chun regarded her with disdain. Ning Feiyue was momentarily taken aback. Are you leaving or not? If you refuse, I shall escort you out. As Jiang Chun raised his hunting rifle, aiming its dark muzzle at her, Ning Feiyue pouted. You truly are heartless. With that, she took matters into her own hands, plunging a dagger into her chest. With a splatter of crimson, Ning Feiyue's doppelganger began to dissipate. Frosty Mountain Manor curse concluded. You have completed the curse and received the Frosty Mountain Manor key X1. You have obtained the Frosty Staff X1 and a special attire, Frosty Robe X1. You have discovered the hidden or vein of Frosty Mountain Manor, acquiring 897 Frosty ores and a special treasure, Frosty Treasure Chest X1. You have received a substantial amount of wood X1000, steel X800, and leather X300. You have acquired various miscellaneous items. You have gained a special landscape, Frosty Bathhouse. You are about to be teleported back to the train. Server announcement. Player Chinzhou has completed the special instance of Frosty Mountain Manor. The fog has lifted, and Frosty Mountain Manor will be removed from this region's train stop. Server announcement. Player Jiang Chun has achieved his first completion of a multiplayer instance, earning a golden treasure chest reward X1. Chapter 25. Reckoning rewards a single stone stirred 1,000 waves. Soon, the new district was abuzz with chatter. Wow, Master Chinzhou is incredible. Haven't heard from Master Chinzhou in days. Turns out he entered Frosty Mountain Manor. I know that instance. Everyone who survives comes out alive. Master actually cleared it. How impressive. What is Frosty Mountain Manor? Are the rewards substantial? Jiang Chun was directly teleported back to the train. Observing the suddenly active chat channel, he skillfully muted it. Windy. Oh my, Master. You have finally emerged. I thought you. A message from a friend popped up. Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow, scrolling through the chat interface, where at least a dozen messages from Windy awaited his attention. However, within the confines of the Snowstorm Manor, he received nothing. Chinzhou, there must be a mechanism to filter information in the Snowstorm Manor. I did not receive your subsequent messages. Fengdu, I see. But you are quite impressive, having actually completed the Snowstorm Manor. Chinzhou, it was sheer luck. After uttering these words, he ceased the conversation, instead directing his gaze towards the spoils of this journey. This expedition to the Snowstorm Manor consumed 3 full days of his time. Inside, there were not many monsters to defeat. Aside from the 2 that provided the bulk of the experience, there were almost no other sources of experience. As a result, his level remained at 4. At this moment, He clicked on Feng Du's avatar, only to find that level information was no longer visible, indicating that Feng Du had caught up to him, also reaching level 4, or perhaps even higher. Nevertheless, his gains over the past 3 days were unparalleled by anyone else. The fiery gem dropped by the manor's master alone made the trip worthwhile, not to mention the plethora of blueprints and treasure rewards. Due to the sheer quantity, he could only examine them bit by bit. Name: Frostblade Blueprint. Category: Blueprint, Purple. Description: can forge a unique weapon of the Snowstorm Manor, with a slight ice attribute added to its attacks. When used in conjunction with the Frost set, it can yield unexpected effects. Name: Frost Shield Blueprint. Category: Blueprint, Purple. Description: can forge a unique shield of the Snowstorm Manor, possessing a counterattack ability. Attackers inflicted with the counter will be paralyzed by ice poison, slowing their speed. When used in conjunction with the Frost set, it can yield unexpected effects. In addition, there was a complete set of blueprints for Frost equipment. Name: Frost Bracer Blueprint, Frost Knee Pad Blueprint, Frost Leg Armor Blueprint, Frost Soft Armor Blueprint, Frost Arm Guard Blueprint, Frost Waist Armor Blueprint, Frost Boots Blueprint. Category: Blueprint, Purple. Description: can forge 7 pieces of Frost equipment, protecting the wrists, knees, legs, upper body, arms, waist, and feet respectively. Set attributes: 2-piece set, significantly increases additional ice attribute damage. 4-piece set, immunity to negative fire attribute effects, increases mental attribute limit by 100. 6-piece set, increases attack and defense attribute points by 50. 15 chance to trigger freezing upon attack. Freezing, the target becomes immobilized in ice for 1 turn. 7-piece set, grants the option to conceal the appearance of equipped gear. Donning all 7 pieces allows one to take on the role of the manor's master and enter the Snowstorm Manor. Upon observing the attributes of these blueprints, Jiang Chun felt an overwhelming desire, particularly for the Frost set. Most of his equipment consisted of weapons, and the gear he acquired from Ning Feiyue was generally of green or blue quality. In contrast, the Frost set was a veritable ensemble of purple armor, boasting astonishing set abilities. Although the purpose of the 7-piece set remains a mystery to the master of the manor, the unique attributes of the initial pieces undoubtedly provide a significant boost in practical combat. Coupled with the fundamental attributes acquired from donning the armor, his combat prowess has undoubtedly skyrocketed. While others may also boast a level of 4, their attributes likely pale in comparison by several folds. Of course, this is contingent upon his ability to craft these blueprints into tangible items. After inspecting the materials required for the blueprints, he realized he was still lacking quite a bit. Although he had amassed a considerable amount of materials at the Snowstorm Manor, it was insufficient to produce the entire 7-piece set in one go. Without hesitation, he decided to list the materials acquired from the Snowstorm Manor for sale in the world. Various materials for crafting armor, such as leather, silk, cotton, etc. Once his trading information was released, a swarm of eager buyers quickly flooded in with friend requests. After accepting a few of the first requests, Jiang Chun promptly began trading materials. Surprisingly, the items that these individuals primarily sought were still insulation materials. 3 days later, insulation materials remained in high demand, which left him quite astonished. Soon, Jiang Chun had nearly completed his exchanges with these individuals. At this point, the solar stones and wood in his possession had diminished significantly, but he finally gathered enough materials to craft the 7-piece armor set. Without delay, he fashioned the 7 pieces of armor and adorned himself with them. Name: Jiang Chun. Level: 4-207-1500. Identity: Driver, Death Train. Attack: 237, 191. Defense: 345, 305. Spirit: 500, 400. Talent: Phantom Body. Evaluation: a fortunate novice. Gazing at his extravagant attribute panel, Jiang Chun couldn't help but beam with joy. This was a geometric increase compared to just 3 days prior. With these current attributes, he felt confident enough to challenge the Snowstorm Manor alone. However, wearing this complete set of armor felt somewhat cumbersome. Thus, he activated the ability of the 7-piece set to conceal the external appearance of the armor, instantly alleviating the burden he felt, while the attribute bonuses remained intact. Is this the power of hidden equipment? Quite impressive. Yet, the meaning behind being the master of the manor eludes him. Regardless, apart from this formidable armor, he was also entitled to other rewards. For instance, The settlement reward from the Snowstorm Manor. Snowstorm Manor key. With this key, you can unlock the door to the Snowstorm Manor, currently unlocking only the Snowstorm bathhouse scene. Name, Snowstorm staff. Category, equipment, purple. Attack, defense, spirit. Special ability, frost. Inflicts frost on the target, slowing their speed while causing continuous damage for a certain duration, requires charging. Description, a staff with an extensive attack range. An essential tool for clearing mobs and grinding experience. Name, Snowstorm Robe category, special costume ability, grants a certain amount of storage space for items, allowing for the storage of materials and equipment. At last, the robe caught Jiang Chen's attention, for upon hearing that Ning Feyuet donned a special costume, he found himself quite envious. To his surprise, the final reward from the Snowstorm Villa also bestowed upon him such an item. Chapter 26. The personal marketplace opens without hesitation. He donned the robe, which was beautifully adorned in shades of white and blue, reflecting an ancient style that felt rather pleasant against his skin. He then retrieved the key to the Snowstorm Villa, although its purpose remained somewhat unclear to him. As he grasped the key, a door suddenly materialized before him, prompting a moment of contemplation as he used the key to unlock it. What lay beyond the door filled him with astonishment. It was, indeed, the Snowstorm Villa. Jiang Chen found it hard to believe. Glancing around, he confirmed he was still aboard the train. The scenery outside was rushing past, indicating that the train was in motion, while the doorway led to the stillness of the Snowstorm Villa. Could it be that this key granted him entry into the villa? After a brief moment of hesitation, he stepped through the door. The scene that greeted him was strikingly familiar. Mist swirling, bamboo groves swaying gently. This was the very bathing area of the villa's mistress. He observed the steaming waters bubbling invitingly, creating an ethereal atmosphere. It struck him that since arriving in this game world, he had hardly taken a bath. Without further ado, he shed his garments and leaped into the pool, joyfully scrubbing himself clean. After indulging in a soothing soak, he returned to the train and changed into a comfortable nightgown, the lingering warmth of the hot springs rendering him pleasantly drowsy and relaxed. However, as he surveyed the rather rudimentary train compartment, his eyes wandered. Given his current abilities, there seemed little room for significant improvement, leading him to contemplate enhancing his quality of life instead, particularly after enjoying the luxurious hot springs of the Snowstorm Villa. He found the train's facilities rather crude. In fact, the entire train lacked even a decent toilet. Over the past few days, his hygiene had been a matter of finding a corner at the station to resolve his needs, which was quite embarrassing to admit. Thus, he posted in the chat channel, seeking to acquire numerous life schematics, ammunition, equipment, and materials, all available for exchange. Almost instantly, a multitude of players added him as a friend, flooding his friend list to near capacity, which caused him to frown deeply. Your friend request limit has been reached. The group chat function has been activated for you. The system notification chimed suddenly, eliciting a smile from Jiang Chen. What a fortuitous turn of events. Friend request limit reached. Those with schematics may join the group chat for trading orders. Please note your desired items, and I will trade with you directly if I require them, ensuring you are satisfied with the prices. Group chat, Chenzhou Trading Group, ding ding ding. Player Hui has joined the group chat. Players Wang Duiyu and Bu Shisu joined the group chat. Shortly thereafter, the number of participants surged to over 100, prompting Jiang Chen to temporarily close the group chat applications. Chenzhou, group leader, alright, please submit your orders. Various orders for furniture began to flood in, leaving Jiang Chen with an overwhelming sense of confusion. It must be said that the players, with their varying levels of 1 and 2, presented a curious assortment of blueprints. For instance, blueprint, spraying toilet. Description, after using the toilet, a stream of water cleanses you, significantly reducing the need for toilet paper. Trading requirement, steel or glass, exchanged. And then there was this one. Blueprint, soft water bed. Description, a bed so incredibly soft, only those who have slept on it can truly appreciate it. If you have a girlfriend, the experience is even better. Trading requirement, one weapon, quality, unspecified. Exchanged. Blueprint, bread maker. Description, a machine for making bread, provided you have the necessary ingredients. Trading requirement, brass. Several hours passed. Jiang Chen acquired a substantial number of blueprints, including some that required materials he did not possess but were anticipated to be in demand in the future. After concluding his trades, a sudden announcement echoed across the entire region. Player Chinzhou is the first to complete 100 trades in the region, unlocking the personal mall feature and receiving an additional reward of 100 train coins. Wow, I envy that expert. They've already unlocked the personal mall. While we are still worrying about food, that expert is already enhancing their quality of life. Is this the disparity? What exactly is a personal mall? Jiang Chun pondered the same question. He ventured to the control room, where he discovered a new button labeled Personal Mall. He gently clicked it. In an instant, a dazzling array of items appeared before him, categorized and abundant. The trading currency for this mall was train coins. Jiang Chen's eyes gleamed. He had accumulated a few train coins previously, and with the 100 awarded for his achievement, he estimated he had around 200 in total. What could he possibly purchase? He began to browse. Item, mirror blueprint. Price, 3 train coins. Item, electric water heater blueprint. Price, 15 train coins. Item, solar photovoltaic panel. Price, 30 train coins. Item, steel longsword, blue. Price, 90 train coins. Item, deerskin gloves, blue. Price, 65 train coins. After a thorough examination, Jiang Chun felt a slight twitch in his eyelid. The prices were quite steep, yet not entirely unexpected. After all, most of the equipment he sold consisted of finished products. He browsed through various products when suddenly his gaze fell upon a peculiar category. Hiring. Jiang Chun was taken aback, gradually piquing his interest as he clicked on the page. There were several categories: attendant, train conductor, explorer, repairman. Upon opening the attendant's page, he was immediately captivated by the sight of various beautifully uniformed women striking alluring poses on the screen. Goodness, Jiang Chun felt a rush of warmth in his nostrils, nearly leading to a nosebleed. Fortunately, his composure held strong, and he managed to suppress it. At that moment, he suddenly noticed the price of these attendants. 8,000 train coins. What on earth? Why not just rob a bank? Jiang Chun scoffed. He had never truly considered purchasing an attendant. It was evident that this was merely a ploy to corrupt the hearts of players. He, Jiang Chun, would not fall for such tricks. Wait a moment. Special character. The Lady of the Manor, Pure Custom Edition. Ability. Healing spell, capable of treating injuries. Description. The Mistress of the Wind and Snow Manor. In her Pure Custom Edition, has yet to meet the Master of the Manor, but only he can command her absolute obedience. Is it destiny or a nightmare? Limitations. Wind and Snow Bathhouse. Price, 800 train coins. Jiang Chen's eyelids twitched slightly. There was indeed a special character available. It seemed that the characters within were unlocked according to the completed quests. Moreover, due to their special status, their prices were somewhat more accessible. However, he still lacked sufficient funds. Never mind. He, Jiang Chun, would not be swayed by such temptations. Resolutely, he closed the pages just as a message arrived. Fengdu boss. What is a personal mall like? Fengdu. Do tell, I 1TB free loading. I have good things to trade with you. Chapter 27. Duo Team Dungeon O? There was really nothing to hide about the personal mall. Once the conditions were met, anyone could access it. However, he was quite intrigued by the good things that Fengdu mentioned. Chinzhou. It is a mall where one can purchase goods, located in the cockpit. The key point is that the currency for purchases is train coins. Fengdu. As expected, it's pretty much what I guessed. Chinzhou. Don't just assume. You're not planning to default on payment, are you? Fengdu. How could I dare to default on your payment? Fengdu. Actually, this good stuff doesn't really belong to me. Someone entrusted me to find a reliable buyer. Fengdu. Have you heard of a passage permit? Jiang Chun was taken aback. He had certainly heard of it. He had a few in his possession, and they should have refreshed by now. He would need to check on that when he had the chance. However, the passage permit generally only allowed entry for one person. Did it not? So he inquired. Chinzhou, is that passage permit for a multiplayer dungeon? Style, not quite. It's a duo dungeon, but his strength is rather inadequate. So he hopes I can help him find a formidable teammate. Upon reading the message, Jiang Chun couldn't help but chuckle. Chinzhou, this dungeon must present a considerable challenge. Otherwise, you would have ventured in alone. Style, to be honest, the dungeon's difficulty is rated at 7, though most of the minor monsters are at 5. His request is quite simple. He just needs you to help him level up, and the rest of the loot will be entirely yours. Jiang Chun contemplated for a moment. Frankly, even without the Death Knight and gemstones, he could manage a level 7 dungeon. Chinzhou, no problem, I shall take this on. Have him add me as a friend, and remember to include a note. Style, understood. Soon, Jiang Chun received a friend request. Player by has requested to add you as a friend. Note, duo dungeon. Jiang Chun clicked to accept. To be honest, he had never encountered this duo dungeon before. But it should differ from a multiplayer dungeon. In a multiplayer dungeon, everyone acts in their own interest, whereas a duo dungeon likely has a shared objective. Bye hello. Chinzhou. Chinzhou, how do I use that pass? Is there something I need to do? Bye. I need to team up with you to enter together. Please accept the request. Shortly after Bai's message, Jiang Chin's chat window displayed a team invitation. Player Bai has requested to team up with you. Team up? Jiang Chun was taken aback. What function was this? He was unaware of it. Despite his confusion, he accepted the team invitation. Bai, boss, I'm about to use the pass. Are you ready? Chinzhou. Yes, go ahead. He had donned his snowstorm robe, and all his equipment, weapons, and potions were neatly stored within, making it far more convenient than usual. Now, he no longer had to carry a conspicuous hunting rifle or a dagger at his waist, which was rather comfortable. Buzz. In the next moment, he sensed a flicker before him as the train entered a strange track and began to accelerate. In no time, the train gradually came to a halt, and Jiang Chun disembarked. Chinzhou, big shot. A crisp voice rang out, followed by the sound of light footsteps approaching Jiang Chun from behind. He turned to see a fair and charming young girl. Jiang Chun was slightly taken aback. What? I thought you were a boy? Style had always referred to him using male pronouns during their conversation. Well, I did tell Style I was a boy since I was looking for a teammate, Bai said, somewhat shyly. Jiang Chun understood her meaning and nodded. He then surveyed his surroundings. Mist enveloped the area, and he could vaguely see some trees, suggesting a forest. What is your name? He asked calmly. Huh. The girl trailing behind him was momentarily stunned, biting her lip hesitantly as she replied, I haven't named myself yet. Jiang Chun cast a silent glance at her. I inquired about your name. What do you go by? Oh. The young girl's fair face instantly flushed with a rosy hue. I am called by Ning. Indeed, how does the permit describe this location? Jiang Chun continued his questioning. This place is known as Flower Forest, and the recommendation level is 7. However, I believe there are no players of that level yet. So I humbly request Master Feng to assist me in finding a skilled player, merely to farm low-level monsters, Bai Ning spoke softly. Her voice was melodious, akin to the gentle chime of wind bells. Having such a teammate, albeit merely as a decorative presence, Jiang Chun found acceptable. Yet, Master Feng? He chuckled lightly, as if in jest. Yes, everyone refers to him as Master Feng. He has quite the reputation as our district's jack of all trades, which is why I sought his assistance. Initially, I intended for him to aid me directly, but he claimed his skills were not sufficiently reliable and promised to find someone for me. Bai Ning seemed to have opened a floodgate of conversation, chattering away. Has he found someone for you? I assume you compensated him? Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow. Indeed. I offered him 5 train coins, Bai Ning replied, somewhat bashfully, before lifting her glistening eyes to Jiang Chun. Master, did I incur a loss or gain from this? Suppressing a chuckle, Jiang Chun found Bai Ning amusing. She did not suspect his affiliation with Feng and still dared to inquire. Should you have found me? You are assuredly in profit, he replied casually. By the way, the agreed terms were merely to gain experience without any item drops, correct? He added, seeking clarification. Bai Ning, however, was gazing intently at him with her beautiful eyes. What are you looking at? Jiang Chun noticed her gaze and responded nonchalantly. Master Chinzhou, it appears you have not brought any weapons? Bai Ning's curious eyes widened, reminiscent of an inquisitive child. Indeed, I have not, Jiang Chun replied curtly. This girl seemed rather dim-witted. Entering a level 7 dungeon without a weapon was akin to offering one's head on a platter. Such a trivial question was astonishing. It seemed he would have to sever ties after this venture. One could not cultivate deep friendships with such a naive individual. Wow, Master Chinzhou is indeed formidable. I've seen your name on the announcements and never imagined I would have the chance to add you to my friends list and be accompanied by you in a dungeon. Bai Ning spoke earnestly. By the way, with your prowess, your friends list must be brimming with people. Could you possibly reserve a spot for me? Should such fortune arise again, I would allow you to benefit without cost. Meeting Bai Ning's sincere gaze, Jiang Chun felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, but refrained from expressing his true thoughts, merely offering a casual response. He then activated his legendary glasses, enabling the perception feature, which unveiled the surrounding scenery. He sensed a peculiar anomaly. They had traversed a considerable distance, and based on previous experiences, the fog near the station should have dissipated by now. Yet, It lingered before them, which was decidedly amiss. Perhaps he had indeed escaped the fog's vicinity around the station. Yet this map may have been shrouded in mist for an extended period. In such an area of exceedingly low visibility, the potential for danger multiplies, while beside him, Bai Ning chattered away, blissfully unaware of the impending peril. Bai Ning, he admonished in a low voice, causing the young girl to immediately stand at attention. At ease. Chapter 28. Immunity to physical damage? Jiang Chun cast a sidelong glance at her, his brow slightly furrowing. Her command of the phrase was remarkably proficient. Could she possibly possess a unique profession? His scrutinizing gaze made Bai Ning's cheeks flush. Senior Chun, is it? My apologies. I simply haven't seen a living soul in quite some time, and my excitement got the better of me. Observing her expression of guilt, Jiang Chun chose not to press further and instead continued to enhance the field of vision provided by his legendary glasses. There was nothing particularly special. The surroundings consisted solely of trees, devoid of even a single flower, rendering the place a mockery of its name, Flower Grove. Are you certain this station is called Flower Grove and not merely forest? Jiang Chun could not help but inquire, sensing that Bai Ning was somewhat muddled and might have misremembered the name. Without a doubt, it is called Flower Grove, Bai Ning replied with unwavering confidence. Very well. Jiang Chun nodded. Since it was not Bai Ning's error, the fault lay with the location itself. Yet, where exactly did the problem lie? He silently commanded the analytical function. After the upgrade, the legendary glasses had improved their analytical capabilities, perhaps able to unveil the underlying mysteries. What he discovered was startling. Target, Flower Tree Monster. Level, 5. Attack, Defense, Mental. Evaluation, the core of the flower's heart lies concealed within the trunk. Only by striking it can one reap life, exceedingly difficult to manage. Novices are advised to flee upon encountering it. Such information was abundant, with at least 20 entries. Nevertheless, his expression remained composed as he casually warned Bai Ning beside him. Little Bai Ning, if you wish to leave this place alive, it would be wise to hold on tightly to me. Although Bai Ning did not fully grasp Jiang Chen's meaning, the seriousness etched on his face alerted her to the gravity of the situation. Consequently, she leapt onto Jiang Chun like an octopus, clinging fervently to his waist. Her petite, delicate frame, resembling that of a true lowly, rendered her grip akin to suspension around Jiang Chen's midsection. Noticing Bai Ning's obedient compliance with his command, a slight smile graced Jiang Chen's lips as a hunting rifle materialized in his hand. Bang! Bang! 2 shots rang out, aimed directly at the heart of the flower tree monster. This creature was the highest-level minor adversary he had encountered, possessing a unique mechanism that, while not overly troublesome, presented its own set of challenges. The flower tree monster possesses a formidable level of defense, further complicating this dilemma. However, for Jiang Chun, it is hardly a significant challenge. His weapon's attack attribute points have soared beyond 200. Although he is unaware of the precise attributes of these flower tree monsters, it is reasonable to assume they do not exceed his own. After all, he is fully equipped with rare purple-grade armor and weaponry. If their attributes were inferior to a mere level 5 creature, he might as well find a block of tofu to smash against. With the second bullet fired, a crisp sound of splintering would echoed. The flower tree monster is hollow. Bang! Jiang Chun fired a third shot, which struck the concealed flower heart within. Yet, rather than slaying the creature, the bullet incited the flower heart to erupt in fury. An unsightly floral visage emerged, emitting a shrill screech that bore no resemblance to the beauty of blossoms, only a grotesque visage. Flower sap dripped from its floral appendages onto the ground, releasing a nauseating stench. Ugh! Bai Ning had already retched. Don't you dare vomit on me. Jiang Chun could not restrain his outburst. No, Boss Chun. This thing is utterly revolting. I can't help it. Bai Ning's feeble voice chimed in. Swallow it back down. Jiang Chun retorted coldly. Upon hearing this, Bai Ning promptly swallowed the contents that had almost escaped her throat. At this moment, Jiang Chun fired several more rounds at the flower tree monster, oddly inflicting no damage whatsoever. This was perplexing. The first bullet had struck the flower heart, which could be attributed to its strong defense. But after such a series of shots, there were still no signs of mortality. This raised a red flag. As he continued his onslaught against this particular flower tree monster, the others began to stir, converging toward it. Observing the tightening encirclement, Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed. With another bullet discharged, he finally discerned a clue. It was the flowers that were causing mischief. If one were to inquire about a flower's critical vulnerability, it would undoubtedly lie within its stem. Yet, this flower tree monster lacked a stem, leaving Jiang Chun to target its secondary weak point, the floral parts. Each bullet that struck the flower seemed to vanish into a mire, as if it were consuming the bullets. He wore a contemplative expression, glancing at the shotgun in his hand before switching to a long knife. The ice blue blade shimmered with frost, causing the surrounding temperature to drop sharply. This knife was none other than the frost blade he had recently acquired, imbued with elemental attributes. He suspected that the flower's peculiar nature might grant them immunity to physical damage. While the elemental properties of the frost blade did not fall under that category, with a swift motion, he positioned himself before the flower, thrusting the long knife straight through its center. A foul, viscous fluid erupted forth, prompting Jiang Chun to frown slightly, while Bai Ning gasped in shock. Yet, he had no time to spare. The frost-bitten blade pierced the blossoms, yet this time, the flowers did not succumb as they usually did. Instead, they withered rapidly, the entire trunk of the flowering tree sagging like a mass of mud. You have slain the flower tree monster, gaining 50 experience points. Dropped items, 3 wood. At the same moment, Bai Ning received a notification, her youthful face radiant with joy. Shenzhou, you are truly remarkable. Jiang Chun, however, paid her no mind, turning his attention to the other flower tree monsters. Having discerned the key to vanquishing these creatures, the remainder was merely a matter of indiscriminate slaughter. You have slain the flower tree monster, gaining 50 experience points. Dropped items, 3 wood. You have slain the flower tree monster, gaining 50 experience points. Dropped items, 3 wood. You have slain the flower tree monster, gaining 50 experience points. Dropped items, 3 wood. As time passed, the number of flower tree monsters began to dwindle, and a melodious chime resonated after he dispatched the final one. Your level has risen to 5. He had leveled up. Jiang Chun's lips curled into a smile. Progressing from level 4 to 5 required over 1,000 experience points. He would need to slay at least 20 to 30 monsters of level 5 to achieve this, yet he had checked his route, and the monsters at the subsequent waypoints did not exceed level 3. His current growth rate had likely surpassed the standards of his designated route. To level up swiftly, he would need to seek out high-level waypoints. Fortunately, Bai Ning's waypoint offered a splendid opportunity, with all the monsters at level 5. And it wasn't long before she too ascended to level 5. Casting a glance at Bai Ning, who had entered at level 2, he noted that she had already risen to level 4 in such a short span. With a swift thrust, he dispatched the last of the surrounding flower tree monsters, and stood with his blade sheathed. Suddenly, the ground trembled beneath him, and immediately, a notification from his enchanted glasses appeared. Chapter 29, Lost and Confused. Objective: Elite Human-Faced Flower Tree. Level 6, Attack, Defense, Spirit, Skill, Branch Entanglement. Rapidly extending vines to ensnare the target, inflicting continuous floral poison damage. Here it comes. Jiang Chun was not surprised. After clearing the lesser monsters, an elite creature always emerged, and this time was no exception. The elite human-faced flower tree was starkly different from its ordinary counterparts, revealing a human visage at its core. A bizarre sight indeed. Bai Ning caught a glimpse and was instantly terrified, clutching Jiang Chun's arm even tighter. Shenzhou, let us only deal with the lesser monsters. We should avoid the elite ones, she whispered. Why avoid them? Jiang Chun countered. Bai Ning hesitated, her words faltering. If you fear I may not be a match for it, you are welcome to leave. After all, I merely accepted the task of assisting you with the lesser monsters. And our agreement has been fulfilled, Jiang Chun replied calmly. I shall follow you then. Bai Ning contemplated, realizing that Jiang Chun's embrace felt the safest. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chun paid her no mind, instead directing his gaze towards the humanoid flower tree. Without any embellishment, he wielded the frost blade and struck directly. The humanoid flower tree, not one to remain passive, swiftly extended numerous branches from its crown, ensnaring Jiang Chun tightly. Ah, Jiang Chun, I'm nearly suffocating. Bai Ning's voice emerged, revealing that she was the first to suffer from the branch's confinement. With a swift motion, Jiang Chun reversed his grip on the frost blade and severed the entangling branches. He then retrieved a staff from within his snow-woven robe. Frost, he intoned, murmuring an incantation, as a visible wave of frost enveloped the humanoid flower tree. Perhaps sensing imminent danger, the tree's visage expressed terror, and it attempted to flee. The tree's massive trunk, akin to a towering giant, stirred the earth with its roots, causing tremors with each movement. However, Under the influence of the freezing spell, its speed was drastically reduced as frost continued to encroach upon its branches, soon encasing its visage as well. Before long, the entire humanoid flower tree stood frozen, like a sculpture of ice, in the midst of the clearing. You have slain the elite humanoid flower tree, earning 70 experience points. Loot: 1 peach blossom branch, 1 peach blossom essence. Observing the effortless defeat of the humanoid flower tree, Jiang Chun smiled faintly. Clearly, the elemental damage of the frost staff surpassed that of the frost blade. Especially considering the tree possessed binding abilities and its branches were laced with a certain floral toxin, this was not an opportune moment for close combat, underscoring the frost staff's significance. Regrettably, the frost staff could not be wielded indiscriminately, for each spell cast required a charging period. The requisite for charging was the frost gemstone. Curiously, the Frosty Mountain Manor, aptly named for its expected drops of ice and snow gemstones, yielded a single flame gemstone instead. Upon settlement, it even dropped a staff bound to the frost gemstone. Were it anyone else, the frost staff would simply become a decorative item. However, Jiang Chun was different. Prior to acquiring the flame gemstone, he already possessed a frost gemstone. Thus, the frost staff was indeed usable by him. With the branches loosening, Bai Ning fell to the ground, her eyes wide with astonishment as she witnessed the elite humanoid flower tree's demise at Jiang Chun's hands. Did you defeat it? As you can see, Jiang Chun replied coolly, collecting the drops from the humanoid flower tree and gazing deeper into the mist. It appeared they must venture further. Huh. Bai Ning, having just risen from the ground, was momentarily stunned by Jiang Chun's words. Are you saying we must fight again? She queried weakly. What? You wish to battle as well? It's yours if you want it, Jiang Chun replied nonchalantly. No. Bai Ning hastily shook her head. I meant, is this not too perilous? Killing an elite monster is already quite challenging. Where do you see the difficulty? Jiang Chun replied helplessly. This dungeon's creatures possess some unique mechanisms. I was merely searching for patterns. As I have stated before, you can either follow along or go back. After finishing his words, Jiang Chun stepped forward into the depths of the mist. Upon hearing Jiang Chun's comment, Bai Ning's face flushed instantly, prompting her to hurriedly catch up with his pace. In such a fog, should a single floral spirit creature launch an attack, her survival would be in grave jeopardy. At that moment, she gradually realized that she had spoken too much. Even a lazy win would not be easy. Throughout the ensuing journey, Bai Ning astutely kept her mouth shut, which surprised Jiang Chun while simultaneously relieving him. Although the girl's voice was pleasant, her incessant chatter could indeed be quite bothersome. The quiet was a welcome change. Next came the tedious process of searching for monsters, yet they seemed to be hiding, as they remained elusive despite extensive searching. This was unexpected. Jiang Chun, filled with doubt, had nearly scoured the entire forest in his direction without encountering any trace, which contradicted the usual logic. For the first time, he felt bewildered by his inability to locate them. Boss, what's wrong? Bai Ning, unable to stop in time, bumped into Jiang Chun as he suddenly halted. The girl felt a slight tremor in her chest, but there was no time to concern herself with the faint pain. Instead, she looked towards Jiang Chun. They're likely hiding from us, Jiang Chun stated calmly. Bai Ning cast a skeptical glance at Jiang Chun, confirming his seriousness, and then hesitantly parted her lips before closing them again. If it were anyone else, she might find it amusing that something could be hiding from them. However, given that it was Jiang Chun who made the remark, she refrained from mocking him, though she couldn't help but feel it was somewhat far-fetched. So, what shall we do next? She inquired tentatively. I refuse to believe it can hide forever, Jiang Chun declared, and a frosty blue gem materialized in his palm. The frost gem, besides bestowing ice elemental damage, also had the ability to disperse mist. As the frost gem emerged, the surrounding fog began to gradually dissipate, while Jiang Chun continuously infused it with his mental attributes to enhance its dispersive effect. In no time, the mist over a distance of more than 100 meters began to clear, making any sound in the silent forest particularly pronounced. Suddenly, a colossal tree trembled uncontrollably. A smile crept across Jiang Chun's lips as he took a step forward. Found you. At the moment Jiang Chun uttered those words, the enormous tree uprooted itself, its massive form even larger than that of the human-faced flower monster, obscuring the treetops from view. Boss. Bai Ning was about to alert him, but found herself staring in disbelief. For astonishingly, the tree did not charge at Jiang Chun. Instead, it moved its roots and began to flee into the distance. It was indeed evading Jiang Chun. Chapter 30. How many trainloads of gold coins will this require? In response, Jiang Chun maintained a calm demeanor, the frost and blade glimmering in his palm as he raised his hand to cast it forth. The long sword sliced through the air, embedding itself into the trunk of the colossal tree, its momentum abruptly diminishing. Frost. Another staff materialized in his grasp as he intoned an incantation, the chilling elemental force enveloping the tree's massive form. Finally, the giant tree could no longer restrain itself, swinging a massive branch directly at Jiang Chun. With a fleeting glance, he conjured a fiery gemstone in his palm. Enchantment. As he uttered the two words, a hunting rifle appeared in his hand, unleashing a flurry of shots at the sweeping branch. The fire attribute of the gemstone swiftly crawled up the tree's roots, inflicting damage far more devastating than the frost. The fiery gemstone symbolized annihilation. Under the intense flames, the giant tree was ultimately reduced to ash. You have slain the giant tree, gaining 90 experience points. Loot. 1 mental flower crown, 1 blueprint for the enigmatic armor, 10 sturdy flower branches, 5 crisis fruits. Observing the loot, Jiang Chun calmly gathered it all. As the mist enveloping the flower grove began to dissipate, revealing the correlation between the environment and the defeated foe. Regrettably, the opportunity to explore it was devoured by the gemstone's power. This marked his first use of the fiery gemstone's might, and he was astonished by its potency, particularly against plant-like monsters. At least, with the ice element, he had not experienced such a crushing speed of annihilation. All right, I've fulfilled your commission. It's time we part ways, Jiang Chun remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Bai Ning. The two returned to the station, only to find Bai Ning hesitating beside her train. What are you doing? Jiang Chun frowned, questioning whether the girl intended to cling to him. Hey, do you have any water? I'm running low, and the saliva from those monsters in the flower grove is all over me. It smells awful, Bai Ning said, her cheeks slightly flushed. Jiang Chun was taken aback, sniffing himself and detecting a foul odor. Don't worry, I want to take advantage of you. I can pay with resources or train gold. Either works. Bai Ning exclaimed urgently, fearing he might refuse. Oh, Jiang Chun mused. How about a soak in my hot spring? It's 10 train gold per visit. He wore a shrewd expression. 10 train gold could purchase 10 barrels of pure water in the personal shop. However, few had opened personal stores yet, so the price remained unknown to many. Seizing this opportunity, Jiang Chun saw a chance to exploit the situation. A hot spring? That sounds amazing. Just a moment. I'll grab some gold from my train. Bai Ning replied excitedly, dashing back to her vehicle. Before long, 10 train gold coins were placed in Jiang Chun's hands. Observing that Bai Ning exhibited no signs of regret, he raised an eyebrow slightly, realizing she was indeed quite affluent. Let us proceed, he stated, tucking the coins away nonchalantly. Bai Ning nodded obediently, following closely behind him, devoid of any sense of caution. How foolish, to board a vehicle with someone without any apprehension. Jiang Chun cast a sidelong glance at the girl and jested, with 10 gold coins in hand, my spirits have lifted somewhat. If you were not a good person, you would have struck me down back in the flower forest. Bai Ning replied earnestly. Jiang Chun shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further, and walked directly to the concealed door on the train. Here we are. Upon reaching the iron gate, Bai Ning looked astonished, suddenly becoming vigilant and cautiously observing Jiang Chun. This scenario resembled that of a villain leading someone to their demise, only to announce their arrival at the location. Was she mistaken? Could it be that Jiang Chun was indeed a nefarious character? Unbeknownst to her, Jiang Chun was oblivious to her internal musings as he retrieved the key to the snowy mountain villa and gently unlocked the door. Currently, he could only access the bathing facilities of the villa, and it seemed that further exploration of the estate would require additional challenges to be completed. However, he had no intention of pursuing that, as he had already acquired the finest bathing area, rendering the remaining spaces of little interest to him. As the door swung open, a wave of humid air enveloped them, leaving Bai Ning astounded. She glanced between the expansive doorway and the train, realizing that, based on the train's dimensions, the area beyond the door should lead to the tracks, yet here lay an enormous bathing pool. It was simply inconceivable. Jiang Chun observed Bai Ning's expression, noting its striking similarity to his own reaction upon first witnessing the scene behind the door. Please, esteemed lady, he gestured with a smile. Bai Ning nodded vigorously and stepped inside, unaware that Jiang Chun's lips curled into a sly grin behind her. Madam, would you require a change of bathrobe before your soak? Jiang Qin's concerned voice interrupted her reverie as she stood at the pool's edge, uncertain of her next move. Bai Ning glanced down at her soiled attire. Realizing she could not possibly enter the pristine waters in her current state, fearing she would tarnish Jiang Qin's immaculate bathing pool. Do you have any? She inquired. Indeed. We do, Jiang Qin affirmed. While he certainly lacked a lady's bathrobe, it could be procured from the personal marketplace for merely 2 train gold coins, affording her a set of alluring attire. The exclusive Snowy Mountain bathrobe would cost 6 gold coins per set, fair and transparent pricing, devoid of deceit. Oh, very well. Bai Ning felt somewhat dazed, but the next moment, she realized, do I have to pay? Jiang Qin's expression grew stern immediately. What kind of talk is that? In this small business venture, I concede, I shall make the payment. However, could we settle it later? I find myself lacking in surplus train coins, Bai Ning lamented. Of course, esteemed lady, Jiang Qin replied with a smile, presenting a sensual bathrobe to Bai Ning. Upon glimpsing the refreshing style, her cheeks flushed slightly. I apologize. The shop's inventory is limited, and this is the only available design. Jiang Qin anticipated her forthcoming words. Very well, Bai Ning acquiesced, nodding before scurrying to change into the bathrobe. Once she immersed herself in the pool, Jiang Qin turned around, a smile gracing his face. Madam, our hot spring pool has no time restrictions, and prolonged soaking possesses health benefits. However, merely bathing may prove somewhat monotonous. Might you be interested in some fruit beverages, or perhaps entertainment via gaming equipment? Is that available too? Bai Ning inquired hesitantly. Indeed, Jiang Qin affirmed with a nod. Then, how many train coins will that cost me? She asked weakly, her head peeking out from the water. Why such a question? Free of charge? Bai Ning's eyes sparkled with delight. The fruit drink package is merely 8 train coins, Jiang Qin declared promptly. And what about the gaming equipment? Bai Ning inquired softly. Oh, so that is where her interest lies. An additional 2 train coins will allow you to rent the gaming equipment until your bath concludes. Jiang Qin replied with a smile. All right, I shall take that package. Bai Ning nodded. We shall settle the bill outside, correct? Jiang Qin gazed at her with a cheerful expression. Yes. The girl nodded in agreement. With a grand gesture, Jiang Qin utilized his train coins to purchase a juice extractor and a set of gaming equipment from the personal marketplace, totaling 5 train coins. What flavor of juice would you prefer? He asked. Watermelon, she replied. Jiang Qin had already procured ample fruit during his prior visit to the supermarket, preserving it with frost gems, and now it was time to put it to good use. Before long, a watermelon-flavored beverage accompanied by a fruit platter was presented. Bai Ning stood up, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Jiang Qin, how could I impose such trouble upon you? Seeing her bashful demeanor, a wave of guilt washed over Jiang Qin, quickly overshadowed by his conscience. Nonsense, having made a purchase, one is entitled to the corresponding service, he replied earnestly. However, from his vantage point, he had a clear view of the girl's pristine beauty, particularly as the bathrobe exhibited a translucent quality, revealing Bai Ning's flawless figure before Jiang Qin's gaze. Bai Ning sensed his unwavering stare, prompting her to retreat into the water with a soft gasp. Jiang Qin, what are you looking at? Her voice trembled with shyness. Nothing. It's just that the mist is rather thick, and I can't see clearly. Jiang Qin hastily waved his hand. In the water, Bai Ning's hair was dampened by the mist, with droplets cascading down her fair neck and gliding into her delicate collarbone, subsequently merging into the water with an exaggerated arc. She pursed her cherry lips, pondering whether the mist was indeed a bit too thick. This is a gaming device. Feel free to enjoy it. If you need anything, just call me, Jiang Qin remarked as he returned to the train compartment. He truly could not linger any longer inside. After a moment, Jiang Qin steadied his emotions when he heard Bai Ning's voice once more from behind the door. Boss, do you have any body wash here? Jiang Qin pushed the door open. Of course. Body wash, body lotion, shampoo, conditioner, everything you could possibly need. Bai Ning blinked her eyes. Package price, 5 train coins. I'll take a set. All right. Boss, do you have any extra girls' clothes? Certainly. Fixed price, 5 train coins. I'll get you one. At last. Bai Ning emerged after her shower, her hair still damp, clad in the cute white dress Jiang Qin had prepared for her, with a blush adorning her youthful face. She approached Jiang Qin and softly said, Boss, could you tally up the bill? Let us see. Yukata 6 train coins, fruit drink gaming package 10 train coins, body wash package 5 train coins, lowly dress 5 train coins, totaling 26 train coins. Just round it to 30 train coins. Jiang Chun replied generously. Bai Ning gazed at Jiang Chun with wide eyes. Ahem, I misspoke. Just 25 train coins will suffice. Jiang Chun chuckled lightly. I'll go get it. Bai Ning nodded and dashed back to her train. Moments later, she returned with 25 gleaming train coins, causing Jiang Chun to raise an eyebrow at the sight of such wealth. Bai Ning truly was affluent. Typically, players at her stage would not possess such a sum of train coins, especially considering her level was only 2 before entering this scenario. It was likely she had more coins on her train, but Jiang Chun could never resort to theft. A pleasant collaboration. May we meet again by fate next time. Jiang Chun waved as he prepared to board the train. Wait, Bai Ning suddenly called out again. What is it? Jiang Chun turned to look at her. Boss, you must have a lot of supplies, right? Could I procure some? I brought extra train coins this time, she said, patting her bulging pocket. Jiang Chun's lips curled into a smile. Welcome, esteemed guest. Before long, Bai Ning had purchased nearly a complete set of daily necessities from Jiang Chun. However, her gaze continued to search the surroundings for something, but ultimately, she seemed to find nothing, revealing a look of disappointment. What's wrong? Do you need anything else? Jiang Chun inquired. Though he might not have sufficient supplies at hand, he had a personal shop and could procure items from there to resell to Bai Ning. Bai Ning hesitated, her cheeks reddening, as if grappling with something difficult to voice. Finally, she mustered the courage to ask, Boss, do you have any sanitary pads? Sanitary pads? Jiang Chun was taken aback. He truly had no such experience. Noticing his bewilderment, Bai Ning hurriedly gestured. Do not misunderstand, esteemed one. I have not yet arrived. I merely have a sense that the time is near. Please, wait a moment. Jiang Chun quickly navigated the marketplace, purchasing several boxes of sanitary napkins. Initially, he intended to buy more to profit as a middleman, but was suddenly confronted by the word sold out. Could it be that the marketplace also imposed a limit on stock? He momentarily set aside that thought and proceeded to carry the boxes of sanitary napkins over. Are these sufficient? Absolutely. Bai Ning nodded eagerly. These would last her several years. By the way, esteemed one, do you happen to have a night pot? Having broached this delicate subject, Bai Ning felt her embarrassment dissipate. Like Jiang Chun before her, she had been resolving her issues at the station, but yesterday, while doing so, she was bitten on the backside by a snake, which left her too wary to continue addressing her needs outdoors. She still felt a pressing urgency now. A night pot? Jiang Chun shook his head. Upon seeing his response, Bai Ning's expression dimmed slightly. So it seems even the esteemed Xinzhou does not possess such an item? It is not that I lack it. Rather, I have something of insufficient quality. However, I do possess this, Jiang Chun declared, promptly purchasing a specialized train toilet from the marketplace. Goodness, Bai Ning exclaimed, her face alight with excitement. I will buy this, esteemed one. Whatever the cost, I shall pay. Her eyes sparkled with a genuine longing. Jiang Chun's lips curled into a smile, yet he hesitated to mention that this item was a completed product. With a marketplace price of 18 train coins. 30 train coins, he reluctantly stated. Perfect. Bai Ning eagerly produced the train coins to complete the transaction. After assisting her in installing the toilet, the two returned to their respective trains, with Bai Ning departing the peculiar train track first. Just as Jiang Chun was about to initiate the train's departure, the rear door suddenly swung open, and a shadowy figure slowly boarded the train. Jiang Chun's expression shifted to one of wary apprehension. Such a peculiar stop should not permit passengers to board. Chapter 32, The Sandstorm Dragon. Upon boarding, the passenger seemed to cast a glance at Jiang Chun before casually selecting a seat. In this carriage, another previous passenger had remained aboard, and upon seeing this newcomer, suddenly shifted to the side. This was not mere caution, it was more accurately described as fear. Despite both being in a state of undeath, the earlier passenger exhibited apprehension towards this new arrival, leading Jiang Chun to suspect that this individual was indeed formidable. Thus, he refrained from initiating conversation. Although he had an obligation to collect fares, his instincts warned him that this figure was not one to provoke, as even death knights might struggle against such a being. Fortunately, the newcomer appeared disinterested in engaging Jiang Chun, merely settling into their seat. Boom. As the train gradually progressed, Jiang Chun returned to the cockpit. His next destination was a place ominously named the Cave of 10,000 Serpents. Fortunately, he felt confident in his formidable abilities to handle the challenges that lay ahead. While awaiting arrival at the Cave of 10,000 Serpents, Jiang Chun glanced once more at the items dropped from this duo instance. his attention captured by a particularly enticing equipment blueprint. Name: Enchanted Armor Blueprint, Gold. Category: Armor. Description: an exquisite armor crafted from ancient tree blossoms, capable of absorbing physical damage. Excluding elemental damage, durability, $9.99. Upon discovering this blueprint, he had noticed its golden luster, though he had insufficient time to examine it further at that moment. Now, he realized it bore a striking resemblance to the immunity ability employed by the elite treant he had previously encountered. However, this armor differed from his prior equipment in that it featured a durability display. What could this imply? Confused, Jiang Chen sent a message to Feng Du. Chenzhou, what does it mean for equipment to have durability? Feng Du, durability equipment refers to disposable gear that cannot be repaired. Once its durability is exhausted, it becomes unusable. Feng Du, wow, have you really obtained such equipment? What grade is it? Chenzhou, it's gold. Feng Du, incredible. A gold grade item. You're truly remarkable. Jiang Chen chose not to continue the conversation, closing the chat interface. Discovering that the armor was indeed a one-time use item, he reflected on its extraordinary effects, absorbing physical attacks, akin to his spectral ability. The sole distinction was that his spectral form lasted for a limited duration, whereas this armor's effect was based on a finite number of uses. Initially, he had lamented the cooldown period of his spectral ability, as there were times when immunity to physical attacks was crucial for maintaining his state. Once activated, after 10 seconds, the ability would enter a cooldown phase, making it challenging if the battle could not be resolved within that time frame. However, this enchanted armor provided him with an unexpected boon. Whenever faced with unavoidable damage, he could utilize its power. The ability to alternate between the enchanted armor and his spectral form would significantly alleviate the difficulties he encountered in combat. Nonetheless, the crafting materials for this golden armor were indeed exorbitant. 20 sturdy blossoms, 1 rose heart, 5 cloud weave threads, 1 curious stone. The first material was relatively easy to obtain, as it dropped in the flower forest, and though he lacked sufficient quantity, he was aware of its location and could gather it later. The cloudweave threads seemed accessible as well. However, the 2 remaining materials, the rose heart and curious stone, were entirely unfamiliar to him. Inquiring with Feng Du, he learned that this individual had also never encountered them. It appeared that acquiring these 2 materials would prove quite challenging in the near future. Setting aside his previous thoughts, Jiang Chen turned his attention to several other items. Among them, one that particularly piqued his interest was the so-called crisis fruit. Name: Crisis fruit. Category: Food. Description: consuming it allows one to foresee impending crises. Upon observing the fruit's effect, a smile crept across Jiang Chen's face, as he speculated that the reason the colossal tree had evaded him was indeed linked to this fruit. It was certainly an intriguing item. He picked up one of the fruits, hesitating for a moment before placing it in his mouth. The tart and bitter flavor unfolded on his palate as he closed his eyes. At this moment, he knew he had to be wary of the passenger behind him. Gradually, the fruit's effects took hold, and unfamiliar images began to materialize in his mind. A massive earth dragon suddenly emerged from the train tracks, relentlessly pursuing a train that, astonishingly, was his death train. As the fruit's effect waned, Jiang Chen opened his eyes and hurried towards the rear of the train. As he passed through the passenger car, his gaze lingered momentarily. To his astonishment, there was only one passenger left. He looked at the dark silhouette, which seemed to be observing him in return, and he vaguely felt it was smiling at him. However, he had no inclination to concern himself with this individual and made a beeline for the back of the train. Upon opening the door, a wild gust of wind surged in, and at the end of the train tracks, yellow sand swirled, with a massive figure faintly discernible within the tumult. Indeed, it was the very thing he had glimpsed through the crisis fruit. A sense of dread filled Jiang Chen. The destructive power of this creature was evidently formidable, capable of shaking even the train itself, leaving him uncertain of its true strength. He recalled that Wind had previously mentioned a train being attacked by a monster, and it seemed this was precisely that type of creature. He activated his legendary glasses to probe the shadow amidst the sandstorm. Name: Sandstorm Earth Dragon. Level: 10. Attack, Defense, Spirit. Description: an earth dragon lurking near the tracks, specializing in ambushing passing trains, boasting astonishing offensive and defensive capabilities. Upon reading the information, Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed. Level 10. This was the first time he encountered a creature with a 2-digit level, and judging by its attributes, It was among the elite of its kind. He anticipated a formidable challenge. However, upon consulting the map, he realized he was not far from the Blantis Ruins station, and he could not afford to use the Death Knight again. Relying solely on himself was imperative. Jiang Chun pondered briefly, then drew his frostblade. Shaking his head, he put it away and retrieved his hunting rifle instead. The Sandstorm Earth Dragon was still at a distance, and only ranged weapons could inflict effective damage. He loaded his rifle with bullets, imbuing them with the power of frost gems, and then fired twice at the Sandstorm Earth Dragon. The bullets struck true, and the creature's speed rapidly diminished, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. Jiang Chun activated the legendary glasses, adjusting the distance until he could finally see the Sandstorm Earth Dragon. He couldn't help but feel a twitch at the corner of his lips, nearly forgetting that the train was in the midst of its regular journey. So, was the crisis posed by the Sandstorm Earth Dragon resolved simply like that? It would be prudent to stop and eliminate it. Otherwise, it would relentlessly pursue from behind. The Frost Gem's deceleration effect was indeed formidable, yet it had its limitations in visibility. The Sandstorm Earth Dragon was exceedingly swift, and once the frost effect dissipated, it would undoubtedly catch up. In the passenger compartment, a shadow approached Jiang Chun. Chapter 33, The Earth Gem. The sudden voice startled Jiang Chun. Upon realizing it was the passenger, he instinctively furrowed his brow in caution. Do not be so tense. I merely wish to hitch a ride to the terminal station. I harbor no ulterior motives toward you, the shadow remarked nonchalantly. The terminal station. Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow. This was the third time he had heard mention of the terminal station. However, given the shadow's strength, it seemed unnecessary for it to deceive him, so its words were likely truthful. What about the fare? Jiang Chun inquired, rubbing his nose. The distance from here to the terminal station was considerable. The fare? The shadow paused, seemingly taken aback by Jiang Chun's question. Just as it was about to respond, a sudden wave of pressure swept through the train, startling it. Your train? Jiang Chun looked at the shadow quizzically. Nothing. You will receive the fare shortly. It will surely satisfy you, the shadow assured. Very well. Jiang Chun nodded, returning to the cockpit to halt the train's operation. The first step onto the train's corridor felt soft beneath his feet, reminiscent of sand. At the end of the passage, the yellow sands began to reappear as Jiang Chun, wielding the frost blade, closed in. According to the shadow, the Sandstorm Earth Dragon had already targeted his train. If he did not act decisively, it would indeed become a significant nuisance, even though the frost gem could decelerate it, allowing it to lag behind. The mere act of pursuing remained a considerable threat. Moreover, during his exploration of the station, if it were to attack the train, he would be unable to provide assistance. Thus, the Sandstorm Earth Dragon had to be dealt with here and now. With a thunderous roar, the Sandstorm Earth Dragon surged forward, its gaping maw lined with jagged teeth, resembling a monstrous worm. Does this creature even deserve to be called an Earth Dragon? Jiang Chun twisted his neck, drawing the frost blade and directly hurling it at the creature's surface. The sharp blade, imbued with the power of ice, sliced through the Sandstorm Earth Dragon's flesh, embedding itself deep within its form. However, the frost blade had long been enchanted in advance with the power of the frost gem, ensuring that its presence within the beast would severely limit its speed. Moreover, the angle was exceptionally tricky. The worm-like body of the Sandstorm Earth Dragon was utterly incapable of dislodging the frost blade. The first step had been accomplished, and Jiang Chun swiftly retreated, simultaneously unleashing a barrage of gunfire. Each bullet was imbued with enchantments. When confronting such formidable beasts, he could not afford to squander the durability of his frost gems. His objective was clear: to impede the speed of the Sandstorm Dragon, for only then would he have a chance to vanquish it. The bullets continued to rain down, and he swiftly retrieved the frost staff. Frost, he intoned, the incantation spilling from his lips, causing the Sandstorm Dragon's speed to diminish progressively until it crawled at a glacial pace. A hint of a smile graced Jiang Chun's lips. The suppression of speed was the greatest advantage against such a colossal creature. The Sandstorm Dragon lunged in pursuit, but struck only air, as it seemed to realize its speed had been curtailed. In a frenzy, it began thrashing about on the ground, desperate to dislodge the frost blade. The frost blade wavered, but Jiang Chun would not grant it the opportunity. He raised his rifle and fired several shots directly at the dragon's eye, and with his formidable offensive prowess, he shattered one of its eyeballs. Was this its weakness? Jiang Chun's gaze flickered. The Sandstorm Dragon possessed not just a single pair of eyes, but dozens densely clustered around its maw. This would certainly deplete his ammunition significantly. With this thought, he decisively drew forth the flame gem, enchanting the barrel of his gun, and unleashed a volley of shots that struck several of the dragon's eyes. Flames began to scorch its eyeballs, eliciting a harrowing cry from the sandstorm dragon as it writhed in agony, causing the ground to tremble as if an earthquake had struck. Watching the flames ravaging its form, Jiang Chun waited patiently. The offensive power of the flame gem surpassed that of the frost gem, and this searing assault would undoubtedly diminish the dragon's defensive health substantially. However, an inexplicable phenomenon soon unfolded. The flames enveloping the sandstorm dragon began to extinguish, and its attacks began to affect the very soil, ensnaring Jiang Chun in a perilous predicament. Earth elements. Jiang Chun's eyes narrowed as he observed the writhing ground, prompting a hasty retreat. He had previously investigated the sandstorm dragon's data. It should not possess the ability to wield earth elemental attacks. Yet, with no time to ponder further, he found himself ensnared as if caught in a mire. The speed advantage gained through the frost gem had been utterly obliterated. The sandstorm dragon closed in relentlessly, and Jiang Chun felt a twinge of vulnerability. After all, this was a level 10 creature, and he could hardly withstand its might. At this point, Jiang Chun had seemingly exhausted all his trump cards. Suddenly, a beam of black light pierced through the sandstorm dragon's body, and in an instant, it collapsed to the ground. At this stage, you are indeed formidable, the shadow remarked. Yet, it is unfortunate that this sandstorm dragon harbors an earth energy gem within, coupled with the suppression of its level 10 status. It is only natural that you cannot best it. Earth energy gem? Jiang Chun's eyes flickered. Aside from the frost gem, you also possess a flame gem. The essence of frost lies in its dispersal, while the hallmark of flame is destruction. However, the characteristic of the earth gem is regeneration. It can provide an unending source of power and serve as the central energy for the train, driving all energy-consuming devices. This, I suppose, serves as your fare, remarked the shadow with a subtle tone. Jiang Chun gazed at the earthy-hued gem, realizing the truth. He had been prepared to summon the Death Knight just moments ago. Yet unexpectedly, the shadow had intervened. Was this indeed the fare he had provided for himself? Quite commendable. You have slain the Windsand Earth Dragon, gaining 180 experience points. Dropped items. Earth Gem X1, Earth Dragon Skin X1, Earth Dragon Saliva X1. Server-wide announcement. Chun Zhou becomes the first player in the server to slay the Windsand Earth Dragon, receiving a special reward, a golden treasure chest. The sudden announcement caught Jiang Chun off guard. He had not anticipated that vanquishing this creature would yield a golden treasure chest as a reward. Speaking of which, during the last completion of the Blizzard Manor, there were still several treasure chests that remained unopened. Upon returning, he could conveniently open them along with this golden treasure chest. Oh my, Chun Zhou has begun again. Nothing surprising, didn't he just break a record for a duo dungeon this morning? Chun Zhou is simply a deity in our district. Only in our district. Perhaps he wouldn't even rank in others. I see you're just envious of the grapes you cannot reach. Chun Zhou, take me along. Children, no battle orders are given here. The chat channel erupted in a fervor. Jiang Chun paid no heed to the chatter, instead turning his attention back to the shadow. Is the earth gem dropped by every Windsand Earth Dragon? He inquired. Dream on. Out of thousands of Windsand Earth Dragons, only one may have a chance to drop an earth gem, the shadow replied coolly. Is the earth gem exclusively obtained through slaying the Windsand Earth Dragon? Jiang Chun pressed on, feeling that the shadow possessed considerable knowledge. Seizing the opportunity to converse, he sought to extract more information. Not at all. There are numerous ways to acquire the earth gem, but defeating the Windsand Earth Dragon is currently the most reliable method known. Of course, with such a low drop rate, one gem from thousands of dragons, it is still far superior to the elusive means of acquisition, the shadow elaborated. Then, aside from these three, what other gems are there? Jiang Chun continued. Gems. In addition to the frost, flame, and earth you currently possess, there are also thunder, wood element, undead, gold vein, and wind-seeking gems, among others. However, I would advise you to obtain an undead gem before venturing into the fallen kingdom of Landis. The shadow chuckled lightly. How did you know I am going to the fallen kingdom of Landis? Jiang Chun exclaimed in surprise. Not only that, but you also carry the curse of the snowy domain. Both are places from which one may not return. The shadow shook his head. I wish you luck. With that, the shadow gracefully returned to the train. Jiang Chun's gaze flickered. The shadowy figure merely mentioned acquiring a soul gem, but did not elaborate on the means of obtaining it. Indeed, the only reliable method to procure a soul gem is through the soul tomb. Though the drop rate is exceedingly low, one might need to conquer it hundreds of times to have a chance at obtaining a single gem. The shadowy figure suddenly returned to add, the soul tomb. Jiang Chen quietly noted this before returning to the train. Wind, my friend, you are truly magnificent. What exactly is this sandstorm dragon? Wind had come to seek further information. Jiang Chen, do you recall your previous mention of a train being attacked? Wind, oh, so, you killed that sandstorm dragon? Jiang Chen, yes, if you encounter one, exercise caution. The sandstorm dragons in our area are around level 10. Wind, level 10? Goodness, you can slay such formidable creatures? Jiang Chen chose not to reply and closed the chat interface, for at that moment, an announcement echoed through the train. Approaching station, 10,000 Serpents Cave, passengers disembarking. Duro. 20 minutes, Jiang Chen had intended to open a treasure chest in his possession. But upon realizing the imminent arrival at the station, he temporarily set that desire aside and waited for the train to arrive. The 20-minute stopover could be considered neither long nor short. 10,000 Serpents Cave arrived. Passengers disembarking, please take your belongings and exit in an orderly fashion. As the train's announcement concluded, the doors slowly opened, unleashing a gust of cold air. However, the special outfit he wore, the frost robe, granted him a degree of immunity to the cold, allowing him to stand in the chilling wind without feeling excessively uncomfortable. Yet, it struck him as peculiar that, despite the sunny weather, the 10,000 Serpents Cave was so frigid. Perhaps it was a quirk of the train game's environment or a geographical anomaly of the cave itself. Activate the legendary glasses, Jiang Chen uttered calmly. The 10,000 Serpents Cave was devoid of fog, indicating a lack of hidden dangers, which simplified matters considerably. Upon activating the legendary glasses, he swiftly discerned the creatures lurking in the area. Target, Frost Venom Serpent. Level 3. Attack, Defense, Mental. Description, a venomous serpent concealed within the 10,000 Venoms Cave, its bite imbued with frost. When the venom accumulates to a certain degree, it can freeze its victims to death. Another poisonous species. Jiang Chen raised his hunting rifle. He had gained experience in dealing with such creatures, and shooting was the most effective approach. With his current attack attributes, a single bullet sufficed to effortlessly slay a frost venom serpent. What followed was a straightforward hunt. Within mere minutes, dozens of frost venom serpents fell at his hands. Yet they continued to emerge from the cave in relentless waves. A level 3 creature yielded 15 experience points, and after this bout of hunting, his experience increased by 600 or 700 points. Yet, it was not over. Jiang Chen's lips curled into a smile, suggesting that the quantity of monsters in this dungeon was not uniform. Previously, at the sites he encountered, the number of minor creatures was merely around 10 or at most 20, before triggering the appearance of an elite monster. However, in the Serpent's Den, there seemed to be no end in sight. This must be considered a rather excellent leveling dungeon. Approximately 100 frost venom snakes had perished beneath Jiang Chen's gunfire before the alert for an elite monster finally sounded. You have slain an excess of frost venom snakes, attracting the attention of the great frost venom snake. Hiss! 2 considerably larger frost venom snakes emerged, their eyes gleaming with malice as they regarded Jiang Chen. Judging by their size, these must be the parents of the smaller frost venom snakes he had just dispatched. Quite the prolific breeders, Jiang Chen mused. Then unleashed a barrage of bullets, the acrid scent of gunpowder filling the air. As the 2 newly appeared great frost venom snakes fell into a pool of their own blood. You have slain the great frost venom snake. Experience gained, 50. You have slain the great frost venom snake. Experience gained, 50. Loot, 2 flexible snake skins, 1 frost elixir. After dispatching the 2 great frost venom snakes, the train stop was nearing its end, prompting Jiang Chen to hastily return. This venture had proven quite fruitful, although the loot was not particularly useful. His experience had surged by over 1,000. Name, Jiang Chen. Level, 5, 17663500. Identity, Train Operator, Death Train. Attack, 257, 191. Defense, 365, 305. Spirit, 520, 400. Talent, Ethereal Body. Evaluation, a fortunate novice. The pace towards leveling up to 6 had accelerated significantly, bringing him a sense of delight. However, on his way back to the train, he noticed 2 phantoms on the platform, seemingly fearful of something. hesitant to board. These spectral beings represented a substantial source of income for him. One of the frost gems he possessed had originated from a snow spirit specter. Yet now, these spirits were too frightened to approach the train. The cause was evident. The phantoms. He directly boarded the train to confront one of them. In the passenger compartment, the phantom was gazing out at the scenery. Upon noticing Jiang Chun, it emitted a questioning sound. Throughout their interactions, this phantom had been rather amicable towards him. Nevertheless, such behavior did not imply that it was a character worthy of a good person card. If he were to guess, it must have been under some form of constraint, which explained its pacifying demeanor towards him. What happened to the passenger I had earlier? He inquired, narrowing his eyes. He had forgotten about this matter due to the sand dragon incident, but now recalling, the disappearance of that passenger was undoubtedly linked to the phantom. This creature was entirely different from an ordinary spectral passenger. Oh, you mean that one? I was a bit hungry, so I ate him, the phantom said, gesturing towards its stomach. Eaten. Jiang Chen's lips twitched violently. Chapter 35. The disguised player indeed. I am utterly famished, murmured Shadow, his nonchalant demeanor suggesting that he had merely enjoyed a simple meal. Jiang Chun began to comprehend the role Shadow played among the undead. No wonder the passengers below hesitated to board. The presence of a gourmet in the carriage would deter anyone from stepping aboard. What about my passengers? Jiang Chun inquired calmly, aware that he was no match for the Spectre-S formidable power. All he could do was negotiate. Shadow cast a glance at the waiting passengers below and chuckled. In this entire area, your death train is the sole option. They will inevitably board sooner or later. Upon hearing Shadow's words, Jiang Chen's expression darkened. If this fellow continued in such a manner, he might have to unleash the Death Knight for a bit of fun. It is well known that the true strength of the Death Train lies not in its innate abilities, but in the treasures its passengers bring. These very items had enabled him to navigate the early stages and attain his current prowess. However, Shadow's presence instilled fear in the prospective passengers, presenting an unspeakable obstacle to his advancement. Thus, even if it meant risking the consequences of utilizing the Death Knight, he was determined to find a way to force Shadow off the train. Noticing Jiang Chen's demeanor, Shadow shook his head in resignation. Fine, if it comes to that. I simply want to feast upon your passengers. I'll just endure a bit of hunger. Jiang Chun continued to regard him, even if you promise not to consume them. As long as you remain aboard, these undead will not dare to step inside. Shadow shrugged. Very well, I shall shed my disguise. That should suffice, no? With that, Shadow's appearance abruptly transformed, the dark, spectral form vanishing to reveal a striking young man clad in casual black attire. Jiang Chun was taken aback. You are not undead? At what point did I claim to be one? Shadow replied coolly. Jiang Chun furrowed his brow. Then you. I speak the truth. Boarding your train is merely a matter of hitching a ride. Compared to that somewhat affluent lady, I believe you possess far greater potential to reach the final destination. Shadow interjected. That little rich lady? Jiang Chun quickly realized he must be referring to Bai Ning. I wish to ask, are you a player? Jiang Chun shook his head, harboring no doubts about the veracity of Shadow's earlier statements. Indeed, Shadow confirmed with a nod. Jiang Chun mused, as expected, in such a place. Players were the only other entities aside from the undead. Shadow's demeanor had never resembled that of the other ghostly passengers. He appeared more like a player who had now unveiled his true identity. Why, then, do you find yourself in the novice area? Jiang Chun posed the question that lingered in his mind. Clearly, with Shadow's prowess, he could not possibly be a player of this tier. He was undoubtedly a seasoned player. Oh, I originally intended to conquer a special dungeon, but an unforeseen mishap occurred during my journey, resulting in the train being derailed. Consequently, I utilized a cross-zone card to board this train, only to find myself in a new area, Shadow explained with a hint of nonchalance. Can trains still be reimbursed? Jiang Chun questioned him with skepticism. Of course, you wouldn't presume that the train serves as an everlasting shield, would you? Ewing replied with a hint of mockery. Then what does it mean for you to disguise yourself as a specter on my train? Jiang Chun furrowed his brow. While the notion was indeed plausible and could be believed, the act of masquerading as a specter raised some suspicions. Do not misconstrue my intentions. I assumed the identity of a specter to evade pursuit during the train reimbursement. Upon encountering you, I noticed you were aboard the death train and decided not to unveil my disguise, intending to proceed covertly. However, now that you have uncovered my ruse, reverting to my original form poses no issue, Ewing shrugged. And what about your claim of consuming specters? Jiang Chun inquired again. That assertion holds truth. I possess the identity of a ghost hunter, enabling me to devour specters and restore my vitality, Ying responded. Identity. Jiangchen scrutinized him. This is something you cannot yet grasp. You will understand when you reach the final station. Additionally, the final station has the capability to repair the train, albeit at a considerable resource expense. Yet, given my unfortunate circumstances, I can only hitch a ride to the final station, Ying elaborated. At this point, many of Jiang Qin's lingering questions had found answers. Once Ying shed his specter disguise, 2 other passengers boarded the train, suggesting that the ghost hunter Ying referenced might indeed be his true spectral form. Stay put, Jiang Qin commanded before turning to leave. Wait. I've already laid my cards on the table. There's no need for you to linger in this passenger car, is there? Ying chased after him, grinning. Where do you wish to go? Jiang Qin glanced at him. He surmised that this fellow's cross-regional card likely had certain restrictions, or perhaps limitations in the Novice area prevented him from taking action against Jiang Qin. Otherwise, with his capabilities, he could have easily seized the train rather than engage in this incessant chatter. Allow me to move to the living compartment. After all, you are aware of my identity as a ghost hunter. Should I succumb to temptation and transform, I might inadvertently endanger you and these 2 passengers. Jiang Qin's eyelids twitched at this remark. The rascal was making a blatant threat. The living compartment is no longer available, but I do intend to upgrade the train once more. By then, an additional living compartment could indeed be provided for your accommodation, Jiang Qin smirked, casting a somewhat mischievous glance at Ying. Sensing the dubious intent behind that gaze, Ying grew wary. You sly one. You're not suggesting I provide the materials for upgrading the train, are you? Not a problem. You can remain in the passenger compartment if you prefer. However, enduring a hard seat directly to the final station may not be a pleasant experience. Jiang Qin shook his head, preparing to turn away. Wait. Ying's expression turned somewhat helpless. I'll supply the materials, you handle the upgrade, all right? After all, your novice train likely hasn't leveled up much, so the required materials shouldn't be extensive. Jiang Qin smiled faintly, acknowledging the truth in his words. His train's level was merely 2, necessitating only a few hundred steel and various miscellaneous materials for the upgrade. Upon first entering this game, the materials appeared to be astronomical figures. However, Jiang Qin has now acquired a considerable amount. Thus, upon reaching the cockpit, he promptly upgraded the train. Congratulations, your train has been upgraded to level 3, and you have received 1 living compartment and 1 storage compartment. At this moment, Ying approached and was momentarily taken aback by the sight of the level 3 train. Wasn't this train just at level 2? He queried, gazing suspiciously at Jiang Qin. Of course, it has always been at level 3, Jiang Qin replied calmly. The current upgrade materials required were 1,000 units of steel, 300 units of alloy, 50 units of refined copper, and 100 units of refined ore. Upon hearing Jiang Qin's demands, Ying's lips twitched slightly. Even if he wished to part with these materials, it would be somewhat painful. You drive a hard bargain. Nevertheless, recalling his promise, he could only grit his teeth and comply. Chapter 36. The newbie zone incident. Ying contributed the materials, which Jiang Qin accepted entirely, subsequently pouring them into the train upgrade. Train is upgrading. Train upgrade successful. The talent Phantom Body has been enhanced. Phantom Body, upon activation, the user is immune to physical and elemental damage, with duration increased to 20 seconds. Congratulations. You have acquired a new personal talent, Death Blind Box, Phantom Blind Box. There is a chance to drop a Phantom Blind Box upon defeating a target, which may yield unexpected items or potentially cursed objects. Your train has been promoted to level 4, gaining an additional living compartment and 1 storage compartment. With the completion of the level 4 upgrade, Jiang Qin felt an unparalleled sense of satisfaction after achieving 2 consecutive promotions for the train. The joy of receiving without cost is indeed delightful. Among the materials required for upgrading to level 4, there were some unfamiliar names. Had he been tasked with gathering them on his own, it would have taken him quite some time. Fortunately, with Ying's generous assistance, the process was expedited. What's with that joyous demeanor? Have you acquired a new talent from the train upgrade? Ying suddenly inquired. Jiang Qin's lips curled into a smile. Is it that obvious? I can hardly contain my excitement. Ying found himself at a loss for words. By the way, I suppose I've been quite helpful to you, haven't I? He continued. Jiang Qin's expression shifted to one of caution. What do you mean by that? Noticing Jiang Qin's wary demeanor, Yu Ying's eyelids twitched slightly. Oh, nothing in particular. I merely hope that when you reach the final destination, you might consider joining my guild. Another guild? Jiang Chun was momentarily taken aback. You know about guilds? Yu Ying was equally surprised, as such knowledge was typically beyond the grasp of those in the newbie zone. Yes, Jiang Chun nodded, deciding to be straightforward. After all, denying it wouldn't change anything. How did you come to know? Yu Ying asked with keen interest. Never you mind. I have my own strength and means, Jiang Chun replied. Reclining comfortably on a genuine leather sofa, Yu Ying chuckled, taking no offense, and settled down beside Jiang Chun. Indeed, among all my numerous visits to the novice zone, you are the most promising newcomer I have encountered, without exception, remarked Yu Ying. Thank you for the compliment, Jiang Chun replied, his demeanor as unflappable as ever. Especially with the remarkable speed at which you acquire gems. Even some seasoned players likely possess fewer than you do, Yu Ying expressed with admiration. Jiang Chun remained silent, unperturbed by the possibility of Yu Ying attempting to seize his belongings. Given Yu Ying's earlier prowess in swiftly defeating the Wind Sand Dragon, if his intent were to eliminate Jiang Chun for the sake of plunder, he would have acted already. At least, he would refrain from such actions until reaching the terminal station, likely due to some protective mechanism in the novice zone. However, it is uncertain whether Yu Ying might turn against him upon reaching the terminal station. It seems prudent to prepare for such eventualities. Therefore, I genuinely invite you to join my guild. We are in need of a promising newcomer like you. Yu Ying's gaze was earnest. What if I choose not to join upon reaching the terminal station? Jiang Chun replied nonchalantly. Yu Ying's brow furrowed at his words. Yet he shook his head. I understand your concerns. Rest assured, even if you decline to join my guild at the terminal station, I will not take any hostile action against you. The current state of the terminal station is precarious. It is not a time for players to turn against one another. You may not grasp the significance of my words now, but once you arrive at the terminal station, you will understand the reasoning behind them. Listening to Yu Ying, Jiang Chun felt an overwhelming sense of desolation. He sensed the truth in Yu Ying's words, for prior to her departure, Ning Feiyue had extended a similar invitation for him to join her guild, and now Yu Ying was doing the same. He even suspected that the frequency with which these veteran players entered the novice zone was decidedly abnormal. He began to doubt whether their purpose in entering the novice zone was truly to strategize dungeons, or if it was merely to scout for new talent. If that were indeed the case, it would only indicate that the situation at the terminal station had reached a critical state, necessitating an influx of fresh blood. Yet, Yu Ying had not disclosed any details regarding the happenings at the terminal station. Jiang Chun simply shook his head, choosing to set aside such thoughts. If the terminal station was indeed in peril, his foremost task was to enhance his strength within the novice zone. A sudden alert echoed. Player Pisces has activated the Area Fusion card. This novice zone will merge with novice zone number 13 in 1 hour. Be prepared to safeguard your train and ensure its smooth operation. This unexpected announcement caused Yu Ying to rise abruptly, his eyes wide with shock. What is it? Jiang Chun inquired, puzzled by his astonishment, as he had yet to witness such a reaction from him. The 12-star palace has initiated the fusion of your zone, Yu Ying said, his brow knitted in concern. What does this fusion entail? And what is the 12-star palace? Jiang Chun felt a sense of unease and could not refrain from asking. To put it simply, when you entered this novice zone, there should have been a notification stating that all train tracks operate in a one-way direction, preventing any collision incidents, Yu Ying explained. Indeed, such a warning exists. How is that possible? Could regional fusion lead to a train collision? Jiang Chun's pupils constricted. If that were the case, it would be utterly absurd. However, it is not entirely the case. Instead, a unidirectional track may transform into a multi-lane track, meaning that other trains could potentially appear on parallel tracks. If the opposing train travels at a higher speed than yours, from a certain perspective, they would possess the means to attack you, explained the Shadow. But did you not say that the current situation is unsuitable for players to engage in mutual slaughter? Jiang Chun could not help but retort. That applies to us veteran players. All veteran players who have reached the terminal station have nearly unanimously agreed upon a tacit regulation. Under normal circumstances, players are not permitted to harm one another. However, in the novice area, you are unaware of this, which is why incidents of competition among novice players abound. The Shadow elucidated. Jiang Chun suddenly realized something. Thus, the crux lies in who is the hunter, or rather, which area is the hunter. What number is our area? The Shadow, noticing Jiang Chun's quick comprehension, expressed approval, though his expression turned somewhat grave. You are in the 18th Novice area, which opened 5 days later than the 13th Novice area. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qin's lips twitched slightly. That meant they were the prey. Player Scorpio has used a regional fusion card. This Novice area will merge with the 12th Novice area in 1 hour. The trains will meet. Please prepare and ensure your train operates normally. Player Libra has used a regional fusion card. This Novice area will merge with the 11th Novice area in 1 hour. The trains will meet. Please prepare and ensure your train operates normally. As soon as the shadow finished speaking, 2 more prompt sounds rang out, causing his expression to become quite dramatic. Damn it, your 18th Novice area has violated the divine decree. Chapter 37, The Three-Way Conflict. Jiang Qin's expression also changed slightly. If he heard correctly, 3 Novice areas were merging with theirs, all of which ranked higher. No matter how one looked at it, this resembled a targeted attack. If I am not mistaken, someone in your area must have offended the 12-star palace. However, logically speaking, how could novice players possess the capability to offend players from the 12-star palace? The shadow's face was also filled with confusion. What? Is the 12-star palace that formidable? Jiang Qin inquired. Well, it is considered one of the top guilds at the terminal station, a level that ordinary guilds cannot afford to provoke. Pray tell, do not tell me you have offended someone from the 12-star palace? The shadow suddenly interjected. Jiang Qin harbored doubts, but still believed it should not be him, as apart from the shadow, he had only interacted with Ning Feiyu, a cross-regional player. Given Ning Feiyu's last attitude towards him, it seemed improbable that she would engage in such actions. Yet, one could never be certain, as he had not inquired about which guild Ning Feiyu belonged to. Perhaps this was indeed her doing? Who knows? Jiang Qin shook his head, then turned to Yu Ying, a subtle smile gracing his lips. What is the matter? You seem quite apprehensive about the members of the 12 zodiac palaces. Are you not their match? What a jest, Yu Ying retorted, curling his lip. With my abilities, dealing with any one of the 12 zodiac is more than manageable. It's just that those brutes have no sense of fair play and always resort to gang tactics. I've suffered a setback before. Oh, so it's a case of once bitten, twice shy, Jiang Qin scoffed. Humph, while you're busy ridiculing me, you should rather count your blessings. If the 12 zodiac truly have their sights set on you, you will undoubtedly become a target for the players in this region. You must have noticed, haven't you? Many veteran players frequent the novice zones precisely to recruit promising newcomers. Of course, I'm not one of them. I was genuinely teleported to your server by chance. Yu Ying replied nonchalantly. Jiang Qin nodded in silence. Is it possible that someone offended the 12 zodiac? Could there be other reasons? He inquired. Yu Ying pondered briefly, his expression shifting slightly. There is indeed another possibility. The regional dungeon. Regional dungeon? Jiang Qin's face revealed confusion at this unfamiliar term. The so-called regional dungeon is one that only spawns in fixed novice or growth areas, with a chance of dropping legendary equipment. Perhaps a regional dungeon in your area is about to refresh, and the 12 zodiac have taken notice, prompting this extensive merging of zones. Given the circumstances, the difficulty of this regional dungeon must be considerable. Otherwise, the 12 zodiac would not mobilize to such an extent, Yu Ying elucidated. Are you suggesting that players from these novice zones will assist them in acquiring that equipment? Jiang Qin asked. Indeed. They surely have selected players as a token of allegiance to join the 12 zodiac, likely tasked with helping to clear that dungeon, Yu Ying explained. As per tradition, once the leaderboard for your zone opens, the 12 zodiac would typically dispatch players across regions to select suitable candidates for their ranks. However, it seems they are unable to wait, indicating that the opening of that regional dungeon is imminent. I see. So, the regional dungeon, like other dungeons, appears along its designated trajectory? Jiang Qin queried. Not quite. When a regional dungeon opens, it locks onto all qualifying players. A button will appear in their cockpits, granting direct access to the dungeon. Of course, those of insufficient strength should refrain from meddling, Yu Ying replied. Qualifying players? Jiang Qin realized this was the crux of the matter. Yes. The regional dungeon in the novice zone will only filter novice players as qualifying candidates, while the regional dungeon in the growth zone will only select veteran players. The players from those novice zones, similar to those in your novice zone 18, are still in their novice phase. The 12 zodiac have exploited this loophole to merge your regions, as long as the novice players collaborating are sufficiently strong. The regional dungeon is undoubtedly theirs for the taking. Thus far, it appears that only the 12 zodiac palace has made a move, while the other guilds seem disinterested in competing. You seem to suggest that there might be other guilds that could intervene? Jiang Chen inquired. More or less. Unless those few individuals choose to stand idly by as the 12 Zodiac Palace seizes the rewards from this regional dungeon, replied Ewing nonchalantly. Player Zhuke has utilized a regional fusion card. This Novice Zone will merge with Novice Zone 10 in 1 hour. The trains will converge. So please prepare and safeguard your train to ensure its smooth operation. Player Baihu has utilized a regional fusion card. This Novice Zone will merge with Novice Zone 9 in 1 hour. The trains will converge, so please prepare and safeguard your train to ensure its smooth operation. Player Hanyue has utilized a regional fusion card. This Novice Zone will merge with Novice Zone 7 in 1 hour. The trains will converge. So please prepare and safeguard your train to ensure its smooth operation. As soon as Ewing finished speaking, several notification sounds chimed in, and a broad smile blossomed on Ewing's face. The 8 Fiends Hall and the July Society have also taken action. It seems this regional dungeon in your area is indeed quite enticing. I suspect it must contain at least one legendary piece of equipment, perhaps even more than that. Listening to Ewing's words, Jiang Chun felt a sense of impending turbulence. He needed to enhance his strength swiftly. By the way, those treasure chests he had. Suddenly, Jiang Chun recalled that he had yet to open the treasure chests he had accumulated during this period, among which were 2 golden chests and 4 or 5 silver chests. The silver chests probably wouldn't offer him significant enhancements, but the golden chests might yield some valuable items. Upon seeing Jiang Chun produce the 2 golden chests, Yu Ying's eyes widened slightly. You've done well. These must be earned by breaking the record across the entire region, right? Jiang Chun remained noncommittal. TSK. I remember back in our Novice Zone. I too was quite the formidable presence, Yu Ying began to boast. However, Jiang Chun chose to ignore him and directly opened the first golden chest. Congratulations. You have obtained the Golden Desert Eagle, purple. You have acquired the recipe, healing potion. You have received a tattered old garment X1. You have obtained several materials. You have earned 18 train coins. This golden chest surprisingly yielded a completed weapon. An arranged one at that. Jiang Chun felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. What a promising beginning. Now, with 1 golden chest remaining, he decided to seize the momentum and open it as well. Chapter 38. Where is the deceit? Congratulations, you have obtained the Dark Dungeon Pass 1. You have received the skill book, Poison Crafting. You have acquired the formula, Bone Powder. You have collected several materials. You have earned 16 train coins. Poison Crafting? What is this? Jiang Chun felt a sense of doubt upon seeing the items dropped from the golden treasure chest. You actually opened a skill book? The shadowy figure, resting on the sofa, immediately leaned in upon hearing this. How do you know? Jiang Chun shot him a glance. He had merely mentioned poison crafting, without alluding to the skill book. Poison crafting is indeed a skill, the figure exclaimed, his face brimming with envy. The probability of obtaining such a thing from a golden treasure chest is only 0.001. What kind of absurd luck do you possess to have achieved this? Then, a mischievous grin spread across his face as he inquired, Are you selling that skill book? For how much? Jiang Chun, intrigued, asked, What is your offer? I'll give you 1,000 train coins. How does that sound? The figure appeared quite confident in his offer. Jiang Chun was momentarily taken aback. Is it truly worth that much? With that price, he could practically purchase the shopkeeper's wife from the store. However, he replied, I'm not selling. He cleared his throat twice. Not selling. The figure's voice noticeably escalated. You want to sell for 1,000 train coins? Do you have any idea how much one can acquire in a personal shop with that amount? I do, Jiang Chun replied calmly. 1,000 train coins can indeed buy numerous items, but they cannot procure a skill book, can they? The figure regarded Jiang Chun with a peculiar look. Have you already opened a personal shop? Indeed, Jiang Chun smiled. No wonder, the figure murmured. Jiang Chun was correct. 1,000 train coins was a substantial fortune. Yet skill books are invaluable. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so eager to procure the one in Jiang Chun's possession. Furthermore, poison crafting had a name that suggested its potential utility in combat. If it were to be auctioned at the terminal station, it would undoubtedly be fiercely contested. For now, he could only envy Jiang Chun's extraordinary fortune. By the way, I seem to have a few poison formulas on me. Since I cannot utilize poison crafting, I'll just give them to you, the figure said, pulling out several formulas and tossing them to Jiang Chun. Such generosity. Jiang Chun was taken aback. Given the figure's personality, he did not strike him as someone who would be so magnanimous. Since I can't use poison crafting, those formulas are worthless to me. They might prove useful to you. I suspect you'll venture into that area dungeon, and these formulas might save your life. I hope you can bring me along to the terminal station, he said nonchalantly. I can't shake the feeling that even if I were to perish, you would simply hitch a ride with another player to the terminal station. Jiang Chen chuckled. That is not absurd. If you were to die, I would certainly find another player to return with. However, I don't wish to see such a remarkable talent like you perish, the figure sighed. Jiang Chen gazed at him and suddenly smiled. Rest assured I won't die. He began to browse through the poison recipes provided by Yu Ying, noticing the names of lily powder and Hahuan poison, causing a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Are you certain this concoction can save my life? Absolutely, Yu Ying replied, unfazed. Though this poison bears a slight tint, when the opponent succumbs to its effects during battle, they will surely be too preoccupied to fight back. You will have ample opportunity to escape, especially against those female players. It's a definitive weapon. Just use it. Isn't that a tad underhanded? Jiang Chen hesitated. Underhanded? She is out to kill you. Do you really care about such trivialities? If worst comes to worst, you can always toss this at her. It's unlikely to cause fatal harm. Surely that is acceptable? As she spoke, Yu Ying tossed out several items. Upon inspection, Jiang Chen realized they were rather extravagant toys. Their dimensions quite astonishing. He felt another twitch at the corner of his mouth. You carry these with you? Surely not. What nonsense. I'm a pure man. Don't assume these are indecent. Some players often request me to deliver such items, Yu Ying replied nonchalantly. Returning to her living compartment, Yu Ying left Jiang Chen to assess the remaining resources in his possession. The bone powder poison was indeed valuable. When unleashed in combat, it could erode flesh to reveal bone, hence its name. However, the crafting materials required bone powder, which could only be acquired from skeletal monsters. Back at Baigu Station, there had been plenty of skeletal creatures. Yet he had deemed them useless at the time and failed to collect any. In hindsight, it was a grievous waste. Nevertheless, he possessed a pass for Bone Station, along with several others. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Alarmed, he exclaimed, "Oh no." He retrieved the pass for the underground current and was dismayed to find it had expired. This was a pass for a level 10 dungeon. Even disregarding the hidden rewards, the experience points alone would have been immensely beneficial. Yet now he had missed the time limit. At that moment, he should have still been at the Snowy Mountain Villa, ensuring he would undoubtedly miss this opportunity. I wonder if Yu Ying has any solutions? With the expired pass in hand, he sought out Yu Ying, who was engrossed in an elaborate gaming setup, fervently engaged in play. I have a time-sensitive pass that has expired. Do you have any suggestions? Jiang Chen inquired directly. A time-sensitive pass? Let me see it, Yu Ying said, setting down her controller. Intrigued. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen handed over the pass. The underground current, Yu Ying murmured. This is quite simple. Don't you have a personal marketplace? There is an item called a reset card, which can restore the time on such limited passes. However, sometimes the cost of the reset card may exceed the price of entry for the dungeon itself, so it would be wise to consider carefully. All right, thank you. Jiang Chen nodded and returned to the front living compartment. Subsequently, he accessed the cockpit and opened the personal marketplace. Upon locating the reset card, he was momentarily taken aback. It was indeed, as the shadowy figure had mentioned, exorbitantly priced. The reset card for a level 19 pass cost 10 train coins, while the one for level 1019 required 20 train coins. The prices for subsequent reset cards escalated in multiples. In some respects, the higher the recommendation level, the better the value proposition. No wonder the shadowy figure had advised him to consider carefully. However, he was reluctant to miss the underground current, as train coins were not particularly scarce for him. Yet, items such as passes that could enhance his strength and experience were far more crucial. Perhaps it could be viewed as a form of investment to bolster his capabilities. He made the purchase with a grand gesture. Jiang Chen acquired the reset card and activated the time recovery pass. As a unique train track materialized, he entered the station of the underground current. Chapter 39. The Dark Blind Box unleashes a talent. Damn, this kid is surprisingly fast. Just as I caught up, he activated the pass. Unbeknownst to Jiang Chen, as his train entered the underground current station, another moving train appeared alongside his track. Inside the cockpit, a burly man cursed under his breath. If memory serves correctly, his speed should be around 200 kilometers. I just need to maintain this speed and wait for him to emerge. The man's lips curled into a smirk. Simultaneously, in the novice area number 18, some unwelcome guests began to infiltrate the multi-track. At the underground current station, Jiang Chen disembarked from the train. The familiar surroundings brought a smile to his lips as he drew the newly acquired golden desert eagle, gripping it firmly before advancing. The golden desert eagle, akin to the old hunter's shotgun, belonged to the category of firearms, boasting compact elegance and practicality, while its power was not significantly inferior. Its only drawback was a slightly reduced magazine capacity compared to the old hunter's shotgun. Nevertheless, it was a minor concern. As he traversed the darkened surroundings, Jiang Chun sensed an insidious gaze upon him, reminiscent of his previous encounter. Consequently, he employed his legendary glasses, and in an instant, the underwater scene became crystal clear. The enormous mutated axolotl reappeared within his line of sight. Name: Mutated axolotl. Level: for elite. Attack, defense, mentality, skill, rapid regeneration, evaluation. Possesses an exceptionally strong limb regeneration ability, coupled with formidable defensive attributes. Novices are virtually no match for it. Suggested course of action: flee. In the past, he had been chased away from the underground current by this creature. Its grotesque defensive capabilities were far beyond what he could penetrate back then. Yet now, times had changed. Jiang Chun, wielding the golden desert eagle, approached the riverbank as the mutated axolotl surged through the water towards him. As the colossal black head emerged from the water's surface, Jiang Chun's gunfire simultaneously echoed, piercing the center of the aberrant giant salamander's skull. Although you possess the skill of rapid regeneration, a single bullet from my gun would surely obliterate you, wouldn't it? With over 200 points in attack attributes, Jiang Chun's power was far beyond what this mutated creature could withstand. A single shot dispatched it to the underworld. Dropped item: Phantom Blind Box. A notification chimed, causing Jiang Chun to pause momentarily, surprised that the first Phantom Blind Box had appeared so swiftly. This was his second talent. He had initially thought that such an item would be challenging to trigger, yet the first monster he killed after acquiring the talent had indeed activated it. This implied a rather high probability, didn't it? He picked up the Phantom Blind Box in his hand, a small chest entirely black with hints of purple patterns, reminiscent of Pandora's box. He recalled that the introduction mentioned a chance of receiving valuable items, but also potentially dangerous curses. Nevertheless, Jiang Chun had always been confident in his luck, and since the Phantom Blind Box had already manifested, it would be a waste not to open it. Open. You have opened the Phantom Blind Box and gained a new talent: Rapid Regeneration. Rapid Regeneration. When sustaining bodily harm, your injuries will heal at a visibly rapid pace. Is this blind box serious? It can actually grant a talent? Indeed, his personal panel reflected the addition of this talent, confirming that the Phantom Blind Box was authentic and not a jest. While this talent was not combat-oriented at this moment, Jiang Chun felt it was even more formidable than any battle-related ability. The mere fact that he could unlock a talent established the box's status as a divine gift. Of course, it was prudent not to celebrate too early. One could easily imagine the curses that a Phantom Blind Box capable of granting talents might also yield. So he could only hope that no overly terrifying curses would befall him in the near future. Subsequently, Jiang Chun purchased a set of diving equipment from his personal shop, as the hints suggested that the entrance to the so-called mysterious treasure lay at the bottom of the dark current. Fortunately, the diving equipment was not excessively expensive, costing only 5 train coins. As he descended, Jiang Chun beheld a dark, foreboding cave entrance, surrounded by tangled aquatic vegetation. This must be the entrance they spoke of. Upon entering the deep cave, darkness engulfed him, rendering even the illumination of his diving apparatus ineffective. In such an environment, should something attack him, it would be quite unsettling. Thus, Jiang Chun activated his legendary goggles once more. The legendary goggles not only provided X-ray vision, but also came equipped with night vision and infrared detection functions, truly living up to their legendary status. Wherever his gaze fell, every potential threat was eliminated. Jiang Chun surveyed his surroundings. The cave was dim, narrow, and exceedingly long, yet it appeared devoid of any immediate peril. Just as he pondered this, a long, pitch-black creature suddenly came into view, though the thermal imaging function failed to detect it. A cold-blooded entity. Jiang Chun recognized its nature, and the desert eagle in his hand was already loaded and ready. Target: Mutated Loach. Level: 7. Attack, defense, mental. Description: the mutated loach has undergone significant growth and seems to be guarding some treasure. Upon reading the information, Jiang Chun's gaze flickered. If there were monsters ahead, he turned to check behind him, and, indeed, several monster alerts appeared. Engaging in close combat underwater was undoubtedly inconvenient. Only ranged firearms could prove effective. He decided to retrieve his old shotgun as well. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets sliced through the water, creating ripples as they struck the massive loaches, causing blood to seep into the water and the carcasses to sink to the bottom. Dropped item. Ghost blind box. After dispatching 5 loaches, an alert about the dropped item appeared, but Jiang Chun had no time to collect it. He needed to exit the narrow passage swiftly. After firing several more shots to eliminate the obstacles ahead, he began to swim with effort. At last, the constricted cave opened up, revealing a vast underwater burial ground, and upon entering, the loaches accelerated in speed, with faint electric sparks flickering beneath the surface. Target: mutated electric eel, level 8. Attack, defense, mental. Description: the mutated electric eel has experienced substantial growth and appears to be guarding some treasure. Among the swarm of loach information, Jiang Chun caught sight of this particular detail, leaving him momentarily speechless. Good heavens! An electric eel? Chapter 40. The treasure within the coffin. Jiang Chun had to admit he never anticipated encountering such a creature here. The electric eel was notorious, even at a standard size. It could electrocute an adult, let alone the 4 to 5 meter long specimen before him. Frost. Without hesitation, Jiang Chun unleashed the energy of the frost staff, fully aware that it required the consumption of frost gems for recharging. He could not afford to take risks in such a situation. The power of ice elements proved particularly effective in the water, swiftly spreading across the lake's bottom. The monsters caught off guard were entirely encased in ice. Although the electric eel attempted to resist, ice is an insulator. Ultimately, the electric eel could only harbor its resentment towards the northwest. These monstrous beings, upon being encased in ice, did not succumb to death immediately. Rather, their vitality gradually waned under the icy confinement, and it would not be long before they perished entirely. Until that moment arrived, he could not cease the incantation of the frost staff. You have slain the mutated electric eel, gaining 120 experience points. A surge of experience flooded in, leaving him but a step away from leveling up to 6. Jiang Chun halted the chant of the frost staff. Yet he remained vigilant, for these were merely the appetizers. The elite monsters of this realm had yet to make their appearance. Although the murky depths obscured visibility, Fangzhe sensed that such a locale could hardly be guarded by mere minions. As anticipated, in the next instant, a familiar notification echoed in Jiang Chun's ears. You have slain an excessive dark current aberration, attracting the attention of the dark current overlord. Target: abyssal leeches, level 10. Attack, defense, spirit. Ability: blood-sucking wound. Inflicted wounds remain unhealed until the victim bleeds to death. What a formidable abyssal leech! Jiang Chun's pupils constricted sharply as he beheld a colossal leech writhing through the shadowy waters. Its deep brown exterior was marked by several black lines, and its blood-sucking mouth, reminiscent of a toilet plunger, was lined with fine, needle-like teeth that promised a painful bite. The dark current overlord must refer to this region's ultimate foe, indicating that there were no elite monsters present, allowing him to unleash his full power without hesitation. Desert Eagle. He drew forth the golden Desert Eagle, swiftly loading the ammunition. Beneath the water, the bullet's trajectory was starkly visible as it struck the abyssal leech's body. Moreover, his accuracy was terrifyingly precise, as successive shots found their mark on the leech's most prized blood-sucking mouth. Although Jiang Chun's level was merely 5, equipped with a full set of rare gear, he was capable of inflicting damage upon a level 10 creature. This had already been demonstrated in his confrontation with the sandstorm dragon. The dark waters gradually became tinged with a whiff of blood, but it was that of the abyssal leech. Perhaps due to its mutated size, the leech emitted a piercing shriek, resonating like an ominous melody in the depths. For a moment, Jiang Chun found himself momentarily incapacitated. When he regained his senses, the abyssal leech was alarmingly close. He wished to retreat, yet the constraints of the underwater environment rendered his attempts futile. The leech coiled around him like a parasite, its menacing maw poised to sink its teeth into Jiang Chun's head. Ethereal form. Jiang Chun activated his innate ability, and in the next moment, his body appeared almost transparent. The upgraded ethereal form rendered him immune to physical harm as well as elemental damage. In summary, regardless of the various attack methods employed by the abyssal leech, it cannot inflict any significant harm upon itself. Of course, the leech's blood-sucking ability is formidable, yet it is unlikely to affect Jiang Chun, given his remarkable regenerative powers. On the surface, these two abilities appear to be inextricably linked in a paradoxical manner. The Abyssal Leech's attack has now reached close proximity, but alas, it can only bite the air. With a swift motion, the frost blade materializes in his grasp, and in the next instant, it descends with lethal intent. Compared to firearms, the advantage of cold weapons may lie in their broader lethality and deeper wounds. Perhaps in previous realms, cold weapons held little advantage over their hot counterparts. However, within this game world, where all monsters have undergone mutations and possess astonishing defenses, the widespread injuries inflicted by cold weapons can sometimes surpass those dealt by firearms. For instance, consider the current scenario. In a ranged battle, handguns do indeed present a superior advantage, but at this moment, the Abyssal Leech has approached willingly, and with the enhancement of his spectral form, he has completely liberated himself. Swiftly, the blade slices through the water, cleaving the leech's body into pieces, while the chilling damage significantly hampers its healing speed. Before long, even its final remnants lay motionless. You have slain the Abyssal Leech, gaining 180 experience points. Your level has risen to 6. Dropped items: Soft Shell X1, Leech Teeth X1, Leech's Nourished Blood X1, Ghost Blind Box X1. As the notifications echoed in his ears, a smile crept across Jiang Chen's face. However, the items dropped by the leech were rather mundane. Only the final Ghost Blind Box piqued his interest. He opened it, hoping for a fortuitous outcome akin to the mutated axolotl's box, which had bestowed him with a unique ability. Yet luck was not on his side this time. You have received an expired can of food. Very well. Jiang Chen glanced at the spoiled can and promptly discarded it into the water. There was little need to keep such refuse. For beneath the surface, the true treasures were never found in the hunt for a mere leech, but in the so-called mysterious relics entombed within the coffins. With that, Jiang Chun activated his legendary glasses, scanning each coffin intently. A coffin containing a curse. Opening it will lead to immediate demise. Inside lies a century-old zombie of level 32, seemingly guarding some precious treasure. It would be wise not to provoke it with your current strength. This is a burial coffin, containing several fine treasures, posing no danger. Inside lies a century-old zombie of level 32, seemingly guarding some precious treasure. It would be wise not to provoke it with your current strength. This is the main coffin. The body within has long since decayed, yet some valuable treasures remain. Posing no threat, 5 coffins lay before him, one bearing a curse, 2 concealing formidable zombies of level 32, while the remaining 2 posed no threat. Jiang Chun could not help but click his tongue in admiration. Fortunate was he to possess the legendary glasses. Had another ventured here, even if they vanquished the leeches, they would face a 2/5 chance of demise. A misstep would surely lead to death. It must be said, the world of this game is perilously treacherous. Even the novice zones harbor such twisted mechanisms. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Chun glided towards one of the coffins. It was time to reap the rewards. Chapter 41. You have no idea how impressive the master of sunken ships truly is. You have unlocked the treasures within the coffin and acquired several burial ornaments. You have obtained a Dragonbone Jade Pendant, purple, X1. The first coffin he opened was a side one, containing a plethora of ornaments, though most were merely worth some currency. In this apocalyptic game, few might be willing to engage in trade. Fortunately, he did uncover a commendable piece of equipment, a decorative item that did not conflict with his existing set of 7 frost armor pieces, allowing him to further enhance his attributes upon equipping it. Subsequently, Jiang Chen swam towards another coffin, the main one rumored to harbor precious treasures. According to the information provided by his legendary glasses, the corpse within had decayed, posing no threat. With a mighty push, bubbles erupted to the surface, and the scene slowly came into focus. It was a desiccated skeleton. You have acquired the treasures within the coffin, including several burial ornaments. You have obtained a charging crystal X1. You have obtained a skeleton heart X1. You have obtained a blueprint for a necromancer's staff, gold, X1. A blueprint for a golden weapon, a seemingly rare material, and a charging crystal. What precisely is this charging crystal? Jiang Chen examined it closely. Charging crystal can infuse rare gems with energy. Upon seeing this effect, Jiang Chen's eyes brightened. He was well acquainted with gems, possessing 3 in his possession. The frost gem had diminished significantly due to its extensive usage since he first acquired it. The flame gem and earth gem, however, had seen little use. To his surprise, fortune smiled upon him. granting him a charging crystal that could replenish the energy of his frost gem. This journey's greatest reward was undoubtedly this charging crystal. As for the blueprint for the golden weapon, it was likely as challenging to forge as the golden armor blueprint he already possessed. Emerging from the water, Jiang Chun returned to the train. "Looks like you've gathered quite a haul," Yu Ying remarked, casting a glance at him with a smile. "Not too shabby," Jiang Chun replied. This excursion had indeed yielded significant rewards, elevating his level to 6, along with a charging crystal and a blueprint for a golden weapon. The time spent in the underground currents was, it seemed, unrestrained. After the adjustments, Jiang Chun did not immediately return to the original trajectory, but instead took a moment to glance at the information he had previously overlooked. The server chat channel was bustling with activity. What does the server merger really mean? Could someone explain? You'll soon understand what it means. A message was sent from an avatar whose level could not be accessed, given Jiang Chun's prowess. He was undoubtedly among the elite in the entire Novice Zone 18. But the inability to view this chat avatar's information indicated that this individual was certainly not one of their subjugated players. Oh no. Why are there other trains appearing beside me? Damn it. We are all players. Why resort to violence? Who says you are a player? In this apocalyptic game, survival is governed by the law of the jungle. What does that mean? Can players now attack each other? Wasn't it said that our paths would not intersect? If only the players from our server wouldn't intersect, but now that the servers are merged, the singular tracks have transformed into multiple trajectories. What? Does that mean whoever's train is faster has the upper hand? Damn, now that you mention it. I envy that guy who had a speed of 400 kilometers per hour during the server launch. 400 kilometers is nothing. The top player in our zone reached 800 kilometers per hour. Seeing these messages, Jiang Chun realized that the server notifications had likely merged entirely. In Novice Zone 18, the game time has reached 7 days, and the leaderboard is now open for viewing. You may check it shortly. The leaderboard updates every 7 days, and those on the list will receive abundant rewards. This round of rewards will be distributed to your mailbox within 24 hours. Please remember to claim them. Detected players from the merged zone have entered. The team function and parallel dungeon functionality will now be available in-game. Suddenly, another announcement echoed through everyone's chat box. The leaderboard was live. Jiang Chun's eyes brightened. He had heard about this from Ning Feiyue before. However, he quickly realized that the timing of the leaderboard's opening was not fortuitous, as alongside the players from Novice Zone 18, a pack of wolves was lying in wait. The leaderboard is open. Damn, where are our big shots from Novice Zone 18? Hurry up and deal with these rascals. Haha, even if you top the leaderboard, you would likely be at the bottom in our zone. Come forward and see if we don't crush you. Talk is cheap. How about a challenge in a multiplayer dungeon? Boastful voices flooded the chat channel. Jiang Chun had little interest in these exchanges. Instead, he turned his attention to the newly introduced leaderboard function. Oh, your zone's leaderboard is out, Yu Ying remarked as she approached the cockpit, raising an eyebrow at the displayed rankings. The leaderboard was examined from the bottom up. Rank 100, Chun Lu level 3, rank 84, Duo level 4, rank 55, Dopamine level for rank 34, Bai level for rank 10, Yuan level 5, rank 8, Fendu level 5, rank 2, Bawang level 5, rank 1, Shenzhou level 6. Upon seeing his ranking, Jiang Chun felt no surprise. This was merely a level leaderboard, which could not entirely reflect his true capabilities. Had he not been delayed for an extended duration in the Fengshua Villa dungeon, his level might have exceeded 6 by now. Nevertheless, he still held the top position. Yet he was taken aback to discover that all top 10 contenders had achieved a level of 5. This indicated that these individuals represented the elite echelon of their district. You truly have a weak district, don't you? Only 10 individuals reached level 5 in the first batch, Yu Ying remarked without restraint. Jiang Chun cast him a sidelong glance. In your district's inaugural leaderboard, how many players reached level 5? About 30, I believe. There are even 7 at level 6, and 1 at level 7, Yu Ying replied nonchalantly, then turned his gaze towards Jiang Chun. Oh, Jiang Chun nodded in acknowledgement. Yu Ying's expression slightly soured. Why don't you ask me who that level 7 player is? Is it even necessary to inquire? Given your smug demeanor, it must surely be you, Jiang Chun retorted with a smirk, finding Yu Ying's eagerness amusing. Ha ha, it's not that impressive, really. Just average. Yu Ying waved his hand dismissively, satisfaction evident on his face. You're ridiculous, Jiang Chun commented, then turned his attention to the chat interface. His expression abruptly stiffened. The chat channel was flooded with countless mentions of himself. Lord Chinzhou, hurry and eliminate these invaders. Don't get too arrogant. Do you know who our top dog is? Just wait. My brother will casually cast a curse and obliterate you. Come on. Do you think curses appear so easily? Who is Chinzhou? Show yourself, or I'll treat you like a mere monster. Heh, don't boast. You have no idea how formidable our Lord Chinzhou truly is. Jiang Chun. Chapter 42. Curses arriving as they are mentioned. It seems you're quite the target of resentment in your district. Yu Ying observed with a hint of schadenfreude as he glanced at the chat. Jiang Chun's lips twitched, and he refrained from retorting. It was evident that someone was orchestrating a scheme against him. In such a perilous moment, how could so many people invoke his name? It was a blatant attempt to draw animosity towards him. Yet, Jiang Chun felt an undeniable irritation towards these individuals from other districts. Surely, they merited a proper greeting. It was time to collect a ticket for a ride. He entered the passenger carriage with a slight smile at the corners of his mouth. The shadow, his gaze flickering, followed him into the carriage. Having long heard of the unique ticketing system of the train of death, he finally had the opportunity to witness it today. The shadow remarked casually. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chun chose to disregard him and instead directed his attention to the two new passengers who had boarded. Could it be that without these two, no one would trigger the curse? From the lava volcano, the fire sprite, burdened by the sun god's curse, demands the crown of fire in exchange for relief from the scorching curse. From the night, a traveler requests a basket of eggs as a ticket. Upon seeing the information of these two specters, a smile crept across Jiang Chen's lips. Indeed, the train of death never failed to deliver. Player Chinzhou has triggered a curse. The daytime temperature across the region has risen, entering a high-temperature environment. Please make prompt preparations to prevent succumbing to the heat. The sudden notification silenced the cacophony of curses in the chat channel. Subsequently, players from the Rookie Area 18 erupted in thunderous cheers. Haha, you fools. Coming to our Rookie Area 18 is not something you can simply wish for. Endure the scorching heat. Master Chinzhou is spectacular. Give them a taste of their own medicine. Even the newly arrived players from the merged zones began to lose their composure. Indeed, the curse had truly manifested. Moreover, it was a curse affecting the entire area. Who exactly was Chinzhou, possessing such a summoning ability for curses? However, it wasn't long before some naysayers among the merged zone players began to retaliate. What are you so happy about? The curse affects the entire area. You too will be subjected to the high temperatures. Even if we are affected by the heat, don't expect to fare any better. You merged zone folks have no means to reach new stations. Just wait and see how you prepare for the heat. The speaker was not mistaken. While the train would enter multiple tracks, those who had come from the merged zone were no longer in their original Rookie Area, and thus, there were no stations on that track. This was the principal reason why they began to seize resources from the players here in Rookie Area 18. Of course, barring any unforeseen circumstances, these slightly more seasoned rookie players possessed sufficient resources to sustain them until the destination. Yet now, a peculiar situation had arisen. Some merged zone players, unprepared for the heat, began to feel a growing sense of panic. Nevertheless, some players from the merged zone remained unfazed. A bunch of country bumpkins. Do you even know what a personal shop is? A mere heat wave does not frighten me. What is a personal shop? If a personal shop isn't opened, I would simply scrap your vehicle upon encountering you. Jiang Chun noted this information, his gaze flickering slightly. It appears that there are quite a few skilled players in these fusion zones, many of whom have opened personal shops. The prerequisites for establishing a personal shop are rather stringent, necessitating a total of 100 transactions. Players lacking sufficient prowess would undoubtedly be incapable of achieving this. Furthermore, to his knowledge, maliciously inflating transaction counts is likely unfeasible, as the game world can easily detect such actions, potentially resulting in the confiscation of any ill-gotten goods. Wendy, hey, have you seen the news from around the world? At this moment, a message from Wendy's friend popped up. Yes, I have. Wendy, based on my observations, the average strength of these invading fusion zone players far exceeds that of our region. I suspect this is due to the timing of the server's launch. Wendy, I've gathered a few top-tier players to form a group. Would you care to join, esteemed one? Jiang Chen pondered for a moment. Given the current circumstances, these fusion zone players were undoubtedly raiders, while he and the players from the new Area 18 were aligned on the same front. As the saying goes, with many friends come many paths. Add me in. Player has joined the group chat. After a brief silence, the group chat became lively. God bless me. Southern wind. Wow. Windy. You're impressive. Even the great Jiang Chun is in your circle. Xiao Ling the Great. Group rank 1. Another esteemed player has joined. Strawberry Marshmallow. Big brother at the top of the list. I'm honored. Artist. Oh, a newcomer. Illustrator. Jiang Chun. Let's get acquainted. This group consisted of 12 individuals, all of whom, as Wendy had noted, were among the top 20 players, indeed representing the elite tier. However, it was somewhat surprising that the first speaker referred to Wendy as sister. He directly inquired, "You're a woman, Wendy?" Wendy. "Yes, esteemed one, did you not know?" Illustrator. Haha, really? You didn't know she is the female intel chief? Wendy. Go draw your illustrations, smiling. Artist. Wendy, how could you be like this? Noticing the relatively harmonious atmosphere in the group chat, Jiang Chen smiled. Are you all planning to form a team? He recalled that the district announcement had mentioned the activation of a team formation feature. Xiao Ling the Great. There are restrictions on forming teams. You need a team card, which can only be obtained from treasure chests. As for those who have already formed a team in the group, it's just the illustrator and the artist. Oh, I see. Wendy, this group is meant for everyone to become acquainted. As there are numerous players from the fusion zone, if any issues arise, we can support each other. Wendy, additionally, everyone in this group is my client. Any intelligence I acquire will be prioritized and shared here. Wendy, Jiang Chun is one of my clients, so you may directly provide him with the resources he needs, and I will cover the costs. Upon reading this message, Jiang Chun was momentarily taken aback. To his surprise, Fengdu proved to be remarkably resourceful. Initially, he had assumed it was merely a mutual assistance group, yet it seemed she had fashioned herself a veritable array of complementary ATMs. Jiang Chun would not be one to shy away from such generosity. Chinzhou, indeed, I have some materials. Do take a look and see if you possess any. He proceeded to enumerate the materials required for the 2 golden equipment blueprints. Yuan, esteemed one, I possess the rose heart. I shall provide it to you directly. A user who had never before spoken made a contribution, yet Jiang Chun found the name somewhat familiar. Was this not the individual he had previously traded fever medicine with? A glance at his friends list confirmed the acquaintance. Your friend Yuan has sent you an attachment via email. Chinzhou, thank you. He expressed his gratitude through a private message, realizing that he was now only a step away from acquiring the coveted Qin armor. Yuan, you are most welcome. I noticed the trade order for this material in the trading hall, but was unaware it was you who posted it, hence my hesitation to offer it. I hope you do not take offense. Shyly, it was evident that she possessed a sweet demeanor. Chapter 43. The group chat of Fengdu. Fengdu, esteemed one. While I lack the Qixin stone, I do have intelligence concerning this material. Fengdu, additionally, I have procured a pass for this dungeon. Your friend Fengdu has sent you an attachment via email. Jiang Chun was momentarily taken aback by Fengdu's swift efficiency. Truly, she was deserving of her reputation as an information broker. He had posted these material trade orders for quite some time in the trading hall, yet no one had reached out to him. Astonishingly, within a short span of joining this group, he was nearly able to gather all the required materials for the Qin armor. He systematically replied to both individuals and subsequently retrieved the attachment. He refrained from mentioning any form of recompense, as Fengdu was clearly extending an olive branch today. Since she was willing, there was no need to dampen her spirits. It was quite possible that, through her intelligence dealings, she had amassed more wealth than he. Why deprive a wealthy patron of her funds? Chinzhou, by the way, I also require materials related to skeletons. Xiaoling de Wang. I have plenty of those. Xinyi Yu Wenan Feng. Splendid. I have some as well. I feared I could not contribute to the esteemed one, but alas, I had never heard of the materials you mentioned earlier and did not dare to speak up. Illustrator. 1. Stranger Xiaoling de Wang has sent you an attachment via email. Stranger Xinyi Yu Wenan Feng has sent you an attachment via email. Stranger Jiang Chun accepted all that was offered. Chinzhou, Fengdu. Please transfer the funds. Fengdu, received. Salute. He smiled, exited the chat channel, and then turned his attention to the pass before him. Name, Rain City Pass, recommended level, 7. The recommended level for this dungeon was quite acceptable, easily manageable for him, given the circumstances. Let us first acquire the materials for the Heartstone and subsequently forge the enigmatic armor. As the first piece of golden equipment, I find myself rather eager for its creation. He activated his passage at the station within the abyssal stream domain, and the train began its slow journey, traversing to another unique stop. Arrivals at Rain City, passengers disembarking. Please queue and exit in an orderly fashion. Duration of this stop, unlimited. Standing at the train's entrance, Jiang Chun beheld the relentless downpour outside, resembling rose petals cascading to the ground. Indeed, the rain was a deep crimson hue, the rain imbued with blood toxins. Perhaps the greatest peril within Rain City is not the monsters, but this very phenomenon. Blood toxin. Prolonged exposure will lead to symptoms such as blood decay. A level 7 attribute is required for temporary resistance. A level 7 attribute? Although he currently possessed only a level 6. His attributes likely surpassed those of an average level 7 player, implying that this sanguine rain would most likely pose no threat to him. Just as he was about to step off the train, the voice of the shadowy whisper interrupted him. Young one, possessing sufficient attributes does not guarantee complete immunity to the encroachment of blood toxins. The recommended level indicated is merely that which grants players a window of resistance. This resistance allows them to navigate through the onset of the blood toxin. However, the toxin will still inflict damage. Once the toxin accumulates to a certain threshold, it will inevitably erupt. The higher your attribute, the longer your resistance will last. With your attributes, you are likely comparable to a level 11 player. Yet, your aim for this journey may not be merely to clear the dungeon, but to seek something within it. Time, I fear, will require several folds compared to those solely focused on completion. Therefore, do not tarry. The shadowy whisper's words caused Jiang Chun to momentarily pause, a revelation that even the legendary goggles could not discern, clearly reflecting the wisdom of an experienced player. For the shadowy whisper to impart such knowledge at this juncture was indeed commendable. Thank you. He nodded before stepping into the curtain of rain. The mottled blood rain struck his face, lending him an air of ominous intensity. Adhering to the shadowy whisper's advice, he promptly activated the legendary goggles. With his current mental attributes, he could sustain a visual range of approximately 100 meters. Beyond this range, the consumption of mental attributes would escalate drastically. Mental attributes not only signify a person's psychological state, but also reflect the vitality of the mind's cellular activity. Once these attributes were depleted, he would likely succumb to unconsciousness. Thus, he would need to exercise caution regarding equipment or items that affected mental attributes. A 100-meter range granted him an advantage that was beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Jiang Chun swiftly navigated through the downpour. This dungeon, known as Rain City, was far more expansive than those he had previously encountered. Perhaps it was the nature of the dungeon that rendered it distinct. In prior dungeons, he had not faced such challenges intertwined with environmental conditions. As the analysis of the legendary glasses suggests, the true peril of this dungeon lies not in the monsters, but rather in the treacherous blood rain that envelopes the area. Perhaps this type of dungeon can be classified as environmental, while those he previously encountered can be categorized as monster-centric. Soon, several minutes slipped by, and Jiang Chun found himself devoid of any fruitful discoveries. He was entirely ignorant of what the so-called Curiosity Stone might resemble or in what conditions it might manifest. Thus, he relied on instinct to search both above ground and deep underground. However, after scouring half of Rain City, he uncovered no useful information. Suddenly, a frenzied figure lunged towards him. Bang! The bullet from the Golden Desert Eagle erupted, and the assailant crumpled to the ground, smoke still swirling from the gun's muzzle. This was the type of monster found in Rain City. Mutated creatures, specifically zombies. Such a zombie posed no threat to him whatsoever. After dispatching the creature, Jiang Chun swiftly resumed his search, his speed greatly enhanced by the Frost Boots attribute boost, allowing him to move far quicker than when he first entered this game. Unfortunately, the speed attribute was not visibly represented on his personal interface, leaving him unable to gauge his velocity. Suddenly, Jiang Chun's gaze fixed upon another humanoid figure appearing in the thermal imaging analysis. It was evident that any humanoid emerging in this place was not to be underestimated. Adhering to the principle that monsters equate to experience, he approached cautiously while continuing his search. This was the outskirts of Rain City, amidst a patch of stagnant water, where the figure was situated. Oddly enough, was the zombie taking a bath? Jiang Chun pondered briefly before parting the underbrush and raising his firearm. Who? A crisp female voice rang out, laced with a palpable intent to kill. A blade, glimmering with a cold light, deflected his bullet. Upon hearing the voice, Jiang Chun quickly recognized the threat and hastily deactivated the thermal imaging feature. The scenery became clear, revealing a short-haired woman stepping out of the pool, her bare feet swiftly treading upon the grass as she advanced towards him with remarkable speed. Surprisingly, Her first act upon reaching the shore was not to don clothing, but rather to wield her knife with the intent to strike him down. Thus, he could distinctly observe the swaying of her alabaster figure as she sprinted. However, his focus was not on that, but rather on her information. Target, Yuan, level 5, attack, defense, mentality, ability, unknown, weapon, Tian Yuan knife, purple. Chapter 44. The acquisition of the Curiosity Stone Yuan? Jiang Chun was taken aback, recognizing the short-haired girl before him as an acquaintance. Yet, given her menacing demeanor, it was evidently not the opportune moment for a cordial reunion. With a swift motion, Jiang Chun summoned the frost blade, raising it to parry Yuan's powerful strike. His formidable attack attributes sent her reeling several meters back, causing her to roll on the ground before finally halting. A player from the fusion zone? The voice of Yuan was both cold and perplexed, and in an instant, she vanished, picking up the garments she had left by the shore as she entered the thicket. Jiang Chun did not pursue her further, given his prowess. Yuan had little ability to resist. He pondered how he had encountered her in this place. Could it be related to the announcement made across the region regarding a certain feature? Perhaps the parallel function of the open instance was activated due to the detection of players in the fusion zone? This might explain their unexpected meeting. However, he had always perceived Yuan as a sweet and gentle girl. Yet, her recent actions revealed a decisive character, capable of swiftly abandoning the pool to launch a surprise attack on him. Clearly, this presented an excellent opportunity, even serving to create a semblance of confusion. If she were to face an enemy of equal or lesser rank, that single strike would likely inflict severe injury or even result in death. Unfortunately for her, her opponent was him, and thus, she failed. The first-tier players were indeed formidable. Jiang Chun murmured to himself. After all, Yuan maintained an image online as a polite and sweet girl, while in reality, she was cold and ruthless. This stark contrast was hard to overlook. At that moment, Yuan had donned her clothes and emerged from the underbrush, her gaze fixed on Jiang Chun, filled with confusion and a hint of animosity. The confusion stemmed from her uncertainty as to why Jiang Chun had not taken advantage of her vulnerability while she dressed. The animosity, naturally, arose from his earlier ambush and the fact that he had seen her undressed. "You should check your friend messages," Jiang Chun remarked nonchalantly as he observed her approach. Yuan furrowed her brows, unable to comprehend his meaning. Yet, she heard the notification sound for new friend messages, which caused her expression to shift in surprise. She opened the chat channel and indeed found a new message in her friend list. "Chinzhou, hi Yuan, how are you?" Upon reading the message, a flush of color appeared on Yuan's fair face. Could it be that she was communicating with the esteemed Chinzhou? She glanced back at the man before her, her previously icy voice now tinged with inquiry and testing. "It's me," Jiang Chun replied with a resigned nod. Despite the awkwardness of their encounter, he had no desire to engage in mutual destruction with Yuan. Yuan's eyes instantly filled with confusion. To be honest, from the moment Jiang Chun had attacked her until she saw the friend message, she had envisioned killing him 100 times. After all, it was a matter of such significant importance to be exposed, even though she could not match him in strength at present. She vowed that given the opportunity or sufficient power in the future, she would not hesitate to eliminate him. Of course, before that, she would choose to feign submission, allowing Jiang Chun to spare her. She was that kind of person, willing to resort to any means necessary to survive. However, her meticulously crafted plans crumbled to dust the moment she realized he was Chinzhou. How could it be him? It was not an exaggeration to say that Chinzhou had once saved her life. In the early days of the game, she fell gravely ill, and despite searching the entire district, she could not procure any fever-reducing medicine. It was Chinzhou's medication that ultimately saved her life. Although, due to her nature, she had not kept in touch with Chinzhou afterward, she remembered this kindness. Thus, not long ago, she presented him with a precious material, the heart of roses. Without even requesting the train coins offered by Fengdu, this was her debt to Chinzhou, unrelated to Fengdu. She had contemplated expressing her gratitude to Chinzhou in person one day, yet she never anticipated their reunion would manifest in such an awkward manner. For a moment, both stood in silence. "What are you doing here?" At last, it was Jiang Chun who shattered the stillness. He refrained from mentioning the recent events. Yuan lightly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and replied, "My train has arrived in Yu City, so I came to explore. I happened to encounter this pond in the outskirts." She did not elaborate further. Jiang Chun cast a glance at the murky, pale red pond, tainted by blood rain, and sighed. If you need, you can come to my place to wash up. I have a large hot spring pool. After speaking, he sensed something amiss in Yuan's demeanor. Her beautiful eyes reflected a flicker of astonishment, a hint of irritation, and a touch of coldness. It seemed she had not envisioned Xinzhou as such a person. Jiang Chun recognized her misunderstanding and, with a dry voice, clarified, "That is not what I meant. I genuinely have a hot spring pool on my train." How could there possibly be a hot spring pool on a train? Yuan's gaze grew colder, and she chose not to pursue the topic any further. "What about you? What are you doing?" "I am searching for the curious heartstone. Fengdu provided me with a pass, stating it would be found in this instance," Jiang Chun replied. "The curious heartstone?" Yuan hesitated slightly, her delicate hand delving into her pocket to retrieve a stone that shimmered with a purple glow. "Is this it?" Lacking Jiang Chen's legendary glasses, she could not ascertain the stone's properties, and only a return to the train's trading post for identification would reveal its nature. Jiang Chun promptly used his legendary glasses for appraisal, and his eyes brightened. "Indeed, that is it. No wonder I could not find it on my journey." It seems Yuan had reached it first. Here, Yuan approached him and decisively handed over the curious heartstone. "Thank you. Is there anything you need?" Jiang Chun said, his gaze subconsciously drifting to Yuan's enchanting figure. Clearly, her train lacked adequate means for personal hygiene. If she activated a personal shop, she could easily purchase a shower unit for a few train coins, yet it was evident she had not done so. Sensing Jiang Chen's gaze, Yuan shook her head, her lovely face growing colder. "I have already dealt with everything here. I will return to my train." She spoke, intending to bid farewell. Jiang Chun, feeling somewhat disheartened, rubbed his nose. It appeared he had been perceived as a pervert. Just then, he suddenly heard a sound slicing through the air. Instinctively, he pulled the departing Yuan back into his embrace, her softness colliding with his solid chest in an unexpected manner. The peculiar sensation in his chest left Yuan feeling both embarrassed and furious. "Chung." As she attempted to struggle, she noticed an arrow lodged in the left side of Jiang Cheng's chest. Yuan's astonished face froze. You are injured?" "It's nothing." Jiang Cheng released Yuan, his expression impassive as he removed the arrow from his chest. The arrowhead had breached his defenses, indicating that the assailant's skill level was approximately 10. Once the arrow was extracted, his wound began to heal at a visibly rapid pace, his regenerative ability activated. "Huh, you reacted surprisingly well, local." A youth with a menacing expression leapt down from a tree, wielding a longbow. The identity of the assailant was evident. Chapter 45. I am with him Fusion Zone player? Yuan's gaze turned cautious. Not long ago, she had believed Jiang Cheng to be a Fusion Zone player, but now she realized he was not. The individual before her, capable of injuring someone like Cheng, who ranked first on the leaderboard, must indeed be a genuine Fusion Zone player. Quite astute. The sinister young man smiled, his gaze falling upon the arrow Jiang Cheng had extracted. "Your defensive attributes seem formidable. Your talent must pertain to defense." The only individuals in the know. 18 Novice Zone capable of withstanding my attacks are those on the leaderboard. So tell me, what is your rank? Observing the man's self-assured demeanor, Jiang Cheng found it amusing. Even the dead have so many questions. You don't truly believe that a level 10 here can dominate, do you? Upon hearing Jiang Cheng expose his level, the mocking expression on the young man's face gradually faded, replaced by uncertainty. How can you see my level? Could it be that you are also a Fusion Zone player? No, you are only level 6. Ah, you are the one ranked first in this zone, Cheng. It seems you possess some skill. Able to break the rules and ascertain my level? Before Jiang Cheng could respond, the young man began to ponder aloud. Clearly, he had just checked Jiang Cheng's information, which eased the suspicion that had begun to form in his mind. Yuan, standing aside, felt her body tense upon hearing Jiang Cheng reveal the other S level of 10. A Fusion Zone player at level 10 could easily surpass both her and Jiang Cheng combined. "Cheng, you go first. I will cover you," she whispered, motivated by Jiang Cheng's kindness towards her. Jiang Cheng waved his hand dismissively. "I told you, he is merely a dead man." Ice Frost. An ancient gem materialized in his hand. Seeing Jiang Cheng charge forward, the sinister young man sneered. "What a show." Just as his words fell, a look of terror spread across his face. He found himself unable to move. "What is this nonsense?" Even the gem, Jiang Cheng's indifferent voice echoed in his ears, followed by a swift execution. In an instant, a notification echoed in the ears of players across the region. Player Xinzhou has achieved a remarkable victory by defeating a player from the Fusion Zone. This announcement ignited a flurry of excitement among the players. Wow, Chen Zhou is incredible. Is this the terrifying prowess of Chen Zhou, defeating opponents of a higher level? What does it matter if they're from the fusion zone? In the hands of Chen Zhou, they are nothing. The previously dormant chat channel erupted with fervor, particularly among the players in the Novice Zone 18, who had been feeling despondent as they were merely prey, hunted by those from the fusion zone. The struggle for self-preservation left little room for joy. Yet, the news of Chen Zhou's extraordinary feat was like a refreshing rain in a parched landscape, stirring them to life. What of the fusion zone players? Under the might of Chen Zhou, they were rendered insignificant. King Shaoling sends his congratulations, throws confetti. The artist sends his congratulations, throws confetti. The illustrator sends his congratulations, throws confetti. The mutual assistance group was abuzz with excitement, as all players felt invigorated by Chen Zhou's triumph. Why haven't you sent your congratulations? Do you look down on my brother Chen Zhou? One player jestingly retorted, eliciting a mix of amusement and exasperation from Chen Zhou. I'm with him, replied another, provoking surprise from the artist. Wait, you're with the great Chen Zhou? That must be quite exhilarating, chimed in the illustrator. God bless me, Nanfeng. So, is Chen Zhou handsome? Is he impressive? In the midst of this, private messages flowed in. Big shot. I've seen that girl. She has a great figure. Make sure to seize the opportunity. Chen Zhou closed the chat channel, stripping the defeated Fusion Zone player of their equipment before embarking on a journey back with the girl, Yuan. It wasn't that Fusion Zone players lacked a base. Chen Zhou pondered their presence here. I suspect he hijacked the train of one of our region's players, thus gaining access to this route, Yuan suggested. Ah, I see. Chen Zhou nodded, glancing at Yuan. You're quite astute. Yuan, slightly bashful, lowered her gaze. By the way, aren't you tempted to enjoy a hot spring at my place? Chen Zhou eyed Yuan, noting her clothes were nearly drenched from the blood rain. Even if they returned to the train, she would be uncomfortable in such a state. At his suggestion, Yuan frowned again, questioning his fixation on the matter. Big shot, do you think I'm easily deceived? How could there be a hot spring on the train? Her tone grew colder. Chen Zhou smiled, realizing that Yuan's focus was on this detail. If you don't believe me, then so be it. He shook his head, understanding that forcing a situation would yield no sweet fruit. Noticing Chen Zhou's silence on the topic, Yuan felt a sense of relief. Yet, as they approached the train, her eyes fell into a state of hesitation once more. Although Jiang Chun may be prone to exaggeration, it is indeed plausible that he possesses a bathing facility on his train. Presently, he feels quite unwell, having been drenched by a rain of blood. And there is a possibility he may develop a fever again. She spoke softly. Jiang Chun turned to her. Is it true that you can bathe on your train? The delicate features of Yuan flushed with a rosy hue. Of course, I have no reason to deceive you, Jiang Chun shrugged. May I borrow it for a moment? I can pay with train coins. Yuan lifted her beautiful eyes. No need for payment. Consider it compensation for being by the pool, Jiang Chun replied nonchalantly. He was well aware that the fees for his hot spring were rather steep, a fact that a certain player with the nickname understood all too well. Therefore, this compensation held considerable value. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Yuan's face reddened even more. This fellow, why bring up that matter if he wasn't going to charge her? After boarding the train with Jiang Chen, a stranger cast a glance at the two of them. Well, you certainly have your luck, bringing a lady along on your outing, Yuing remarked in surprise. Upon seeing Yuing, Yuan immediately became vigilant, her instincts warning her that this person was even more dangerous than the previous cross-region player. Moreover, Jiang Chun had allowed another player onto his train. Ignore him, Jiang Chun said dismissively, guiding Yuan to the teleportation portal of the Snowstorm Villa. Yuan cast a curious glance at Jiang Chun, wondering if there was truly such a door on his train. Logically, there should be tracks beyond this door, right? In the next moment, Jiang Chun produced the key to the Snowstorm Villa and opened the door. A refreshing breeze greeted them, instantly alleviating fatigue amid the mist. A broad hot spring pool came into view. Yuan's mouth fell agape in shock. There truly was a hot spring on Jiang Chen's train. Dear lady, welcome to the Snowstorm Villa Hot Spring. Jiang Chen's gentle voice resonated behind her. Chapter 46, Yuan's Team Invitation. As Yuan turned to express her thoughts, she felt a slight constriction in her throat. She had just doubted Jiang Chen's honesty. It was evident that she had been overly cautious, judging his intentions with a narrow mindset. It's all right, Jiang Chen, aware of her unspoken words, raised his hand to stop her. Change into a bathrobe. As before, He produced a hot spring bathrobe. Yuan stared at the cool, revealing garment, momentarily rendered speechless. She felt as though she had unjustly accused Jiang Chun. This is the only style available, Jiang Chun stated plainly, without a hint of embarrassment. Fine, fine, Yuan nodded. After all, she would soon be soaking in the pool. So it mattered little what she wore. After changing into the attire, she entered the bath, her head being the only part visible, a look of delight gracing her eyes. Soaking in the hot spring was incredibly soothing. For the sake of this experience alone, she contemplated forming a team with Jiang Chun. Fruits, drinks, and snacks are available for your enjoyment, Jiang Chun announced as he set down a platter of fruits by the hot spring. Yuan felt a bit overwhelmed. Thank you. Thank you. If you don't mind, may I soak on the other side? Jiang Chun hesitated to ask. He, like the kite, was thoroughly soaked in the blood rain. And the heat from the hot spring added to his discomfort, making his body feel exceedingly sticky. The kite blinked, revealing her unmasked wariness. Yet she felt no right to refuse, especially considering that the hot spring belonged to Jiang Chun. After all, he had allowed her to soak for free. It would be rather excessive to deny the host access to the spring. Moreover, he was merely on the opposite side of the pool. Nodding slightly, the kite submerged her head into the water. After exiting the hot spring, Jiang Chun and the kite boarded the train of the integration zone players, where the cargo compartment was overflowing with various materials. Jiang Chun, without exception, accepted them all, moving them into his own train. Ah, I have an electric water heater. Here you go, he offered, bestowing some bulky appliances upon the kite. She nodded in acceptance, but, having experienced the hot spring at the snowy mountain resort, found herself less interested in the water heater at that moment. As they were parting ways, the kite called out to Jiang Chun. What is it? He asked, turning back to her. Nothing, really, she replied, shaking her head, ultimately refraining from voicing her thoughts. Jiang Chun pondered for a moment before nodding and boarding the train. As it resumed its journey, he did not return to the previous track, but instead used a pass to reach the next station. Now, he intended to clear his pass. You have cleared Baigu Station. You have cleared Holiday Hotel. You have cleared Wanshi Cave. You have cleared the Dark Dungeon. Currently, these were the only clearances he held, and though his experience did not significantly increase, he had collected some commonly used materials. At last, he found some leisure to create the bone powder. Coupled with the skeletal materials gathered from Baigu Station and emails sent by his friends, he produced over 200 portions of bone powder, each conveniently packaged for easy use. Well, that adds another means of survival, he mused. Subsequently, he also crafted the Chi-In armor, a golden piece of equipment belonging to the armor category, yet classified as inner armor. It did not conflict with the frost and snow armor. Otherwise, equipping the Chi-In armor would necessitate removing the frost and snow armor. Although the frost and snow armor did not surpass the attributes of the Chi-In armor in isolation, the combined effects of the 7-piece frost and snow set were formidable, rivaling the benefits of the Chi-In armor. Particularly useful was the hidden quality feature of the 7-piece set. If he were forced to choose between the two, Jiang Chun himself would find it difficult to decide. Once equipped, Jiang Chun's attributes received another boost, with his defensive capabilities surpassing his offensive ones. This time, should he encounter that sneaky player from the integration zone again, it would likely be impossible to breach his defenses. Strawberry gummy. Wow, rewards have been issued. I have a golden treasure chest. God bless me, South Wind. What reward? With a subtle arch of his brow, Jiang Chun glanced at the information in the group chat regarding the leaderboard rewards. Leaderboard rewards. He was first, yet he remained unaware of what the reward entailed. Email attachment awaiting collection. Diamond treasure chest. A diamond treasure chest? He paused momentarily, recalling that the most lavish chest he had encountered thus far was merely of the gold tier. The strawberry soft candy, as he remembered, had been ranked 7th and had received a gold treasure chest as a reward. He had anticipated that securing a platinum treasure chest would be commendable, yet he was astonished to find himself awarded a diamond treasure chest instead. God bless me, Southwind. I received a gold treasure chest as well. What about you all? Wind, the top 10 should all be gold treasure chests. Little Ling the Great. I ranked 11th and only received a silver treasure chest. Woe is me. Illustrator. What about you, Brother Chinzhou? Did you receive a gold treasure chest as well? Silence enveloped the group, all awaiting Jiang Chun's response. Chinzhou, diamond treasure chest. He promptly shared the information regarding the diamond treasure chest. Strawberry soft candy. Is the reward for rank 1 truly this magnificent? Illustrator, envy. I wish to be rank 1 as well. Little Ling the Great. Wishing 1T suffice without the capability, you should stick to illustrating. Illustrator, Little Ling. You've become infatuated again. Yuan, I obtained a fixed team card. Yuan's acquisition immediately sparked a wave of envy. God bless me. South Wind, what a splendid item. I desire this as well. In the current environment, having more fixed teammates is akin to having more security. Wind, Yuan. Are you willing to sell it? Yuan, apologies, I do not intend to sell. A message from friend Yuan has arrived. Yuan, big shot. Shall we team up? Upon reading this message, Jiang Chun smiled faintly. Chinzhou, becoming my teammate is not as simple or effortless as it seems. Yuan, I will strive to prove my worth. Her words brimmed with fervent desire. If one were to consider who was the strongest in the novice area number 18, it would undoubtedly be Jiang Chun. The top priority for a fixed teammate would invariably be Jiang Chun. In other words, it was akin to clinging to a powerful ally. Yuan reflected that while her relationship with Jiang Chun was not particularly profound, she had nonetheless made a resolute decision in her heart. Chinzhou, very well, submit your application. Jiang Chun did not hesitate, for he understood the efficacy of the fixed team card. Unlike temporary teams, once fixed, they could share each other's train tracks, enabling him to simultaneously clear 2 dungeon routes. This would significantly accelerate his growth, and such a boon was something he had no reason to decline. Yuan, thank you. Big shot. Friend Yuan has initiated a permanent fixed team, designating you as the captain. As this team invitation popped up, Jiang Chun found himself momentarily taken aback. Somewhat astonished. Chinzhou, are you certain you wish to designate me as the captain? Fixed team formations are categorized into 2 types, the free mode and the captain mode. Both modes offer the functionality of shared tracks. However, the captain mode possesses an additional feature. The captain has the authority to allocate dungeon rewards at will and maintains complete control over the team, rendering members unable to leave once they are bound. Yuan not only formed a fixed team with herself at the helm, but also designated herself as the captain. From a certain perspective, she would eternally follow Jiang Chun. The significance of this decision is profound. Confirmed. Upon seeing her response, Jiang Chun nodded. Since she had provided her answer, he chose to respect it. You have accepted player Yuan's invitation to form a fixed team. You are now the captain. Chapter 47. Yuan's train map. The train Yuan is about to merge with your train. Please confirm your agreement. You have agreed to the train merger. The train name will retain your designation. Player Yuan has become your teammate. As the series of notifications concluded, several new carriages were added to the back of the death train, while another cockpit appeared at the front. Yuan materialized beside Jiang Chun. Is it complete? Jiang Chun asked with a slight smile. Yuan gently nodded, her beautiful eyes scanning the surroundings with a hint of curiosity. Although it was not her first time aboard Jiang Chun's train, the previous visit had been circumstantial, preventing a thorough exploration. Now, as she scrutinized the train, an unsettling chill permeated the atmosphere. Shall we explore? Noting her inquisitive demeanor, Jiang Chun suggested with a soft smile. Sure. Yuan nodded eagerly. The train comprised only a few carriages, and they quickly finished their tour, yet Yuan's face still bore an expression of astonishment. The amenities aboard Jiang Chun's train were astonishingly comprehensive. Luxurious leather furnishings, a comfortable mattress, a fireplace, central air conditioning, a refrigerator, and a myriad of other facilities were all present. In stark contrast, her own train environment seemed rather rudimentary, featuring only a fire pit and a hammock for sleeping. There's no need to envy. Once you unlock your personal shop, you can purchase these furnishings or blueprints with gold coins, Jiang Chun reassured her, observing her envious expression. Personal shop? Yuan lifted her face, gazing at him with curiosity. It can be considered the official store of this game world. It unlocks after completing 100 effective transactions, allowing the purchase of blueprints and certain finished equipment, though materials cannot be bought. The issue of sparse furnishings will be alleviated once you unlock your personal shop, Jiang Chun explained. Though he spoke thus, prior to unlocking his personal shop, Jiang Chun had exchanged a considerable number of furniture blueprints with other players. Initially, he sought only to enhance his living environment, never anticipating the unexpected unlocking of his personal shop. In Jiang Chun's estimation, the most cost-effective items to procure for unlocking the personal shop were likely the furniture blueprints. However, the average player is unlikely to possess the leisure or financial means for extensive exchanges. Most players in this realm remain preoccupied with concerns regarding their environment and survival. What they truly require are equipment and items. Jiang Chun, on the other hand, does not lack such resources. Thus, he utilized his surplus materials to acquire furniture blueprints, ultimately leading to the inevitable establishment of his personal shop. Even if he were to share this method with other players, it is doubtful they would be able to replicate his success. As previously mentioned, these players are still grappling with survival issues. They would prefer to trade for resources that enhance their strength rather than engage in extensive exchanges of furniture blueprints to set up personal shops. For even if they were to successfully establish a personal shop, the materials traded for its creation would be depleted, yielding a collection of blueprints that offer little in terms of power enhancement. One must ask, at such a juncture, where would they find the resources to purchase blueprints from their personal shop, and how would they cope with the ensuing crisis at the remaining stations? Therefore, Jiang Chen's actions are not universally applicable. Not everyone possesses the same advantages he does. After listening to Jiang Chun's account, Yuan displayed a contemplative expression. She realized that she was far from achieving 100 effective transactions, and she lacked the resources to squander like the esteemed Chen Zhou. Clearly, a considerable amount of time remained before her own personal shop could be opened. Yuan sighed softly. "Let us go. Show me your route map," Jiang Chen said. "Route map?" Yuan paused, taken aback. "The route map is completely shrouded in fog. We can't see anything." Jiang Chen smiled lightly. "Just take me there. I have my methods." "All right." Although Yuan was unsure of what Jiang Chen meant by his methods, she complied and led him to her cockpit. She then pressed her handprint, summoning her route map. As she had stated, visibility was limited to a few meters around their train, with the rest enveloped in fog. "Disperse it," Jiang Chen instructed, retrieving a frost gem. In the next moment, a remarkable phenomenon occurred. The fog-covered map began to clarify, the blue projection expanding like a spider's web. The blue, yellow, red, and green stations stretched out like a winding dragon into the distance. Yuan gazed at the map in astonishment, her beautiful eyes reflecting profound shock. She had previously employed various methods in an attempt to view the stations ahead, ultimately in vain. Yet now, Jiang Chen's technique revealed to her why he was ranked first in the entire region. His strength and methods were vastly superior to those of his peers. In the Northlands, his gaze fell upon a prominently marked red station, and Jiang Chen's expression sharpened slightly. Yuan's route network surprisingly included a station in the Northlands, where he had an unresolved curse. However, there was no Northlands station on Jiang Chen's own map. He had even contemplated purchasing a pass for the Northlands, but never expected to see it on Yuan's map. A pass for such a highly ranked station would undoubtedly be exorbitantly priced. Even the Novice area might not yield a pass of that caliber. The presence of this station on the Kite map is simply marvelous. The primary reason he chose to team up with Kite is that, upon forming a team, he can share his teammates' routes, and since the team card isn't at his expense, he effectively enjoys a complementary track line. Moreover, Kite is a girl he finds quite likable. She is intelligent and fiercely independent, making her an ideal teammate with her calm demeanor and striking beauty. Naturally, he would not decline such an opportunity. Now, it is time to return to the normal course. Jiang Chun collected his thoughts and spoke in a measured tone. Kite surveyed her surroundings and soon realized that their location was a special track, unique to the passage permit. A spliced version of the train returned to the track. "That big shot. I shall return to my train for a brief rest," Kite murmured softly, as her train awaited her behind. Jiang Chun nodded in acknowledgement. Unbeknownst to them, on a nearby parallel track, a train had been waiting for quite some time. Upon seeing the long-anticipated train reappear on the track, its occupant wore a fierce expression. "Finally back? I've been waiting. Now, if only I could eliminate you. I could seize control of this district's track. Haha." He hurriedly activated his train to give chase. Jiang Chun remained oblivious to the pursuing train behind him. As he was grappling with a more pressing concern, an intense wave of heat was enveloping him. "Is this the cursed heat?" Jiang Chun quickly recalled the curse he had activated not long ago, scratching his head. In such sweltering conditions, remaining trapped in a stifling carriage without adequate means to cool down could lead to dire consequences. Fortunately, he had a solution. He promptly activated the central air conditioning he had installed on his train, and a refreshing breeze swept through each carriage in an instant. Under these extreme temperatures, the cooling power of the air conditioning would consume an extraordinary amount of energy, something an ordinary train could not sustain. Jiang Chun lacked such formidable power supply himself. Though he possessed a solar photovoltaic panel, its energy output was insufficient to power all the devices he required. However, Jiang Chun had a resource more potent than solar energy, the Earth Energy Gem. Chapter 48. The Clear Card. The Shadow Spirit had mentioned that it could serve as the central energy source for the train, powering all appliances and devices. Now, it was time for it to shine. Originally, Kite had returned to her living compartment within her train, but like Jiang Chun, she soon felt the oppressive heat. Within moments, beads of sweat dampened her clothing. Thus, she hurried into Jiang Chen's train, seeking to discuss strategies. Yet, upon stepping into Jiang Chen's death train, she was taken aback by the refreshing atmosphere. How is it so cool here? In stark contrast to her own train, which felt as if it were encased in hot coals, this place resembled a veritable winter wonderland. She could even see the frost emanating from the central air conditioning above. She swallowed enviously, pondering how much strength it must require to support such a powerful air conditioning system. It is not an exaggeration to say that Yuan has begun to feel an aversion to returning to her train. Although such thoughts may be somewhat shameful, they undeniably surfaced in her mind. Thus, she hesitantly approached Jiang Chun. Yuan, what brings you back? Jiang Chun was taken aback for a moment, but quickly grasped the essential point. Since her train had been subjected to a heat wave, it was reasonable to assume that Yuan was experiencing the same discomfort. He wondered if she possessed any means of respite from the heat. Yuan did not conceal her predicament and candidly confessed, "Boss, the temperature in my train's compartment is excessively high." Jiang Chun pondered for a moment and replied, "If you don't mind, you may stay on my train. I have an additional living compartment." "Are you referring to the last one?" Yuan inquired softly. Indeed, Jiang Chun nodded. His train had already reached level 4, with 3 living compartments added. He and Yuying each occupied one, leaving the final one unoccupied. However, Yuan's face displayed hesitation as she said, "Boss, I truly appreciate your hospitality, but there are 2 shadowy figures in front of that compartment that appear rather ominous. I cannot bring myself to reside there." "Oh, you mean my passengers?" Jiang Chun replied with a faint smile, recalling that the living compartment was indeed adjacent to the passenger section. Strictly speaking, those passengers could be considered ghosts. In that case, it would indeed be quite unsettling to have them as neighbors. Jiang Chen's gaze fell upon Yuan's exquisite visage, and a sudden thought struck him. Alternatively, you could share the same living compartment with me? Yuan's delicate features instantly froze. Observing her expression, Jiang Chun felt he might have overstepped. Perhaps it would be best to reconsider. It seems rather unreasonable for a man and a woman to share a compartment. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Yuan appeared somewhat anxious and quickly replied, "No, boss, I am willing to share a living compartment with you." Jiang Chun was taken aback, turning to look at her in surprise. He had initially planned to tidy up and suggest she sleep in the storage compartment, never expecting her to agree. Yuan bit her lip, and her usually charming face displayed a rare hint of stubbornness. In truth, you are more acutely aware of the dangers within this game world than I am. A player who is even slightly careless may meet their demise in the wilderness, at a station, or on a train. Under such circumstances, one must either be sufficiently strong or seek out a formidable ally. As she spoke, her words were nearly ground out through clenched teeth. She was being forthright. Jiang Chen's gaze remained calm. She seemed to have misunderstood something. Yet, he admired Yuan's candor. In truth, he had long recognized that Yuan's intention to team up with him stemmed from her appreciation of his strength. Despite their brief interactions, he could sense her character, clear-headed, independent, and somewhat aloof. In other words, regardless of who stood before her today, as long as they possessed his level of strength, Yuan would choose to ally with them. Perhaps even choose to cohabitate. All of this, as she had articulated, was in pursuit of binding a powerful ally. At this moment, Yuan's statement conveyed 2 distinct meanings. One aspect is that she has already implicitly accepted him as her teammate. However, this relationship may extend beyond mere camaraderie. Should she desire to advance further, it is conceivable that Yuan might acquiesce. Yuan possesses remarkable beauty and an exquisite physique, complemented by her innate aura of coldness, suggesting that her life prior to entering this game was undoubtedly affluent. Within the game, she continues to leverage her calm intellect to secure a position among the top 10 players. Yet that is the extent of her achievements. Jiang Chun has perused her train information, which is rather mundane, lacking any special attributes. The only asset she possesses is the iris blade in her hand. A weapon with growth potential? In the early stages, it holds little significance and pales in comparison to the benefits derived from his own death train. Yuan must have recognized this, hence her decision to team up with him. Observing Yuan's resigned expression, Jiang Chun felt somewhat speechless. He had merely posed a casual inquiry. He did not even regard their situation as equitable, yet he inadvertently elicited her ultimate move. Faced with circumstances, did she ultimately opt to sacrifice herself for the chance to continue? One cannot deny that Yuan is the most lucid woman he has ever encountered. Yet how can I be certain that your loyalty lies with me? Jiang Chun regarded Yuan with indifferent eyes. In truth, he had already seized the initiative over Yuan. She had bound herself to a permanent team with him as the captain, a testament of loyalty in its own right. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to inquire further. Given Yuan's astute and detached nature, she is difficult to control. To put it bluntly, she is akin to a fair-weather friend, swayed by self-interest. Today she may choose him, but in the next moment, she could just as easily select another. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Yuan's gaze reflected a mixture of anguish and sorrow. I am aware of your perceptions of me, yet prior to entering this game, I had my own dignity. I, Su Yuan, am not a woman of loose morals. Once I make a choice, it shall not waver. If you do not trust my words, then allow me to provide you with proof of my sincerity. With that, Su Yuan removed her outer garment. Her snow-white shoulders were exposed to the air, beneath which she wore only a camisole. Under Jiang Chen's gaze, she discarded the camisole, revealing vast expanses of her porcelain skin. Her abdomen was remarkably flat, devoid of any excess flesh, leaving her with merely an undergarment concealing her most private areas. Jiang Chen's pupils constricted. What are you doing? Are you not seeking to validate my loyalty? I am willing to offer my purity as proof that I, Su Yuan, am not the frivolous woman you presume me to be. Claim me, and you shall discover the answers you seek. Su Yuan's skin, illuminated by the ambient light, emanated an alluring sheen, her delicate form shivering slightly in the frigid air. As she spoke, she continued her actions without pause. Witnessing her imminent exposure, Jiang Chun inhaled deeply and grasped her hands. Enough, I place my trust in you. As for your first time, I do not wish for it to be lost in this particular context, Jiang Chun stated calmly. He was not a saint, free from desires. Yet he did not wish to possess Yuan under such circumstances. He understood that to do so would mean he only held her physical form, and it would forever remain just that. A woman of such clarity carried her own pride. She might choose to compromise in times of temporary adversity, but her heart would always soar high. If pride were to truly descend, her heart would remain in eternal silence. Chapter 49. The elimination of Player 11. Very well. I have exchanged my previous bed for a larger one. The old bed was a bit cramped for two, and this one is just right. Jiang Chun smiled contentedly at the magnificent bed and then stored away the smaller one. Upon witnessing this, Su Yuan cast a lingering glance over Jiang Chen's cheek, and it became evident to her that he was being deliberate. Despite having two beds available, he still insisted on sharing one with her. However, having already uttered those words, how could she now express any discontent? Let us rest. Jiang Chun gestured beside him. Su Yuan gently bit her cherry lip, her beautiful eyes filled with shyness. Though she had just proclaimed her fearless attitude towards death, the reality of being with Jiang Chun was daunting, especially since it was her first time. What is the matter? Jiang Chun observed her and spoke indifferently. Nothing. Su Yuan softly shook her head and cautiously climbed onto the bed, obediently lying next to Jiang Chun. Yet, the distance felt as vast as a galaxy. The train fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Su Yuan's heart raced like a startled deer, its sound audible to Jiang Chun, causing a smirk to form at the corners of his mouth. It appeared she was merely a paper tiger. Having said that, he ceased to tease Su Yuan and stood up. Su Yuan instinctively grasped Jiang Chen's arm. Where are you going? I have a matter to attend to. Jiang Chun replied coolly, gazing towards the rear of the train. Feeling the sharp aura emanating from him, Su Yuan instinctively released her grip and watched him depart. She slightly lowered her head, glancing at the nearly overflowing white peaks at her neckline, finding even herself alluring. Yet, Jiang Chun had twice missed such golden opportunities. Was her charm truly so lacking? What Jiang Chun needed to address was the train that was pursuing them from behind. He had not noticed it before, but when the atmosphere had suddenly quieted, he had heard the sound of another train. Oh, kid, you finally noticed. I thought you were lost in a world of tenderness, came a voice from the shadowy carriage as he passed by, the speaker engrossed in a game. Are you joking? Am I that kind of person? Jiang Chun replied nonchalantly. That remains to be seen, the shadowy figure chuckled. Damn, Jiang Chun rolled his eyes. It's an 11 coming. Do you need any assistance? The figure inquired casually. Can you intervene? Jiang Chen looked at him in surprise. While it is indeed impossible to take action in your novice area on the 18th, these individuals have crossed regions, thus evading the constraints of your local regulations. Yu Ying shrugged his shoulders. At that moment, Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Hey, don't get ahead of yourself. I can certainly handle these insignificant lackeys. But I will not assist you in eliminating those players affiliated with the 12 Zodiac, the 8 Fiends, or the July Association. Yu Ying seemed to read Jiang Chen's thoughts as if he were a worm in his belly, instantly discerning his intentions from his gaze. Ah, so you are afraid. Jiang Chen smirked slightly. Since my arrival in this gaming world, I have yet to learn the meaning of fear. Yu Ying continued, however. The current terminal desperately requires robust new blood, and I assure you that the new members chosen by the 12 Zodiac guilds are far from mediocre. Given the established agreements, it would indeed be unwise for me to act. Yu Ying sighed. Oh, still afraid, Jiang Chen nodded. Yu Ying then inquired, by the way, what would happen if those individuals were to perish entirely within the regional dungeon? Jiang Chen, about to step back, suddenly halted and posed the question. Upon hearing this, Yu Ying's expression grew serious. Kid, although your potential is extraordinary, making you the most talented newcomer in this batch, I advise against such actions. Otherwise, you may inadvertently offend all 3 factions, and once you reach the terminal, I cannot guarantee your safety. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. I never claimed I intended to kill anyone. Come on, even if you were to pass gas, I would already know the scent. Yu Ying chuckled. If you truly did, you might not be pleased later. Jiang Chen laughed. After a moment, he spoke calmly. Rest assured, I know my limits, but if they prove uncooperative. Yu Ying took a deep breath and refrained from further comment. Jiang Chen would certainly not relinquish the opportunity to obtain legendary equipment from the regional dungeon, and similarly, the new members of the 12 Zodiac would not either. Regardless, bloodshed was ultimately unavoidable, though the outcome remained uncertain. At that moment, in the final carriage, a burly man boarded, feeling the sweltering atmosphere. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. Damn, these novices in Area 18 are utterly destitute. They don't even have air conditioning. The burly man grumbled, intending to move forward when he suddenly sensed something amiss. He raised his head, his pupils contracting slightly. Car owner? He called out, simultaneously drawing an axe from behind him. No, Jiang Chen shook his head. He was indeed not the owner of this vehicle. The burly man, now wielding the axe, revealed a cold smile. What does it matter to you? Before he could make a move, an overwhelming force of frost began to envelop him. Ice attribute damage rapidly ascending from his feet. How is this possible? The burly man struggled to lift his foot, but found himself utterly immobilized. His expression morphing into one of terror. This guy, his attack power is strong enough to freeze me. Are you a Fusion Zone player? He shouted. Don't act rashly. We are all in the same boat. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen chuckled. Are you jesting? You've come to kill me. Yet you asked me not to retaliate? The burly man's eyes brimmed with a desperate longing for survival. In an instant, a fine line of crimson appeared upon his neck. The robust man, incredulous, collapsed to the ground. I don't wish to hear it, he uttered nonchalantly. Before boarding the burly man's train, emptying its supplies, and subsequently returning to his own, Su Yuan had remained awake, and upon Jiang Chen's return, she immediately sat up. Jiang Chen retrieved a towel to wipe his hands, which were dusted with the remnants of the goods he had transported. Beads of sweat still clung to his forehead. The oppressive heat outside was unbearable. Su Yuan, witnessing this scene, was momentarily taken aback. How could he be so sweaty in such a cold train? Moreover, what was the purpose of wiping his hands? Suddenly, a thought struck her, and her cheeks flushed crimson. It seemed her allure was still intact. Why haven't you slept? Jiang Chen inquired with a hint of indifference. I haven't, Su Yuan responded, though her tone was somewhat peculiar. Jiang Chen turned to observe her, only to find her gaze oddly askew. What was this inexplicable sympathy about? Boss, if you have such needs, I can understand. It's only human nature. However, relying solely on your hands is quite taxing on the body. Next time, allow me to assist you. Su Yuan resolved firmly, having decided to become Jiang Chen's woman. She was not entirely prepared for everything else, but aiding him with certain physiological matters was within her capacity. What do you mean by with your hands? Jiang Chen felt bewildered. Yet upon seeing her flushed visage, understanding dawned upon him. I went out for a task. Do you think I engaged in that? However, Seeing Su Yuan's rosy cheeks sparked a mischievous thought in his mind. In that case, how do you plan to assist me? Chapter 50. By Ning's Commission, the three-person instance. Su Yuan, with her lips slightly pursed, was about to speak when suddenly a message from Jiang Chen's friend list appeared. He furrowed his brow and opened it to find Bai Ning's name. What is it? Jiang Chun inquired, slightly irked. If this individual had nothing of great importance, he would surely administer a sound reprimand upon their next encounter. Boss, I have a three-person team instance lined up. I've secured one expert, but I still need another. Can you join? A three-person team instance? Jiang Chun pondered for a moment before asking. Do you know the approximate level required? The recommended level is 10, Bai promptly replied. Jiang Chen's eyes gleamed with excitement. Let's expedite this. Such multiplayer instances did not necessitate fixed team cards, allowing for the creation of temporary groups. Before long, Bai's team invitation popped up, though his fixed partnership with Su Yuan remained intact. I have a multiplayer instance to enter. You will likely join me at the instance's station. Just wait there for my arrival, Jiang Chen stated. All right, Su Yuan responded without any dissent. She was not disheartened by Jiang Chen's decision not to take her inside, for this opportunity had been earned solely through his own capabilities, bearing no relation to her. If she desired to accompany Jiang Chen in gaining experience, she would have to be self-sufficient. As the peculiar rhythms of the space enveloped them, Jiang Chun's train entered a specialized track, swiftly drawn into a unique station. Master Chenzhou has arrived. On the platform, two girls, one tall and one short, eagerly awaited. Bai Ning noticed the train's arrival and promptly waved her hand. As the train doors opened, Jiang Chen's gaze swept over the other girl, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Fengdu, I never anticipated that the esteemed individual I invited would be you. Indeed, according to the information gleaned from the legendary glasses, the tall girl was none other than the familiar Fengdu. Fengdu appeared slightly taken aback, seemingly surprised that Jiang Chun recognized her so readily. However, she quickly regained her composure, laughing gracefully. Greetings, master. I too am pleasantly surprised. The first time I encountered you was in such a setting. As she spoke, her beautiful eyes fell upon the segmented train behind her, and she pondered, is this the transformation of the train after forming a fixed team? She was acutely aware of why she had been denied the team card by Yuan when she sought to purchase it. If she had merely harbored doubts then, she was now certain. Indeed, Yuan and Chenzhou shared a deep camaraderie. Possessing that team card had truly allowed her to become Chenzhou's teammate. Indeed, Jiang Chun replied with a smile. As an intelligence merchant in this area, Fengdu undoubtedly possessed considerable knowledge about team cards, and there was no need to conceal this from her. Yuan, won't you come out to greet an old friend? Fengdu called out towards the train. Upon hearing this, Yuan had no choice but to step down from the train, although she was still clad in the alluring nightgown that Jiang Chun had given her. Instantly, Fengdu's gaze towards the two became suggestive. She leaned closer to Jiang Chun and whispered, so you truly have won her over. Congratulations, my friend. Even Jiang Chun, known for his thick skin, felt a blush creep upon his cheeks at Fengdu's teasing remark. By the way, how did you meet before the parallel instance was activated? Jiang Chun inquired with curiosity. It was in a multiplayer instance, and we happened to be matched together, Fengdu replied. Jiang Chun recalled his own experiences in multiplayer instances, where all the players from his group had perished. Let us proceed, Jiang Chun said, glancing at Fengdu and Bai Ning. He turned back to Yuan and offered a parting nod. You stay here and keep watch. We shall return shortly. All right, Yuan nodded obediently. Fengdu, unable to suppress her curiosity, shot Jiang Chun a questioning glance. What kind of charm did you cast on her? She was always so aloof. During that multiplayer instance, she hardly spoke a word to me. Jiang Chun thought back to Yuan's demeanor not long ago and chuckled. Perhaps you were simply not the one she chose. Fengdu was left with a myriad of questions, but chose not to press further. Xiaobai, please introduce the details of this instance. Fengdu instructed the young girl beside her. It appeared that the two of them had collaborated on such instances more than once. The information I have gathered indicates that this quest is titled The Perilous Voyage. Our objective is to navigate a small boat to a nearby island along the coastline, which would signify our completion of the quest, Bai Ning softly remarked. Do you possess any scanning items? Upon hearing Bai Ning's thorough introduction, Jiang Chun could not help but inquire. No, Bai Ning shook her head. Is it a scanning-related talent? Not exactly, Bai Ning hesitated, glancing towards Fengdu. It was evident that Fengdu was the backbone of this group. After all, she had once accompanied Bai Ning through a quest. Yet there was still a sense of caution. Nevertheless, in this gaming realm, being vigilant is indeed a virtue. We should inform the esteemed Captain Chun, as we will be relying on him this time, Feng Du stated nonchalantly. In truth, Bai Ning's talent was one of her greatest secrets. Revealing it to Jiang Chun made her somewhat anxious, but she could only gamble that he was not the type to take advantage of others. All right, esteemed one. My ability originates from my train talent. My train is called the Space Station Train, its most distinctive feature being that it refreshes a special station each day. The rewards at these refresh stations are generally quite impressive, though the difficulty can sometimes exceed expectations. Recently, I encountered some challenging stations before reaching the Flower Forest, all of which were resolved with the help of Captain Feng Du. However, in the past few days, the refresh stations have become overwhelming for her, which is why she introduced you to me. Bringing you into our team was her idea. Hey, Feng Du exclaimed in surprise, hurriedly covering Bai Ning's mouth. She merely intended for Bai Ning to introduce her talent, yet the girl had divulged her entire background. Honestly, it's fine, I knew already without her saying. Considering that a level 10 quest in the entire newbie Zone 18 could likely only be handled by one individual, Jiang Chun remarked. Who is that? Feng Du instinctively asked. Of course, it is the person you are seeking. Jiang Chun unabashedly praised himself. He was not wrong. The leaderboard had already displayed the information, and in the entire newbie Zone 18, he was the only one with the highest level of 5. Even though Feng Du thrived in this zone, she could not possibly possess a complete set of purple armor, let alone hold 3 gems. Thus, his audacity was backed by merit. Observing Jiang Chun's immense confidence, Feng Du's eyes glinted with a hint of mockery. If I hadn't spoken to you privately, I would genuinely think you were an arrogant fool. Well, isn't this all about securing the quest rewards for the greater share? Feng Du stated bluntly. As before, we will merely absorb experience, and you shall take all the resources. Is it really that generous? Jiang Chun was taken aback. He admitted that his earlier statement indeed echoed Feng Du's sentiments, but he had not anticipated her being this magnanimous. After all, you are my only client, Feng Du replied in a wistful tone. Chapter 51, The Scorching Duo. Indeed. Jiang Chun chuckled. Given the financial prowess of the elegant informant, the resources within this instance indeed held little allure for her. Let us proceed, Jiang Chun remarked with a tranquil demeanor. The scene unfolded upon a golden beach, a wave of warmth enveloping the trio. The weather within the instance remained unaffected by the external environment, yet the temperature on this beach rivaled the oppressive heat of a curse. Wait, it's too hot here. Let us change our attire, the two women suggested as they dashed away behind a cluster of robust trees. Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow, having no intention of changing his garments. Instead, he discreetly grasped the frost gem, allowing a persistent chill to envelop him, shielding him from the sweltering heat. This method of temperature regulation was one of the gem's fundamental abilities, consuming minimal energy. Before long, the two female companions returned, adorned in summer beachwear, Feng Du with her sultry figure, and Bai Ning petite and delicate, embodying two starkly contrasting types. Oh, aren't you changing? Feng Du inquired. Curiosity piqued upon seeing Jiang Chun still clad in his ancient-style frost and snow robe, which appeared rather stifling in the blazing summer sun. No need. I possess means to cool myself, Jiang Chun replied, shaking his head. Very well, both Feng Du and Bai Ning nodded in agreement, and they commenced their search for the small boat mentioned in the strategy guide. After a brief moment, the trio spotted a diminutive wooden raft, likely cramped even for the three of them. A silence fell among them. Is this the small boat you mentioned, Bai? Feng Du cast a dubious glance at her teammate. Bai Ning, equally bewildered, gaped in astonishment. Indeed, this is it. There are no other watercraft in sight, Jiang Chun stated as he surveyed the surroundings through his legendary glasses, confirming the absence of alternative vessels. All right, then let us embark. Feng Du took a deep breath and stepped onto the raft first. Bai Ning followed closely, with Jiang Chun being the last aboard. Once the small sail was raised, a powerful gust propelled the raft onward, signifying the commencement of their unique maritime journey. Prepared for the voyage, Feng Du retrieved 2 lightweight oars from a ring that resembled a storage artifact and began to row. Jiang Chun reclined comfortably in the slightly larger space at the back, narrowing his eyes in leisure. After a while, a soft call echoed, Chenzhou? Chenzhou? There seems to be something beneath the water. Jiang Chun opened his eyes to find Feng Du's striking visage mere inches away. This legendary informant from the Novice Zone, renowned as number 18, possessed an astonishing beauty, slender eyebrows like willow leaves, alluring phoenix-like eyes, luscious crimson lips, and cascading hair resembling a waterfall, all contributing to her commanding presence. A wealthy and captivating woman indeed. Jiang Chen's gaze inadvertently drifted to her bosom, which leaned forward as she called out, eliciting a slight arch of his brow. "Hey you." Noticing Jiang Chen's wandering gaze, Feng Du felt a mix of embarrassment and annoyance, promptly straightening herself. Jiang Chen coughed awkwardly, but it was not entirely his fault. The magnificent peaks of Feng Du had completely obstructed his view. "From now on, you need not call me Senior Chenzhou or anything of the sort. Simply address me as Jiang Chen." He sat up, his gaze lazily sweeping across the surface of the sea. "You may refer to me as Feng Du, or even Big Sister, as that is how everyone calls me now." Feng Du replied. All right," Jiang Chen nodded. At that moment, he activated the X-ray function of his legendary glasses, revealing the underwater scene with clarity. Target: mutant tuna. Level: 7, attack. Defense: mental. There were numerous pieces of information displayed below, and at that moment, a swarm of mutant tuna hovered around the raft, seemingly waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Jiang Chen discerned their most lethal features, those long, sharp beaks, covered in serrated edges. If the raft were to be struck by these jagged beaks, it would likely be pierced through. Setting aside whether those sharp beaks would puncture their bodies, the damage to the raft was inevitable. In this drifting sea, losing the raft equated to losing their last refuge of land. This was troubling. Jiang Chen furrowed his brows. "What's wrong?" Seeing Jiang Chen's solemn expression, Feng Du asked anxiously. "There's a large swarm of mutant tuna below," Jiang Chen replied, his mind racing to devise a solution to this impending crisis. However, as he pondered, the tuna began to swim rapidly, charging straight towards the raft. "They're attacking." Jiang Chen's pupils narrowed slightly as he shouted decisively, "Jump into the water." "What?" Feng Du and Bai Ning thought they had misheard. "Jump into the water." Jiang Chen reiterated his command and was the first to leap in. Feng Du, realizing the urgency, followed suit, ensuring to pull Bai Ning down with her. Bai Ning. The three plunged into the water, and the tuna, which had initially intended to assault the raft, suddenly redirected their attention, for their goal was to hunt Jiang Chen and his companions. Jiang Chen. "What now?" Feng Du, sensing the shadows beneath the water, felt a surge of panic. A level 7 creature was already quite formidable for her to handle, let alone the multitude before her. "You may attack the raft. I want to retaliate. But if you dare to attack me, I'm afraid it will be your end." Jiang Chen paid no heed to her words, diving into the depths to engage the mutant tuna in fierce combat. The water echoed with the muffled sounds of gunfire, and soon after, the lifeless body of a mutant tuna floated to the surface. Witnessing this scene, Bai Ning and Feng Du's mouths slowly opened, only to gulp down a wave of seawater. Was such astonishment truly necessary? As Jiang Chen resurfaced after dispatching the mutant tuna, he noticed the two women coughing incessantly, his expression revealing a sense of helplessness. After maneuvering the raft with a paddle, he retrieved them from the water. However, the sheer fabric of their swimwear, soaked and clinging to their forms, left Jiang Chen with an unmistakable impression. No, it wasn't merely an impression. He had carelessly forgotten to deactivate the X-ray feature. In this sweltering sea, where one would struggle to find delectable grapes, was it truly an illusion? Jiang Chen deactivated the function of the legendary glasses, and the raft resumed its journey. The distant island seemed to draw closer with their collective efforts. The two women took charge of navigation while he focused on slaying monsters, a commendable division of labor. Suddenly, with a splash, Jiang Chen, who had been dozing, felt two coconuts collide against him, startling him awake. To his astonishment, Feng Du had collapsed into his arms, while Bai Ning lay exhausted on the raft nearby. Had they succumbed to heatstroke? A frown creased Jiang Chen's brow. It appeared to be more than that. The sun's relentless rays had left both women with a degree of sunburn, a detail he had overlooked while resting. It was frustrating that they hadn't mentioned their condition sooner. With a sigh, he swiftly summoned the powers of some frost gems to lower the temperature in their vicinity. He had initially thought Feng Du's bikini would offer some protection against the heat, but it seemed to be merely an ordinary swimsuit. He would have to take matters into his own hands. The two women, likely unable to regain consciousness anytime soon, required urgent attention for their sunburned skin. He recalled a batch of healing elixirs he had seen in the underground laboratory, which were designed to alleviate burns. Chapter 52. Upgrade, Level 7. After rummaging through the storage space of his snowstorm robe, Jiang Chen finally located the elixirs. However, upon observing the women's vulnerable state, he hesitated. Would this be deemed inappropriate? Yet, failing to address their condition promptly could lead to more severe repercussions for their health. Resolute in his decision to assist, he proceeded. After a thorough application, Fengdu soon regained consciousness. Upon noticing Jiang Chen administering some liquid onto her skin, her expression stiffened slightly. "Jiang Chen, what are you doing?" she questioned, unable to mask her incredulity. "Oh, your skin has suffered varying degrees of burns, and I'm using some elixirs to aid in your recovery," he replied earnestly, handing her the bottle for her inspection to clarify his intentions. Upon seeing the label on the bottle, Fengdu exhaled in relief, though her cheeks flushed. Most of her exposed skin had been treated with the elixir, which, in a sense, meant that Jiang Chen had touched her quite intimately. Nevertheless, Jiang Chen's intentions were noble, and she felt grateful rather than resentful. After all, neglecting sunburn could lead to devastating damage to one's skin, and as a woman, she could not bear the thought of such an occurrence. "Thank you so much. I'll take care of the rest myself," Fengdu said softly. Jiang Chen nodded, though a hint of confusion lingered. "I have already applied the ointment on you. Do you still require more?" "Certainly. There are always areas I missed," Fengdu replied with a hint of shyness. Areas he had overlooked? Jiang Chen paused, his gaze instinctively drifting to a certain spot. Despite the fabric's coverage, its thin material revealed a slight discoloration at the edges. Suddenly enlightened, he said, "Very well, you can apply the remaining ointment yourself. I shall assist Bai Ning in her recovery." With a calm demeanor, Jiang Chen set down a vial of medicine. "Understood," Fengdu nodded. And as Jiang Chen turned to aid Bai Ning, she began to apply the ointment to her hands, slowly working it in. Before long, Bai Ning regained consciousness. The moment she opened her eyes, she felt a pair of warm hands moving across her body, and upon seeing Jiang Chen so close, terror flickered in her eyes. "What are you doing, big shot? Pervert?" Her reaction was far more intense than Fengdu's. In her embarrassment and anger, she lifted her delicate foot and kicked Jiang Chen into the water. "Damn it!" Jiang Chen resurfaced, momentarily stunned. A sharper scream echoed as Fengdu continued to apply the ointment, her head bowed in concentration. Moments later, Jiang Chen returned to the wooden raft, where Bai Ning, blushing with shame, lowered her head. "I'm sorry, big shot, I misjudged you." "It's nothing," Jiang Chen waved dismissively, though he soon felt a gaze filled with resentment directed at him. "You may be fine, but I..." Fengdu gritted her teeth. Her gaze now locked onto Bai Ning. Initially, there had been no issues, but it was this girl who had kicked Jiang Chen into the water, exposing her own embarrassment. When they returned, she vowed to teach Bai Ning a lesson. Feeling the intensity of Fengdu's glare, Bai Ning timidly hid behind Jiang Chen, sensing her impending doom. After a voyage, they finally arrived at the small island Bai Ning had mentioned. Along the way, aside from the unexpected incident, the three of them had engaged in a chaotic slaughter. Jiang Chen fought fiercely, while the two girls added their own flair. In total, they had vanquished over 30 level 7 monsters without triggering any elite foes, resulting in approximately 4,000 experience points. This success propelled Jiang Chen's level to 7. Name: Jiang Chen. Level: 7, 1063105000. Identity: Driver, Death Train. Attack: 451, 369. Defense: 547, 465. Mental: 700, 500. Talents: Phantom Body, Phantom Blind Box. Evaluation: a lucky novice. He was clad in a full set of armor, complemented by a golden inner garment, thus surpassing his attack attributes with his defense. Additionally, he wore a purple dragonbone necklace obtained from the underground current dungeon, further enhancing his offensive capabilities. Such prowess is sufficient to effortlessly vanquish monsters of level 10. However, the precise extent of these attributes remains a mystery to Jiang Chen. In terms of sheer stats, they might rival those of a level 20 player not adorned with equipment. Yet, players who attain this level typically possess at least 4 or 5 pieces of gear, the attributes of which are predominantly growth-oriented. Even basic white equipment would likely enhance a level 20 player's stats to a degree comparable to the purple gear Jiang Chen currently possesses. Thus, when all factors are considered, he should be capable of contending with players of level 15. Reflecting on the disadvantage of his current level, Jiang Chen privately resolved that his foremost task must remain to grind dungeons in order to elevate his level. He pondered whether any players from the crossover zones had reached level 20. Previously, he had encountered 3 players from different zones at the Snowstorm Mountain Villa, all of whom were categorized by Yuying as growth zone players. Among them, the male player was level 25, which could be deemed relatively weak for the terminal station. As for Ning Fiyue, while her displayed level was 27, the avatars conjured by her eye enhancement would likely be subject to level limitations, suggesting that she might be even stronger than indicated. The last individual, a foolish player whose level was forcibly reduced to 2, offered little in the way of reference. Consequently, he surmised that the elite of the novice zone might indeed reach level 20, particularly among players from more advanced zones. After contemplating his future endeavors, Jiang Chen exhaled deeply. This excursion to hunt minor monsters had yielded not only experience, but also a collection of assorted materials and 5 ghostly blind boxes. However, he chose to defer opening them until he returned to the train. They had scoured the area without encountering any monsters when the 2 ladies from Fengdu approached to report. Fengdu was cradling several coconuts, surprisingly matching her strength. Jiang Chun opened one and took a sip, then turned to Bai Ning. We have arrived on the island. Yet there appears to be no indication of having cleared it. Bai Ning frowned, perplexed, as it seemed inconsistent with the information she had previously observed. Noticing her expression, Jiang Chun sighed in resignation. Allow me to handle this. He activated the analytical capabilities of his legendary glasses, scanning the entire island. A perilous island. You must obtain the corresponding key to navigate the raft back to the station, yet it appears that the key has already been claimed by others. Chapter 53. The Curse Within the Dungeon. Claimed by others? How intriguing. Jiang Chun instructed the 2 women to follow him swiftly in a specific direction. They trailed closely behind until they halted before a cave, just as 3 players emerged from within, colliding with Jiang Chun and his companions. The other party paused momentarily. Then a peculiar smile spread across their faces, clearly surprised to encounter anyone else at this location. Judging by their levels, they appeared to be locals. The one who spoke was a young man wielding an axe. Behind him stood a tall woman wielding a bow and arrow, accompanied by a stout man carrying a shield. The trio, comprising 2 level 8 players and 1 level 9, were evidently members of the fusion zone. As they conversed, they swiftly surrounded Jiang Chun and his companions, seemingly intent not only on seizing the final reward of this dungeon, but also on devouring the 3 of them. It was indeed a grave miscalculation. Frost. An ice staff materialized out of thin air, landing gracefully in Jiang Chen's grasp. In an instant, the 3 felt the chilling embrace of ice elements enveloping their bodies. The leading man, armed with an axe, gazed at the exquisitely crafted staff in Jiang Chen's hand, his eyes gleaming with avarice. A fine treasure. I must have it, he exclaimed, his fervor propelling him forward towards Jiang Chun. Yet, as he took a step, something felt amiss, and his expression shifted to one of horror. What is happening? Like him, the tall woman and the stout man attempted to move, but their faces flushed, rendering them immobile. Such potent elements. The tall woman discerned the peril first. Hastily knocking an arrow and unleashing a flurry towards Jiang Chen's right hand, where the staff resided. Jiang Chun, Windy, noticing the unfolding scene, rushed forward. But Jiang Chun raised a hand slightly. Step back, you cannot withstand this, he said calmly. The arrows struck Jiang Chen's body, yet it felt as if they had encountered an unyielding barrier, producing a series of crisp sounds as they fell to the ground. The tall woman was taken aback. Her attacks failed to breach the opponent's defenses. She possessed level 8 attributes, while he was merely level 7 according to the level check. Now take this. Jiang Chen's voice rang out coolly as the golden desert eagle appeared in his left hand. Bang! A dull thud resonated, accompanied by the acrid scent of gunpowder, swiftly engulfing the bow-wielding woman. She barely had time to react before the bullet pierced her brow, leaving a gaping wound. Before the vitality in her eyes faded, confusion and disbelief clouded her thoughts. Why? She pondered, before collapsing lifelessly. This cannot be. Jiang Chen shook his head in dismay. The stout man, witnessing this scene, was consumed by rage, howling at the corpse of the woman, shouting, "You bastard, I will bang." Another shot silenced his words, plunging the space into an eerie stillness. The sudden demise of his 2 companions instilled growing panic in the leading axe-wielding man. He had struck a wall. Both teammates were level 8, logically. Xiao Ying's arrow should have pierced through Jiang Chun, yet not only did it fail, but it also resulted in a tragic counterattack. Most absurdly, Jiang Qin's second bullet pierced through the stout man's shield, killing him instantly. Though he himself had reached level 9, his defensive attributes paled in comparison to the stout man's. If the stout man could not withstand the damage, how could he? Thus, it became evident that this adversary's defensive and offensive capabilities far surpassed the typical level 7, even eclipsing his own level 9 in sheer terror. Yet now, the most despairing aspect is that his entire being is still being eroded by the icy elements, rendering any attempt to flee utterly futile. Do not kill me. It was they who compelled me to act thus. I had no intention of harming you. The man with the axe shouted in desperation. This elicited a bemused smile from Jiang Chun. You weren't singing this tune when you attempted to seize my staff. No, that was because, the axe-wielding man stammered, eager to explain, but Jiang Chun, growing impatient, raised his hand and dispatched 2 bullets to silence him. Why bother listening to someone who lacks even the courage to admit his faults? What apology do you have to offer? Jiang Chun's gaze was indifferent as he approached the trio, ultimately discovering the so-called key upon the axeman's person. A string of silver, crystalline keys glimmered in the sunlight, radiating a dazzling brilliance. An unknown key, seemingly capable of unlocking a special treasure, though certainly not in this place. Contemplating the information relayed by the legendary glasses, Jiang Chun pondered deeply. Objects described in such a manner are invariably of great significance. Thus, this key must be the most crucial element of the entire quest. After securing the key, Jiang Chun returned to the 2 women, whereby Ning still appeared to be in a state of shock. Feng Du's eyes sparkled with admiration, recognizing the strength of their companion, a most suitable partner for their team. Alas, that girl, Yuan, had gotten ahead of them. Let us depart. It seems these 3 conspired to eliminate their foes. There is nothing left here, Jiang Chun declared as he led them on the path back. With the monsters within the quest eradicated, the return journey was remarkably tranquil. Bai Ning, undeterred, immersed her delicate feet in the water, singing a light-hearted tune. Jiang Chun, too, shielded himself with an umbrella, comfortably resting his arm as he savored the caress of the sea breeze. The only one truly rowing was the spirited leader, Feng Du. Suddenly, Bai Ning let out a piercing cry, prompting Jiang Chun to sit up straight. There, upon the surface of the sea, floated a figure, surrounded by a faint red hue of blood. Bai Ning's face drained of color in terror, leaving her at a loss. Yet her feet remained submerged in the water. Jiang Chun mused, your foot condition is quite severe. Bai Ning's face flushed a deep crimson at his remark. What are you saying? That is not it. This person is bleeding. They are clearly injured. Jiang Chun, well aware, had merely jested, for such an occurrence in the ocean was indeed peculiar. Surely, it couldn't be another group of players? Just moments ago, one team had been present, and now another? With 3 teams crammed into such a small quest, was it not overly crowded? Feng Du had already begun to paddle the raft closer to the figure, but Jiang Chun interjected. Hold on, let me assess the situation first. With that, he activated the analytical capabilities of his legendary glasses. A rebellion has erupted in the kingdom of mermaids. Before you stands a hunted mermaid princess. By saving her, you shall invoke the curse of the mermaid kingdom. Once you enter an aquatic-themed quest, you will be pursued by additional sea monsters. Hiss. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled with intrigue. It turns out, this was a fortuitous curse. However, this is the first occasion he has encountered a curse within a copy. Previously, the 3 curses he faced were inflicted upon him by the specters aboard the train. As for this particular curse, it speaks not of any benefits from saving the mermaid princess, but solely of the detriments. In essence, it suggests that he would unwittingly meet a grim fate alongside her. Wait, isn't that entirely advantageous? It could be considered a boon for gaining experience. Chapter 54, Return My Mermaid. Approach, Jiang Chun commanded. Feng Du steered the raft closer. And upon nearing, the 2 women beheld this so-called mermaid. The sun-kissed surface of the sea revealed a robust mermaid tail, distinctly different from human features, with shimmering blue scales that radiated an air of nobility and purity. For a moment, both women were entranced. This is a curse, Jiang Chun replied calmly. A curse. Feng Du and her companion were evidently encountering such a phenomenon for the first time, their eyes wide with astonishment. In summary, a curse can bestow certain advantages while simultaneously bringing about catastrophic disasters, some of which may be delayed, while others strike immediately, Jiang Chun elucidated. What kind of curse is this? Feng Du inquired, curiosity etched upon her face. It strikes immediately. Once she is saved, we will promptly face the wrath of the mermaid kingdom on the sea. Jiang Chen stated. What? A spark of hope in Feng Du's eyes was swiftly extinguished by Jiang Chen's words. She understood that a curse must represent opportunity, yet it requires strength to confront it. The notion of being hunted by the mermaid kingdom sounded terrifying. With her novice capabilities, she could hardly withstand such a peril. Contemplating this, she turned her gaze towards Jiang Chen, where she discerned an ambitious glint. As expected, Feng Du wore a smile that mingled resignation with acceptance. Given Jiang Chen's prowess, it was inevitable that he would pursue this mermaid princess, or rather, the curse itself. She recalled that he had already triggered 3 curses, embodying the adage that a dead pig fears not boiling water. Thus, an additional curse seemed inconsequential to him. Listen to me. This curse is beyond your grasp. Allow me to handle it, Jiang Chen said with a grin. The 2 women fell silent, for they had not intended to take on this curse. Are you going to help retrieve her? Feng Du asked. No, Jiang Chen shook his head. Currently, we are merely aboard a small raft. Should we trigger the curse now? This precarious vessel may not withstand the pursuit of the mermaid kingdom. Whether we could return to the station would be uncertain. He expressed his concerns to the 2 women. What shall we do then? Feng Du pondered, clearly aware that Jiang Chen was not inclined to abandon this curse. It seems there is no other choice, Jiang Chen sighed, retrieving a bundle of rope from his snowy cloak. Feng Du looked momentarily taken aback, unsure of Jiang Chen's intentions. The next moment, she witnessed him raise his hand, fashioning a loop at the end of the rope, which he deftly cast around the mermaid's tail, securing it to the raft with a firm tug. Upon observing the mermaid's wound, he retrieved a vial of healing elixir and poured it over the injury to prevent excessive bleeding that might attract other predators. After a brief moment of anticipation, no notification sounded. It appeared that contact was necessary to trigger the curse. Thus, we shall continue our journey home. Jiang Chen gazed at his handiwork, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. The 2 women fell into a contemplative silence once more. What a veritable bodhisattva he is. After a while, the mermaid in the rear seemed to regain some consciousness. Although her eyes remained closed, she sensed the sensation of movement through water, bringing her a moment of delight. Had she been rescued? Yet, upon opening her eyes, a look of bewilderment washed over her, and she began to struggle fiercely. Who are you? Why do you seek to capture me? The mermaid princess's raw strength threatened to dismantle the wooden raft, and Jiang Chen's gaze faltered momentarily. Move again, and I shall fire. His authoritative command sent a shiver through the mermaid princess's body. Turning to face the ominous muzzle of his weapon, fear flickered across her delicate features. She was evidently aware of the potency of firearms. Her exquisite visage turned sorrowful, having just escaped the clutches of those rebels. She now found herself in a den of tigers. Were these individuals merely poachers of humanity? Seeing the mermaid princess's pitiable expression, Bai Ning felt a pang of sympathy and spoke gently. Do not be afraid. Brother Chen is here to save you. Save me? The mermaid princess cast her gaze upon the ropes binding her, a look of confusion crossing her face. Did these humans truly take her for a fool? Was this what they termed as salvation? Do not overthink it. You are cursed. If we make contact now, we too will be hunted by the merfolk kingdom. Hence, we must transport you in this manner, Jiang Chen replied calmly. The mermaid princess regarded Jiang Chen with suspicion. Tales of human cunning echoed in her mind. Yet this man's demeanor appeared sincere, devoid of deceit. If you doubt my words, observe the wounds upon your body. It was Jiang Chen who tended to them. Feng Du offered. The mermaid princess shifted slightly, noticing that her injuries had indeed healed, and gratitude illuminated her face. With a timid glance at Jiang Chen, she uttered, Thank you, Jiang Chen. Surely, that must be his name, the one who had rescued her. Congratulations, player Chen Zhou has triggered the mermaid princess's curse. The entire region has unlocked the oceanic map and exclusive maritime routes. Additionally, the player has received the reward, Deep Sea Treasures 1. The sudden notification left Jiang Chen momentarily stunned. The expressions of the 2 women mirrored his astonishment. This is bad. Jiang Chen's countenance shifted. The conditions for triggering the mermaid princess's curse were not mere contact, but rather her acknowledgement of being saved. He hastily donned his legendary glasses to survey the seabed. Witnessing a torrent of fish and shrimp surging upward like a tidal wave, a dark mass approaching. This is disastrous. Such a multitude of creatures. Even a slight impact upon this raft would spell doom. With the journey home still a considerable distance away, should the raft succumb, no matter how formidable he might be. Returning would likely prove impossible. The rebellious mermaid princess also realized this, her delicate face slightly pale. The voice sparked a glimmer of hope in Jiang Chen's eyes, and he hurriedly inquired, "Can you still swim?" "Yes," the mermaid princess nodded. Immediately, Jiang Chen secured the lock around the mermaid princess and, with a swift motion akin to a rein, exclaimed, "Pippy fish, let us go." Following his command, the mermaid princess's powerful tail flicked energetically, and the lightweight wooden raft surged forward several meters in an instant. Thus, a peculiar scene unfolded on the ocean, with the mermaid princess towing the raft. Before long, they spotted a nearby beach. After halting the raft, Feng Du and Bai Ning were the first to disembark, turning to behold a mass of mutated creatures, their pupils constricting in alarm. One could only imagine the dire consequences had they been attacked by those entities moments prior. Meanwhile, on the raft, Jiang Chen lingered, beckoning the mermaid princess to come closer. However, due to her exceedingly smooth skin, he found himself unable to lift her at that moment. "Benefactor, do not worry about me. You must leave," the mermaid princess urged resolutely, wishing not to burden Jiang Chen. "What nonsense is this?" Jiang Chen retorted, his eyes wide with disbelief. Given that he had already incurred the mermaid princess's curse, why not take her back for his own enjoyment? Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events occurred as a thick tentacle emerged from the depths, ensnaring the mermaid princess's slender waist and dragging her into the deeper waters. "Return my mermaid," Jiang Chen exclaimed, manifesting a frost gem in his hand, which he crushed instantly, causing a layer of ice to form upon the ocean's surface. With swift strides across this icy expanse, Jiang Chen pursued the tentacle. Chapter 55. The hidden reward of the mermaid's curse. Beneath the waves, a tumult ensued, and both Feng Du and Bai Ning's expressions shifted dramatically as they fixated on the surface of the sea. When crimson blood began to seep forth, their faces turned ashen. "Sister, do you think Brother Chen?" Bai Ning faltered, glancing nervously at Feng Du. Feng Du's beautiful eyes flickered, staring at the vivid bloodstains. Despite her reluctance to acknowledge it, the truth loomed large. With a splash, a figure emerged from the water, cradling within his arms a stunningly beautiful mermaid princess. "Let us go," Jiang Chen said as he approached the two women. They gazed at him in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. How could he have emerged unscathed from such a perilous situation in the depths, surrounded by so many mutated creatures? Jiang Chen strode ahead, the mermaid in his embrace, resembling a man of success, though only he knew that this achievement came at the cost of a ghostly sacrifice. Upon returning to the train, Su Yuan awaited eagerly at the front. Upon seeing the mermaid princess in Jiang Chen's arms, she momentarily froze. Jiang Chen greeted her, and then proceeded with the mermaid princess towards the hot springs of Fengshui Villa, hoping to keep her submerged in water. Grateful for the ample pool he possessed. "Don't worry, girl, you wagered the whole train, and he wouldn't risk losing a fish. Besides, you hold a natural advantage," Feng Du reassured, observing Su Yuan's stunned silence. Upon hearing her words, Su Yuan's delicate face flushed with embarrassment. She remained rooted in place, perplexed about what had transpired in their realm, particularly how Jiang Chen managed to bring back a mermaid. Yet, compelled by an inexplicable force, she inquired, "What advantage?" Feng Du regarded Su Yuan with a peculiar gaze and lowered his voice, saying, "It's precisely that. The anatomy of a mermaid is quite distinct from that of a human." At this, Su Yuan's face turned crimson, and she lowered her head in tacit agreement with Feng Du's assertion. At the Fengshui Mountain Villa, the mermaid princess frolicked in the warm pool. Jiang Chen smiled slightly, preparing to take his leave, when the mermaid princess approached the edge of the pool, lifting her head to gaze at him. "Are you leaving?" she asked. "Do not worry. I shall return to visit you," Jiang Chen replied softly. Noticing the melancholy in the mermaid princess's eyes, contemplating, he added, "I will bring a friend for you." As he spoke, his eyes briefly scanned the mermaid princess's robust tail, and he chuckled, "It will resemble you quite a bit." The mermaid princess expressed a look of confusion. "A friend?" After exiting the Fengshui Mountain Villa and bidding farewell to Feng Du and Bai Ning, Jiang Chen skillfully maneuvered his train back onto its rightful course. Inside the deep-sea vault, Jiang Chen retrieved a treasure chest he had recently acquired after triggering a curse. This chest was distinctly different from the rewards of previous achievements. The new version of the ship. Su Yuan sat beside Jiang Chen, her eyes fixed on the deep blue treasure. "There's a keyhole," she exclaimed. her eyes sparkling as she pointed to the center of the vault. Jiang Chen followed her gaze and indeed spotted a keyhole, which seemed vaguely familiar. Pondering, he took out the key he had obtained on the island. After a brief comparison, Su Yuan gasped. The patterns on this key seemed to match. Jiang Chen nodded and gently inserted the key into the lock, turning it to the right, which produced a crisp unlocking sound. You have obtained the Sunshine Coast Key X1. You have obtained the Death Strait Pass X1. You have obtained the Sailing Wind Blueprint X1. You have obtained Blue Tide's Earrings, Quest Item, X1. You have obtained the Ocean Fish Rearing Tank Blueprint X1. You have obtained several oysters. A series of melodious notifications brightened Jiang Chen's expression. The rewards from this deep-sea treasure were undoubtedly abundant. He examined several notable items. The Sunshine Coast key seemed to correspond to the beach they had recently visited, but possessing the key meant the scene would be private, much like the Feng Shui Mountain Villa. When the mermaid princess eventually tires of playing in the bath at the villa, she could be taken to the Sunshine Coast, where he believed she would find greater joy. Additionally, the Death Strait Pass was astonishingly rated for level 20. Such a level was beyond his current capability to conquer, relegating it to the status of a mere collectible. Additionally, there are two blueprints, one for a small yacht intended for ocean voyages, and the other for cultivating marine life. However, the cost of the yacht is exorbitant, and Jiang Chen is not considering it for the time being. Conversely, the materials for the aquarium to nurture marine creatures are readily available. And with the ample seafood procured from the deep-sea cache, he can sustain a long-term seafood supply. Quite satisfactory. While Jiang Chen was engrossed in his tasks, Ewing approached from behind. Have you conjured another curse? He inquired. Indeed, Jiang Chen replied with candor. And the mermaid? Ewing pressed further. Yes, Jiang Chen nodded. Ewing appeared to possess some additional knowledge. What is it? Jiang Chen couldn't contain his curiosity. It was typical for Ewing, who seldom approached without purpose, to have a reason for his visit. I'm just a bit envious of you, Ewing remarked wistfully. Why is that? Jiang Chen felt somewhat perplexed. This was a curse, albeit one that currently benefited him, as he required substantial experience points for growth. All he needed to do next was collect more passes for oceanic dungeons to amass experience. Yet, in the later stages, entering marine-themed dungeons would result in being hunted by the Mermaid Kingdom, which could become quite troublesome. The source of Yu Ying's envy eluded Jiang Chen. Could it be that you have a penchant for exotic races? Jiang Chen speculated, observing him. Ewing looked at Jiang Chen in silence, shaking his head. The envy I speak of is due to the fact that if this curse can fulfill its ultimate objective, one may obtain a piece of legendary-grade equipment. Yu Ying's words left Jiang Chen momentarily stunned. Legendary-grade equipment. He was well acquainted with such items, as he possessed one himself, the legendary glasses. With these glasses, he had been able to navigate dangers and glean information within dungeons. It could be said that a significant portion of his current growth was attributable to the legendary glasses. Other legendary equipment would undoubtedly offer comparable benefits. If he could acquire more, he could traverse even the growth areas with ease. But what does it mean to complete the final curse objective? Jiang Chen asked, gazing at him. As far as I know, there are 3 players, including you, who have received this curse within the game. Each player who acquires this curse simultaneously receives a piece of the Mermaid Princess's jewelry. To fulfill the curse's ultimate objective, one must collect 5 pieces of jewelry belonging to the Mermaid Princess, though each piece is unique. If you wish to achieve the final goal, you must seize the jewelry from other players. Chapter 56. Su Yuan's subtle shock upon hearing Yu Ying's words. Jiang Chen gradually grasped the implications. So, it turns out this is also a long-term quest, and I will need to wait until I reach the final destination to complete this curse, Jiang Chen remarked nonchalantly. Indeed. That is correct, Ewing nodded. After speaking, he noticed Jiang Chen displaying an expression of disinterest, which left him momentarily stunned. Do you not feel thrilled or delighted? He couldn't help but inquire. What is there to be happy about? It's not as if legendary equipment is being fed directly into my mouth, Jiang Chen replied nonchalantly. My goodness, you are quite the dreamer, aren't you? You actually wish for legendary equipment to be delivered to you. Do you understand what a single piece of legendary equipment signifies for the guilds at the terminus? With just one piece, that guild essentially becomes a diamond guild at the terminus. Moreover, that legendary equipment serves as a living advertisement for recruiting new members. Yu Ying's excitement grew with each word. However, Jiang Chen posed a soul-searching question. Does your guild possess any legendary equipment? Yu Ying gazed at Jiang Chen, lost in contemplation. Of course we do. Though it is not in my possession, he remarked, seemingly recalling someone, his gaze drifting away. Upon witnessing his demeanor, Jiang Chen pondered. If even Yuying lacked legendary equipment, it indeed suggested that such items were remarkably rare in this game. After all, he had heard Yuying proclaim that, given his prowess, he feared no veteran players from the 12-star palace at the terminus. This implied that his strength was quite formidable, yet he still lacked legendary equipment. One could only imagine how astonished Yuying would be if he learned that Jiang Chen currently possessed a piece of legendary equipment. However, Jiang Chen would certainly refrain from revealing this information easily. Despite their growing familiarity, he would not voluntarily expose his trump card. How many pieces of legendary equipment does the 12-star palace possess? Jiang Chen inquired. 3 pieces, Yuying responded. The 12-star palace is the most formidable diamond guild at the terminus, holding the largest quantity of legendary equipment. When discussing the 12-star palace, a hint of apprehension flickered in Yuying's eyes. Regardless of whether he had previously exaggerated, the strength of the 12-star palace was indeed not to be underestimated. Oh, Jiang Chen nodded. Observing Jiang Chen's lack of profound interest in legendary equipment, Yuying chose not to elaborate further. He assumed this fellow was still in the novice zone, unaware of the rarity of legendary equipment. Yet, he reminded himself of his concluding words. Remember, even if you do not desire this piece of legendary equipment, remain wary of others who have fallen under this curse. They are constantly contemplating how to eliminate those who have similarly obtained such adornments. Thank you. Jiang Chen offered a faint smile, surmising that Yuying had come primarily to convey this warning. The train continued its journey smoothly. Before long, they arrived at the next station, Su Yuan's stop, an area known as the Dark Forest. Let's disembark, Jiang Chen said. As the instants had already become parallel, they could enter the same instance simultaneously. Su Yuan gathered her belongings and followed Jiang Chen off the train. True to its name, the Dark Forest was shrouded in perpetual darkness, heavily influenced by the weather. Beside him, Su Yuan ignited a torch, casting a faint glow around them. However, the torch was certainly inferior to Jiang Chen's legendary glasses. He promptly activated the night vision function of the glasses, and the surroundings became strikingly clear. The dim forest was intermittently filled with rustling sounds, as if some reptilian creature was prowling nearby. Upon hearing these sounds, Su Yuan instinctively recoiled into Jiang Chen's embrace, her mind conjuring a series of vivid images. Jiang Chen chuckled, having thought Su Yuan's personality was quite bold, but now it seemed she was rather fearful of the dark. Unfazed, he wrapped his arm around her delicate waist and gave it a gentle squeeze. The young woman glanced up at him with a sideways look. Yet she did not protest. Unbeknownst to them, they were already encircled by 2 massive pythons. Target, giant green anaconda. Level, 8, elite. Attack, defense, mental, skill, constriction, description. Possesses extraordinarily high attributes. One of the most formidable hunters among monsters of the same level. Without needing the description, Jiang Chen was well aware of the anaconda's might. After all, it was his first encounter with a dual attribute creature. Strangely, this dark forest had no lesser creatures. It was immediately beset by elite-level monsters. Had Su Yuan entered this dungeon alone, it could have easily become her grave. Suddenly, a giant anaconda launched an attack, having ascended to the treetops, and it lunged at the 2 below. Jiang Chen swiftly retreated while still holding Su Yuan's waist. A thunderous crash resonated as the anaconda's jaws struck the ground, sending dust billowing into the air. The unexpected turn of events startled Su Yuan, causing her to swiftly draw her feathered sword, and, much to Jiang Chen's astonishment, hurl it directly at the beast. Whoosh! The sword danced like a nimble sprite, colliding with the anaconda's massive body. Regrettably, her attack seemed insufficient, merely leaving a shallow gash on its hide. Miraculously, the feathered sword returned to Su Yuan's hand. A flying sword? Jiang Chen was taken aback, glancing at the frost blade in his grasp, his expression contemplative. Why didn't he his own weapon possess such an ability? Seeing her attack fail, Su Yuan's face paled, and she turned to Jiang Chen. Let me handle this, he said calmly, exerting pressure beneath his feet as he launched himself forward like a cannonball. The frost blade sliced through the anaconda's body, inflicting a grievous wound in an instant. For such a large creature, the damage inflicted by cold weapons was considerably more substantial. The damage caused by a simple shotgun or pistol would pale in comparison. With just one strike, the giant anaconda was already bleeding profusely, despite its formidable healing abilities. It struggled to mend its grievously injured form. However, the frostbite attribute inherent to the frostblade gnawed at its wounds, preventing healing while simultaneously inflicting elemental damage. At this moment, another colossal serpent emerged, its gaping maw aimed directly at Jiang Chun. Be careful. Su Yuan could not help but warn him. Yet, Jiang Chun was already prepared. He raised his hand to grasp a fiery red gemstone, gently sweeping it across the blade. In an instant, a vibrant crimson flame ignited in the forest, and Jiang Chun hurled the frostblade with precision. As the blade embedded itself into the serpent's body, a conflagration erupted, accompanied by anguished wails as it battered against the ancient timber surrounding it. However, it was futile, ultimately succumbing to its demise in the northwest. Jiang Chun glanced back at the first serpent he had injured. It was now incapacitated, the chill of poison coursing through its veins. You have slain the elite creature. Colossal Serpent. Experience 120. Beside him, Su Yuan watched in astonishment as the two colossal serpents fell within moments. Though she was aware of Jiang Chen's formidable prowess, having previously vanquished players from the fusion zone, she was oblivious to the level of those players. Now, witnessing Jiang Chen's swift dispatch of two colossal serpents, she gained a more visceral understanding of his strength. Powerful, unparalleled in might. Chapter 57. The enigmatic dark forest. Jiang Chun approached the carcasses of the two colossal serpents, his gaze flickering with intrigue. What is the name of this dungeon again? He inquired as Su Yuan approached. The dark forest, she instinctively replied. Something feels off, Jiang Chun remarked, furrowing his brow. What seems amiss? Su Yuan's expression shifted slightly upon hearing this. If even Jiang Chun sensed something was wrong, it undoubtedly posed a significant issue. Had she ventured here alone instead of forming a fixed team with Jiang Chun, she likely would not have made it out unscathed. The two colossal serpents were far beyond her capacity to handle. In all the dungeons I have encountered, the initial enemies are typically a group of minor creatures, followed by elite foes. Yet in your dungeon, it commenced with two elite creatures, Jiang Chun explained quietly. Su Yuan's beautiful eyes widened in realization. Jiang Chen's observation struck her with clarity. Lacking the legendary spectacles, she was unaware that the two colossal serpents before her were elite creatures. Her prior assessments of their tier relied solely on the system's prompts, but this time, there were no indicators. Through Jiang Chen's description, she understood that these two serpents were indeed elite-level monsters. No wonder their strength was formidable. Her Yutian sword was utterly ineffective. This abnormality could either signify a great adventure within the game or a curse, Jiang Chen continued, his expression slightly peculiar. After all, he had just acquired the curse of the mermaid princess and was now burdened with 4 curses. It was preposterous to encounter yet another curse in this place. What nonsense, what innate cursed body. However, it was premature to draw conclusions. They could only press onward. Let us proceed, he said, extending his hand towards Su Yuan. Su Yuan was momentarily taken aback as the dangers described by Jiang Chen flooded her mind. Consequently, she placed her soft, slightly cool hand into the warmth of Jiang Chen's palm. Instantly enveloped by the heat of his hand, a sense of reassurance washed over her, prompting her thoughts to wander. Was it possible that Jiang Chen's earlier words were merely intended to frighten her, solely to hold her hand? Little did Jiang Chen know otherwise. He would have been utterly astonished. Why would he need to exert himself to deceive her just to hold her hand when she was already his? Moments later, Jiang Chen suddenly emitted a faint sound of surprise. Su Yuan glanced up at him. Beneath his astonished expression lay a hint of seriousness, causing Su Yuan to nervously scan her surroundings. Had something appeared? Do not fear. It is merely an elite monster. Jiang Chen's tone remained calm. Initially, he preferred to refrain from overly utilizing the power of the gems, but circumstances dictated otherwise. Even with the Frostblade, slaying such a large creature posed a challenge. For now, the fire gem seemed the most efficient option. After all, he still possessed a charged crystal yet to be used. He could always recharge it later. Thus, he drew forth the Desert Eagle, infused with the power of the fire gem, and raised it to fire 2 shots into the jungle. A chilling wail erupted as the 2 colossal beasts let out a mournful roar, their massive bodies writhing in the air like giant trees. The unquenchable flames consumed their forms, transforming the 2 giant pythons into fiery dragons. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun, composed and unperturbed, held Su Yuan's hand as they passed by the 2 massive serpents. You have slain the giant python. Experience points 150. The notification sound reached Jiang Chun's ears, causing his brow to furrow slightly. The experience points were at level 9. These two elite giant pythons were indeed of a higher caliber than the previous ones. Jiang Chun slowed his pace, surveying the surroundings, only to realize that the area had grown significantly darker. It was now nearly impossible to see anything. Wait, Su Yuan was clearly holding a torch. Why was it so dark? He suddenly recognized the anomaly. He had activated his night vision as well. Jiang Chun, why can't I see anything? Su Yuan's panicked voice reached his ears. He tightened his grip on her hand, speaking in a hushed tone. Hold on tight. Do not let go. As he uttered these words, Jiang Chun's vision succumbed to complete darkness, rendering him unable to discern any semblance of his surroundings. He exhaled deeply. This darkness was not merely an environmental obscurity. It represented their internal shadows. He and Su Yuan had unwittingly fallen prey to some toxin that rendered them blind. Heeding Jiang Chun's words, Su Yuan clung tightly to his arm and obediently followed his lead. Jiang Chun felt compelled to withhold the truth of his own blindness from her, lest it create an even greater sense of dread. A bitter smile crept across his lips. He had been overly confident, believing that possessing a trove of gemstones alongside a complete set of formidable equipment would enable him to dominate the novice zone. Yet, this misplaced assurance had now ensnared him in peril. The loss of his sight rendered his legendary gear ineffective, obscuring the dangers that lurked around him. Strangely, he still could not comprehend why the monsters within this dungeon were evolving in level. Should the creatures he encountered next continue to ascend in strength, his defenses might be breached. Even if his defenses held firm, the sheer size of the giant python could easily engulf him. How would he extricate himself from such a predicament? In the dense forest, the two advanced cautiously, with Su Yuan gradually sensing an anomaly. Occasionally, Jiang Chun would halt, seemingly to ascertain something. Under normal circumstances, with clear vision, such prolonged scrutiny would be unnecessary. However, she chose to remain silent, not wishing to disrupt their unspoken understanding. Unbeknownst to them, they were already surrounded by 4 giant pythons, slithering through the underbrush and towering trees. They refrained from launching a direct assault, instead circling around, as if assessing the duo's condition. At last, one of the pythons could no longer contain itself and initiated an attack, its massive form creating a thunderous sound as it moved, accompanied by the rush of air. Jiang Chun tilted his ears slightly, still unable to pinpoint its exact location. Yet he had already gripped the golden desert eagle tightly in his palm. Suddenly, an imperceptible yet pungent scent wafted to his nostrils, prompting him to raise his weapon and fire a bullet imbued with fire enchantment. At that moment, the python was mere centimeters away, and the bullet's powerful recoil sent the creature crashing to the ground. Jiang Chun pulled Su Yuan back a few steps, only to be met with the resonant sound of blades vibrating in the air. Jiang Chun, you can't see either, can you? I'll use the UNWI sword to circle around us. Once an attack is imminent, it will trigger the sword's song, allowing you to better gauge the monster's positions. Su Yuan murmured softly. Jiang Chun paused, realizing that this was indeed a brilliant strategy, alleviating their passivity. It seems Su Yuan was far from the delicate figure he had imagined. Utilizing this approach, the two succeeded in dispatching no less than 10 elite-level giant pythons. The last one defeated had already reached level 11, confirming that the monsters were indeed escalating in level as they ventured deeper. Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed, and he felt the delicate perspiration forming on Su Yuan's small hand in his palm. What's wrong? He whispered. My UNWI sword has been consumed. Chapter 58. Provocation in the fusion zone consumed? Jiang Chun's expression instantly turned grave. Throughout their journey, they had encountered numerous giant pythons, none of which had shown an inclination to devour the UNWI sword. This suggested that the pythons either lacked the capability or the desire to swallow the sword. The sudden turn of events likely indicated the emergence of monsters beyond the pythons. In the unseen shadows of the two individuals, a colossal toad lay in wait not far off, its territory extending just steps ahead to a dark pool of water. This toad, immense in size, rivaled even the great python, standing as a formidable mound, its crimson eyes fixed intently on Jiang Chun and his companion. Its body was adorned with hard scales, and as it exhaled from its cavernous maw, a putrid scent wafted through the air. Jiang Chun detected this foul odor, suspecting it to be the manifestation of the dungeon's presence. Without a moment's hesitation, he brandished the Frostwind staff. Frost, he murmured softly, invoking the staff's special ability. A range attack, To prevent any unforeseen mishap, he directly summoned the power of the Frost Gem. He was willing to sacrifice a significant portion of the remaining energy within the gem. Just moments ago, he had vanquished a great python of level 11. And if this creature truly appeared, its level might well exceed 13. Such a formidable beast, even with his high attributes, would pose a challenge, particularly in his impaired vision. As the power of the Frost Gem spread, the air was filled with the sound of frost forming, and for a fleeting moment, Jiang Chen's vision cleared slightly. In that instant, he beheld a vague and enormous silhouette. He swiftly drew his Desert Eagle and loaded it with enchanted fire gem bullets. Upon firing, the temperature around surged, and the massive toad, which had been surveying its prey, emitted a mournful cry. Its vast body tumbled through the forest like a rolling mass of flesh, finally coming to rest in silence. What happened, Jiang Chen? Su Yuan, still in the dark, could not help but inquire. It's dealt with. Try to summon your sword. Jiang Chen replied quietly. Su Yuan nodded obediently, and indeed, she felt the connection with her tailwind sword rekindle. I can do it, she exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Jiang Chen exhaled in relief. This indicated that the creature had indeed been vanquished. However, the absence of any system notification was a bit peculiar. Yet now was not the time for contemplation. Having resolved the threat, they needed to vacate this perilous place promptly. The dispersing effect of the Frost Gem had indeed granted him clearer vision, albeit only enough to perceive the general outline. After a prolonged search, he finally led Su Yuan out of the dark forest. Congratulations on exiting the dark forest. You have received the dungeon reward, a dark silver treasure chest. A notification suddenly chimed. Jiang Chen was taken aback, gazing at the black chest materializing before him, deep in thought. It turned out there was indeed a reward, but one had to exit the dark forest for the settlement to occur. Only then did he realize that upon leaving the dark forest, his vision had fully restored. Jiang Chen turned to Su Yuan, who coincidentally was looking back at him. Their sight had been restored. Upon collecting the dark silver chest, Jiang Chen escorted Su Yuan back to the train, still haunted by the harrowing experience of that instance. This ordeal marked his most significant setback to date. Thus, he sought out Ying, hoping to inquire about clues regarding this mysterious location. Dark forest? Ying furrowed his brow, seemingly perplexed. I've never heard of such a map. Have you truly never heard of it? Jiang Chen was taken aback. Ying, a well-versed individual, belonged to the older generation of players, making it astonishing that there was an instance he was unaware of. No, but I have visited nearly all the train stations within the terminal map, including those cursed locations you mentioned. Yet, the dark forest is a complete mystery to me, Ying replied, his expression revealing a hint of intrigue. Please recount your experiences within it in greater detail. Jiang Chen proceeded to narrate his encounter in a hurried manner. It can cause instant blindness? How bizarre. Ying's demeanor grew considerably more serious upon hearing this. Moreover, the creatures within are elite level and exhibit progressive growth, Jiang Chen continued. This mechanism of the instance is truly unprecedented, Ying mused, stroking his chin as his gaze fixed on Jiang Chen. Is this the station your death train entered? Jiang Chen paused before shaking his head. No, it was Su Yuan Station. Ying's eyes widened in surprise. What is your train's talent? He shifted his attention to Su Yuan. I possess the ability to manipulate flying swords. Su Yuan demonstrated her skill with the iris sword. Ying knitted his brow in contemplation. I shall need to ponder this. You mentioned the instance's reward was a black chest, correct? Indeed, Jiang Chen affirmed with a nod. Do not open it just yet, Ying instructed. Jiang Chen was momentarily stunned, expecting him to suggest that he examine it, yet he was advised against doing so. The fact that Ying could utter such a statement indicated he had formed a hypothesis regarding the instance, but lacked certainty. Thus far, Ying had not led him astray, and Jiang Chen complied with his suggestion, stowing away the chest. A moment later, a flurry of messages suddenly erupted in his chat interface. Upon inspection, he discovered a group chat he hadn't seen in quite some time. God bless me. Southwind, Brother Chun, ignore the chatter out there. It's clearly directed at you. Little Spirit King. Yes, do not venture into that instance. They have undoubtedly laid a trap. Grace, I will go negotiate. Reading these messages left Jiang Chen feeling somewhat bewildered. What chatter? He opened the entire chat channel, only to find a multitude of players discussing him, predominantly from the fusion zone. Where is Chinzhou? Show yourself. Dare to harm my brother, and I'll make you pay. Come and face your demise. Mushroom Forest multiplayer instance. If you don't come, you're a coward. Taken aback, Jiang Chen pondered. My brother? Who could that be? Could it be that I am one of those players in the fusion zone who fought in the pirate instance? Illustrator, please, do not approach. The artist and I are in this instance, and there are many of them. Suddenly, a message resounded in the group chat. Fengdu, you two should refrain from messaging for now. It could expose us. Following Fengdu's remark, the two fell into a silence akin to stones sinking into the sea. Yet Jiang Chen sensed something amiss. Sure enough, the next moment, the world broadcasted a message. Chenzhou, if you do not emerge, do not blame me for targeting the players in your zone. Isn't this guy's girlfriend rather appealing? Observing this blatant provocation, Jiang Chen sent a trade order to the world. Trade, Mushroom Forest Pass, trade conditions, any. Chapter 59, player Chenzhou joins the instance. Impressive. This guy's got guts. Does he dare to face the players from the fusion zone? Even the top player wouldn't stand a chance. Upon seeing Jiang Chen's trade order, the entire chat channel erupted with excitement. Boss, I'll give it to you for free. A player from the Novice Zone 18 chimed in, and soon enough, Jiang Chen received a pass in his inbox. Indeed, it was freely given to him. The chat channel displayed that the trade was completed. Hurry over after the trade. Don't accuse me of bullying the players from Zone 18. As long as Chenzhou delivers the kills, we won't indiscriminately slay the innocent. Even if he obtained the pass, he probably wouldn't dare to enter. Some spectators commented. Exactly, he isn't foolish. Why would he give away a pass for nothing? Would he seek death? As the top player, if it were me, I would lay low and develop before striking back at you all. Jiang Chen observed these messages with an impassive expression. He promptly utilized the pass. Mushroom Forest. Multiplayer instance base. 3 players from the fusion zone regarded the chat channel with gloomy expressions. Beside them, a young couple was bound to the ground, glaring angrily at the group. You are wasting your efforts. The esteemed Chenzhou will not come, the young man sneered. Esteemed Chenzhou? The leading player from the fusion zone erupted into thunderous laughter. Are you out of your mind? Can you not discern who the true boss is? Even if Chenzhou is the top player, he entered this game many days after us. Squashing him would be as effortless as crushing an ant. Player Chenzhou joins the instance. Their mockery had not yet faded when an alert sounded. Immediately, a train arrived at the station. Everyone stood stunned for a moment, then looked in disbelief as a man stepped off the arriving train. Could it be that he truly dares to come? The leading player from the fusion zone abandoned the illustrator and the others, striding directly towards Jiang Chen. The two illustrators gazed at each other, both slightly astonished that the renowned Chenzhou had indeed arrived. Wasn't this tantamount to courting death? As several players from the fusion zone approached, Jiang Chen's expression turned icy. He swiftly drew his golden desert eagle, aiming at one of them and pulling the trigger. Bang! The bullet sliced through the air, releasing a scent of gunpowder as it struck the center of one man's forehead. A gun! One of the fusion zone players exclaimed in alarm, hastily seeking refuge in the nearby bushes. In both the gaming realm and the previous world, such firearms wielded immense intimidation. However, in the gaming universe, firearms were subject to attribute limitations. If the attack attributes fell short, they could not breach the opponent's defenses. Yet, Jiang Chen's shot had created a gaping wound in one comrade's head, causing him to collapse instantly. This indicated that his attack attributes were exceptionally high, capable of overcoming their defenses. No wonder he could kill my brother. This top player truly possessed remarkable skill. Behind a tree, another fusion zone player clenched his teeth. His gaze flickered as he brandished a finely crafted revolver, focusing intently. He too possessed a firearm, and his level surpassed that of his teammates, augmented by 3 pieces of equipment that enhanced his attack attributes, ensuring he could pierce through Chenzhou's defenses. However, his actual defensive attributes were not significantly superior to those of his comrades. Given that Chenzhou could penetrate his teammates' defenses, he could just as easily breach his. Thus, he concluded that patience was key. Whoever struck first would claim ultimate victory. Yet Jiang Chen held a different perspective. Activating his legendary glasses, he detected another teammate hiding in the bushes. This individual had failed to find cover and relied solely on the bushes for concealment. How curious. Weren't they boasting in the world channel about killing me? And yet, here they were, retreating like a turtle. Jiang Chen refrained from hastily eliminating these last two, opting instead for a subtle mockery. The day's events stemmed from his actions, yet these 3 sought to involve others. Although he was not particularly acquainted with the illustrators, he found their attempts to use others as leverage against him quite displeasing. Don't get too cocky. It's merely the advantage of firearms. If you have the guts, Drop that weapon and engage me in close combat, the player in the bushes shouted. Such naive optimism, Jiang Chun retorted with a cold laugh, observing the player slither like an eel as he shifted positions. Clever indeed. Bang. Losing interest in engaging with this slippery opponent, he took aim and shot at the player's left leg. A piercing scream echoed, startling the player hidden behind the tree. Another teammate had fallen? How infuriating. How did you know I was here? I didn't. The man trembled, clearly affected by the shot, though still alive. As Jiang Chun continued to fire his weapon, his gaze remained fixed on another location where the leader of this encounter had taken refuge behind a tree, making it rather difficult to eliminate. He had no intention of resorting to the power of the gemstone. Otherwise, with the enchantment of the flame gem, he could obliterate both the massive tree and his adversary in an instant. Instead, he aimed shot after shot at the wailing player, attempting to coax the opponent into revealing themselves. Yet, even as his teammates met their demise, the captain remained concealed, eliciting a sardonic smile from Jiang Chun. Are you not eager to avenge your comrades? You boast in the world chat about killing me. Do you truly possess the capability? Jiang Chun's voice prompted the captain to swallow hard, suddenly aware of the formidable opponent he was facing. This individual's ruthless demeanor rivaled that of the top-ranked player in their district. My apologies for my earlier transgressions. Perhaps we could negotiate a truce? I can provide you with any resources you require. Let us be friends. At this juncture, the captain had abandoned notions of revenge and was merely seeking a means of resolution. However, Jiang Chun replied coolly, if I kill you today, everything on your train will belong to me. The player lurking behind the tree stiffened at this remark. This rogue was impervious to reason. Are you still hiding? Jiang Chun's patience began to wane as he scrutinized the tree trunk concealing his opponent. Come, I shall grant you the opportunity to fire first. The hidden player paused, seemingly taken aback by the audacity of the request, and slightly turned his head to catch a glimpse of Jiang Chun. Indeed, he saw the latter extend his hands toward him. Had he truly been so foolish as to invite him to fire? Inner turmoil wrestled with his instincts. Yet the chance was too enticing to disregard. However, the moment he revealed himself, a wave of regret washed over him. How did the opponent know he was armed? He had only drawn his weapon after taking cover behind the tree. An ominous feeling loomed over him, but he could no longer afford to ponder it. Bang! As he watched the revolver spin and a bullet erupt from the chamber, Jiang Chun remained unfazed. A fleeting sense of luck surged within him. He had prevailed. He had initially believed that Jiang Chun was luring him out to take the first shot, but now the situation appeared entirely different. Before he could complete his thoughts, he witnessed a bizarre scene unfold. The bullet struck Jiang Chun, yet it simply vanished upon impact. There was no expected shower of blood, no anticipated victory. How could this be? He stared incredulously at Jiang Chun, who possessed a mere level 8. Yet he was unharmed despite the captain's own level 13 attributes and 3 pieces of offensive equipment. Pathetic. Even when given a chance, you fail, Jiang Chun sneered. The earlier phenomenon was a result of the mystic wood armor's effects activating, absorbing all physical damage, including projectiles. Now it is my turn. Observing the man still lost in astonishment, he coldly fired his weapon. However, he was not as fortunate as Jiang Chun, with the gunshot ringing out. He too fell to the ground. Player Chinzhou has achieved an extraordinary kill against a player from the fusion zone. As the system announcement echoed, the entire chat channel trembled with excitement. What the heck? Is this for real? Did those braggarts from the fusion zone just perish? Bravo, Master Chinzhou. Unbelievable. In the player group chat of the 13th leaderboard, who is this Chinzhou? How can he be so formidable, even taking down Feng? Indeed, although Feng ranks at the bottom of our zone, he is still at 13, certainly not someone easily dealt with by a newcomer from Zone 18. Let us not forget, Chinzhou is the top player from Zone 18. Even the top players shouldn't be this powerful, right? We have had 5 days of developmental advantage. Surely you understand what that means? Feng is one of us. Should we not take revenge on Chinzhou for him? Indeed, his skills must be impressive. If he could defeat Feng, why not seize his resources? There were 32 players in this group chat, a decrease from the previous 33. Many expressed differing opinions regarding Jiang Chun's incident. All right, one player spoke up, and the rolling chat quieted significantly. Let us not forget why we were merged here. We have undertaken the mission of the 12-star palace. Only by fulfilling their requirements can we enter the guild. This is not the time to dispute over a player from Zone 18. I do not care how you plan to seize resources from other zones. But if anyone delays the plan, Do not blame me for being ruthless. Let us not forget, we are not the only zone tasked by the 12-star palace. The group fell silent. Understood, Brother Pei, we will strive to do our best. Feng deserved his fate. Why provoke the top player of another zone? Listening to Brother Pei, let us avoid unnecessary conflicts. Yes. Brother Pei, when will the regional dungeon open? I can hardly wait. In a couple of days. Brother Pei was the last to respond to the message. The situation in the other newbie group chats mirrored that of the 13th chat, with discussions taking place. However, it was merely chatter, as Chinzhou's actions had little direct impact on them, save for one exception, the 7th player group chat. Lord Red Moon has decreed that anyone encountering this Chinzhou is to be executed on sight. Inform your fellow group members. Those who succeed will be directly admitted into the guild. Question mark. No way. Is this for real? Lord Red Moon is actually interested in a player from a newbie zone? What a curious situation. This is clearly a warrant for arrest. I mean to say, how could a novice player in this area possibly provoke Lord Red Moon? Yet, what does it matter? As long as we eliminate him, we can directly enter the guild. How exhilarating. But don't compete with me for this. Huh. You all must possess the necessary skills, right? The reports of him defeating players from the fusion zone in higher levels have been numerous these past few days. They are merely from the 13th district. Hardly comparable to us. Do not boast. I have heard that their player, Pei, is quite formidable, rapidly catching up to Xing. Are you out of your mind? How dare you speak such words? Xing is undoubtedly the top player in this fusion zone. At that time, after dealing with those players from the fusion zone, Jiang Chun untied the two artists. One was a somewhat handsome young man, and the other was a seemingly quiet girl with short hair. It is perplexing why they are called by such names. Thank you, Master Chinzhou. They both expressed their gratitude in unison. Jiang Chun nodded. I intend to explore this dungeon. Will you accompany me? The couple exchanged glances and shook their heads. We will not go. This dungeon has a recommended level of 12, and we are far from that. Indeed, we had intended to disembark and use reconnaissance tools to assess the situation. But we were captured as soon as we caught sight of the information at this station, the quiet girl explained. Jiang Chun fell into a brief silence. Very well. I shall go alone then. The recommended level of this station has reached 12, and I do not have sufficient confidence in safeguarding these two. After all, this is not an ordinary dungeon, but a multiplayer one. The difficulty of multiplayer dungeons is significantly higher than that of standard ones. Upon hearing Jiang Chun's words, the handsome young man's expression shifted slightly as he whispered, Master, we will enter with you. Jiang Chun turned to look at him, somewhat puzzled. Fortune favors the bold. Though this dungeon is perilous, it equally offers ample opportunities. We cannot continue to be bullied by players from other fusion zones. He gritted his teeth. I do not wish for you to be disappointed. Disappointed? Jiang Chun stared at him in astonishment. Did he not mean to convey that sentiment? I understand completely. Our district is inherently at a disadvantage within the fusion zone. If we remain complacent, we will inevitably be devoured by those ruffians. And we will be unable to protect those we wish to safeguard. What purpose would we serve then? His words were impassioned. Jiang Chun fell into silence before responding calmly. You are overthinking this. I did not mean that. However, if you choose to come, you can gain experience by following me. For a dungeon with a recommended level of 12, even a little experience will suffice to satisfy you. The young man was taken aback, his face instantly flushing. So, this was what the master meant. Had he overthought it? Will you come? Jiang Chun had already begun walking towards the depths of the mushroom forest. Yes, to begin with. I must clarify that I may not be able to accommodate all your needs in the 12th dungeon. If the difficulty proves excessive, feel free to withdraw. Understood, esteemed leader. We shall remember. Chapter 61, The Ghost Bride, Mushroom Grove. As the name suggests, it is a dungeon inhabited by plant-like monsters. As they ventured deeper, the trio encountered several mutated mushroom creatures, which exhibited minimal aggression but possessed a unique method of attack. The heads of these aberrant mushrooms bore a gaping maw that sprayed venom upon the approach of foes. Hey, don't these mushrooms resemble something? A couple trailing behind whispered. The male voice belonging to someone named Wu Du, as Jiang Chun had learned along the way. You are truly incorrigible. The demure girl, Xiaoshi, playfully punched him. Their relaxed demeanor stemmed from Jiang Chun's formidable display of strength. However, upon overhearing their flirtatious banter, Jiang Chun felt a pang of regret for bringing them along, realizing he had become a mere third wheel. Wait, Jiang, did you hear that? Wu Du suddenly asked, both he and Xiaoshi drawing closer to Jiang Chun. I did. Jiang Chun replied, his expression turning grave as he gently tapped the frame of his legendary glasses. A disquieting sound of a peculiar suona echoed, sending chills down their spines. Through the lenses of his legendary glasses, Jiang Chun discerned the source of the unsettling noise, a procession of dark specters bearing a resplendent red bridal sedan. Meandering through the grove, the surrounding mushrooms recoiled at the sight of this procession, as if confronted by something truly terrifying. Jiang Chen's pupils constricted, and he instinctively took a step back. Crouch down, he urged urgently. The local creatures of this forest displayed such fear, indicating that whatever approached was certainly not to be trifled with. The bearers of the sedan were undead entities. Jiang Chun, accustomed to encountering such spectral beings, remained relatively unfazed. Yet, the true source of his unease lay in his inability to discern what resided within the crimson sedan. Peering through the legendary glasses, a thick, blood-red mist obscured his vision, the chilling aura penetrating to the depths of his soul. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's hushed command, Wu Du and Xiaoshi hastily crouched within the underbrush. As Jiang Chun continued to observe through the glasses, the procession of the red sedan appeared poised to pass at a short distance ahead. Suddenly, he sensed that the specters seemed to gaze in their direction. A jolt of alarm coursed through him, prompting him to swiftly shut the glasses and turn away. The trio concealed themselves within the foliage, holding their breath in trepidation. As the haunting suona grew ever nearer, Wu Du and Xiaoshi swallowed hard. Just then, the music abruptly ceased. Jiang Chun's gaze sharpened, and Wu Du and Xiaoshi turned to him, yet none dared to utter a sound. After a prolonged silence, Xiaoshi could no longer contain herself, her voice trembling as she inquired, "Esteemed leader, what is happening?" Her voice was remarkably low, leaving Jiang Chun perplexed. Had she already departed? He turned around and activated the legendary glasses, only to be startled by what he saw. The red sedan chair had halted mere meters in front of them, and beside them, 8 spectral bearers had encircled their position. Damn it, Jiang Chun cursed inwardly, reluctantly rising to his feet. It was evident they had been discovered. But why did the specters remain motionless? It was indeed curious. Hello, one of the specters stared rigidly at Jiang Chun, seemingly attempting to communicate. Wu and Du shrank behind him, quaking in fear as they found themselves surrounded by these ominous figures. The very notion of a specter speaking left them utterly astonished. It was their first encounter with such a creature. Jiang Chen's gaze flickered. If monsters could be classified as high or low tier, then these specters undoubtedly belonged to the upper echelon. However, he had encountered more than one of this type that could articulate speech. The singular reason they could converse with him on equal footing was undoubtedly his identity as the owner of the death train. "Greetings," Jiang Chun replied. The fact that these spectral beings wished to communicate suggested they bore no significant hostility. "Our lady is to be wed far away, yet the sedan cannot reach her destination. We hope you might carry her for a portion of the journey." The specter bearers spoke in a stilted manner. Jiang Chen's eyelids twitched slightly. Lady? Was she perhaps the ghost bride? The answer loomed before him. This was a being of immense grievance, renowned throughout the realm of spirits. There was no way his death train could accommodate such a formidable entity. Good heavens, if she were to board, who would truly be the master of the train? Just as Jiang Chen contemplated a refusal, he noticed the bearers' faces darkening ominously, resembling the fiends of hell. It appeared he could not decline. Gritting his teeth, he acquiesced. "Very well. Then your lady, we have arrived. Please disembark." The bearer ignored Jiang Chun and approached the sedan directly, whispering. In the next instant, the curtain of the red sedan was lifted, revealing a stunning figure clad in a bright red bridal gown, adorned with phoenix motifs, embodying a 10-mile bridal splendor. To his astonishment, the ghost bride was not of the spectral hue typical of such creatures, but possessed a complexion akin to that of a living person. "You have accepted the curse of the ghost bride. From this day forth, she shall follow you eternally, and you shall gain the bride's gaze." The bride's gaze. Your mental attributes will continuously weaken. When your mental attributes reach 0, you shall be slain by the ghost bride. The ghost bride, classified as a high-level specter, is subject to be courted. Upon successful courting, you may receive rewards bestowed by the ghost bride. World announcement. Player Chinzhou has acquired the curse of the ghost bride, and all ghostly creatures across the map will refresh. I'm testing the password. Jiang Chun widened his eyes, caught off guard. Indeed, this was yet another curse. Although he had grown accustomed to his innate cursed body, he was still at a loss for words. especially since the negative effects of this ghost bride's curse activated immediately, afflicting him. His mental attributes were gradually depleting. He hastily checked his status panel, which currently stood at a staggering 700. A minute passed. His mental attribute decreased by 1. Jiang Chen's gaze suddenly narrowed. A drop of 1 mental point per minute meant a loss of 60 points in an hour. At this rate, in just half a day, his 700 mental attributes would be utterly exhausted. This was no ghost bride. It was akin to a leech draining him dry. The bearers had vanished, while the ghost bride quietly stood beside Jiang Chen, resembling a dutiful little wife. Shun and Wu, who were terrified of the ghost bride, had retreated 10 meters away. Though the ghost bride appeared harmless, anyone could feel the chilling aura emanating from her. She was not someone to be trifled with. It's nothing, just a curse, Jiang Chen said helplessly, though his complexion had already turned somewhat ashen. Shun, I suddenly remembered that I might have left the gas on in my train. I must take my leave. My train is on fire. Although Jiang Chen offered reassurances, both Wu and Shun felt the scene was exceedingly bizarre. Who could endure this? They hastily made excuses to withdraw, while Jiang Chen sighed as he looked back at the ghost bride. Can you speak? Chapter 62. The ghost bride's affection. The ghost bride, draped in a fiery red veil, concealed her visage and remained silent, merely trailing behind Jiang Chen in a daze. Jiang Chen could only sigh in resignation. Fortunately, this ghost bride, aside from sapping his mental value, did not impede his exploration. Thus, he continued to delve into this mushroom forest. Suddenly, a massive mushroom head emerged, spraying a jet of venom towards Jiang Chen. He deftly evaded it and retaliated with a swift slash, cleaving the mushroom in two. You have slain an elite mushroom, gaining 180 experience points. A notification chimed in his ears, and Jiang Chen exhaled with relief. This should be the last elite mushroom. What lay ahead would be the true challenge of this mushroom forest. There were indeed numerous monsters in this multiplayer dungeon, providing ample experience. Just recently, he had leveled up to 7, requiring a staggering 10,000 experience points to advance further. However, after navigating this dungeon, his experience progress bar was nearly full. Multiplayer dungeons were truly exhilarating. He pondered whether there were more such passes outside. As he mused, his vision suddenly caught sight of a colossal mushroom, its size a dozen times that of the elite mushroom he had just slain. At first glance, it was as robust as a tree. Just as Jiang Chen prepared to strike, he felt an overwhelming wave of weakness wash over him. What was happening? He glanced at his personal panel. Name, Jiang Chen. Level, 7,897610,500. Identity, car owner, death train. Attack, 512, 369. Defense, 603, 465. Spirit, 601,700. Talents, phantom body, phantom blind box, rapid regeneration. Evaluation, a fortunate novice. Despite possessing abundant spirit attributes, a sudden sense of weakness washed over him. Was he poisoned? A thought struck him as he observed the venom on his sleeve. Fortunately, clad in a complete set of armor, the venom had scarcely splattered upon him. Indeed, as Jiang Chen advanced cautiously, he remained untainted by any trace of poison. Yet, he felt as if he was still afflicted. Could it be that this venom, apart from contagion through contact, could also spread through other means? The scent. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed, realizing it must be so. Besides contact transmission, this was the only possibility that could account for his poisoning. However, this method of poisoning seemed rather mild. He merely felt a loss of strength. Jiang Chen refrained from entering the attack range of the mushroom, instead retrieving a collection of vials from his belongings. Perhaps one contained an antidote. After a thorough rummage, he indeed discovered a universal antidote. What a find! His eyes brightened, yet a twinge of doubt arose within him. The term universal held immense value. Of that he was acutely aware. This meant that regardless of the poison he might encounter in the future, this antidote would suffice to neutralize it. To use it now would be rather extravagant. However, if he refrained from using it, he might not have the certainty of defeating that formidable mushroom. He began to waver. Ultimately, he decided to stow away the vial. The universal antidote was likely the most precious of his supplies, and he simply could not bear to use it just yet. After all, it was merely a plant, and even with diminished strength, he should be able to vanquish it with the power of the flame gem. With this thought, Jiang Chen began to reload his ammunition and approached the creature. Each step was laborious due to his weakness, but he eventually reached a suitable range. Bang! The shotgun discharged a bullet, radiant with fiery brilliance, striking the towering mushroom instantly. As Jiang Chun had anticipated, the flame gem proved devastatingly effective against this botanical foe. The mushroom writhed in flames, quickly identifying Jiang Chun's location and intent on retaliation. Yet, it never managed to close the distance, ultimately reduced to ashes. At that moment, Jiang Chun exhaled in relief. He cautiously approached to examine the spoils of the fallen creature. Mushroom figurine can emit a small mushroom daily. Consuming it increases a random attribute. Mushroom toxin gland. It harbors a significant amount of mushroom poison, which can be utilized to concoct deadly potions. 10 fragrant soft muscle powder. A recipe for poison that produces a colorless and odorless toxin, dispersing through air molecules to render individuals utterly powerless. Mushroom shield. Blue possessing formidable defensive capabilities. It employs a technique of yielding to rigidity, though it may occasionally leak under extremely sharp assaults. Acquired a substantial quantity of plant ash. Obtained a silver treasure chest. Gained 240 experience points. A collection of peculiar items, accompanied by a silver treasure chest, was gathered by Jiang Chun. The toxins coursing through his veins appeared to vanish along with the completion of the quest, prompting him to twist his neck and take a deep breath. Return to the city, he proclaimed. Dingling. The ghostly bride behind him mirrored his movements, and the red bells adorning her ankles chimed with a crisp sound. With the successful completion of the dungeon, Jiang Chun felt a surge of elation. And even the ghostly bride, who previously weighed on his mind, became more tolerable in his eyes. Where are you from? How did you become like this? He engaged the ghostly bride in casual conversation, despite knowing he would receive no reply. What is this? A ghost bride? Upon returning to the train, Yuying caught sight of the ghostly bride closely trailing Jiang Chun, causing her to retreat several steps in alarm. What's wrong? Why are you so startled? She won't attack us, Jiang Chun remarked, bemused by Yuying's reaction as if she had encountered a specter. Affection level 1. The sudden notification caused Jiang Chun to pause momentarily. Affection level? He turned to glance at the ghostly bride, who had a notification of increased affection hovering above her head. This unexpected development sparked a sense of intrigue within him. During their journey, he had engaged the ghostly bride in conversation, hoping to trigger an affectionate response, yet until now, there had been no indication of any progress. What had transpired just now to elicit such a reaction from her? Jiang Chun looked towards Yuying, who had also noted Jiang Chun's oddity but remained silent, observing him curiously. I understand. Jiang Chun's eyes lit up. It seemed he had defended the ghostly bride in front of Yuying just moments ago. Perhaps that was the reason. To confirm his theory, he turned to Yuying and urged, Quick, continue speaking ill of her. Yuying regarded Jiang Chun with a peculiar expression and whispered, Are you feeling all right? I'm fine. Just continue your disparagement. I need to verify something, Jiang Chun pressed. Fine. Yuying nodded, though her gaze towards the ghostly bride remained wary. This hideous creature, bang. In the next instant, Yuying was propelled backwards. Chapter 63. Sunlit Coast. Jiang Chun was taken aback. He hesitated to glance behind him, and indeed, the ghostly bride had raised her pale hand, unleashing a surge of potent red energy that sent Yuying flying. Jiang Chun swallowed hard. To my surprise, the ghostly bride is capable of attacking people. He mourned for the shadow for a few seconds before hastily inquiring, Are you human? How could you say our Xiaohong is ugly? She is the most beautiful. Isn't she? Affection level 2. A notification sound echoed in his ears. Jiang Chun turned around to see that the ghostly bride's hand had fallen to her side, closely following him. The increase in affection was indeed a result of his efforts to protect her. He had discovered a way to enhance affection. Yet as he gazed at the train carriage with a gaping hole, he could not help but feel a pang of regret. Was the cost of raising affection truly this steep? I knew it. At that moment, the shadow crawled back onto the train, bearing an expression of profound pain. You're not dead? Jiang Chun's eyes brightened. I have discovered a method to enhance affection. Should I share this idea with you? The legendary glasses cannot discern the ghostly bride's level or attributes, but one could estimate her strength from her earlier attack. An ordinary person would be utterly incapable of withstanding her assault. Only seasoned players like the Shadow could manage it. No way. The Shadow resolutely declined, casting a fierce glare at Jiang Chun. You want to get me killed, don't you? A high-level undead discovered at the terminal is something to be avoided. Only a few top-tier guilds occasionally organize hunts against such beings. Even then, they suffer significant losses. No matter how formidable I am, I cannot withstand several of her strikes." The shadow lamented. "High-level undead?" Jiang Chun was taken aback, turning to the ghostly bride with a look of hesitation. "Are you suggesting that she is a high-level undead?" "Indeed. Though I cannot fathom why a high-level undead would appear in the novice zone. Your misfortune is undeniable." The shadow continued. "If I am not mistaken, you should possess something, right?" The shadow spoke with confidence, having disguised itself as an undead being and seemingly well-versed in this category of monstrosities. Jiang Chun found himself intrigued. "Yes." "What?" The shadow pressed on. "She drains my mental attributes, 1 point per minute," Jiang Chun replied candidly. "What?" The shadow's eyes widened. "At your mental attribute level. Wouldn't she drain you completely in just 1 or 2 hours?" Hearing the shadow's somewhat ambiguous remark, Jiang Chun felt a tinge of speechlessness. Yet, the shadow had underestimated his mental attribute value. Generally, players of this level possess around 100 or 200 points of mental attributes, whereas he, under the influence of the legendary glasses, boasted an impressive 700 points. While it would not last indefinitely, it afforded him ample time to prepare. "Actually, I came to inquire if you have any means to counter or alleviate this," Jiang Chun stated. "In the personal shop, there are no items to replenish mental attributes. You might have to seek solutions among other players." The shadow shook its head. "Most of the items for sale in personal shops are equipment or blueprints. Materials and such are rarely available." "Very well." Jiang Chun nodded and subsequently sent a message to Fengdu, requesting assistance in locating items that could restore spiritual energy, preferably in abundant and sustainable supply. Fengdu readily agreed. At that moment, Su Yuan returned to the train and was startled upon seeing the ghostly bride. "What is this?" she cautiously inquired, sidling closer and regarding the ghostly figure with curious eyes. "A curse from within the new realm," Jiang Chun replied softly. "A curse?" Su Yuan observed the ghostly bride with her lively eyes, intrigued. "It is indeed a curse." However, upon realizing that the ghostly bride posed no immediate threat, she shifted her focus back to Jiang Chun and said, "I just acquired a pass after returning from that quest." Jiang Chun nodded in acknowledgement and asked, "What did you gain?" "Not bad. I obtained a special item," Su Yuan replied, producing a small backpack. "What is it?" Jiang Chun inquired. "A special outfit that has storage capabilities," Su Yuan explained softly. "Oh." Jiang Chun took the backpack to inspect its storage space. It was roughly half the size of his own frost and snow robe, yet still spacious enough to accommodate the needs of their future explorations. "Not bad," he remarked, returning the backpack to Su Yuan. She was taken aback and asked, "Don't you want this?" "No, the outfit I possess serves a similar function. Otherwise, how do you think I retrieved my weapon earlier?" Jiang Chun stated nonchalantly. "Oh," Su Yuan nodded gently, realizing she had misunderstood, believing Jiang Chun's weapon retrieval was a special ability of the train. "In addition to that, I have some materials," she continued, gradually producing a variety of miscellaneous items, many of which Jiang Chun did not recognize. "I wish to take a shower," Su Yuan said, her gaze settling on Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun smiled at her request, amused that she felt the need to seek his permission for something so simple. "You needn't ask. The key to the Frost and Snow Mountain Villa is in the room. Just go whenever you wish. By the way, let's change the scenery. I have a key to Sunshine Coast," he suddenly remembered, retrieving the key. Since it was daytime and the weather was quite warm, even with the air conditioning in the train, it felt stifling. The thought of heading to the refreshing Sunshine Coast was utterly delightful. Though puzzled, Su Yuan followed Jiang Chun's lead, as she beheld the door reappearing within the carriage. Her eyes sparkled. Could he have unlocked yet another splendid location? Upon opening the door, a refreshing sea breeze enveloped her, instantly easing her spirit. The golden sands, azure waves, and visible reefs invigorated the senses. "The seaside," Su Yuan exclaimed, her eyes lighting up with excitement. Before entering this game, she had never been to the coast and had long yearned for the mysteries of the ocean. Little did she expect that her wish could be fulfilled here. He presented her with a set of garments, a smile gracing his features as he handed them to Su Yuan before making his way to the neighboring snowstorm villa. It was time to retrieve the mermaid princess. Su Yuan instinctively accepted the clothing, only to discover it was a daring bikini. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. However, after a moment's contemplation, she hurried to her room to change. By the time Jiang Chun entered, cradling the mermaid princess in his arms, Su Yuan was already playfully treading upon the fine sands of the sea, the gentle breeze tousling her hair and revealing her breathtaking profile. The mermaid princess, too, seemed stirred. her enchanting eyes fixed on the vast ocean, exclaiming, "Brother Chun, it's the sea." Indeed, Jiang Chun nodded in agreement. Yet, Lan Shi soon appeared to have a thought. Shaking her head vigorously, "I cannot go." Despite her words, the yearning in her azure eyes was undeniable. Jiang Chun offered a reassuring smile. "Do not worry. No one will pursue you here, as this is my territory." Lan Shi paused, gazing at him with admiration. "Brother Chun, you actually have a piece of ocean as your domain? How remarkable." Jiang Chun felt a tinge of bashfulness at her words, scratching his head. "Well, my territory isn't vast. It encompasses only this small stretch of sea. Beyond that, it's not under my jurisdiction." The Sunshine Coast and Snowstorm Villa had merely unlocked a portion of the area, yet it still provided a sufficient expanse of about 10 kilometers. Ample space for the mermaid princess to frolic. "I've pre-ordered." Lan Shi nodded, her pointed ears twitching slightly, her eyes filled with eager anticipation. "Brother Chun, could you carry me into the sea?" she asked softly. While the bath at Snowstorm Villa was delightful, her heart yearned for the ocean's embrace. "Of course," Jiang Chun replied, leading her to the shore before gently placing her in the water. Her porcelain skin contrasted beautifully against the azure waves as she waved at him. "Brother Chun, I'm off to play." "All right." Jiang Chun watched her swim away. Lan Shi, being quite sensible, swam at a distance that was neither too close nor too far, occasionally resting on the rocks, her shimmering blue scales reflecting dazzling light under the sun. Suddenly, a notification chimed, causing Jiang Chun to pause. The intimacy level with the mermaid princess had increased. He was perplexed, as this had not been mentioned before. However, this unexpected alert indicated that the mermaid princess, like the ghost bride, was also subject to a pursuit. Yet, the mermaid princess did not possess a favorability system. Instead, it directly indicated an increase in intimacy. Perhaps, this was the distinguishing factor between the two. "Jiang Chun." Su Yuan's gentle call broke through his thoughts. He approached her, his gaze drawn to her alluring figure clad in the bikini, his eyes narrowing slightly. Feeling the intensity of his gaze, Su Yuan's face flushed with a hint of shyness as she softly inquired, "Do I look good?" "You look stunning," Jiang Chun replied with a smile, extending his arm to tenderly embrace her slender waist. The sensation of her skin, as if it could yield droplets of water, brought a sense of serene comfort to Jiang Chun, who lightly squinted his eyes. Su Yuan, her cheeks slightly flushed, made no attempt to reject this moment. Instead, gazing down at the golden pebbles beneath the crystal-clear water, her delicate feet gently resting upon them. They resembled a couple in blissful harmony. Regrettably, such a splendid locale could have been a flourishing tourist destination had it existed in the pre-game world. Jiang Chun, captivated by the coastal scenery, could not help but reflect on the thrill of collecting coins from the White Lemon train. Why had that girl not come to seek him out for a soak? Was there a bathtub on the train? Yet, how could it compare to the comfort of his hot spring and beach? Upon hearing Jiang Chun's musings, Su Yuan slightly turned her face. A tourist destination? Indeed, it would be delightful, but alas, such a reality is unattainable in this game world. For each person's train journey is distinct. Your idea, however, is not without potential, suddenly interjected. The fellow had donned a pair of oversized shorts, clutching a surfboard of unknown origin, and donned sunglasses with an air of flamboyance. "What?" Jiang Chun inquired, observing him. "A tourist destination. I presume you wish to capitalize on such places for train coins?" Replied nonchalantly. "Do you have a plan?" Jiang Chun asked, intrigued. In fact, at the terminal station, many individuals exploit these key worlds to earn train coins. It is somewhat of an entertainment-based income method, with some key worlds resembling snow-capped mountains, deserts, hotels, and a variety of other venues. Interested players purchase sightseeing tickets to visit these key worlds. Elaborated. Key worlds refer to realms like the sunlit coast, accessible through a door. Jiang Chun pondered thoughtfully. "What is a sightseeing ticket?" he inquired. "They can be obtained from treasure chests. Naturally, upon reaching the terminal station, personal shops will refresh this item, with each ticket priced at 1 train coin," explained. Thus, it is indeed not exorbitantly priced, which accounts for the emergence of such business models at the terminal. Jiang Chun nodded in agreement. With a hot spring and a beach at your disposal, you would surely be in high demand at the terminal station. I advise you to prepare adequately. When you arrive, operating directly from the terminal will undoubtedly yield substantial profits. At least, my experiences at the terminal have led me to similar establishments, all of which were dilapidated bathhouses of disappointingly low standards, remarked. seemingly recalling some unsatisfactory past experiences. Preparation? Jiang Chen queried, looking at. You will need an operations manager, of course. You cannot remain in the key world indefinitely, as you must venture out to explore. Hence, you will need to recruit staff to manage operations and provide services. Frankly, you should access the crew member shop interface, spoke confidently. I have, Jiang Chen nodded. He had observed the crew members on that interface before, though most were alarmingly expensive. That as well, if you encounter any special items available in the shop, it is advisable to purchase them, as they offer better value for gold. Yu Ying nodded in agreement. Jiang Chen pondered thoughtfully, the lady of the tavern. Priced at 800 gold coins, must indeed be the discounted version that Yu Ying mentioned. By the way, do they also visit the shop? Jiang Chen inquired with a hint of meaning. Noticing Jiang Chen's gaze subtly lingering on the ghostly bride behind him, Yu Ying stepped back slightly. Your mermaid princess is unlikely to do so. At present, she is classified as a character you can directly pursue. Once your intimacy reaches a certain level, you may recruit her as the manager here. However, this one belongs to the higher undead category, and whether you can recruit her remains uncertain, as you may not survive until that time, Yu Ying whispered. Jiang Chen regarded Yu Ying, understanding whom he referred to. However, is that polite? Yet, prompted by this reminder, Jiang Chen recalled something. He opened the chat interface, only to find Fengdu reaching out to him. Jiang Chen, I have located the items you requested. Are you available now? Upon seeing Fengdu's message, Jiang Chen felt a surge of joy. The efficiency of the head of the Fengdu was indeed remarkable. Certainly, he replied without hesitation. However, this matter is somewhat complicated. Where are you headed next? I will procure a pass for a face-to-face meeting, Fengdu responded. Jiang Chen was taken aback. Is it really like that? The cost of the pass, however, was rather steep. He gazed at the coastal scenery and suddenly recalled Yu Ying's mention of sightseeing tickets. Thus, he replied, no need for a pass, just acquire a few sightseeing tickets. Oh, and it would be best to bring Bai Ning along. He had not forgotten about that little spendthrift. Chapter 65. The fierce competition for sightseeing tickets. Although Fengdu was unfamiliar with what sightseeing tickets were, she diligently followed Jiang Chen's instructions and sent a message in her group chat of District 18. It wasn't too long before replies poured in. Xiao Ling de Wang. Head. I have those, dozens of them actually. I am uncertain of their purpose. Fengdu, That is perfect, come with me. Fengdu, Xiao Ling has emailed us. Qinzhou, what are the next steps? God bless me, Southwind. Oh, is this related to Qinzhou de Lao? What good fortune is this? Illustrator, last time, we didn't get to properly thank Qin de Lao. Many thanks for guiding us through the experience. Artist, same thanks. Big face, Qinzhou de Lao actually helped you all grind experience. How fortunate. Dongxi, de Lao, what good fortune can you share with us? Seeing their messages, Jiang Chen smiled faintly. They were all potential customers. Qinzhou, the shop is still in its trial phase, for now. I am inviting the head to experience it. In the future, I hope everyone will show their support. With Jiang Chen's words, a wave of thoughts swept through the group. Illustrator, in the future? De Lao, you and the head won't. The illustrator was muted for a day by the group owner. Jiang Chen felt a bit embarrassed and promptly responded. As the moment approaches, everyone will be enlightened. By the way, Your Highness, I have you as a friend. Please check the private message invitation. Jiang Chen subsequently sent an invitation to the three young ladies for the key world. With a burst of enchanting brilliance, the three girls appeared on the sunlit coast. Yu Ying, witnessing this, widened her eyes in astonishment. Wow, you truly are fortunate in love. Ahem, these are my esteemed guests. Jiang Chen cast a sidelong glance at Yu Ying, pondering the absurdity of her words. He hoped that, in the end, they wouldn't take advantage of him. Understanding the implication, Yu Ying hastily remarked, well, I'm off to surf. The three newcomers, taken aback by the stunning coastline, were filled with wonder. Among them, Fengdu and Bai Ning quickly recognized the scenery. Sister leader, isn't this the three-person dungeon we entered last time? Bai Ning questioned, slightly puzzled. How did we end up here after using that sightseeing voucher? Fengdu, equally perplexed, glanced at Jiang Chen. Meanwhile, a petite girl with a lowly appearance, dressed in white stockings and a delicate white dress, gazed longingly into the distance. After spending countless days in the train, shrouded in perpetual darkness, even upon reaching a station, they were enveloped by a haze that obscured the sun. Here, however, the sea was visible. Yet, as Bai Ning mentioned, this was a dungeon, and there might be monsters lurking beneath the waves. Indeed, this is the dungeon we visited that day, but now it is my key world. Here, I can freely adjust the weather and temperature, and there will be no monster attacks. Only endless beautiful scenery to enjoy, Jiang Chun replied with a smile. What world is this? Bai Ning asked, taken aback. It's the same as the snow-covered hot springs you visited last time. They share the same essence. Just imagine indulging in a beach bath in such a splendid environment. It's simply delightful, Jiang Chun explained. A beach bath? Bai Ning's eyes sparkled with excitement as she gazed at Jiang Chun. Is it really possible? Of course. You already enjoyed a hot spring bath last time, didn't you? Jiang Chun replied with a smile. Yes, but the trains are disconnected, and after that one time, I had no opportunity to indulge again, Bai Ning murmured, expressing her dissatisfaction. Honestly, having money in this game is of no use. But now, haven't you found a way to visit whenever you wish? Jiang Chun gently reminded her. This realization dawned on him. He had only considered why Bai Ning hadn't revisited his hot springs, completely overlooking her lack of access. The last time Bai Ning had visited his hot springs was solely due to the mechanism of the duo dungeon, and after that, there had been no further connection. Upon hearing Jiang Chun's words, Bai Ning froze for a moment, then quickly grasped the situation. They had arrived here using the sightseeing voucher. Could it be that the sightseeing voucher? She gazed at Jiang Chun. Indeed, the purpose of the sightseeing voucher is to grant access to another's key world at any time. Jiang Chun affirmed. That's wonderful. Does that mean I can come here every day? Bai Ning's eyes radiated with excitement. However, she possessed but a few sightseeing tickets. And today's loan ticket was procured for her by the leader from the Little Ling King. She turned her gaze towards the Little Ling King, her beautiful eyes shimmering with curiosity. Greetings, I am Bai Ning. Might you sell me some of the sightseeing tickets in your possession? Gazing at the girl before her, who was of similar height, the Little Ling King gently shook her head. I cannot sell them. I too wish to visit this place every day. She had just overheard Jiang Chun's words, which had stirred her interest immensely. Although there were rudimentary bathing facilities on the train, they paled in comparison to the luxurious beach baths. Even if it cost her some coins, it would surely be far more comfortable than the train's amenities. Like Bai Ning, she was a little wealthy lady, and money was not an issue for her. I'll offer 2 train coins for a ticket. Upon hearing that the Little Ling King would not sell, Bai Ning grew anxious. Jiang Chun's eyes widened in disbelief. Hey, don't drive up the prices. In personal shops, a ticket was only sold for a single coin. Unfortunately, his personal shop had yet to unlock the sightseeing tickets, or he would certainly have profited from reselling them. Suddenly, his gaze shifted towards the nearby Yuing, who was savoring a chilled drink, and he strolled over. Meanwhile, the Little Ling King and Bai Ning were locked in a fierce standoff, each glaring at the other. I will not sell, the Little Ling King reiterated. 2 train coins were hardly a reason for her to forego entry to the beach baths. Such a notion was preposterous. 3 coins, Bai Ning retorted through gritted teeth. I still will not sell, the Little Ling King responded resolutely. Feng Du observed the escalating argument between the 2 girls, finding himself somewhat exasperated as he rubbed his forehead. Yet, it was true that the source of sightseeing tickets was scarce. The Little Ling King was fortunate to have opened dozens of tickets from a golden treasure chest. She had previously scoffed at their utility, never anticipating that they would become a coveted item. At that moment, Jiang Chun returned with Yuing. No need to rush, everyone. I have tickets available for all, he said with a cheerful smile. Yu Ying's eyes sparkled as if they shared some secret scheme. Do you have tickets? Splendid. I refuse to purchase from this individual. Bai Ning exclaimed with delight. I'll take 100 tickets. 100. Jiang Chun's eyes widened in astonishment. This girl was indeed quite affluent. What price were you discussing? He inquired while stroking his chin. 3 coins each. No worries, I can afford 300 coins. Bai Ning declared confidently, patting her chest. I also want 100 tickets. Came an unexpected voice. It was the Little Ling King. Chapter 66. The enigmatic lotus pod. My personal shop only supplies 10 tickets each day. I cannot procure such quantity, Yuing murmured from the side. Jiang Chun paused, realizing that there was indeed a limit on the number of tickets. Ahem, I can provide a maximum of 10 tickets daily, he said, looking at the 2 girls with a troubled expression. Very well, I shall purchase 5 tickets for now, Bai Ning conceded, seeking a compromise. As the illustrious Little Ling pondered over her next words, she suddenly cast an inquisitive glance towards Feng Du beside her. I shall take 3 tickets, Feng Du deliberated. Then I shall claim the last 2, replied Little Ling, though she had a few remaining. It was prudent to stockpile these tickets that could enhance one's life without consuming many train coins. The 10 sightseeing tickets were swiftly divided among them. And Jiang Chun and Yu Ying wore smiles akin to cunning merchants. It was akin to receiving train coins for free. Now let us discuss the matter at hand. Head sister, what I seek? Jiang Chun inquired, directing his gaze towards Feng Du. You may converse directly with little Ling. The items are in her possession. Feng Du gestured to cede her position. Very well, Jiang Chun nodded, having surmised that his intended transaction partner was indeed little Ling. For there was no reason for Feng Du to bring along an unfamiliar face. By the way, do you require attire suitable for sunbathing on the beach? I can provide it. Feng Zhe observed Feng Du and Bai Ning's garments, softly inquiring. Feng Du raised her head, glancing towards Su Yuan, who was frolicking in the water in a bikini, her gaze momentarily pausing. How much? Bai Ning inquired candidly. For first-time visitors. It is available at cost price. 1 train coin, Jiang Chun smiled. The bikini, being a common apparel item, was not exorbitantly priced in personal shops. Upon hearing this, Bai Ning eagerly nodded. I want it. Feng Du found the situation both amusing and exasperating, yet she had no intention of exploiting Jiang Chun's generosity. Thus, she exchanged payment for the goods. By the way, Yuan, could you bring out those supplies of mine? For the time being, I must trouble you to play the role of the proprietor. These two are affluent patrons, so do not hold back. Jiang Chun beckoned Su Yuan from a distance, whispering his instructions. Su Yuan nodded, aware that Jiang Chun possessed numerous items to enhance the liveliness of life on the train, some of which were perfectly suited for scenic coastal areas. For instance, equipment like ice cream machines, cold drink dispensers, and beach chairs, along with sunblock oils, were among the wares in his storage. Observing Su Yuan diligently attending to his first-time guests, Jiang Chun sought a shaded rock to converse with little Ling. What do you have that restores mental energy? Jiang Chun inquired directly. Items. Little Ling seemed somewhat perplexed. To simplify, it is a lotus seed. The lotus pod is the mother, but it is the seeds that truly restore mental energy, she explained. Indeed, this, she said, deciding to show Jiang Chun the finished product. Producing a lotus seed. Item, lotus seed. Description, a seed produced by a miraculous lotus pod. Consuming it restores 10 points of mental energy. Only 10 points per seed? Jiang Chun frowned slightly, as this fell far short of his expectations. After all, the terrifying bride of ghosts could nearly drain his 700 points of mental energy in a mere half-day. A single lotus seed, providing only 10 points, seemed rather insufficient. Upon witnessing the furrowed brow of Jiang Chun, the little king Xiao Ling understood his thoughts. Eager to promote her offering, she enthusiastically declared, Boss Chun, do not underestimate its yield. It can produce hundreds of lotus seeds in one go. Most importantly, its growth cycle is remarkably brief, maturing in just 3 days. At this revelation, Jiang Chun's expression shifted, revealing a hint of astonishment. Hundreds produced at once? A mere 3-day growth cycle? He inquired urgently, realizing this could indeed resolve his predicament. Yes, but... Xiaoling hesitated slightly. Just speak plainly. If the terms are agreeable, I will engage in a transaction and offer you a satisfactory price, Jiang Chun gently urged. Well, the 3-day cycle is the minimum duration, requiring a constant supply of fertilizer. Without sufficient fertilizer, this period could extend significantly, up to a maximum of 7 days, Xiao Ling admitted, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks. Jiang Chun smiled, recognizing that it was natural for her to highlight the advantages of her product to facilitate a sale. He would have done the same. However, Xiao Ling seemed uncomfortable, even apologetic. Observing the blushing young girl before him, Jiang Chun shook his head. I will take it. Please state your price, he asserted. Although he was uncertain about the nature of the fertilizer, he believed he could procure it with a touch of elegance. Xiao Ling hesitated for a considerable time. Her luck was seldom favorable, and as a top player on the leaderboard, she lacked for little. Boss Chun, could you take me on a dungeon run? She asked softly. Noting that, apart from Feng Du and Bai Ning, the couple of illustrators in the group had also been guided by Jiang Chun. Their levels had soared to 7, while she remained at 5. The common thread in their rapid advancement was their association with Jiang Chun. Take you on a dungeon run? Jiang Chun was momentarily taken aback, never anticipating that Xiao Ling would propose such a condition for trade. It could be arranged, but our paths do not align. Even if I wished to assist you, I would find myself at a loss, he replied calmly. Although, due to regional integration, players could now encounter one another across dungeons, the freedom of movement was still considerably restricted. He feared he would not be able to accommodate Xiao Ling's request. All right, she replied, her head drooping slightly in disappointment. Perhaps you could see if there are other materials you require. I would be willing to trade, Jiang Chen added. Not at this moment. Xiao Ling responded with a shake of her head, suddenly struck by an idea. She looked at Jiang Chen and said, if I obtain a party card, wouldn't that allow us to team up for a dungeon run? Jiang Chen furrowed his brow slightly. That is indeed correct, but my criteria for recruiting teammates are rather stringent. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ling's gaze shifted to Su Yuan, who was not far off. The two had already formed a party, and their collaboration was no secret within the group chat. Given Su Yuan's demeanor and appearance, she certainly possessed the qualifications to be Jiang Chen's teammate, especially considering her standing among the top 10 on the leaderboard. Her ranking on the leaderboard was still lower than Su Yuan's. Gritting her teeth, she looked at Jiang Chen and said, Big brother Chen, if you team up with me, you shall reap unexpected benefits. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Benefits? Pray, enlighten me. Little Ling, the great king, hesitated momentarily, but ultimately resolved to reveal her most significant secret aboard her train to Jiang Chen. Chapter 67. The clue of the soul gem on my train. There exists a gem. Little Ling's words caused a subtle change in Jiang Chen's expression. He gazed at her in astonishment, though it was merely surprise. After all, he possessed 3 gems, rendering such a trinket rather commonplace in his eyes. What kind of gem? Jiang Chen inquired. The soul gem, Little Ling replied in a hushed tone. This revelation jolted Jiang Chen once more, as the shadowy figure had previously indicated that to conquer the fallen kingdom of Landis, the soul gem would be an exceedingly crucial component. The sole means of acquiring the soul gem was through a dungeon known as the Tomb of Souls. He had long entrusted Feng Du to keep an eye out for the passage to this dungeon, yet he had received no news for quite some time. Naturally, even if he were to find the passage, there was no guarantee of obtaining the soul gem. However, he did not anticipate such fortuitous luck from the heavens, allowing him to discover a complete soul gem. With intense focus, he gazed at Little Ling. How much for the gem? I shall not sell it. I hope to team up with you. After we form a team, I can lend you the gem, Little Ling replied, shaking her head. Jiang Chen frowned slightly. Obtaining a team card is not so easily accomplished. Then I must insist on forming a team, Little Ling persisted. Jiang Chen's expression grew somewhat indifferent. It appeared that Little Ling was intent on latching onto him. Though he was uncertain of her motives, he clearly did not meet her conditions. Moreover, he felt a disconcerting sensation as if Little Ling harbored a strong ulterior motive, seemingly intent on binding herself to him. Setting aside the matter of the soul gem for the moment, Jiang Chen suggested, let us exchange this marvelous lotus pod. He pondered briefly and retrieved a longbow from his snowstorm robe. It was a purple weapon, its value rivaling that of the marvelous lotus pod, making the trade equitable. This bow had belonged to the female member of the trio he encountered on the island, and he had only realized its purple quality while sorting through the spoils of battle. However, for someone like Jiang Chen, who wielded firearms, the bow held little practical value. Upon catching sight of the longbow, Little Ling's eyes instantly sparkled. As Jiang Chen had stated, a purple weapon could indeed rival her marvelous lotus pod. Although her heart longed to team up with Jiang Chen, it appeared increasingly unlikely. Very well, I shall part with this lotus pod for you. Additionally, here are 378 lotus seeds, the yield from this period, to be gifted to Big Brother Chen, Little Ling proclaimed with an expression of innocence. Seeing the pile of lotus seeds cradled in her hands, Jiang Chen fell into a moment of contemplation. Perhaps she was merely intimidated by the perilous realm of this game, and his previous demeanor towards her had been excessively harsh. Thank you. By the way, I shall cover your expenses here today, Jiang Chen remarked with a calm demeanor. Xiao Ling, the esteemed leader, displayed a look of confusion. Expenses? It soon became apparent to her that the ticket to Sunshine Coast merely served as a gateway. Every aspect of this place demanded expenditure. No, it required the expenditure of train coins. Is anyone interested in a swim ring? A flamingo swim ring for just 5 train coins, permanently yours. How about a beachcombing kit? You can collect shells and catch crabs for only 10 train coins. And a seafood barbecue grill. Buy now and receive a complimentary seasoning gift pack for just 20 train coins. As several hours passed, a group enjoyed seafood by the shore, sipping chilled beer and reveling in merriment. To complement this idyllic setting, Jiang Chen thoughtfully adjusted the time to nighttime, where the darkened coast was illuminated by bonfires. And laughter echoed as they indulged in their drinks, leaning against Jiang Chen. I never anticipated that amidst such a tense gaming environment, we could relish this experience. This truly is a hidden gem. However, Xiao Ling expressed concern. But haven't we been here for quite some time? What if the train misses numerous stops? Fear not, everyone. The Key World is designed as a place of relaxation, with a rather intriguing temporal setting. For the first 24 hours upon entry, time in the game world only counts as 1 hour. However, after this period, time resumes its normal flow, Yu Ying stated softly. So staying until tomorrow poses no issues. Bai Ning, intrigued, inquired, if I merely enter and exit, can I remain in the Key World indefinitely? Yu Ying chuckled, of course. But do keep in mind that an hour in the game world is far more precious than an hour in the Key World. The train is always moving forward, and your train coins will eventually run out. When you return to the game world, you may confront challenges that far exceed your current level. At that moment, will you still yearn to bask in the happiness that the Key World provides? Yu Ying's words struck like a chilling icicle, piercing the hearts of those who entertained such notions. Yet, this hour had indeed been spent, so they should fully embrace the present. Cheers, everyone. Yu Ying beamed at the group. As for Jiang Chun, the enigmatic figure on the train, Feng Du and the others felt no desire to delve deeper into his identity, especially since they had yet to catch a glimpse of his train. Nevertheless, one thing he spoke was undeniably true. They had already spent this hour, so they ought to relish it. The tension of the game, which had lingered for days, seemed to dissipate in that moment as they gathered around the bonfire. Laughter and joy resonating, as if they had never been enmeshed in this absurd game. The next morning arrived. As the dawn broke, the group found themselves awakening not on the sandy shore, but within several tents. Last night, Jiang Chun had recognized a business opportunity and had promptly made purchases at his personal store, stepping into the role of a middleman. In his arms, Su Yuan nestled like a small kitten, prompting him to gently pat her curvaceous form with a playful grin. Rise and shine, little lazy cat. The sun is warming your backside. As Su Yuan opened her eyes, the unusual sensation on her rear brought a faint blush to her cheeks. Captivated by her charming appearance, Jiang Chun couldn't help but lower his gaze slightly. At that moment, Su Yuan still wore the bikini from the previous day. Her flawless figure partially illuminated by the sunlight filtering through the tent, an alluring sight indeed. Jiang Chun's breath grew heavier, and Su Yuan, sensing his desire, reciprocated with a subtle invitation. Just as Jiang Chun's hand began to explore, preparing to unveil the final veil of mystery, an unexpected flash of bright red caught his attention. Startled, he thought, what on earth? Right before him stood the ghostly bride, causing his heart to race as he stared at her in disbelief. How was she in the tent? He wondered, realizing she had been by his side all along, but after their time together, he had unconsciously overlooked her presence. Had she really been standing in the tent all night? Chapter 68. The Secret of the Little King. Jiang Chun, now in a state of heightened awareness, noticed that even the already engaged Su Yuan felt a twinge of unease due to the eerie ghost bride. Forget her, let's continue, he thought, disregarding the distractions to embrace Su Yuan once more. The soft feel of her delicate waist sent a shiver through him, and his hands instinctively began to explore, soon resting upon the mysterious peaks once again. Suddenly, Jiang Chun was struck by a wave of dizziness and fatigue. What on earth? His eyes narrowed as he quickly checked his status panel, realizing with alarm that his mental energy was plummeting rapidly. How could this be? He hastily retrieved some peeled lotus seeds, shoving them into his mouth, and noticed that his declining mental energy began to stabilize. With his mental energy restored, Jiang Chun felt considerably better. Su Yuan, observing his condition with concern, asked, Jiang Chun, what's wrong? I'm fine, he replied, taking a deep breath and glancing at the ghost bride. This is strange. After entering the Key World, I specifically checked the deduction model for mental energy, which should be calculated according to the game world. Here, the rate of deduction is typically very slow. Why has it suddenly accelerated? Could it be a hidden mechanism? He turned to Su Yuan, speculating on a potential connection. Yuan, don't move, he whispered, extending his hand once more. Feeling an unusual sensation in her body, Su Yuan blushed slightly, casting a playful glare at Jiang Chun. This fellow, even while experiencing some odd condition, was still thinking about such matters. Yet, she did not deter him. As he extended his hand, Jiang Chun was intently observing his personal panel, and soon enough, he noticed his mental energy plummeting rapidly, prompting him to hastily retract his hand. The rate of depletion gradually ceased. Confirming his suspicion, Jiang Chun cast a stern glance at the ghostly bride. His face a shade of iron. How can you be so selfish? I cannot endure this any longer. We must devise a way to rid ourselves of it. On the sandy beach, he summoned Yuying and Fengdu, among others, seeking a solution. Observing Jiang Chen's displeased expression, Yuying surmised the situation and couldn't help but chuckle. It seems she has offended you. Jiang Chen remained noncommittal. After the recent test, he had come to a clear understanding. Any intimate interaction with another female would drastically reduce his mental energy. This ghostly bride had evidently taken it upon herself to consider him her husband. No, she likely regarded him as nothing more than her personal possession. After several days of emotional development, he and Su Yuan had made significant progress, intending to seize an opportunity, only to find this ghostly bride acting as a roadblock. He could not forget Su Yuan's peculiar and worried gaze in the tent. It was a source of profound humiliation. Cough. Once we reach the terminal station, I will help you inquire about it. But there is no need for such urgency, Yuying remarked, eyeing Jiang Chen with a knowing glint. However, as he had previously stated, very few individuals in the entire game world had yet embarked on the quest to lift the curse of the high-level undead, so even upon reaching the terminal station, a solution might not be readily available. When the curse is triggered, there should be a prompt for its removal, right? Jiang Chen, do you not have any such notification? Fengdu inquired thoughtfully. Based on the intelligence gathered over this period, she had come to a general understanding of curses. While they brought misfortune, they also bore a semblance of fortune, provided one possessed the ability to resolve the misfortune in order to seize the accompanying good luck. In the entire Area 18, apart from Jiang Chen, others had also begun to trigger curses, albeit minor ones that were hardly bothersome. Yet, they shared a commonality. They all received prompts regarding the means to lift the curse. Hearing Fengdu's words, Jiang Chen furrowed his brow. Indeed, there is a prompt. However, the notification did not originate from a sound cue, but rather from the litter-bearer, who mentioned delivering the ghostly bride to a certain station. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's statement, Yuying's eyes brightened slightly. The key to lifting the curse may very well lie within that litter-bearer. Yet the litter-bearer has already vanished, Jiang Chen replied solemnly. Logically speaking, the litter-bearer was merely a task issuer. How could such a matter be related to him? This ghostly bride must have a means to summon the litter-bearer once more. As the saying goes, to untie the bell, one must find the person who tied it. Based on my extensive experience with undead creatures, it is evident that to address your curse, the litter-bearer must reappear. At that time, the benefits you derive from this curse will also begin to surface. If I am not mistaken, the ultimate reward from your curse will be a legendary piece of equipment. Yuying whispered, legendary equipment. The nearby women were taken aback, their astonishment palpable. They now find it quite challenging to procure a piece of golden equipment, while Jiang Chen has already accessed legendary grade gear. Truly, he lives up to the reputation of being the top player in District 18. Fengdu remarked with a smile while observing Jiang Chen. It's nothing special, Jiang Chen modestly replied. As the hour grew late, they prepared to return to the train. After a brief conversation, Fengdu and his companions decided to bid farewell. No problem, you are welcome to visit again, Jiang Chen said with a smile as he watched them depart. When his gaze fell upon the little King Ling, he hesitated momentarily but chose not to speak. He remained quite intrigued by the soul gem. However, with the fall of the Blue Bottom Kingdom still a distant event, he decided to refrain from any hasty actions. After all, even if he were anxious, it would be futile, given that the little King Ling's request was to form a party, yet currently, party cards were scarce and invaluable. Upon returning to the train, he inquired, what is the status? Did he agree? The little King Ling, seated on a pink bed within her own carriage, stared at the incoming message. No, she replied. What is going on? Can't even entice him with a gem? She mused as the other party sent another message. Observing the chat interface, which lacked even a displayed nickname, the little King Ling fell into a slight silence before typing again. You must be a player from the terminal station, right? What is your true intention in approaching Qinzhou? The other party seemed equally astonished and, after a brief pause, responded, You actually know about the terminal station? The little King Ling pursed her lips. She had heard of it from Jiang Chen, and she felt that the man beside Jiang Chen must indeed be a player from the terminal station. The individual contacting her had no visible identity, merely a chat box, which did not conform to the standards of area chat. Thus, she speculated that this must be a player from the terminal station reaching out to her through some means. My train's only talent is a soul gem. If I give it to Jiang Chen for the goal you mentioned, I would be left with nothing. Are you certain you can facilitate my entry into the terminal station and allow me to join your guild? Of course, came the reply. I would not deceive you. And even if you do not reach out to me, you would still seek to team up with Qinzhou, wouldn't you? After all, he is the top player in your district. Now that we are in a fusion zone with players from other districts entering, my options are not limited to Qinzhou alone, the little King Ling responded. Hee, if you naively believe that, then there is nothing more I can do. The other party's words seemed laced with mockery. The little King Ling's eyes flickered, and she ultimately replied through gritted teeth. I can continue to approach Qinzhou as you suggested, but you must at least tell me your nickname, or I will feel uncertain. My nickname is Zhuke. Chapter 69, Public Provocation. Player Ziyue has utilized a regional fusion card. This Novice district will merge with Novice district number 5 in 1 hour, at which point the trains will converge. Please prepare accordingly and protect your train, ensuring it operates smoothly. As the player Pisces utilized the area fusion card, this Novice zone is set to merge with Zone 4 in 1 hour, at which time the trains shall converge. Please prepare yourself and safeguard your train, ensuring its smooth operation. Simultaneously, player Ziyue employed an area fusion card, indicating that this Novice zone will soon merge with Zone 1 under the same time frame. Just as Jiang Chun and his companions returned to their train, the announcement resonated throughout the entire map once more. Another 3 fusion zones. Jiang Chen's pupils constricted. Even Zone 1 has been incorporated. It appears these guilds are making a formidable advance. The fact that they have resumed using fusion cards after several days of inactivity signifies one undeniable truth. The regional dungeon is about to commence. Is this area fusion card remarkably inexpensive? It feels as though it is as cheap as cabbage. Jiang Chen glanced at his companion, Yu Ying, unable to restrain his curiosity. Cabbage. Each card is sold for 30,000 train coins, even for a major guild like the 12 Zodiac. Utilizing so many area fusion cards at once would undoubtedly be a significant drain, Yu Ying replied calmly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chun was taken aback. 30,000? Goodness, how many premium attendants could that purchase? Indeed, and this item is only applicable to Novice zones. Jiang Chun, I believe the regional dungeon in your area is significant enough to warrant their aggressive actions, so perhaps you should reconsider your approach, Yu Ying stated with a sudden seriousness. Reconsider? Jiang Chun was momentarily stunned, expecting Yu Ying to encourage him to give his all. I understand your surprise, but you should recognize the wisdom in the saying that the tallest trees attract the wind. I worry that should you attain the final reward, you may not escape the terminus station. Yu Ying expressed his concern. Did you not mention that there are rules at the terminus? Jiang Chun inquired softly. Yu Ying scoffed. Rules are made by humans. When the allure of what you possess reaches a certain threshold, some individuals, regardless of their dignity, will devour it. Is that so? Huh. Jiang Chun smirked contemptuously. No wonder you said the situation at the terminus is deteriorating. Yu Ying paused, then joined in a knowing laugh. Indeed, with ghosts stirring the waters. How could the situation at the terminus improve? Taking a deep breath, Jiang Chun opened the chat interface and sent a message. I am collecting passes, no matter the origin, and I invite offers from anyone willing to add me as a friend. Upon seeing this message, the chat erupted once more, particularly among the residents of Zone 18. Goodness, the esteemed Qinzhou is making a move again. Is it due to the recent announcement? It seems something significant is about to unfold. Unfortunately, we small fry have little connection to this, but I could sell the pass to the esteemed one. What a sweet deal. I have quite a few myself. Is the esteemed Qinzhou looking to gain experience? Soon, numerous individuals began adding Jiang Chun as a friend, offering passes at prices exceeding his own, with some initiating private conversations. A player known as Dragon Emperor openly provoked the players of the Fusion Zone in the world chat. Upon witnessing this individual's message, Jiang Chen's gaze darkened slightly. Someone was targeting him. What do you mean by Dragon Emperor? I'm testing the password. The illustrator, who had been lurking, immediately retorted. What's the matter? This is how the game is played. Whatever resources one desires, they must pay the price. If you impoverished souls from Zone 18 cannot afford it, then simply don't buy? Another player from the Fusion Zone chimed in, clearly supporting Dragon Emperor. Test the password? You're the one who's impoverished. The illustrator's retort was formidable, utilizing a cultural reference that left other players somewhat at a loss. Ahem, maintain decorum. Please, an old kind-hearted player attempted to mediate. I have decorum, came the sharp response. This fool explicitly compared our esteemed Captain Qinzhou's prices to his. What else could that mean but targeting us? What's wrong with targeting you? Do you have any authority in Zone 18? At this point, the entire fusion zone had completely torn off its facade. Observing a few retracted messages in his friend list, Jiang Chun's expression grew increasingly grim. He had no objection to competition, but this Dragon Emperor had encroached upon his boundaries. He promptly contacted Feng Du. Locate this Dragon Emperor for me as swiftly as possible. On the other end, Feng Du was overwhelmed by the incessant friend requests, but upon seeing a message from the specially marked Chen Zhou, she immediately clicked on it. The location of Dragon Emperor? She mused, momentarily taken aback. She had witnessed the discord in the world chat, with a plethora of private messages emerging as a result. However, she did not anticipate Jiang Chen's audacity in seeking out Dragon Emperor's whereabouts. Had he truly earned the right to confront these players from the fusion zone? Very well, but I will need to wait until he enters the instance to find him. Feng Du replied and swiftly opened several group chats, each boasting over 1,000 members, including not only players from the Novice Zone 18, but also those from the fusion zone eager to join her discussions. This was the advantage of being the foremost information broker. She offered a bounty for Dragon Emperor's location, 30 train coins, prompting some to directly message her. Feng Du disseminated this information across each group, indifferent to the ensuing uproar, focusing solely on gathering responses. Within minutes, a private message popped up. At the Agate River station, I saw Dragon Emperor disembark. Feng Du narrowed her eyes, quickly sending this individual 30 train coins via email, and then sought out the Agate River Pass within the group chat. Although the world had erupted over the pass issue, with many following in Dragon Emperor's footsteps claiming to amass passes, numerous players who joined Feng Du's chat still opted to trade with her. After all, dealing with an information broker was worth much more than the market price, even if it entailed some loss. One of Feng Du's principles was that anyone who had engaged in trade with her would enjoy priority for future information. The more transactions one made, the greater the benefits received. It is precisely for this reason that so many players have joined her trading group. Upon arriving at Agate River, I received my pass via email. When the news from Style arrived, Jiang Chun was momentarily taken aback. Had he actually prepared the pass for her? Such thoughtfulness. Jiang Chun was unaware of how much Style had expended for this information, but it was undoubtedly considerable. He had previously mentioned that he did not charge for such favors. Yet Jiang Chun still felt he had taken too much advantage of her recently. Thank you. The key world will be free from now on, Jiang Chun replied. On another train, Style's lips curled into a slight smile. Jiang Chun utilized the pass to enter the Agate River station, where two players were already exploring. Haha, Dragon Emperor. You truly are formidable. That Chen Zhou looks as miserable as if he had just eaten something unpleasant. Heh, whoever Lord Red Moon intends to eliminate. Even if we cannot locate him now, it is still worthwhile to make him uncomfortable. Besides, with the regional dungeon about to commence, who wouldn't require a pass to grind experience and enhance their strength? But what if he finds him? One of the players remarked, noticing Jiang Chun approaching from behind. Let him come. I fear him not. Bang. Global announcement. Player Chen Zhou has slain player Dragon Emperor at a higher level. Chapter 70. The town of fierce corpses. What? Dragon Emperor is dead? Wasn't he just engaged in malicious competition? Impressive efficiency from Chen Zhou. His level must be above 10 now. TSK. Who was it that wanted to maliciously compete for the pass? The world chat erupted in schadenfreude, and those who had previously sought the pass fell silent, not believing themselves to be much stronger than the Dragon Emperor. At that moment, within the Agate River dungeon, Jiang Chun regarded another player beside Dragon Emperor with cold indifference. You must be Chen Zhou, correct? I provided the coordinates for this fellow, the player greeted with a smile. If I heard correctly, you just compared me to something unpleasant? Jiang Chun looked at him and spoke calmly. This statement instilled a sudden sense of crisis in the merging zone player. As he contemplated fleeing, Jiang Chun swiftly dispatched him with a single shot. Exhaling the smoke from his firearm, Jiang Chun calmly began to collect his spoils. The purple gear belonged to Dragon Emperor, and he picked up a pair of silver gauntlets. Casting a sidelong glance, it appeared that Dragon Emperor was indeed capable of such bravado, yet regrettably, his defensive attributes were inferior to Jiang Chun's offensive prowess, leading to his swift demise. Collected. Regrettably, the other player possessed no valuable equipment. Jiang Chun did not squander the opportunity presented by this pass and quickly vanquished the monsters along the banks of Agate River. However, this dungeon seemed to be predominantly aquatic, with most of the beasts residing in the river itself. Jiang Chun only managed to slay a few mutated crocodiles along the shore. gazing longingly at the majority of the creatures lurking within the waters. It seemed that the creation of his yacht needed to be prioritized. Upon returning to the train, the two merging zone players' train remained stationed, and Jiang Chun naturally scavenged it thoroughly. After the relocation, he returned to the train, ensuring it was back on track. Fengdu, how was the harvest? A teasing message from a friend appeared. Jiang Chun chuckled, responding, not bad, by the way, do you need any supplies? The duo from the Dragon Emperor truly embodied the prowess of players from the fusion zone. After several days of development, the train was brimming with resources. Fengdu, I don't lack anything, but regarding the passes you need, I've traded for some. Check your mail. Jiang Chun paused, opening his inbox to find over a dozen passes. His eyes widened in disbelief. If converted to train coins, this would amount to several hundred in value. How could he accept such generosity? He replied, Fengdu, don't rush to decline. Some of these passes were acquired by Xiao Bai and me, and I was hoping to team up with you at the station for some experience. Upon reading this, Jiang Chun realized the intention behind the gesture. Fengdu, however, all these passes were purchased with train coins by Xiao Bai. If you're short on coins, feel free to ask her. She has plenty. Jiang Chun couldn't help but feel curious. He knew Bai Ning was affluent, but he hadn't anticipated her wealth to be so substantial. She seemed to possess a remarkable amount of train coins. Yet, he refrained from inquiring further, understanding that everyone on his death train harbored secrets. All right, but I'll need to trouble you with a few tasks. Please help me gather these materials. Jiang Chun sent over a list for the yacht's components. He had some, but still required quite a bit, given the substantial nature of the vehicle type item. Fengdu, I'll look for them. Fengdu replied readily, while Jiang Chun closed the chat interface and turned his attention to Su Yuan. Collect these passes in the world. If you find any, we can grind for experience together. Jiang Chun suggested softly. He had always ensured those who accompanied him were well taken care of. Sure. Su Yuan nodded and began her search in the world chat. The reason Jiang Chun had not immediately utilized the passes was that his train was about to reach the next station. Approaching station, Mongsher Town. Passengers, please line up and disembark in an orderly manner. Upon seeing the station's name, Jiang Chun's expression shifted slightly. It sounded rather ominous. However, from the name, one could deduce that the monsters in this instance would likely be of the undead variety. This marked his first venture into a dungeon featuring undead creatures, and he wondered if the death train would offer any unique advantages. Mongsher Town arrived. As the system notification chimed in his ears, the train doors opened slowly, and Jiang Chun stepped off, followed closely by Su Yuan. At stations along the same track, players could explore together, streamlining the process of temporary team formation. At this moment, the town of Mengsher is enveloped in the stillness of night, with silence pervading the deserted streets. The only source of light emanates from a solitary inn, casting an eerie atmosphere upon the dimly lit thoroughfare, as if it has been consumed by darkness. Jiang Chun, alongside the girl Su Yuan, instinctively clutches the sleeve of his garment, her beautiful eyes shimmering with apprehension. It appears that the monsters have yet to be summoned. Jiang Chun surveys his surroundings thoughtfully. Unlike Su Yuan, he has encountered spectral entities on numerous occasions, and with a formidable undead companion at his side, what does he have to fear? Let us seek refuge in this inn, Jiang Chun suggests after a brief contemplation. Given that this is the only establishment with its lights aglow, there must be a compelling reason for it, making it the most prudent choice to enter. Su Yuan obediently follows, unconditionally adhering to Jiang Chun's words. Upon entering the inn, they are greeted by an elderly woman with parched skin sitting at the front desk, who casts a cursory glance at them. To stay? It will cost 1 gold coin. Her voice, frail and aged, resonates. Jiang Chun inwardly scoffs at the absurdity of the quest demanding currency. Nevertheless, he relinquishes the gold coin. 1 room. The old woman regards them with suspicion. Yes, 1 room, he replies with a smile. Will it accommodate you all? She murmurs under her breath. Before handing them the key, Jiang Chun feels a slight flush of embarrassment as he takes the key and leads Su Yuan and the ghost bride upstairs. He had only counted Su Yuan, subconsciously overlooking the presence of the formidable undead. However, prompted by the old woman's remark, he suddenly realizes something but refrains from requesting an additional room. After all, in this quest where uncertainties abound, parting with Su Yuan is out of the question. Should any misfortune befall his enchanting companion, it would be a grave loss. Fortunately, upon entering the room, they find a rather spacious round bed, allowing Jiang Chun to exhale in relief. It seems feasible for the three of them to fit comfortably. Indeed, he intends for the ghost bride to join them on the bed. Just to rest, he reassures himself. Previously, he had tested the ghost bride's affinity through shadow trials. But he senses he had been too restrictive in his approach. Her fondness, he believes, should transcend mere protective instincts and could be nurtured through various means. For instance, Chapter 71, Advancement of the Ghost Bride's Affection. Su Yuan reclines on the bed, engrossed in a small mobile device. Though her enchanting gaze occasionally drifts towards Jiang Chun, uncertain of his own activities, he soon approaches the bed carrying a basin of warm water. Su Yuan, momentarily taken aback, lifts her delicate face and inquires, "Jiang Chun, what are you doing?" "Conducting an experiment," he succinctly responds. "An experiment?" Su Yuan leans in with intrigue, her fair legs playfully swinging in the air as she observes him. Jiang Chun gently guides the ghost bride to sit on the edge of the bed. To his surprise, she complies effortlessly, an occurrence that leaves Su Yuan astonished. Jiang Chun recalled having heard that the ghostly bride was unceremoniously kicked off the train for merely uttering a single disparaging remark about the ghostly bride. Reflecting on last night's events, Su Yuan suddenly discerned that the ghostly bride seemed to exhibit a peculiar exception only towards Jiang Chun. Likewise, Jiang Chun noted that the ghostly bride did not display much resistance, allowing him to breathe a quiet sigh of relief. It appeared his conjecture was indeed correct. Consequently, Jiang Chun reached down and grasped the red embroidered shoe adorning the ghostly bride's foot, applying a gentle pressure to remove it. In an instant, a delicate and fair foot emerged into the air, resembling a finely carved work of art, captivating to behold. However, Jiang Chun harbored no improper thoughts. Instead, he continued to observe the ghostly bride's reactions. Still, she remained unresponsive. Jiang Chun exhaled once more, reassured that the ghostly bride would not retaliate against her curse giver. He swiftly removed the other shoe from the ghostly bride's foot and placed her 2 small feet into the basin filled with water. The pleasantly cool water caused the ghostly bride's petite form to shiver slightly. This reaction startled Su Yuan, prompting her to retreat several meters, her gaze vigilant. "What's wrong?" Jiang Chun inquired, puzzled by her demeanor. Su Yuan had just swallowed hard, casting an odd glance at the ghostly bride. She seemed to have moved. Moved? Jiang Chun was taken aback, his gaze fixated on the ghostly bride. Yet, there appeared to be no sign of movement. Nevertheless, Su Yuan had no reason to be alarmed over such an unfounded notion. He pondered briefly, gently massaging the ghostly bride's small feet in the water. Even the soothing warmth struggled to dispel the chill from her tiny extremities. Suddenly, a flurry of notification sounds echoed in his ears, indicating a rapid increase in the ghostly bride's favorability towards him, filling Jiang Chun with delight. So this is how it works. Ghostly bride's relationship with you has progressed. Acquaintance, friendly. You have gained the right to use the ghostly bride's palanquin. What does that mean? Jiang Chun stood bewildered, staring at the ghostly bride before him. What could the right to use the palanquin entail? A sudden realization struck him. He recalled that the ghostly bride's curse required her to be delivered to a designated station, known only to the bearers. Now that he had acquired the right to the palanquin, could it mean he might encounter the bearer once again? However, it seemed summoning the palanquin within this room was not feasible. Contemplating this, Jiang Chun realized that no matter how he assisted the ghostly bride, he could not garner any further favorability. It was likely that the favorability threshold had been reached, rendering the option of foot washing ineffective. Thus, he opted instead to gently wipe her small feet. Glancing at the time, he noted it was only 9 in the evening. Yet a wave of inexplicable drowsiness washed over him, prompting him to retire to bed. At an unknown hour, he awakened groggily to find the ghostly bride lying beside him, having settled down at some point during the night. Although the red veil had yet to be lifted, one could faintly discern her enchanting profile, reminiscent of a beauty that could cause fish to sink and birds to fall. Her pale skin bore little color, exuding a haunting allure that captivated the heart. Suddenly, a series of violent sounds erupted from below. What could be happening? Beside her, Su Yuan sat up, gazing at Jiang Chun with a look of confusion. Jiang Chun pondered momentarily before activating his enchanted glasses to observe the situation below. To his astonishment, the entire inn was teeming with spectral creatures, floating ominously in the air, each visage more terrifying than the last. Some were disemboweled, others were grotesquely decayed, and a few appeared to have swollen unnaturally. So many undead. Jiang Chun inhaled deeply, Glancing at the time, it was midnight. No wonder only this inn was illuminated. It seemed to be a spawning ground for monsters. The creatures had already respawned, saturating the inn. Yet one could not measure the undead by ordinary standards. Physical attacks would largely prove ineffective. Do we need elemental attacks? Su Yuan whispered. That seems likely. But even standard elemental damage would likely be diminished. Only attacks with the same affinity as the undead elements could inflict significant harm, Jiang Chen explained. His analysis stemmed from glimpsing other players within the inn who had tragically perished at the hands of the spectral entities. Nearby, some wielded melee weapons of considerable quality, including a purple-hued weapon. Players possessing such weapons typically had formidable attributes, yet they fell swiftly to the undead, suggesting their resistance had been futile. Perhaps I could give it a try? Su Yuan suddenly proposed. Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback, staring at her in surprise. Do you possess a weapon imbued with undead elements? Not exactly, Su Yuan replied, shaking her head. However, the description of my iris sword states it is a rest of the undead, while its damage was modest in previous quests. Your analysis suggests it might be particularly effective against undead creatures. Intrigued by her insight, Jiang Chen felt a spark of hope. After all, he lacked a weapon suited for combating the undead and had intended to rely on his high attributes to charge through. To his surprise, Su Yuan had presented him with an unexpected opportunity. All right, let us lure a few undead creatures in, and you can test the waters, Jiang Chen decided. This door seemed to possess a barrier against the undead. No creatures could breach it until it was opened. The player who had died below fell victim only after venturing out of their room. Are you ready? Jiang Chen asked, standing by the door and addressing Su Yuan, who had drawn her iris sword. Yes. Su Yuan focused her mind, wielding her sword with the precision of a flying blade, ready to strike as soon as Jiang Chen opened the door. With a creak, Jiang Chen swung the door open, revealing a horde of undead monsters amassed outside. However, the anticipated scene of a swarm did not materialize. As the door swung open, these undead creatures seemed to perceive something, hesitating in fear, with some even turning to flee. Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback, casting a bewildered glance at Su Yuan. Could it be the iris sword in her hand? Perhaps not. Even if the iris sword possessed the ability to intimidate the undead, it should not invoke such terror. There was only one entity capable of instilling such dread in these creatures, the Ghost Bride. Chapter 72. The slaughter of the iris sword. Su Yuan sensed something amiss as well, yet she continued to wield the iris sword, launching it from the room in pursuit of the fleeing undead. With a swift thrust, the sword struck a creature too slow to escape, piercing it through and releasing a visible plume of black mist from its form. Soon after, the creature vanished entirely. Jiang Chen's gaze narrowed. As expected, the iris sword had a significant restraining effect on these undead monsters. In that fleeting moment, he activated the detection function of his legendary glasses and glimpsed the attribute panel of the undead creature. Target, starving ghost. Category, undead. Level, 9. Attack, defense, mental. Description, an undead creature possessing exceptionally high attributes and immune to numerous physical elemental attacks, requiring specific countermeasures for challenge. Merely a level 9 creature, its attributes were nearly formidable. Players of the same level, lacking counter strategies, would likely be overwhelmed and slain by such a creature. Undead monsters, indeed, held a certain fascination. Your teammate has slain the starving ghost. Experience gained, 300, a notification echoed in his mind, and Jiang Chen was momentarily startled by the experience boost. Typically, a level 9 monster would yield 150 experience points. Yet this starving ghost awarded an astonishing 300. Was this the peculiar advantage of the overwhelmingly powerful undead? Jiang Chen, I just instantaneously dispatched that undead creature. Su Yuan's voice chimed excitedly in his ear. Initially, she believed her flying sword to be of little use, even lacking special attributes against ordinary monsters. Under the mounting pressure of their environment, she had felt compelled to seek a reliable ally, and Jiang Chen had emerged as her ultimate choice. Yet, she had not anticipated that her capabilities would only just begin to reveal themselves. Jiang Chen's expression grew complex. The iris sword, bestowed by Su Yuan's innate talent, was, in fact, the bane of undead creatures. It is noteworthy that Su Yuan had not accompanied him through many dungeons recently, thus her level had barely reached 6. The ability to annihilate a level 9 undead creature in a mere instant spoke volumes. To this day, they were still unaware of the iris sword's upper limits. As is widely known, Jiang Qin's train is a harbinger of death, often necessitating encounters with spectral entities. Among the curses associated with the undead, two stand out: the curse of the fallen kingdom of Landis and that of the snow spirit undead from the northern realms. Such circumstances inevitably compel him to confront these monstrous apparitions repeatedly. The value of Su Yuan's iris sword at this moment surpasses that of precious gems. Should he be able to keep Su Yuan by his side, it would undoubtedly be the greatest boon of his life. However, Jiang Qun is acutely aware that Su Yuan's allegiance stems solely from his own lack of innate talent. She lacks the graceful prowess of Feng Du in information management and the fortuitous luck of Bai Ning, who possesses an abundance of train gold coins. Even after forming a team with Jiang Qun, her assistance has been minimal. Yet, that was in the past. Upon realizing that her iris sword possesses the ability to counter undead creatures, would she still remain so cautiously dependent on him? Would their prior agreement still hold weight? Deep down, he is reluctant to let Su Yuan go. After all, her formidable iris sword is precisely what he desperately needs. Jiang Qun believes that if he can elevate Su Yuan to a certain level and provide her with adequate equipment, even without the undead gemstones, her iris sword alone could facilitate their passage through the impending trials of the fallen kingdom of Landis. He even suspects that the effectiveness of the undead gemstones against these spectral foes is not superior to that of the iris sword. Sensing Jiang Qin's inner turmoil, Su Yuan suddenly grasped his arm. She lifted her delicate face, tilting her head to gaze at him. Rest assured, what I, Su Yuan, have promised holds true. Having formed a fixed partnership with you signifies that I have entrusted myself to you. As long as you do not abandon me, I shall always be yours. Her gentle voice stirred deep emotions within Jiang Qun. He looked at Su Yuan and, half-jokingly, replied, "How could I ever forsake such a stunning beauty?" Receiving the desired affirmation, Su Yuan huffed playfully and pretended to snuggle into Jiang Qin's embrace. With her soft form nestled against him, Jiang Qin's hands became restless, as if triggered by an automatic radar scanning the vicinity. Not long after, a fiery red wedding gown approached, its eyes fixated on Jiang Qun beneath the crimson veil. Awkwardly, Jiang Qun withdrew his hands. Was this ghostly bride mistaken? It was merely a curse. Did she truly need to exhibit such possessiveness? Su Yuan also recognized that the ghostly bride's demeanor towards Jiang Qun was indeed unique, and she pouted slightly, saying, "By the way, those undead creatures earlier must have feared her, right?" Clearly, she had noticed how the undead scattered like frightened birds. Indeed, after all, this ghostly bride belongs to the higher echelon of the undead, Jiang Qun affirmed. However, those spirits could not leave the confines of the inn, so as he spoke, Jiang Qun turned to Su Yuan. With such an invincible sword at their disposal, there would be no need for him to exhaust himself in clearing out the lesser foes. Understood. In the course of their daily interactions, Su Yuan immediately comprehended Jiang Qin's intentions, commanding the iris sword to soar forth. Jiang Qun followed Su Yuan outside, and with the intimidating presence of the ghost bride, the surrounding specters dared not approach. Coupled with Su Yuan's terrifying harvesting speed, it wasn't long before all the minor undead creatures within the inn were eradicated, culminating in the emergence of a final foe. Target: Innkeeper. Category: Undead. Level: 12. Attack. Defense. Mentality. Description: the Innkeeper, having undergone various tribulations, has transformed into a vengeful spirit, possessing exceedingly high attributes. At this level, she is capable of obliterating all players in the same tier. It is advised that players be at least level 17 to challenge her. Upon observing this panel, Jiang Qun felt a slight flutter in his eyelids. It was indeed formidable. A level 12 adversary, yet recommended for level 17 players to confront. Fortuitously, he had Su Yuan by his side. Otherwise, with his current attributes, he might not have been able to manage this encounter. After all, he lacked a weapon specifically effective against undead creatures. Speaking of which, there seemed to be a blueprint for an undead staff lying around at home. One that could potentially be a golden weapon imbued with the essence of the undead. Regrettably, he had yet to gather several crucial materials. And even after enlisting Feng Du's assistance, there had been no news for quite some time, thus leaving the project on hold. However, Jiang Qun resolved that upon his return, he would endeavor to craft this staff at all costs. Meanwhile, Su Yuan had successfully vanquished the foe. Indeed, her attributes were formidable, and it took 3 strikes from the iris sword to finally subdue the opponent. Your teammate has slain the innkeeper. You have received. Chapter 73, Bridal Sedan Chair Usage Rights. Your teammate has slain the innkeeper. You have obtained a precious undead heart. You have acquired a doll of substitution. You have obtained a blueprint for a magical pendant, gold. You have received 27 train coins. Your experience has increased by 300. You have leveled up to 9. The familiar chime of notifications invigorated Jiang Chun's spirit, especially the substantial experience points, which brought him immense joy. Unlike the previous substation, where experience gained was akin to that from minor creatures, yielding no additional rewards, this undead dungeon offered a different experience. Both minor and major foes provided considerably higher experience points than typical dungeons. No wonder that the enigmatic Yuing preferred to risk inter-regional hunting of undead monsters. Jiang Chen mused. Is it over? Came Su Yuan's voice, inquiring beside him. Jiang Chen nodded affirmatively. Yes, it is over. Let us return. He glanced at Su Yuan's level, which had now reached 8, merely a level shy of his own, further attesting to the extraordinary experience yield of this dungeon. It seemed prudent to seek out information regarding passes for the undead dungeon upon their return. As these thoughts crossed his mind, he had already led Su Yuan outside the inn when suddenly a thought struck him, prompting him to halt. What is it? Su Yuan inquired, her expression one of curiosity. Recalling certain matters, Jiang Chun smiled amiably, then turned his gaze toward the ghost bride trailing behind him. The information merely indicated possession of the palanquin's rights, leaving him uncertain about how to summon it. Palanquin? Jiang Chen tentatively inquired of the ghost bride, who surprisingly nodded in response. She then gently lifted her fair hand, and a dreamlike crimson light materialized. Before long, a fiery red palanquin appeared in the distance, carried by several dark apparitions, swaying as they advanced with remarkable speed, covering several hundred meters in the blink of an eye. Jiang Chun and Su Yuan instinctively reached for their swords, fearing they might encounter lingering undead creatures. Jiang Chun quickly raised his hand to halt them. Fear not. This is summoned by me, he assured. You summoned it? Su Yuan was taken aback, her expression momentarily frozen. Like Jiang Chun, her sword was also summoned, albeit in a more conventional manner. Jiang Chun's summoning of this ostentatious palanquin seemed rather peculiar. She gazed at the vibrant red palanquin with an odd expression, questioning its authenticity and wondering if Jiang Chun had indeed summoned it correctly. The palanquin came to a halt, and the ghost bride turned her gaze towards Jiang Chun, seemingly inquiring about his intentions. Jiang Chun, maintaining his composure, scrutinized the bearers, but after a prolonged examination, he could not identify which one had conversed with him previously. Clearing his throat, he inquired, "Which of you spoke to me last time?" One of the bearers stepped forward. "Greetings, how may I assist you?" A specter emerged, bowing politely. "I would like to inquire where your lady." Jiang Chen glanced at the ghost bride before continuing. "Is she headed?" "Oh, you mean that? Our lady is bound for the final destination," the bearer replied, his tone humble. Jiang Chen grinned. "I see you presumed I wouldn't survive to see you again." The bearer was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such bluntness from Jiang Chen. Though Jiang Chen did not dwell on it, he spoke the truth. The ghost bride's curse posed a significant threat to novice players. Typically, an average individual's mental attributes would hover around 200, and according to the ghost bride's weakening effect, they would perish within 3 hours. Finding sufficient mental recovery items within that time frame was akin to chasing a mirage. Only Jiang Chun possessed both the necessary attributes and ample resources. "Now, I should have the rights to the palanquin, correct?" Jiang Chun queried the bearer. "Indeed," the spectre affirmed. "Very well, let us board the palanquin. I wish to experience this spectral mount," Jiang Chun remarked to Su Yuan beside him. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan quickly shook her head, expressing her disbelief. "This is rather peculiar, and besides, there isn't enough space in the sedan chair for 3 of us. Our sedan can be transformed into a carriage." The spectral bearers suggested immediately. The ghostly bride beside them nodded in agreement, elegantly gesturing with her delicate hand. Instantly, the sedan chair morphed into a brand new carriage, equally resplendent in crimson hues. In front, a pure black phantom steed appeared, exuding an air of elegance, although it bore a large red flower upon its chest, lending a festive touch to its demeanor. "Now, this seems less odd, doesn't it?" Jiang Chun remarked with a smile, glancing at Su Yuan. She nodded in response. The spectral bearer, however, regarded the ghostly bride with a hint of curiosity, but ultimately refrained from voicing his thoughts. "Miss, If there are no further matters, we shall take our leave, the spectral bearer addressed the ghostly bride. Her veil swayed slightly, seemingly indicating her agreement. Ah, my friend, do not rush off just yet. Let one of you remain as the coachman, Jiang Chun interjected as he noticed all the spectral bearers preparing to depart. This carriage requires no driver. It simply needs you to envision the route or destination in your mind, and the phantom steed will proceed on its own, the spectral bearer softly explained. I see. Jiang Chun nodded in comprehension. He then assisted Su Yuan into the carriage before helping the ghostly bride aboard. As he grasped her delicate, icy hand, a shiver coursed through him. Once settled, he concentrated on the route back. With a resounding neigh, the phantom steed began to move. The journey was swift yet smooth, and soon they arrived at their designated drop-off point. Jiang Chun disembarked with the two women, feeling a lingering sense of anticipation. He was certain there would be ample opportunities to experience the carriage again. Back at the train, Yuing was engrossed in a video game in her room. She glanced at Jiang Chun and her eyes widened in astonishment. You leveled up? Indeed, Jiang Chun nodded, smiling. By the way, the experience boost from the spectral creatures is remarkable. Why didn't you inform me of such a fortunate circumstance sooner? I thought you were aware, Yuing shrugged, realizing why Jiang Chun's experience had surged so rapidly during his outing. By the way, not long ago, a girl entered your key realm. It seems she intended to soak in the hot springs, Yuing mentioned. Jiang Chun paused, taken aback. Who is it that came to bathe at this time? Chapter 74. No pretense remains. Jiang Chun activated the key realm of the Wind and Snow Mountain Manor and was greeted by a familiar figure. Little Ling, the Great King? He exclaimed, momentarily taken aback by her presence. However, she appeared to be in distress, emanating a strange odor, with some greenish slime clinging to her clothing, indicating a significant problem. She crouched on the ground, her expression obscured, but her delicate form trembled slightly. What happened to you? Jiang Chun could not help but inquire. Jiang Chun, you have finally returned. The tone of the little king, Xiao Ling, was akin to that of someone who had just spotted a savior. As she leapt from her spot and hurled herself towards Jiang Chun. Goodness! Caught off guard, Jiang Chun was knocked over, and that peculiar liquid splattered onto him. Get off! Jiang Chun's expression darkened as he forcefully pushed Xiao Ling away. Realizing her mistake, Xiao Ling stood to the side, cautiously, resembling a child who had erred. I truly admire you, Jiang Chun remarked, observing the sticky substance that now adorned his attire, mirroring that of Xiao Ling. He looked up and was taken aback by her tear-stained eyes. What has happened to you? He inquired. I accidentally got contaminated with this substance in a dungeon, and it's the kind that one tea wash off. However, I asked someone, and she mentioned that the hot springs at the Wind and Snow Villa can remove this strange stuff and its odor, which is why I came to find you. But you weren't here, Xiao Ling pouted, her expression one of palpable distress, evoking sympathy. Coupled with her petite frame, she was undeniably endearing. Jiang Chun regarded her with a hint of curiosity. Who did you ask, that they would know such a thing? Well, I just happened to ask a friend. Xiao Ling replied, somewhat evasively, then looked at Jiang Chun. So, please let me into the hot springs. All right, but you cannot enter with those clothes. Jiang Chun cast a disdainful glance at Xiao Ling's attire, which was drenched in the viscous liquid, and spoke in a deep tone. That is fine. With that, Xiao Ling swiftly removed her outer garment, revealing a seductive, sleeveless nightgown beneath. Is this acceptable? She asked in a sweet voice. Jiang Chun's eyes widened in disbelief as he scrutinized Xiao Ling. You ventured into the dungeon wearing just that? Yes, Xiao Ling replied earnestly. Jiang Chun's expression soured considerably. Damn it. It seems I won't be able to sell bathrobes this time. All right, let us settle the entrance fee. Jiang Chun extended his hand. Entrance fee? Xiao Ling looked at him in confusion. What sect? The entrance fee is not a mere sightseeing ticket. It is a requisite for entering here. Naturally, if you wish to enjoy the hot springs, you must pay the fee. Just as in the previous world. Didn't you need to purchase a ticket to access the hot springs? Jiang Chun stated blandly. Oh, that makes sense. All right, how much? Xiao Ling asked. Just 15 train gold coins. Jiang Chun calculated a reasonably fair price after some contemplation. All right. Xiao Ling, the wealthy little lady, didn't even blink as she deftly fished out 15 gold coins from her necklace. Here, she chirped. Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow. Is that necklace a storage-type equipment? Yes. Xiao Ling, the Great King, nodded and smiled. If you wish to see it, I shall let you do so shortly. Jiang Chun was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend her meaning. You accidentally got that substance on yourself as well, so you should wash up, shouldn't you? Xiao Ling suggested softly. Jiang Chun glanced down and indeed found that the sticky substance had tainted him, the peculiar odor lingering in the air around him. Damn! Your current admission fee is 30 train tokens. Jiang Chun exclaimed, his expression darkening. Isn't this just a waste of my time? Xiao Ling's countenance changed instantly, realizing the implication. Yet, in the end, she obediently handed over the train tokens. Seeing the substantial number of tokens eased Jiang Chen's mood slightly. After spending over 3 hours in the grim corpse town, he had only earned about 30 tokens. So receiving 30 tokens from Xiao Ling in one go somewhat mitigated his sense of loss. However, this was not the end. He still had to market everything to Xiao Ling. Unperturbed by Jiang Chen's dubious gaze, Xiao Ling took the initiative to step into the hot spring. Jiang Chun casually removed his snow-white robe and went to the entrance, asking Su Yuan to help him toss it into the washing machine before stepping into the hot spring in the nude. Jiang Chun, Xiao Ling called, her figure shrouded in the mist, obscuring her features. What do you want? Jiang Chun replied while cleansing himself. He discovered that the hot spring was indeed as Xiao Ling had described, though it did little to eliminate the strange odor. Did you not just say you wanted to see my necklace? Let me show it to you, Xiao Ling said as she moved closer. When did I say that? Jiang Chun frowned, but the next moment he was taken aback. Xiao Ling had approached to a distance where the mist could no longer obscure his view, and from his perspective, he could easily see 2 delicate forms bobbing on the water's surface. Jiang Chun was momentarily stunned. Which stratagem is this from the 36 stratagems? The beauty trap? He swallowed hard, averting his gaze, feeling a prickling sensation along his spine as a graceful figure entered the water beside him. Her scarlet bridal gown soaked and clinging to her form. The ghostly bride had returned, ever present. Xiao Ling was slightly taken aback, but paid it no mind, as she was oblivious to the ghostly bride's possessive tendencies. To her, this was merely a... Xiao Ling continued her plan, determined to win over Jiang Chun and persuade him to join her team, especially since the regional dungeon, as mentioned by Zhu Ke, would open in 2 days. She leaned closer to Jiang Chun, gently grasping his large hand, and pressed it against her chest. Feel the smoothness of this necklace, she whispered. Jiang Chun shot her a glance. You better be talking about the necklace. However, he was genuinely hesitant to touch, fearing that the ghostly bride might unleash a curse to drain him dry. All right, what exactly is your intention in approaching me? Just say it. Jiang Chun shook off the hand of the little Ling King, his tone frigid. He was no fool. He could certainly sense the intense ulterior motive behind her approach. She must have an agenda, one so compelling that she would resort to using her body as a bargaining chip to attract him. While Su Yuan had also sought to team up with him, her approach had been far more modest. At least she had retained a semblance of feminine reserve, unlike the little Ling King, who shamelessly cast aside all pretense. Chapter 75. The Little Ling King's Confession. The little Ling King froze, her expression shifting to one of guilt as she hesitantly asked, Why do you say that? I did not. She vehemently denied it. Did not. Jiang Chun scoffed. If that is the case, then you may as well leave. At this moment, the sense surrounding him had dissipated, and with the little Ling King refusing to speak the truth, there was little reason to continue the conversation. The little Ling King stared at Jiang Chun in astonishment, taken aback by the icy words that had escaped his lips. However, more than surprise, she felt a surge of panic. I will speak, she exclaimed as she noticed Jiang Chun truly preparing to rise. But Jiang Chun had already stood up, resembling a slumbering dragon awakening, leaving the little Ling King's delicate features momentarily dumbfounded. Was this what he meant by asking her to leave? It felt as though his intentions were not so straightforward. Flushed, the little Ling King gazed at Jiang Chun, who, recognizing the awkwardness, resumed his seat with an expression devoid of emotion. Speak. The girl stole a glance at the water below and stated, Actually, a player from the terminal station instructed me to approach you. Terminal station? Jiang Chun was taken aback, never anticipating that the little Ling King had ties to it. Who? He inquired. Zhu Ke, replied the little Ling King. Zhu Ke? Jiang Chun furrowed his brow, having expected the name to be Ning Feiyue's, considering her penchant for mischief. Yet, Zhu Ke seemed an entirely different entity. From what he recalled, Ning Feiyue had possessed a rather chaotic name, suggesting that her doppelganger's ability to create avatars also extended to renaming them. However, based on the hints Ning Feiyue had previously dropped, it was likely that she was affiliated with the July Association. As for Zhu Ke, he could not fathom why she would want to approach him. Nevertheless, Perhaps someone could provide clarity on this matter. Jiang Chun regarded the little Ling King with an evaluative gaze. The little Ling King lowered her head, recounting the events with meticulous detail. It was Zhu Ke who first approached me. She mentioned that a regional dungeon was about to open, and as a condition for inviting me into the Eight Fiends Guild, she hoped I could assist them in acquiring items from the dungeon. I was quite astonished, as with my abilities, I could never hope to contend with those players from the fusion zone. Then she proposed an idea, suggesting that I team up with you, claiming that you would play a critical role in this event. However, when I attempted to join forces with you last time, you rejected me, leaving me with no choice but to resort to this desperate tactic to entice you. The little Ling King spoke cautiously, her gaze carefully scrutinizing Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun's gaze was calm as he assessed the veracity of Xiao Ling's words, considering her dubious history. Ultimately, he chose to trust her, for upon reflection, it was indeed undeniable that many would meddle in the affairs of the Novice Zone. However, Jiang Chun, I genuinely wish to form a team with you. Not merely due to Zhu Chue's promise, Xiao Ling asserted. Jiang Chun cast her a sidelong glance. Do you possess a team card? Yes, Xiao Ling replied softly. In truth, she had wanted to express this to Jiang Chun previously, yet he had declined her, leaving her hesitant to broach the subject again. I see, Jiang Chun nodded. What is your decision? Xiao Ling gazed at him, her voice meek. Jiang Chun's ongoing wariness stemmed from a suspicion that Xiao Ling harbored ulterior motives. Today's inquiry seemed an attempt to test him. Upon witnessing her guilty expression, he realized his suspicions were correct. Now that he understood the situation, his guard had lessened somewhat. You just claimed to sincerely wish to team up with me? Jiang Chun inquired coolly. Indeed. Xiao Ling quickly nodded, her eyes brimming with sincerity. Why? Jiang Chun asked, scrutinizing her. Because you are incredibly strong. Even Zhu Ke has stated that you will play a crucial role in the regional dungeon. Therefore, I wish to ally with you. Even without Zhu Chue's endorsement, I would still desire to team up with you. But whether or not you accept me is entirely up to you, Xiao Ling explained. Detail your train abilities and skills. I will then consider whether to join forces with you. Jiang Chun responded indifferently. An additional teammate equated to an extra train track, and Jiang Chun had no intention of dismissing her outright, provided Xiao Ling possessed sufficient qualifications to be his companion. My train is named Baby Bus, Xiao Ling stated. Jiang Chun's gaze sharpened, and after ensuring she was not jesting, he frowned. Baby Bus? What on earth is that? It's not what you think. It's baby as in treasure chest, Xiao Ling clarified hastily, sensing his misunderstanding. Oh, treasure chest? Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow. Yes, my train refreshes a treasure chest at intervals. And on one occasion, it produced a black gold chest from which I acquired undead gems and a substantial amount of train coins, Xiao Ling elaborated. So, the undead gem talent you mentioned the other day refers to this? Jiang Chun pondered. What is the quantity of coins? There should be around 700 or 800. Though I've used some recently, leaving approximately 500. If you desire, I can give you all of them. Xiao Ling quickly pledged her loyalty. A hint of satisfaction flickered in Jiang Chun's eyes. Very well, your talent is adequate to qualify as my teammate. Upon hearing this, joy illuminated Xiao Ling's youthful face. However, there is one crucial condition for you to become my teammate, Jiang Chun suddenly added. What condition? Xiao Ling inquired, her eyes fixed on him. In a bid to form an everlasting team, with myself as the captain, Jiang Chun gazed at the majestic little Ling King and remarked, in essence, your journey within this gaming realm is now irrevocably tied to mine. The mature little Ling King, clearly aware of this team formation mode, displayed a hesitant expression and murmured, Yuan. Yes, she has consented, Jiang Chun stated calmly. I shall grant you time to ponder. When you depart from this place, your decision will be revealed. Should you decline, you shall forfeit the opportunity to team up with me forever. I shall take my leave now. With that, he rose and exited the frosty Snow Mountain Manor, followed closely by the ghost bride, leaving little Ling King behind. Upon returning to the train, Su Yuan approached, presenting Jiang Chun with the frosty cloak and gently said, It has been dried in the machine, please wear it. Very well, Jiang Chun replied, playfully pinching Su Yuan's nose. For she undeniably held a special charm for him. When does your next stop arrive? He inquired, donning his attire, aware that Su Yuan's next destination was also imminent. In 10 minutes, Su Yuan glanced at the map and answered. Chapter 76, Shirtuasi, Water-Based Instance. Indeed, Jiang Chun smiled, appreciating the advantages of teamwork. My next stop is called Shirtuasi. It appears to be a water-based instance, Su Yuan remarked with a furrowed brow. Is that so? Jiang Qin's brow also knitted in concern. Another water-based instance awaited them. Without aquatic transportation, they would be left helplessly staring at the waves once more. There is still time. Let me inquire if Feng Du has gathered the materials I requested, Jiang Qin hastily added. He opened the chat channel and located Feng Du in his friend list. Feng Du. Ah, you are still missing one material. Xiaobai is currently negotiating with the other party. Jiang Qin couldn't help but chuckle. This affluent Bai Ning was indeed engaging in haggling. Feng Du, if you require it urgently, I can have Xiaobai purchase it directly. Acknowledging Feng Du's message, Jiang Qin replied, it is indeed quite urgent. Before long, Feng Du responded again. Feng Du, Xiaobai has sent you an email, please check it. Upon opening the train's mailbox, Jiang Qin discovered an abundance of attachments. Are all these purchased by Bai Ning? He pondered aloud. Feng Du, yes. How many train coins does it amount to? I shall transfer them to her, Jiang Qin stated, feeling it was only fair not to take advantage of them. Feng Du, no need. That girl has plenty of train coins and doesn't mind this triviality. She even feels that you taking her into instances for experience is her benefiting from you. At this, Jiang Qin smiled warmly. Very well, I must prepare to disembark. Concluding the chat, he retrieved the yacht blueprint. Placing it upon the train's console, the yacht was instantly manufactured and graciously stored in his costume space. The once spacious costume space now felt somewhat cramped, yet fortunately, there remained some room to spare. As 10 minutes elapsed, the train came to a gentle halt, accompanied by an announcement signaling its arrival. The doors slid open, and the two stepped onto the platform, where a vast expanse of dark ocean greeted them. Enveloped in a somber atmosphere, Jiang Qin, equipped with his legendary glasses, conducted a scan. A notification appeared. Introduction. The stone octopus is rumored to inhabit these waters. Beware of its tentacles which can petrify. Upon reading this, a look of understanding crossed Jiang Qin's face, and he promptly relayed the pertinent information to Su Yuan. This was not a realm of the undead, and the power of the Iris Sword would be significantly diminished. Thus it was time for him to unleash his offensive capabilities. Naturally, their concerns extended beyond the petrifying octopus. Jiang Qin was also burdened by the mermaid curse. Given that they were in a maritime domain, it stood to reason that they would attract the attention of creatures from the merfolk realm. With a subtle gesture, he summoned a yacht that materialized upon the water. A commendable vessel measuring over 10 meters in length, a standard 2-deck yacht. Su Yuan leaped aboard with ease, while Jiang Qin assisted the ghostly bride before finally following suit. Upon entering the cockpit, they were greeted by a brief tutorial for novices. Recognizing that he would act as the primary force in their endeavor, he entrusted the navigation to Su Yuan. As the engine roared to life, the yacht glided across the ocean's surface, and soon Jiang Qin noticed peculiar schools of fish trailing behind them. Target: mutated tuna. Category: marine monster. Level: 9. Attack. Defense: mental. Jiang Qin had previously encountered such tuna. They posed little challenge. He drew his firearm, aimed with precision, and commenced rapid fire. The ensuing sounds of harvesting echoed in the air. Jiang Qin, it seems we might be low on fuel. Should we pause on the water's surface to conserve some? Su Yuan inquired. Jiang Qin shook his head. We cannot afford to stop. Maintaining a certain speed is essential to avoid attacks from these mutated creatures. As for fuel, I have ample supplies. During his scavenging of other trains, he had come across a considerable amount of fuel, which was particularly useful now since his own train did not require it. Oh, Su Yuan's cheeks flushed slightly. Realizing her oversight, she had focused solely on the fuel issue, neglecting the fact that these monsters could assault their vessel. The number of marine creatures indeed exceeded that found in typical instances, yet they yielded primarily experience points without any significant loot. Jiang Qin surmised that this was a hallmark of oceanic dungeons, akin to the undead realms. The undead dungeons featured a high experience multiplier, a moderate number of monsters, and a unique mechanic involving respawn times. In contrast, the oceanic dungeons boasted a plethora of creatures, a high yield of experience, but minimal additional drops. Comparatively, dungeons themed around flora and mutations tended to offer a more balanced distribution of loot and experience. At this moment, what he most desperately needed was experience. As time passed, they had hunted no less than 100 oceanic monsters, accumulating over 15,000 experience points. Jiang Qin glanced at his status panel. Name: Jiang Qin. Level: 9, 1, 576. 420, 000. Identity, vehicle owner, death train. Attack, 632, 429. Defense, 745, 532. Mentality, 327, 900, 750. Talents, phantom body, phantom blind box, rapid regeneration, evaluation, fortunate novice. To ascend from level 9 to level 10, a staggering 20,000 experience points were required, but after this marine dungeon, he was nearly there. It seemed imperative to engage more frequently in such dungeons in the future, Jiang Chun murmured to himself. Simultaneously, he noticed that his mental attributes were running low, prompting him to retrieve the lotus seeds he had purchased from the little Ling King, grabbing a handful. He then popped them into his mouth like candy. They were quite pleasant, sweet and fragrant. Su Yuan appeared somewhat bewildered and inquired, Jiang Chun, we haven't encountered any monsters yet. Do you think they have all been cleared? I doubt it, Jiang Chun replied, shaking his head. After all, the legendary glasses had indicated that monsters should indeed be present in this dungeon. Their absence could only mean some external influence. Let me finish these lotus seeds and observe again, he added. All right. Su Yuan nodded. Jiang Chun swiftly consumed the remaining lotus seeds, replenishing a significant amount of his mental attributes. He then activated the legendary glasses to survey the ocean floor. Indeed, several nautical miles away, he spotted a large group of mermen armed with harpoons, ravenously charging toward their yacht. Those harpoons are quite sharp. Jiang Chen's pupils constricted slightly as he hurriedly instructed Su Yuan to steer in the opposite direction. If they continued on their current course, they would collide directly with the mermen. Given the sharpness of those harpoons, they would surely pierce the yacht with ease. Chapter 77. Slaying the Petrified Octopus. Upon receiving the command, Su Yuan promptly adjusted the yacht's trajectory. However, the mermen were alarmingly swift by the time they altered course. The mermen had already closed the distance to less than a nautical mile. Jiang Chun twisted his neck, drew his hunting rifle, and took aim, firing several rounds in quick succession. The final shot, imbued with the enchantment of a frost gem, struck the ocean's surface, causing the mermen's speed to diminish sharply. Thus, employing a strategy akin to kite flying, Jiang Chun methodically shot down over 20 mermen before he finally heard the system's notification chime. You have hunted an excessive number of marine creatures, attracting the gaze of the petrified octopus. It's here. Jiang Chen's spirit surged, realizing the main event had arrived. Xiao Yuan, slow down a bit. He instructed the cockpit, for he had already discerned the attributes of the octopus below through his legendary glasses. Target, petrifying octopus. Category, ocean monster. Level, 14. Attack, defense, spirit. Description, a ferocious beast guarding the stone Taku Sea, possessing astonishing defensive capabilities. Should one be ensnared by its tentacles, they will be afflicted by a petrifying venom, gradually rendering them immobile. Indeed, the defensive attributes are remarkable, reaching a level never before encountered by Jiang Chun. He instructed Su Yuan to slightly reduce their speed, intending to wear it down directly with the power of the frost gem. After all, according to the description, the octopus's tentacles carry a petrifying poison, even in a game. Life is but a singular journey. In light of the peril of succumbing to deadly toxins, he preferred to expend additional energy from the gem to ensure his own safety while vanquishing this creature. As the yacht slowed, the octopus emerged from the depths. Its form a deep gray, impressively large. Its head broke the surface, surpassing the yacht in size, with tentacles swirling majestically above the water. Standing atop the yacht, Jiang Chun unhesitatingly summoned the power of the frost gem, instantly enveloping the octopus in a chilling mist that significantly reduced its speed. At that moment, the octopus lashed out with a robust tentacle, targeting the hull of the yacht. It was evident that the creature was not foolish, recognizing the vessel as their lifeline. Yet, would Jiang Chun grant it such an opportunity? With its speed so diminished, how could it dare extend its tentacles? With a fierce shout, Jiang Chun leaped from the yacht. Jiang Chun. Su Yuan gasped in shock, abandoning the yacht's controls to rush to his side. However, her alarm was unfounded. Jiang Chun had already enchanted his frost gem energy onto his snowstorm boots. The instant his feet touched the water, the enchantment froze the surrounding sea, allowing him to stand firmly upon the icy surface. With a swift motion, he drew the frost blade, slicing down upon the tentacle with ferocity. The tentacle was severed in two. The octopus emitted a strange howl, retracting the remaining segment of its tentacle and furiously thrashing several others. Under ordinary circumstances, the speed of these tentacles would render them nearly impossible to evade. Yet, in Jiang Chen's eyes, they moved as slowly as snails, devoid of any threat. With precision, he dispatched the tentacles one by one, advancing rapidly towards the octopus. Sensing imminent danger, it attempted to retreat into the depths. Not so fast, Jiang Chen bellowed, drawing forth the snowstorm staff to expand the area of frost. The octopus, which had sought to escape, was suddenly ensnared by the ice, immobilized, and Jiang Chen surged forward, standing before it, prepared to meet your end. With an indifferent gaze, Jiang Chen relentlessly struck the octopus's head with the frost blade. Blood splattered as the battle raged on. The tentacles of the octopus were ensnared within the icy depths. What once served as its proud environmental advantage had morphed into a fatal constraint. With a final strike, Jiang Chen severed the head of the octopus, and only then did the sound of dropping loot resound. His gaze flickered momentarily. The creature's defensive prowess was remarkable, and it was only by striking at its vital point that the battle could be conclusively resolved. Were he to employ a firearm, the area of effect and the resulting wound might not even rival the octopus's remarkable regenerative abilities. Fortunately, he still possessed a melee weapon. You have slain the petrified octopus, acquiring 1 octopus heart. You have obtained the petrified poison recipe. You have acquired the blueprint for the petrified dagger gold. You have received 300 experience points. You have earned 12 train coins. Your level has risen to 10. A cascade of notifications flooded in. And with the 300 experience points gained from the octopus, Jiang Chen surpassed the threshold to a double-digit level. What a bountiful harvest, he mused with genuine appreciation. As he stepped back onto the yacht, he noticed Su Yuan's small face still reflecting trepidation as she gazed at him. You jumped down without a word. I thought you were going to perish alongside it. She chided him with a playful glint in her beautiful eyes. Jiang Chen smiled. The situation was urgent, and there was no time for explanations. But you ought to know that I am not one to court death. Su Yuan nodded. Indeed, although Jiang Chen sometimes acted unpredictably, he had never encountered a significant problem. His hidden cards were numerous, and his strength was astonishingly formidable. Even this level 14 creature had fallen before him with ease, a power that surely commanded respect among players in any fusion zone. Well then, this instance has concluded. Let us return, Jiang Chen suggested softly. Su Yuan remained silent, merely observing the expanse of the sea. Jiang Chen, puzzled, followed her gaze and discovered that vast stretches of seawater had frozen, entrapping their yacht within. He scratched his head in resignation. The frost of the frost gem could not be dispelled by ordinary elemental damage, and it seemed he would have to resort to a certain technique. Opening his palm, a brilliant red gem materialized, emanating a flicker of flame that ignited the entire icy surface. Before long, the ice began to melt. With the yacht freed from its icy prison, the two returned to their station. Upon their return to the train, Jiang Chen noticed a vivacious young girl standing before the entrance to the Wind and Snow Mountain Manor. Little Ling, the monarch, he mused, contemplating. Have you made your decision? Yes, I have resolved to become your fixed partner. From this day forth, I am yours. Little Ling proclaimed with unwavering conviction. Are you certain? As the captain, I control the allocation of all resources on the train. Should you ever displease me, I might deny you even your rations, Jiang Chen replied, a slight smirk gracing his lips. I am not afraid, Little Ling declared, evidently resolute in her decision. Really? Your collaboration with me is solely to grow stronger. Are you not concerned that I may withhold resources from you later, hindering your progress? Jiang Chen gazed at the young king of Ling in astonishment. Compared to Su Yuan, she undoubtedly calculated her personal gains and losses more meticulously, embodying a form of egoism. This trait allowed her to willingly entrust everything to another, which is, in fact, quite remarkable. I am certain this is my team card. From this day forth, you shall be my captain. The young king of Ling's eyes sparkled with determination. Chapter 78. The Gift of the Undead Gem. Ah, how intriguing. Jiang Chen's lips curled into a smile. They had not yet formed a team, and she was already surrendering her team card, indicating her readiness to engage. Since your intentions are sincere, I shall accept. Jiang Chen crushed the team card and extended an invitation to the young king of Ling. The girl quickly clicked to accept. You have teamed up with player Xiaoling Wang. The train is about to merge, initiating the third train track. Train merge complete. As captain, You possess the authority to allocate resources for the entire team. With the notification chiming, the rear of the train added 4 new carriages, and a new cockpit materialized at the front. Let us proceed. Show me your train track map, Jiang Chun stated nonchalantly. Look at the map. The young king of Ling paused, clearly bewildered. Isn't the map shrouded in mist? Nevertheless, she obediently followed Jiang Chun. By the way, what is your name? I cannot keep calling you the young king of Ling, Jiang Chun inquired while walking. If you prefer that name, it is perfectly fine. It does carry a certain charm. The young king of Ling replied, a hint of shyness in her voice. Jiang Chun turned back, her expression rather peculiar. Have you developed a taste for charm? Very well. I am Xin Ling. You may simply call me Xiao Ling, the girl whispered. Very well, Jiang Chun nodded, and they soon arrived at the cockpit. Xin Ling pressed the palm imprint device, and the map materialized. A gray haze obscured the path ahead. Jiang Chun summoned forth a crystalline blue gem, radiating a chilling aura. What is this, a gem? Xin Ling's eyes widened in surprise. Having a gem herself, she recognized it immediately. However, she had not anticipated that Jiang Chun possessed a gem already, which explained her indifference to the undead gem she had proposed earlier. With the emergence of the frost gem, the mist on the map dissipated, revealing the stations ahead, many of which were enveloped in an azure hue. The azure color signifies the ocean. Thus, many of the stations beyond Xinling would likely be oceanic instances. Jiang Chun felt a surge of joy. It seemed that her experience gains would be secure in the future. How does my track map appear? The young king of Ling cautiously inquired, eager for her train track to benefit Jiang Chun. Not bad, Jiang Chun responded with a smile, offering encouragement. Xinling finally felt her anxious heart settle, gently patting her small chest. By the way, why am I unable to view the map with this soul gem? She slightly lifted her palm, revealing a gem of deep obsidian hue resting in her fair hand. Is this the soul gem? Jiang Chun's eyes flickered momentarily before he explained. Each gem possesses distinct functionalities. For instance, the primary ability of your soul gem is to restrain undead creatures and enslave them. Enslave the undead? That sounds quite formidable. The young lady's eyes sparkled with excitement. Jiang Chun remained non-committal regarding her enthusiasm. The enslavement of the undead is indeed a characteristic of the soul gem, which elucidates why Yuying wished to acquire one prior to entering the fallen kingdom of Landis. Within that realm, one would encounter predominantly elite-level undead, such as the Death Knights he bore. To easily enslave such powerful undead would provide substantial assistance, not to mention that the soul gem can also enchant with necrotic elements. Xinling noticed Jiang Chun's gaze and softly inquired, Jiang Chun, do you require this? Indeed, it is quite necessary, he replied without hesitation, recognizing that this was not a moment for modesty. Then I shall gift it to you. Xinling extended her small hand, quite decisively. Jiang Chun was momentarily taken aback. Her shift in attitude was remarkably swift. During their last encounter, she had mentioned lending it to him upon forming a team, yet now she was offering it outright. As if sensing his thoughts, Xinling blushed slightly and explained, that was then, and this is now. I am yours now. And what is a single soul gem in comparison? I only hope that when you embark on future quests, you might allow me to benefit from the experience gained alongside you. Xinling harbored her own little calculations, having just observed Su Yuan, whose level had unexpectedly surged to 9. Just half a day ago, when she had seen her at Sunshine Coast, her level was merely 6. In such a short span, her level had ascended to 9, evidently due to Jiang Chun's assistance in leveling her up. Thus, Jiang Chun proved to be an excellent captain. As long as she remained obedient and compliant, she too could attain similar benefits. As for the soul gem, while it was precious, it paled in significance compared to having a powerful ally to level up with. Moreover, she had already formed a binding connection with Jiang Chun. So what was the point of being overly concerned about such matters? Very well, Jiang Chun nodded. By the way, should I eliminate Zhu Ke? Xinling suddenly asked. Eliminate her? Jiang Chun looked at her in surprise. To demonstrate my loyalty. Xinling's expression was earnest. No need. Jiang Chun waved his hand, contemplating for a moment. Simply communicate with her as usual and inform her that you have secured my allegiance, and inquire about the next course of action. I am rather curious about what this high-ranking member of the Eight Fiends Hall intends to do. Jiang Chun spoke calmly. Ocean Ling realized that Jiang Chun was attempting to extract information. All right, no problem. By the way, she also asked me to remind you that there are high-ranking individuals within the July Society who wish to harm you, Xinling added. Is it truly that Juke would remind me of such matters? It seems her demeanor towards me leans towards friendliness, Jiang Chen murmured. Indeed, she desires your assistance in the regional dungeon. Shunling nodded in agreement. If Zhuqiu's attitude towards Jiang Chen were unfavorable, she would likely refuse Zhuqiu's proposition. It was certainly not because of any absurd notion of love for Jiang Chen, but rather a desire to avoid peril. The players from the fusion zone were no match for Jiang Chen, and she was even less so. Very well, let us hold off for now, Jiang Chen replied nonchalantly. Xinling nodded eagerly, like a chick pecking at rice. Jiang Chen led Xinling back into the spacious living carriage, his gaze flickering as he surveyed the area. You shall reside in the same carriage as us. Otherwise, should any trouble arise in the rear carriages, I would be unable to provide assistance. All right, Xinling nodded instinctively, only to later sense something amiss. You all? Yes, this bed belongs to Su Yuan and me. As for you, you can either arrange for a small bed yourself or I can assist you in obtaining one, Jiang Chen stated matter-of-factly. I'll manage on my own, Xinling replied softly, her beautiful eyes drifting to the large bed. No wonder Jiang Chen treated Su Yuan so well. Evidently, their relationship had progressed to such a degree. In contrast, she felt somewhat left behind. Chapter 79. Chef Xinling Jiang Chen, however, paid no heed to her thoughts and suddenly recalled something. Opening the chat channel to send a message to phone, I forgot to ask you to help me find an item. It should be a prop, fertilizer for breeding. Jiang Chen typed. After acquiring the miraculous lotus pod, he had been preoccupied and nearly overlooked this matter. Phone do. All right, I will look for it immediately. The response came swiftly, prompting Jiang Chen to relax as he reclined on the bed for a brief respite. No matter how formidable he was, after consecutively tackling several dungeons, his body required recuperation. I can give you a massage, Su Yuan said softly as she approached. She then placed her delicate hands on Jiang Chen's waist, beginning a gentle massage, which led Jiang Chen to close his eyes in comfort. Slightly taken aback by the scene was Xinling, who had just moved her small bed over. Her large eyes sparkled with curiosity as she observed Su Yuan's technique, which appeared somewhat unrefined, likely indicating she had only recently acquired the skill. Before long, Jiang Chen succumbed to slumber. Meanwhile, Xinling quietly approached Su Yuan, a hint of shyness in her demeanor. Sister, where did you learn that massage technique? Su Yuan's gaze fell upon Xinling, the little girl she had seen before but was not well acquainted with. Jiang Chen had allowed her to join the team, and while she had considered interacting with her, she hadn't expected Xinling to approach her first. I learned it from a massage book, Su Yuan replied softly. There's a carriage at the back that Jiang Chen converted into a study, containing various books and blueprints. If you need anything, feel free to take a look. Su Yuan added. A study? Xinling exclaimed, slightly astonished. Had she heard correctly? A study on the train? Upon perceiving the astonishment in Xinling's eyes, Su Yuan offered a gentle smile. Not only the study, but Jiang Chen also intends to convert the rear compartment into a floral room, a kitchen, a breeding area, and more. In essence, within our team, there is no need to overly concern ourselves with combat issues. During dungeon runs, Jiang Chen will guide us in gaining experience, while our primary responsibility is to tend to everything aboard the train. As the inaugural occupant of this locomotive, one might say she was a half-hostess, and thus Su Yuan began to impart her knowledge to Xinling. However, Xinling pondered, with so many amenities, the energy consumption must be substantial, right? She found herself perplexed, simultaneously astonished by Jiang Chen's opulent train. There's no need to worry about energy, Su Yuan replied nonchalantly. This train is equipped with a soil energy gemstone, known for providing the necessary energy for its operation. As long as the gemstone remains, energy concerns are unfounded. Such matters, Xinling would inevitably learn. As teammates, there was no need for concealment. What? There's a gemstone aboard this train? Xinling was once again profoundly shocked. Jiang Chen possessed not one, but 2 gemstones. Hadn't Zhu Ke informed her that gemstones were exceedingly rare, even among seasoned players? How could they appear so plentiful in Jiang Chen's possession? Zhu Ke had deceived her. All right, sister, I'll remember that. Xinling nodded, her beautiful eyes sparkling. Then, may I take charge of cooking in the future? Of course, I don't mean to usurp your duties. I simply excel in culinary arts. She cautiously inquired. Su Yuan was taken aback. This girl was surprisingly prudent. However, cooking was not her forte. Before entering this gaming world, she had been a company employee, often preoccupied with work, resulting in her culinary skills being rather dismal. Since boarding the train, Jiang Chun had occasionally assumed the role of head chef. Although the train boasted an abundance of ingredients, neither of them had any advanced cooking skills. Thus, it was unexpected that Shenling would claim proficiency in cooking. Very well. Why don't you prepare something to eat now? That way, when Jiang Chun awakens, he can enjoy it right away, Su Yuan suggested. Absolutely. Shenling nodded eagerly and followed Su Yuan to the kitchen compartment. Approximately 2 hours later, Jiang Chun awoke from a refreshing nap. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with the sight of Yu Ying standing nearby, his expression filled with discontent. What on earth are you doing? Jiang Chun exclaimed, startled. Whereas my lovely Yuan, how did you end up with this guy? You little rascal, when did you recruit a chef as a teammate? I'm dying of envy. But they insisted we wait for you to awaken before we could eat, Yu Ying lamented. A chef? Jiang Chun was taken aback. Since when had his train been home to such a creature? Could he possibly be referring to Shenling? With his mind now alert after waking, he quickly deduced what Yu Ying meant. Hurry up, I can't wait to eat. Yu Ying urged Jiang Chun out of bed. Upon reaching the kitchen compartment, the dining table was already adorned with a variety of dishes, while not far away, Shenling donned an apron, busily stir-frying something delectable. The meals she prepared were truly delectable, alleviating any future concerns about what to eat. Su Yuan approached, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a unique brilliance. Jiang Chun remained noncommittal. Upon entering this carriage, he had been enveloped by an enticing aroma, akin to a celestial paradise. Yet, observing Su Yuan's joyful demeanor, he could not resist a playful tease. What? Was my previous cooking not to your liking? Su Yuan turned to him, gazing intently. To speak candidly, it was rather mediocre. Jiang Chun's lips twitched slightly, and he moved closer to her, pinching her tender cheek. Oh, so you dare to mock me? Tonight, I shall make you pay for it. Upon hearing this, a deeper meaning flickered in Su Yuan's eyes as she cast a glance at the ghostly bride lurking behind Jiang Chun. The implications were unmistakable. Jiang Chun suddenly felt as though all his strength had drained away. That vexatious, ghostly bride, when would they reach their final destination? Despite his inner grievances, he knew he had to cultivate the ghostly bride's favor for certain reasons. Well then, let's dig in. At this moment, Shenling approached with the last dish. Wiping her hands on her apron and revealing a sweet smile. Jiang Chun, you're awake. He nodded in response, his gaze sweeping over the spread of food. I didn't waste any ingredients. It's just that these were about to expire, so I prepared them all, Shenling hurriedly clarified. Rest assured, I didn't mean to imply otherwise. Jiang Chun replied with a smile. It's just food, after all. Previously, he had procured these ingredients from the supermarket, and they still hadn't been consumed. After they began their meal, Jiang Chun opened the chat interface while eating. Feng Du had sent a message stating that he had found the fertilizer and sent it to his email, and while collecting the fertilizer, he had also received some intriguing items. Jiang Chun was intrigued as he opened the email, discovering not only the fertilizer but also a substance labeled as a growth accelerator. This seemed genuinely useful, and his eyes brightened. The miraculous lotus pod's growth cycle took at least 3 days, which, though not slow, left Jiang Chun feeling somewhat unsatisfied. Beyond the curse of the ghostly bride, the legendary glasses also required mental energy to use, making him hesitant to employ them in dungeons. The main reason was the scarcity of lotus seeds, but with this growth accelerator, he would no longer have to worry. Chapter 80. The debt collector arrives after finishing the meal. Jiang Chun handed these items over to Shenling. The tasks in the cultivation carriage are now yours. Change the water for the seafood and tend to the miraculous lotus pods. Here is the fertilizer and the growth accelerator. Hearing Jiang Chun's instructions, Shenling nodded and began her tasks. Jiang Chun then proceeded to the driver's compartment to check the location of their next stop. The 3 tracks remained silent during this period. With a flick of his fingers, a dozen passes materialized. It seemed it was time to utilize these passes. Due to the restrictions imposed by the pass, it was impossible to bring Su Yuan and Shenling along, especially considering the recent surge in pass prices, which left Su Yuan without a comparable pass. Thus, I had no choice but to go alone. Jiang Chun opened the chat channel and sent a message to Feng Du. I plan to use the pass now. Please prepare with Xiaobai and let me know when you're ready. He had not forgotten his promise to help the 2 ladies gain experience. All right, I'll be there shortly, Feng Du replied with enthusiasm. Although she had met many individuals as an information broker, most were from Zone 18. With only a few interactions with players from the fusion zones, some of whom were of a higher level than Jiang Chun. However, she remained apprehensive. Players from the fusion zones lacked designated docking stations in this area, meaning that to have the train stop at a station, they had only the option of plundering. Thus, associating with players from the fusion zones was fraught with danger. Jiang Chun, on the other hand, represented a network she had built long ago and was her sole super member. There were no conflicts of interest between them, and their relationship was amicable. Moreover, despite his current lower level, Jiang Chen's strength was certainly on par with those from the fusion zones, as evidenced by the frequent announcements of his surpassing kill achievements, indicating that his attributes were remarkably high. Before long, the three arrived at the first station of the pass, which was a dungeon featuring mutated monsters, recommended for level 12. Jiang Chen swiftly dispatched the foes, wielding the frostblade as if he were slicing through vegetables, concluding the battle with ease. You have slain the mutated Fongboar, earning 1 silver chest. You have acquired a chili baseball bat, blue. You have obtained a blueprint for course armor, blue. You have gathered several pieces of leather, fur, and pork. You have earned 13 train coins. Following a series of notifications, Jiang Chun and the two ladies exited the dungeon and proceeded to utilize the next pass. The straightforward dungeon runs continued for approximately 3 hours, resulting in the depletion of several passes. They accumulated a wealth of resources and various blueprints, yet few items seemed worthy of crafting. In terms of experience, each dungeon yielded about 2,000 to 3,000 points. Predictably, after this round of grinding, his level rose to 11. Such efficiency was indeed remarkable. Alright, this is the final dungeon. You can continue to collect passes and call me to assist you in grinding, preferably focusing on dungeons related to the undead and ocean themes, as they will yield more experience. Jiang Chun advised the two ladies. Absolutely. Fengdu nodded in agreement. After parting ways with the two ladies, Jiang Chun returned to the train. Jiang Chun, look, the new lotus seeds have matured, Shen Ling exclaimed, presenting a handful of pristine lotus seeds with a delightful tone. Is this the miraculous lotus pod treated with the rapid growth agent? It matured so quickly, Jiang Chun remarked, astonished. Yes, it only took 3 hours. But the rapid growth agent can only be used 3 times, Shen Ling explained. 3 times was quite commendable. Jiang Chun nodded. Reflecting on the gains from the past 3 hours, he took a brief moment to rejuvenate himself, relishing the massage provided by Su Yuan. At a timely moment, Shen Ling presented some desserts along with her specially concocted beverage. How long until the next stop? Jiang Chun inquired nonchalantly. Approximately half an hour. The subsequent stations are mostly consecutive, Su Yuan replied. With that, the routine of monotonously clearing maps resumed. Within these realms, Shen Ling witnessed Jiang Chen's formidable prowess, a stark contrast to her usual cautious approach to exploring dungeons. Jiang Chun wielded his immense strength to effortlessly crush monsters, clearing the maps with ease. As night fell, the train slowed to a leisurely pace. Regrettably, despite visiting numerous stations in the afternoon, they had yet to reach level 12. Jiang Chun gently shook his head, somewhat dissatisfied with the afternoon's efficiency. Notably, due to the many stops made, a few additional passengers had boarded the train. Are you not going to collect the tickets? Jiang Chun casually asked the two women. No need. When we reach the station, those passengers will pay the conductor in gold coins before disembarking, Shen Ling replied softly. Ticket sales, aside from dungeon exploration, constituted a stable income source for every conductor. However, compared to the rewards from exploring dungeons, it was relatively minor, merely a supplementary benefit. Initially, it was worth anticipating at the start of the game, but as they progressed, their focus on the train's passengers diminished. Jiang Chen's gaze shifted. His passengers were unlike those on other trains. In the earlier stations, there had been no passengers boarding, but now that they finally had some, he could take the opportunity to collect tickets. Very well, you both rest. I need to attend to a matter, Jiang Chun instructed, making his way to the passenger compartment. Upon opening the door, a cool draft enveloped him. The shadowy figures of the undead turned their attention towards Jiang Chun. He counted a total of 5 passengers. Ladies and gentlemen, please present your tickets, Jiang Chun said with a smile. This is a highly skilled barber. You may request a set of hairdressing equipment as your ticket. The prompt from the legendary glasses appeared, causing Jiang Chen's lips to twitch slightly. It seemed the quality of these passengers was not particularly high. A set of hairdressing equipment for a ticket? What use was that? Wait, since entering this game, he had not had a haircut in quite some time and appeared rather unkempt. Thus, Jiang Chen focused his gaze on the undead and said, the ticket requires a set of hairdressing equipment, but I also expect you to style my hair in a fashionable manner." The undead paused, evidently taken aback by such a request, yet it was not unreasonable. Consequently, it began to cut Jiang Chen's hair. After a thorough grooming, Jiang Chen produced a mirror to assess the results. Truly, the seasoned artisan's skills were quite impressive. "Pass." Jiang Chen waved his hand dismissively. The second specter approached him. "From the fallen princess of the land of Blue Dis, the demise of the kingdom has accelerated. As the one who bears the curse, you must arrive swiftly." Land of Blue Dis Station reached 10 stations ahead of schedule. With the inquiry of the legendary glasses, the train's announcement echoed, resonating ominously in the dim surroundings. Chapter 81. Progress in the snowy domain. Jiang Chen's expression darkened subtly. He had not anticipated that among these 5 passengers, one would turn out to be a hidden threat. The fallen princess had come to collect her dues. Given the circumstances, it was unlikely there would be any tickets to retrieve. Alas, who could blame him for being in debt? If she insisted, so be it. Next, he gestured for the third specter to present their ticket. From the depths of the sea, a stealthy entity approaches, bearing an exceedingly rare sea spirit mushroom. "This shall serve as your ticket." The legendary glasses provided the notification. Sea spirit mushroom? What could that possibly be? Although perplexed, Jiang Chen had no reason to decline a ticket verified by the legendary glasses. "Sea spirit mushroom," he stated calmly. The specter nodded, and a large handful of gleaming blue mushrooms materialized, exuding a lustrous sheen, clearly not an ordinary item. As Jiang Chen scanned it with the legendary glasses, astonishment flickered across his face. Item: Sea spirit mushroom. Category: rare plant. Grade: gold. Description: upon consumption, it randomly enhances either attack or defense by 10 points. What a splendid item. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up as he stowed the sea spirit mushroom into his inventory. Next, he continued, adopting the demeanor of a serious ticket collector, greeting each ghostly passenger with indifference. The next to approach was a diminutive specter, resembling a child. A lost child presents her ticket. She offers her stuffed bear, but in return, you shall incur her curse. The message from the legendary glasses appeared plainly. It was a straightforward warning of impending doom, yet curses often came with hidden treasures, a notion Jiang Chen wholeheartedly embraced. Could it be that stuffed bear? Contemplating this, he ultimately decided to accept the ticket. "You can give the bear to Uncle," he smiled gently. "You have triggered the curse of the lost little girl. As payment, you must assist her in finding her mother at the Raccoon City Station, where you will lose 100 points in attack attributes. Raccoon City Station has been randomly added to your train route." Upon seeing the curse's penalty, Jiang Chen's heart raced. My goodness, what a severe punishment. If that is the case, the reward should also be considerable, he mused, glancing at the large red stuffed bear in his hands as he activated the legendary glasses. Item: toy bear. Category: equipment, gold. Attribute: growth. Description: upon use, it enlarges the toy bear, inheriting 70% of the summoner's attributes and possessing an attack durability of 1,000 points. Once the durability is exhausted, the equipment is destroyed. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled with interest. This item is quite remarkable, indeed, as it can inherit 70% of one's attributes and boasts a durability of 1,000 points, which is not insignificant. It can be classified as a summoning type equipment. As for the little girl's mother, he was determined to assist her in finding her. For even a deduction of 100 points in attack power would be burdensome, even for Jiang Chen. Next, Jiang Chen's gaze shifted to the last undead. In truth, the undead little girl had already granted him a delightful surprise today, so he did not hold high expectations for the final undead. Yet, the chill that enveloped him upon her appearance suggested she was anything but ordinary. The undead of the northern snow elf urgently requires your assistance for her kin, the snow elf tribe. In return, you may claim any reward from her, even her servitude. Assistance duration, unlimited. Although the assistance duration is unlimited, the prospect of immediately turning her into a servant is undeniably advantageous. Furthermore, she had long ago fallen victim to the curse of the snow elves. This is truly a no-brainer. Henceforth, you shall be my servant. Jiang Chen addressed her. In exchange, I shall aid you in rescuing the snow elves. Very well. The dark undead nodded, and her form materialized. Clad in a delicate, translucent blue gown, with skin as white as jade, misty white eyes, exquisite features, pointed ears, and flowing white hair. This is the snow elf? Jiang Chen's gaze sharpened. While the previous snow elf had gifted him a frost gem, not much had been divulged regarding their kind. It was the perfect opportunity to inquire further with this snow elf. The northern curse had granted him a frost gem the first time and now presented him with an elf servant. The peril hidden within these encounters likely surpasses that of the fallen kingdom of Landis. He must prepare meticulously before venturing forth, yet there is no need for haste, as the distance to the north is far greater than that to the fallen kingdom of Landis. Master, the snow elf bowed respectfully, her voice as cool as snow. Pray tell, what is the current situation in the north? Jiang Chen inquired. A formidable group of malevolent beings has emerged in the northern snowfields, wreaking havoc on the ecological environment, committing unspeakable atrocities, slaughtering countless creatures of the north, and capturing our kin, the snow elves. Thus, the queen has implored us to seek assistance. Unfortunately, during my search, I encountered other villains and became an undead, yet I remained steadfast in my mission. The snow elf explained. You encountered other villains? Jiang Chun found this intriguing. Indeed, a band of elf hunters, our natural enemies. The snow sprite nodded thoughtfully, suddenly recalling something. But do not worry, my master. I still possess the form of a maiden. Jiang Chun fell into a contemplative silence, as that was not the implication he intended. Are the sprite hunters you mentioned akin to me, those who possess a train? He continued to inquire, eager to discern whether the sprite hunters were players. Indeed, the snow sprite's expression dimmed slightly. Then why have you sought me out? Jiang Chun was taken aback, as he had anticipated a greater likelihood of encountering them. After all, if the sprite hunters were indeed players, these sprites would likely avoid interaction with them altogether, let alone seek assistance. Yet the answer surpassed Jiang Chen's expectations. It is because you carry the essence of a snow sprite. You cannot possibly be malevolent, the sprite stated plainly. Jiang Chun pondered this revelation, realizing that the sprite had detected the scent of its kin upon him. Curiously, he wondered where the previous snow sprite had vanished, as it had merely cast a curse upon him without bestowing any special task, leaving him perplexed, especially since the curse from the snow domain was only now beginning to manifest. Do you recognize the snow sprite whose essence lingers on me? Jiang Chen inquired. This current sprite seemed considerably less affluent than the prior one, reduced to seeking assistance in desperation. Comparatively, he preferred the earlier sprite, who had casually produced a frost gem. She is our princess. The snow sprite's countenance suddenly turned somber, its voice tinged with sorrow. Princess. Jiang Chen's eyes widened in surprise. It was no wonder she was so formidable. Yet with the princess fallen, it further underscored the peril now besieging the snow domain. Most critically, were those invading the snow domain also individuals like him, possessing a train? Jiang Chun questioned once more, his tone weighed down by gravity. If that were the case, as the snow sprite suggested, it could very well be the actions of a certain guild. Chapter 82, Arrival at Raccoon City. No, the invaders are a notorious band of dark sorcerers, accompanied by dark warriors tasked with pillaging and destruction, the snow sprite remarked, a flicker of hatred igniting in her misty gray eyes. That's a relief. Jiang Chen exhaled softly, feeling a slight easing of his tension. Master, what do you mean by relief? The snow sprite queried, her eyes brimming with confusion. Nothing. I merely meant to say that your companions may yet be saved. Jiang Chen admitted, a sense of embarrassment washing over him. Really? I knew the princess would not misjudge. The snow sprite affirmed with fervent conviction. Indeed, yet I must inquire. You are not merely a simple servant, are you? Jiang Chen scrutinized the snow sprite before him. Target, snow sprite. Category, sprite. Level, 16. Attack, defense, mentality. Description, a common snow sprite from the northern snow domain. Loyal and willing to sacrifice everything for her master. Possessing a level and attributes signifies her capability to fight, rather than being merely ornamental. I can assist my master in combating certain monsters, she declared. The snow spirit's eyes sparkled momentarily, but soon dimmed with a hint of melancholy. Alas, my weapon was lost when I encountered malevolent beings. A weapon, you say? Jiang Chen's gaze flickered as he retrieved the frosty wand and offered it to her. Here, use this for now. Given your attributes, it shall serve as a significant aid to me. How wonderful it is to assist my master, the snow spirit exclaimed, her face lighting up with a sweet smile. The tales of the pure-hearted and benevolent nature of spirits rang true. Unable to contain himself, Jiang Chen gently patted her head, causing a faint blush to bloom on her cheeks. Very well, from this day forth, you shall accompany me until I rescue your kin, Jiang Chen declared with grandiosity. He had acquired a frost gem from the snow spirit princess and now had a snow spirit by his side, thus deepening his connection with her kind. As the saying goes, one must repay kindness with responsibility. Having taken in such an adorable snow spirit, it was only fitting that he offer his assistance to her clan. Yes, master, the snow spirit chirped melodiously. When Jiang Chun returned to the living quarters with the snow spirit, Su Yuan and Shun Ling were momentarily taken aback. Where did you find this adorable spirit? Shun Ling inquired, stepping closer, her beautiful eyes scrutinizing the ethereal creature. Jiang Chun cast a sidelong glance at her. From this moment on, she is our companion, so be amicable. I am very friendly, Shun Ling exclaimed, yet her hand reached out to caress the snow spirit's pointed ears. Betraying her affection, Jiang Chun felt a twinge of exasperation. While friendliness was commendable, her demeanor lacked decorum. Jiang Chun, is there no space left on your bed? May she sleep with me tonight? Shun Ling proposed with a playful smile. Sleep with you? Jiang Chen's eyes held a hint of disdain. Is that truly sleep? I would be remiss not to address your implications. The snow spirit appeared bewildered by Shun Ling's audacious behavior. Yet, considering she was a friend of her master, she refrained from any rash actions. Enough, Jiang Chun interjected, brushing aside Shun Ling's intrusive hand. She may sleep with you tonight, but do not lead her astray. Fear not, Shun Ling assured, patting her chest confidently. The following morning, the first rays of sunlight streamed through the window as the train resumed its normal speed. Jiang Chun awoke with a yawn, turning to glance at Su Yuan, who lay with her head resting on his arm, while on the other side was the serene figure of the ghost bride. Though the undead typically did not require rest, the ghost bride seemed to have adopted their habits, falling into slumber as night fell. However, she would awaken quietly whenever Jiang Chun stirred, following him silently. Do you not wash your face or brush your teeth upon rising? Jiang Chun asked, casting a glance back at her. The ghost bride appeared momentarily startled, tilting her head in confusion. Jiang Chun's eyes twinkled with inspiration. How about this? Allow me to teach you. He gently placed his hand on her shoulder and guided her toward the mirror. Yet, with her red veil in place, it was evident that she could see little. Jiang Chun retrieved a new set of toiletries and poured a glass of water for the ghost bride, squeezing toothpaste upon it. Holding it delicately, he passed the toothbrush into her hands and spoke softly. The ghost bride, seemingly perplexed yet understanding, nodded slightly and gazed at Jiang Chun while clutching the toothbrush. Now, open your mouth and brush your teeth in all directions, just as I do, Jiang Chun demonstrated. The ghost bride followed his lead, gradually brushing her teeth before the mirror. A notification from the game system whispered in his ear, and Jiang Chen's lips curled into a smile, confirming yet another surge in affection. Once they finished brushing, the two tidied up their belongings. Jiang Chun turned to inspect her work. Let me see how well you brushed. Follow my example. With that, he revealed a bright smile. The ghost bride tilted her head in confusion, but mimicked Jiang Chun, opening her small cherry-like mouth to reveal a row of pristine white teeth, accented by a pair of little canines at the corners of her lips. Not bad, Jiang Chun nodded in satisfaction. Perhaps the ghost bride did not need to brush her teeth, as they were already remarkably white, yet since she was now under his guidance, she must adhere to his rules. Furthermore, this was an opportunity to enhance their rapport. Next came the facial cleansing. Jiang Chun continued his instruction. At that moment, Su Yuan and Shun Ling awoke, observing Jiang Chun teaching the ghost bride with expressions of mild bewilderment. What is happening so early in the morning? Shun Ling, feeling a shiver run through her, hurriedly made her way to the kitchen, not forgetting to drag along the snow spirit who had spent the night with her. Su Yuan lingered in place, patiently waiting for Jiang Chun to finish instructing the ghost bride before beginning her own grooming. Yuan, it's your turn, Jiang Chun said, stepping aside with the ghost bride, casting a fleeting glance at her alabaster chin hidden beneath her vibrant red veil. Who would have thought that the ghost bride would keep her veil on even while washing her face? Jiang Chun was eager to catch a glimpse of her stunning beauty. Jiang Chun, do you have any plans for today? Su Yuan quickly finished her washing and approached him with an inquiring look. Gaining experience, Jiang Chun replied nonchalantly. According to the news brought by Shun Ling, the regional instance was set to open soon, yet his level remained less than ideal. He believed that he needed to reach at least level 17 to confidently navigate among players in the general fusion area. However, with only less than 2 days left, the prospect of advancing from level 11 to 17 seemed daunting. After all, the experience required for each level increased significantly, unless he was extraordinarily fortunate. Encountering a series of undead or ocean-themed instances, the chances were slim. Yet, overthinking was futile. The truth would reveal itself through practice. The following day at noon, gazing at his experience bar, which stood at 15, Jiang Chun took a deep breath. Was it still unattainable? Ding! The next stop is Raccoon City. The train will halt for 2 hours. Please prepare to disembark in an orderly fashion. The current danger level of the site is marked in red. Vehicle owners are advised to take precautions. 2 distinct alert sounds resonate. One emanates from the gaming realm, while the other originates from the legendary glasses. In Chapter 83, titled I'm Fine With Anything, the functionality of the legendary glasses receives yet another upgrade during this brief day and a half. The alerts detected can now be transformed into auditory notifications, and a new feature, radar scanning, has been introduced. In essence, Jiang Chun no longer needs to shift his gaze. He can sequentially scan through the perspective mode. Any items, players, or monsters within his vicinity can be directly scanned by the radar. This enhancement significantly increases scanning efficiency compared to the previous capabilities. While awaiting the opening of the regional dungeon, Jiang Chun's brow arched slightly. Looks like it's time to get to work. Prepare to delve into the dungeon with me. Delve into the dungeon? Shunling, who was organizing her gear for the regional instance, was momentarily taken aback. She was preparing her equipment for the regional dungeon because, not long ago, Zhuke had informed her that the dungeon would open in 2 hours. Yet, at this moment, Jiang Chun intended to enter a dungeon? Jiang Chun, the regional dungeon is about to open. Are you certain you want to proceed with this one? Shunling asked with some concern. Yes, it is imperative that I go. Jiang Chun affirmed with a nod. This was unavoidable, as he bore the curse of a little girl. Raccoon City only docked for 2 hours. Should he miss this stop, the curse would directly deduct 100 points from his attack attribute. A loss of 100 attack points could prove to be fatal in the approaching regional dungeon. Thus, he must enter this site. If he could find the little girl's mother within 2 hours, he might still have time to clear a wave of monsters. Raccoon City was a name he was not unfamiliar with. It could be classified as a zombie-themed dungeon, teeming with countless undead. This was his sole opportunity to elevate his level to 17 before entering the regional dungeon. Jiang Chun glanced at his personal panel. Name, Jiang Chun. Level, 15, 451-301-0500. Identity, vehicle owner, death train. Attack, 893, 679. Defense, 959, 798. Mental, 576, 1300, 1000. Talent, Phantom Body. Phantom Blind Box, Rapid Regeneration, Evaluation, a lucky novice. In fact, during this day, he had completed a considerable number of undead and ocean-themed dungeons, totaling 13. However, the experience required for subsequent levels was astonishing. Upon reaching level 15, the required experience had surpassed the daunting threshold of 100,000. Even with the high experience dungeons yielding around 20,000 to 30,000 experience points, Jiang Chun could only linger at level 15. Among those 13 undead and ocean-themed dungeons, 5 had been secured through the assistance of Fengdu and her companions. This moment can be described as having exhausted all possibilities. He underestimated the appetite for subsequent upgrades. Fortunately, there remains one final opportunity for enhancement before entering the regional dungeon, Raccoon City. As the train's speed gradually decreased, the doors opened. Raccoon City has arrived. Passengers who need to disembark, please form an orderly queue, crackled the announcement, accompanied by a faint static. A foul stench, mingled with the metallic scent of blood, permeated the air. Jiang Chun and his party of 5 alighted from the train. Accompanying them were Su Yuan and Shun Ling, along with the Snow Sprite, who had progressed from a mere level 16 just days prior to her current level 18. Indeed, her level was one that could be enhanced. In this team, the Snow Sprite boasted the highest level, even surpassing Jiang Chun by 3 levels. Upon realizing this, Jiang Chun generously crafted several equipment blueprints he had accumulated in his storage, providing the Snow Sprite with 4 pieces of purple quality armor and 3 purple quality attack accessories. In terms of attributes, her offensive and defensive stats hovered around 1,000, a formidable strength even among players in the fusion zone. Additionally, there was the ever-present Ghost Bride, whose power was undoubtedly terrifying. Even with the upgraded legendary glasses, Jiang Chun could not discern the Ghost Bride's level or attributes, thus she required no special attention from him. As for Su Yuan and Xin Ling, although their levels were not particularly high, They had been fully equipped during their time grinding various dungeons alongside Jiang Chun. Each possessed an average of 5 pieces of purple quality armor and 2 purple quality attack accessories, making their equipment quality only slightly inferior to Jiang Chen's. Of course, these items were of no use to him. He himself possessed a complete set of 7 pieces of purple quality armor from the Wind and Snow Mountain Villa, complemented by a golden quality inner armor. His attack accessories totaled 5 pieces of purple quality, albeit without any set effects. It was indeed a remarkable achievement to have such purple gear in the novice area. He did not wish for much more. Suddenly, he recalled his weapons. In the past day and a half, he had made significant strides in this aspect as well. He had entrusted Feng Du to gather the materials for 2 golden weapons, which had now been crafted. One was a wand of the undead, a blueprint that had lain dormant in his storage for quite some time, while the other was a petrifying dagger acquired just 2 days prior, also of golden quality. Consequently, his purple weapons were on the verge of obsolescence, starting with 2 purple quality guns. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Chun handed the hunting rifle to Su Yuan. With her innate talent for the iris sword, she could wield flying swords without hindering her ability to utilize other weapons. Handing her the shotgun would enable her to fully assume the role of a backline damage dealer. As for the frost blade, it was rendered obsolete once I acquired the petrifying dagger. Here, this is for you. Jiang Chun produced the frost blade and offered it to Xinling. The little girl's face lit up with joy upon seeing it. Previously, Jiang Chun had traded her a purple quality longbow, but it did not particularly please her. She had a penchant for melee weapons. Over the past few days, while accompanying Jiang Chun through dungeons, she had often glimpsed the sleek frost blade, which had captivated her greatly. She never expected Jiang Chun would truly gift it to her. However, you are distributing 2 purple quality weapons between us. What will you do? Despite her affection for it, Xinling returned the frost blade. Me? Jiang Chun did not accept the frost blade, but rather replied nonchalantly, I can manage with whatever. With that, he drew forth the petrifying dagger and the undead staff. The golden radiance emanating from the 2 weapons was unmistakable. Golden weapons, 2 of them. Xinling's rosy lips parted in astonishment. She glanced at the frost blade in her hand, then at Jiang Chen's 2 golden weapons. Perhaps her earlier remark had been superfluous. Chapter 84. The Crisis of Raccoon City. A desolate street bore witness to the arrival of 5 individuals. Jiang Chun maintained a radar scanning state, his gaze flickering slightly. Raccoon City, as a zombie-themed dungeon, ought not to be this eerily silent. Su Yuan approached him and spoke softly. Indeed, their journey had been far too smooth. They had encountered only a few scattered zombies, which they easily dispatched. This was in stark contrast to Jiang Chen's expectations. There were 2 possibilities. 1. Someone had entered this dungeon alongside us and had eliminated the zombies before us. Jiang Chen speculated quietly. However, this scenario seemed unlikely. Their pace was not slow, and if players were indeed mass slaughtering the zombies in Raccoon City, it would be impossible for the area to be so devoid of corpses. At the very least, there should be bodies strewn about. The other possibility is that these zombies have congregated in a specific location. Jiang Chun stated calmly. This latter possibility is the most plausible. Where might they have gathered? Xinling pondered thoughtfully. I wonder if you've seen the movie Resident Evil. Jiang Chun's lips curled slightly. No. Both Xinling and Su Yuan shook their heads. The snow elf appeared utterly bewildered, having no knowledge of the film Jiang Chun mentioned. In that movie, zombies tend to gather around survivors. Jiang Chun surveyed the surroundings, already expanding the radar scanning range of his legendary glasses. If what he said were true, then the zombies encircling the survivors at that moment could very well be the target of his quest, the mother of the lost little girl. This was promising news. The quest and experience grinding objectives could be accomplished simultaneously. Yet, it also represented a dire challenge, as it implied that all the zombies within the dungeon were currently amassed together, presenting an unprecedented level of difficulty. But does it truly matter? Jiang Chen's countenance remained tranquil as he expanded the scanning range while tossing lotus seeds into his mouth. This method of broadening the search area was immensely taxing on his mental faculties, yet he had no alternative. Time was of the essence. Consuming more mental energy was preferable to methodically searching every nook and cranny. The vast expanse of Raccoon City would consume considerable time, even with the bridal carriage. At last, a glimmer of hope sparked in Jiang Chen's eyes. On the radar map before him, a multitude of small red dots congregated around a towering edifice. with several larger red dots among them. Minor monsters and elite creatures were all amassed in this location. Additionally, there were intriguing blue light points, marks left by players, though they were now encircled by foes. Let us proceed. Jiang Chun instructed the ghost bride to summon the bridal carriage. The gathering of monsters lay some distance away. The bridal carriage moved swiftly, its spectral steed whinnying as it surged forth like the wind. At this moment, a voice echoed amidst the throng of zombies. "Captain, there are too many of them. We can barely hold on." A 4-member squad struggled to endure the relentless onslaught, with a young man wielding a shield at the forefront, bearing the brunt of the assault. His iron shield was already marred by numerous dents. Behind him stood a middle-aged man, shotgun in hand, smoke billowing from the barrel, yet he too could not stem the tide of the undead. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching scream pierced the chaos. It was their third comrade, a young woman wielding a large blade. However, due to her insufficient attributes, a zombie had breached their defenses and bitten her arm. In an instant, the potent toxins coursed through her veins, her eyes dimming as blood oozed forth. "Shao Dai, what has happened?" the shield-bearing man called out, alarmed at her condition. In the next moment, this former ally lunged at him, sinking her teeth into her erstwhile companion. The defense of the shield-bearer crumbled, and the squad was left vulnerable, akin to lambs amidst a ravenous wolf pack. In the blink of an eye, the middle-aged man was also overwhelmed by the horde of zombies. Only the captain at the rear continued to fight valiantly. She was adorned in an immaculate white dress, her beauty striking. Grasping a vibrant green staff, every incantation summoned tendrils that not only ensnared the zombies, but also pierced their skulls with lethal precision. Her offensive capabilities were formidable, capable of delivering fatal blows to the undead. However, the sheer volume of adversaries was overwhelming. As she bore witness to the demise of her 3 comrades, she bit her lip, sorrow reflecting in her eyes. She had overestimated her team's strength, leading them into dire peril. Gazing at the relentless tide of zombies, a resolute determination flickered in her gaze. Countless vines surged around her, coalescing into a colossal mass. Moments later, a piercing cry rang out. The bridal carriage came to a halt, and Jiang Chun stepped forth, casting a keen eye upon the inky swarm of zombies. The sheer number was astonishing, leaving Jiang Chun momentarily speechless. "You two, stay in the back and provide support. For now, take this frost gem. Once the blizzard staff runs out of energy, we must swiftly replenish it and curb the movement speed of these zombies." With a slight motion of his hand, Jiang Chun passed the frost gem to the snow sprite. "Yes, master," the snow sprite replied solemnly. Jiang Chun nodded, casting a glance at Shun Ling beside him, and chuckled softly. "So how do you feel? If you're scared, you can remain in the back. I recall you possess a purple-quality longbow." Though Shun Ling's small hands trembled slightly, she mustered her courage and retorted, "I am not afraid. I want to deal damage, and I refuse to hide in the back." "Very well, but let me be clear. The number of zombies is overwhelming. If you find yourself in danger, I may not be able to come to your aid," Jiang Chun warned in a low voice. "I will act according to my capabilities," Shun Ling replied after taking a deep breath. Hearing this, Jiang Chun chose not to say more. Instead, he flipped his palm once again, revealing a gem flickering with flames. After imbuing the petrified dagger with fire attributes, he dashed forth like a cheetah. The zombies, sensing the scent of flesh, surged forward like a pack of wild dogs. With a swift motion, a sharp flying sword plunged into the horde of zombies, signaling the commencement of battle. Jiang Chun leaped into the fray, wielding the petrified dagger as if it were a darting butterfly. Each strike rendered several zombies immobile, their bodies igniting with an unnameable fire, which subsequently engulfed the surrounding zombies in a massive blaze. Petrification was the unique ability of the petrified dagger. Upon mere contact, the victim would succumb to its paralyzing poison, with the effectiveness determined by the creature's defensive attributes. Given that these zombies were low-level minions, ranging from levels 5 to 7, the effect took hold almost instantaneously. The immobilized zombies were soon trampled by their advancing comrades, resulting in a chaotic cascade of destruction, followed by a conflagration of flames that was tremendously lethal. Meanwhile, the diligent snow sprite channeled the blizzard staff to its utmost potential, conjuring a frost-laden area that enveloped nearly 100 meters, rendering the zombies as sluggish as snails. In such a state, even Shun Ling could easily dispatch the zombies, especially with Su Yuan's flying sword assisting her in the fray, allowing her to manage the situation with relative ease. Seizing a moment of respite, She glanced towards Jiang Chen's position, thinking to herself that she had already slain over 20 zombies, and her pace should not be lagging far behind his. However, when she looked up, she found that Jiang Chen's figure was nowhere to be seen. Chapter 85, The Soul Returns. Go on, teddy bear. At this moment, Jiang Chen was in a frenzy, immersed within the zombie horde. He raised his hand and tossed a large red teddy bear. In the instant the small toy was hurled, it rapidly expanded to dozens of times its size, transforming into a gigantic bear standing 5 or 6 meters tall, exuding an aura of ferocity. This teddy bear inherited 70% of Jiang Chen's attributes, and upon entering the swarm of zombies, it trampled several underfoot, swatting down others with its massive paw. Behind her, Xunling slightly parted her lips, her ears filled solely with the incessant chime of experience notifications. Your teammate has slain a zombie. You have gained 50 experience points. Your teammate has slain a zombie. You have gained 70 experience points. What astonishing efficiency in monster farming. This individual must be a demon. Xunling was profoundly shocked. Could it be that she was outperformed by a mere summoned creature? A vast horde of zombies was drawn to Jiang Chen, surging forth like a swarm of bees, revealing a massive, battered green orb in an open space. As if sensing the commotion around, the green orb gradually unfurled, revealing a lovely face still tinged with trepidation. She gazed in bewilderment at the zombies that had abandoned her, her expression fraught with confusion. What could they possibly be doing? Following the direction in which the zombies rushed, her pupils jolted as she beheld a colossal red bear in the midst of the horde. Its claws raised in ferocious roars that shook the very heavens, each swipe sending flesh and blood flying. Could this also be a creature within the dungeon? But why were they turning upon one another? No, something caught the white-dressed girl's attention again as she noticed a figure leap onto the giant bear's shoulder. A necromancer's staff. Jiang Chen, perched atop the bear, spoke softly, revealing a black gemstone in the palm of his hand, which he affixed to the staff. In the next moment, he began to chant quietly, as if invoking a symphony from the depths of hell, his voice low and gravelly. As he chanted, a wave of black mist arose from the zombies that had been crushed into pulp by the bear. This was the power of the necromantic gemstone. Behind Jiang Chen, more undead zombies rose, akin to a mighty lion's legion, engaging in fierce combat with the remaining zombies. A surge of intense flames instantaneously engulfed the zombies near the white-dressed girl, reducing them to mere blackened specters obedient to Jiang Chen's command, charging toward their former brethren. The girl was deeply moved by the astonishing spectacle before her, even casting aside the sorrow of her teammates' tragic fates. Her mind was consumed by endless questions. Who was this person? Why was he so overwhelmingly powerful? As a player ranked 7th in Zone 10, she had assembled a team consisting of players within the top 30 of the leaderboard. She had assumed this minor creature, with levels spanning 5 to 7, would be easily dispatched, yet they found themselves in dire straits. Surrounded by these zombies, no matter how formidable their strength, they were destined to be overwhelmed. If her powerful team was ensnared, how was this individual single-handedly battling through the horde? His strength was undoubtedly that of the top player from a certain fusion zone. However, she had familiarized herself with all the top players from the fusion zones and had never heard of such a formidable figure, nor of the methods and weapons Jiang Chen employed. She was utterly unacquainted with them. Your level has risen to 16. The slaughter in the arena continued unabated, and Jiang Chen's excessive carnage caught the attention of the dungeon itself. Suddenly, the ground trembled ominously, and from beneath the towering structures, several colossal figures emerged, their sharp metallic weapons scraping against the ground, producing a deafening cacophony. When these titanic forms came into view, the onlookers' gazes sharpened in alarm. These giants were imposing, each wielding a massive axe, their bodies grotesquely composed of flesh and blood, emanating a foul stench. Their approach was menacing. What sent chills down their spines was the fact that these giants bore a staggering level of 18. In typical dungeons, the disparity in levels between elite monsters and ordinary foes rarely exceeded 3 to 5 levels. Yet, the gap between these elite beings and the common zombies was akin to traversing an entire galaxy. Jiang Chen now? In this critical moment, Su Yuan deftly maneuvered her flying sword, dispatching the frost gem that Jiang Chen had previously handed to the snow spirit. The zombies' attention had shifted away from them, focusing instead on Jiang Chen, who was in dire need of assistance. Jiang Chen caught the frost gem and, observing the 5 advancing axe-wielding giants, slightly adjusted his legendary glasses. Target, Axe Giant. Category, Zombie type. Level, 18. Attack, Defense, Mentality. Description, the Axe Giant from Biohazard, possessing immense strength and devastating lethality. It is advised to be at least level 20 to challenge, and facing 5 simultaneously, a minimum level of 23 is recommended. As the scan concluded, the familiar alert from the legendary glasses sounded in his ears. Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow at the suggestion of level 23 for a challenge. I care not for your recommendations. With a commanding shout, Frost. A vast expanse of ice began to manifest beneath the giants. Even with the power of the Frost Gem, it was insufficient to instantly immobilize the Axe Giants. The sound of cracking ice echoed ominously, yet the giants' steps became noticeably heavier. For the frost clung to their feet like a relentless parasite, rendering them immobile. Jiang Chun cracked his neck. The suggested level of 23 was merely a baseline for those who adhered to conventional wisdom. He was not like others. He had advantages. Clutching 4 gems, he pondered. How could he possibly lose? He raised his hand, and a pitch-black shotgun materialized within his grasp. He was unsure of its origin, having just found it amidst the corpses of zombies, but its lethality far surpassed that of a mere handgun. Coupled with the fiery essence of the flame gem he had infused it with, he was ready. Bang! A shot erupted, the gunpowder igniting in a magnificent display, akin to a dazzling firework, as it surged directly into the Axe Giant's skull. The inferno swiftly engulfed his entire being. In the fleeting moment before life faded away, the Axe Giant let out a deafening roar, forcefully hurling his colossal axe. Jiang Chen's eyelids fluttered as he leapt down from the shoulder of the teddy bear. The axe's cross-section decisively severed the teddy bear's head from its body, causing it to crash heavily to the ground. The onlookers were struck with astonishment, particularly the girl in the white dress, her expression shifting dramatically. Was even such a formidable being destined to fail? She had witnessed the giant bear's magnificent prowess amidst the horde of zombies, and she believed that Jiang Chen's ability to navigate through the undead was largely attributed to this colossal bear. Now, with the giant bear's demise, how could Jiang Chen possibly survive? Gazing at the fallen head of the bear, Jiang Chun remained composed, even breaking into a cold smile. Did they think the bear was truly dead? Let us not forget, the giant bear was a creature of the undead. The black gem re-emerged, and Jiang Chen began to chant softly, "Return to the soul, come forth." The fallen giant bear was enveloped in the dark power of the necromantic gem, and soon, its severed head rejoined its body. The teddy bear slowly rose, effortlessly grasping the axe thrown by the giant, and let out a thunderous roar. Chapter 86. Conquering Raccoon City. Thud, thud, thud. The teddy bear, wielding the massive axe, charged forward towards the remaining 4 axe giants. At that moment, Jiang Chen's gaze settled upon the deceased Axe Giant, and after a moment's contemplation, he activated the necromantic gem. Following this, a colossal shadow detached itself from the Axe Giant's corpse, slowly rising to its feet. It glanced vacantly at the giant axe in the teddy bear's grasp, then at its own empty hands. "Act," Jiang Chen commanded calmly. As his voice resonated, the freshly transformed undead giant joined the fray. 2 against 4, the advantage was mine. Jiang Chun observed impassively. Whenever the 2 undead appeared on the brink of collapse, he would judiciously employ the power of the necromantic gem to restore their forms. The opposing axe giants, however, were not afforded such mercy. As the battle progressed, the remaining 4 axe giants fell victim to the giant bear's massive axe, transforming into souls. Thus, Jiang Chen stood with 5 axe giants at his back. Together with the giant bear, 6 towering figures of the undead trampled relentlessly upon the zombies below. Your level has risen to 17. Your level has risen to 18. You have slain an excessive number of zombies, summoning the final devourer. As Jiang Chun ascended to level 18, an alert sounded simultaneously. It has appeared. All players present felt the tremors beneath their feet. From a nearby high-rise, a colossal, blood-red, 4-clawed creature emerged, its long tail adorned with a scorpion-like barb. It was descending from the building, its blood-red gaze fixated on Jiang Chun, seemingly assessing the disparity in strength. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen scrutinized the giant monster before him. The Licker, a formidable entity from Raccoon City. Target, Licker. Category, Zombie. Level, 20. Attack, Defense, Spirit. Description, massive in stature, heavily armored, and agile in movement, it possesses almost no weaknesses. For a novice to challenge it would be akin to courting death, of course, except for you. Upon reading this description, Jiang Chun let out a light chuckle. He then gestured with his palm, summoning 3 gemstones into view. With little time remaining before the regional dungeon would open, he could not afford to waste time on this creature. A swift resolution was imperative. Frost. Undead. Jiang Chun silently chanted, commanding a total of 6 undead to advance towards the liquor. The liquor leaped from the high building, lunging at one of the undead axe giants, instantly tearing it apart. Restoration. Jiang Chun, wielding the undead staff, uttered incantations. This golden weapon possessed a singular ability to serve as a medium for the undead, providing them with durability. Unlike the toy bear, which housed a doll as its undead vessel and boasted a durability of 1,000 points, allowing Jiang Chun to restore it even after it was rendered incapacitated, these undead axe giants were temporarily generated and, in theory, had no durability. Once defeated, they would vanish. However, the undead staff's unique ability, as a medium, not only granted them 99 points of temporary durability, but also served as a space to contain them. Of course, there was a limit to this. Controlling 5 axe giants simultaneously was already pushing the boundaries of his capacity. But at this moment, it was more than sufficient to deal with the liquor. As the fierce battle ensued, the massive entities clashed violently in the arena. Jiang Chun maintained a calm demeanor, orchestrating the undead to assault the liquor while simultaneously using the frost gemstone to control its movements. Amidst this exhausting struggle, within just 3 to 5 minutes, the liquor began to falter. Yet, it continued to endure. Jiang Chun glanced at the durability of the undead axe giants wielded by the undead staff, noting that the lowest had dwindled to merely 30 points. The liquor's body, despite sustaining injuries, could heal rapidly, and with the axe giants possessing an attack attribute of 18, it was impossible to cleave it in two. Jiang Chun discerned the underlying reason for its resilience and murmured softly. The liquor's ability to withstand such an onslaught for so long was largely due to its crimson brachial muscle, which provided a continuous source of recovery. Jiang Chun exhaled a breath of frustration. He had no intention of joining the fray personally. The brutal scene of these colossal beings clashing was exceedingly savage. Even with his commendable defensive attributes, being trampled would be far from pleasant. Thus, his gaze flickered as an idea struck him. He turned his palm, revealing several packets of exquisite poison powder. This was one of his ace cards, the art of poison crafting. These toxic powders, composed of bone meal, possessed the ability to corrode flesh, making them particularly effective against the muscle capabilities of the devourers. Yuan, he called out, and Su Yuan, understanding immediately, maneuvered her flying sword to his side. Jiang Chun affixed the toxic powders to the sword's edge, and then the Yanwei sword soared forth with a whoosh. The powders rained down upon the chaotic melee of the devourers, and in an instant, their muscles began to decay. Despite their unique ability to regenerate, they could not withstand the overwhelming dosage of Jiang Chun's toxins. With just a few packets, even a deity would find it difficult to intervene. Ultimately, with a resounding crash, the devourer collapsed to the ground. You have slain the devourer and obtained its heart. You have acquired a special item, capsule. You have received 59 train coins. You have obtained the blueprint for the blood-red pendant, gold. You have gained 600 experience points. With a series of notifications confirming the successful completion of the quest, Jiang Chun let out a sigh of relief. He twirled his necromancer's staff, releasing 2 axe giants whose durability had dwindled to single digits, and then summoned the devourer's spirit, binding it within the staff. However, the ordeal was not yet entirely over. For he still bore a curse. He needed to ascend the high rise to locate the little girl's mother. Just as he prepared to ascend, a figure in a white dress appeared before him. Jiang Chun paused, scrutinizing the woman. Could she be the little girl's mother? She appeared quite youthful. You are the mother of that little girl, are you not? Jiang Chun inquired. Mother? The woman in the white dress looked somewhat bewildered, unable to comprehend Jiang Chun's words. This should be the token, Jiang Chun mused, producing a crimson teddy bear. The little girl had not specified what to do upon finding her mother, but Jiang Chun presumed this bear would suffice to conclude the task. The woman tilted her head at Jiang Chun and spoke softly. I do not fully understand your meaning, but I must thank you for saving me. Several of my companions have perished. As Jiang Chun processed her words, understanding dawned on him. Why are you rambling? I thought you were someone else, he retorted, exasperated, as he brushed past her towards the high-rise. Wait. The woman anxiously blocked his path. You saved me, and I wish to repay you. Is there anything you need? I can provide it. Not necessary. Jiang Chun gently pushed her aside, but then halted, a thought striking him. I just remembered, that large green orb amidst the horde of zombies was yours, wasn't he it? That was quite intriguing. Chapter 87. The regional instance is about to commence. That was not a large green orb. It is a special ability of my staff, the woman patiently clarified. Oh, then give me that staff. Along with 200 train coins, Jiang Chun said nonchalantly. What? The woman was taken aback. What? Did you not say you wanted to repay me? Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow. Oh, very well. The girl nodded, surprisingly bestowing a gift upon him. A staff, shimmering with golden light and adorned in a verdant hue, materialized in her grasp, accompanied by 200 gleaming train coins. Astonished, Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled. He had surmised that the staff would possess a relatively high grade, estimating it to be of purple quality at best. Yet, to his astonishment, it surpassed his expectations, revealing itself as a golden quality weapon. Moreover, the girl displayed remarkable generosity, truly parting with such a precious item, along with the 200 train coins. He had merely spoken in jest, having desired far too much. But he had anticipated her boldness. A golden weapon and 200 train coins held a value akin to the rewards bestowed upon completion of this dungeon. Well then, that settled things. Such generosity and wealth explained why some would willingly accompany her into such challenging dungeons. It made Jiang Chen contemplate adding her as a friend. By the way, who are you? The girl inquired hurriedly as Jiang Chun turned to leave. Jiang Chen paused, taken aback. Wait, you genuinely wish to add me as a friend? He sighed, conceding, fine, for the sake of the golden weapon, I shall accept. My name is Chen Zhou. His voice, calm and composed, resonated from a distance. The girl repeated Chen Zhou softly, then suddenly froze. Isn't he the top player from the Novice Zone 18? Wasn't he said to be the weakest among the top players? How can he possess such strength? Judging by his earlier performance, he could easily dominate the top players from the fusion zone. She recalled that there were players from a certain zone offering a bounty for Jiang Chun, and she felt a wave of sympathy for them. High above, Jiang Chen swiftly located the survivors. After submitting the task, the curse dissipated, and they exited the dungeon. Back on the train, Jiang Chun glanced at the time. It was not long until the regional dungeon would commence. As he pondered, a sudden announcement echoed through the air. Game announcement. This novice zone will soon open a special regional dungeon. All players above level 10 are invited to participate. The upcoming regional dungeon is Black Death City. Players meeting the criteria should prepare accordingly. Black Death City? Jiang Chen queried, casting a glance at the shadowy figure beside him, who stood in the cockpit, clearly intrigued by the regional dungeon. However, the moment he heard Black Death City, his expression shifted drastically. What's wrong? Jiang Chen, having noticed the change in his demeanor, couldn't he help but ask. Kid, it's best if you avoid entering this dungeon. The shadowy figure swallowed hard, tension radiating from him. Jiang Chun was astonished. According to the figure's own boasts, he was supposed to be a top-tier expert at the terminus. Yet here he was, visibly anxious about a mere dungeon. Do you remember how I came aboard your train? The figure inquired gravely. Of course, didn't your train meet with an accident? And you had no choice but to hitch a ride with me? Jiang Chun replied without hesitation. Then do you know what dungeon caused my train to have that accident? The figure pressed further. Could it be Black Death City? Jiang Chun furrowed his brow. No, the Black Death City is a regional dungeon. I cannot enter when it is closed, Shadow replied, shaking his head. Jiang Chun gazed at him in silence, his expression seemingly asking, then what are you suggesting? The dungeon I ventured into is known as Black Death Village, which, to be precise, has a certain connection to this Black Death City. You are aware of the villages nestled within cities, aren't you? A quaint hamlet, merely an inconspicuous corner within the urban sprawl. That is where I found myself. However, as soon as I disembarked from the station and had yet to grasp the situation, a calamity struck, and the train was obliterated by some entity. Subsequently, I spent 3 harrowing days in the village, narrowly escaping death before I finally managed to flee. Recounting these events, Shadow's expression betrayed a lingering trepidation. Upon hearing his words, Jiang Chen's demeanor grew increasingly grave. If what you say is true, does that mean we will meet our demise upon entering this regional dungeon? He was not jesting. After all, Shadow possessed formidable strength. Similar to the Bride of Ghosts, Jiang Chun employed the legendary glasses, but still could not discern Shadow's level, perhaps obscured by some peculiar artifacts. Nevertheless, this did not diminish Shadow's stature in Jiang Chen's eyes. He was a man capable of withstanding a blow from the Bride of Ghosts. If even he appeared so beleaguered in the face of this dungeon, What hope could novices like them possibly have? Not to mention, Shadow had merely ventured into Black Death Village, and he had already been reduced to a state of utter disarray. Of course, it won't be so exaggerated. Your regional dungeon is situated in the novice area, naturally differing from the growth zone. In terms of danger, it may not be as severe as the Black Death Village I encountered, but that is relative to my experience. For you, Black Death City will undoubtedly present a hellish level of difficulty. It is entirely possible that you novice players may face complete annihilation. Shadow lamented. Is it truly that dire? Jiang Chen's expression shifted with concern. Indeed, it can only escalate from here, Shadow sighed. At the same time, before a magnificent edifice, vast networks of tracks converged. And at the unified terminus of these tracks stood a grand plaque inscribed with 3 weathered characters. Terminal Station. The terminal station was not merely a transit point. It resembled a small city, with its rising and falling structures proclaiming the splendor of the place. At the pinnacle of a luxurious hotel, 12 individuals convened for a roundtable discussion. At the center was a girl with hair as white as snow, holding a fantastical blue staff. Her eyes tightly shut and her delicate brows furrowed. Before her, 2 ethereal fish danced, weaving a nebulous sphere of light. The remaining 11 members awaited anxiously. Suddenly, the fish opened their beautiful eyes, and the azure brilliance concealed within flickered momentarily, leaving only fear in its wake. What news? Which regional dungeon has been activated? A rugged man inquired urgently. Take a sip of water, a composed woman approached, offering the girl a glass of warm water. After she drank, the fear in her eyes calmed somewhat, and she slowly articulated, the activated dungeon is Black Death City. Black Death City. A cacophony of astonished voices erupted simultaneously. Damn it, how could the Black Death City appear within the novice zone when it's shrouded in the black mist? A man exclaimed, unable to contain his surprise. Scorpio, you have experience with the Black Death City. Enlighten us, he urged, glancing at a flamboyantly dressed young man beside Pisces. Experience. The man known as Scorpio chuckled wryly. What experience can I claim? I led 100 brothers on an expedition, and I was the sole survivor. If it weren't for Pisces' guidance, I might have met my end there as well. Thus, the pivotal question arose. Should they venture into this dungeon or abandon it? Time was still on their side. Of course, we must enter, a poised and cultured woman interjected, addressing the remaining 11. We have invested so much manpower and resources. How could we simply forsake it because it is the Black Death City? This area has transformed into a dungeon for the first time in history, and I am increasingly curious about the rewards that await within. Very well. The rugged man nodded. Since we have made our decision, let us prepare. With that, the 12 began to ready themselves to depart. During their deliberation, the white-haired girl known as Pisces appeared unwell, as if struggling against some unseen force. The moment she stood, her complexion abruptly paled, and she spat forth a mouthful of crimson blood. Pisces. The girl who had offered her warm water rushed to support her. Pisces, did you see something? How could merely peering into a dungeon cause such harm? Scorpio inquired, his brow furrowing in concern. Young Pisces seemed poised to utter a response. Yet only a single syllable escaped her lips before she collapsed into unconsciousness. Chapter 88. Preparations of the 3 major guilds. Taurus. What on earth is happening? Why did Pisces suddenly spit blood? Outside the roundtable conference room, the senior members of the 12 Zodiac Guild buzzed with anxiety as they hastened to surround Taurus upon her exit. Taurus, the gentle and composed woman who had been looking after Pisces, wore a grave expression as she spoke in a low voice. Pisces has fallen victim to the curse of Blackwater City. A curse. The mention of such a word sent ripples of unease through the gathered leaders of the 12 Zodiac Guild. What nonsense. Blackwater City lies deep within the black mist, and she merely used her ability to glimpse it. How could she be cursed? Scorpio murmured quietly. What did Zhang mean before she fainted? The rugged man, Lion, asked in a hushed tone. I suspect she was referring to the nickname of a player, who may be the key to unraveling this dungeon. The elegant and intelligent woman with the alluring figure remarked, adjusting her gold-rimmed glasses with a subtle motion. That is plausible. The others nodded in agreement. In light of this, time was of the essence. They each set out to identify players with the character Jiang in their usernames. If any had been courted by other guilds, they would go to any lengths to secure their allegiance. The previously silent leader spoke up, clad in a silver garment adorned with exquisite patterns, reflecting radiant light under the glow. The most captivating object remained a delicate, exquisitely crafted bottle, its subtle crimson glow dancing along its surface, signifying its esteemed quality. "There's no need for such intricacies," interjected the erudite woman, her crimson lips curving into a slight smile. The Aquarius glanced at her, his gaze shifting. "Oh? Have you perhaps already made your selection, Capricorn?" "Indeed," Capricorn replied with a faint smile. "I have been in contact with the top player from Zone 2, known by the moniker Jiang Yun." Jiang Yun? The crowd paused, hesitating as they regarded her. Could it be that her level has reached 24, making her the highest-ranked player among this batch of novices? Additionally, she possesses 2 golden pieces of equipment and a wind energy gem. "I believe the Jiang mentioned by Pisces must refer to her, and her alone," Capricorn murmured softly. "However, it seems that Zone 2 has yet to agree to assist us." Scorpio yawned, interjecting with a touch of boredom. Capricorn shot him a charming glare. "Yes, it appears Jiang Yun has rather grand aspirations. She not only wishes to join our 12 Zodiac Palace, but also aims to become the 13th authority within our guild." At this revelation, a hush fell over the roundtable meeting room. In the 12 Zodiac Palace, the authorities can only ever be 12. This is an immutable fact, Lion's voice resonated, imbued with an air of certainty. "I concur with Lion's assertion," a warm male voice chimed in. All eyes turned to the sunny youth. "Since Aries has voiced his support for the old lion, perhaps you could propose a solution," Aquarius remarked coolly. "What a way to pass the buck," Aries mused, scratching his head in distress before breaking into a radiant smile. "Actually, it's quite simple. Since we cannot provide her with the 13th seat, let us allow her to join one of the 12 instead." This suggestion stirred a noticeable shift in the expressions of the others. Aquarius remained impassive, weighing his options, and finally aligned with Capricorn. "Inform her that she may challenge any one of us at her choosing. The challenger will be matched to her level attributes. Should she prevail, she may then become the decision-maker of the 12 Zodiac Palace." Capricorn nodded with a smile. "I believe she will find this resolution satisfactory. Now, the remaining task falls to you, Taurus, to allocate 100,000 train gold coins for the purchase of an instant fusion card. Otherwise, Jiang Yun may not make it in time for the regional dungeon. The instant fusion card is swifter than a standard regional fusion card, yet it comes at a price that is more than double." "Very well." Taurus, the custodian of the 12 Zodiac Palace's finances, nodded, although her expression remained clouded with concern for Pisces' situation. At the final destination, another opulent building, the 7 gathered. "For this regional dungeon, our 8 Fiends Hall has expended considerable resources. Gentlemen, do any of you have something to express?" The leader, a man with a somewhat fearsome visage, spoke calmly. "Without Brother Qinglong, and considering our current strength, we may not stand a chance against the 12 Zodiac Palace and the July Society. It might be prudent to withdraw now to mitigate our losses." Beside him, a cautious young man remarked, "Nonsense. Chaos, you timid fellow, don't drag us into this. How can we allow the 12 Zodiac and the July Society to seize the rewards from this regional dungeon unchallenged?" A strikingly beautiful woman interjected, visibly displeased. "Don't be anxious, Baihu. Isn't it true that with the disappearance of Qinglong, our influence in the 8 Fiends Palace has waned?" An elegant woman clad in a purple qipao consoled with a smile. "Precisely. This is why we must focus on seizing the rewards from this regional dungeon. Should anything unfortunate befall Qinglong, these rewards could restore our former glory." Tao Tai spoke in a deep voice. "So, how much preparation have you made for this endeavor?" A languid voice questioned. Zhu Ke, dressed in a fiery red gown, observed the quarrelsome group with keen interest, posing the critical question. Tao Tai was momentarily rendered speechless, feeling a bit embarrassed. "I also wished to recruit some manpower, but alas, when I reached out to those novices across regions, they claimed that our 8 Fiends Palace sounds like a rather unsavory place, especially with my current predicament." "Humph. Who insisted on naming it the 8 Fiends Palace when I suggested otherwise?" The woman in the purple qipao retorted with a cold smirk. "Enough, Zhu Ke. You must have some contingency plans, right?" A burly man interrupted their bickering, directing his gaze toward the languid figure resting on the sofa. "Indeed. I do have a backup plan. I have invested in Qinzhou," Zhu Ke replied with a slight smile. "Qinzhou? Which one?" Tao Tai asked, perplexed. "The top player from the novice area number 18? The woman in the purple qipao pondered for a moment before connecting the dots. "Exactly. Sister Qiongqi possesses keen insight." Aligning with my thoughts, Zhu Ke remarked, her delicate hand propping up her chin as she chuckled lightly. Qiongqi remained silent, having thought differently. She had merely heard of Qinzhou's name. "Are you joking?" They are advancing in the top novice areas while you're focusing on the very last one. A hot-tempered man could no longer contain himself. At the very least, it saves a regional fusion card, does it not? Zhuke replied nonchalantly. July Society. 7 young women gathered here, one of whom stood out with exceptional beauty, even among this group of striking individuals. Had Jiang Chen been present, he would have recognized this familiar face. Ning Feiyue. Chapter 89. Someone is bidding for your life. Thus, the matter regarding the regional dungeon was settled. The meeting was adjourned. The woman at the forefront spoke lightly, casting a glance at the other 6 women. Understood. The group began to disperse when a voice called out to Ning Feiyue. Xiaoye. Wait a moment. Ning Feiyue paused briefly, then returned to stand before the woman. The other day, I instructed you to fuse only with novice area number 1. Why did you also integrate novice area number 5? Hong Yue scrutinized Ning Feiyue, her eyes carrying a hint of inquiry. Ning Feiyue opened her mouth to respond, but found herself at a loss for words. You may not say it, but I understand. You wish to assist that individual named Chen Zhou, do you not? The breath of Hong Yue has grown noticeably heavy, seemingly suppressing her anger. Indeed. I fail to comprehend your fixation on him. He has done nothing to me, and he is merely a doppelganger of mine. Ning Feiyue's voice bore a hint of impatience. You two were together, and you claim nothing transpired? Even if it was merely a projection, that is unacceptable. Hong Yue's tone suddenly turned severe. Have you forgotten the promise you made to me? You belong solely to me. Ning Feiyue was taken aback. Her delicate face momentarily clouded with displeasure. You have been monitoring me with the Hong Yue water mirror? I did it for your own good, Hong Yue replied. Her brows furrowed as she turned her head away. Ning Feiyue's gaze grew considerably colder. Very well. I shall inform you that I dispatched individuals from Zone 5 to assist him. What can you do about it? We share a connection, but as I have stated before, I can end it at any time. Ning Feiyue's voice was frigid. As of now, our relationship is over. With that, she turned and departed without looking back. Hong Yue appeared momentarily lost in thought as she watched Ning Feiyue's retreating figure, her heart aching subtly. Is it for that individual named Jiang Chen? How long have you known each other? I was here first. Why? No, you are mine. As long as he is eliminated. As long as he does not reach the final destination, you shall return to my embrace. You are mine, and no one can take you from me. In the Novice Area 18, player Capricorn uses an instant area fusion card. This Novice Area will immediately merge with Novice Area 2. Player Hong Yue uses an instant area fusion card. This Novice Area will immediately merge with Novice Area 3. The area dungeon has been activated. Special tracks will appear before all qualifying players. Please prepare yourself. As the notification echoed in his ears, Jiang Chen's expression remained composed. Clearly, he had no intention of relinquishing his entry into the area dungeon. With the emergence of the special tracks, the death train embarked on its journey. Surrounded by a swirling black mist unlike the usual white fog of dungeons, evoking a sense of unease. The shadowy mist brushed against the windows, and observing the spreading darkness. Jiang Chen's demeanor grew grave. What is the matter with this black mist? Jiang Chen inquired curiously. I have encountered this black mist before, the shadow replied, shaking his head. Outside the final station, there gathers a mist identical to this one, within regions that even seasoned players dare not explore. Yet how could this black mist manifest here? Upon hearing the shadow's words, Jiang Chen fell silent. Perhaps it is merely a coincidence. Furthermore, we are now on a special track, and it is too late to turn back. Jiang Chen remarked with a smile. That is true. The shadow's expression returned to its previous calm. Perhaps he was overthinking it. The area dungeon imposes strict limitations. While I may have infiltrated your train to enter, once we reach the dungeon, all will rely solely on you. Even if I wished to intervene, I would be restrained by the rules of this game world. In the end, the shadow cautioned. Understood, Jiang Chen nodded. As the fleeting moments of their conversation came to a close, the train finally arrived at its destination. Surrounding them were no fewer than 100 other trains, from which players disembarked. Jiang Chen cast a glance around, feeling a twinge of sentiment. Since entering this gaming realm, it was his first encounter with so many living beings standing before him. Jiang Chen. Suddenly, a cheerful voice rang out from a distance. It was Feng Du and Bai Ning. The spirited Bai Ning bounded toward them, her gaze ultimately settling on Shenling. You really teamed up with the esteemed Jiang Chen. How fortunate. Bai Ning did not hide her hostility, recalling how this little girl had previously competed with her for sightseeing vouchers. Humph, Jiang Chen favors me. Naturally, he chose to team up with me. What can you do about it? Shenling retorted defiantly. Watching the playful banter between the two girls, Jiang Chun and Feng Du exchanged glances, somewhat exasperated. So, are you both planning to enter the regional dungeon? Jiang Chun casually inquired. Yes. Although I know with our current strength we cannot delve deep into the dungeon nor claim the final rewards, I still wish to broaden my horizons. Even if it's just defeating a few minor monsters for some experience, that would suffice. Feng Du nodded in agreement. Jiang Chun's gaze shifted thoughtfully, and he remarked, in that case, it would be wise for you to stay with Su Yuan and the others for support, exploring the outskirts of the dungeon. Aren't they accompanying you? Feng Du asked, her expression one of surprise. No, Jiang Chun replied with a shake of his head. Not long ago, he had indeed considered it, but ultimately dismissed the notion. With so many players entering the regional dungeon, it was certain that numerous top-tier individuals would be vying for the ultimate rewards. Among this group, Su Yuan and her companions were relatively strong, ranking in the upper-middle tier, yet they still fell short of the top players. Thus, it was more prudent for them to remain on the periphery. Is it convenient for you, big sister? Su Yuan gently inquired of Feng Du. Of course. It is quite convenient. Your current strength surpasses ours. We would welcome your presence. Feng Du replied with a smile. She was right. Both Su Yuan and Shun Ling had joined Jiang Chun in the Raccoon City dungeon, reaping substantial experience. The two girls were only a level behind Jiang Chun, both having reached level 17, while Feng Du and her companion stood at level 15. Outside the city of Black Death, a throng of players congregated at the city gates. What is happening? Didn't they say the regional dungeon was open? Why are we still waiting outside? Someone shouted in frustration. Jiang Chun approached the crowd, his gaze falling upon the city gates, which were indeed tightly shut. What is going on? He pondered aloud. I've heard that there's a waiting period before entering the regional dungeon. This must be one of those situations, Feng Du whispered. A waiting period? Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow slightly. At that moment, numerous eyes turned toward him, drawn by the allure of the beautiful women surrounding him. It was difficult to remain inconspicuous. Among the gazes were those filled with admiration, surprise, envy, and even a few with malice. Are you Chenzhou? Suddenly, a man approached, flanked by several individuals, and stood before Jiang Chun. Who are you? Jiang Chun inquired with indifference, as he did not recognize the man. I am Wu Xing. Someone has placed a bounty on your life, and they are quite willing to spend. The man's lips curled into a slight smirk, and as his words fell, those surrounding him encircled Jiang Chun and his companions. Jiang Chun, Wu Xing is the top player of Zone 7, with a level of at least 20. He was integrated into the July Society, Feng Du whispered in warning. The July Society? Jiang Chun's gaze flickered. He recalled that not long ago, Shenling had informed him that the Red Moon of the July Society had issued a warrant for his arrest. Yet, he had never provoked this guild. Get lost, Jiang Chun coldly uttered, the word escaping his lips like ice. The attention of many players was already drawn to Jiang Chun, and with the ensuing confrontation, a crowd gathered to witness the spectacle. Many recognized Wu Xing, who had garnered considerable fame after the regional integration, especially with his title as the top player of Zone 7. Likewise, the name Chenzhou was familiar as the top player of Zone 18. The convergence of these two formidable figures suggested that sparks would fly even before the regional dungeon had commenced. Upon hearing Jiang Chun's dismissive word, Wu Xing's expression shifted, shadowed by a hint of unease. Crazy, he began, but before he could finish, he felt a fierce gust of wind rushing toward his face. Jiang Chun's cold gaze, paired with the glimmering dagger of a pale golden hue, sent a shiver down Wu Xing's spine, compelling him to retreat hastily. Yet, to his terror, he realized his speed was no match for Jiang Chun's. How is this possible? I am level 21, yet Chenzhou outpaces me. As the dagger's chilling gleam approached him, Wu Xing had no choice but to raise his arm in defense. His arms were protected by purple-quality bracers, leading him to believe that Chenzhou could not penetrate his defenses. With a swift motion, the dagger effortlessly pierced through the bracers upon contact, spraying bright blood into the air. Wu Xing winced in pain and hurled a lightning-fast object. Jiang Chun swiftly stepped back to evade the attack. The object whirled behind him, producing a sharp wind sound. Bang! In the next moment, it was struck down by a flying sword. Jiang Chun bent to retrieve it, a faint smile gracing his lips. A purple-quality concealed weapon? You certainly have some resources, but you lack the strength to kill me. To dare take such a job at this level? Their clash transpired in the blink of an eye, catching many off guard by Jiang Qin's sudden aggression. The battle unfolded swiftly, concluding even more rapidly. Not far off, Wu Xing, arms crossed, had crimson blood dripping onto the ground, his face pale. In stark contrast, Jiang Qun remained unscathed, having seized a purple quality item from his adversary. In mere moments, the disparity in strength was evident. Jiang Qin's formidable prowess had inflicted injury upon Wu Xing in their first encounter. In the rear, a group of players gathered, their attention fixated on the standoff between the two individuals. These players hailed from District 13. If Wu Xing were merely injured, he would not be facing death. The leader of the group, a young man, regarded Jiang Qun with a gaze filled with trepidation. Hey Gu, what does this mean? Wu Xing has only sustained an arm injury. How could he be on the brink of death? One player expressed his bewilderment. You'll understand soon enough. Chen Zipei replied quietly. A player from District 10, a woman with a serene demeanor, observed. Wu Xing is indeed facing death. What? Another nearby player echoed the confusion evident on the faces of those from District 13. Have you seen that dagger? I once came across its blueprint in the personal shop. It's named the Petrifying Dagger, and the blueprint alone sells for an astonishing 388 train coins. The moment Wu Xing was injured, he was already afflicted by the petrifying poison, drawing near to his demise. Now it makes sense, but wasn't he the last in the rookie district? How could he possess such strength? Making even Wu Xing from District 7 seem inadequate? Another player murmured. Ranking in the districts doesn't define everything. For instance, Chen Zipei from the rookie District 13 is not significantly weaker than Wu Xing, the composed woman remarked. By the way, Xiaoqi, you just mentioned encountering Chun Zhou in the dungeon. What level of strength does he possess? How does he compare to me? The serene woman inquired, directing her attention to a charming girl clad in a white dress. This girl was none other than the player Jiang Qun had encountered in Raccoon City. Should I speak candidly? Qi Yaoyao hesitated as she regarded the top player from her district. Of course, the composed woman replied with an air of indifference. To put it plainly, he could easily defeat you, Qi Yaoyao said timidly. The composed woman then called out, Chen Zhou, return the Tianfu dart to our Xinggu. At that moment, seeing Wu Xing wounded, several players beside him displayed expressions of anger. Jiang Qun found this amusing, responding, you come to kill me, and when you lose, you expect me to return the item? Is this merely childish play? Our Xinggu was only caught off guard by your ambush. What audacity do you possess to boast? A loyal player of Wu Xing retorted. Is that so? Then ask your Xinggu if he dares to face me again. Jiang Qun said with a playful tone. The player, however, was incredulous that their esteemed number 1 from District 7 could possibly lose to Jiang Qun, who was several districts behind them. Yet, in that fleeting moment, as he turned around, his expression shifted to one of horror. Wu Xing was now in a dire state. Half kneeling on the ground, his injured arm turned a ghastly gray. The situation was inexplicable. Wu Xing's face mirrored his distress, rigid with pain as he struggled to endure. Xinggu, what's wrong? Several players rushed to his side, their voices laced with urgency. Petrifying. Poison, Wu Xing managed to utter, his lips now pale and trembling. What? The players from District 7 were taken aback, their expressions morphing into outrage as they glared at Jiang Qun. Chen Zhou, how despicable of you. Not only did you ambush Xinggu, but you also resorted to poisoning him. Poisoning? You underestimate me, Jiang Qun, he replied, shaking his head with a nonchalant demeanor. The poison of petrification is an intrinsic feature of my weapon. If you seek to engage in discourse, direct your words towards my petrifying dagger. How infuriating. Surrender the antidote. The group exchanged glances, all of whom were top players from Zone 7. While they typically followed Wu Xing, they would not hesitate to take action when provoked. As they charged forward, Jiang Qin's gaze turned frigid. A golden green staff levitated in his palm, and in an instant, countless vines erupted from the earth. The force unleashed by Jiang Qun wielding this staff was far beyond that which Qi Yaoyao could muster, swiftly ensnaring the group and rendering them as lambs awaiting slaughter. In that fleeting moment, Jiang Qin's form shifted, his dagger moving like a specter, inflicting wounds upon each of the assailants. As the effects of the petrification toxin took hold, their bodies began to stiffen, vitality ebbing away. Qinzhou, we all intend to explore this regional dungeon. There is no need for such lethal measures before we even enter. One voice protested from the crowd. Step forward. Jiang Qin's icy glare swept over the onlookers. At his sharp command, the previous speaker fell into silence. Chapter 91. More arrogant than me? With no further objections, Jiang Chun collected himself and, along with Su Yuan and the others, sought a suitable spot to await the opening of the regional dungeon. His decisive elimination of Wu Xing and his companions was intended as a warning. After all, the novice zone that had merged with the July Society comprised more than just Zone 7. Since Wu Xing had received his assassination order, it was inevitable that other players affiliated with the July Society had been notified as well. Given the myriad dangers in the City of Black Death, he could not afford to face monsters while simultaneously dealing with hidden threats. Fortuitously, Wu Xing and his associates had crossed paths with his intentions, serving as an example to deter others and clarifying their own standings, thus alleviating potential troubles. Indeed, as Jiang Chun had anticipated, the players from Zone 3 were now conversing. Brother Qin, how is Chun Zhou so formidable? Must we truly heed the July Society's orders and confront this individual? They were the last group to be assimilated into the newly merged zone, having invested heavily, 100,000 train coins for a regional fusion card, to participate in this dungeon. The man referred to as Brother Qin wore a grim expression, casting a glance at Jiang Chun before responding coolly. This fellow possesses a petrifying dagger, which complicates matters. Let us refrain from confronting him for now and focus on obtaining the rewards from this dungeon first. According to my sources, the rewards may consist of legendary equipment. That is my true objective. Qin Tian's eyes gleamed with fervor. But didn't the July Society provide us with an advance? A player interjected. And what of it? Qin Tian replied dismissively. The others exchanged glances, puzzled, unsure from where Brother Qin had acquired such a demeanor, leaving them feeling utterly drained of the will to engage in further conversation. At that moment, another group descended from the train station, led by an exceptionally tall young woman, a pristine white long sword hanging at her waist, emanating a faint golden glow. This naturally drew a multitude of gazes. While many players in attendance donned golden equipment, few flaunted it so brazenly at their sides, particularly with the air of arrogance gracing the fair visage of this young lady, which provoked a sense of discontent among many onlookers. The woman, keenly aware of the disdainful looks directed her way, allowed a slight smirk to grace her lips. She relished the discomfort she stirred in others, who could do nothing to undermine her. Jiang Yun, accompanied by her companions, strode directly to the central position before the city gate, where players from Zone 1 were gathered. Who is this woman, boldly claiming the prime position? Surely she does not intend to usurp Lin Ye's place? Such thoughts circulated among the crowd. After all, Lin Yi was the top-ranked player in Zone 1, the strongest in attendance, and it was inconceivable that he would relinquish his position for her. Having never heard of this individual before, some speculated she might be a newly integrated player from Zone 2. Yet, even Zone 2 players should not exhibit such audacity. Who did she think she was? Before this thought could fully form, a flash of swordlight cut through the air, leaving a crimson mark across one man's neck. He clutched his throat, blood gushing forth, his eyes wide with disbelief, as if he had never anticipated such a direct assault. In the wake of this shocking turn of events, the crowd turned their attention to Jiang Yun, rendered speechless. At that moment, Jiang Yun sheathed her sword and cast a cold glance around, scoffing, "A bunch of trash. How dare you presume to judge me? Lin Yi, step aside." She approached the area occupied by the Zone 1 players, her voice cool and detached. The young man clad in black, Lin Yi, glanced up at her and, surprisingly, stepped aside, eliciting another wave of whispers. If even Lin Yi dared not provoke her, it seemed the unfortunate man had met his end justly. Indeed, who was this woman? Not far away, Jiang Chen's gaze fell upon Jiang Yun, noting her overwhelming confidence. Yet, she possessed the merit to back it up. Target, Jiang Yun. Category, Player. Level, 24. Attack, Defense, Spirit. Assessment, Dangerous. The information projected before him by the legendary glasses flickered in his vision, marking the first time he encountered a being with such distinctive attributes. And this being was a player. Intriguing. Even Lin Yi's assessment did not classify as dangerous for him, yet Jiang Yun did. Despite her impressive level of 24, a mere golden weapon could not pose such a threat to him. There must be more to her than met the eye. At that moment, as if sensing Jiang Chen's scrutiny, Jiang Yun turned her gaze slightly, locking eyes with him. In an instant, Jiang Chun felt as though she had seen right through him. Did she possess scanning equipment as well? Nevertheless, it matters not, for he possesses the legendary spectacles, which render any equipment of lesser caliber impervious to his insight. Yet, He mused that Jiang Yun must surely be the most formidable among this batch of novice players, not counting himself. How intriguing, to name oneself so audaciously. Jiang Chen chuckled and shook his head. At that moment, Jiang Yun appeared somewhat perplexed. What was the situation with this fellow? His golden scanning gear was unable to unveil his information. Moreover, the sensation just experienced was unmistakably his scanning of her. Why could her information be fully exposed? Yet she could not perceive his. Jiang Yun, known for her decisive nature, promptly approached Jiang Chen. At this juncture, many players had their gazes fixed upon Jiang Yun, as her earlier display of thunderous prowess was undeniably overwhelming. As she rose once more, astonishment spread among the onlookers. What might she be up to now? Observing her intended direction, the expressions of the players grew somewhat peculiar, for that area was occupied solely by Jiang Chen and a few companions, seated in quietude. The expressions of spectators transformed into one of intrigue, as these two had already clashed upon their arrival. Surely, entertainment awaited. Strangely, when Jiang Yun reached Jiang Chen, she did not draw her sword for a lethal strike as before, but rather scrutinized him and his companions. Clad in bridal attire, accompanied by an elf. How curious. Jiang Yun cast a glance at the ghost bride and the snow elf, muttering softly, "What a peculiar ensemble." The snow elf's pointed ears perked slightly. Her misty gray eyes turning towards Jiang Chen. "Master, what does this mean?" Startled by the term master, Jiang Yun's face momentarily froze. What dedication? Is something amiss? Jiang Chen gently ruffled the snow elf's head, turning his attention back to Jiang Yun. This woman clearly exuded a capricious disposition. Was she intent on engaging him in combat? "I ask you, why am I unable to scan your information?" Jiang Yun posed her inquiry. Jiang Chen frowned slightly. "Is that what you wish to know?" "Indeed." Jiang Yun nodded. "I shall not disclose it," Jiang Chen replied nonchalantly. He had no intention of revealing his legendary equipment. For divulging such a trump card was an act of folly he would never commit. However, Jiang Chen's demeanor served to heighten Jiang Yun's wariness. She had intended to test him. With the strength she had just displayed, anyone inferior would surely respond truthfully, or, at the very least, treat her with courtesy. Yet, his tone suggested otherwise. It was as if he were saying, "I cannot be bothered to explain. You are unworthy of the answer." Yes, that disdainful tone. Was he even more arrogant than she? Chapter 92. I decline. Jiang Yun fixed her enchanting gaze upon Jiang Chen, ultimately breaking into a smile. "You are quite impressive. Should you encounter peril in the dungeon, feel free to seek my assistance." "Seek your assistance?" Jiang Chen regarded her with bemusement. This woman truly exuded confidence. "Indeed. When you find yourself in dire straits, call upon my name, Jiang Yun, and I shall ensure your safety." Jiang Yun stated matter-of-factly. "Huh." Jiang Chen smiled lightly, seemingly unfazed, and continued to converse with the elegant figure beside him. Noticing that Jiang Chen was indifferent to her presence, Jiang Yun's beautiful eyes flickered, yet she chose to say nothing further and departed. "Sister Jiang, what did you discuss with that fellow?" inquired one of Jiang Yun's 3 female teammates upon her return. "He used scanning equipment to probe my information, likely attempting to gauge my capabilities, but my earlier tests seemed to elicit little response from him," Jiang Yun replied softly. "This individual is the only player I find inscrutable here and may prove to be a formidable adversary in the regional dungeon. Please investigate who he is." "Understood." The 3 teammates nodded in agreement. Before long, they returned, for Jiang Chen's reputation in this area was quite significant. This person is known as Chen Zhou. His real name is Jiang Chen, and he is said to be a specialist in curses within this region, one girl reported. "A specialist in curses? What does that even mean?" Jiang Yun was momentarily taken aback. "By the way, just before we arrived, this guy eliminated the top player of Zone 7 with a single blow," another girl added. "The top player of Zone 7, killed in one strike?" Jiang Yun's expression shifted slightly. Realizing her initial assumptions were indeed correct, Jiang Chen was no ordinary opponent. "Once we enter the dungeon, we should avoid provoking him," she decisively stated. "But what if he contests the final reward with us?" one of her teammates hesitantly asked. "Then it cannot be blamed on me." Jiang Yun's demeanor turned icy. Jiang Chen was undoubtedly strong, but regrettably for him, he had crossed paths with her. If there were a conflict of interests, she would have no choice but to deal with the only worthy rival present. Jiang Yun held this confidence. Just then, the distant city gates suddenly trembled and slowly opened. 2 factions of armored guards stood in formation, seemingly welcoming their entry into the city. "Let us go." Jiang Yun exclaimed, leading her teammates into the city. Other players from various regions hurriedly followed suit, yet Jiang Chun remained unhurried, gently adjusting his legendary glasses. Target, Black Death City Guard. Category, Undead. Level, 20. Attack, Defense, Mentality. Description, Loyal Guardians of Black Death City. They will unleash a massacre upon players entering the city. To evade their pursuit, one must rely on undead-related items for protection. Jiang Chen's gaze sharpened. The 20 guards of Black Death City were numerous, easily seen by the dozens flanking the entrance, with countless more within the city walls. Their purpose seemed solely to hunt down the players who dared to enter. Watching the players surge into the city like fish swimming upstream, Jiang Chun took a deep breath. As if envisioning a scene of rivers flowing with blood. Everyone, do not rush in recklessly. These guards will pursue players. Just as Jiang Chun contemplated his strategy, a voice, as clear and refreshing as a spring, rang out. He turned in surprise, astonished to find someone daring to offer a warning. The players present hailed from various novice zones. Yet they shared a common objective, rendering their relationships inherently adversarial. Surprisingly, one player even cautioned their opponent. His gaze fell upon a woman clad in a white dress. Her demeanor as frigid as her complexion, accompanied by a familiar face, the girl from Raccoon City. She, too, was looking at Jiang Chun, and upon meeting his gaze, she hurriedly nodded in greeting. Foolish. Jiang Chun frowned, uttering 2 words. Following this woman, Qi Yaoyao was likely to meet her demise in the regional dungeon. In moments like this, one ought to devise secretive strategies rather than alert the other players. Of course, possessing sufficient strength could render stealth unnecessary. For instance, at the forefront stood Jiang Yun, boldly advancing ahead of her teammates, raising a black bell with her delicate hand, producing a clear and melodious sound as she gently shook it. Thus, she passed through the defenses of the guards unscathed. The other players, witnessing this scene, expressed their dissatisfaction vocally. That woman is deceiving us. Where are the guards pursuing her? I suspect she's lagging behind, aiming to impede our entry into the dungeon. Do not heed her. Whoever enters the dungeon first will seize the best treasures. The originally well-meaning cold woman's expression shifted at these words. At that moment, Qi Yaoyao nudged her waist and whispered, Sisterin, Qinzhou is calling us over. Qinzhou? The cold woman paused, glancing at Jiang Chun and his companions not far away, seemingly waiting for something. A potential alliance? That could indeed be a formidable partnership. And you smiled subtly, gesturing for Qi Yaoyao and the others to follow her. Ah, not good. There's an ambush. There really is a pursuit. Scatter and run. At this time, Jiang Chun's gaze lingered on the city gates. He found it amusing that, despite the warning, this group remained utterly unguarded as they rushed inward. The woman who had warned them was foolish, but this crowd was even more so. Jiang Chun shook his head, sharing his thoughts with Su Yuan beside him. Su Yuan cast a glance at Anya and her group approaching, clearing her throat lightly to signal a reminder. What's wrong? Jiang Chun turned to her, only to find Anya's expression somewhat strained behind him. He fell silent for a moment before asking, What brings you here? Boss, didn't Tu just tell me to come over? Qi Yaoyao peered out, cautiously inquiring. When did I? Mid-sentence, Jiang Chun suddenly recalled the 2 words he had just uttered, swallowing the rest of his statement. You're overthinking it. I didn't summon you. Jiang Chun replied coolly. Anya slightly pressed her lips together, stating, It's fine. This dungeon is perilous even at the outset. If you deem it feasible, we can join forces. I am Anya, the top player of Zone 10. The cold woman confidently extended her hand. Jiang Chun regarded her thoughtfully. Though she was foolish, she exhibited a semblance of courtesy. I decline. In the next moment, Jiang Chun calmly rejected her proposition. The character of this woman is ill-suited for an ally. Even the proud Jiang Yun is more fitting than she. Anya was momentarily taken aback, a hint of disappointment gracing her delicate features as she softly replied, Very well, if any opportunity for collaboration arises within the instance. I am always available. Goodbye, Master Qinzhou. Qi Yaoyao politely bid farewell, following Anya as they departed. It is about time. Let us also venture inside, Jiang Chun remarked, shaking his head. Gazing at the pile of corpses before the city gate and the numerous players lurking in fear outside, he stretched languidly, murmuring, The bride's carriage. The ghostly bride nodded gently, and then a striking crimson carriage appeared abruptly, drawn by a magnificent phantom steed that neighed skyward. Chapter 93. Player Qinzhou triggers a curse as the bride's carriage surged through the city gates, Anya and her companions turned their attention toward it. Master Qinzhou's vehicle is remarkably impressive, Qi Yaoyao expressed with envy. Anya bit her lip, the words that Zhu Ke had sent her before disembarking resurfacing in her mind. Upon entering the instance, if she encountered Qinzhou, she was to assist him at any cost. Taking a deep breath, Anya whispered, "Qinzhou, let me see if you are worthy of my aid." Once they entered the Black Death City, Jiang Chun commanded, "Stop the carriage." He, along with Su Yuan and the others, disembarked, slowly surveying their surroundings. "Is this the interior of Black Death City?" Shen Ling inquired, her expression somewhat peculiar. "Indeed," Jiang Chun affirmed, having just passed through the city gates. It seemed correct. However, why was it a desolate expanse of grass? No, upon closer inspection, there were mounds in the grass. This was not a mere pasture, but rather a graveyard. Jiang Chun activated his legendary glasses, and a multitude of red dots appeared on the blueprint. Prepare for battle. He inhaled deeply, speaking in a hushed tone. Although he was uncertain how they had entered the encirclement of these monsters, or why the scene within Black Death City was thus, addressing the creatures before them was paramount. Upon hearing Jiang Chun's command, Su Yuan and the others promptly drew their weapons, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. They sensed no immediate danger. Yet Jiang Chun's warning must have been well-founded. A faint rustling sound permeated the air, and suddenly a swarm of black shadows materialized at their feet. Target: blood-sucking worm. Category: insect. Level: 15. Attack. Defense. Mentality. Description: preferring blood as sustenance, it rapidly drains the blood of its host upon burrowing within. Do not allow these creatures to approach. Jiang Chun urgently cautioned the women. Yet these blood-sucking worms were exceedingly swift, surrounding them from all sides, with some already closing in on the women. Suddenly, Jiang Chun, with keen eyes, noticed that no blood-sucking worms dared to approach within a few meters of the ghostly bride. "To my lady," Jiang Chun shouted once more. Jiang Chun was momentarily taken aback. Was there really an increase in favorability at this moment? Hearing his words, Su Yuan and the other girls had already nestled beside the ghost bride, while the bloodthirsty insects swarmed around, yet dared not approach even a fraction closer. This undoubtedly granted Jiang Chun and the others ample respite. Following this, a rather mundane session of ranged weaponry ensued, and soon the bloodthirsty insects retreated like a receding tide. "Jiang Chun," Feng Du inquired softly. Once again activating the legendary glasses, Jiang Chun noted the disappearance of the red dots, indicating that the danger had subsided. "All right, there should be no more of those insects," he reassured the girls. With a sigh of relief, the women acknowledged that had it not been for Jiang Chun's alertness and the protection of the ghost bride, they would have incurred significant losses right after entering the instance. However, what exactly was this place? Bai Ning timidly questioned. Having entered the Black Death City, yet finding themselves in a desolate graveyard, it was only natural for anyone to feel apprehensive. "This should indeed be the Black Death City," Jiang Chun remarked, scanning the surroundings with his legendary glasses. After confirming his observations, he continued with a measured tone. He led the group toward a short distance ahead, where a dilapidated stone tablet stood prominently, inscribed with the words Black Death City. "Which direction shall we proceed next?" Feng Du inquired. "To the left," Jiang Chun pondered momentarily. "Let us get on the carriage," he instructed. In such a perilous environment, the carriage offered a sense of security, especially as it belonged to the ghost bride, making it less susceptible to destruction. "Understood." The girls nodded in agreement. This time, Jiang Chun slowed his pace. Since entering the Black Death City, a peculiar phenomenon had transpired, at the speed of the bridal carriage. They should have caught up with the players ahead by now, yet there were no traces of other players along the way. Suddenly, a chilling voice swept overhead, entering the scanning range of Jiang Chun's legendary glasses. Target: Raven. Category: Avian. Level: 13. Attack. Defense. Mental. Description: a scout of the Black Death City, responsible for monitoring the movements of players. You have already drawn its attention. Jiang Chun's expression grew solemn. A raven tasked with surveillance? For whom was it gathering information? Meanwhile, in the dimly lit, antiquated streets of the city, four girls ventured forth. At the forefront, Jiang Yun wore a grave expression, holding a green gemstone that radiated a dazzling light, as if to dispel some lurking darkness. Suddenly, a shadowy vine shot forth from the street, ensnaring one of Jiang Yun's companions. "Jiang Jia." Her piercing cry echoed into the distance until it faded away. "Xiaoxia." Jiang Yun unsheathed her sword, ready to pursue. but suddenly recalled something, turning back to her two remaining teammates. Stay close to me. Understood. As the three graceful figures departed, the other two tendrils lingering in the shadows slowly retracted. An Olden stood quietly in the background. Shopkeeper, why do you call this place Blackwater Inn? Isn't it referred to as the City of Death? Qin Tian pondered, gazing thoughtfully at the tea in his cup. We have always called it Blackwater City. It has never been named the City of Death, the innkeeper replied, busy serving dishes while wearing an innocuous smile. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and a young man clad in black strode in, heading directly towards the innkeeper, drawing his sword to strike. Swoosh! The innkeeper's head fell to the ground, blood splattering across Qin Tian's face. Stunned for a moment, he then erupted in fury, rising to his feet. Lin Yi, what are you doing? He is a wraith. Lin Yi replied slowly. Discovered. The severed head suddenly turned, revealing a sinister grin towards Qin Tian and others. Discovered. A cacophony of laughter and cries echoed throughout the inn. Qin Tian's expression changed dramatically as he shouted, "We must retreat." However, as he dashed to the door, he found not land outside, but an expanse of inky black, stagnant water. Damn it! Qin Tian turned back, only to be besieged by a horde of wraith-like monsters. The carriage traveled some distance, yet the surrounding landscape remained a desolate graveyard. Jiang Chun took a deep breath and halted the carriage. What's wrong? The ladies asked, their expressions tense. We must be trapped here, Jiang Chun stated, stepping down from the carriage and looking up at a raven perched nearby, his face calm. The women frowned, having surmised some of the situation, but without Jiang Chun's words, they remained silent. They understood he possessed a powerful scanning device. What must we do to escape? Su Yuan inquired softly. From my line of sight, the only thing I can scan is that, Jiang Chun replied, his gaze fixed on the raven atop the tree. All right. Su Yuan nodded, summoning her sword. No, allow me, Jiang Chun interjected, retrieving the purple dart he had previously acquired from Wu Xing, the sky bat dart. Whoosh! The sky bat dart shot forth with a fierce wind, instantly striking the raven down. In that instant, a notification echoed in everyone's ears. Player Chen Zhou has triggered the raven's curse, increasing the crisis level of Blackwater City. Chapter 94. Monsters in Blackwater. I knew it. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered slightly. The description of the raven seemed extraordinary, and he hadn't anticipated the curse lurking behind it. Fortunately, he had been the one to slay the raven. After all, he was already burdened with countless curses, and one more would not make a difference. Brother Chun, you've been cursed again, Bai Ning observed Jiang Chen quietly. It's not a significant problem, Jiang Chen replied nonchalantly, surveying the surroundings. With the raven slain, there should logically be some changes. As if to affirm Jiang Chen's thoughts, an ancient path appeared not far from them, alongside which stood a stone tablet inscribed with the words, Blackwater City. As the crowd stood before the monument, they exchanged bewildered glances. We indeed entered the Black Death City, did we not? Shenling cautiously raised her hand to inquire. What was that curse notification just now? Fengdu suddenly asked. The crow's curse, an increase in the crisis level of Black Death City? Bai Ning pondered aloud. No, it's the increase in crisis level of Blackwater City. Su Yuan gently shook her head. Her words left the other women in a state of confusion. Ever since they had entered the Black Death City, they had inexplicably found themselves in a graveyard, and now they were confronted with such bizarre circumstances. Anyone would feel somewhat apprehensive. Where there is a mountain, there is a road. Where there is water, a bridge can be built. It's merely a trivial skill. What is there to fear? We will know the truth once we step inside. Jiang Chen's voice resonated calmly, burdened with numerous curses and accompanied by a ghostly bride. He truly wondered what he had to be afraid of. The women found solace in his words. As the bridal carriage traversed this narrow path, the graveyard behind them gradually vanished from sight. Before long, a vast expanse of inky waters lay before them. Jiang Chen disembarked and gazed into the distance with his naked eye, unable to discern any boundaries. There were no other paths surrounding them. It seems we need to change our mode of transport, Jiang Chen mused, stowing away the bridal carriage and releasing a yacht instead. As the engine roared to life, the yacht slowly glided forward, while Jiang Chen stood perplexed at the bow. What's wrong? Su Yuan approached him and asked softly. Logically, the peculiar mechanisms here should be similar to the bloodthirsty insects we encountered earlier. They should be triggered. Yet, there are no signs of monsters within a radius of several hundred meters, Jiang Chen explained. Could it be that there are no monsters here? Su Yuan contemplated. Impossible. Jiang Qin shook his head. After all, it was a path opened by his curse. How could it lead to a place devoid of monsters? I will expand the search radius. With that, he continuously broadened the radar scanning range of his legendary glasses and soon spotted something intriguing. A blue dot? His eyes flickered. This color indicated a player. Head north, Jiang Chun instructed, turning to Feng Du, who was steering the boat. Understood. The bow of the yacht quickly adjusted, swiftly heading north. At that moment on the black water, several heads emerged, swimming vigorously. Hey, Lin Yi, are you certain this is the way to the shore? One of them was unexpectedly Qin Tian. Absolutely, but I can't guarantee how far we are from the land. Lin Yi replied calmly beside him. What? So you're just guessing? Qin Tian exclaimed, his eyes widening. Brother Qin, we won't die here, will we? A companion of Qin Tian asked anxiously. Die? Have you not seen how I, Brother Qin, just displayed my might and vanquished all the monsters in the Blackwater Inn? Qin Tian responded nonchalantly. Right. Brother Qin is formidable. His underlings immediately echoed in unison. By the way, Lin Yi seems to have saved you once, one of the subordinates muttered. Nonsense. With my strength. Do I need Lin Yi to save me? Qin Tian retorted irritably. Do you agree, Lin Yi? He said, his tone laced with menace directed at Lin Yi. Lin Yi merely cast him a disdainful glance, devoid of any inclination to engage. Hey, why does it feel like Brother Qin knows Lin Yi? One of the younger members whispered while swimming behind them. You must be new here. Brother Qin and Lin Yi are more than just acquaintances. They are sworn brothers. Yet one is ranked first in District 1 and the other in District 3. They seem worlds apart. Ignorant, aren't you? Hearing the chatter behind him, Qin Tian suddenly barked. What are you babbling about? After a brief pause, he continued, unwilling to remain silent. By the way, Lin Yi, where are your teammates? They're dead, Lin Yi replied quietly. Dead? Qin Tian was taken aback. What happened? You guys are the top-ranked team in District 1. How could you have been reduced to just you? Well, I nearly met the same fate, but I found a hidden path that led me to the Blackwater and where you all are, Lin Yi explained. Such a bizarre turn of events, Qin Tian pondered. Hey, guys, still swimming? At that moment, a voice amplified by a loudspeaker echoed from afar. Qin Tian paused, looking up to see a white yacht approaching. Wow, Brother Lin, our savior has arrived. Qin Tian exclaimed excitedly, tugging at Lin Yi. Let go. Lin Yi nearly choked on water, his voice rising in anger. Only then did Qin Tian reluctantly release him. Be cautious. Not everything that appears here is necessarily here to assist us, Lin Yi warned, his tone imbued with vigilance. Really? I feel like that voice sounded quite familiar. Qin Tian remarked, furrowing his brow. On the yacht, naturally, were Jiang Chun and his companions, and at that moment, Jiang Chun was teasingly holding a megaphone. His legendary glasses had scanned the information of these individuals, revealing two renowned names, Qin Tian and Lin Yi from Districts 1 and 3. Wait. Jiang Chun was about to make a few more quips when the poised Feng Du beside him interjected, something's amiss. She pointed towards the waves rippling in the distance. Jiang Qin's gaze sharpened. His legendary glasses had already processed the information. Target, Blackwater Clam. Category, Marine. Level, 18. Attack, Defense, Mental. Description, the Blackwater Clam possesses formidable biting strength and is highly lethal. Upon seeing this, Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow. Those creatures were clearly targeting Qin Tian and the others. At that moment, a Blackwater Clam surfaced. Standing at the bow of the yacht, Bai Ning cried out, Clam, clam, clam. They were now quite close. Hearing the girl's voice, Qin Tian was momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. No need to shout so loudly. I know I'm impressive. Fool. Lin Yi had already turned, raising a black and red handgun and aiming it at the Blackwater Clam. A bullet, crackling with electricity, swiftly struck and brought down the Blackwater Clam leaping from the surface. Subsequently, countless Blackwater Clams soared from the depths, snapping at the heads of several wandering players. Chapter 95. Exchange of information. What on earth is this? Haven't we already cleared this area? Qin Gu, have you forgotten that recent curse? We are right here in Blackwater City. Damn, that brat Qinzhou. As Qin Tian dove into the water to evade an attacking Blackwater Clam, he choked on several mouthfuls of water. He lifted his head and spotted a familiar face aboard the yacht. Qinzhou, Brother Qinzhou, I am Lin Yi. I implore you to allow me refuge aboard your yacht. I promise handsome rewards. Lin Yi shouted, fully aware that in the face of such relentless clam assaults, Without a watercraft, even the mightiest would find it hard to escape death. Among those present, only Qin Zhou and a few others possessed watercraft. Very well. The price is clear. A ticket costs 100 train gold coins. Jiang Qin's lips curled into a slight smile. What? 100 gold coins? Isn't that just highway robbery? A player from Area 3 shouted angrily. Brother Qin Zhou, I have the money. Let me board first. Their leader, Qin Tian, had already changed his demeanor to one of delight. The younger members stared wide-eyed, incredulously questioning their leader's integrity, seeing that Qin Tian had already paid for his passage. The other players, eager to save their lives, hurriedly handed over their coins. In just a short while, Jiang Chun had amassed 700 or 800 train gold coins. As they sailed away from the tumultuous waters aboard Jiang Chen's yacht, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Qin Zhou, you are truly loyal. I cannot fathom what that woman from the July Guild is thinking, to have placed a bounty on you. It is utterly ungrateful. After catching his breath, Qin Tian leaned on Jiang Chen's shoulder, exuding a camaraderie vibe. Jiang Chun frowned slightly. You are aware of the plot against me by the July Guild? Indeed. Our entire Area 3 was merged into this scheme, designed for me, Qin Tian, to eliminate you. However, I am a man of integrity. I would never repay kindness with malice. Qin Tian waved his hand dismissively, embodying a demeanor of disregard. Boss, didn't we receive a deposit? A younger brother chimed in. Qin Tian's expression froze instantly. Jiang Chen shot him a sidelong glance. How much was the deposit? Ahem, not much, just 1,000 gold coins. Qin Tian's face turned awkward, glaring daggers at his brother. Oh, so you, Qin Gu, had enough left over after paying for your ticket? Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. That is not the point. A ticket cannot be compared to the deposit. Here, brother Jiang, take this 500 to spend. Qin Tian suddenly understood and handed over 500 gold coins to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen accepted it with a calm demeanor. Observing the two casually dividing the bounty from the July Guild, Lin Yi felt a flicker of unease. Aren't you worried that the July Guild will come back to haunt you? Are you joking? Do you think I, Qin Tian, am easily intimidated? Qin Tian replied nonchalantly. Lin Ye's gaze flickered slightly. He understood that although Qin Tian appeared to be frivolous, he acted with a certain discretion, since he had taken such actions. It was evident he had a contingency plan, perhaps even a new benefactor lined up. By the way, Brother Lin, you are also employed by the July Society, correct? Jiang Chen's eyes fell upon him. Initially, in Area 1, it was indeed the July Society that had assimilated, and the assimilator was seemingly named Ziyue. Indeed. But I did not accept an order to kill you. I merely assisted the July Society in obtaining the final reward, Lin Yi replied. His character was notably composed, and his words were likely to be truthful. Jiang Chen nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. After all, one must acknowledge that with monetary gain comes responsibility. After escorting these individuals to safety, Jiang Chen had no intention of disembarking from the yacht. This left Qin Tian momentarily stunned. Brother Jiang, you're not leaving? Why would I? Jiang Chen inquired, smiling. You don't actually believe I entered Heishui Lake solely to rescue you, do you? Qin Tian paused, realizing the improbability of that assertion. So, he had initially intended to confront the creatures lurking in the water? Contemplating this, Qin Tian cast an envious glance at Jiang Chen's yacht. Having a watercraft was indeed advantageous, enabling one to confront aquatic beasts, whereas they were merely destined to endure their assaults. Then, Brother Jiang, I shall take my leave. Just as Qin Tian's words trailed off, a shadow swept overhead. A pitch-black raven soared above, perched atop a treetop, its inky eyes fixated on the group. What is that? Qin Tian exclaimed in surprise. A raven, Lin Yi murmured thoughtfully, glancing at Jiang Chun aboard the yacht. If memory served him correctly, the curse triggered by Jiang Chun not long ago was called the Curse of the Raven. Jiang Chun also observed the raven, narrowing his eyes, and in the next moment, he raised his hand and launched a dart. Whoosh. Player Qin Zhou triggered the Curse of the Raven. The crisis level in Haimu City has increased. The sudden notification left Qin Tian staring at Jiang Chun in astonishment. Even Lin Yi regarded Jiang Chun with a somber expression. I say, Brother Jiang, do you realize this curse was triggered by the raven? Qin Tian couldn't help but inquire. I do, Jiang Chun replied with a nonchalant nod. Qin Tian's gaze transformed into one of admiration, and he gave a thumbs up. Brother Jiang, you are remarkable. Brothers, let us retreat swiftly, away from the source of this curse. With that, Qin Tian turned and led his companions in a hurried escape. However, Lin Yi lingered, hesitating as he regarded Jiang Chun. Have you discovered something? We could exchange information, or I could purchase it. Oh, Jiang Chun turned his attention to Lin Yi. His action of striking down the raven was not merely for sport, it was to ascertain something. Following the recent notification, he felt he had gained further insight. Please, share what information you possess, Jiang Chun said, regarding him with a calm demeanor. When I first entered this instance, I encountered an underground city filled with nameless insects whose secretions can corrode human flesh. All of my teammates perished within that underground city, Lin Yi spoke gravely. Insects? Jiang Chun's gaze flickered as he inquired. Have you seen the stone tablet there? Yes, in the city of Black Death. Lin Yi nodded. Indeed, Jiang Chun mused thoughtfully, turning his attention to Lin Yi. If I am not mistaken, the entire city of Black Death is likely a vast labyrinth. The underground city you visited, as well as our current location in Blackwater City, are merely corners of this maze. However, Blackwater City should serve as a crucial node, akin to the elements of metal, wood, fire, and earth, perhaps even more. He shared his conjecture with Lin Yi, for the information Lin Yi possessed was indeed vital to him, filling a gap in his speculation. After all, he too had encountered the place Lin Yi described, albeit in the form of a graveyard. So, the underground city I ventured to was not the true city of Black Death? Lin Yi frowned. Yes, it was likely an illusion. The true key to entering the city of Black Death should lie among these names that differ from it, Jiang Chun concluded, choosing not to elaborate further. For according to this hypothesis, something of great importance must lie beneath Blackwater City, and this instance had not been conquered by Lin Yi and Qin Tian. Chapter 96. The Mother of Blackwater Clams. As the yacht re-entered the Blackwater region, the Blackwater clams became active once more. One after another, they leaped from the water's surface, aiming their shells at Jiang Chun and the others, seemingly their sole method of attack. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of bullets being fired echoed continually in the midst of this aquatic expanse. Jiang Chun found himself lacking in convenient weaponry to combat these aquatic monsters, relying solely on ranged arms. However, something was amiss. These creatures did not yield experience points, nor any drops. Suddenly, Shun Ling, who was incessantly loosing arrows from her longbow, spoke up. Jiang Chun paused, recognizing this anomaly. Initially, he had attributed the lack of notifications to a system delay, but after Shun Ling's remark, he too realized the incongruity. Even if there were delays, having slain so many should have produced at least one notification, unless they had never truly killed these Blackwater clams. Jiang Chun shook his head, dismissing the notion. This was impossible. With his offensive capabilities, how could he fail to defeat these clams with such low defensive ratings? Look, that clam has a wound on it. Have they resurrected? Bai Ning suddenly pointed at one of the clams. Jiang Chun lifted his gaze, and indeed, there was a hole resembling a bullet wound on its body. The scan did not mention a resurrection ability. Jiang Chun frowned. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he glanced toward the bottom of the water. If the issue did not reside with the clams themselves, then it must lie with the black water or what lay beneath it. The clams continued to batter against the sides of the yacht, leaving numerous dents in their wake. Yet, Jiang Chun had no intention of retreating. Having come this far, he could not leave empty-handed. I will go down for a moment, Jiang Chun declared. Are you joking? Feng Du stared at him in astonishment. There must be clams down there. How could you possibly survive in such a situation? Rest assured, these clams possess feeble attack power and cannot penetrate my defenses, Jiang Chun stated calmly, subsequently retrieving a set of diving gear from his spatial wardrobe. With a splash, he leaped into the water, where an impenetrable darkness enveloped him, obscuring his vision. However, he was equipped with a special tool, the legendary glasses. Upon activation, a crimson light scanned the underwater realm. In the next instant, he was taken aback, as countless clams surrounded him, resembling famished wolves eyeing a delectable feast. Suddenly, one clam lunged forward, thrusting its shell wide open and attempting to clamp down on Jiang Chun's head with its flesh. With a resounding thud, Jiang Chun countered with a petrifying dagger, swiftly firing a shot into the clam's flesh. Blood erupted from the creature, which then sank heavily to the bottom. Jiang Chun's gaze flickered. This time, no notifications sounded, indicating that the key to reviving these clams might lie beneath the water. Just as he prepared to pursue, a swarm of clams charged at him once more. How bothersome, Jiang Chun remarked coolly, extending his palm to reveal a gem of ice blue hue. In an instant, the clams were encased in ice, allowing him to descend and track the injured clam. Suddenly, he spotted a colossal clam below, its shell wide open, with its vivid red flesh undulating slightly. Within the clam's flesh lay a pale blue stone. Is that a gemstone? Jiang Chun was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated discovering a gem underwater, let alone one nurtured by a gigantic clam. Could this underwater gem be a water essence stone? His gaze flickered as he dove deeper, only to be met by several clams, significantly larger than those that had previously attacked them. Elite monsters? Jiang Chun retreated a short distance as information materialized before him. Target, Blackwater Clam, Elite. Category, Marine, Level, 21 Attack, Defense, Mental, as expected. Yet, with only a handful of them, he did not regard them as a substantial threat. Giant bear, block these clams, he commanded, tossing a toy bear into the fray. With a thunderous roar, the giant bear emerged, only to quickly cover its mouth. Grr! Black water flooded into its mouth and poured from its belly, clearly indicating that water posed no restrictions for undead creatures. Yet, this giant bear was still performing. Attack! He commanded tersely. The giant bear, its massive form trembling, brandished a large axe and began to hack at the clams indiscriminately. Possessing 70 of Jiang Chen's attributes, the giant bear may not be able to eliminate these elite clams, but it could hold them off temporarily. This provided Jiang Chun the opportunity to infiltrate the enormous clam, which was the true essence of the entire Blackwater city. Target, Blackwater Clam Mother. Category, Marine. Level, 24. Description, the Blackwater Clam Mother, master of the water energy gem, is immortal and indomitable. Indeed, it is the water energy gem. Jiang Chun felt a surge of joy within. This was an unexpected boon. The Blackwater Clam Mother? Let it meet its demise. Jiang Chun drew forth the petrifying dagger, ready to plunge into the fray, only to notice that the Clam Mother remained utterly still. Impossible. Just moments ago, he had observed its flesh writhing. Goodness. Jiang Chun realized the Clam Mother was laying in wait, intending to snap shut on him as soon as he drew near. How treacherous. He steadied his mind, retrieving the necromancer's staff to summon several other undead creatures. Let them lead the charge. Among them, the highest in level was the Devourer, which, under the water, exhibited remarkable agility, propelling itself directly into the Clam Mother. Bang! The instant it breached the clam's defenses, the enormous shell snapped shut, cleaving the Devourer in two. Jiang Chun felt a twitch in his eyelid. This creature was indeed ferocious. The Devourer fell victim to a single bite, exemplifying its formidable attack power. Direct confrontation was unwise. Jiang Chun pondered quietly, refraining from issuing further commands for his undead minions to attack. Witnessing this scene, the Clam Mother grew impatient, sending forth countless tendrils of flesh towards Jiang Chun. The surrounding undead surged forward to protect him. A giant axe-wielding zombie stepped in front, only to be crushed by the tendrils. Unbelievable. Jiang Chen's expression darkened. I seek no conflict, yet you dare provoke me? You think you possess the upper hand? Allow me to show you mine, Frost. Jiang Chun snapped his fingers, unleashing a flurry of frost that ensnared the Clam Mother. As he beheld the Clam Mother encased in ice, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. Could it be? Bang! In the next moment, an overwhelming torrent of black water surged against the icy barrier, shattering it to pieces. The Clam Mother, now engulfed in rage, unleashed a multitude of tendrils, intent on ensnaring Jiang Chun. Once again, a colossal undead giant surged forth to intercept the tendrils' assault. This Clam Mother seems to draw strength from the power of water, the water energy gem. Jiang Chen's eyes widened in realization. He understood why this Clam Mother was so powerful. Even he found himself at a loss. It was undoubtedly the enhancement from the water energy gem, which, as its name indicates, thrives in water. This creature must be drawn from the depths. Chapter 97. Blackwood City above the Blackwater. With Jiang Chun submerged, the clams ceased their aerial assaults on Su Yuan and her companions. The group found themselves in a state of boredom, uncertain of what transpired below. Could Jiang Chun contend with those clams? Shenling gazed intently at the water's surface, pondering. Given Jiang Chen's strength, even if there were monsters exceeding level 20 below, he should be able to handle them with ease. Why had he not emerged yet? Feng Du also felt a twinge of concern. There may be creatures here far more formidable than we anticipated, Su Yuan remarked calmly. Should we not descend to assist Brother Qin? Bai Ning could not help but interject. No, Su Yuan shook her head in disapproval. If even Jiang Chen struggles against such monsters, our presence below may indeed become a liability. We shall remain here and await his return. That is a valid point, Bai Ning sighed, plopping down onto the deck. At that moment, the women suddenly sensed a violent tremor beneath the water's surface. What is that? They quickly scanned their surroundings. Over there, Bai Ning pointed with her small hand. A massive ice column erupted from the depths, atop which a gigantic clam writhed in desperation. Jiang Chun, meanwhile, was thrust upward by another ice column. His expression as tranquil as a still lake. He chuckled. For this creature, I have expended a considerable amount of energy from my frost gem. Today, you shall meet your demise. Flames. Jiang Chun raised his hand, and a torrent of fiery energy surged forth from the crimson gem, enveloping the colossal clam in a blazing inferno. Sizzle, sizzle. As the flames licked at it, countless droplets of water evaporated, and the air became suffused with the savory aroma of cooked flesh. The clam emitted a desperate shriek, and torrents of dark water surged upward, seemingly intent on dragging it back into the depths. Yet, in the next instant, the water was entirely halted by a wall of frost. It was clear that Jiang Chun was resolute in his intent to eliminate this clam. However, the energy within his frost gem was rapidly depleting. Typically, it was his most frequently utilized gem. After consuming approximately 20% of its energy, he had now squandered it so extravagantly that only half remained. Yet, Jiang Chun remained unfazed. Under the relentless heat, the clam gradually fell silent. You have slain the Blackwater City monster and received the key to its hidden treasure. You have acquired the water energy gem. You have obtained a miraculous clam. You have received the skill book, Culinary Arts. You have obtained the recipe, Spicy River Clam. You have received 300 train coins. Upon hearing the notification of his spoils, Jiang Chun finally relaxed, leaping from the ice back onto the yacht. Is it over? Su Yuan approached him. Yes, it is over. As Jiang Chen's words fell, the water nearby suddenly revealed land, upon which a small path appeared. It bore the inscription, Blackwood City. Let us go. Jiang Chun led the women to shore, casting a glance at the stone monument of Blackwood City before stepping forward. Meanwhile, on the land of Blackwater City, Qin Tian and his companions also found a path materializing before them. Damn, finally a way out. What in the world is this place? Qin Tian grumbled. If I am not mistaken, this sudden emergence of a path is undoubtedly due to Jiang Chun having cleared Blackwater City, Lin Yi remarked nonchalantly. What a joke. We were the ones who cleared it. Qin Tian was about to retort when he suddenly realized something was amiss. Although they had resolved the issues within the ghostly inn, the depths of the water still concealed various clams. Compared to the spectral creatures of the ghostly inn, those clams were undeniably more troublesome. It seems that they truly represent the genuine peril of Blackwater City. If that is the case, it was indeed Jiang Chun who dealt with the monsters of Blackwater City, thus paving the way for our escape, mused Qin Tian. 2 paths lay before us. Which one shall you choose? Lin Yi cast a fleeting glance at him and replied with indifference. Aren't you coming with us? Qin Tian asked in astonishment, observing that all of his companions had perished. I require no allies. I can manage alone, Lin Yi retorted coldly. I am headed to Black Thunder City. With that, Lin Yi ceased further conversation and strode purposefully down one of the paths. Humph, I cannot allow Jiang Chun to seize the opportunity alone. It seems Black Earth City is where my fortune lies. Qin Tian, accompanied by his brothers, entered as well. Sister Jiang, what shall we do? Xiao Xia is dead. The 3 young women stood in place, their faces etched with sorrow. Beside them stood another girl, tattered and worn, who seemed to have endured unspeakable torment in her life. Jiang Yun's nails dug deeply into her palm, her beautiful eyes tinged with red. Although she felt some affection for her companions, it was not enough to deeply disturb her emotions. What truly incensed her was the torment inflicted by the monsters before they claimed Xiao Xia's life. We must find a place to bury her, Jiang Yun said softly after a long pause. Agreed. The 3 women laid Xiao Xia to rest, and were about to continue their journey when they suddenly spotted the familiar black vines emerging once more. This time, their target was one of Jiang Yun's remaining teammates. I will not allow you to succeed. Jiang Yun had been on guard, her delicate hand swiftly drawing her sword from her waist. With a swift motion, she cleanly severed the vine in 2. The vine, seemingly thwarted, retreated rapidly. Not willing to let it escape, Jiang Yun pursued with her sword in hand. Little did she know that behind her, 2 vines had ensnared her other 2 companions. dragging them into a forest. The scene shifted, and Jiang Chen's gaze fell upon the surrounding trees. Is this truly Blackwood City? I wonder if there is a gem of wood to protect it. Jiang Chen's eyes brightened. Why does this place feel so eerie? Shun Ling shivered slightly. Jiang Chen glanced at her and suddenly caught sight of a shadow in his peripheral vision. Is someone there? Jiang Chen's gaze sharpened as he approached with several others. The figure stood with its back to them, clad in tattered clothing, exposing patches of skin. Strange, be cautious, Jiang Chen warned the women. Upon hearing this, they all instinctively huddled closer to the ghostly bride. Jiang Chen commanded, turn around. The figure slowly turned, revealing a ghastly pale face, from which strange black vines protruded from the skin. This person seems vaguely familiar, Su Yuan remarked, her brow furrowing slightly. I have realized it is a teammate of Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun's companion? Jiang Chen paused, bewildered as he gazed upon her. How could Jiang Yun's ally appear in such a state? Has she been poisoned? Shun Ling queried curiously. Regardless of whether she has been poisoned or not, she is no longer human. We must strike to kill, Jiang Chen declared resolutely. In the next instant, the stone flower dagger within his palm materialized, aimed directly at her heart. Whoosh! A tendril of darkness erupted, attempting to assault Jiang Chen, but he deftly evaded it, retreating several meters. The dark tendril danced enticingly. Yet this teammate of Jiang Yun, afflicted by his petrifying poison, remained unscathed. Immune to poison? Jiang Chen furrowed his brow, sensing that this woman who had suddenly appeared was far from ordinary. Chapter 98. Are we being too hasty? Bang! Jiang Chen raised the Desert Eagle and fired a shot, the bullet striking the center of the aberrant woman's forehead. As a bloody hole emerged, the blood that flowed was somewhat desiccated, indicating she had been dead for quite some time. Approaching her, Jiang Chen observed her tattered garments and the remnants of soil, with numerous bruises marring her skin. What is the situation? Su Yuan inquired softly. She has long since perished, seemingly having been buried, yet somehow managed to crawl out. Jiang Chen shook his head. So, Jiang Yun's team is nearby? Feng Du asked. Approximately, Jiang Chen replied, then utilized his legendary glasses to scan the entire area. Soon, he detected 3 blue light points alongside a large red one. This region appeared devoid of minor creatures, save for one. Wait a moment. Suddenly, Jiang Chen's gaze sharpened. In addition to them, there were not merely 3 blue light points in the instance. A 4th blue light point also existed. There's another one, Jiang Chen murmured, slightly taken aback. Logically, Jiang Yun's team should only have 3 members remaining. Why then was there a 4th light point? What is it? The several women beside him inquired. Why? We have discovered a location. Let us proceed, Jiang Chen spoke softly. In a brief span, the group emerged from behind a thicket where a towering ancient tree stood, surrounded by countless entwining dark tendrils. Let us observe for a moment. Jiang Chen halted, addressing the women behind him. Agreed, they nodded in unison. No sooner had he spoken than they heard a series of sorrowful wails emanating from ahead. Exchanging glances, Jiang Chen and the others craned their necks to peek, only to be met with a scene that left them both alarmed and flushed. What is happening? Those two appear to be Jiang Yun's teammates as well? How could they be tormented by the dark tendrils in such a manner? Shun Ling murmured in astonishment. Ensnared within the tendrils, the 2 girls bore tattered clothing, bound midair by countless dark vines. Under the torment of the tendrils, they were now vacant of consciousness, emitting only occasional pained whimpers. Where's Jiang Yun? Why is she not present? Su Yuan pondered aloud, perplexed. Given Jiang Yun's prowess, it would be uncharacteristic for all 3 teammates to find themselves in peril. Jiang Chen's gaze flickered. He sensed that the situation within this Blackwood city was profoundly unsettling. Whether it is the small summer immunity stone in the forest, the distant emergence of the 4th blue dot, or the 2 teammates of Jiang Yun present now, everything exudes an air of enigma. Jiang Chen turned back to give instructions, and before his voice faded, he noticed that several women had already retreated behind the ghostly bride. Very well, it seems you are capable of taking care of yourselves. I shall investigate this reality further. With that, Jiang Chen leaped forth. The chaotic black vines detected his presence and shot toward him like lightning. Jiang Chen raised his hand, summoning a colossal undead axe-wielding giant to charge at the black vines. Initially, the giant could resist, but gradually, its strength waned, and it ultimately succumbed to the bindings of the black vines. Subsequently, the vines turned their attention back to Jiang Chen. What vines? Jiang Chen's palm transformed, revealing a golden green staff, and then countless green tendrils erupted forth, effectively obstructing the black vines while he retreated a short distance. The ability of these black vines, is it venomous? He pondered, simultaneously drawing out a desert eagle and firing several shots that struck two of the girls entangled within the black vines. Upon landing, however, they did not regain their senses. Instead, they curled up in agony. Although he was unclear about what precisely had transpired, this undoubtedly presented Jiang Chun with a direct opportunity to eliminate the threat. Flames, he uttered softly, retrieving a fire gem. Fire conquers wood. Even though the attack patterns of this black vine ancient tree were perplexing, they would ultimately be consumed by the power of the fire gem. As the inferno erupted, the black vine ancient tree emitted a series of eerie shrieks, and the black vines recklessly lashed out at Jiang Chun. Yet, Jiang Chun found it unnecessary to engage in a desperate struggle, no matter how formidable the tree's defensive attributes. It would inevitably be reduced to ashes under the relentless energy of the fire gem. He agilely rolled across the field, evading the black vines while keeping a vigilant eye on the two blue light points in Blackwood City. These two blue light points had now converged. Then, one of them suddenly vanished. Eliminated, Jiang Chun was taken aback. One of these light points must be Jiang Yun, while the identity of the other remained uncertain. Jiang Chun had previously observed Jiang Yun's information and possessed a clear understanding of her prowess. Even he might not be able to eliminate her in an instant. So, had another player fallen to Jiang Yun? But with her teammate in peril, why would she divert her attention to hunt down a player she could easily dispatch later? An inkling of realization began to dawn upon Jiang Chun. He subtly raised his hand, and a doppelganger doll materialized, transforming into a replica of himself at that very spot, while he swiftly made his way toward the location of the blue light. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The flame scorched. Under the relentless heat, the black vine ancient tree gradually faltered and was reduced to ashes. The women hiding in the rear, witnessing this, brightened their gazes and approached Jiang Chen's side, yet his expression bore no signs of elation. The anticipated notification of conquest did not resonate. At that moment, a gentle breeze swept by, and the two teammates of Jiang Yun transformed into wisps of wind and vanished. This startled Su Yuan and the others, who quickly turned their gaze towards Jiang Chun. They are mere illusions, Jiang Chun remarked nonchalantly. So, the reward has been seized by Jiang Yun? Feng Du furrowed his brow. Not necessarily, Jiang Chun replied with a subtle smile. In the next instant, his body morphed into a doll that fell to the ground. The women exchanged perplexed glances. Is this a substitute doll? When did he use it? Feng Du stood there, somewhat dazed. Su Yuan pondered briefly. Jiang Chun had been mostly turned away from them, making it difficult to discern his actions, and it was likely during that moment he employed the substitute doll. So, was this an anomaly discovered during battle? In the forest, Jiang Chun swiftly pursued the blue light, now within 100 meters distance. With a rustle, he darted over a bush, catching a glimpse of a graceful figure draped in a snow-white gown. At that moment, Jiang Yun's face radiated joy as she examined her recent acquisition. This is truly remarkable. This bounty exceeds my expectations, all thanks to the invaluable contribution of Chun Zhou, she murmured contentedly. With my strength, it would have required considerable effort to deal with this creature. Thankfully, I have the wind energy gem. I had initially intended to design a trap for other teams, planning to reap the benefits unscathed, but unexpectedly, this fellow Chun Zhou appeared, wielding a flame gem. Jiang Yun's beautiful eyes sparkled. She had no real teammates. They were merely illusions conjured by the wind energy gem. With her prowess, true companions would only serve as a burden. Time to move on to the next location. Jiang Yun elegantly waved her hand, storing her spoils into her spatial garment. Miss Jiang, are you perhaps in a bit of a hurry? Just as she turned, a soft voice drifted from behind her. Chapter 99. Poison Jiang Yun's body stiffened momentarily before she slowly turned around, only to find Jiang Chun standing before her. Her beautiful eyes lowered slightly. You arrived so quickly? Heh, had I been any slower, you would have made off with your treasures, Jiang Chun retorted. Miss Jiang, your tactics are commendable. You began plotting outside the Black Death City solely to ensnare me, Jiang Chun. Had I not been vigilant, you might have succeeded. How did you discover this? Jiang Yun inquired, her demeanor calm as she refrained from fleeing. With your abilities, it is improbable for you to be easily eliminated by other players, nor would you forsake your allies to pursue another player who could be swiftly dispatched. Therefore, I deduce that this must be your innate ability, Or perhaps a trap set by the wind energy gem, Jiang Chen explained. Jiang Yun nodded. Indeed. This ability is a special effect of the wind energy gem, an illusion. Just as I suspected, Jiang Chen's gaze flickered. He had not been mistaken about the wind energy gem's capability. Initially, he had been unaware of its unique effects, as the ghost had once introduced him to several gems he had encountered, yet the wind energy gem was not among them. It was only after realizing the illogical nature of the situation that Jiang Chen decisively left the dummy doll behind and pursued the distant blue light with his true self. At that moment, he happened to overhear and witness a remarkable scene. Your scanning equipment can even detect the player's locations? Jiang Yun inquired, her gaze filled with curiosity. Indeed, Jiang Chen affirmed without hesitation. His ability to trace his way here already hinted at this fact. That's outrageous, Jiang Yun muttered under her breath. Jiang Chen immediately turned to her. I am not referring to your character, merely commenting on your equipment, she clarified with a light chuckle. Noticing a subtle shift in Jiang Chen's expression. Be serious, Jiang Chen admonished, furrowing his brows. Hand over the dropped items. Jiang Yun's expression stiffened, and she pouted. How can you change your demeanor so suddenly? Yet, in the next moment, she drew her long sword from her waist and swung it at Jiang Chen. With a swift motion, Jiang Chen raised his hand, using his wrist to deflect her attack. In an unseen exchange, the frostwind bracers clashed against the sword, igniting dazzling sparks. Such powerful defensive attributes, Jiang Yun thought, astonished as she quickly retreated several paces. Despite her level of 24 and an attack attribute exceeding 1,000, Jiang Chen had effortlessly blocked her strike. His defensive capabilities were indeed monstrous. Unbeknownst to her, Jiang Chen's greatest strength lay not in offense, but in defense. Adorned with the complete set of the Frostwind Sect's purple armor and a golden inner armor, his defensive attributes had soared to around 1,100 upon reaching level 18. It's my turn. In the next instant, Jiang Chen lunged forward, his petrifying dagger darting toward Jiang Yun's delicate neck like a swift dragon. Jiang Yun's eyes narrowed in alarm as she attempted to retreat, only to find her feet ensnared by a dense layer of frost that had crept up her legs, severely restricting her movement. Her gaze flickered with urgency as she hastily swung her sword to sever the icy grip. But it was too late to defend against Jiang Chen's nonchalant dagger. With a swift motion, the dagger sliced through her fair, elongated neck, leaving a faint crimson mark. Jiang Yun staggered back, looking at Jiang Chen in disbelief. Are you trying to kill me? Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. If I recall correctly, you were the one who initiated the attack, were you not? I did not intend to kill you. Jiang Yun felt a surge of indignation. Her earlier strike had merely been a test. Jiang Chen shrugged, acknowledging her words. But what did it matter? She had betrayed him, taking all the rewards without a word of explanation. Today, Jiang Yun would not leave Blackwood City unharmed. Is your petrifying dagger poisonous? Suddenly, Jiang Yun realized something. Lightly brushing her fingers against her neck's wound, her tone growing rigid. Indeed, otherwise, why would it be called a petrifying dagger? Jiang Chen replied with a subtle smile. Now, can you surrender the items? Jiang Yun's expression visibly shifted, betraying her growing panic. You can have the rewards, but you must provide me with the antidote. There is no antidote, Jiang Chen stated coolly. What? You? Jiang Yun spoke in anger, yet her body felt feeble and weak, as if her control over it was gradually slipping away. Here are all the rewards from Haima City. She tossed a heap of items before Jiang Chen, evidently resigned to suffering this loss. And that wind energy gemstone of yours, hand it over as well, Jiang Chen insisted. You are being excessively unreasonable. Jiang Yun's voice brimmed with fury. You may choose not to surrender it now, but once you perish, it will still belong to me, Jiang Chen replied calmly. At that moment, Jiang Yun felt like a mute suffering in silence, burdened by her regrets for having schemed against Jiang Chen. Fine, take the gemstone. Just let me go? She raised her hand and threw a blue gemstone. Jiang Chen caught it deftly, scanning it with his legendary glasses to confirm its identity as a wind energy gemstone without a doubt. This woman, surprisingly, has shown some honesty. Now may I leave? Jiang Yun retorted bitterly. I am aware that you have a friend among the players entering this area dungeon, and he should possess the means to cure your petrifying poison. Jiang Chen observed with a hint of amusement. Jiang Yun furrowed her brow at him, neither affirming nor denying his claim. What does that have to do with you? We agreed that if I handed over the gemstone and rewards, you would let me go, she said through gritted teeth. To be frank, this area dungeon is vast. Even I cannot navigate it easily. How can you be certain that you will encounter your friend upon leaving Haima City? What if he has already perished here? Jiang Chun continued, unhurriedly. Meanwhile, the effects of the petrifying poison began to manifest. Jiang Yun's attributes were high, comparable to Jiang Chen's, and thus the onset of the poison was exceedingly slow, with only a small patch of skin on her neck turning gray. However, should her entire neck become petrified, she would suffocate, leaving her little time to act. What do you truly mean? Jiang Yun's voice had grown faint. In truth, I possess the antidote. If you were to utter something pleasing, I might just bestow it upon you, Jiang Chun said, a wicked smile gracing his lips. Jiang Yun's expression shifted slightly. Yet she mustered the courage to ask softly, what would you have me call you? Just call me master. And from now on, whenever you see me, whether in public or private, you must address me as such, Jiang Chun smiled. Call out, and I shall grant you the antidote. His seductive words ignited a flush of indignation and embarrassment on Jiang Yun's face. This despicable opportunist. She assessed her physical condition and, resigned to her fate, closed her eyes and struggled to utter, Master, master. Good girl, now consume this, Jiang Chun said, tossing a piece of flesh. Jiang Yun hesitated as she gazed at the peculiar meatball thrown before her. What is this? She inquired. A small piece of the heart of a petrified octopus. It can cure the petrifying poison, Jiang Chun replied. Will you eat it, or shall I take it away? Jiang Yun lifted her gaze to the man standing before her. Looking down upon her, a strange premonition suddenly surged within her heart. She feared that she would be ensnared by this individual for a lifetime. Chapter 100. I really must take control of you. Jiang Yun's expression wavered. She could not extract any information about this entity. However, the petrifying poison coursing through her veins was nearly suffocating her. As Jiang Chun had indicated, the time left for her to seek a friend to cure her was decidedly insufficient. Gritting her teeth softly, she seized the octopus's fleshy orb and placed it into her mouth. A peculiar taste made her frown slightly, yet the petrifying toxin around her neck began to dissipate gradually. She exhaled in relief. It seemed Jiang Chun had not deceived her. The moment the petrifying toxin was dispelled, her beautiful eyes narrowed coldly as she fixed her gaze upon Jiang Chun. What sort of gaze is that? Jiang Chun regarded her with amusement. Wind spirit, Jiang Yun shouted. And in the next instant, the wind energy gem in Jiang Chun's hand flew back to her. Simultaneously, numerous apparitions of Jiang Yun materialized around Jiang Chun, encircling him entirely. Jiang Chun, I will not fall for the same trick a second time. Now, it is your turn to relinquish what is yours. The apparitions declared in unison. What did you call me? Jiang Chun shook his head. You are disobedient. It seems I truly must take control of you. With that, a radiant glow emanated from his palm. Immediately thereafter, a pulsating heart appeared in his grasp. Upon seeing this heart, an ominous feeling surged within Jiang Yun. In the next moment, Jiang Chun gripped the heart tightly. In an instant, among the myriad illusions of Jiang Yun, one collapsed to the ground, writhing in distress. What have you done to me? Jiang Yun gazed at Jiang Chun with a face full of anguish and resentment. I have, of course, taken control of you. Jiang Chun replied with a smile, tightening his grip on the heart once more. Jiang Yun's delicate body quivered violently, her face paling further. The thing you made me consume. Indeed, Jiang Chun admitted candidly. Though that piece of flesh was effective in dispelling your petrifying toxin, it has also irrevocably bound you to this heart. Should I feel the slightest dissatisfaction, I shall exercise my control over you fiercely. With that, he squeezed the heart of the petrified octopus again. Jiang Yun trembled anew. Her voice a wail, stop it. I can't endure this. Spare me. Hearing her plea, Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow. In truth, he had not desired to torment Jiang Yun in such a manner. However, this woman had gone too far. Not only had she orchestrated his downfall by robbing him of the rewards for slaying the Black Vine ancient tree, but she had also turned against him once more. Had he not been prepared, he would have faced considerable trouble. The heart of the petrified octopus turned out to be quite a remarkable object. Initially, Jiang Chun had merely thought it a peculiar material, only to later discover its extraordinary capabilities. Seeing that the time was nearly right, Jiang Chun finally released the octopus's heart. From now on, what shall you call me? He inquired, looking down at Jiang Yun. Master, my master, Jiang Yun replied, her voice still quivering as she struggled to rise from the ground, her once pristine white gown now stained with dirt. She gently lifted her fair, delicate face. Though her beautiful eyes still held a trace of resentment, They were predominantly filled with fear as she knelt submissively before Jiang Chun. The heart-wrenching pain she felt was something she would never forget in this lifetime. Jiang Chun gazed at her quietly. Indeed, there was a twinge of pity in his eyes. He was a man who cherished the delicate, yet his affections were selective. Take Jiang Yun, for instance, proud, aloof, and exuding confidence, she was inherently rebellious. Even if she submitted to him in body at this moment, her heart would never be his. Rise, Jiang Chun said softly. Jiang Yun cautiously glanced at him, ensuring he had no intention of exerting control over her again, before slowly getting to her feet. Beneath her long skirt, her fair calves were now dusted with dirt, a silent testament to the fall of this lofty, celestial beauty to the mortal realm. Speak, what did the black vine ancient tree drop? Jiang Chun inquired. Jiang Yun was momentarily taken aback, gazing at him in surprise. The items were clearly in his possession. Why was he asking her this seemingly redundant question? Could it be that the octopus heart possessed the ability to detect lies? With this thought, she pressed her lips together. It dropped a blueprint for a golden equipment. A piece of attire, a botanical item, and 300 train coins, she replied softly. Is that all? Jiang Chun regarded her with an indifferent gaze. While these items did correspond with what he had acquired, they paled in comparison to the rewards he had received from the mother of clams. Jiang Yun lowered her head slightly. Still not being honest? I truly must control you. Jiang Chun's expression suddenly turned cold. Wait, Jiang Yun hastily interjected. I concealed my items before you even asked. That's a fair point, Jiang Chun mused, pocketing the octopus heart. Jiang Yun's beautiful eyes were fixated on his movements. That very item was the source of her torment. Do not dream of snatching away this heart. Instead, relinquish the rewards you have hidden, Jiang Chun stated flatly, interrupting her reverie. Jiang Yun's eyes flickered as she retrieved a delicate key from her wardrobe space. What is this? Jiang Chun questioned, revealing a hint of hesitation. He had anticipated that she had hidden a gemstone, considering he had received a water gem from the mother of clams. However, upon closer inspection, it was not that. This is the key to the final gate, granting access to the Black Death Castle, the location of the ultimate reward, Jiang Yun explained in a hushed tone. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chun understood. No wonder Jiang Yun had gone to such lengths to conceal it. It was of utmost importance. Handed over, Jiang Chun extended his palm, indicating for her to pass it to him. Jiang Yun bit her lip tightly. Her purpose for this venture was to obtain the ultimate reward. Her Capricorn had informed her that she was the prophesied one, destined to claim the final accolade, promising her a seat among the 12 zodiac palaces upon her return. Yet, the key to obtaining all of this lay before her, and she was expected to surrender it to Jiang Chun, which filled her with reluctance. But what could she do? Under the eaves, one must bow their head. She ultimately released her grip and handed the key to Jiang Chun. Observing her reluctant demeanor, Jiang Chun scoffed. Do not wear such a desperate expression. If I am not mistaken, this key is but one of many. Unfortunately for me, the Blackwater city I conquered did not possess this key. Otherwise, I would not have resorted to acquiring yours. Jiang Yun was momentarily taken aback. You two have completed a conquest? Without a key, what was your reward? The water energy gem, Jiang Chun replied nonchalantly. Fine, you may leave, Jiang Yun said. Jiang Chun secured the key and remarked, Leave? Do you not intend to assist me? Jiang Yun was astonished. Assist me? Jiang Chun scrutinized her. Do you truly believe I require your help? It then dawned on Jiang Yun that the man before her was no less formidable than herself. In fact, he had her firmly in his grasp. Moreover, he possessed 2 gems, which, despite her superior level, would grant him ample power within the Black Death City. He indeed did not require her assistance. So, you intend to release me? Jiang Yun inquired, a flicker of anticipation in her heart as she probed. Chapter 101. A solo hunt release you? Jiang Chun appeared to have heard the grandest of jokes and burst into laughter. Jiang Yun clenched her fists, her delicate cheeks involuntarily flushing. Although she sensed her thoughts were somewhat fanciful, Jiang Chun's unabashed mockery left her feeling somewhat discomposed. What do you mean by letting me go? She finally retorted, her voice laced with irritation. Naturally, it means we shall act separately to secure all the rare rewards within this dungeon, Jiang Chun explained. Did I not mention? I acquired the water energy gem in Blackwater City, and Blackwood City possesses the key to the final level. Both of these items are exceedingly valuable, and such minor dungeons are likely abundant in Black Death City. Similarly, there are numerous players entering Black Death City. many of whom are high-ranking players like you and me. Though they may lack somewhat in prowess, together they still have the potential to conquer the levels. So we cannot monopolize all the rewards in Black Death City. Thus, we must part ways to maximize our efficiency in obtaining rewards from other locations. I trust with your strength, you should be capable of overcoming obstacles akin to the ancient vine tree, Jiang Chun stated calmly. Jiang Yun grasped his meaning. Yet another crucial question lingered. And what of the rewards we acquire? She furrowed her brow. Naturally, they will be submitted to your master, me. Otherwise, why would I let you go? Jiang Chun replied matter-of-factly. Am I to labor for you without recompense? Jiang Yun protested, her displeasure evident. At this, Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow. It appears you have yet to comprehend our respective standings. I truly must. Before he could finish, he reached for the octopus heart. Jiang Yun's beautiful eyes widened, and she hastily raised her hand in protest. I understand, master. All the rewards I obtain will be surrendered to you. Very well. Should you encounter a key, feel free to keep it for yourself. Your prowess qualifies you to accompany me into the final level, Jiang Chun remarked indifferently. Upon hearing those words, Jiang Yun's expression brightened slightly. Did this fellow acknowledge his own strength? Wait, why was she feeling elated at Jiang Chun's recognition? It was as if a pet had been affectionately patted on the head by its owner, rolling about in glee. How infuriating! Jiang Yun gritted her teeth. Just then hearing the man in front of her speak again. Take this wind energy gemstone back with you. It will safeguard your life in critical moments. Jiang Chun returned the gemstone to her. As she grasped the familiar gem once more, an inexplicable surge of gratitude welled up within her, and she instinctively uttered, Thank you, master. This time, it was Jiang Chun who regarded her with a peculiar expression. Was she truly so compliant? Well done. Go on, he said, turning to walk towards Su Yuan and the others. Suddenly, with a sharp sound echoing through the forest, Jiang Yun had slapped her own face. Her eyes brimmed with embarrassment and fury, as if she loathed herself for her own degradation. Gritting her teeth, she muttered, Jiang Yun, this is only temporary. One day, you will regain your freedom, and at that time, you'll trample this scoundrel underfoot. The group remained stationary, for the ghost bride was crouched before Jiang Chen's doll, while the others stayed close, wary that the ancient black vine tree might not be entirely defeated. Upon seeing Jiang Chen return, the ghost bride appeared momentarily stunned before rising to approach him. It seemed she could not distinguish between the real person and the doll. Su Yuan whispered a remark. Jiang Chun scratched his head, perplexed as to why the ghost bride struggled to tell the difference. How did it go? They inquired. It's resolved. But now I must act alone. My intention is to escort you back to Blackwater City. The Blackwater clams there have yet to be fully harvested. Allowing you to gain some experience, Jiang Chun replied. That works. Fengdu nodded in agreement. Without the clam mother, those Blackwater clams could not respawn, making it indeed an excellent opportunity for experience grinding. Moreover, the outskirts of Blackwater City contained areas where insect-like monsters would respawn, and with their strength, they should be able to handle it with caution. As they conversed, two distinct paths emerged. I'll provide you with a yacht, and Yuan, take this bear. It could be useful if you encounter any trouble. Jiang Chun handed her a red toy bear. All right. Su Yuan accepted without hesitation. The toy bear could inherit 70% of Jiang Chen's attributes, which would undoubtedly assist them in critical moments. The two paths lay before them, one leading to Black Soil City, the other returning to Blackwater City. After watching Su Yuan and the others embark on their journey to Blackwater City, Jiang Chen turned, two figures still trailing beside him, the Ghost Bride and the Snow Spirit. The uniqueness of the Ghost Bride was self-evident, while the Snow Spirit recognized only Jiang Chun as her master. Just as he was about to enter Black Soil City, he suddenly heard a notification sound. Player Jiang Yun has triggered the Curse of the Crow, causing the crisis level in Black Earth City to rise. Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow. Has it already begun? Quite swift indeed. Well then, I shall commence as well. A faint smile graced Jiang Chen's lips as he entered Black Earth City. Black Earth City, shrouded in swirling dust, revealed Jiang Chen's figure as he landed gracefully upon a slab of green stone. Behind him, a colossal insect emerged from the earth, plump and round-headed, its mouth gaping open to reveal a maw lined with sharp teeth. This creature unmistakably resembled the sandstorm earth dragon Jiang Chun had encountered on the tracks, now manifesting in Black Earth City. However, this particular specimen had ascended to level 24, a stark contrast to the one he had previously faced. Aishwa, Jiang Chun called out sharply during a brief moment of respite. In midair, a snow sprite fluttered its gossamer wings, holding a golden-green staff. "Received," she replied sweetly, then gracefully waved her staff, causing countless green vines to erupt from the ground, ensnaring the sandstorm earth dragon. This staff had been acquired from the apothecary in Raccoon City, and now it was perfectly suited for the snow sprite's use. Bound by the vines, the sandstorm earth dragon crashed heavily to the ground, emitting a low, guttural roar. Jiang Chun refrained from rushing in, opting instead to produce the petrifying dagger and hurl it forth. The force of the throw drove the dagger deep into the dragon's abdomen, prompting it to thrash violently, attempting to burrow back into the earth. Yet, Jiang Chun would not grant it such a wish. For another petrifying dagger remained lodged within its body. An icy blue gem materialized. Frost. A black gem appeared simultaneously. Undead. The dual incantations summoned a torrent of frost that spread across the ground, followed by two towering ice pillars that erupted skyward, forcing the sandstorm earth dragon upwards. With a roar, three massive zombie giants surged forward. Two seized the dragon by its head and tail, while the third glared fiercely, brandishing a colossal axe high above. The sandstorm earth dragon writhed but was already stiffening, the petrifying dagger embedded in its abdomen having taken effect. The dark gray stone transformation rendered this segment of its body as fragile as clay. With a resounding thud, the axe descended, cleaving the creature in two. You have slain the sandstorm earth dragon. Chapter 102. Black Poison City. You have slain the sandstorm earth dragon. Earning 3 energy crystals. You have acquired 3 dragon scales. You have received 1 key to the enchanted manor. You have obtained the blueprint for an automatic cultivator. You have acquired the blueprint for an automatic watering device. You have received several vegetable seeds. You have obtained 300 train coins. A wave of rewards flooded in, and Jiang Chun beamed with delight as he collected them into his inventory. Unfortunately, the dragon did not yield another earth energy gem, but 3 energy crystals were certainly a welcome prize, Jiang Chun mused. The energy consumption for the various gems in this regional dungeon had been substantial, making the energy crystals a pressing necessity for replenishment. Among them, the frost gem consumed the most. A humming sound resonated as a sapphire blue gem floated in Jiang Chun's palm, its energy reduced to approximately half. He then infused one of the newly acquired energy crystals directly into the frost gem, which could replenish about 30% of its energy. At the moment the energy crystal merged, a faint azure glow blossomed, signifying a rise in the energy gauge from its midpoint. Aside from the frost gem, the flame gem and the undead gem had also experienced some depletion, yet none had reached the point of requiring replenishment. Jiang Chun collected his thoughts and raised his gaze to the circling crows overhead, pondering softly. Suddenly, the previously seen purple bat insignia shot forth once more. Player Qinzhou has triggered the curse of the crows. The crisis in Black Poison City has escalated. Player Qinzhou has triggered the curse of the crows. The crisis in Black Flame City has escalated. Player Qinzhou has triggered the curse of the crows. The crisis in Black Gold City has escalated. 3 notifications rang out in succession, each featuring a unique location name. As a result, Jiang Chun obtained the names of 3 dungeons. Black Flame City was likely associated with fire elements, while Black Gold City pertained to the attributes of gold. However, Black Poison City piqued his interest the most. Just then, 3 distinct paths materialized before him, marked by stone tablets bearing the names he had just seen. With a flicker of determination in his eyes, Jiang Chun made his way toward Black Poison City, feeling a stronger intrigue for this locale than the other 2. Before long, the path behind him vanished entirely, and Jiang Chun arrived at the so-called Black Poison City, surrounded by a murky green miasma that made it difficult to discern directions. As he inhaled the toxic air, a sense of dizziness enveloped him. Upon checking his personal panel, he noticed his mental attributes plummeting rapidly. This place was indeed formidable. Jiang Chun adjusted his legendary glasses and swiftly retrieved a black hooded apparatus from his inventory, a gas mask. Fortunately, I had prepared for this. He donned it with efficiency, alleviating some of the disorienting sensations. Taking a moment to regain his composure, he began to survey his surroundings while activating the scanning function of his legendary glasses. No need for scanning, he thought. He heard a series of hisses and the rustling of something brushing against the branches. The sounds grew increasingly dense. With keen focus, Jiang Chun noticed that the trees had become infested with venomous green snakes, their crimson tongues flickering in the air and their chilling eyes fixated upon him. In the blink of an eye, a snake lunged at him. With a flash of cold light, Jiang Chun drew his petrifying dagger and swiftly cleaved the creature in two. The snake writhed momentarily on the ground before lying still. "You have slain a venomous serpent." The sound of the game's notification echoed in his mind. Yet he found himself devoid of the inclination to heed it. For as this venomous snake launched its assault, the remaining serpents surged forth like arrows released from a bow, overwhelming him with their relentless onslaught. Jiang Chen's pupils constricted. The number of these creatures rivaled that of the zombies in Raccoon City, and they possessed a lethal venom that could easily render him unconscious with just a few bites. Although he harbored considerable confidence in his defenses, the sheer multitude of the serpents and their cunning angles of attack presented a formidable challenge. There were always certain vulnerable spots on his person that his armor failed to shield, rendering them deadly weaknesses. Thus, Jiang Chun resolved swiftly to avoid unnecessary entanglement with these venomous foes. "Frost," he uttered with determination. Instantly, ice spikes erupted from the ground, elevating him into the air. "Wait." As he stood atop the ice pillar, intending to leap away, he suddenly noticed the serpents writhing helplessly beneath him, unable to scale the slick surface of the ice. This revelation brought him immense joy. A smile graced Jiang Chen's lips as he unhesitatingly drew his pistol. A fiery red gem materialized in his palm, and after casting an enchantment upon it, he unleashed a barrage of flaming bullets upon the serpents. Soon, a conflagration raged within their ranks, their anguished hisses resonating in Jiang Chen's ears like a hauntingly beautiful melody. "You have slain a venomous serpent. Experience gained 380. You have slain a venomous serpent. Experience gained 450. You have slain a venomous serpent. Experience gained 400. The experience garnered from these serpents was a stark contrast to that of the zombies in Raccoon City. Not only were they abundant, but they also possessed a higher level. Averaging around level 15, each serpent yielded 400 to 500 experience points. In just a few minutes, his experience had surged by tens of thousands. Upon reaching level 18, his experience bar soared to 300,000. Aside from the initial encounter with the bloodthirsty insects, he had scarcely encountered any groups of monsters suitable for farming experience. The only other numerous adversaries were a cluster of blackwater clams. However, due to the peculiar nature of the clam mother, he needed to eliminate her first. After dispatching her, Jiang Chun did not linger in Blackwater City, heading straight for Blackwood City. Yet, Blackwood City offered no lesser monsters. Therefore, strictly speaking, the current group of venomous serpents was the most gratifying assembly of lesser foes he had encountered, and he would not let this opportunity slip away. As the notifications continued to flood his ears, Jiang Chun reveled in the thrill of the hunt, suddenly sensing an approaching presence. The scanning function of his legendary glasses activated. On the blueprint, two icons appeared, each significantly larger than those of the lesser monsters, a sight Jiang Chun recognized all too well. Elite monsters. With the emergence of these elite foes, the lesser serpents began to contemplate retreat. Yet a glint of cold determination flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes. There were still at least 200 to 300 of these lesser serpents remaining, which calculated to a minimum of over 100,000 experience points. Not a single one shall escape. With a furious roar, he summoned a multitude of ice walls, rising in circular formation, encircling the venomous serpents that sought to flee. Hissing with indignation, the serpents emitted a chorus of furious shrieks. However, Jiang Chen paid them no heed, unleashing bullets from his pistol in rapid succession, consigning them all to a fiery demise. A resounding crash echoed as one of the ice walls was breached, revealing a serpent's head emerging from the darkness. Its elongated, oval visage bore wings on either side, and its crimson eyes glared fiercely at him. Chapter 103, Call of the Consort. Target, Giant Venomous Ice Serpent King. Category, Venomous Creatures. Level, 22. Attack, Defense, Mental. Description, possesses potent venom, capable of launching corrosive poison upon contact. The colossal serpent's head measured 3 to 4 meters across, while its elongated body extended for dozens of meters, rendering Jiang Chun insignificant in comparison. It crashed violently against the ice wall, creating a gaping hole through which it beheld the ravaged surroundings, emitting a furious hiss. Subsequently, it opened its maw, unleashing a torrent of dark green venom. Frost. Jiang Chen's heart raced as he hastily conjured an ice wall to shield himself from the venom, only to hear a thunderous sound behind him. Another giant venomous ice serpent king, comparable in size to the first, lunged at him with its jaws agape. Cursing inwardly, Jiang Chun realized the cunning strategy behind the simultaneous ambush of these two elite serpents, intending to ensnare him. The disparity in size between the smaller serpents, merely 2 or 3 meters long, and these elite creatures was astonishing. He had an aversion to creatures of such immense stature, as they pose considerable challenges despite their inherent advantages. Confronted by the dual threat of the giant venomous serpent kings, Jiang Chun took a deep breath and summoned a deep blue gemstone into his hand. Recently acquired from the mother clam, this gem possessed a unique and formidable effect. With a subtle manipulation, the two giant venomous serpent kings appeared to lose their weight, collapsing to the ground inexplicably. They hissed in furious protest, yet it was futile, as if an invisible force had gripped their heads, rendering them immobile. Witnessing this, a smile crept across Jiang Chun's lips. This was the special effect of the water energy gem, heavy pressure. Enhanced by his overwhelming offensive attributes, the applied pressure prevented the serpent kings from raising their heads, making their defeat considerably easier. Undead. He snapped his fingers lightly. 3 towering undead axe wielders materialized, accompanied by a massive devourer. However, in comparison to the 2 giant venomous serpent kings, their size seemed somewhat inadequate. Jiang Chun pondered thoughtfully. Eliminate them, he commanded slowly. The undead, receiving their orders, advanced towards the giant venomous serpent kings, wielding their colossal axes. Under the immense pressure exerted by the water gem, the 2 giant venomous serpents, upon sensing the approach of the undead, exerted themselves fiercely, flinging one of the undead axe giants away. The licker, agile and swift, ascended a tree, fixating on one of the giant venomous serpents. With a flick of its elongated tail, it struck directly at the serpent's head. A spurt of blood erupted, and the serpent's body convulsed violently, struggling against its fate. After a brief moment, it gasped its last breath, its massive head crashing heavily to the ground. Meanwhile, 3 undead axe giants besieged another serpent, yet they were forced to retreat under the overwhelming might of the giant venomous serpent. Jiang Chun sighed, aware that their attributes were still insufficient. When he had tamed them, they had only reached level 18, whereas these 2 serpents boasted a level of 21. Their 3-dimensional attributes vastly superior. Thus, their weakness was to be expected. Jiang Chun's gaze shifted to the fallen giant venomous serpent, as the black undead gem slowly emerged. In my command, he declared, his pupils shimmering with dark light, reflecting the corpse of the serpent. A pitch-black undead giant python rose slowly, exuding an air of formidable ferocity. In the next moment, it roared forth, joining the fray against the 3 axe giants. With a swift motion, the remaining giant venomous serpent's head was torn from its body, betrayed by its erstwhile ally. As life drained from the decapitated serpent, Jiang Chun harnessed the undead gem to convert it into an undead creature. Observing the chaotic scene around him, Jiang Chun exhaled in relief and stowed away several gems. It was then that he recalled that these 2 were merely elite monsters of the Black Poison City. If elite monsters proved this challenging, one could only imagine the strength of the others. However, Jiang Chun remained unfazed. His focus lay solely on the rewards that awaited him. He activated his legendary spectacles, initiating a search of the area. Before long, he identified a red dot of significance, astonishingly located right within his vicinity. Jiang Chun turned to look behind him, where sounds of battle echoed, precisely in the direction marked on the blueprint. Wait, where's the ghost bride? Jiang Chun finally sensed something amiss. The ghost bride, who had been following him closely, had vanished. He contemplated the source of the commotion and proceeded cautiously. In the forest, a figure clad in green flew forth like a cannonball, crashing into several trees before stabilizing. This green-clad figure was a stunning young girl, her face twisted with resentment as she glared at a figure in red across from her. The red-clad figure was none other than the ghost bride, her fiery veil billowing in the gentle breeze, revealing glimpses of her breathtaking profile. The ghost bride fixed her gaze on the girl in green, her voice as frigid as a cold spring. You should not be here. The girl in green wiped her mouth and retorted, And what of you? The ghostly bride ceased her chatter, her crimson sleeves sweeping gracefully, conjuring a silver bell that floated in midair, swiftly descending upon the girl in a green dress. In an instant, the girl emitted a piercing scream, and as the silver bell vibrated with increasing speed, she could no longer withstand its force and collapsed to her knees. Endless resentment flickered in her eyes. Ghost bride, Though we are both spirits, you ruthlessly seek my demise. I curse you, for eternity," accompanied by her sorrowful wails. The green-clad girl vanished into oblivion, leaving behind a solitary emerald gem suspended in the air. The ghost bride has slain the poison maiden. As a consequence, you have become entangled in her curse, known as Sorrowful Origin. Sorrowful Origin. A portion of your power shall remain shackled here until someone calls upon you and unravels this curse. Until then, you shall randomly suffer from one form of poison each day. No, Jiang Chun, who had been spectating, was taken aback by this bewildering curse. I did not slay her. The ghost bride returned to Jiang Chen's side, her small hand outstretched, revealing the very emerald gem. Poison gem grants immunity to any toxic elemental attacks while enabling the manipulation of poison elements for offensive purposes. Excluding the curse's poison, as Jiang Chun absorbed the description of the gem, he fell into an unprecedented silence. He was utterly perplexed as to why the ghost bride had chosen to eliminate the girl in green, leading him to unwittingly inherit a curse. The poison gem, while seemingly formidable, was ultimately rather useless. It could not neutralize the toxic elemental attacks stemming from the curse. He gazed at the ghost bride before him and recalled that she had indeed spoken moments ago. It seemed time for a dialogue. He could not allow himself to be cursed without reason. Jiang Chun regarded her, momentarily at a loss for how to address her. At that moment, the corners of the ghost bride's lips, hidden beneath her red veil, seemed to curl upward, her gentle voice emerging. "Call me wife." Chapter 104. The disappearance of the mark. Fortunately, she did not require me to call her mother. Jiang Chun looked at the ghost bride. Although he had previously referred to her as wife in jest, it now felt somewhat difficult to utter. He could distinctly sense that the ghost bride before him was no longer the same as before. Previously, she had merely followed him in a daze, silent and uncommunicative. Now, she exhibited a vivacious personality, even teasing him into calling her wife. "Do you seem unwilling?" the ghost bride queried softly, her voice still melodious, but now tinged with an air of urgency. Jiang Chen's heart raced as he recalled her true identity, a high-level spirit. Strictly speaking, the ghost bride was part of this game. While he was merely a player, they stood as adversaries. If she so wished, she could effortlessly eliminate him with a mere gesture. As for any affection between them, he did not consider it a guarantee for his survival. "Wife." Thus, he called out to her sincerely. The ghost bride's crimson lips curved upward, seemingly delighted. "Good." She spoke softly, lightly tiptoeing as she gently rubbed Jiang Chen's head. In that moment, Jiang Chun was momentarily taken aback. The ghost bride, who was supposed to be half a head shorter than him, appeared somewhat endearing in her tiptoeing. Yet it also evoked a peculiar sensation within him. Did this ghost bride perceive herself as a child? "The one you just killed?" Jiang Chun inquired after a brief pause. Now that the ghost bride was capable of communication, it was an opportune moment for questions. "Poisonous maiden, intermediate specter." The ghost bride replied coyly, standing before Jiang Chun. "Intermediate specter?" Jiang Chun was taken aback. He had yet to scan the information of that girl in the green dress before the ghost bride had dispatched her. To his astonishment, that girl was indeed an intermediate specter. But why had the ghost bride taken her life? Even without verbalizing his thoughts, the ghost bride seemed to understand him. Her cherry lips parting to explain, "According to the rules of the game, intermediate specters are not permitted in the novice area as quests." She had overstepped. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Chun suddenly understood. So that was it. Yet, wasn't the ghost bride's specter level seemingly higher than that of the poisonous maiden? "Indeed. You are correct. I have also overstepped, but my strength is formidable. No one in the novice area can defeat me," the ghost bride stated softly. Jiang Chun looked at her with a perplexed gaze. How audacious her words were. "If you are so powerful, why resort to a curse to compel me to guide you to the terminal station?" Jiang Chun queried further. "The terminal station can only be reached by train, which is why I sought you. As for the curse, you should have realized by now that it is not entirely detrimental. To you, it is termed a curse, but for us, it is merely a form of transaction. Should a player fulfill the terms of the curse, it will be lifted, and the player will receive certain rewards from us." The ghost bride's cherry lips, hidden beneath her red veil, parted at an angle to enlighten him about some of the game's rules. Jiang Chun nodded. This was indeed familiar territory for him, as he was quite accustomed to curses and had benefited greatly from them. However, one thing still puzzled him. Why had such a being as the ghost bride come to the novice area? "I encountered an unforeseen incident in the growth area." Thus I sought refuge in the Novice area. There is no need for you to know more, as your only task is to escort me to the terminal station." The ghost bride's melodious voice rang out. Jiang Chun gazed at her in shock. This time, without him asking, the ghost bride had answered his question. "It is as you surmised. I possess the ability to read minds. Should you commit any offense against me, I will extract your heart," the ghost bride said. Turning her head, her cherry lips curving into a sinister arc, her crimson-nailed hand demonstrating a heart-extracting motion. This immediately sent a chill down Jiang Chen's spine, prompting him to involuntarily step back. Seeing this, the ghost bride burst into a series of melodious giggles. Jiang Chun was momentarily taken aback, only then realizing that the ghost bride was attempting to frighten him, leaving his old face somewhat embarrassed. However, simultaneously, a flash of inspiration struck him. "I understand now. You encountered an adversary in the growth zone and fled to the Novice area for refuge. To avoid revealing your whereabouts, you eliminated that intermediate undead," Jiang Chun declared. Yet, as soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere around him began to shift. A frigid aura emanated from the ghost bride, who slowly turned around. Her beautiful eyes hidden beneath her red veil, fixed intently upon him. "Husband, being too clever is not always a virtue," she intoned. Her pale hand gently rested upon Jiang Chen's shoulder, and an overwhelming chill cascaded over him like a bucket of ice water, causing him to shiver uncontrollably. "Are you joking? Look at you. So serious." Jiang Chen chuckled awkwardly, poking the ghost bride's delicate hand resting on his shoulder. The ghost bride remained unfazed, her cherry lips parting slightly as she ethereally commanded, "Come here." With a subtle pressure from her finger, Jiang Chun felt an unseen force push against his back, propelling him directly into her embrace. The scent of musk filled his nostrils, jolting his senses, while her slightly cold and soft body made him swallow nervously. "Ghost bride, what are you doing?" From her concealed vantage, the ghost bride tilted her head slightly, her enchanting eyes peering through the veil, scrutinizing the profile of his face. "You are mine. How can you bear the marks of another?" she whispered in his ear. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen suddenly grasped the implication, his heart racing. No, but in the next instant, her icy lips had already pressed against his cheek. "The mark of the fallen princess has vanished. You have angered the fallen princess. Train destination altered. Next stop, the fallen kingdom of Landis." Jiang Chen's gaze fell into a stupor, the cold, soft sensation on his cheek leaving him disoriented. Was this a mistake? The fallen kingdom of Landis was a level 30 dungeon, which originally had at least a dozen stops ahead. Now, it was directly advanced to the next station. This meant that upon leaving the regional dungeon, he would be thrust directly into the fallen kingdom of Landis. He never intended to offend the fallen princess. As Jiang Chen's thoughts spiraled, a sudden pang of pain on his cheek snapped him back to reality. The ghost bride's kiss had transformed into a bite, her icy lips concealing a pair of sharp teeth that left a distinct mark on his cheek. "Hiss!" Jiang Chun inhaled sharply, yet he understood the ghost bride's reasoning, resigning himself to silent suffering. After a moment, the ghost bride finally released him with a cold snort. "You were so fickle. Thinking of other women while I was kissing you." Jiang Chun had no words. Could he truly be blamed? Was it not her erasure of the fallen princess's mark that precipitated the premature arrival at the Landis station, leading him to such tumultuous thoughts? "I do not care. Having fallen under my curse, you are my husband, and I shall not permit any mark from another woman to reside upon you." The ghostly bride appeared somewhat troubled, her expression clouded. "Husband?" Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow at her words. "It seems we have not yet performed the wedding ceremony. To whom do you belong?" A chill emanated from the beautiful eyes hidden beneath the ghost bride's red veil. "Are you unwilling?" "No, what I mean is, without a wedding ceremony, we cannot be considered a couple. Furthermore, should we not first engage in courtship?" Jiang Chun replied with a playful smile. "Courtship? How does one court?" the ghost bride inquired, a hint of confusion evident in her tone. "I shall teach you," Jiang Chun said softly, gently lifting her delicate chin and leaning in to kiss her. The ghost bride's eyes widened beneath her veil. After a long moment, Jiang Chun released her, a faint blush lingering on her porcelain cheeks. "Is this what courtship entails?" Her voice, usually cold and aloof, had softened. "Indeed, this is courtship," Jiang Chun remarked, savoring the lingering taste on his lips. Perhaps due to her ethereal state, her lips were cool and soft, akin to melting ice cream, offering a unique sensation. "Very well. Let us first court, then marry. The ghost bride agreed, nodding earnestly. Ghost bride affection level 5. Your friendly relationship with the ghost bride has improved. Affectionate. With the ghost bride's consent, you may now engage in affectionate interactions. A notification chimed in Jiang Chen's ear, causing his heart to skip a beat. Had he successfully courted the ghost bride? Observing her enchanting presence, he felt a surge of curiosity and proposed, "How about you unveil your face so I may behold your beauty?" The ghost bride's visage had always been a mystery. She seemed to possess an aura that shielded her from the prying eyes of his legendary glasses, obscuring her level and appearance. Seizing this opportunity, perhaps he could catch a glimpse of her true self? No, only when we consummate our union can you unveil my face. The ghost bride firmly rejected his request. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment. Then let us lift the veil just slightly, so I may see your face. If you would permit. She hesitated, contemplating the customs involved. After a brief moment, she nodded and softly said, "Call me wife, and I shall grant you a glimpse." Wife. Jiang Chun pronounced the word without hesitation. The ghost bride pressed her lips together before gently lifting the red veil, revealing a delicate face. Her brows as graceful as the crescent moon, radiating an unparalleled charm, her makeup tastefully understated. Under Jiang Chen's intense gaze, the ghost bride lowered her head slightly, a mixture of shyness and allure enveloping her demeanor. She delicately tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, her lips parting slightly. "Do I look beautiful?" Her tone carried a blend of anticipation, bashfulness, and nervousness. Jiang Chun grinned widely. "Are you not capable of reading minds? You should already know." At his words, the ghost bride cast a flirtatious glance in his direction. "Come here." For reasons unknown, upon hearing these words, Jiang Chun felt a sudden surge of vigilance. The last time the ghost bride uttered those two characters, unfortunate events ensued. He understood well that there is a sharp edge to the word desire. Noticing Jiang Chen's inclination to retreat, the alluring demeanor on the ghost bride's face immediately vanished. With a slight gesture of her delicate hand, Jiang Chen found himself levitating directly in front of her. Following that, her cherry lips pouted slightly, and she embraced Jiang Chen, kissing him. "You have fallen under the ghost bride's special curse. Unity, as husband and wife share a single heart, their strength is unparalleled. From now on, you shall possess a common adversary, and should you part, a unique connection will remain." Jiang Chen's gaze fell into a daze. He knew this would not bode well. Did this not imply that he must assist the ghost bride in confronting her foes? In other words, he was to face the very individual who had bested the ghost bride, forcing her to flee from the growth zone to the novice area for refuge? If even the ghost bride could not overcome him, how could he possibly prevail? Gazing at the breathtaking beauty before him, her eyes closed and icy lips lingering on his, Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes. How infuriating. Once again, he had fallen into a trap. It seemed he must extract some interest from this situation. Before he could make a move, he felt the ghost bride willingly part her pearly teeth, offering her cool, fragrant tongue. Her eyes opened at that moment, a hint of regret swirling within them. After a long while, they finally ceased. That formidable adversary lurked within the shadows, far too powerful, even now that I have healed. I still lack confidence in facing him. Previously, I cursed you to lead me to the final station, but just now, I have changed my mind. The ghost bride stood before Jiang Chun, her red veil still lifted, her exquisite face captivating. "I have decided to invest in you to assist me in confronting him. This Area S instance is rather unusual. Should you reach the end, you will earn the right to aid me." She spoke with a calm demeanor. "Can I refuse your investment?" Jiang Chun replied begrudgingly. "What do you think?" The ghost bride's brows furrowed, a glint of malice flickering in her eyes. "By the way, I forgot to mention, the one who harmed me intends to forcibly marry me. If you wish for your beloved to become another's, you may certainly stand idly by." She spoke softly. Jiang Chen's gaze instantly turned icy. What nonsense is this? The woman he had kissed, to be given to another? He would not allow that man to escape unscathed, even if it meant losing his surname. The ghost bride sensed Jiang Chen's inner turmoil and let out a light laugh, her lips curving into an enchanting smile, utterly captivating. "You are not his match at present, at the very least. You must secure the ultimate reward of this Area S instance." The ghost bride mentioned the final reward of this instance twice, piquing Jiang Chen's interest. Could the final reward of this instance be a legendary piece of equipment? Only something of such caliber would warrant the ghost bride's repeated emphasis. stirring the guild at the final station into action. Yet, he felt that something crucial was still missing. Legendary equipment? The ghostly bride shook her head and remarked, "If the area instance emerging from the black mist merely offers legendary equipment, it would hardly live up to its name. The ultimate reward from this instance should be a piece of restricted grade equipment, though I am still uncertain about its exact identity." Restricted grade. Jiang Chun gazed at the ghostly bride with astonishment. "Are you implying that there exists equipment beyond the legendary grade?" Indeed, the ghostly bride nodded, her enchanting eyes twinkling with a coy smile as she regarded him. "Surely, you did not believe that legendary equipment is the pinnacle?" Jiang Chun remained silent, tacitly acknowledging her words. Prior to this, he had indeed assumed that legendary was the highest tier of equipment. However, her revelation illuminated the truth. It was no wonder that the Spectre had mentioned the unusual commotion surrounding this area instance. It was due to the emergence of restricted grade equipment among the major guilds. There must be players with prophetic abilities who foresaw the arrival of such equipment, prompting the convergence of numerous novice zones here. Jiang Chun murmured to himself. According to the Spectre's account, a total of 18 novice zones had been opened, with the 18th zone, where he resided, being the last to be unveiled. The other novice zones had gradually merged, totaling 11. Zones 13, 12, 11, 4, and 2 were incorporated from the 12-star palace, while zones 10 and 9 came from the 8 Fiends Hall. Zones 7, 5, 3, and 1 were assimilated by the July Society. It seems the 8 Fiends Hall has only integrated 2 zones, indicating a disadvantageous position among these 3 factions. The 12-star palace and July Society appear to be more evenly matched, he contemplated. With such a multitude of novice zones amalgamated, this area instance would undoubtedly be rife with fierce competition. He found himself somewhat eager to see which faction would ultimately claim the restricted grade equipment. Jiang Chun's eyes flickered with anticipation. "Do not hold your breath. The vast majority will find their demise here," the ghostly bride whispered softly beside him. Chapter 106. The golden-scaled giant lizard. Her words caused Jiang Chun to glance at her with mild concern. If the equipment truly was of restricted grade, then the final challenge would surely be fraught with peril. He questioned whether his hidden cards would suffice. "Fear not. Within the bounds of the rules, I shall assist you," the ghostly bride replied with a playful smile, her crescent moon-like eyes sparkling at him. Jiang Chun nodded, but suddenly recalled something, his expression shifting slightly. "Wait a moment. I seem to have acquired a curse, which causes me to randomly suffer from a poison each day. What if I happen to endure a toxin that has no antidote?" The cursed poison was not something that the poison gem could nullify, and he possessed few means of detoxification. "You have quite the memory," the ghostly bride observed, arms crossed as she regarded him. "Indeed, it appears I have fallen victim to your unwarranted misfortune," Jiang Chun responded, a hint of resignation in his tone. Their eyes met. The ghostly bride tilted her head slightly. "Very well. You are quite the tenacious little fellow. Allow me to assist you." Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow. "Little fellow?" "Indeed. In terms of age, the ghost bride is somewhat older than myself, perhaps even more than just a little. However, one must ponder how the ghost bride intends to assist me." With a delicate lift of her fair hand, a diminutive emerald sprite fluttered forth, measuring merely 10 centimeters in height, exuding a charming allure. "What is this?" Jiang Chun inquired, glancing at the ghost bride. "A healing sprite, skilled in detoxification. It can alleviate most poisons. Henceforth, she shall be yours," the ghost bride softly proclaimed. "Greetings, master." The healing sprite hovered before Jiang Chun, its gossamer green wings fluttering with delightful speed. "Not only can I neutralize toxins, but I can also mend minor injuries. In truth, I am quite versatile. So I implore you not to confine me, as the ghost bride has." A hint of grievance adorned her petite visage. Jiang Chun, taken aback by her words, turned to the ghost bride. "Given my strength, I seldom require her services, which is why I rarely release her," the ghost bride explained with an air of nonchalance. Upon hearing this, the healing sprite puffed her cheeks, casting a sorrowful gaze at the ghost bride. Jiang Chun chuckled softly, finding a fondness for the healing sprite, especially as she had come to him without cost. "By the way, I have a friend I would like to introduce to you," Jiang Chun suddenly remarked, gesturing toward the sky. Instantly, a frosty sprite descended gracefully. "Master," the sprite diminished in size, having been observing Jiang Chun's surroundings. "Ah Shue, meet our new friend. Let us call her Ah Lu." Jiang Chun introduced the 2 sprites to one another. Oh, another sprite? Which race do you belong to? I have never seen wings as beautiful as yours, the green healing sprite exclaimed, darting to Ashwe and inspecting her with wide-eyed wonder. I am a snow sprite from the snowy realms of the north, Ashwe replied, her spirits lifting at the sight of a kindred spirit. I reside in the great forest, and I am a healing sprite, Alu joyfully responded. Observing the two sprites interact, Jiang Chun smiled faintly. Having noted Ashwe's occasional expressions of solitude, perhaps due to longing for home and the absence of her kind. Yet now, she finally had a companion. Let us proceed. We must continue our journey, Jiang Chun said, glancing at the ghost bride. She nodded gently, lowering her red veil and gracefully following Jiang Chun. Before them lay two distinctly divergent paths, Black Gold City and Black Flame City. Jiang Chun's gaze flickered momentarily before ultimately settling upon Black Gold City. Navigating through a narrow passageway, they entered a vast cavern, its walls still adorned with remnants of golden powder. Scattered about were signs of a chaotic struggle, indicating that others had ventured here before. Jiang Chun's attention was drawn to an eerie golden sculpture, its visage frozen in a grimace of anguish from life. Golden liquid dripped from its surface to the ground, still uncoagulated. It appears the battle has only recently concluded. We have likely entered their hunting grounds, Jiang Chun observed coolly. He did not rush to trace the monster's whereabouts, but instead turned his gaze towards the individuals nearby. Unfortunately, they had all been transmuted into gold, rendering any useful information undetectable. Uncertain of their abilities, he suddenly found himself reminiscing about the days when Fengdu was by his side, with her intelligence network. She would surely have recognized them. Suddenly, within the range of his legendary glasses, a massive red dot appeared, indicating a target. Target, golden-scaled giant lizard. Category, aberration. Level, 24. Attack, defense, spirit. Description, a mutated giant lizard birthed from underground gold mines, possessing the unique ability to expel corrosive gold acid, rendering those struck immobile until the acid solidifies. Furthermore, it seems to be guarding something. Gold acid? It sounded eerily akin to petrifying poison, though perhaps not entirely. This substance was far more repulsive. Jiang Chun adjusted his legendary glasses, activating the X-ray and night vision functions. In an instant, the dimly lit cavern became vividly clear to him, revealing a corpulent giant lizard quietly crawling from the cave's ceiling, its long, thick tail swaying gently. As Jiang Chun laid eyes upon it, its dark golden pupils also locked onto him. With a suppressed roar, a peculiar stench surged through the air, emanating from the creature. Move, Jiang Chun commanded sharply, retreating while grasping the slender waist of the ghost bride behind him. A torrent of golden acid cascaded from above, obliterating the spot where Jiang Chun had just stood, leaving a mound of solidified earth in its wake, and the noxious fumes made it nearly impossible to open one's eyes. I can assure you that those unfortunate souls must have suffered inhuman torment before their demise. Jiang Chun pinched his nose, feeling a wave of sympathy for those who had perished from suffocation in the golden acid. How does it feel? Came the ghost bride's delicate inquiry in his ear. At her words, Jiang Chun chuckled softly, soft. The ghost bride laughed lightly, slipping from his grasp and gracefully drifting backward, her silver anklets chiming melodiously. Clearly, she was preparing to witness the unfolding spectacle. Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow. A level 24 creature indeed presented a considerable challenge. Let it come, he thought, rolling his neck as a cerulean gemstone materialized in his palm. Come crashing down, he bellowed, causing the giant lizard clinging to the cave's ceiling to plummet to the ground, creating a massive crater and sending dust swirling into the air. Jiang Chun charged into the cloud of dust, and an enraged roar soon echoed, revealing a thick tail thrashing amidst the haze. With a swift motion, Jiang Chun emerged, cautiously observing the giant tail. As the dust settled, the giant lizard's dark, golden eyes glimmered with unrestrained fury. Embedded in its back was a dagger shimmering with a faint golden light, stained with droplets of crimson blood. Chapter 107. The Wish Gem. The petrifying dagger had already found its mark, and Jiang Chun was in no rush. He simply needed to gradually wear down the creature to bring it to an end. Nevertheless, it continued to roar like thunder, its dark golden scales rendering it reminiscent of an earth dragon. With a sudden spray, another burst of golden acidic liquid shot forth towards Jiang Chun's face. Frost. An ice wall erupted abruptly, intercepting the torrent of golden acid, yet simultaneously, the wall was rapidly corroded and dissolved. The massive lizard twisted its form, and its thick, lengthy tail swung violently, wreaking havoc in the narrow cavern. Jiang Chun inhaled deeply, summoning ice pillars from the ground to evade the sweeping tail. Bang! But soon after, the tail obliterated the ice pillar. It was imperative to restrain the creature. Jiang Chun furrowed his brow. "Alua Shui." Jiang Chun called out to the two little spirits hovering in the air. Here, a Shui, having accompanied Jiang Chun for quite some time, understood his intent merely by the sound of his voice. She produced a mini ice blue staff and handed it to Alu. The very wind and snow staff previously wielded by Jiang Chun. "Use this," she said to Alu. "Wow, you are so kind." Alu exclaimed joyfully as she accepted it, only to watch a Shui produce a golden staff next. Is being Jiang Chun's spirit so affluent? Undead. Jiang Chun called out firmly from below. Two massive venomous-eyed serpents surged forth, entangling with the giant lizard. With Jiang Chun's attributes at level 18. Facing a creature at level 24, there was undoubtedly a disparity in their capabilities. The only chance to overcome this level difference lay in employing tactics to compensate for the gap. Fortunately, he had an array of methods at his disposal. The two venomous serpents sank their fangs into the giant lizard, yet due to its excessively thick scales, the serpent's fangs could barely penetrate, managing only to tear through a bit of flesh. Damn it, the petrifying toxin has yet to take effect. Jiang Chun's brows knitted tightly. This scenario could only indicate one thing. The defensive attributes of this giant lizard had significantly surpassed his offensive capabilities. Moreover, the speed at which the petrifying toxin took effect was closely tied to the disparity in attack and defense attributes. The greater the difference, the longer the activation time. Additionally, such crawling creatures typically possessed a high resistance to toxins, making the choice to wait for the toxin to manifest rather unwise. Jiang Chun's gaze flickered as a strategy formed in his mind. Though the exterior of this crawling creature was hard, its belly was vulnerable. Swish! A dark green gem materialized in the palm of his hand. It was the venomous gem. According to the gem's description, it could harness the power of toxic elements. However, pure toxins, much like the mechanism of the petrifying toxin, were unlikely to yield any significant effects on this giant lizard. Yet, if combined with a flame gem, the outcome might be different. The explosive force of combining toxin and flame, toxic blast. A spark ignited in Jiang Chun's eyes. And the destructive power was surely something to anticipate. The Desert Eagle pistol manifested in his hand, unleashing enchanted bullets imbued with two elemental forces. Bang! Yet, before the bullets could find their mark, they were intercepted mid-air by a cascade of golden acid, as if the colossal lizard had sensed the peril contained within the projectile. A thunderous roar reverberated throughout the cavern, even shaking the very mountains. As the dust settled, a lingering ring of dark green smoke remained, while Jiang Chun and his companions found refuge behind a massive ice wall. Had it not been for this barrier, they would have undoubtedly been caught in the toxic explosion's aftermath. The situation could not be prolonged, for the very cave itself risked collapse. Just as Jiang Chun marveled at the explosive potency of the toxin, intending to seize the moment and subdue the giant lizard, he heard the ghost bride's warning. With a swift glance around, he indeed noticed fissures emerging along the cave walls. As the ghost bride had forewarned, this place could not withstand another toxic detonation. Yet, in this lightless abyss, the path back to the surface remained uncertain, and whatever the lizard was guarding may not permit his ascent. Jiang Chun furrowed his brow. Only one course of action remained. He fixed his gaze on the giant lizard and charged forward. As the lizard detected his approach, it continuously spewed forth golden acid, which Jiang Chun adeptly deflected with the ice wall. Drawing near, he swiftly positioned himself before the lizard, and before it could unleash another torrent of acid, he fired a bullet infused with both flame and poison directly into its body. The air fell silent in that instant, only to erupt in a cataclysmic explosion. The entire form of the giant lizard was torn asunder by the blast, flesh and blood raining down, while Jiang Chun shielded himself with the ice wall. When the sanguine mist dissipated, he found no more than a few scattered remnants of the lizard, utterly obliterated. A hum resonated as the soul gem materialized, revealing that even the spirit of the giant lizard could not be extracted. Jiang Chun sighed in resignation. You have slain the golden lizard, acquiring 3 shattered scales. You have obtained a heavy gold shield, gold, X1. You have gathered several pieces of gold, Oregon. You have gained 800 experience points. At that moment, a notification chimed in his ears. Aside from the heavy gold shield, the rest of the rewards felt rather inconsequential. However, Jiang Chun was not overly disheartened, for during his earlier scans, he had received indications that the lizard was guarding something. This suggested that the true prize of this dungeon was likely not the lizard itself, but rather what it was protecting. Ahead lay a profound darkness, impenetrable to sight, yet whatever the giant lizard safeguarded must surely lie within. What could it be? Surely not a golden gemstone. Jiang Chun activated his night vision and stepped forward, wary of potential hidden threats lurking in the shadows. Yet, his concerns proved unfounded. After navigating through the dim corridor, a radiant golden glow emerged before him. Upon approaching, he discovered it to be a golden stone, its surface adorned with flowing crimson patterns, shimmering brilliantly in the darkness. What is this? Jiang Chun initiated a scan on the golden stone. Objective: Wish Gem. Introduction: Each day, one can make a wish for an item, equipment, or blueprint using the gem, with a minimum guarantee of acquiring a purple item. The Wish Gem. Jiang Chun's eyes widened in astonishment. He had never encountered such a thing before. Previously, the gems he had come across were predominantly combat-oriented, whereas this gem seemed to possess a more auxiliary nature, to wish for an item, equipment, or blueprint. Jiang Chun pondered thoughtfully. Having acquired this gem, he naturally intended to utilize today's opportunity to discover what treasures it could bestow. Although the minimum yield was purple, he lacked no equipment, and blueprints without materials were merely ornamental. Thus, items appeared to be the most advantageous choice. He resolved to wish for an item. With determination, Jiang Chun gently placed his palm upon the wish gem. In the next moment, a golden radiance burst forth. Before the gem, a floating key materialized, and simultaneously, the information began to surface. Objective: Key to the Dragon's Cave, gold. Upon use, grants access to the Dragon's Treasure Cave, allowing the retrieval of a precious item. Would you like to use it now? Chapter 108. I want them all. Without hesitation, Jiang Chun affirmed his decision. After all, with the final challenge approaching, he urgently needed to enhance his strength. The Dragon's Treasure Cave must harbor valuable treasures, possibly even legendary equipment. As Jiang Chun's voice faded, an ancient door appeared before them, slowly creaking open. At that moment, a blinding golden light flooded their vision. The Dragon's Treasure Cave has been opened. Please select with caution to avoid awakening the slumbering dragon, as there is a risk of being crushed in a single blow. The game's notification echoed in his ears. Jiang Chun felt a chill run down his spine. Was there really a risk of death? He muttered under his breath and gestured to the two small spirits hovering beside him. Be quiet when we enter. If you find them troublesome, I have a bell that can confine them within, the ghost bride offered, producing a delicate little bell with a carrying strap, quite portable. This sort of thing is a remedy, master. A green fluttered over, looking at Jiang Chun with an innocent expression. She had been confined by this bell for countless years. The snow spirit's face also reflected a hint of panic. Confining spirits? She had heard of such things, where dark sorcerers invaded spirit realms to capture and sell them. Never mind, it was merely a matter of being quieter. Seeing the expressions on the two spirits' faces, Jiang Chun couldn't help but chuckle. Very well. If you ever need it, feel free to ask. The ghost bride nodded. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Chun stepped through the doorway. Snore, snore. As soon as he entered this new realm, he was met with thunderous snoring, and upon turning his head, he gazed in disbelief. A colossal black dragon lay sprawled on the ground, deeply ensconced in slumber, its resonant breaths causing the stones beneath to tremble. Its scales, dark and resplendent, adorned its formidable form, exuding a faint luminescence even in the dim confines of the cave. However, Jiang Chun's attention swiftly diverted from the dragon itself. As his quest required something to augment his own abilities, he activated the legendary glasses, initiating a scanning function to seek a treasure trove akin to a small mountain. Target: ancient dragon grass. Description: a herb imbued with a trace of dragon energy. Consuming it enhances defensive attributes. Target: fragmented armor. Description: human armor captured by the dragon. Once restored, can achieve a quality of epic purple gold. Upon reading the information regarding the armor, Jiang Chun's interest peaked. Epic quality equipment. Positioned above golden quality yet beneath legendary quality, would significantly bolster his defensive capabilities. Regrettably, it required restoration, and given his current circumstances, He lacked both the time and inclination to pursue it. Thus, he moved on. Target, woodcock bird egg. Description, an egg of a mid-tier avian creature, incubated at 45 degrees. Can yield a juvenile woodcock pet, which aids in combat upon maturation. Target, amethyst. Description, a hard and precious crystal, typically utilized in the crafting of legendary-grade equipment. Target, princess biases underwear. Description, retaining a faint scent of the princess, the dragon often indulges in its aroma, deeming it one of its prized possessions. Jiang Chun hastily skimmed past this item, but was momentarily taken aback, his gaze returning to the peculiar collectible. Is this truly among the dragon's treasures? The dragon's tastes are indeed eclectic. Master, we shall assist you. Upon noticing Jiang Chen's lingering interest in the peculiar item, two little spirits, eager to repay his earlier kindness, fluttered over with renewed vigor and retrieved the underwear. Master, it seems you have a penchant for such items? The two spirits inquired, presenting the underwear before him with a mix of curiosity. Jiang Chen's lips twitched. When had he ever expressed a fondness for such things? It was merely a fleeting glance. Oh, at that moment, the ghost bride approached from behind, her voice cool and melodious. Jiang Chen's internal alarm bells rang. Madam, please do not misunderstand. I was merely intrigued by the dragon's collection. As he spoke, he sensed the air around him grow increasingly frigid, realizing his explanation had been ambiguous, inadvertently complicating matters further. No, I mean I am curious about the dragon's actions, not this particular item, he clarified once more. The corners of the ghost bride's lips subtly curled upward beneath her red veil. I understand, but should you truly find such items intriguing, I can assure you, upon our nuptial night, I shall make it available for your study. Her last words were whispered into Jiang Chen's ear, unnoticed by the two little spirits. A voice, imbued with an alluring chill, detonated in his ears, leaving Jiang Chen momentarily dazed. Could this truly be a subject of study? Despite the fact that one was a husband and the other a wife, he had never contemplated sharing a bridal chamber with a ghostly bride. Yet, her words hinted at a possibility. If you genuinely seek the most valuable treasure within this cavern, I might offer you a suggestion. The ghostly bride's voice turned slightly frigid as she departed from Jiang Chen's ear. She shifted the topic, as though her previous statement had not emanated from her at all. Jiang Chen quickly adopted a serious demeanor, while her words stirred wild imaginings. He understood the gravity of the situation. The colossal dragon nearby could awaken at any moment. The immediate priority was to acquire an item that would enhance his abilities swiftly. What? Jiang Chun inquired, directing his gaze toward her. Given the ghostly bride's prowess, her recommendations would undoubtedly be exceptional. That dragon possesses treasures untold. It is unquestionably the most precious artifact within this cave, she whispered. Jiang Chun felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. Could he truly confront the dragon? Do you have any other recommendations? Attempting to seize the dragon could lead to my demise. The ghostly bride glanced at him. There are alternatives. Above, you will find a sword of epic quality, as well as a pair of epic boots, both of which are quite commendable. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen instantly activated his legendary glasses to scan the items. Target, Shattered Dragon Slayer's Sword. Quality, epic, originally legendary. Attack, defense, mental. Special ability, Dragon Slaying, unleashes latent potential, instantly doubling attack attributes. Delivering a lethal strike imbued with formidable fire attributes. Description, the legendary sword once wielded by a dragon slayer. Tragically, the slayer ultimately fell to the dragon, and his sword was entombed within the treasure trove. Target, Shadow Boots. Quality, epic, speed, defense, mental. Special ability, Shadow's Embrace, doubles the wearer's speed, rendering them more agile and elusive, akin to a nimble shadow. Description, an epic piece crafted by a master blacksmith, significantly enhancing speed attributes. I desire both of these items, Jiang Chun proclaimed, swallowing hard, his greed evident. Chapter 109. Exceeding limits both? The ghostly bride regarded him with a shake of her head. You may only claim one of the items. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered. What would happen if I insisted on taking both? I would strongly advise against such a course of action, the ghostly bride replied. She spoke thus, for she herself was uncertain of the consequences. Jiang Chun assessed the distance between the two items and the exit. It was not insurmountable. Even if the dragon were to awaken, it could not obliterate him in an instant, could it? The item's effect stipulated that only one could be taken. yet it did not explicitly prohibit the retrieval of two. The enhancement provided by either item was substantial. Relinquishing one would be a painful loss. He licked his parched lips and said, "Alu, Aksu, bring me those two pieces of equipment." The two little fairies exchanged glances, then transformed into female forms. The snow fairy had hair as white as frost, eyes like gray mist, and an aura akin to ice and snow, exuding an air of aloofness. In contrast, the healing fairy possessed vibrant green hair, a pert nose, pointy ears, and lively light green eyes. The weight of those two pieces of equipment was clearly beyond their petite frames, compelling them to alter their appearances. For delicate wings manifested behind them, fluttering gracefully as they acquired the equipment. At that moment, the dragon's crimson eyes snapped open, resembling a shadowy blood moon, round and ominous. The dragon emitted an ancient growl and slowly rose. Dragons and fairies were natural adversaries, and seeing two fairies attempting to pilfer its possessions ignited its fury. "Get out!" Jiang Chun barked at the two fairies, positioning himself protectively in front of them. An ice wall suddenly materialized, but in an instant, it was shattered like thin paper by the dragon's heavy paw, and a fierce gale roared as the giant claw descended upon Jiang Chun. In a critical moment, a flash of red light surged forth, binding Jiang Chun to the side. The ghost bride, adorned in a flowing scarlet veil, drifted through the tempestuous cave, standing beside Jiang Chun. After a brief moment of astonishment, he realized the ghost bride had intervened. He had intended to withstand the blow using his spectral form, but to his surprise, the ghost bride came to his aid. Jiang Chun glanced at the two fairies. They had reached the exit. With a flicker of light, they vanished with the equipment, just as the dragon's furious second claw descended. The ghost bride let out a soft hum, lifting Jiang Chun with her left hand while a burst of red light erupted from her right. The two forces collided, but Jiang Chun could not witness the outcome as he was whisked out of the cave by the ghost bride. As they departed, the ancient door closed behind them, and the heavy sound of the dragon's claws striking the door faded into silence. "Master, that was too perilous." That dragon seemed intent on devouring us. The two fairies, still trembling with fear, sighed in relief upon seeing Jiang Chun. "Indeed, we did steal two of its treasures." Jiang Chun beamed with excitement. "Quickly, show me the equipment." The two fairies nodded and handed him the items, one to each side. First, he examined the sword, scanning its attributes with admiration. Truly, it was a dragon-slaying warrior's blade. Even in its damaged state, it still bore an epic quality. Then, he turned his attention to the other piece of equipment, the shadow boots. Due to the enhanced attributes of the monsters, Jiang Chun had sensed a lack of responsiveness in himself. The shadow boots could significantly elevate his speed, a necessity he urgently required, which was why he had taken the risk to acquire both pieces of equipment. Fortunately, it seems that there has been no significant impact. It appears that this behavior does not violate the game's rules, provided one possesses sufficient capability to retrieve items. With this thought in mind, he began to anticipate the next dragon's treasure. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Chun donned the epic quality boots. Consequently, the attributes of the Frost and Wind 7-piece set were dismantled. Yet, he did not mind. The enhancement offered by the epic quality shadow boots was incomparable to that of the purple quality 7-piece set. It was merely regrettable that the set's ability to conceal equipment was lost, as he could distinctly feel a weight of the equipment clinging to him. Behold, the equipment concealment card. Beside him, the ghost bride suddenly tossed over a beautifully crafted card. Target, equipment concealment card. Description, upon use. It can conceal the appearance of one's equipment. Jiang Chun's eyes brightened. He had not anticipated that the ghost bride possessed such a valuable item. "My dear, do you have anything else of worth? Perhaps you might consider supporting your husband," he said with a glint of mischief in his eyes as he leaned closer. The game prohibits the casual gifting of high-value items between players. To acquire such treasures, one must resort to trading or completing quests, the ghost bride stated matter-of-factly. "But didn't you just give me the equipment concealment card?" Jiang Chun inquired, sensing the underlying meaning in her words, but still perplexed. "The equipment concealment card is not a high-value item. It is commonly found, but your luck simply has not favored you in encountering such things," the ghost bride softly explained. "I see, but having met you, how could my luck be deemed poor?" "I feel incredibly fortunate," Jiang Chun remarked. There was no insincerity in his words. Without the ghost bride, he would have been uncertain if he could have escaped from beneath the dragon's claw alive. Beneath her red veil, The ghost bride smiled brightly. You are quite the flatterer, but do not expect me to assist you every time. I must maintain a low profile in the novice area. Otherwise, if the rules catch on, I could face significant troubles, she said playfully. What? Jiang Chen's heart raced. He had not realized that there were risks associated with the ghost bride's interventions. Though he did not comprehend the nature of the trouble she mentioned, anything she deemed troublesome was undoubtedly no ordinary matter. It appears that in the future, he must refrain from engaging in uncertain endeavors. As he pondered this, a notification sound echoed in his mind. The legendary glasses have detected that you are now wearing epic quality speed type armor. Activating the speed attribute detection and refreshing the attribute panel display. Name, Jiang Chen level, 18178921300000. Identity, car owner, death train. Attack, 1345 defense, 1509 spirit, 6791700 speed, 2763 talent, phantom body, phantom blind box. Rapid regeneration evaluation, a fortunate novice. Soon after, a personal panel appeared. Under the passive speed attribute enhancement of the shadow boots, his speed astonishingly reached 2,763. Furthermore, he observed that the additional equipment attributes previously displayed behind the attribute panel were now omitted. Instead, a rating of the current attributes was provided. This rating seemingly served as a standard of measurement based on his own level. His panel showcased attributes all exceeding the standard, clearly indicating an overpowered character. Chapter 110. Opening blind boxes. Upon seeing the talents listed on the panel, Jiang Chen's eyes flickered. It seemed he had numerous phantom blind boxes yet to be utilized. However, due to the unpredictable nature of the phantom blind boxes, he had hesitated to use them, especially considering his current situation in the dungeon. A misfortune could lead to dire consequences. Actually, you could use a substitute doll to mitigate this risk. The gentle voice of the ghost bride echoed in his ears. Substitute doll? Jiang Chen was taken aback. Indeed, if you are afraid of bearing the risk, why not let a substitute doll open the blind boxes? After all, the blind boxes are tangible entities, not mere figments of imagination. Should the substitute doll encounter a curse, it would not be you who suffers the consequences. The ghost bride elaborated. In an instant, Jiang Chen grasped the concept. Indeed, I possess 2 substitute dolls. I should be able to open quite a number of blind boxes. His expression brightened with joy. He first took out one substitute doll, transforming it to resemble himself, and then retrieved a substantial collection of phantom blind boxes. These were drops from the monsters he had slain, totaling around 70 or 80. He pondered whether 2 substitute dolls could manage to open them all. As he contemplated, the substitute doll before him had already begun to open the blind boxes. You have opened a phantom blind box and obtained a pair of stockings. You have opened a phantom blind box and obtained a venomous centipede. You have opened a phantom blind box and were ambushed by a hidden venomous snake, succumbing to its poison. A series of notifications echoed in his ears, yet none bore any value. Just as Jiang Chen frowned in contemplation, a flash of golden light caught his attention. Wow, a golden legend. The 2 nearby little spirits widened their eyes, and Jiang Chen too focused intently on the sight. You have opened a phantom blind box and obtained the talent. Instant teleportation, within range, teleport a distance of 5 meters, cooldown 5 minutes. Talent. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement, a splendid find. He had not anticipated that another talent would emerge from the phantom blind boxes, and a rather impressive one at that. Onward to further endeavors. Jiang Chen encouraged a soft sound, gesturing for the substitute doll to continue opening the blind box. Bang! In the next moment, a thick plume of black smoke erupted from the spot. You have opened the phantom blind box and acquired a dark elemental bomb about to explode. A hum resonated as this notification sounded. The ghostly bride, with a swift motion of her scarlet sleeve, shielded against the residual force of the dark magic bomb. Jiang Chen slightly parted his lips, regaining his focus. The black smoke had dissipated, and the substitute doll had vanished, reduced to ashes. Alas, one must accept loss alongside gain. One can only grow accustomed to it, Jiang Chen consoled himself. After all, a substitute doll yielding a useful talent was still a commendable outcome. Thus, he pressed on. He retrieved his last remaining substitute doll. The previous one had only opened a mere 10 blind boxes, and he still had many more to spare. It would be a waste not to open them. The substitute manifested once more and swiftly initiated the opening of the blind box. You have opened the phantom blind box and acquired a pink toy egg. Jiang Chun was momentarily taken aback. Could it be the toy egg he had imagined? Was such an item hidden within the blind box? Before he could react, the substitute had already tossed the toy egg before him. Oh, what a delightful pink egg. Two little sprites approached curiously, inquiring. It's for adults. Children should not ask too many questions. Jiang Chun waved them away, a peculiar expression adorning his face. Beside him, the ghostly bride tilted her head slightly, a delicate layer of pale pink shadowing her features. My dear husband, what do you intend to do with this? The ghostly bride's eerie inquiry echoed beside him. Jiang Chun suddenly realized that she had discerned his thoughts. I mean no harm. I was merely commenting that it was indeed from this blind box. He chuckled awkwardly. Humph, hand it over for safekeeping. The ghostly bride huffed imperiously. What? Jiang Chun's eyes widened in surprise. The ghostly bride wished to keep it? Well, it made sense. It would serve her no purpose. And surely she wouldn't secretly use it herself? My dear husband, if you wish to die, feel free to say so. The ghostly bride leaned closer, an icy aura emanating from her presence. Jiang Chun promptly ceased his errant thoughts and directly placed the toy egg into the ghostly bride's hand. However, he found it difficult to suppress images of her and the toy egg swirling in his mind. The ghostly bride's chest heaved with suppressed indignation. Yet she refrained from expressing her displeasure, for sometimes, thoughts do indeed escape control. She could hardly blame Jiang Chun for it. You have opened the phantom blind box and acquired golden equipment, elemental bracers. You have opened the phantom blind box and acquired a passage permit for Baena. You have opened the phantom blind box and acquired a fashion accessory, the Kina ring. The notification chimes in his ears announced 3 rather useful items in rapid succession, immediately capturing Jiang Chun's attention. The contents of the phantom blind box were often a chaotic assortment, with most items being utterly useless. Such a trio of legitimate treasures was exceptionally rare. Simultaneously, a sense of wariness began to brew within him. The aura of fortune and misfortune surrounding this ghostly blind box seems to be inextricably linked, and at this moment, a triple surge indicates that something unfavorable is surely lurking behind. It is prudent to withdraw now. Jiang Chun, satisfied, smacked his lips. A piece of golden equipment and a talent have already brought him considerable contentment. To mitigate future risks, it would be wise to keep a substitute doll for protection. His greatest strength lies in his ability to grasp the broader picture and know when to advance or retreat. Huh. Would you dare to repeat your recent thoughts to that dragon? Ghost Bride teased, having heard his inner musings. Jiang Chun's triumphant expression momentarily faltered, and he cast a resentful glance at Ghost Bride. My dear, must you always expose my shortcomings? Very well, my husband, I shall refrain from such remarks in the future. Ghost Bride replied, her voice softening upon noticing his pitiful gaze. Such tenderness was a balm to Jiang Chun's spirit. He reached for Ghost Bride's delicate hand, smiling gently. Shall we proceed? Indeed. Outside a stone door, several players had gathered, some distance away. They bore various injuries and were mostly in small groups, with few solitary wanderers among them. They stood before the stone door, recuperating. Suddenly, a light footstep entered, drawing the attention of all, many of whom regarded her with ill intentions. Jiang Yu scanned the crowd with her beautiful eyes, but failed to spot Jiang Chun's faint silhouette, so she settled into a position. At that moment, several figures encircled her. You possess a key, do you not? They inquired, their gazes laden with intrigue. Jiang Yu merely cast a fleeting glance at them, choosing to remain silent. Brother, why waste words on her? Anyone who has reached this point must surely possess a key. And she stands alone, definitely no match for us, one of them chuckled. The leader furrowed his brow. Jiang Yu's solitary presence suggested either extraordinary strength or that her allies had perished. They leaned towards the latter assumption. Nevertheless, he did not wish to escalate matters before the final dungeon. Thus he spoke in a low voice. Hand over the key, and we shall refrain from hostility. Upon hearing his resolute declaration, a hearty laugh erupted from behind. How amusing. Someone is foolish enough to provoke Jiang Yu. They truly do not know the gravity of their situation. Chapter 111. A deliberate provocation. The newcomer was none other than Qin Tian, whom Jiang Chun had encountered not long ago. Beside him stood a young man clad in a black trench coat, his expression austere. Additionally, there were 3 or 4 of Qin Tian's lackeys. Jiang Yu? The group facing her felt the name was familiar, yet could not place it. Suddenly, the leader's expression shifted dramatically. Withdraw. However, before he could finish, a flash of white light flickered. Jiang Yu stood a short distance away, her white longsword sheathed once more. While the three assailants lay beheaded, bloodied, and lifeless, Qin Tian's previously nonchalant demeanor shifted to one of vigilance, his eyes brimming with palpable wariness. Jiang Yun seems to have grown stronger once again. Should we collaborate? Qin Tian hesitated for a moment before addressing Jiang Yun. Do you even think you are worthy? Jiang Yun cast a fleeting glance at them with her phoenix-like eyes and walked directly to a clean spot, taking a slight seat, eagerly awaiting someone. How arrogant. Qin Tian rubbed his nose in frustration but dared not utter a word. I will have your subordinates stay behind. The final dungeon is fraught with peril, and they are ill-suited for it, Lin Yi remarked, casting a glance at the few individuals behind them. Rest assured, I know what I am doing, Qin Tian replied. His arm draped over Lin Yi's shoulder. Lin Yi frowned slightly, but chose not to comment. You are far easier to get along with than Jiang Yun. That woman is far too fierce. I truly wonder who could possibly tame her, Qin Tian said while shaking his head. Lin Yi did not engage in this conversation, but instead surveyed the surroundings. There are quite a number of players at this stage, but their skill levels vary significantly. He whispered. Qin Tian was momentarily taken aback, not fully grasping the implication, and followed Lin Yi's gaze, stunned. Wait, ISNT that guy from District 11, rank 13th? His teammates Haven T even surpassed the top 10, yet they managed to acquire a key, just like us? A hint of anger flickered across his countenance. It was rather embarrassing, as the two of them had to exert tremendous effort to obtain their key, facing considerable adversity, given that both of them were top-tier players. It was puzzling how these players ranked lower could acquire keys so easily. If I'm not mistaken, there must be varying difficulties within this dungeon. Perhaps those ranked lower are not facing the same challenges we are. Reflecting on it, we have encountered numerous players in the dungeon, yet none of them were like these individuals, Lin Yi remarked. Upon hearing this, Qin Tian found Lin Yi's perspective reasonable. However, he wondered aloud about Chun Zhou's whereabouts. Surely he hasn't met his demise within. Qin Tian scanned the area, as the impression left by Jiang Chun was indelibly etched in his mind. Yet Jiang Chun was still occupied within the dungeon, temporarily enhancing his strength, clearly not present here. The thought of Jiang Chun caused Qin Tian to feel a sense of disinterest. By the way, why is no one entering? That stone door must lead to the final dungeon, right? What are they all waiting for? Qin Tian asked with a sense of boredom. They are waiting for the vanguard. Lin Yi contemplated. Jiang Yun is the strongest among them. Logically, she should have initiated the conquest of this final dungeon upon arrival, yet she remains inactive, seemingly waiting for someone. Waiting for someone. Qin Tian was taken aback, exclaiming, with her level of strength, how can she be so arrogant and still be waiting? Surely she isn't anticipating the defeat of some adversary, is she? Just then, several footsteps echoed through the air. A group of girls appeared, looking quite disheveled, with the leading cold woman's face pale, suggesting she had sustained considerable injuries. TSK, are they from District 10? Looking this ragged. Yet they refused to abandon the final challenge. Qin Tian mocked once more. The girls shot him an angry glare, but could not respond, instead following Anya to a nearby area to recuperate. Not long after their entrance, a sudden wailing sound pierced the air, followed by a bridal carriage, drawn by ghostly steeds. Rushing into the venue, the ethereal horses neighed, their forelegs abruptly lifted, and with a powerful toss, the bridal carriage elegantly glided to a halt in the center of the arena. A young man clad in a flowing white and blue robe descended from the carriage, at first glance resembling the scion of a prominent family. Behind Jiang Chun, the ghostly bride slowly descended, and the bridal carriage vanished into the darkness. By heavens, he truly knows how to put on airs, Qin Tian exclaimed, his tone tinged with envy and jealousy. Not far away, Jiang Yun's beautiful eyes were drawn to the spectacle. Humph. As a thought crossed her mind, she let out a soft huff, choosing not to approach Jiang Chun just yet. It seems your comrades are about to take action, Lin Yi remarked casually beside Qin Tian. It was then that Qin Tian noticed a group of individuals gradually assembling around Jiang Chun. They hailed from various districts, yet shared a conspicuous commonality. They were all affiliated with the July Society. Speaking of which, you two have been commissioned by the July Society. Are you not planning to fulfill your mission? Lin Yi inquired, observing the unfolding drama as if he were merely a spectator. A smile played on his lips, relishing the rare sight of Qin Tian in a state of distress. Qin Tian furrowed his brow, finally whispering, that fellow Chun Zhou has saved me once. Though I am not a virtuous person, I would not repay kindness with malice. It's just the July Society, at worst. I will switch allegiances once I reach the final station. With my prodigious talent, I am certain a guild will eagerly recruit me. He boasted rather pompously. Ha. Lin Yi chuckled coldly. But, pray tell, why is it that you, of all people, have not been tasked with eliminating Qin Zhou, while everyone else has been commissioned by the July Society? Qin Tian suddenly felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. I do not know either. The person who contacted me was named Ziyue. She did not mention any orders to kill Qin Zhou. Lin Yi frowned, seemingly hesitant to divulge more. What do you mean? Qin Tian asked, his curiosity piqued. She even suggested that I protect Qin Zhou. However, having no prior acquaintance with him, I naturally declined such a peculiar task. Lin Yi explained, shaking his head. Goodness, your revelation makes the July Society seem rather peculiar indeed. First, they want him dead, then they want him protected. My instincts tell me there is a story behind this, Qin Tian speculated, sensing the allure of gossip. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow skeptically. How could there be any interaction between them, with one at the final station and the other in the novice zone? Lin, do not doubt my intuition. There must be a web of love and animosity between them. I have a premonition that once we reach the final station. Qin Tian's expression turned serious mid-sentence. For those players from the July Society had already approached Jiang Chun, and a quick count revealed more than 20 individuals. Qin Tian's demeanor hardened. Brother Lin, your refusal was wise. Even if you wished to intervene, it would be futile. Jiang Chun, this time you are doomed. We shall avenge Xinggu. A multitude of players encircled Jiang Chun, among whom several notable figures from District 7 issued furious shouts. Upon hearing their words, Jiang Chun could not suppress a laugh. With the top player gone, how dare these mere pawns make such boasts? Who says we lack a top player? This esteemed individual, Zhou Yueran from District 5, has come upon our invitation to eliminate you. Jiang Chen's gaze fell upon the short-haired girl named Zhou Yueran, and he asked coolly, Are you here to kill me too? Zhou Yueran nodded, her beautiful eyes scanning the surroundings as she softly replied, Indeed, I am here to assist you. In an instant, a dagger appeared in her delicate hand, swiftly slashing through the throats of nearly 20 players who had approached. The speed was so astonishing that even Jiang Chun barely caught the movement. The unexpected turn of events left him even more bewildered. He furrowed his brow, glancing at Zhou Yueran, unsure of her intentions. Not far away, Lin Yi patted Qin Tian on the shoulder, remarking meaningfully, It's wise of you to refrain from intervening. Otherwise, you might have found yourself among the fallen. Qin Tian's lips twitched. Undoubtedly, he had no confidence in evading Zhou Yueran's attack. Previously an unknown, it seemed she was indeed a formidable opponent. Zhou Yueran, a player who had not yet met her demise, clutched her neck in disbelief, exclaiming in pain, You have betrayed us. Betrayed? I never claimed to share your objectives. It is you who are foolish. With that, she mercilessly slit the throat of the individual, then turned toward Jiang Chun, whispering, Do not be alarmed. Someone has entrusted me with your protection and offered me an irresistible price. As she spoke, she glanced at the ghostly bride behind Jiang Chun and pondered, It's a woman. This addition sent a shiver down Jiang Chen's spine, filling him with an icy dread. You did this on purpose, didn't you? Chapter 112, The Battle of the Talented. But who could have commissioned Zhou Yueran to protect him? At the terminus, he could only think of two individuals he knew, Ning Feiyue and Yu Ying. The latter was likely still lurking in his train. Thus, the identity of the patron was clear, Ning Feiyue, a member of the July Society. Yet, simultaneously, there were others from the July Society who sought his demise. One to kill, one to protect. What sort of game is the July Society playing? Regardless, with these minor characters out of the way, he was spared the trouble of acting himself. Did he even need your protection? At that moment, a chilling voice emerged. Jiang Yun, cradling a pale white sword sheath, approached with her cold gaze fixed on Zhou Yueran. Jiang Chun was taken aback. When he had first arrived, Jiang Yun had seemed rather indifferent towards him, which was understandable given the circumstances. Yet now, her sudden appearance seemed to suggest a confrontation with Zhou Yueran. Did they know each other? Indeed, they were not merely acquaintances. There appeared to be some conflict between them. Upon the sudden appearance of Jiang Yun, Zhou Yueran was momentarily taken aback, her brows furrowing slightly. Jiang Yun, do not seek attention where it is unwarranted. This matter does not concern you, she declared coldly. In the face of the widely acknowledged strongest player, Jiang Yun, her tone remained unyielding and composed. evoking curious glances from the surrounding players. Lin, doesn't this feel a bit like a battlefield? Qin Tian remarked, stroking his chin, his eyes glimmering with intrigue. Lin Yi chose to remain silent. Jiang Chun is my master. How could this not concern me? Jiang Yun paused momentarily upon uttering the word master. Her complexion slightly flushed as she continued. What? Qin Tian and his companions nearby were left utterly astounded, their jaws dropping in disbelief. Lin, did Jiang Yun just say Jiang Chun is her what? I must have misheard. Qin Tian exclaimed incredulously, shaking Lin Yi vigorously. Lin Yi frowned in annoyance, yet a peculiar light shimmered in his eyes. You heard correctly. She indeed referred to him as her master. Facing Jiang Yun, Zhou Yueran swallowed hard, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief as she gazed at Jiang Yun. Is this woman out of her mind? She comes to provoke, and then claims Jiang Chun as her master. Is this something to be proud of? And given her level of pride, how could she utter such a statement? Has she lost her senses? If you wish to settle that unfinished conflict, I am more than willing to oblige. Zhou Yueran's tone was frigid. Very well. Jiang Yun replied defiantly, raising her hand to unsheath her sword. Jiang Chun observed the two women with a calm demeanor. Jiang Yun was a well-known expert, while Zhou Yueran seemed to have concealed her true abilities. Judging by her recent performance, she undoubtedly ranked among the elite players. It remained uncertain how she would fare against Jiang Yun. As Jiang Yun's words faded, her frost-white long sword was drawn, and Zhou Yueran simultaneously retrieved a dark green dagger. The clash of their weapons resonated in the air, prompting the surrounding players to instinctively create space for the two women. Impressive, Jiang Yun truly lives up to her reputation. Zhou Yueran is also quite formidable, managing to hold her own. However, what instigated this conflict? It appeared to stem from jealousy. I heard it too. Jiang Yun referred to Jiang Chun as her master, which clearly displeased Zhou Yueran. But why? Perhaps she desires Jiang Chun to be her master as well? The bewildered onlookers murmured among themselves, while Jiang Chun felt a sudden twitch in his eyelid. What does this have to do with me? He thought, bemused. My husband is truly captivating, echoed the melodious voice of the ghost bride in his ear, but no matter how he interpreted it, the one feeling envious was undoubtedly her. My dear, you know the truth. My relationships with them are mere facades. Only with you is it genuine, Jiang Chun replied with a forced chuckle. Humph. The ghost bride crossed her arms, quietly observing the skirmish between the two women. In terms of attributes, Jiang Yun has the upper hand, she remarked. Indeed. Jiang Chun nodded slightly, having observed that Zhou Yueran appeared to be struggling more after several rounds of combat. However, she possessed a shadow gem, which, in practical terms, favored combat performance over a wind gem. If the battle were to continue until the end, it would likely result in mutual destruction, as the ghost bride interjected. Shadow gem. Jiang Chun was taken aback. Zhou Yueran had not activated this so-called gem, thus his legendary glasses were unable to detect it, yet the ghost bride had discerned it effortlessly. Nevertheless, considering her prowess, there was little to be surprised about. The shadow gem, does it not bear some resemblance to the undead gem? He pondered aloud. Not quite. The undead gem's unique ability lies in manipulating undead elements, while the shadow gem governs dark elemental forces, excelling in ambush tactics, especially in such dim environments. The ghost bride explained softly. I see. Jiang Chun nodded, choosing to lean against the carriage to observe. The animosity between the two women was palpable, and to avoid a conflict in the final instance, it would be best to resolve matters now. However, he also contemplated whether he should intervene. Given that from a strategic standpoint, both women were aligned with him, potentially serving as significant allies in the impending challenge. Is this all you've got? After all this time, you've made no progress, Jiang Yun taunted coldly as she forced Zhou Yueran back with a single strike. You're overly confident, Zhou Yueran retorted, and as she stepped forward, numerous clones materialized around her. This is a combat-related talent, Jiang Chun remarked, raising an eyebrow. There were many types of talents, such as those related to signing in, assisting, or exploring. Their activation was generally quite random. Combat talents were less common among players, and Jiang Chun had not encountered many of them. Among those he knew, only Su Yuan with her iris sword could be considered. However, strictly speaking, her talent was more aligned with weaponry than pure combat. Facing the endless clones, Jiang Yun let out a disdainful laugh. Clones? Do you think they are your personal trademark? As she spoke, a green gem emerged in her palm. In an instant, countless versions of Jiang Yun appeared, startling Zhou Yuan. Furthermore, Jiang Yun's ability to create clones was superior, as mere flashes of sword light extinguished all of Zhou Yuan's clones. How could such trivial clones compare to my wind gem? Jiang Yun's tone dripped with arrogance and derision, revealing the deep-seated enmity between them. In the arena, only Zhou Yuan remained. Is this your true form? Jiang Yun smirked, pointing her sword at her adversary. Instantly, countless clones surged forward at her command, their white sword lights flashing as Zhou Yuan dissipated like an illusion. Still clones. A sudden sense of crisis surged within Jiang Yun. Chapter 113. A preference for males. Where is Zhou Yuan? Jiang Yun swiftly retreated, a crisp sound emanating from her waist. Jiang Chun recognized this sound. It was the jingling of a bell-like equipment she had previously drawn out upon entering the Black Death City. The bell resonated, and a dark shadow flashed behind Jiang Yun, a dagger poised to strike like a leopard revealing its fangs in the night. In that critical moment, a flash of white sword light intervened, deflecting the dagger. Failing to secure a hit, Zhou Yuan's figure vanished once more into the darkness. Jiang Yun's beautiful eyes grew serious, revealing a level of intensity previously unseen on her face. At that moment, the stone door ahead began to tremble, halting the duel between the two women. The door eventually opened amid the shaking, revealing a shrouded mist within that obscured the scene. A strange humming sound arose as an ancient mirror floated out from the mist, eventually hanging suspended in midair. What could this be? Was it a reward for completing the final dungeon? Just a mirror? Could it be a legendary item? Players around began to murmur. Jiang Chun directly scanned the information of this ancient mirror. Target: image mirror. Category: item, epic. Description: possesses the ability to broadcast images. As the first area dungeon within the Black Mist, the entire process of this dungeon will be recorded and broadcasted, providing valuable material for other players. Jiang Chun fell into silence, astonished to discover that it was a mirror with live streaming capabilities. But who was its audience? The Novice Zone? Or the Growth Zone? Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Black Death City, the iris sword sliced through the air, piercing several massive black insects. Wow! Sister Su Yuan, you're amazing! Bai Ning exclaimed joyfully. Just as they were celebrating, a massive ancient mirror suddenly materialized above them, displaying an image. What is this? Shen Ling shouted anxiously. Feng Du initially furrowed her brow, but then relaxed. Look, it's Jiang Chun and the others. They must have reached the final dungeon. This might be harmless. Merely broadcasting their footage, she whispered. How strange. Does a mere dungeon warrant such a grand display? Shen Ling murmured, puzzled. This area dungeon likely holds some uniqueness. Feng Du pondered thoughtfully. At the same time, at the terminus, the upper echelons of the 12 Zodiac Palace Guild convened for a discussion. Has Pisces not awakened yet? Aquarius inquired in a hushed tone. No. Taurus shook her head, a hint of concern glimmering in her beautiful eyes. Despite her formidable healing abilities, she felt helpless regarding Pisces' condition. Without Pisces, we cannot predict the outcome of this area dungeon, Lion remarked, shaking his head. As they spoke, a massive ancient mirror suddenly appeared, startling them. What is that? Ares, don't act rashly. It's the image mirror, a voice called out. Image mirror? The group fell into stunned silence. Strange. What is this image mirror attempting to broadcast? I recall the last time it appeared during the Scorpion's exploration of the world of Black Mist. Capricorn spoke softly, her enchanting eyes shimmering with a unique brilliance. The image gradually became clearer, revealing a scene that led to their dawning comprehension. Is this a regional instance in the Novice Zone? In the July Society. Red Moon tightly grasped Purple Moon's hand, a hint of regret flickering across her cold visage. I was wrong. Please forgive me. I cannot bear to be without you. If you grant me your forgiveness, I will rescind the assassination order against that scoundrel. If any members of the July Society were present, they would undoubtedly be taken aback. The esteemed president of the July Society, known for her formidable demeanor, was displaying such humility. The object of her humble entreaty was none other than the 7th high-ranking member, Purple Moon. Ning Feiyue's delicate brows furrowed slightly, deep down. She yearned to end this tumultuous relationship. Yet, faced with the humble Red Moon, her heart wavered in torment. Red Moon sensed the turmoil within Ning Feiyue. Her lips pressed together as she leaned closer, her icy lips nearly brushing against Ning Feiyue's glistening ear. I will heed your wishes from now on. She purred languidly, her sultry voice having a profound effect on Ning Feiyue. Ning Feiyue cast a sidelong glance at the alluring woman before her. As her inner defenses began to crumble, the rift between her and Red Moon stemmed from the latter's impulsive decision to send assassins to the Novice zone in pursuit of Jiang Chun. In truth, nothing significant had transpired between her and Jiang Chun. They merely cohabited for a few days, sharing a bed. Most importantly, he was merely a projection of her. Thus, Red Moon's overwhelming need for control left her feeling suffocated. However, if Red Moon were willing to revoke the assassination order and seek reconciliation, she could entertain the notion of mending their bond. Ning Feiyue gently nodded. Instantly, Red Moon's lips curled into a smile, her breathtaking beauty complemented by a subtle hint of mirth, rendering her a siren of allure. She slowly moved closer. Ning Feiyue's eyelashes fluttered slightly. Just as she was about to close her captivating eyes, a buzzing sound erupted nearby. A colossal ancient mirror materialized, displaying images within. This startled Ning Feiyue, prompting her to push Red Moon away from her. "There are others," she murmured, her ears flushed crimson. Red Moon's charming eyes darkened with resentment, fixating on the image mirror. "How infuriating. This thing has ruined my moment." Just as she was about to strike it, she caught sight of the unfolding scene, momentarily taken aback. Could this be a regional instance in the Novice zone? She questioned softly. Indeed, Ning Feiyue affirmed, for she had already recognized a familiar figure within the image, leaning against a carriage. The individual wore a half-smile, gazing at something in the distance, their playful demeanor instantly igniting memories within Ning Feiyue. Her beautiful eyes fixated on a particular spot, drawing Red Moon's attention. Following her gaze, Red Moon beheld a man standing beside the carriage. "Is this the infamous Jiang Chun? Yu is utterly captivated by this fellow. How infuriating." The ominous aura exuded by Hong Yu snapped Ning Feiyue back to reality. Observing Hong Yu's jealous demeanor, her expression turned stern. "Hong Yu, you promised me," she stated coldly. In an instant, Hong Yu's gaze softened considerably, replaced by a tender affection. "Of course, I shall honor my promise to Yu," she replied. "The bounty on your head has been rescinded." "That is more like it." Ning Feiyue nodded in agreement. "Shall we proceed?" Hong Yu swallowed hard, a glimmer of anticipation in her eyes as she inquired. "No, I wish to see how you perform." Ning Feiyue resolutely shook her head. The earlier display from Hong Yu made her acutely aware of the overwhelming possessiveness still brewing within her. Yet, they had originally agreed that they could end things at any moment, and this sense of constraint left her feeling quite uncomfortable, especially upon seeing Jiang Chun. An inexplicable impulse surged within her. She realized she might prefer the company of boys. Chapter 114. Intermediate Undead. The impermanence ghost with the emergence of the shadowy mirror. The stone door swung open completely. "The key has vanished," someone exclaimed in shock. Jiang Chun glanced down, noticing that the key he had kept at his waist had disappeared along with the opening of the stone door. "Mine has disappeared too," Jiang Yun murmured as she approached him. "So has mine," Jiang Chun replied nonchalantly. "It was not just them. All who possessed keys found theirs missing. It must be a matter of some sort of authority. However, it is now certain that we can enter through this stone door," someone remarked. Upon hearing this, a surge of excitement rippled through the players. Everyone yearned to step inside and claim the rewards awaiting them in this ultimate dungeon. In the previous dungeon, I directly acquired a piece of golden equipment. Surely, there must be epic gear within this ultimate dungeon. Huh, that pales in comparison. I obtained a gem. Do not be so naive. There might even be legendary gear inside. That would be splendid. Legendary gear shall surely belong to me. Amidst the rising clamor of discussion, several figures advanced toward the stone door. Jiang Yun raised an eyebrow, eager to step forward, but was halted by Jiang Chen's grasp. "Do not rush. Let us observe for a moment," he advised. Jiang Yun frowned slightly, accustomed to being the first, particularly in a place as bountiful as the ultimate dungeon. She did not wish to lag behind others. However, now that Jiang Chun had stopped her, she could only bide her time patiently. Beside them, Zhou Yuan noticed this peculiar scene, her expression turning quizzical. Is it possible that Jiang Yun truly follows Jiang Chen's lead? Otherwise, why would she halt at his command? Yet soon, she set aside her musings, as the immediate concern remained the rewards within the ultimate dungeon. Besides assisting Jiang Chun with the troubles entrusted to her by Ziyue, her primary goal was to secure the rewards from this ultimate dungeon. Nevertheless, her thoughts aligned with Jiang Chen's, to observe first. The final level, evidently, will not be easily conquered. Those who entered first may not necessarily claim the ultimate reward. Yet, some players are anxious and have already approached the stone gate. The black mist envelopes them instantaneously, rendering them nearly invisible to the naked eye. Everyone raises their heads to gaze into the mirage. The silhouettes of several newly entered players materialize within, their expressions cautious as they proceed slowly forward. It appears that there is no significant difficulty. One player, unable to withstand the tense atmosphere, speaks up. "Hey, refrain from uttering such words," warns another nearby player. If this were a film, you would already be dead. However, their tones have indeed relaxed considerably, for it seems that nothing is amiss within the black mist. Perhaps they have yet to reach the triggering point. Regardless, they can afford a brief respite. What is going on? Stopping to rest after such a short distance? Could it be that this final instance holds no challenge? Not far away, Qin Tian, who also maintained a watchful demeanor, exhibited a restless inclination. "What do you think?" He glanced at Lin Yi beside him. "No rush," Lin Yi replied, shaking his head, sensing that there was more to this than met the eye. After a brief interlude, the players moved forward once more. "Master." Their movements seemed to be greatly restricted. At this moment, Jiang Yun remarked, her beautiful eyes glimmering like blue crystals. Jiang Chen nodded in agreement, having noticed the same. After all, these individuals had only just entered and suddenly needed to rest on the spot, indicating significant exhaustion despite not having ventured far. Yet, which player reaching this point was not endowed with exceptional physical attributes and striking appearance? Upon hearing Jiang Yun's address, Zhou Yueran cast a sideways glance, muttering quietly, though Jiang Chen and Jiang Yun were oblivious to it. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream erupted from the mirage. Everyone's spirits jolted, their eyes drawn to the image. Without the veil of black mist, they clearly saw a man clad in black, floating in midair, wielding chains. The player who had just screamed was now struck by his chains, disintegrating into a pool of blood. In his final moments, only that harrowing scream reached everyone's ears. "What is that?" The players enveloped in the black mist descended into chaos, soon splattered with gore, the air filled with chilling cries that sent shivers down one's spine. "Is it the Black Wuchang?" Qin Tian swallowed hard, astonishment lacing his voice. Jiang Chun furrowed his brow, activating his legendary glasses. Target, Black Wuchang. Category, Intermediate Undead. Level, 27. Attack. Defense. Mental. Description, the Wuchang ghost of the Black Death City, with chains that ensnare souls. To touch them is to meet death. Level 27. Jiang Chen's pupils constricted in disbelief. How could the level of this Wuchang ghost be so elevated? Was this still a dungeon meant for mortals? The highest level among those present was merely 24, belonging to Jiang Yun, yet this Black Wuchang surpassed her by 3 levels. As for its attacking attributes, one could only speculate whether they could withstand such a force. With the presence of the Black Wuchang, it was only logical to presume the existence of a White Wuchang, and perhaps they were not the ultimate adversaries. A grave voice pierced the air, belonging to Jiang Yun. Zhou Yueran mirrored her seriousness, her exquisitely handsome visage revealing a flicker of hesitation. Jiang Yun's eyes glimmered as she whispered, "Master, allow me to venture forth and scout the path." Jiang Chun turned to her in astonishment. "Scout?" Both he and Zhou Yueran echoed her words in unison. Zhou Yueran, in particular, wore an expression of disbelief. How could the number 1 player in District 2 utter such a phrase? She was acutely aware of her own prowess. Among those present, few could rival her strength, yet she was suggesting she would enter the dungeon merely to scout for Jiang Chen? What concern was it of hers? Jiang Yun shot Zhou Yueran a glance, her tone icy and unapologetic. Regardless, she was determined to enter this dungeon. Even if she could not claim the final reward for herself, she would ensure Jiang Chen obtained it. The appearance of the imaging mirror raised questions about whether the members of the 12-star palace could perceive it. Having accepted their task, entering the dungeon was imperative. However, she could not accompany Jiang Chen. It would not bode well if the 12-star palace discerned any irregularities. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Chen grasped Jiang Yun's intentions and nodded in acquiescence. The players present were far too inexperienced to fully comprehend the mechanics of this dungeon, whereas Jiang Yun possessed the capability to do so. "Very well, proceed, but ensure you return alive. I am not inclined to lose such a loyal servant," Jiang Chen remarked with a gentle smile. "Understood," Jiang Yun replied, a fleeting look of discomfort crossing her face. Yet she said nothing further and walked directly into the stone door. "By the way, Are you truly master and servant? Zhou Yueran inquired curiously after Jiang Yun's departure, her delicate features brimming with inquisitiveness. Jiang Chun cast her a sidelong glance and replied coolly, that is of no concern to you. What an attitude. I am, after all, one of your allies, Zhou Yueran retorted, her expression instantly deflating as she turned her gaze towards Jiang Yun. Her beautiful eyes reflected a deep struggle, but ultimately, she took a step forward. I refuse to be outdone by that woman, Jiang Yun. Chapter 115. Shun Zipei's team with Jiang Yun's entrance. Several seasoned players began to engage their minds earnestly. Among them, a group of 7 or 8 players gathered before the stone door, led by Shun Zipei. Upon spotting Jiang Yun approaching, he hurriedly advanced to greet her. Jiang Yun, would you care to form a team? We are all under the commission of the 12-star palace. We could look out for one another. Jiang Yun cast him a sidelong glance. Her voice frosty as she replied, no team-ups, step aside. Shun Zipei's lips moved slightly, yet ultimately, he was compelled by Jiang Yun's imposing presence to say nothing further. Shortly thereafter, another individual approached, Zhou Yueran. Hello, would you like to form a team? We have the top 3 players from various districts here. Shun Zipei leaned in closer. Having observed Zhou Yueran's earlier exchange with Jiang Yun, which was quite spirited, he was acutely aware of this woman's formidable prowess. If Jiang Yun isn't forming a team, why would I join you? Zhou Yueran retorted with a hint of sarcasm, but then suddenly paused. Never mind, I suppose I will team up with you. A subtle smirk graced her lips, suggesting a hint of mischief. Shun Zipei nodded eagerly. Fully cognizant of Zhou Yueran's intentions, she likely sought to use their group as a means to scout ahead. Yet, he was unbothered. If they were to be scouts, so be it. After all, Zhou Yueran had already agreed to join their team, and as teammates, it was unlikely she would remain entirely inactive. Zhou Yueran positioned herself beside Shun Zipei and his companions, which naturally attracted numerous players seeking to join. After all, they had witnessed her strength, and the perilous nature of the dungeon was evident. The fearsome Black Wuchang was nothing short of a player-killing machine. If they could enter with a formidable team, their chances of survival would significantly improve. Among the groups present, Shun Zipei's team appeared to be the most substantial. Despite being from the 13th district, which was relatively less prominent, his connections were impressive, as evidenced by the sizable team he had assembled. Apologies, but we are only recruiting the top 3 players from each district, Shun Zipei politely declined. The expressions of the players before him shifted to embarrassment. With the 2 of us joining, you will surely be unstoppable. A boisterous laugh erupted as Qin Tian and Lin Yi approached, accompanied by several subordinates. Shun Zipei's gaze fell upon them, his expression brightening slightly. Both were top-ranked players, and their districts were far from insignificant. You're most welcome. But my eyes are on the subordinates behind you, he remarked. Don't worry, they won't be entering. Qin Tian waved his hand dismissively. Shun Zipei smiled in agreement. That is splendid. By the way, how do you plan to distribute the loot? He posed a crucial question while glancing at Zhou Yueran, who had just joined the team and had not even inquired about the loot distribution. Was she truly so careless? The loot naturally goes to whoever claims it. Shun Zipei replied with a slight smile. Qin Tian narrowed his eyes, quite straightforward. I like that. Lin, what do you think? He nudged Lin Yi with his elbow. Once everyone is here, we can enter, Lin Yi succinctly stated. Shun Zipei shook his head. We are waiting for one more person. He then directed his gaze toward a group of women nearby, particularly drawn to a striking figure clad in bright white attire. Anya, the top player from District 10. In the instance, he had encountered her once, able to safeguard her teammates amidst the perilous challenges. This woman possessed formidable strength and represented the final piece of his team's puzzle. He awaited her to rise. Anya slightly opened her eyes, quietly concealing a green gem within her sleeve, and then walked directly toward a specific spot, finally coming to a halt in front of Jiang Chun. Boss Chun, it's good to see you again. Behind her, Qi Yaoyao peeked out, adorably greeting him. Jiang Chun nodded in acknowledgement, his gaze curiously fixed on Anya. He wondered what her intentions were in approaching him at this moment. Jiang Chun, shall we team up? Anya gently bit her lip as she spoke. This question elicited a chuckle from Jiang Chun. You have a vast team over there with Shun Zipei, yet you wish to join me? As he pointed out, Shun Zipei's team was indeed large and comprised of the top players from every district's leaderboard. Partnering with them would undoubtedly offer a better chance of securing the ultimate reward than joining forces with him alone. I do not trust them. I only trust you. Anya replied, shaking her head resolutely. Despite having faced rejection from Jiang Chen previously, she was determined to team up with him this time, her resolve even stronger than before. Jiang Chen found it perplexing, as Anya's strength evidently did not warrant entry into the final instance alongside him. The prospect of sharing the ultimate reward was also a deterrent for him. "I decline," he replied flatly, repeating those 3 words. Seemingly unfazed, Anya nodded. "I understand." Observing her demeanor, Jiang Chen furrowed his brow, stating, "If I were you, I would refrain from entering this instance. It maximizes your chances of survival." His words were a kind warning, as he recalled the words of the ghost bride who once told him that most players here would meet their demise. Anya could very well be among them if she proceeded. "All right," Anya nodded again, gracefully raising her hand to reveal a green gem. "This wooden gem is for you. I hope it aids you on your forthcoming journey." She earnestly extended it toward Jiang Chen. This time, Jiang Chen was taken aback. He hesitated to accept the gem, staring at Anya in astonishment. "Are you serious?" "Absolutely," Anya affirmed, her eyes brimming with sincerity. After a long silence, Jiang Chen finally responded, "Very well. Though I am uncertain of your reasoning, I will accept this gem. If we manage to escape safely, you will have the opportunity to team up with me." Anya beamed with delight and then turned to her companions, softly saying, "Let us depart." With that, she truly led them away from the waiting area, returning to the outskirts of the Black Death City. This astonishing turn of events left Chen Zipei in a state of bewilderment. What on earth is happening? He was still waiting for Anya to form a team, but after a brief exchange, Anya simply took her leave with her companions. Had she forsaken the rewards of the ultimate dungeon? How could that be? After all, she was the top player in Zone 10. Could she truly be so willing to surrender? Chen Zipei's gaze fell upon Jiang Chen, his hesitation palpable. With Anya gone, the only viable ally left was this person. Yet, upon noticing the ghostly bride beside Jiang Chen, an unexplainable apprehension washed over him, prompting him to finally turn away and say, "Let us enter the dungeon." Chapter 116. A bet. As Chen Zipei's team entered the dungeon, Jiang Chen leisurely settled in the carriage, observing intently. Until he had complete assurance, he would not readily step through that stone door. The moment the Wuchang ghost appeared, he sensed that this dungeon was fundamentally different from the previous ones. The 12-star palace. Jiang Yun has entered the dungeon. The rugged-faced lion spoke solemnly. "Why isn't she teaming up with the top players from other zones?" A strikingly beautiful woman stifled a yawn, casually inquiring. "Perhaps it stems from an absolute confidence in her abilities," suggested the elegantly poised Capricorn, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses with a measured tone. "Such a solitary approach is not particularly wise, especially since Chen Zipei is one of us." A warm, steady voice interjected. Aquarius regarded Capricorn. The latter's refined features remained composed. "Fear not. I have unwavering confidence in my selections." A smile graced her lips. After all, to acquire gems in the novice zone speaks volumes of her prowess. Her solitary pursuit further attests to this. As Pisces concluded her remarks, the implications were unclear. "We ought to conduct further investigations," suggested the calm Taurus. "I have already looked into it. Among the top 10 players across all zones, only Jiang Yun's username contains the character Jiang." Capricorn replied nonchalantly. Taurus paused momentarily, his lips moving as he pondered. What if she was referring not to a username, but to her real name? Capricorn's confident smile faltered slightly. She indeed had overlooked this possibility. Yet, it seemed improbable, did it not? Once in the game, players tend to use their aliases, making the likelihood of a real name being used quite slim. The lion's deep voice broke the tension that had begun to envelop them, allowing the others to relax their expressions. Only Taurus wore a look of concern. Among the 12, only he, closely bonded with Pisces, understood that her visions often captured mere fragments. In urgent moments, if two familiar individuals were together, they were less likely to call out a username, but rather a real name. However, their knowledge of the novice zone was scant, and most of their focus had been on recruiting the stronger players on the leaderboard, leaving little room for concern regarding players' true identities. Now, they could only hope that Jiang Yun was indeed the one they sought. Of course, they remained unaware of the fierce battle between Jiang Yun and Zhou Yueran. Had they witnessed it, their composure would have surely shattered. Behind the stone door, as Jiang Yun stepped into the room, she immediately sensed a profound gravitational pull emanating from the floor, which impeded her speed. This must be the limitation she had discussed with Jiang Chen outside. A swift glance over her shoulder revealed that Chen Zipping had followed closely behind, accompanied by others. Surprisingly, the woman Zhou Yuan had also allied herself with Chen Ziping. Soon, they approached the earlier group of players, triggering the presence of He Wuchang. Jiang Yun came to a halt, as did Chen Ziping and the others. The leader, Chen Ziping, pondered momentarily, opting not to let everyone rush in indiscriminately. Instead, he directed his gaze toward two teammates with formidable defensive attributes. You two should advance and test the waters. If you find yourselves outmatched, retreat immediately. These two were not like the prior players who fell victim easily. They were ranked among the top 3 in the novice area, their strength far surpassing that of those who had been carelessly slaughtered. It is worth noting that none of Chen Ziping's group possessed scanning equipment, leaving them to speculate about He Wuchang's capabilities. Even Zhou Yuan, ignorant of He Wuchang's level, chose to collaborate with Chen Ziping's team. Jiang Yun, however, was different. With her golden scanning equipment, she, like Jiang Chun, had already discerned He Wuchang's attributes through her imaging device, a level 27 intermediate undead, which could not be faced head-on, only evaded. Perhaps the mechanism for this final challenge was to elude the undead's hunt and claim the ultimate reward. She mused on this, recognizing her considerable advantage in this regard. Don't rush, isn't there a scout? Just as Chen Ziping was issuing commands and cautioning his team, a graceful figure emerged. Zhou Yuan's intent gaze fixed upon Jiang Yun, who stood closer than they did. Chen Ziping was taken aback, realizing the underlying tension between the two women. Yet he did not have the habit of utilizing others to carve a path through thorns. He shook his head, about to speak, when he noticed Jiang Yun turning back toward them. She walked directly up to Zhou Yuan, her lips parting slightly. How about we place a bet on who can go further? Jiang Yun's tone was relaxed, yet it dripped with sarcasm. Zhou Yuan's eyes narrowed. All right, what are the stakes? If you lose, you must forever remain behind me and address me as mistress, Jiang Yun replied coldly, unable to tolerate Zhou Yuan's incessant provocations. Fine if you lose. You will also address me as mistress, Zhou Yuan retorted, her lips curling into a smirk. That is unacceptable, Jiang Yun firmly declined. Zhou Yuan's expression hardened, a flicker of anger crossing her features. What do you mean? I've agreed to your terms, yet you dismiss mine? Jiang Yun's cheeks flushed slightly, but she whispered, I already have a mistress. Zhou Yuan could scarcely believe that such an embarrassing admission could come from Jiang Yun. So, she and Jiang Chun were indeed a couple? Jiang Chun, that fellow, what means did he employ to make this woman so utterly devoted? Very well, let us change the subject. Zhou Yuan, deep in thought, suddenly chuckled lightly. Your wind energy gem is quite admirable. If I lose, you must give it to me. Agreed, but first contemplate how you intend to defeat me. Jiang Yun retorted with a cold laugh. The wind energy gem floated in the palm of her hand, and then countless phantoms flickered around her, simultaneously charging into the looming darkness ahead. In an instant, a shadow emerged, its sinister hook-like weapon akin to a death knell, striking one of the phantoms directly. That phantom dissolved into nothingness, while the remaining phantoms surged forward like a tempest. The Black Wuchang followed closely, slashing at the remaining phantoms. Upon witnessing this, Zhou Yuan's beautiful eyes sparkled. She dashed forward without hesitation. This was indeed a prime opportunity to fish in troubled waters. As Zhou Yuan entered, Chen Zipei and the others also recognized the chance and rushed in. Jiang Yun truly possessed remarkable skill. Qin Tian marveled in astonishment while hastening forward. Lin Yi had already stepped out ahead of him. This group of individuals mingled among Jiang Yun's countless phantoms, significantly reducing the extent of casualties. Though they were occasionally struck by the Black Wuchang, it was not to the extent of total annihilation. In their flight, Chen Zipei realized how absurd his previous thoughts had been. The attack power of the Black Wuchang was unfathomably strong. Even the two players he had selected for their robust defenses would undoubtedly falter. Only a method like Jiang Yun's held the potential to see them through to the end. In his mind, he instinctively categorized this dungeon as one for evading pursuit. After all, with the multitude of mechanics present in the various dungeons, it was not surprising to encounter such a system. Chapter 117. White Wuchang outside. Jiang Chun observed intently as Jiang Yun and the others commenced their assault. Indeed, the strikes of the Black Wuchang were ferocious, yet Jiang Yun's wind energy gem possessed a certain degree of counteraction. But was this dungeon merely about dodging attacks? Suddenly, a white figure appeared in Jiang Chen's line of sight, wielding a mourning staff adorned with white cloth strips and bells. With its arrival, The air resonated with a clear, ringing sound, akin to an enchanting melody that pierced the ears. Even Jiang Chun, outside the image, felt a shiver run down his spine, silently cursing his misfortune. Within the black mist of the stone door, a transformation had begun. The sound of the bells grew more piercing, almost manifesting as a tangible sonic wave attack. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of shattering phantoms echoed from behind and beside her. Jiang Yun's delicate visage turned pale in an instant. Glancing back, she saw that her phantoms had dwindled to a mere few, while the white Wuchang, staff in hand, was charging directly at her. Cursed be it, a sonic area attack. She gritted her teeth silently, compelled to devise a countermeasure. Ding, ding, ding. Once more, the exquisite bell materialized in her hand, swaying gently in the air, visibly slowing the white Wuchang's speed. Yet, the reduction was minimal. The mournful staff descended upon Jiang Yun with lethal intent, had she lacked a countermeasure. A single strike would have claimed her life. Under the lens of the imagery, Jiang Chen's gaze sharpened. Is this where you falter, Jiang Yun? Yet, the confrontation was far from over. A brilliant light emanated from Jiang Yun's palm, as walls of ice materialized around her, thwarting the attacks of the white Wuchang while she retreated rapidly. More ice walls emerged, effectively imprisoning the white Wuchang within. Seizing this moment, Jiang Yun surged forward with astonishing speed. The frost gem. Jiang Chun was no stranger to this ability. His brow lifted slightly. It appeared that during their separation, Jiang Yun had not returned empty-handed. Did she possess another gem? Zhou Yueran, trailing several bodies behind Jiang Yun, was equally astonished. She had never anticipated that Jiang Yun had a trump card in hand. However, her concern quickly dissipated. As Jiang Yun's clone began to fade, the Black Wuchang had already caught up with their group. Chun Zipei's earlier boasts about the top 3 players were rendered meaningless as the Black Wuchang's chains mercilessly dispatched them. A frown creased her brow. She realized that ensuring her own survival was already a formidable challenge. After all, her dark energy gem was more suited for offensive assassination, lacking the balanced capabilities of the frost gem. She had to catch up to Jiang Yun. This was an instantaneous resolution in her mind, not stemming from lingering thoughts of their wager, but rather from the perilous predicament they found themselves in. With the white Wuchang ahead and the black Wuchang behind, Jiang Yun was their sole avenue of escape. Only by allying with Jiang Yun could they hope to survive. The dark energy gem materialized in Zhou Yueran's hand as she melded into the shadows, pursuing Jiang Yun's direction. Suddenly, a chain pierced through, directly impaling a player's chest. In disbelief, he looked down to see the gaping wound expanding, his eyes dimming. Retreat, retreat. Chen Zipei's roar echoed. He realized the truth. The Wuchang were foes far beyond their capabilities. They were merely marching to their doom. Without Jiang Yun's clone, they wouldn't even survive the initial hurdle. Was this the chasm that separated them? A profound sense of helplessness surged within him. He had believed that, although differences existed between him and Jiang Yun, they were not insurmountable. Yet now, he understood that they were no longer of the same caliber. Suddenly, a chain thrust into his chest, revealing the sinister grin of the Black Wuchang, a specter of hell, reaping souls. The ghastly whiteness of his eyes fixated on Chun Zipei before he violently withdrew the chain. Blood splattered as Chun Zipei collapsed heavily to the ground, life ebbing away. At the tunnel's end, 2 figures dashed forward with remarkable speed. It was none other than Qin Tian and Lin Yi. In truth, while Chun Zipei and the others attempted to ride Jiang Yun's coattails, hoping to navigate the chaos to safety, they had already turned tail and fled. They certainly did not believe that their defensive attributes would surpass those of the players ranked at the top of the leaderboard. A swift kill. It was nothing short of a slaughter. To conquer such a dungeon, what a jest. Lin Yi was the first to flee, leaving behind a parting remark. If you wish to die, go ahead. Upon witnessing Lin Ye's retreat, Qin Tian dared not advance and hastily followed suit. Fortunately, He Wuchang had no intention of attacking them. Buzz. Inside, Jiang Yun dashed past the blockade of Bai Wuchang, racing toward the rear, her vision gradually expanding. This was no longer the corridor behind a stone door, but rather a vast hall. Had they arrived? A voice of confusion echoed in her ears. Jiang Yun glanced at her, snorting coldly. You truly are like a shadow. Zhou Yueran remained silent, her emotions taut, devoid of any inclination for jest. Had it not been for Jiang Yun's assistance in the previous stone corridor, she would have remained trapped. In truth, she had already faced defeat. Jiang Yun meticulously surveyed her surroundings, her bell gently swaying. This was her scanning device, equipped with special abilities to reduce speed. At that moment, the black mist enveloped them, rendering visibility low, and the scanning device proved its worth. Zhou Yuan lacked similar equipment. Compelled to follow Jiang Yun closely, the disparity between them was evident. Although Zhou Yuan could contend with Jiang Yun in terms of combat power, her effectiveness in navigating the dungeon was vastly inferior. It was akin to a lost blind person, merely trailing behind Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun naturally noticed this, yet chose not to comment. While she harbored animosity toward Zhou Yuan, she would not allow her to perish in such a perilous environment. Suddenly, the bell rang out ominously. Jiang Yun's gaze flickered as two gems inexplicably levitated. A black gem also appeared beside Zhou Yuan. What was happening? Zhou Yuan's heart raced in alarm. Jiang Yun was equally perplexed. She gently activated the frost gem. The special ability to dispel the mist took effect, and the black fog before them began to dissipate. Not far away, a uniquely shaped coffin lay silently. Ancient and enigmatic, its surface bore interlacing patterns of black and gold, extending down to the base of the coffin, while the lid shimmered like brilliant obsidian, emitting a faint glow in the dim environment. Just a glance filled Jiang Yun with an involuntary sense of dread. What could this be? Beside her, Zhou Yuan swallowed hard. She sensed an extremely ominous aura emanating from the coffin, and an inexplicable unease enveloped them. Unclear. Jiang Yun shook her head, a bizarre thought blossoming in her mind. Could it be that this coffin was the final reward of this place? Under the imaging mirror, Jiang Chun also beheld the black gold coffin, leaping down from the carriage, the petrified dagger gliding into his palm as he strode directly toward the stone door. Jiang Yun's mission was executed with exceptional proficiency. The restricted-level equipment had already emerged, and he was poised to take action. As he approached the stone door, two disheveled figures emerged, sitting on the steps and gasping for breath. Upon seeing Jiang Chun about to enter, their eyes widened in alarm, ready to dissuade him. "Brother Jiang, you absolutely must not." However, before they could finish their warning, Jiang Chun had already stepped through the stone door, vanishing into the shrouded mist. Chapter 118. Just one word. As Jiang Chun traversed the murky fog, he felt the weight beneath his feet, yet he paid it little mind. With the acquisition of the shadowy boots, his speed attributes had undergone a significant enhancement. This minor reduction in mobility was negligible for him. He continued to move with remarkable agility. "Look, that kid Jiang Chun has entered the dungeon," exclaimed a voice from the Eight Fiends Hall. The White Tiger, gazing at the shadowy figure moving within the image mirror, expressed astonishment. "At last, this fellow has made his move." The thunderous snoring of the gluttonous beast ceased as it stirred from slumber, rubbing its eyes. "One must assume he is confident, having waited until the very last moment to act," remarked the Xuanwu solemnly. "Of course, if he lacked confidence, entering would be akin to courting death," interjected Zhuke, who had been seated on the couch, now stepping forward, her fiery red gown resembling flames dancing within the room. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on Jiang Chun, biting her lower lip in secret. "Jiang Chun, I have placed all my bets on you. Do not let me down." In the July Society, as Jiang Chun stepped through the stone door, Ning Feiyue clenched her delicate fists. She had anticipated that he would not forego this opportunity. Yet, why did he choose to act last? Wouldn't it have been wiser to follow Jiang Yun and utilize her wind energy gem to slip in unnoticed? Did he truly possess the confidence to break through the barriers posed by the two specters alone? Moreover, Ning Feiyue's beautiful eyes scrutinized another scene within the image mirror. Jiang Yun and Zhou Yuan had already traversed the passage beyond the stone door and entered the grand hall. Jiang Chun was now moving in tandem with them, as if guided by an unspoken understanding. "Everyone, I have just received an intriguing piece of news. I wonder if you are interested in hearing it?" A graceful figure entered, her emerald eyes sparkling with mischief. Approaching the vacant seat at the July Society, she settled down, her excitement still palpable. Beside Ning Feiyue, Hanyue withdrew her gaze from Jiang Chun and turned to Liyue. "Speak," she said in a flat tone. "President, you truly lack a sense of intrigue," Liyue pouted, before finally continuing. "I have just learned that the Pisces of the 12-Star Palace seems to have fallen under a curse, remaining in a state of coma, and prior to her slumber. She had foreseen this regional dungeon. Can you guess who will ultimately succeed in passing this final challenge?" Liyue spoke mysteriously. Hanyue furrowed her brow slightly. Raising her gaze to the image mirror, where only 3 figures remained in the dungeon: Jiang Yun, representing the 12-star palace, and Zhou Yueran, employed by their July society. The recently arrived Jiang Chun remains uncertain about which guild has made contact with him. Perhaps there is no guild connection at all. Considering this is the most underdeveloped novice zone, Zone 18, where strength is at its lowest, and securing the ultimate reward is a daunting challenge. Undoubtedly, the final victor will emerge from among these 3 individuals, or perhaps all will meet with failure. Jiang Yun, a melodious voice pondered briefly before responding. It is the Blue Moon of the July Guild. Though she wished to mention Zhou Yueran, the prowess of Jiang Yun was evident to all. Her attributes significantly surpassed those of Zhou Yueran, and now she wielded 2 precious gems. In any scenario, she appeared to be the most likely champion. Green Moon's gaze swept across the other senior members of the July Guild. After contemplation, they unanimously concluded, Jiang Yun. Only Ning Feiyue remained silent. Reflecting on her experiences with Jiang Chun at the Snowstorm Manor, that fellow is terrifyingly composed. He seldom acts without certainty. Will this situation be any different? Enough with the suspense. What precisely does Pisces' prediction entail? Hong Yu urged, her brow furrowed. Very well, Green Moon replied with a resigned gesture. The prediction is quite simple. Encapsulated in a single word, Jiang. After uttering this word, Pisces fainted and has yet to awaken. Green Moon's revelation brought a look of understanding to everyone's faces. Indeed, it must be Jiang Yun, Hong Yu mused softly. No, a subtle voice interjected. Ning Feiyue's beautiful eyes were fixed on the figure still within the stone archway. Within this realm, there are 2 individuals with the surname Jiang. Inside the stone archway, Jiang Chun surveyed the lifeless bodies before him. The very site where those individuals had encountered the Black Wuchang. As a mid-tier undead, it was likely to drop some valuable items. A slight smile graced Jiang Chen's lips as he took a step forward, causing a swirl of dark energy to coalesce into the form of the Black Wuchang. With a swift motion, Jiang Chun conjured a short dagger, simultaneously summoning an undead gem to imbue it with necromantic elements. Only weapons imbued with necromantic properties can inflict effective damage on undead creatures. Ordinary physical or elemental attacks would be mitigated to some extent. Is this merely a weapon of golden quality? The Black Wuchang emitted a chilling laugh. Such a level dares to halt and engage me? They are far less astute than the previous individuals. In the next moment, however, Jiang Chun, under the astonished gaze of the Black Wuchang, hurled the petrifying dagger towards him. Simultaneously, frost emerged from the ground, ensnaring the Black Wuchang. In an instant, he was caught off guard and struck by the dagger. A trace of petrifying poison infiltrated his body, beginning to spread subtly. Outside the dungeon, the image mirror displayed the scene. Su Yuan and the other women had ceased battling monsters, engrossed in their snacks as they watched the events unfold below the image mirror. Upon witnessing Jiang Chun throw the petrifying dagger, Bai Ning was left astounded. What does this mean, Senior Jiang? Is he foregoing the use of weapons? With the formidable power of the Black Wuchang, it seems unlikely that Jiang Chun will retrieve the petrified dagger. Having spent considerable time with Jiang Chun, they are acutely aware that this dagger is his most frequently used weapon, embodying the finest attributes. This was merely a test. However, the fact that Jiang Chun discarded the dagger indicates he possesses a weapon of superior quality, surpassing even that of golden-tier weapons. Su Yuan, being the one who understands Jiang Chun best, murmured, superior quality? Could it possibly be epic? The prospect of such a weapon appearing in the novice zone astonished Xinling. Her mouth agape as if one could fit an egg inside. Feng Du's expression mirrored her confusion, for according to the intelligence he received, the highest quality equipment obtainable in the novice area was merely golden. Weapons of epic quality and above were solely found in the growth zones. Naturally, certain exceptional curses could yield equipment exceeding golden quality. Could it be that Jiang Chun encountered such a scenario? With a swift motion, Black Wuchang withdrew the petrified dagger embedded in his body, his gaze growing increasingly cold. Let us see what means you possess after discarding your weapon. As his words fell, Black Wuchang's chains were unleashed. Jiang Chun stepped back, activating the passive effect of his shadow boots, narrowly evading the strike. It appears that ordinary methods indeed prove ineffective against you, Jiang Chun remarked, a smirk gracing his lips as he snapped his fingers. Rise, Undead Knight. Chapter 119. A gem? A wisp of dark mist materialized behind Jiang Chun, followed by a warrior clad in solemn armor standing in the arena. Holding a shield in each hand and a sword in his right, a sinister aura surrounded him. With a swift motion, the undead knight lunged forward, his dark sword cleaving down upon Black Wuchang's head. In an instant, Black Wuchang transformed into a wisp of black smoke and vanished. You have slain Black Wuchang, rewards granted. A notification echoed in Jiang Chen's ears, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The undead knight is his ultimate trump card. Due to the accelerated emergence of the Blantis fallen nation stronghold upon summoning, he had previously invoked it only twice. Now, however, he was free from such constraints, as the next destination was indeed the Blantis fallen nation, allowing him to summon the undead knight as often as he desired. Outside the imagery mirror, a wave of astonishment swept through the 12 Zodiac Palace. The lion wore a solemn expression, and after a prolonged silence, he finally turned his gaze to the Capricorn, carefully choosing his words before slowly stating, "I can't shake the feeling that this fellow is stronger than Jiang Yun." Beside him, the Scorpio cleared his throat. It is not merely a feeling. When Jiang Yun faced this challenge, she utilized the Wind Gem's doppelganger ability to evade Black Wuchang's pursuit. Even when confronted by the second White Wuchang, she had to reveal her second trump card, employing the power of the Frost Gem to reach the finish line. Even then, it was perilously close. And this individual, named Qinzhou, he summoned an undead creature from who knows where and obliterated Black Wuchang in an instant. Is this truly acceptable? Others perceive the mechanism as an escape route, yet you eliminate it in an instant. Are we all truly engaging in the same dungeon? Even the Scorpion believes that this cannot merely be termed a disparity. It is akin to the difference between heaven and earth. If anyone is destined to claim the ultimate reward, it must undoubtedly be this sunken vessel. However, Jiang Yun is indeed the one foretold by the Pisces. Could there be some unforeseen development? The Capricorn's expression also shifts subtly. With her keen insight, how could she fail to notice the chasm between these two? Perhaps the Death Knight can only summon once. Has it relinquished this trump card to overcome this obstacle? Among the 11, someone spoke of reason. Upon hearing this, the others deemed it sensible. If that were the case, it would be more acceptable. The lion breathed a slight sigh of relief. After all, this sunken vessel does not belong to their 12 Zodiac Palace. Should he seize the final reward, it would spell trouble. I do not think so. Within this stone passage, there are indeed 2 manifestations of impermanence. If it were a one-time use, he would not be foolish enough to unleash it at the first manifestation. The Taurus shook his head. Upon uttering this, the remaining 10 fell into silence. Perhaps it operates under a time constraint. In any case, such a formidable entity in the Novice area cannot possibly be without limitations. The Capricorn asserted, her tone resolute. This time, the other 10 silently nodded in agreement. The Capricorn is correct. The emergence of such an entity in the Novice zone is already extraordinary. It cannot be allowed unfettered use. But what might this limitation entail? The Hall of 8 Fiends. Goodness! With a startled exclamation, the white tiger rose from her seat. She gazed in astonishment at the black manifestation of impermanence, her beautiful eyes wide as saucers. Is this truly still the Novice area? An intermediate undead, the black impermanence. Has it been eliminated so swiftly? What is that behind it? The Xuanwu furrowed his brow. It appears to be another intermediate undead, and its strength surpasses that of the impermanence. The Zhuke, lost in thought, bore an unmistakable expression of delight. This time, she may have wagered correctly. Within the passage, the Death Knight had yet to vanish. It could persist for 60 seconds. Jiang Chun did not rush onward, but instead collected the spoils of the black impermanence. Aside from experience, the most valuable item was the weapon of the black impermanence. Item: Soul Snatching Lock. Category: Weapon, Gold. Attack: Defense. Spirit. Special ability: Soul Snatch. Capable of instantly launching toward the enemy, causing a disembodiment effect upon impact. Disembodiment, a negative effect of the undead attribute. Those afflicted cannot move or retaliate, with duration determined by the attack disparity. Mechanical monsters are immune, while undead monsters experience a doubled effect duration. This ability is akin to a version of petrification poison. The instantaneous immobilization is far more practical than petrification poison. It seems that the petrifying dagger shall now take a back seat henceforth. As Jiang Chen contemplated, he contentedly stowed away the soul lock and gracefully made his way towards the domain of Bai Wuchang. After only a few steps, the spectral night as time was up, dissipating into the air, yet Jiang Chun remained unperturbed. Upon entering Bai Wuchang's territory, white specters materialized instantly, wielding mournful staves and charging directly at him. In response, Jiang Chun merely stifled a yawn, and the spectral knight emerged forthwith. With a flash of dark light, Bai Wuchang was slain. The onlookers from the 12-star palace were left in astonishment. Was it not said that there were limitations? How did this fellow manage to summon it again? I had mentioned that the restrictions should not be overly stringent, Jin Yo calmly remarked. She had suspected this for some time, having observed Jiang Chun. He was a composed player, unlike the reckless type. In fact, she believed he was the very person foretold by Pisces. Do not fret, Jiang Yun still has a chance. Look, ever since they entered the Grand Hall, the gems upon them have begun to manifest autonomously, and their energy is gradually depleting. Ultimately, this hall may test the power of the gems that the players possess, Libra speculated. It indeed seems so, if we calculate it this way. Zhou Yuran is bound to lose. Jiang Yun possesses 2 gems, which should set her apart in the novice zone, considering that during our regional dungeon raid, the strongest among us had merely 1 gem, the water bottle lamented. Water Bottle's gaze flickered slightly as he toyed with the legendary vial in his hand. Contemplating his words, acquiring gems in the novice zone is indeed a daunting task. Mine was a stroke of luck, gifted by a curse. As for Jiang Yun, her possession of 2 gems surely indicates great fortune. Without a doubt, she is the one foretold in the Pisces prophecy. His judgment was based on his own initial capabilities. The group nodded in agreement. Upon entering the growth zone, the methods of acquiring gems would multiply and become less arduous. Most seasoned players typically possess 1 or 2 gems. Yet, in the novice zone, gems are rarer than legendary equipment. Although Chun Jun had the Spectral Knight as a trump card, he would likely find little success when faced with the gem testing trial. While they were engaged in discussion, Jiang Chun had already emerged from the stone passageway and stepped into the Grand Hall. Noticing Jiang Yun and Zhou Yuran still lingering at the entrance, he raised an eyebrow slightly. What is the matter? He inquired softly. The coffin should contain the ultimate reward. However, this trial may test the energy of the gems. I just tested it, and the deeper one goes, the faster the gem energy depletes. With the number of gems I possess, I fear I won't last until the end, Jiang Yun murmured. Zhou Yuran, upon hearing this, expressed surprise. If you cannot endure with 2 gems, then what does that make me? Entirely useless. By the way, why mention your struggle to Jiang Chun? Does he stand a better chance? Gems, Jiang Chun mused softly. And in the next moment, a myriad of colors began to radiate around him. The red, black, yellow, and blue gems, a total of 6, dazzled Zhou Yuran's eyes. What the heck? She exclaimed uncontrollably. Chapter 120. He is not that person. Is he truly a novice? In July's meeting, a high-ranking official swallowed hard in disbelief and turned to Lan Yu. Wasn't it said that Jiang Yun had the best chance of obtaining the ultimate reward? The first seat. Hong Yu wore a face as somber as water, her phoenix-like eyes narrowing into a dangerous arc previously, although she harbored some animosity towards Jiang Chun. She had not taken it to heart, merely issuing a casual pursuit order, which she later halted at Ning Feiyue's request. All of this was predicated on her belief that Jiang Chun posed no threat to her and lacked the capability to snatch Ning Feiyue away from her side. However, this novice was indeed terrifying. Even before reaching the final destination, he had already amassed 6 gems. What would happen when he arrived at the finish line? She was acutely aware that her relationship with Ning Feiyue was not as steadfast as she had presumed, for Ning Feiyue was someone she had influenced, not one who inherently favored women. She was highly sensitive to changes in emotions and could sense that Ning Feiyue had undergone some transformation after interacting with Jiang Chun. If Jiang Chun reached the final destination, would Ning Feiyue still remain by her side? She subtly turned her head and caught sight of Ning Feiyue's captivating gaze fixed intently on the projection, her eyes shimmering with an allure previously unseen in their interactions. Ning Feiyue's beauty was enchanting, her cherry lips slightly curved upwards, her delicate hands gripping the hem of her garment in excitement. Suddenly, she noticed Hong Yu's scrutiny, and her expression immediately became more composed. Observing this, Hong Yu lowered her head, lost in thought. In the 12-star palace, a dull thud resonated as Capricorn's palm slammed forcefully against the table, causing it to crack under the pressure. Capricorn's alluring face contorted in displeasure. At this juncture, it was evident who would secure the ultimate reward. Jiang Chun was on an entirely different level compared to Jiang Yun. How could there be such a disparity? Indeed, She had discovered that the name of the submerged vessel was Jiang Chun, but upon entering the regional instance, all their cross-regional communications required a train as a medium. This meant that by the time she learned Jiang Chun's true identity, it was too late. Even if she suspected Jiang Chun might be the person indicated by Pisces, she refrained from informing the 12-star palace members. Her pride would never allow her to admit a blunder in her work. Of course, it was possible that Jiang Chun was not the foretold individual. Sharing the same surname, Jiang Chun's regional server was considerably behind that of Jiang Yun, which should have increased Jiang Yun's odds. Yet now she realized how ludicrous her assumptions had been. Jiang Yun possessed only 2 gems, while Jiang Chun had 6. The probability of victory was glaringly evident. "Oh dear, it seems Capricorn's sister has chosen the wrong person," a teasing voice chimed in. As the crowd looked on, they beheld a remarkably beautiful young woman, her head slightly tilted as she rested her chin on her hand, exuding an air of malicious delight. When she spoke, her enchanting eyes fixated on Capricorn, her intent unmistakable. The other executives exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a sense of amusement, fully aware of the long-standing animosity between Virgo and Capricorn. Particularly after Capricorn had taken on this task, Virgo had been notably reticent, seemingly awaiting Capricorn's misstep. Unexpectedly, a mishap did occur. In response to Virgo's scornful jibes, Capricorn clenched her delicate fists. The 2 gems need not inevitably succumb to defeat. As long as Jiang Yun could reach the coffin before the energy of the gems was entirely depleted, there remained a chance of victory. At the very least, she held a level advantage. Her assertion went unchallenged by the gathered crowd, including Virgo, for Capricorn's words were not without merit. Yet, could there be exceptions? Virgo's eyes flickered. What exceptions? Capricorn's voice turned icy, her gaze fixed menacingly on Virgo. Had it not been for the confines of the conference room, she would have gladly engaged in a fierce battle with that woman. Virgo pondered seriously. She merely wished to ensure Capricorn did not evade the consequences of her blunder too easily, yet she had not truly contemplated what the exceptions might entail. If Jiang Yun were to forfeit, all hope would vanish. Suddenly, Taurus's voice broke the tension. Capricorn's alluring visage slightly stiffened as her head turned. "Yes, that was precisely my thought as well, dear Capricorn. The person you selected wouldn't voluntarily forfeit, would they? If a forfeit occurs, then truly, there would be no chance of victory at all." Virgo seized the opportunity to mock once more, seemingly relishing the moment. However, she understood that such a scenario was unlikely. Given Jiang Yun's capabilities, even with Jiang Chun possessing 6 gems, she would not easily concede. Wait, could she truly forfeit? At that moment, a voice of astonishment rang out. All eyes turned toward the projection. They witnessed Jiang Chun approaching Jiang Yun, who, after a few moments of hesitation, handed him the 2 gems she held. "Oh." Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow, surveying Jiang Yun. "Master," she softly uttered, the 2 words conveying everything. From Jiang Chun's enslavement of her using the heart of an octopus to allowing her to act independently. All of it had led to this moment, enabling her to provide assistance at the most critical juncture. And now, that opportunity had arrived. Jiang Chun nodded appreciatively. Jiang Yun had proven herself loyal, and there would surely be opportunities to reward her servitude in the future. "The 2 wraiths in the stone passage have been eliminated. You may return directly," he stated coolly, turning his attention back to the coffin shrouded in darkness. Intuition whispered to him that the final challenge could not merely hinge upon the quantity of gems. Meanwhile, beside them, Zhou Yuan was still reeling from the shock of Jiang Chun producing 6 gems. Witnessing Jiang Yun surrender her 2 gems to him, she could no longer contain herself. 8 precious gems? One more than the 7 Dragon Balls. Do I stand no chance of victory whatsoever? She was momentarily lost in thought. You never had a chance to begin with, Jiang Yun scoffed, turning away from the grand hall and returning to the stone corridor. Jiang Chun had prepared himself and was about to approach the coffin when suddenly, Zhou Yuan's graceful figure blocked his path. The tall girl with short hair bit her lip, fixing her gaze intently on Jiang Chun. "Must you truly ignore me?" "Ignore you? Not at all," Jiang Chun replied, puzzled by her words. At this, Zhou Yuan's expression softened considerably, but before she could utter another word, Jiang Chun added, "I simply did not wish to engage with you." Zhou Yuan's previously softening demeanor immediately stiffened once more. "What do you mean by that?" She couldn't help but inquire. "What do you mean?" Jiang Chun frowned at her, his expression indifferent. "You should understand that had you not latched onto Jiang Yun's energy gem, you would never have made it this far. With your current state, lingering here could spell your doom. So why should I concern myself with the dead? Jiang Chun stated coolly. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yueran's face flushed slightly, caught off guard by Jiang Chen's observation. Yet, could he not choose a more courteous tone? After all, she was on his side. Pouting slightly, she appeared displeased but still handed over the energy gem she had been holding. Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow at this, relieved that his words had not gone to waste. He had said so much merely for this gem, otherwise, he would have ignored her entirely. Wait, just to be clear, I am lending this to you, and you must return it once you are done. As Jiang Chun reached out to take it, her small hand retracted once more. Jiang Chun swiftly seized it. Rest assured, I am not the type to borrow and not return. Chapter 121. Is this the kind of acceptance I seek? As the two women gradually disappeared into the stone corridor, Jiang Chun also began his advance towards the coffin. Inside the 12-star palace, Capricorn watched as Jiang Yun decisively handed the gem to Jiang Chun, nearly grinding her back teeth in frustration. The other senior members wore peculiar expressions. No wonder Jiang Chun had refrained from entering the stone corridor earlier. Jiang Yun was paving the way for him. They had assumed these two were at least equal competitors, but it appeared the reality was far more complex. The carefully selected players from the 12-star palace had ultimately become mere subordinates to another, while the true jewel had been overlooked. As the top-ranking guild at the end station, how could they maintain their dignity? The responsibility for all of this fell squarely on Capricorn. Eyes turned towards her. The alluring woman with gold-rimmed glasses stood in silence, yet her slightly trembling form betrayed the tumult within her heart. Even Virgo refrained from further mockery at this moment. It was simply too devastating. She understood Capricorn's fiercely competitive nature, always striving to be one step ahead, relishing in the attention of others. It is precisely due to this disposition that the woman experiences considerable friction in her professional endeavors. At this moment, it can be deemed the greatest failure in Capricorn's history. Not only has she chosen the wrong individuals, but throughout the entire process, those she enlisted have merely served to assist others. It is entirely possible that Jiang Chun has long been in cahoots with Jiang Yun, leading Capricorn in circles, while Capricorn remains blissfully unaware, convinced of her imminent victory. For reasons unknown, the thought evokes a chuckle from Virgo, who cannot contain her amusement. In the hushed confines of the conference room, her laughter rings out like a melodious chime. Capricorn's icy gaze immediately sharpens, akin to that of a venomous serpent. Yet Virgo appears unfazed, her eyes drifting aimlessly. The remaining high-ranking members of the 12-star palace have remained silent throughout, but their silence does not signify forgiveness for Capricorn's blunder. They await her to speak first. Gazing into the projection, Capricorn takes a deep breath and declares, regardless of the circumstances, once this young man reaches his final destination, I will personally intervene to recruit him into our 12-star palace, as long as he becomes one of us. The legendary equipment within this instance will remain with our 12-star palace. The others, upon hearing this, reflect thoughtfully, their expressions softening slightly. Of course, should this plan come to fruition, that legendary equipment cannot be distributed among the 12. Yet it is preferable to having it fall into the hands of other guilds. As for how to retain Jiang Chun, fulfilling the promise made to Jiang Yun may suffice. A seat within the 12-star palace is an offer no one would likely refuse. Suddenly, a series of urgent, forceful knocks resound upon the table. The assembled members look up to see the first seat of the 12-star palace, Aquarius, speaking. If it pertains to legendary equipment, then it must be courted. However, should it transcend the legendary tier, it may be forcibly seized. His words are delivered with a calm demeanor. The room falls silent. The members exchanging bewildered glances at Aquarius's implication. What does he mean? Could it be that the items within this regional instance might surpass the legendary grade? What could possibly exceed the legendary classification? Upon reflection, the difficulty of this regional instance is indeed extraordinarily high. They have never encountered a challenge involving the quantity of gems. Had this been in the previous novice zone, they would have dissuaded any participants upon reaching this level. After all, how many in the novice zone possess such extraordinary abilities to acquire gems? If memory serves, both Zhou Yueran and Anya's gems were likely obtained within this instance. Moreover, prior to entering the instance, Jiang Yun possessed but a single gem, with the second likely acquired here as well. Jiang Chen's abundance of gems renders it difficult to ascertain their source, and previous intelligence reports did not indicate his possession of any gems. Unbeknownst to them, The most formidable informant in the Novice Zone, who has close ties with Jiang Chun, has suppressed any information related to Jiang Chun's gem acquisitions. After the regional integration, most players who witnessed Jiang Chun wielding the gems perished at his hands, thus no intelligence leaked. The Eight Fiends Hall. How intriguing. Qiongqi, clad in a seductive purple qipao with a high slit, gracefully crossed her long, fair legs, observing with keen interest the unfolding events in the mirror. The towering Xuanwu, seated with a serious demeanor, eventually turned to Zhu Ke and inquired, "Did you already know he possessed a plethora of gems?" He hardly bothered to count their quantity. Zhu Qiue's crimson lips moved slightly. She wished to assert such knowledge, yet in truth, she was oblivious. A bittersweet expression crossed her face as she shook her head. Even the agreement she reached with Shenling was vague, although Shenling informed her that Jiang Chun had consented to collaborate with the Eight Fiends Hall. She had always harbored doubts. Now, she was utterly convinced that Jiang Chun had merely conveyed a ruse through Shenling. How could someone of such capability choose to ally with the guild? He could effortlessly claim the rewards of this regional dungeon for himself. The earlier excitement and anticipation gradually dissipated into mere illusions. She understood that Jiang Chun had completely evaded her control. Perhaps he had never been under her dominion. Observing Zhu Qiue's changing expression, the other high-ranking members of the Eight Fiends Hall also deduced something, leading to a moment of tense silence. Regardless of the outcome, let us endeavor to win him over when he reaches his destination, Qiongqi suggested softly. Beside her, Baihu nodded in agreement. Indeed, with Shenling's connections, Jiang Chen's chances of joining the Eight Fiends Hall are still relatively high. However, Zhu Ke shook her head. There is little hope. Our guild ranks behind the 12-Star Palace and the July Society. According to my intelligence, the 12-Star Palace promised Jiang Yun that upon receiving the rewards, she could ascend to one of the 12 high-ranking positions. Should Jiang Chun choose the 12-Star Palace, such generous conditions would naturally befall him. The leadership of the first guild at the destination is a distinction no novice could refuse. Of course, even if Jiang Chun declined, he would not join our Eight Fiends Hall. Do you recall the bounty placed on Jiang Chun by the July Society some time ago? I have roughly discerned that the one who issued the bounty is Hongyue. The reason for the bounty seems to stem from Ziyue having utilized the ability of the substitute eye in the Novice Zone and spent time with Jiang Chun, after which Hongyue inexplicably issued a wanted notice and subsequently entered a cold war with Ziyue. Zhu Qiue's words left the others in the Eight Fiends Hall astonished. Qiongqi's exquisite features slightly shifted. Are you suggesting a love entanglement? It is highly probable. Zhu Qiue's crimson pupils glimmered as she nodded gently. However, not long ago, Hongyue rescinded the bounty and reconciled with Ziyue. If I am not mistaken, they have likely reached an agreement to accept Jiang Chun. Suddenly, as Zhu Ke finished speaking, Baihu, who had taken a sip of water, sprayed it out in shock, staring at Zhu Ke incredulously. They accepted Jiang Chun. You must be jesting. With an expressionless demeanor, Zhu Ke wiped the glistening droplets of water from her face and explained, I am not suggesting that the three of them are together. Rather, I am indicating that the Red Moon may absorb Jiang Chun into the July Society. You all know the cunning methods of that woman from the Red Moon. Once Jiang Chun enters the July Society, he will inevitably become the most loyal member under her control. At that point, he will no longer pose any threat to her, and the July Society will gain an exceptionally formidable player. Chapter 122. Success of the Strategy? Buzz. Surrounding him were 8 levitating gemstones as Jiang Chun slowly advanced towards the center of the Grand Hall. With each step he took, the luminosity of the gemstones dimmed at an increasing rate. Fortunately, only one of the gemstones was depleting its energy at this pace. The 8 gemstones might sustain him for approximately 6 months. However, this was merely the pace at the periphery of the Grand Hall. His progress was not particularly swift. While moving forward, he activated the legendary glasses to scan his surroundings. Although no extraordinary information surfaced, he remained vigilant. This is experience. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Upon entering the intermediate zone, the rate of gemstone depletion surged dramatically, visibly diminishing the energy bar. So fast, Jiang Chun was taken aback and quickened his pace. Yet, with the enhancement of the shadow boots, his speed did not increase significantly, as if he were trudging through a muddy marsh, making it difficult to advance even a step. It was akin to the speed restrictions encountered in stone door passages. Jiang Chun narrowed his eyes slightly. Lacking any countermeasures against such tactics, he could only endure. Thankfully, he had an abundance of gemstones, so there was no need for alarm. Inside, Jiang Chun felt as though time stretched on endlessly, while outside, the players were in a state of anxious anticipation. Why is Jiang Chun moving so slowly? The depletion of gemstones is accelerating rapidly. Does he not worry about exhausting their energy? Zhou Yueran exclaimed, her delicate features tinged with urgency. Foolish one, clearly he is being hindered by the speed limitation. However, it is you who should be concerned about the gemstone depletion, Jiang Yun remarked with a slight smirk. Having noticed that it was Zhou Yueran's dark energy gemstone that was consuming energy, Zhou Yueran shot a frosty glare at Jiang Yun, feeling that this scoundrel was truly adding insult to injury. Aren't you worried? Once my gemstone's energy is depleted, it will be your 2 gemstones that are at stake. She retorted, frowning at Jiang Yun. Everything I possess belongs to my master. What is there to worry about? Jiang Yun replied nonchalantly. At this, Zhou Yueran's lips twitched, her expression becoming increasingly peculiar. Everything belongs to Jiang Chun? Does that include that as well? One could not help but wonder, had they already crossed that line? Zhou Yueran's mind unwittingly conjured certain images, and she thought that Jiang Yun beneath him might not be such a terrible sight after all. From an angle unseen by Zhou Yueran, Jiang Yun's cheeks flushed slightly. Although her intention in stating such words was primarily to provoke Zhou Yueran, she soon realized how shameful those words were after uttering them. As she spoke, it seemed that she had become too engrossed in the scene. During their conversation, Jiang Chun had already breached the inner circle. Their expressions shifted slightly. This was the pivotal moment. At this juncture, Jiang Chun stood merely a dozen steps away from the coffin, pondering what rewards might lie within. As Jiang Chen's foot descended, he stepped into the inner region. In an instant, the already scarce dark energy gem fractured due to the depletion of energy, shattering with a thunderous crack in the air. Upon witnessing this, Zhou Yueran's heart sank completely. Within the grand hall, Jiang Chen's expression grew stern. He had not anticipated that upon entering the inner circle, the dark energy gem would explode so soon. He estimated that the gem still possessed 1/10 of its energy. Thus, in this final inner region, each engagement directly consumed 1/10 of the gem's energy. At this rate, he feared that even 8 gems would not endure for long. No, he currently possessed only 7. They had to hasten their pace. Under the pressure of speed, Jiang Chun pressed forward with unwavering determination. Bang, bang, bang. The air was filled solely with the sharp sound of shattered gems. The mesmerizing radiance amidst the black mist was nothing short of breathtaking. Yet, in that moment, few were inclined to appreciate it, for this final challenge was utterly monstrous. For gems had not even reached the coffin. Was this dungeon truly designed for novices? Jiang Yun clenched her fists and spoke in a low voice. Undoubtedly, both she and Zhou Yueran would perish in this final trial. As novices, who could possess more than 4 gems? In a sense, this dungeon had no intention of allowing players to succeed. Were it not for the anomaly that was Jiang Chun among their ranks of novice players, the strategy would have ended right there. But could Jiang Chun truly conquer it? Within the hall, as the 4th gem shattered, Jiang Chun's face grew uncharacteristically grave. He had come to realize the terrifying nature of this dungeon. Fortunately, he had borrowed gems from them in advance. Jiang Chun silently thanked his foresight, for otherwise, his journey would have concluded at that moment. The coffin lay just 3 steps away. With 2 more arduous steps, bang, his toxic energy gem shattered, and Jiang Chun felt a pang of regret. It had been a valuable asset for resisting toxic dungeons, and he had yet to utilize it. Yet, thankfully, only 1 step remained. Jiang Chun slowly placed his foot forward, and as it landed, the black mist began to dissipate. The power that had been eroding his gems vanished in that moment, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Was it over? Outside the imagery mirror, countless players witnessed Jiang Chun standing before the coffin and noted that the gems ceased to deplete. Had he succeeded in the strategy? In the 12 Zodiac Palace, Capricorn could hardly contain themselves as they rose, fixated on the images captured in the mirror. The others paused for a moment, and Jin Yo furrowed his brow, sensing that something was amiss. Sister Hongwe, did Jiang Chun succeed? Lan Yue inquired uncertainly as she gazed at the scene before her. Hong Yue's eyes flickered, unable to ascertain the situation. Logically, the negative effects of the gem's corruption should have dissipated, indicating that the quest was complete. Yet, the image still lingered, suggesting that the conclusion had not yet been reached. Was it possible that the opening of the coffin was necessary for a definitive end? A voice tinged with confusion echoed. The other high-ranking officials displayed contemplative expressions. Indeed, this seemed plausible. However, Was the reward truly concealed within that coffin? In the Grand Hall, Jiang Chun had not heard any notification sound and was beginning to realize that the final opening of the coffin might be required. This was ostensibly a cause for celebration. Yet, for reasons unknown, a wave of profound unease surged within him. Nevertheless, having come this far, he could not possibly retreat. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Chun slowly placed his palm on the coffin lid, feeling the coarse texture beneath his hand, adorned with intricate patterns. He had scanned the coffin's information multiple times with his legendary glasses, but received no response. Two possibilities emerged. Either the coffin's level exceeded that of the legendary glasses, rendering them incapable of scanning it, or the coffin was simply not a remarkable entity. Could this truly be the restricted weapon that the Bride of Ghosts had alluded to? A mere coffin? Jiang Chun found the notion absurd. He intended to consult the Bride of Ghosts, but she had inexplicably vanished after entering the stone door with him. What should he do? Open. Jiang Chun steeled himself and forcefully pulled the coffin lid aside. A surge of black mist erupted from the fissure, accompanied by the frantic voice of the Bride of Ghosts urging Jiang Chun, retreat quickly. An intense sense of crisis enveloped him. A chill surged from the soles of his feet straight to the crown of his head. Chapter 123, The Supreme. Will King. In a moment of decisive action, Jiang Chun activated his newly acquired ability. He had been holding on to this skill in anticipation of unforeseen circumstances, and now it proved invaluable. The 5-meter distance was neither too short nor too long, allowing him to escape the encroaching black mist surrounding the coffin. Gradually, a towering figure of darkness emerged, exuding an air of solemn authority. Clad in ancient attire, it was enveloped in strands of silvery light, with fearsome, beastly patterns embroidered upon its garments, reminiscent of a malevolent spirit ascending from the depths of hell. Target: Will King. Category: Level 34. Attack, Defense, Mental. Special abilities: Birth, Death Wheel Sword. Description: The Wheel King has descended upon the Novice area. Although its level is somewhat suppressed, it still possesses lavish attributes. It is advised to flee immediately. Upon reading the description through his legendary glasses, Jiang Chun's eyes widened in shock. This attribute, this panel, this level? Are you serious? A mere 34, an average panel. Do you truly regard me as a mere islander? Upon the appearance of the Wheel King, he was afforded no respite, vanishing instantly into a shadow. Jiang Chun felt an ominous premonition, yet his teleportation had already been utilized. The Undead Knight. He summoned it directly, now fervently hoping that this level 35 Undead Knight could withstand the adversary. However, despite being level 35, the attributes of the Undead Knight were significantly inferior to those of the so-called Wheel King. It was the first time he encountered a creature with complete attributes, such opulence. An Undead Knight? A voice emerged, laced with palpable disdain, yet Jiang Chun could not discern its source. Even among the undead, there exists a disparity. As the words fell from the opponent's lips, a bolt of black light struck the Undead Knight, shattering its armor into fragments, causing it to collapse heavily to the ground. How formidable! Jiang Chun's eyelids twitched. He had witnessed the instant demise of the Undead Knight for the first time. His countenance flickered with uncertainty as a capsule materialized in his hand. His final trump card, a special item acquired in the Raccoon City dungeon, the virus capsule. Its effect was to elevate his level by 5 instantaneously while doubling his attributes for the duration of a dungeon. This was a treasure of ultimate significance, originally intended for use in the fall of Landis. Yet now, should he employ it here, the challenges he would face in Landis would be exponentially greater. The Undead Knights of Landis were all level 35, with some potentially reaching level 40. Without this capsule, he feared he would stand no chance. After a few moments of hesitation, the Wheel King vanished once more before him, leaving Jiang Chun momentarily taken aback. What was happening? Had he become invisible? He swallowed hard. Incredulous. The skill just employed by this foe was likely one of the 2 special abilities, Rebirth, allowing for instantaneous reappearance, akin to his teleportation. Yet there was a distinct difference. It seemed this adversary did not require a cooldown. As Jiang Chun grasped the frost gem, preparing to unleash its remaining protective energy, a pale hand suddenly descended upon his shoulder, followed by a crimson figure emerging from the void. "My lady," Jiang Chun exclaimed in surprise. The figure clad in red could be none other than the Bride of Ghosts. However, he noted with some perplexity that she was adorned with silver chains, emitting a soft luminescence. Jiang Chun sensed that these chains imposed a certain suppression upon the Bride of Ghosts. Her current strength was likely diminished compared to when she had been outside the Grand Hall. The Wheel King, one of the 10 Yama Kings, a being of the Black Mist. It is unclear why he has descended into the Novice Zone alongside the Black Death City, but with your current strength, you are undoubtedly no match for him, the Bride of Ghosts stated gravely as she approached Jiang Chun. A being of the Black Mist? The ominous Black Mist had been mentioned by the Ghost Bride, suggesting that her appearance in the Novice area was due to a formidable entity residing within it. However, it remained uncertain who was superior between her beloved and the Wheel King. In the depths of the Black Mist, even a combined effort of 10 of her would be no match for the Wheel King, yet in this Novice Zone, perhaps a challenge could be attempted. A hint of excitement tinged the Ghost Bride's voice. In their realm, mutual attacks were permissible, and defeating monsters of a higher level could grant one the opportunity to usurp their position. As one of the 10 Yama Kings, the Wheel King undoubtedly surpassed her in the hierarchy of the undead. Given a few thousand years more, she might not have been able to claim his spot, but somehow, the Wheel King found himself ensnared in the Novice Zone, as if orchestrated by fate. An unprecedented opportunity. Sensing the Ghost Bride's exhilaration, Jiang Chun realized that this Wheel King could significantly enhance her beloved's capabilities. However, the silver chains binding her were a manifestation of the dungeon's restrictive rules, diminishing a portion of her strength. Yet, as a high-level undead, the constraints imposed upon her were considerably less than those on the Wheel King. The Ghost Bride perceived Jiang Chun's concern and gently spoke. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Chun's gaze flickered. Indeed, there was a silver glow surrounding the Wheel King upon his entry. Initially thought to be a mere entrance effect, it now appeared to be a result of the Novice Zone's suppressive rules. So what you mean is, Jiang Chun licked his lips. He had assumed his beloved's arrival was to ensure his retreat, but it seemed she harbored ambitions of her own. The Ghost Bride, her cherry lips barely visible beneath her red veil, replied, I shall take the lead in battle. You need only strategize from the sidelines. With that, her delicate white hand began to weave various sigils over her chest, causing an eerie crimson flower to bloom unexpectedly in the hall. Tendrils of red thread spreading throughout the chamber. The bloom of the other shore intoned the deep voice of the Wheel King, who soon materialized. At that moment, his focus shifted, and his fierce gaze locked onto the Ghost Bride. Raising his right hand, he conjured a massive sword, gleaming with a dark sheen. As a powerful figure within the Black Mist, he felt it was his duty to eliminate any undead that defied the established order. Upon seeing the sword, the Ghost Bride inhaled deeply, and countless ethereal other shore flowers blossomed before her. In mere seconds, the Wheel King's death wheel sword hurtled toward her. A thunderous clash erupted as the ebony sword collided with the other shore flowers, unleashing a tremendous wave of energy. What in the world? Are we even playing the same game? Jiang Chun thought, as an ice wall shielded him from the residual shock waves, silently critiquing the situation. This was no longer a mere survival game. It was rapidly evolving into something fantastical. Glancing down at the virus capsule in his hand, he sighed, realizing they were clearly not on the same wavelength, and discreetly tucked it away. Chapter 124. There is another high-level undead. The Bride of Ghosts had lost 3 blossoms of the Higginbana consecutively, and only then did the scythe-like sword dissipate before her without any peril. From Jiang Chun's perspective, he could observe the pale visage of the Bride of Ghosts, a testament to her disadvantage in the recent brief skirmish. The 10 Yama Kings, intimidating by name alone, were likely of a spectral caliber that surpassed even the higher echelons of the undead. As his wife had remarked, had they been ensconced in the Black Mist, they might not have had the opportunity to flee. It was solely due to this foe's suppression in the Novice Zone that his wife was able to contend with him at all. Contemplating this, not only did the Bride of Ghosts feel compelled to seize this opportunity, but Jiang Chun himself recognized the urgency of the moment. If they failed to vanquish this adversary now, it could be an eternity before they encountered such a challenge again. However, given the current circumstances, it appeared his wife was ill-equipped to face the weakened Wheel King. Thus, he resolved not to remain a passive observer any longer. He must lend her his support. Yet, the only means he had to restrain this Wheel King seemed to be summoning the undead knights. Although their swift demise had been somewhat unexpected, upon reflection, if the undead knights had fallen, other methods would likely prove futile. At the very least, the undead knights could provide a buffer against one attack, couldn't they? In any case, summoning the undead knights would bear no adverse consequences. Jiang Chun absent-mindedly touched his nose, suddenly giving rise to an audacious thought. At that moment, the Wheel King was once again coalescing his scythe-like sword, this time conjuring 3 simultaneously. Observing this, the Bride of Ghosts clenched her delicate fists slightly. Indeed, even with diminished attributes, this formidable being remained resilient. This was her first direct encounter with the chasm that lay between her and such extraordinary entities. Nevertheless, she was resolute in her determination not to surrender. With a graceful gesture, several blossoms of Higginbana began to take form. Do not fret, my dear. Take a moment to recuperate. This time, I shall shield you. Jiang Chen suddenly leaped before her. The Bride of Ghosts was momentarily taken aback, her brows knitting delicately beneath her veil. Do not be foolish. You cannot withstand his assault, and as an elemental attack of the undead, your ethereal form is of no avail. She had assumed Jiang Chun intended to endure the onslaught with his ghostly physique. Indeed, while the ethereal form was a remarkable skill, it was futile against a monster wielding elemental attacks. Jiang Chun shook his head. I do not intend to rely on the ethereal form. Rather, I shall summon the undead knights. Arise. As his command resonated, countless tendrils of darkness erupted before him, revealing a cadre of knights clad in enigmatic black armor, as formidable as an ironclad army. Simultaneously, a cacophony of notifications flooded Jiang Chun's mind, and he was unaware of how many undead knights he had summoned. You have summoned the undead knights, drawing the gaze of the exiled princess. You have summoned the undead knights, drawing the gaze of the exiled princess. You have summoned the undead knights, drawing the gaze of the exiled princess. The sound of the prompt buzzed incessantly like a mosquito in Jiang Chen's ears, causing an inexplicable irritation. Consequently, he promptly activated the mute mode on his virtual panel, plunging the world into silence. Undead knights, form a defensive formation, he commanded decisively. Instantly, all the undead knights raised their shields, encircling Jiang Chun and the Bride of Ghosts in a protective barrier. The Wheel King, witnessing such a formidable assembly of undead knights, momentarily stood stunned, before gesturing subtly with his hand, conjuring several more wheel swords. Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow, preparing to weave the summoning incantation for the undead. You conjure swords, do you? Then allow me to summon once more. Outside the imagery mirror, the members of the 12-star palace fell into an uncanny silence, unable to fathom the turn of events. The Wheel King had been foretold by Pisces as a being of unparalleled power amidst the black mist. Yet now, the 12-star palace found themselves unworthy even to confront him directly. The last encounter with Scorpio in the black mist had ended in a disgraceful retreat without even breaching the outskirts of the Black Death City. Now, however, a weakened version of this super being had manifested in the Novice zone, provoking an overwhelming sense of disbelief. Their eyes reddened, barely able to suppress their emotions. If not for the area restrictions, they would have rushed forth to annihilate him. The reward for defeating a super being was unimaginable, potentially yielding coveted restricted-level equipment they had yet to obtain. Alas, all they could do was indulge in fantasies. This monumental opportunity lay solely before one individual, Jiang Chun. Upon witnessing Jiang Chen's most formidable trump card, the Undead Knights, fall to the Wheel King in an instant, they experienced a mixture of shock and a twinge of relief. They knew just how powerful Jiang Chen's Undead Knights were. Such a guardian could easily dominate the Novice zone. Yet, the outcome was the swift annihilation by the Wheel King. The relief stemmed from the realization that Jiang Chun could not contend with the Wheel King. This weakened super being's appearance was a once-in-a-lifetime chance. And since the 12-star palace could not claim the kill, they were unwilling to let anyone else benefit. With a mindset of destruction rather than allowing others to gain, they felt a sense of joy at the moment Jiang Chen's Undead Knights were obliterated. Additionally, they felt fortunate that this monstrous novice player was about to meet his demise here. Although they had previously considered recruiting Jiang Chun, his subsequent display of power had rendered him too formidable. It was best for him to perish within this dungeon. Just as they exhaled in relief, anticipating the conclusion of this sensational dungeon raid, an unexpected change unfolded. A figure clad in red, a spirit of the undead, appeared not only to shield Jiang Chun but also to stand against the Wheel King with remarkable prowess. This astonishing turn of events left everyone in disbelief. What was happening? Who was this undead entity? Having discovered the entity ranked 17th among advanced undead, codenamed the Bride of Ghosts, who had previously emerged in the perilous dungeon known as the Ghostly Wedding Attire, The maiden responsible for documenting such occurrences hastily perused a hefty tome. After some effort, she located the information regarding the Bride of Ghosts. Advanced undead, the Bride of Ghosts? How could she possibly be allied with Jiang Chun and, moreover, assist players? Such a notion was utterly preposterous to all present. With the assistance of the Bride of Ghosts, could this individual truly conquer the Wheel King? One voiced with concern. After all, given the current circumstances, it appeared that the Bride of Ghosts was indeed capable of contending with the Wheel King. It should not be possible. The power of advanced undead is inferior to that of the superclass, and the Wheel King has yet to unleash even a fraction of its true strength. Jiang Chun cannot prevail. Aquarius spoke softly, his voice serving as a calming anchor for all. Suddenly, the realization struck. It seemed another advanced undead had appeared. Ares, who had been fixated on the screen, let out a startled cry. Observing this, the maiden immediately lowered her head to sift through the contents of the book. Perspiration beading on her forehead, and finally swallowed hard. Found it. Rank 32nd. She is the princess of a fallen nation. Chapter 125. Emergence. Restricted equipment. In the heart of the Grand Hall, Jiang Chun continuously summoned undead knights to fend off the Wheel King's swift and shadow-like flying swords. Completely oblivious to the silent notifications that flickered on his muted display, you have summoned an excess of undead knights, attracting the true form of the princess of the fallen nation. As an advanced undead who had previously engaged intimately with Jiang Chun, she was fully capable of transcending certain limitations to meet him through this medium. What superclass? Even my army of undead knights cannot handle it. Positioned behind a multitude of undead knights, Jiang Chun shook his head, reveling in his own satisfaction. He remained unaware of the gathering dark mist behind him, which gradually coalesced into an elegant woman clad in a flowing black veil, adorned in opulent attire, with features reminiscent of a painting and long, silky purple hair. She exuded a noble, yet intellectually alluring aura. However, at that moment, this breathtaking princess bore an unmistakable frost upon her countenance. Upon her emergence, her dark purple eyes instantly locked onto Jiang Chun. Princess. Suddenly, the undead knights before Jiang Chun erupted into a thunderous cheer. Princess? That seems rather misplaced. Master would be more appropriate. Jiang Chun mused, thoroughly enjoying the sense of being hailed by so many. Yet, he quickly recognized an inconsistency. These undead knights, having acknowledged him as their master, could not possibly refer to him in any other manner. Thus, the term princess was not directed at him. Master? A cool and melodious voice resonated, and soon after, the princess of the fallen nation gracefully approached his side. I have lent you my undead knights to ensure your safe passage to the fallen nation of Blantis. Not for your frivolous amusement in summoning them at will. These are vital to my restoration, the princess began, but was swiftly interrupted by Jiang Chun. I wasn't summoning them frivolously. Perhaps you should take a look ahead? Jiang Chun remarked, sensing the icy undertone in the princess's voice. The exiled princess, Dai Mei, furrowed her brows, and the moment she gazed ahead, her pupils abruptly contracted. The Ghost Bride, the Wheel King, an advanced undead and a formidable foe. What on earth was happening? Even with her considerable experience, the exiled princess found herself bewildered by this bizarre situation. Let me clarify. The Ghost Bride is on my side, Jiang Chun hastily reminded her, fearing the princess might mistakenly strike at the wrong target. The exiled princess cast him a sidelong glance. Could you not deliver better news? Never mind. Your next destination is the fallen kingdom of Landis. I shall deal with you later. For now, I will assist you in confronting the Wheel King. With that, a pitch-black staff materialized in her hand, adorned with a crescent-shaped purple gem. Jiang Chun seized the opportunity to scan it. Item: Floating Moon Staff. Category: Weapon, Legendary. Attack: Defense. Mental. Description: A staff passed down through generations in the fallen kingdom of Landis. Embellished with a moon gem, possessing explosive damage. A legendary weapon? What a treasure! Jiang Chun's eyes gleamed as he secretly salivated. While the exiled princess began to softly chant, the surrounding energy swirling violently, indicating she was concocting something formidable. Ghost Bride, step aside, she exclaimed sharply. The Ghost Bride, locked in a confrontation with the Wheel King, was startled by her command, glancing back before retreating hastily. Behind the exiled princess, a resplendent full moon illuminated the surroundings, and in the next instant, it descended like a shooting star towards the Wheel King. Unfazed, the Wheel King activated his teleportation skill, attempting to vanish, only to discover that the trajectory of the luminous moon adjusted with his movement. A lock-on, Jiang Chen couldn't see the Wheel King's position, but he could infer some details from the shifting focus of the exiled princess's attack. These two undead were truly formidable. Bang! The radiant moon ultimately crashed down like a meteor, stirring up a cloud of dust in the deep crater, revealing the somewhat disheveled form of the Wheel King. The exiled princess's crimson eyes fixated on the stunning woman in the black gown, letting out a guttural growl. Two advanced undead were already proving to be a challenge for him, despite his attributes, which would have resulted in a massacre in the Novice zone. He had encountered such unexpected circumstances. With the strength of these two advanced undead, if the battle continued, he might truly meet his demise today. His eyes lowered, and suddenly, he waved his hand gently, causing a bone-white throne to rise from the ground, emanating an aura of endless chill, its ornate carvings failing to conceal the bloodlust that enveloped it. The moment the throne ascended, Jiang Chen felt an inexplicable tremor from the legendary glasses he wore. Could this be the restricted equipment that the ghost bride mentioned? Indeed, it was the death god's throne. The exiled princess's complexion shifted slightly, and her words confirmed Jiang Chen's suspicions. Indeed, the equipment is of a restricted nature, yet it is merely a stool, which is rather peculiar. Should it be classified as a weapon? Jiang Chen, do not allow him to sit down. At that moment, the anxious voice of the ghost bride reached his ears. Jiang Chen's heart tightened, and he indeed saw the Wheel King preparing to take a seat. Not far away, countless wheel swords simultaneously locked onto the ghost bride and the deposed princess, descending like a torrential downpour, clearly intended to prevent them from interfering with his descent. Thus, the only one capable of halting the Wheel King was himself. Jiang Chen's expression fluctuated between worry and determination. Although he was uncertain what would transpire if the Wheel King sat down, the urgency in the ghost bride's voice assured him it was anything but favorable. Just then, his teleportation ability had concluded. Without a moment's hesitation, he repositioned himself before the chair. The Wheel King noticed Jiang Chen, yet he harbored no intentions of retaliating. Given the attributes of this individual, he posed no threat whatsoever. Due to the Wheel King's towering stature, the throne of death was disproportionately large, its height comparable to Jiang Chen's own 8 meters. Suddenly, a blade appeared in Jiang Chen's hand, known as the Shattered Dragon Slayer, an epic quality weapon he had retrieved from the dragon's treasure. While it may not rival legendary artifacts, it was still a rarity in the Novice area. Furthermore, it possessed a unique skill, Dragon Slash. Instantly channeling the full power of the sword, it unleashed a fiery elemental attack equivalent to double his attack attributes. With his capabilities, even if he could not slay the Wheel King, he could at least delay him from occupying the throne of death. Moreover, he targeted the Wheel King's most vulnerable spot. With a swift motion, the Dragon Slayer ignited in flames, accurately striking the descending posterior of the Wheel King. The flames scorched the air, momentarily halting the Wheel King's descent, who then abruptly turned, his massive hand reaching out towards Jiang Chen. "You insolent fool, seeking death." The Wheel King's tone dripped with exasperation. Behind him, the ghost bride and the deposed princess, witnessing Jiang Chen's treacherous angle of attack, could not help but twitch their lips. Yet simultaneously, they eradicated the wheel swords before them and were about to rush to Jiang Chen's aid when suddenly, dozens more wheel swords manifested. The Wheel King glanced back, his indifferent gaze sending chills down their spines. This Wheel King, it seemed, had truly set his sights on Jiang Chen's demise. Chapter 126. The Snow Maiden gazing into the Wheel King's murderous eyes, Jiang Chen felt a chill within him. "My dear, you have truly led me into dire straits this time." He cast a glance at the two women ensnared once more by the wheel swords. Fully aware they were unable to lend assistance for the time being, he would have to rely on himself. Taking a deep breath, the frost gem in his hand materialized, as a continuous flow of ice elemental power coalesced before him into several ice walls. Seizing this opportunity, he retreated with fervor. A mere petty trick. The Wheel King let out a cold chuckle, and with a tangible flick of his wrist, a wheel sword materialized, cleaving through the icy walls with a single stroke. This blow shattered the already weakened frost gem, sending its fragments cascading to the ground. Cursed be his fate. Feeling the relentless malice looming behind him, Jiang Chen lamented his lack of forelegs. Simultaneously, he rummaged through his wardrobe space, desperately seeking a prop. At last, he uncovered a substitute doll. In an instant, the doll transformed into a human form, but before it could fully manifest, it was struck down by the blade, rendered utterly useless. Jiang Qin's complexion took on a faint green hue as he summoned forth a finely crafted golden shield. Item: heavy gold shield. Category: weapon, gold. Attack: defense, mental. This was a drop from the golden lizard of Black Gold City. A weapon of golden quality that should have shone brilliantly, yet now barely withstood the Wheel King's assault for a mere second before shattering. What in the world? In a panic, Jiang Chun grasped a bell, momentarily baffled, questioning its utility. He hurled it away. With a swift motion, the residual force of the Wheel King's sword shattered the bell, releasing two spirits, one blue and one green. Their master, bewildered, observed Jiang Chun being pursued by a colossal black wraith. What is this creature? Ayla's face paled slightly. The elemental aura emanating from the wraith filled her with a suffocating dread. It was a wraith, even more terrifying than the Bride of Ghosts. Aishwa flapped her tiny wings, her expression one of sheer terror. Being a wraith herself, she could sense the vast gulf between them, and if the Wheel King was indeed more fearsome than the bride, their master was surely doomed. The two little fairies spun anxiously, colliding in midair and seeing stars. However, this collision sparked a realization in Aishwa. She fixed her gaze upon the shattered frost gem on the ground, her small fist clenched in determination. It bears the scent of our princess. Perhaps we can utilize the unique methods of our snow fairy clan to summon her. Aishwa declared resolutely. Then summon her quickly. Yell urged fervently. Aishwa hesitated for a moment, but upon witnessing their master's perilous plight, her gaze solidified with resolve, and she began to chant softly. Before long, the temperature of the surrounding air plummeted, and a fairy of striking beauty, almost otherworldly, emerged barefoot. She surveyed her surroundings with curiosity and spoke in a low tone. Who has invoked me with the forbidden summoning technique of our clan? Behind her, Aishwa's wraith-like form was nearly translucent. A wraith among her kin? The snow fairy princess was taken aback, hastily approaching to cradle her. You are already in a wraith state. Why would you resort to forbidden sorcery to summon me? Doing so could lead to your demise, a hint of sorrow unmistakably glimmering in her eyes. These fairies are all her subjects. Had she not been deemed ineffectual, how could our homeland have been invaded, leaving these once loyal subjects displaced and even transformed into specters? Princess, you have been searching for someone who can rescue our homeland, have you not? Surely, the master can assist, but please aid him in overcoming this challenge. Aishwa shook her head, showing little concern for her current plight, merely beseeching. Upon hearing this, the snow sprite princess lifted her gaze, and, upon seeing Jiang Chen's countenance, paused in contemplation. This individual is familiar to me. She has traversed various realms in search of those who might aid the Snow Sprite clan, encountering both players and others akin to her. As a form of recompense, she must offer a suitable reward to her chosen ones, rather than a mere transaction. It is more akin to an impulsive investment. She selects appropriate individuals, providing them with fitting remuneration, and then awaits their arrival in the snowy domain to finalize subsequent dealings. Of course, should they ultimately fail to reach the snowy realm, she would merely consider it a failed investment. Although this approach may seem somewhat extravagant, it also absolves her of any burdens, such as troubles encountered by her investment subjects, which bear no relevance to her. Once a pact is formed with one individual, she simply seeks the next. Jiang Chun, however, requested only a frost gem in exchange, thus bearing the immense curse of hatred held by her clan, making him unforgettable. Ordinarily, any difficulties he encountered would not concern her. Yet this time, it was her kin who summoned her forth. Her eyes sparkled. How remarkable that this individual had such a connection to the Snow Sprite clan. After forming a grand covenant with her, he encountered yet another Snow Sprite, becoming her master. Gazing at Aishwa, she delicately touched her snowy chin. I shall heed your call. Suddenly, an endless expanse of ice and snow enveloped the entire hall. As Jiangchen fled, he was confronted by an ice dragon that, at the last moment, veered away from him, charging directly towards the Wheel King behind him. Following the dragon, a woman with a visage as frigid as snow approached barefoot, her pointed ears revealing her identity as a snow sprite. Jiang Chun was momentarily taken aback. He sensed that this snow sprite was distinct from Aishwa by his side, yet there lingered a sense of familiarity. A creditor? This peculiar thought arose unbidden within him. My master, Aishwa. Yelvi fluttered anxiously towards him, cradling the nearly transparent Aishwe in her arms. This signified that Aishwe's spectral power was nearly depleted, on the brink of vanishing from this world entirely. Jiang Chun furrowed his brow, beginning to comprehend the snow sprite's appearance. Drawing a deep breath, he activated the necromantic gem to store Aishwe within. Nurtured within the gem, her remaining spectral power could be preserved. As for restoration, that would require a different approach. Swish! Two graceful figures swept in from behind, positioning themselves beside the snow sprite princess. You are not a specter. The Wheel King holds no elemental dominion over you. Henceforth, you shall take the lead in battle, while we shall assist from the sidelines. The Bride of Ghosts addressed the snow sprite princess. The snow sprite princess, Jintao, moved gracefully. And in the next moment, a formidable energy erupted from the three maidens. Outside the image mirror, does this scene not seem somewhat familiar? In the Hall of Eight Fiends, Xiongqi pondered deeply. I know. Lu Jishan effortlessly pulled out the white tiger and spoke with confidence. It is the three heroes battling El Bu. Beside her, Zhu Ke cast an eye of disdain, her pupils shimmering with vibrant hues. As players, they had never contemplated aiding a player in battle, yet this notion manifested in Jiang Chun. Furthermore, the presence of three high-level allies simultaneously ignited an instinctive feeling within her. This superlative Jiang Chun was indeed on the verge of conquest. In the 12-star palace, Sequence 19, a high-level sprite known as the Snow Maiden resided in the northern snowfields. The Virgin closed her book and turned her gaze towards the remaining high-ranking members of the 12-star palace. The first seat, the water bottle, appeared solemn. Closing her eyes for a prolonged moment before announcing, issue a guild recall order, destination, intercept Jiang Chun. Chapter 127, Elimination. Under the combined assault of the three ghost brides, the Wheel King gradually faltered. He regained his composure, seeking the throne of death, unaware that Jiang Chun was also not idle. Having dragged the throne of death into the stone archway, little thief, the Wheel King glared fiercely, unleashing a thunderous roar. Jiang Chun turned, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face. He had been discovered. Yet, what could the Wheel King do to him? Buzz! The Wheel King trembled, vanishing into thin air. But the three ghost brides were fully prepared for this maneuver. Illuminated by moonlight, they pinpointed his location. The princess of the undead silently intoned, a radiant full moon materializing behind her, slowly rotating in tandem with the Wheel King's swift movements. His trajectory was indeed aimed towards Jiang Chun. Do not allow him to approach the throne of death. The ghost bride's voice rang out, as countless blossoms of the other shore surged towards the Wheel King's path, forming a wall of flowers to impede him. Frost! The Snow Maiden's voice echoed simultaneously, wielding a long sword forged from ice crystals. With a swift motion, a colossal azure dragon materialized from thin air. The Snow Maiden, barefoot, stood atop the dragon's head, closing the distance to the Wheel King. Just as they were about to collide, she executed a backflip, her sword raised high. Her snow-white hair danced in the air, surrounded by an abundance of blue luminescence, which upon closer inspection revealed to be an array of frost gems. Goodness! A wholesale dealer of frost gems? Empowered by the frost gems, the Snow Maiden's strength reached a new zenith, countless rising ice walls encircling the Wheel King. Left with no choice, the Wheel King's form re-emerged, his face twisted with rage. He glared menacingly at the Snow Maiden before raising his palm, summoning a myriad of rotating swords to rain down upon her. Come to my aid. Seeing the ice prison on the verge of shattering, the Snow Maiden cried out. Just then, the Ghost Bride and the Princess of the Fallen Kingdom arrived, their assaults cascading like a torrential downpour. The Wheel King's body flickered in and out of visibility, and Jiang Chun's gaze sharpened, fully aware that this was an omen of the Wheel King's impending demise. Kill him. Jiang Chun also joined the fray, wielding the dragon-slaying sword imbued with the ethereal power of the undead gemstone, striking fiercely at the Wheel King. With a thunderous resonance, the Wheel King fell heavily to his knees, his form nearly translucent. It was over. The Ghost Bride approached him, a flicker of crimson light emanating from her palm, as the ethereal flower slowly enveloped him. With a resounding burst, as the flower bloomed, the Wheel King vanished, leaving behind a glimmering heap of loot. Let us divide the spoils, my friends, Jiang Chun said, stepping forward with a faint smile. You're quite unreserved, the deposed princess remarked, casting a glance at him. Her enchanting eyes scanned the scattered treasures on the ground, but she shook her head. Nothing here appeals to me. The Snow Maiden didn't even spare a glance. I have fulfilled my clan's commission, Jiangchun. Do not forget our pact concerning the northern snowfield, she said, her clear eyes resting upon him. Her lashes were white, and her ice-blue gaze resembled a dreamlike crystal orb, as if clear rivers flowed within. Wait, Jiangchun called out as she turned to leave. What is it? The Snow Maiden replied, her expression cool as she regarded him. My frost gemstone shattered, and I see you still have plenty. Could you spare me another one? Jiangchun scratched his head. Beside him, the deposed princess's red lips twitched slightly at his request. The Snow Maiden furrowed her brow, surprised that Jiangchun would stop her merely to ask for another frost gemstone. Noticing her silence, Jiangchun mused inwardly. She doesn't seem stingy at all. Then, the Snow Maiden relaxed her brow and tossed a frost gemstone his way. Take care of that clan member of mine, if the chance arises. I hope you can restore her, she said. Jiangchun's gaze flickered. The Snow Maiden's demeanor was indeed rather cold. If it were him, in a situation where he had the means, he would certainly rescue his kin, yet it appeared she had no intention of doing so. Nevertheless, he felt a sense of duty, as it was for his sake that Ashwe had suffered this fate. For both emotional and logical reasons, he was determined to find a way to help Ashwe recover. After delivering her words, the Snow Maiden vanished, gliding over the snow. The deposed princess turned to him, her lips parting slightly. You don't intend to ask me for something as well, do you? However, you must swiftly enhance your abilities, for we shall meet again soon. Should you inadvertently perish in Landis, do not blame me. Jiangchun chuckled. Fear not, my wife will assist me, won't you? At that moment, the ghost bride was gently leaning down, picking up a jewel radiating a spectrum of colors. Upon hearing Jiangchun's words, she cast her gaze in his direction. I fear I cannot aid you in your journey to Landis. You should make alternative arrangements, she said softly. Jiangchun was taken aback, looking at her. Are you leaving? But isn't your curse meant to reach its destination? After the regional dungeon strategy, the final destination would manifest, meaning she no longer required his company. Did she not know this? The deposed princess crossed her arms, watching Jiangchun with keen interest. Jiangchun's eyes narrowed in surprise, for he genuinely did not know this. Don't be swayed by her deception. I merely wish to absorb the energy crystal left behind by the Wheel King, the ghost bride remarked with an air of indifference. Upon hearing this, Jiangchun shot an irritated glare at the fallen princess, who had the audacity to mislead him. Just then, he noticed the legendary staff beside her, and a pang of greed made him lick his lips. How about lending me that staff for a while? I promise to return it. Oh. The fallen princess raised her lips in a slight smile, and actually picked up the staff to offer it to Jiangchun. Such a fortuitous opportunity. His heart raced with excitement, and he instinctively reached out to take it, only to see the fallen princess agilely retract it, gazing at him with a half-smile. Would you truly take it if I gave it to you? Chuckling at his hand suspended in midair, Jiangchun felt no embarrassment. He had long anticipated the fallen princess's reluctance to be so generous. Enough of this. Hurry and bind that restricted level equipment. It far surpasses my staff by several magnitudes. She yawned lightly, pointing toward the distant throne of death. Jiangchun nodded, recognizing the allure of restricted level equipment. As for the binding process she mentioned, he was somewhat unclear, but he would soon find out as he approached the throne of death. At this moment, with the demise of the Wheel King, the throne had become a masterless entity. Sensing Jiangchun's presence, it automatically resized itself to a fitting dimension. Dark gray energy swirled around the chair, reminiscent of ripples spreading across a lake after a stone is cast. The armrests of the seat were crafted from a peculiar white bone, adorned with some cryptic patterns, exuding an aura of eeriness and foreboding. Yet, considering it was a piece of restricted level equipment of the undead type, this was rather appropriate. Now, it seemed he was meant to take a seat. Chapter 128, Binding, Restricted Level Weapon. Jiangchun took a deep breath and, turning around, slowly sat down. The moment his body met the icy sensation of the seat, he suddenly felt an inexplicable push, as if he and the throne were melding into one. Restricted equipment. Throne of Death. Binding in progress. Item. Throne of Death. Category. Weapon. Vehicle. Grade. Restricted. Attack. Defense. Mentality. Special abilities. Death Shield. Undead Levitation. Black Mist Immunity. Death Space. Rain of Death Arrows. Death Shield. When the binder is positioned atop the Throne of Death, a shield that grants immunity to both magical and physical attacks will be generated. with duration dependent on the remaining energy of the throne. Undead levitation. When the binder is situated on the throne of death, they will gain the ability to levitate, entering a state of flight, with duration contingent upon the throne's remaining energy. Black mist immunity. Passive skill. The owner of the restricted equipment is immune to toxic mist during their vehicle's operation. Death space. Generates a death space within the throne of death to accumulate throne energy, while forcibly absorbing advanced undead, consuming throne energy, which can eventually transform them into undead minions for the binder's command after a certain period. Rain of death arrows. When the binder is atop the throne, they may expend throne energy to launch a rain of arrows imbued with undead attributes, each arrow carrying corrosive effects and randomly generating one type. Description: one of the top 10 restricted artifacts of the underworld, controlled by the Wheel King, currently wielded by Jiang Chun. Upon witnessing the opulent attributes and the myriad of skills, Jiang Chun was utterly elated, feeling as though he had struck gold. He was so captivated that he barely paid heed to the other treasures dropped by the Wheel King, tenderly caressing every inch of the throne of death. This fellow was rather peculiar. The deposed princess shuddered slightly, for his actions were undeniably lecherous, provoking a sense of nausea. Jiang Chun, as if endowed with a sixth sense, immediately pinpointed the source of her discomfort not far off. Cursed princess, he mused, mocking himself. By the way, the death space can forcibly absorb advanced undead. Should I consider drawing this disobedient princess in for some tutelage? Perhaps the fallen kingdom of Landis would crumble without a fight? Perhaps I should also draw my wife into it, allowing for unfettered indulgence. Husband, if you long for me, just utter a word. The ghostly bride, initially disregarded, suddenly turned cold, her voice dripping with ominous intent. The deposed princess, taken aback by the ghostly bride's sudden shift in demeanor, gazed at her in confusion. What has happened to her? Nothing, the ghostly bride replied nonchalantly. I merely wish to draw you into his death space for some illicit activities. The deposed princess turned her gaze towards Jiang Chun, a delicate smile gracing her lips, though it bore an air of mischief. Very well. If you can assist me in restoring my dynasty's reign, I would not mind following you forever. Her expression suddenly grew distant. In that moment, Jiang Chun found it difficult to discern which version of her was the true one. Rest assured, it is a certainty, Jiang Chun replied with a smile. Are you that confident? The deposed princess smiled slightly, her gaze fixed upon him. Absolutely. You have no idea how formidable my throne of death is, Jiang Chun boasted. Unable to contain his pride. The energy-driven equipment must rely on some form of energy, right? Gui Xinyang glanced at him with a hint of disdain and replied, Dear, how do you know? Jiang Chun immediately turned his attention to her. The skill description did indeed mention an abundance of energy-related matters. Yet he had yet to grasp the true meaning of the throne of death's energy. Could it be akin to the energy of gemstones? The energy of restricted-grade equipment possesses its own unique methods. As the bound wielder, you should be able to uncover that, the exiled princess said with a teasing smile. Her eyes filled with mischief. Jiang Chun shot her an annoyed glance and began to delve into his findings, eventually discovering the description regarding energy supply method, defeating monsters, and utilizing the energy from necromantic gemstones. This method of replenishment seemed straightforward, and Jiang Chun felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had feared that the energy supply mechanism of the throne would be excessively rigorous, akin to a trump card. How could he enjoy himself then? All right, I must take my leave now, Jiang Chun. The exiled princess of the Blue Bottom Kingdom awaits you, she said, casting a lingering glance at Jiang Chun before vanishing into the darkness. Jiang Chun turned to Gui Xinyang, who was gazing at him with an inscrutable expression. Husband, your romantic debts are indeed numerous. Then I can only remain loyal to you alone, Jiang Chun replied half-jokingly. At this point, a pang of melancholy struck him. He had not anticipated that entering this gaming world, with beautiful women at his side, would result in Gui Xinyang's constraints. Gui Xinyang suddenly shot him an annoyed glare. Don't worry, the curse will dissipate once it reaches its endpoint, and that restriction will vanish as well. With that, she puffed up her cheeks in irritation and transformed into a red thread, binding itself around Jiang Chun's wrist. Nothing of great importance. Do not call for me. The final words were laden with palpable jealousy. Oh dear, I forgot she could read minds, Jiang Chun mused, scratching his head, then interlacing his fingers behind his head as he made his way toward the stone door's passage. Outside the passage, The waiting area was occupied by only a handful of 4 individuals. Jiang Chun, a graceful figure, rushed forward, arms outstretched as if to embrace him, but upon drawing closer, she suddenly felt it too intimate and awkwardly withdrew. The approaching girl was none other than Jiang Yun. To be honest, Jiang Chun was taken aback when she lunged at him. When had their relationship become so ambiguous? Fortunately, Jiang Yun retracted her hand in the end. Jiang Chun cleared his throat a couple of times. All right, the dungeon has concluded. Let us return to our respective trains. Finally, it's over, a voice exclaimed nearby, as Qin Tian let out a heavy sigh of relief. Thank you. We shall take our leave. Lin Yi expressed his gratitude before turning to depart. Hey, where's my dark energy gemstone? At that moment, a formidable figure approached, her voice tinged with a hint of playful reproach. In the mirror image, she had already witnessed the shattering of her dark energy gemstone. Here, take it. Jiang Chun withdrew several shards of shattered gemstones and offered them to Zhou Yuan. Ignoring her nearly murderous glare, he turned and strode outside. Jiang Yun hurriedly followed, and after a disdainful huff, Zhou Yuan trailed behind them. After all, there was nothing left to linger over here. Remaining was futile. Jiang Chun made his way directly back to the train station, where Fengdu and the others had already departed from Heishui City and were awaiting their arrival. Jiang Chun, Su Yuan exclaimed upon spotting him, rushing into his embrace. This unabashed display of intimacy sparked a raw intensity in Jiang Yun's beautiful eyes, who had followed closely behind. Sensing the gaze, Su Yuan slightly lifted her head, and, upon seeing Jiang Yun, her eyes flickered. This girl seemed to be the top contender from Area 2, didn't she? A momentary spark ignited between the two women's glances. Chapter 129, Qinglong. All right, let us board the train, Jiang Chun remarked, sensing the peculiar atmosphere between the two women and attempting to ease the tension. Su Yuan nodded obediently and turned to board the train first. What are your plans? Jiang Chun yawned, expressing his exhaustion from the time spent in the city of Black Death. He needed to rest well once aboard the train. His inquiry was directed at Jiang Yun and Zhou Yuan. After all, Jiang Yun was his servant, and it was only right to show concern. As for Zhou Yuan, having utilized one of her rare energy gemstones warranted a bit of care too. The final station has already opened. I intend to proceed directly there. I believe the rewards will far exceed those in the Novice area, Jiang Yun stated after a brief hesitation. Indeed, that sounds reasonable, Jiang Chun nodded. Rumor had it that the rewards in the dungeon at the station beyond the final stop were indeed superior, with an increased chance of acquiring gemstones. I shall accompany you. Zhou Yuan chimed in. Who asked you? Jiang Yun shot her a disdainful glance. Perhaps you should consider remedying your hearing. Haha, Zhou Yuan retorted without reservation. Yes, splendid. At the final station, you two can look out for one another, which puts my mind at ease, Jiang Chun said with a cheerful smile. Who wants to look out for her? Zhou Yuan immediately displayed a look of distaste. Jiang Yun, however, was puzzled and looked at him. Aren't you planning to go to the final station? No, I still wish to remain in the Novice area for a while, Jiang Chun replied with a smile, shaking his head. After all, his next destination was the fallen kingdom of Landis, and the difficulty levels in the Novice area and the Growth area were bound to differ significantly. In the Novice area, with the assistance of the virus capsule and the newly acquired restricted grade artifact, he felt confident enough to take on challenges. However, in the Growth area, he might be eliminated without a trace. By the way, upon reaching the final station, if you don't mind, you can visit the Hall of 8 Fiends. After all, you assisted Jiang Chun here, and once at the final station, the 12 Zodiac Palace is unlikely to let things go easily. The temptation of a restricted grade equipment might drive them to do anything. A faint voice suddenly interjected. Jiang Chun turned in surprise. Yu Ying, that fellow, had somehow appeared at the train door. Jiang Yun's beautiful eyes flickered slightly. She had contemplated this matter long ago, and it was the source of her worries. However, could the 8 Fiends' halt truly guarantee no hostility towards Jiang Chun? She cast a glance at Yu Ying, her gaze filled with profound distrust. If I am absent, it's hard to say, but if I am present, there will be no issue, Yu Ying remarked while stroking his chin. Go ahead, when the time comes. Announce my name, and they will not trouble you. Your name is Qinglong, Yu Ying said with a faint smile. Indeed, this fellow. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled. Although he had already harbored some suspicions about Yu Ying's identity, hearing it directly from him now felt somewhat surreal. The leader of one of the pinnacle guilds at the terminal station, who seemingly spends all day gaming on his own train, who would believe that? Qinglong. Fengdu approached. Her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. One of the largest pieces of intel at the terminal station, the disappearance of the Eight Fiends Hall's leader, Qinglong, was unexpectedly found in the Novice zone. Speaking of which, how did the esteemed Qinglong of the Eight Fiends Hall end up without a train? Fengdu remarked, intrigued. Back when they were at Jiangchen's Sunshine Coast, he had even shared drinks with them. Once they reached the terminal station, perhaps she could leverage this scoop to boast a bit and build her own intelligence agency. Qinglong, naturally oblivious to Fengdu's inner thoughts, felt a tinge of embarrassment at her words. What a sensitive topic to bring up. We have noted your name. Thank you, Jiang Yun said, her skepticism evaporating. Observing the rapport between the two, given how Yu Ying resided on Jiang Chen's train, it was evident their friendship ran deep, and most importantly, Jiang Chen's silence proved that Qinglong could be trusted. Jiang Yun cast a final deep glance at Jiang Chen before turning and walking toward her own train. Jiang Chen, congratulations. At that moment, several more figures approached. Dressed in a simple white long gown, Anya walked over gracefully, followed by Qi Yaoyao, who politely nodded, "Greetings, Boss Chen. And thank you for your wood energy gem." For someone who had aided her, Jiang Chen naturally returned the smile. Moreover, they were here to extend their congratulations. Not at all, Anya replied with a bittersweet smile. Given the number of gems Jiang Chen possessed, even without her wood energy gem, he would have succeeded. She had witnessed the entire process of Jiang Chen conquering the Wheel King from the outside. It could be said that anyone else would have perished long ago in there. Only Jiang Chen, this prodigy of the Novice Zone, could achieve such feats. Initially, she thought that as a fellow top contender, she might be able to compete with Jiang Chen, but now it seemed a mere delusion. Her visit now was merely to familiarize herself with him, with Jiang Chen's prowess. As long as he did not falter midway, he would undoubtedly become a pillar of strength at the terminal station in the future. Such a person, with whom she could have some connection, would provide boundless benefits in the times to come. As for Jiang Chen's previous promise of having the opportunity to form a team after leaving the Black Death City, she had regarded it merely as a jest. Now, equipped with high-tier gear, once she departs from the Novice Zone, she would undoubtedly outpace everyone else, leaving her companions in her dust, rendering her a mere burden in any team. Contemplating this, she felt a twinge of relief, her beautiful eyes drifting to Su Yuan and Shun Ling on the train. To team up with such individuals would surely evoke a sense of fortune, or perhaps a profound sense of helplessness and sorrow. Alas, she would never experience this. Jiang Chen. Farewell. She waved her hand, departing with Qi Yaoyao. We too intend to head to the final station, albeit not for the rewards that follow. Fengdu remarked with a beaming smile as she observed Jiang Chen. Oh, Jiang Chen looked at Fengdu with mild surprise. If not for the rewards after the final station, then for what purpose? I plan to establish an intelligence organization at the final station, a sort of small guild. But before I proceed, I hope to borrow something from you, Fengdu explained. Speak, and I shall grant your request, Jiang Chen replied with a smile. Given the rapport between her and Fengdu, the notion of borrowing seemed trivial, particularly since she had often relied on Fengdu for materials in the Novice Zone. Without any charge. Such candor? Fengdu inquired, her beautiful eyes gleaming with mischief. Ah, but the high-tier gear cannot be borrowed, Jiang Chen hastily added. This item was her ace in the hole for dealing with the blue bottoms. Haha, how could I possibly lend that? What I wish to borrow is a favor. Fengdu chuckled lightly. A favor? Jiang Chen found herself puzzled. What kind of favor could she possibly extend to Fengdu? Fengdu maintained her cheerful demeanor, her bright eyes flickering towards the azure dragon behind Jiang Chen. Oh, do I have a part in this? The azure dragon inquired, raising an eyebrow. Indeed, as you know, an intelligence agency requires some background and support to flourish, Fengdu replied, though her gaze remained fixed on Jiang Chen. Well, it's a rather lucrative venture. Given our previous acquaintance on the beach, I suppose we can discuss it, the azure dragon mused, stroking his chin, a contemplative look in his eyes. Yet Fengdu shook her head with a smile. What I wish to borrow is not your favor, but Jiang Chen's. Although ultimately, it would be a negotiation between her and the members of the Eight Fiends Hall. Striking a deal directly with the Azure Dragon was fundamentally different from establishing an agreement through Jiang Chen. Observing Fengdu's radiant smile, Jiang Chen understood. She gently nudged the Azure Dragon, stating, You are, after all, a senior. Must you be so calculating towards the novices? The corner of the Azure Dragon's mouth twitched slightly, his intention to extract a favor dissipating. Go seek Zhuke at the Eight Fiends Hall. She has always handled matters concerning intelligence. Just mention my name. Chapter 130. Su Yuan's Serendipity. Goodbye, Big Brother Chun. Bai Ning waved at Jiang Chun as she followed Fengdu. Only then did Jiang Chun stretch lazily and step into the train. Are we setting off? Su Yuan inquired softly. There's no rush. Let's take a moment to rest. Jiang Chun remarked as he made his way toward the living compartment. All right. Su Yuan nodded, noticing the fatigue etched on Jiang Chun's face, and hurriedly set about preparing a comfortable bed for him. Jiang Chun nearly collapsed onto the bed, succumbing to slumber almost instantly. Su Yuan gazed at him, her beautiful eyes shimmering slightly. She clearly recalled in Yu's gaze from earlier, a look that mingled envy with a hint of sympathy. Deep down, she understood that Jiang Chun had become exceedingly powerful. No players of their era were worthy to stand alongside him as teammates. If that day ever arrived, she pressed her lips together, her hand conjuring the iris sword, which now bore distinct new patterns. This journey to the Plague City had not been without its rewards. In the realm of the undead, where the Wheel King resided, the Plague City seemed to harbor more than just the throne of the Death God. She gently caressed the sword's blade, which resonated softly, emitting a faint white glow in response to her touch. Jiang Chun enjoyed a refreshing sleep. In a daze, he felt as though he were enveloped in a fluffy cloud of cotton candy, a sensation so delightful that he couldn't help but savor it. Wait, why was it his hand that felt so comfortable? As he groggily opened his eyes, he discovered his hand resting atop a snowy peak. With Su Yuan's exquisite features coming into his view, her breathing steady as she slept. It seemed that the Plague City had taken its toll on her as well. Jiang Chun smiled faintly. After all, among their group, Su Yuan's combat prowess was likely the strongest. Her time spent outside Blackwater City battling lesser foes must have contributed significantly to her growth. Curiosity piqued. He donned his legendary glasses to scan Su Yuan's information. However, a hazy white light obscured his vision. Surprised, Jiang Chun adjusted the lenses, and the white light suddenly dissipated, revealing Su Yuan's status panel. Target, Su Yuan, level 20, attack, defense, speed, mentality. Description, a fresh newcomer, seemingly having encountered a fortuitous event in the Plague City. Upon comprehending the details, Jiang Chun's eyes sparkled with intrigue. It was indeed no illusion. Something had obstructed his scan of Su Yuan. But why had it vanished? Furthermore, her personal panel displayed commendable statistics, with 3 attributes surpassing the threshold among players of the same level, indicating remarkable strength. What kind of fortuitous encounter could have led to such an impressive enhancement? He resolved to inquire upon waking. Just then, a tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, awakening his hunger. Rising eagerly, he followed the scent to the dining compartment. Before him lay an array of exquisite dishes, artfully presented on the table, with Shen Ling, the petite girl, bustling about in an apron at the stove. This life of awakening to a hearty meal was indeed splendid. Jiang Chun mused as he picked up a pair of chopsticks and began to eat with gusto. As Shen Ling approached with a plate of dishes, her eyes brightened upon seeing Jiang Chun. She wiped her small hands on her apron and said, Jiang Chun, you're awake. Jiang Chun nodded, patting the seat beside him. Don't just stand there, come and eat. Shen Ling's voice was somewhat subdued as she sat down next to him, her little face betraying a hint of anxiety. What's wrong? Jiang Chun noticed her unease and inquired. Well, Jiang Chun, there's something I'd like to discuss with you, Shen Ling said hesitantly. Jiang Chun nodded, urging her to continue. If I say that I only want to be a casual player from now on, would you abandon me? Shen Ling spoke shyly. Oh, Jiang Chun's brows furrowed slightly. What did she mean by wanting to be abandoned? Was he the kind of person who would forsake her? Seeing him frown, Shen Ling's complexion paled a bit. Did Jiang Chun really think a casual player would be a burden? It was understandable, if it were him. He would also find a casual player to be somewhat of a hindrance in the team. All right, I understand. I'll just withdraw from the team myself, Shen Ling said softly. Withdraw? Jiang Chun chuckled. Have you forgotten that the right to withdraw isn't in your hands but mine? They were in a permanent team, with Jiang Chun designated as the captain, leaving Shen Ling with no authority to withdraw. Upon hearing this, Shen Ling's eyes dimmed slightly. Then you can kick me out of the team. Jiang Chun's frown deepened further. Do you truly not wish to continue teaming with me? I recall you were the one who begged me to team up with you in the first place. I certainly want to team up with you. Shen Ling blurted out her true feelings, but immediately felt embarrassed. But don't you see me as a burden now? According to logic, once they reach the final destination, He should have kicked her out. It would be better for her to withdraw voluntarily. Jiang Chen found her reasoning amusing. It turned out that her mention of being a casual player didn't mean she wanted to leave the team. Rather, she wished to remain. All right, I don't mean that, Jiang Chen said calmly. Currently, you may not be of much assistance to me. But do you believe that finding another teammate would guarantee their continued support? Sooner or later, they would face elimination just like you. It's better to keep someone skilled in cooking. Shenling's little face froze for a moment. While his words sounded somewhat arrogant, upon reflection, they seemed to ring true. Initially, when she first encountered Jiang Yun, she thought that woman would be Jiang Chun's rival, but after emerging from the Black Death City, it seemed Jiang Yun was no longer in Jiang Chun's sights. Given his growth rate, it wouldn't be long before the entire final destination was under his command. How many true teammates would be compatible with him? Most importantly, Jiang Chun never seemed to harbor any intention of dismissing her. Don't overthink it. If you wish to be a casual player, then do so. The train has ample space due to the team and upgrades. And having someone to manage things while you cook seems rather nice. Jiang Chun pondered momentarily and suddenly found it quite advantageous to have a player responsible for logistics within the team. Rest assured, I assure you of my competence, Shenling confidently declared, patting her chest. Jiang Chen nodded and cast a sidelong glance at her. By the way, I am not particularly fond of your demure demeanor. I prefer your previous self. Please revert to that. Shenling's mouth slightly agape, she mused. Is there such a way? After a moment's reflection, she raised her leg, elegantly wrapped in white silk, onto Jiang Chen's lap, nearly perching herself upon him. Once she settled into a comfortable position, she squinted her eyes in delight. Jiang Chen gently lowered his hand, reveling in the smooth sensation, a smile gracing his lips. Ah, this is the feeling, he mused. Quite a feast, I see. A teasing voice chimed in as Qing Long approached from the rear of the carriage. Upon noticing him, Shenling hastily withdrew her leg, a blush blooming on her cheeks. Jiang Chen chuckled and playfully patted her behind. Go fetch a set of cutlery. Chapter 131. Communication of the Bull. Once Shenling departed, Jiang Chen turned his attention to Qing Long. His presence now was undoubtedly for more than mere sustenance. The harvest from Black Death City has been quite fruitful, hasn't it? Qing Long remarked with a subtle smile. It's fair, though I haven't had the chance to thoroughly examine the rewards from the Wheel King, Jiang Chen replied. Just that one piece of restricted gear could suffice for a lifetime. Qing Long shook his head. This fellow is quite arrogant. However, that piece you have is the first restricted gear to emerge from the terminal station. The 12 Zodiac and the July Society are likely waiting at the terminal to compel you to surrender it. Is it really so unreasonable? Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. This is already quite reasonable, Qing Long asserted with a serious expression. Very well, Jiang Chen replied with a resigned smile. You seem rather unconcerned, Qing Long remarked. Slightly taken aback. Allow me to show you something, Jiang Chen said enigmatically, retrieving an item from his wardrobe space. Upon awakening earlier, he had briefly glimpsed the Wheel King's loot, which was indeed substantial, yet one item had captured his attention. Item, Growth Zone Fusion Card. Category, Special Item. Description, randomly fuses a growth zone into your current location. The effect of this item left Qing Long utterly astounded after just a glance. This is a growth zone fusion card? You can't be serious. Qing Long stared intently at the fusion card in Jiang Chen's hand. Such an item was entirely unheard of to him. They had assumed that fusion cards existed solely in the Novice area. Yet unexpectedly, the item Jiang Chen produced was truly astonishing. After a prolonged silence, he gradually regained his composure, just as Shenling returned with the cutlery. With a complex expression, Qing Long regarded Jiang Chen. So, you intend to utilize this card to resolve the predicament? There's no other option. Someone desires my demise. And this is the only way I can navigate through the murky waters, Jiang Chen shrugged. It is worth noting that the fusion card available in the Novice Zone is priced at 30,000 train coins in the marketplace. While this particular fusion card from the Growth Zone holds immeasurable value, he is reluctant to use it unless absolutely necessary. Your actions could lead to a significant upheaval at the terminus. Qing Long muttered thoughtfully. Should Jiang Chen utilize this card? The existing power dynamics at the terminus would surely be disrupted, and if the strength he integrates from the Growth Zone surpasses that of the terminus, they could face the risk of obliteration. Logically, he ought to intervene and prevent Jiang Chen, yet on the other hand, he harbors no desire to stop him. The 12-star palace has long dominated the first guild at the terminus, and as the president of the third guild, Qinglong cannot possibly be devoid of ambition. He too aspires for a change in status. The opportunity, however, rests in Jiang Qin's hands. Brother Qinglong, I understand that you don't necessarily need to ride my train to the terminus. Your presence here suggests you wish to draw me into the Eight Fiends Hall. Jiang Qin remarked with a smile, directly addressing the matter. Qinglong nodded, neither confirming nor denying, as the nature of their relationship rendered further explanation unnecessary. Some things need not be stated so explicitly. Yet, Jiang Qin felt compelled to speak. After this time spent together, he genuinely respected Qinglong. I now grant you the right to use this card. Whether you decide to employ it or not lies entirely within your discretion. Before heading to the terminus, I must make a stop at Landis, so should you choose to use it, you will have ample time to strategize your response. Jiang Qin extended his hand, revealing the glossy black fusion card that shimmered on the table. Qinglong's breath quickened. This young man truly understood him. Without hesitation, he resolved his decision. The 12-star palace monopolizes the finest resources and prime locations at the terminus, and their domineering conduct has led to frequent clashes with the Eight Fiends Hall. His fall to the train's wreckage in the Novice zone was a quest for opportunity for the Eight Fiends Hall. Now that the opportunity lay within his grasp, how could he possibly forsake it? Jiang Qin raised an eyebrow. Brother Qinglong, you must ponder carefully. Should you use it, the entire terminus, including the Eight Fiends Hall, will find no peace. However, if you refrain, you may maintain the current stability. Child, mere stability cannot compare to the chance of a lifetime. Qinglong replied with a slight smile. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qin's grin widened as he exchanged a knowing glance with Qinglong. In that moment, it felt as though they held not just a fusion card, but the imperial seal of the nation itself. Very well, then I shall arrange a train to the terminus. And upon your emergence from Landis, you can use the fusion card. At that time, we shall meet again at the terminus, Qinglong declared with a laugh. Jiang Qin paused in surprise. What? Are we not having a meal? Our Eight Fiends Hall has grand ambitions. I must prepare in advance. Qinglong replied with a hearty laugh as he leaped from the train. At this moment, numerous abandoned trains linger outside, remnants left by players who perished within the Black Death City. Qinglong could effortlessly commandeer any of these trains and reach the destination without delay. Observing Qinglong's urgency, Jiang Qin couldn't help but smile. Were the roles reversed, he would likely be even more anxious. Just then, a peculiar notification appeared on his message panel. It was a cross-region communication. Jiang Qin pondered briefly before opting to respond. Hello, I am Taurus from the 12 Zodiac Palace. The message clearly stated the sender's identity. Jiang Qin was momentarily taken aback. What did this mean? He had not anticipated that someone from the 12 Zodiac Palace would engage him in cross-regional dialogue. He had assumed they would simply resort to aggressive tactics to block his path. After all, that would be the most expedient approach. Yet, surprisingly, they had sent an envoy. Don't even think about it. He replied curtly, intending to close the conversation, but another message popped up immediately. I am not here regarding the restricted level equipment. I seek something else. Upon reading this, Jiang Qin hesitated momentarily, then typed, Go on. I have a dear friend who has been cursed due to certain circumstances. Through some special channels, I learned that only you can lift her curse, so I wish to propose a trade. The words of Taurus unfolded before him. Ah! Jiang Qin's interest piqued. He hadn't expected such a situation to arise. Your friend. She wouldn't happen to be one of the 12 Zodiac, would she? Indeed. Jiang Qin approached this with cautious curiosity, and to his surprise, Taurus confirmed his suspicion. Which one? Jiang Qin was in no rush and decided to engage in a casual conversation. Taurus, Pisces. Jiang Qin, what exactly is the situation? Why am I the only one capable of breaking the curse? Naturally, Jiang Qin needed clarity on this matter. There might be some room for negotiation. Taurus, Pisces possesses a unique talent that allows her to foresee certain events. Prior to the opening of Black Death City, she foresaw events related to this dungeon, resulting in her being cursed and falling into a coma, unable to awaken. Taurus, I learned that this curse is a super curse. Only the one who inflicted it can lift it. Chapter 132, The White Death God, so that is the case. Jiang Qin stroked his chin, realizing that Taurus indeed sought his assistance. However, he could not dismiss the possibility that this individual might be attempting to deceive him into a trap, intending to capture and torment him later. Jiang Qin, I can help you, but there are conditions. Taurus, name them, and I shall comply. Jiang Qin, become my servant. Without hesitation, Jiang Qin made his demand. On the other end of the conversation, Taurus, situated in a warmly decorated train compartment, beamed with joy upon hearing Jiang Qin's willingness to assist, only to be rendered speechless by his subsequent request. A charming visage bore a hint of crimson, and this little rascal, judging by the reflection in the mirror, should appear rather dignified. Yet, how could one speak so frivolously, demanding servitude at the very outset? Wasn't that tantamount to declaring oneself a maid? She lightly scoffed, her exquisite gaze drifting to the Pisces lying quietly beside her. With a slight hesitation, she continued, "Aside from this, are there any other conditions?" Chinzhou, none. Upon reading the message, Taurus was momentarily taken aback. She had assumed Jiang Qin's words were jest. For who in their right mind would request another to serve them? However, seeing Jiang Qin's succinct reply, an ominous feeling crept into her heart. "Taurus, are you serious?" "Chinzhou, do you think I am jesting?" As she read the message, Taurus clenched her fists slightly, her beautiful eyes shimmering. "Taurus, this is absolutely unacceptable. Propose another condition, and I will acquiesce, no matter what. Chinzhou, you both shall serve as my attendants." With a request from the other party and the understanding that the 12 Zodiac would not let her off the hook at the terminus, Jiang Qin boldly made his demands. Regardless of whether she agreed or not, the curse could only be lifted by him. Otherwise, it would be of no concern to him, even if Pisces were to succumb. Unless, of course, they were his own servants. He was rather kind to his attendants. Inside the carriage, Taurus was once again taken aback. How could he grow increasingly audacious? "Taurus, you..." Yet before she could finish her sentence, the communication was abruptly severed. Jiang Qin was indeed serious. Taurus furrowed her brows. If she had previously harbored a glimmer of hope that he might propose an alternative condition, it was now clear that Jiang Qin was resolute. After all, any player would understand how arduous it was to establish cross-regional contact, requiring not only specific items, but also a player of considerable level aboard the train. In the entire terminus, only the upper echelons of a few major guilds possessed such capabilities. Yet Jiang Qin showed no inclination to cherish this opportunity, terminating the communication without hesitation. At this juncture, even if she were to propose a sum of 100,000 train gold coins, she would find a way to gather it. But his conditions were absurdly simple. "You shall serve me. You both shall serve me." Was this fellow truly human? Undoubtedly, the typically mild-mannered Taurus felt a flicker of indignation. However, recalling how the other 10 seats had consistently vetoed the proposal to have Jiang Qin lift the curse on Pisces, her heart turned cold. According to their reasoning, Pisces was not of greater importance than a piece of restricted equipment, and someone like Jiang Qin would never willingly relinquish such equipment. Thus, violence was the only possible outcome. As for the Pisces seat in the 12 Zodiac, it was interchangeable. At that point, as long as the new Pisces acquired a name change card, the 12 Zodiac would remain unchanged. Therefore, she had no choice but to seek Jiang Qin privately. Yet she had not anticipated that this young man would be so obstinate. Taking a deep breath, she once again utilized a cross-regional chat card. On the other end, Jiang Qin established the connection. "Chinzhou, so, have you made up your mind?" Upon reading this taunting remark, Jinyo took a deep breath to steady her emotions. "Jinyo, I can agree to your condition, but not for Pisces. I cannot dictate her fate. Chinzhou, you would sacrifice to such an extent for a friend? Truly commendable friendship. Chinzhou, however, I reiterate, both of you must serve me. Otherwise, the discussion is moot." At the dining table of the train, Jiang Qin completed his message and leisurely sipped his icy beverage, his gaze unperturbed. If he were to squander such a favorable opportunity, he would no longer be worthy of the name Jiang Qin. Indeed, should both of them become his servants, he would directly seize control of the 12 zodiac signs, claiming 1/6, a considerable advantage. Moreover, they would significantly bolster his impending plans. Perhaps the day he reached his final destination would coincide with a regime change at that very station. Thus, these two individuals were essential to his ambitions. Jin Yo gradually comprehended Jiang Qin's intentions. She was to ensure that Pisces, upon awakening, would inevitably become his servant. In truth, Pisces possessed a gentle nature, making her the most agreeable among the zodiac signs. She had not refused their request regarding the forewarning of the Black Death City. Given her relationship with Pisces, it was likely that she would accept this reality. Yet, was it truly justifiable to make her Jiang Qin's servant without her knowledge? She slightly turned her gaze to rest upon Pisces's serene sleeping face, closing her eyes as if resigning to fate. "Forgive me, Pisces, do not hold it against me. I do not wish to see you remain in slumber. Jinyo, very well, I agree. Shinjo, good, this chat will remain open. I shall contact you when the time comes. From now on, your loyalty will not be to the 12 zodiac signs, but to me, Jiang Chun. Jinyo, temporarily closing the chat interface. A smile of uncontainable delight graced Jiang Chen's lips, yet he spotted Su Yuan's visage, so close. What could be the cause of such joy? As Jiang Chun returned to his senses, Su Yuan withdrew her teasing expression. A fortunate occurrence. Jiang Chen chose not to reveal anything for the moment, but glanced at Shunling's seat, now conspicuously empty. Where has that girl Shunling gone? He inquired casually. Oh, she finished eating and went back to her room to sleep. While we were dozing, she kept a watchful eye, Su Yuan replied softly. Jiang Chen nodded. By the way, did you encounter anything unusual in the Black Death City? He asked directly. Indeed. Su Yuan did not conceal anything, readily confirming. Are you familiar with the White Reaper? The White Reaper? Jiang Chen blinked in surprise, for he had not heard of such a figure. Strictly speaking, the true master of the Reaper's throne was none other than this White Reaper, who had once been a formidable presence but was besieged by the 10 Yama kings within the Black Fog, ultimately having her soul permanently sealed by the Wheel King in the Black Death City. As for her weapon, the Reaper's throne, it had been appropriated by the Wheel King. Su Yuan softly recounted the origins of the matter. Jiang Chun, in a daze, sensed an incongruity between the throne of the god of death and the Wheel King. The throne of the 10 Yama kings seemed more appropriately termed the Yama King's throne. After all this, he realized he had acquired a second-hand item. Thus, he deliberated and turned his gaze to Su Yuan. Indeed, after the death of the Wheel King, the White Reaper was unleashed. My iris sword serves as an excellent vessel for the undead, which is why she sought me out. Chapter 133. A reunion with the princess. Could this White Reaper possibly turn the tables? Jiang Chen cautiously inquired. He had read in novels about retaliation and possession. If Su Yuan were to be swiftly refined again, I cannot say what the future holds, but for now, that won't happen. If you had not slain the Wheel King, she would have likely vanished completely from the Black Death City soon, Su Yuan replied softly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chun began to comprehend the situation. As long as there was no threat, it could serve as usable energy. His own rapid advancement made it difficult for others to keep pace through conventional means, yet with Su Yuan possessing the White Reaper as an ally, she might just manage to keep up with him. Then let us embark on our journey to the fallen kingdom of Landis, Jiang Chen declared. With his command, the train gradually set in motion, resuming its course. At the Landis station, as the train came to a halt, Jiang Chen opened the door and beheld a magnificent and grand castle in the distance. This must be the royal palace of the fallen kingdom of Landis. According to the introductions, Landis had undergone a cataclysmic change. He wondered what the circumstances might be. Stepping onto the ground, he began to speculate about the state of Landis. She can still control the undead knights, which indicates she possesses some energy here, Su Yuan remarked softly beside him. This time, Jiang Chun had brought only Su Yuan along. Xinling was still asleep, and given her strength, she was better suited to remain as logistical support on the train. Could there be internal strife within the fallen kingdom of Landis? No, it must be external forces, Jiang Chun pondered, stroking his chin, when suddenly an idea struck him. Regardless, since the princess still has some energy within this royal city, we should seek her out first, he stated, believing this quest would differ from the mindless slaughter missions of the past, leaning more towards a narrative-driven adventure. At the city gate, a group of guards clad in silver armor were conducting inspections. Not far from the gate stood a notice board that had drawn a considerable crowd, bustling with activity. Let us take a look, Jiang Chen suggested, leading Su Yuan towards it. Upon closer inspection, he found the board adorned with elaborate proclamations. Anyone dressed in peculiar attire entering the city shall be executed on sight. Informants will be handsomely rewarded. Peculiar attire? Jiang Chen mused, uncertain of what constituted such a description. General, it is these two individuals. Suddenly, voices arose from behind, and Jiang Chun turned to find several undead soldiers had stealthily approached them, their gazes sharp and penetrating. Jiang Chun, what shall we do now? On the streets of the city, Jiang Chun and Su Yuan were being ushered forward, flanked by a battalion of undead soldiers. The difficulty of this copy is exceedingly high. Even the minor foes possess level 32. Jiang Chun whispered to Su Yuan, "Do you not have a trump card?" "The virus capsule." Su Yuan replied, "I do." But do not panic. Based on my deductions, these soldiers are likely to escort us to meet the overseer. Perhaps we will even encounter the princess. Jiang Chun responded quietly. I see. No wonder they were so easily defeated. It turns out Jiang Chun had this strategy. From a perspective unseen by Su Yuan, Jiang Chun gently rubbed his chest. The ferocity of a level 32 creature had nearly dealt him a fatal blow. Thankfully, with the protection of the miraculous armor, he mitigated a portion of the damage. Huh. You are quite clever, but the princess we are to meet is not some exiled royal. In this castle of Landis, there is but one princess. And that is our Princess Anna. A soldier in front sneered. Did they overhear our hushed voices? Jiang Chen's expression grew slightly awkward, yet his gaze flickered with intrigue. Princess Anna? Is she the exiled princess? After all, the title of exiled princess was merely a moniker, and her true name was unknown to him. Assassins. Suddenly, a voice cried out from behind, followed by the sounds of intense battle. Jiang Chen glanced back to see a familiar black-armored knight. With a swift motion, a burly knight leaped from his undead steed, hoisting Jiang Chun and Su Yuan onto the horse and giving it a firm slap on the rear. The steed let out a long neigh and galloped away, the jostling blurring Jiang Chen's vision until it gradually cleared, revealing the cold, striking features of the exiled princess. Jiang Chun. Her icy voice acted as a potent remedy, rousing him from his stupor. Your Highness? Jiang Chun dismounted unsteadily, rubbing his eyes as he gazed at the exiled princess. I told you those soldiers must have been bringing us to meet the princess. I didn't expect it to be true. He chuckled lightly. Bringing? Nonsense. You are the ones I have abducted. The exiled princess bit back her anger, her teeth clenched. Huh. Jiang Chun was taken aback. Abducted? Are you not the exiled princess of this realm? Why would I need to be abducted? You are the one confused. You are Anna's prisoner, along with your entire family. The exiled princess shot him a cold glance. Jiang Chun stood stunned, fully grasping the malice in her words. Could it be that this Princess Anna is your enemy? Indeed, her name is Jean Anna, the princess of the kingdom of Jinyu. After her country invaded ours, the king returned to his homeland, leaving Jean Anna to govern Landis. The curse I placed upon you was to compel you to kill her. Yet, I never anticipated your incompetence. You were captured at the city gates, forcing me to deploy my dwindling forces to rescue you. The disdain on the exiled princess's face was unmistakable. How can you say such things? Jiang Chun retorted, his face suddenly stern. You have truly disrupted my plans. My capture was intentional, as it was the only means to approach Jean Anna and execute my meticulously devised assassination scheme. Yet, you intervened midway and thwarted my strategy. Observing Jiang Chen's furrowed brow, the exiled princess felt an inexplicable pang of guilt. Had she truly derailed his plans? Noticing her demeanor, Jiang Chen realized he had unnerved her. Thus he cleared his throat and said, Well, since we are here, let us assess your situation. Additionally, how many troops do you possess to facilitate our incursion into the royal city? Please enlighten me. Upon mentioning this, the exiled princess's cheeks flushed and her tone softened considerably. Then you should proceed with your assassination plan. Jiang Chen's expression stiffened slightly as he regarded her. Given the difficulty level of this quest's minor adversaries, Jean Anna's strength, though perhaps not as formidable as the Wheel King, was certainly formidable. Assassination, was it truly feasible? I now believe a direct assault may be a more prudent strategy. Jiang Chun mused with a smile. No, it must be assassination. Jiang Chen's eyes widened in exasperation. No talking. The exiled princess instinctively interjected, only to realize her misstep and gazed at Jiang Chun with suspicion in her beautiful eyes. You did not genuinely intend to assassinate Jean Anna, did you? Jiang Chun hesitated. Then a thought occurred to him, and a slight smile graced his lips. It seems you are also reticent about the idea of a direct assault. Could it be that the esteemed princess has no trustworthy subordinates at her disposal? The exiled princess fixed her gaze upon him, ultimately lowering her head. Indeed, you speak the truth. In chapter 134 of this narrative quest, she revealed, these are the remaining soldiers under my command, merely 30. In the dimly lit underground passage, the exiled princess stood with her arms crossed behind Jiang Chun. Observing the scant 30 remaining soldiers, Jiang Chen's lips twitched slightly. No wonder she had been silent regarding the prospect of a direct attack, as she had so few to work with. This number scarcely surpassed those defending the city, let alone her royal guard. Is this all that remains of the land of Landis? Jiang Chun sighed in resignation. Originally, there were 200, but you summoned them all to confront the Wheel King. Who, pray tell, should bear the blame for this predicament? The exiled princess replied with a cold demeanor. Very well. I accept my share of the responsibility. Let us revisit the assassination plan, Jiang Chun decided, shifting his focus away from the soldiers. Compared to the defensive capabilities of Landis, these troops were but a drop in the ocean, while they could manage a simple abduction in the outer city. Penetrating the inner royal palace to eliminate Jean Anna was a mere fantasy. I concur that this plan appears more viable, yet prior to that, we lack suitable candidates to approach Jean Anna. The exiled princess's eyes glimmered thoughtfully. You mentioned that the notice clearly stated to kill anyone in unfamiliar attire on sight. Why? Then, did that soldier insist on taking us to meet Jean Anna? Jiang Chen spoke slowly. Take you to meet Jean Anna? The exiled princess murmured. Indeed. That soldier explicitly stated so. Su Yuan nodded, revealing a contemplative expression. Indeed, you were close to encountering her. It was my conflict that obstructed the way. The exiled princess displayed an expression of guilt. Fortunately, it was you who caused the disruption, Jiang Chen remarked, smacking his lips. The exiled princess looked at him, intrigued. What I mean is that our plan is still not sufficiently developed. We can now deliberate thoroughly. A faint smile graced Jiang Chen's lips. Xiao Yuan, what do you think? Su Yuan gently nodded. I suspect that the announcement was issued by Jean and Na to prevent players from undertaking this quest. The only one capable of rescinding such a command is Jean and Na herself. She would rather risk being pursued than not meet us. Indicating that there are special circumstances at play, this is indeed our opportunity. Upon Su Yuan's interpretation, Jiang Chen's eyes brightened, feeling that the notion of assassination had become more plausible. Perhaps, assassination is the correct method to clear this quest. The so-called plot progression fundamentally revolves around making the right choices. Any slight misstep could lead to failure and the risk of demise. Jean and Na's issuance of an announcement targeting players suggests that she has encountered numerous players attempting to pursue her, but it seems the outcomes have not been favorable. However, it is essential to ascertain why Jean and Na specifically desires to meet me, as this is likely the key to the strategy. Previously, did other players not attempt to pursue Jean and Na? Jiang Chun inquired, turning towards the exiled princess. Yes, some players have entered this quest, including several fools who, like you, were captured at the city gate and sent directly to the guillotine. The exiled princess replied nonchalantly. So, my distinction lies in the fact that you saved me? Jiang Chun pondered silently. You could say that, for you are the chosen one, bearing my curse. The exiled princess tilted her head slightly. The curse, you mean that kiss? You only kissed me, and you have only cursed me? Jiang Chen asked her. Do you think my kiss is of little value? The exiled princess narrowed her beautiful eyes, a dangerous glint flickering within them. Well, I believe I have found the crux of the matter. The reason Jean and Na wishes to meet me likely revolves around you. Jiang Chen deduced. Me? The exiled princess furrowed her brows slightly. It is highly probable that while you were plotting her demise, she was also scheming to locate you and eliminate you entirely to prevent future threats. Jiang Chen nodded in agreement. Just as the exiled princess stated, ordinary players without her assistance might not even make it into the city. They lack any internal support. Yet, I am different. I share a connection with the exiled princess, who is the only one capable of threatening Jean and Na's reign. If I were in her position, I would prioritize addressing any threats to my existence, which elucidates why Jean and Na would take the risk to meet me. Then, is it good or bad that I attempted to rob you today? The exiled princess inquired. Certainly good. This way, Jean and Na will believe there is a connection between us and will recognize that I possess your location information, which will make her even more eager to meet me, Jiang Chen explained. Are you suggesting that she intends to turn you against me to find me? The exiled princess finally grasped Jiang Chen's meaning. Indeed, Your Highness, I have become quite the prized possession. Jiang Chen smiled brightly at the fallen princess. You wouldn't betray me, would you? The princess felt an inexplicable tension rise within her. Of course not. The necromancer summoning spell you bestowed upon me has saved my life on numerous occasions, and you even aided me in vanquishing the Wheel King. My loyalty to you is unwavering, Jiang Chun replied earnestly. Upon hearing this, the fallen princess's heart quietly settled, and she exhaled in relief. However, Jiang Chun suddenly shifted the conversation. Yet, what if that gold Anna employs some seductive tactics, compelling me to divulge your hiding place? This caused the princess's heart to race again, as anger flickered in her beautiful eyes. Could it be that he would help Gold Anna instead? Upon reflection, it was evident that Gold Anna, being a powerful high-level undead like herself, posed a significant threat, and it was not inconceivable that Jiang Qin chose her as an ally. What I mean is, Your Highness, you must accompany me. Jiang Qin raised an eyebrow. In doing so, you have the opportunity to confront your enemies while ensuring I remain unbewitched, truly a win-win situation. His words, of course, were not solely for the princess's benefit. He himself was uncertain about confronting Gold Anna. Moreover, with the Bride of Death still in the midst of her evolution, the only one capable of assisting him was the fallen princess. What nonsense! You are merely cursed by me, and Gold Anna can detect that. If I accompany you into the inner city, she will uncover it immediately. The princess firmly shook her head in refusal. This is tantamount to walking into a tiger's den. Then there is no other choice. If something happens to me, your grand plans for restoration will be in jeopardy. Jiang Qin feigned a sigh, shaking his head. Wait. I must find a way to enter the inner city safely. The princess spoke again, her tone now tinged with compromise. While she was reluctant to put herself in danger, Jiang Qin had already learned of her concealment within the city. This is simple. My throne of death has a realm of the dead where you can hide temporarily, Jiang Qin said with a light laugh. Very well. But once we reach the inner city, you must release me immediately, or I shall be enslaved by the energies of your realm. The fallen princess acquiesced after some coaxing from Jiang Qin. Agreed, let us proceed, Jiang Qin said, leaning back as the throne of death manifested. Just before being drawn into the realm of the dead, the princess voiced her concerns. Do not forget, you must release me. She dreaded the thought of being enslaved by such a powerful space capable of dominating high-level undead. Jiang Qin remained silent. But as he prepared to draw her into the realm, a peculiar smile crossed his face. In truth, what if I've already been bought off by Gold Anna? And I am intentionally deceiving you into entering the realm? The fallen princess's eyes widened in disbelief. Jiang Qin. Chapter 135. The role-playing player after securing the fallen princess. Jiang Qin proceeded to exit through the passage. Lifting a stone cover from above, Jiang Qin, accompanied by Su Yuan, emerged into the light of day. Shielding his eyes from the scorching sun, Jiang Qin leapt out, followed closely by Su Yuan. Where shall we go now? Su Yuan inquired, adjusting her dress slightly. To the city gate, where we shall request an audience with Jean Anna, Jiang Qin replied coolly. Su Yuan's expression flickered with hesitation. You wouldn't truly be in secret communication with Jean Anna, planning to turn against the deposed princess, would you? Her uncertainty was palpable, given Jiang Qin's penchant for unpredictable behavior. It was entirely possible he had indeed allied himself with Jean Anna. How could that be? Jiang Qin chuckled, shaking his head. And what you said to the deposed princess earlier? Su Yuan's beautiful eyes still bore traces of doubt. It was merely to intimidate her. After all, she has persistently provoked me. Jiang Qin shrugged nonchalantly. After covering the stone once more, they returned to the city gate, where new guards had taken their posts. The area before the notice board remained crowded, with whispers echoing about a person of unusual attire. Ah, where is this person of unusual attire? A voice called from behind them, unmistakably Jiang Qin's as he fiddled with his clothing. The citizens of the city turned momentarily before ignoring him, focusing instead on the notice. Hey, are these people automatically refreshing? How could they disregard us? Jiang Qin mused, somewhat exasperated. He pushed through the throng and stood before the notice board. Hey, look at me, the one in unusual attire. He shouted. Do you think you're handsome? What good is being handsome if you block our view of the notice? Several burly men shouted back. Just as Jiang Qin was about to retort, a group of city guards began shoving the crowd aside, with the leading captain pointing at Jiang Qin. Hey you, don't obstruct the announcement from our princess, step aside. Jiang Qin stared at him in disbelief. Have the city guards truly lost their sight? This situation is entirely different from the last time. Look closely. Am I not the one described in the notice as a person of unusual attire? Jiang Qin inhaled deeply and stepped closer. The soldier scrutinized him and replied indifferently. So what if you are? Do you have business here? Shouldn't you be escorting me to meet your princess? Jiang Qin retorted, his eyes widening in astonishment at the soldier's audacity. Huh, brother, don't think I'm unaware. The last escorting team was killed within the city. Escorting you is a sure way to lose one's head. The leading soldier whispered to Jiang Qin. Are you afraid of losing your head? Jiang Qin asked, taken aback. Are you not? The soldier regarded Jiang Qin with a peculiar look. Forget it. Jiang Chun waved his hand dismissively, opting not to engage further with the soldier as he returned to Su Yuan's side. What's wrong? Su Yuan asked. It seems our path to meet Jean Anna through the soldiers may be futile. They are too fearful, Jiang Chun lamented. What? Su Yuan initially thought she had misheard. These city guards were actually afraid of death? Perhaps I have underestimated the game's degree of freedom. No, I even speculate that they might be players themselves. However, their player identity may differ significantly from ours, as they are engaged in role-playing. Jiang Chun stroked his chin in contemplation. Upon hearing Jiang Chun's words, Su Yuan felt as though a new perspective had opened up in her mind, recalling certain situations, and she subtly nodded. It is indeed possible. It seems that we must seek out Jean Anna ourselves. Jiang Chun sighed in resignation. He led Su Yuan to the city gate, yet the guards overlooked him entirely. Very well, since it is thus, let us enter the city. Jiang Chun wrapped his arm around Su Yuan's slender waist and strode confidently into the city. The captain of the guards let out a sigh of relief, while a nearby soldier leaned closer, whispering with a hint of luck. Captain, we finally managed to fool this fellow. The one who abducted him must be the exiled princess. According to our strategy, even if this princess cannot kill Jean Anna, she is certainly capable of dealing with us. Indeed, letting this chap go merely costs us a bit of role-playing points. But offending the exiled princess and losing our lives would be utterly not worth it. The captain replied coolly. That said, if Jean Anna discovers our actions, we would be condemned to death. Captain, is your plan reliable? Though I do not wish to perish at their hands, I also do not want to meet my end at Jean Anna's. The soldier spoke cautiously. Rest assured, the captain of the inner city guards is my close friend. I have already communicated with him, the captain replied with a smirk. Jiang Chun and Su Yuan proceeded unhindered, entering the inner city. And even Jiang Chun found it somewhat incredulous. Could it be that these fellows are in collusion? They ignore us outside, but the soldiers inside do as well? Isn't this a dereliction of duty? I just overheard something. Su Yuan pondered, waving her sleeve, and a small white bird flew out, landing on Jiang Chun's shoulder. Captain. The dialogue between those two was relayed to Jiang Chun in its entirety. They truly are players. Jiang Chun's expression turned to one of astonishment. What had been merely a casual guess now proved to be accurate. Speaking of which, when he first encountered the shadow, that individual seemed to be playing too. Could they be following the same path? Quite intriguing. Jiang Chun's mind began to formulate new ideas. Then we shall not meet Jean Anna just yet, and instead, stay at the inn within the city for a night. Why? Su Yuan looked at him with curiosity. Naturally, to discuss collaboration with these players, Jiang Chun smiled. As night fell, at an inn, in a room steeped in antiquity, Jiang Chun reclined back, and the throne of death materialized before him, providing a comfortable support. Simultaneously, he released the exiled princess. Jiang Chun, you bastard. As soon as the exiled princess emerged, she lunged at Jiang Chun. At the critical moment, however, her body stiffened, and Jiang Chun seized the opportunity to pin her onto the throne of death. What is happening? The exiled princess felt a tremor in her heart. She had just been unable to control her own body. Was it due to recalling certain circumstances within the realm of the death god? She cast a wary glance at Jiang Chun. This realm of the death god is truly terrifying, she murmured, still haunted by the experience. Indeed, it is somewhat unsettling. Jiang Chun conceded quietly, having intentionally sought to test the potency of the death god's realm. He had conjured the command to control the exiled princess in his mind. However, her formidable strength meant that he could only hold her for a fleeting moment. Nonetheless, the outcome delighted Jiang Chun, for it indicated that he could indeed exert forceful control over high-ranking undead beings for his own purposes. Chapter 136. Subversion. What is your situation in the realm of the death god? Do share, Jiang Chun inquired, observing the exiled princess. What? Have you found a way to restrain me and are now so proud of it? Let me tell you, had I not allowed it, you would never have been able to draw me into the realm of the death god. The exiled princess retorted with a cold snort. You misunderstand. I merely wish to gain a deeper understanding of the realm. Jiang Chun laughed heartily. It appeared that the realm of the death god had indeed left a profound shadow on the exiled princess. However, she was correct in one regard. Her immense power meant that, unless she consented, it would be nearly impossible for him to draw her into the realm so effortlessly. He surmised that to capture a high-ranking undead, one would first need to inflict severe injuries, rendering them incapable of resistance, much like catching a Pokemon. where one must weaken it before throwing a pokeball. Is that so? The exiled princess furrowed her brows, harboring doubts. She felt as though this scoundrel was mocking her. Jiang Chun patted his chest, declaring, more genuine than pearls. After a moment, the exiled princess finally spoke. That realm of the death god brings an odd sense of relaxation and pleasure upon entry, followed by a voice that echoes incessantly in my mind. One that I cannot shake off. I can only resist it with all my might to avoid being swayed by its whispers. Now I understand, Jiang Chun nodded. By the way, where exactly are we right now? We should be in the inner city, correct? The exiled princess peered through the window, observing the scenery outside. No, we are at an inn, Jiang Chun replied. An inn? The exiled princess turned to him. What are you doing here? Wasn't it agreed that we would approach Jean Anna to execute the assassination plan? Allow me to explain, Jiang Chun said, taking his time to recount the matters concerning the soldiers to the exiled princess. Impossible. You cannot possibly collaborate with them, though they are players like you. Your ultimate objectives do not align. They would never assist you. The exiled princess firmly rejected Jiang Chun's assertion. Are you aware of the existence of such players? Then enlighten me. What differences exist between our goals? Jiang Chun challenged. Take the players within this realm, for instance. Their objective is to aid Jean Anna, while your goal is to assassinate her. Such a conflict makes it impossible for them to assist you, the exiled princess replied, shaking her head. Perhaps not, Jiang Chun countered, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. The reason for the lack of cooperation lies entirely in the inadequacy of offerings. Observing the situation of those soldiers today reveals that there exists room for negotiation. However, I certainly will not seek collaboration with insignificant city guards. I aim to find those who pose a genuine threat to Jean Anna. For instance, is there a commander of the Imperial Guard? Jiang Chun turned to the exiled princess. The princess pondered for a moment. There seems to be one who fits the description well. She is the captain of Jean Anna's personal guard. Moreover, she poses a significant threat to our assassination plan. Should Jean Anna be attacked, she would undoubtedly rally her soldiers for support, leading to a fierce confrontation. Yet, if you can sway her allegiance, it would be a tremendous advantage for us. It is settled then, Jiang Chun decisively proclaimed, striding towards the exit. Wait, do you know the appearance and details of this captain? The exiled princess expressed her resignation towards his swift actions. Moments later, Jiang Chun walked along a street bustling with taverns, holding a portrait sketched by the princess. According to her information, this captain enjoys drinking after her shifts. By the way, how does Her Highness know so much about this captain? Su Yuan eagerly anticipated, also searching for the individual. It seems she has contemplated this strategy and invested considerable effort. Jiang Chun replied nonchalantly. Hold on, I found her. He suddenly halted, having just passed a tavern, and took a few steps back. Inside, a woman clad in simple gray attire was pouring wine into her mouth, her heavy armor resting beside her. Jiang Chun and Su Yuan exchanged glances and stepped inside together. Barkeep, bring us some wine. Su Yuan took a seat first and laid down several train gold coins on the table. These coins, crafted from pure gold, are valuable even in this realm. The barkeep's eyes lit up at the sight of the gold. But wait, the wine I demand must be the finest you have. If I am unsatisfied with the taste, this money will not be paid. Su Yuan stated coolly. Haha, dear customer, I assure you our wine will please you. The barkeep quickly returned with the drink. However, Su Yuan took a sip and spat it out, exclaiming, this can hardly be called wine. It lacks all character. I once tasted a type of wine that was refreshingly cold, leaving a lingering fragrance on the palate. Now that is true delight. Refreshingly cold? What is that? I have never heard of it. You aren't here to cause trouble, are you? The barkeep grew displeased. Trouble? Who claimed this is trouble? I have exactly what she described. Jiang Chun approached, wearing a smile. He then produced several bottles of chilled, exquisite wine. Here, try this and see if it meets your standards, he said generously. After tasting, Su Yuan's cheeks flushed, nodding repeatedly. Yes, this is it. This wine seems to only exist in the heavens. She shook her head in disbelief. Not far away, the female captain had already finished her drink and, upon hearing the exchange between Jiang Chun and Su Yuan, perked up her ears. What? There exists wine even better than Taonhua? Let me have a taste. She approached and directly snatched the wine bottle from Su Yuan's hand. Jiang Chun and Su Yuan exchanged knowing smiles, allowing the female bodyguard to indulge in her drinking. Subsequently, they took their leave. The next day, the exiled princess furrowed her brow as she gazed at the two. So, this is your plan? To pander to her desires? But what if she doesn't come? Jiang Chun resolutely replied. Given her insatiable thirst for wine, she could never resist the allure of chilled beer. At that moment, a knock echoed from outside the room. The three held their breath in anticipation, and eventually, Jiang Chun went to open the door, revealing the same female bodyguard from the previous day. However, she was not the drunken mess they had anticipated. Clad in fitted armor, she stood confidently at the entrance. Pardon my intrusion, but I inquired around the city and discovered your whereabouts. I wish to ask if you still possess that kind of wine. I wish to purchase it. Purchasing is certainly possible, but what of the price? Shall we discuss it further inside? Jiang Chun smiled. Inside, the exiled princess and Su Yuan had already prepared for the conversation. Should negotiations fail, eliminating the bodyguard on the spot would still serve their interests. Very well. The female bodyguard nodded and entered. Soon, they realized their worries were unfounded. Jiang Chun produced some chilled beer, and before long, the bodyguard was intoxicated, swaying unsteadily. You have yet to pay for this wine. As part of our agreement, you will act as our informant and assist us in assassinating Jean Anna, Jiang Chun stated, fixing his gaze on her. Agreed. No problem, the bodyguard replied without hesitation. Captain, you surely do not wish to forfeit such delightful chilled beer, do you? Jiang Chun, initially poised to tempt her further, was suddenly taken aback, staring at her in disbelief. Indeed, Jean Anna is incompetent. I have long wished to cease my role as her bodyguard. She glanced at Jiang Chun with slightly hazy eyes, her tone somewhat muddled, yet still clear. Moreover, with Princess Landis's assistance, have her come to meet me. Jiang Chun's eyes flickered. It seemed this woman was acquainted with the exiled princess. The princess, hidden in the shadows, emerged slowly, her gaze complex as she regarded the female bodyguard. Xianyu, it has been a long time. Princess, the bodyguard replied, a rare softness appearing in her eyes. Jiang Chun, sensing the moment, discreetly led Su Yuan out of the room, granting the two women some privacy. When they returned, the bodyguard had already departed, leaving the exiled princess with a resolute gaze and unwavering conviction. Tomorrow, we shall assassinate Jean Anna. The following day, Jiang Chun ingested a virus capsule, instantly elevating his level by 5, reaching level 24, with his attributes doubling. He estimated that his current overall attributes were equivalent to around 30, and with the limited edition equipment, even a level 35 monster would not be beyond his reach. What level could Jean Anna possibly be? Jiang Chun ascended the steps of the inner hall, where Xianyu awaited him. Step aside. I shall personally escort these two to meet Her Highness the Princess. Upon seeing a few soldiers obstruct their path, Xianyu gracefully approached with her long, elegant legs. Yes, Captain. The two soldiers nodded, trusting her intentions. They entered the inner hall. Your Highness, I have brought the individuals you requested, Xianyu said, slightly bowing towards the throne at the far end of the grand hall. Seated upon the throne was an elegantly blonde woman, who, upon spotting Jiang Chun and Su Yuan, raised the corners of her lips in a subtle smile. Indeed, she remarked, her voice smooth and melodic. As Jean Anna's dulcet tones resonated, Xianyu began to retreat slowly. Yet, Jean Anna remained entirely focused on Jiang Chun and Su Yuan. Who would have thought that after being taken by that woman, you would return? It seems you have struck a final bargain, Jean Anna mused, resting her chin on her hand, her tone suggesting she was in complete control. Indeed, Jiang Chun replied with a faint smile. Would you care to hear my terms? Jean Anna's voice grew even softer and more alluring, laced with a hint of seduction. I have no interest in listening. Jiang Chun cast a glance behind him. Xianyu had taken her position, and it was unnecessary for him to continue feigning. Death Goddess Throne. He commanded, and the throne materialized, releasing the exiled princess from its confines. In a swift motion, Xianyu ruthlessly struck down the 4 soldiers guarding the entrance and sealed the door. The sudden turn of events startled Jean Anna, who narrowed her enchanting eyes slightly. How intriguing. A woman who has transformed into a wraith still clings to her existence and presents herself willingly. And you, Xianyu, have betrayed me. Do you comprehend the price of your treachery? With that, Jean Anna rose from her phoenix chair, a golden spear appearing in her hand, her body adorned with golden threaded armor. She descended the steps with an air of valor. Target, Jean Anna. Category, Human. Level, 38. Attack, Defense, Mental, Speed. Description, Princess of the Jinyu Kingdom, tasked with guarding the city of Landis. At the moment he beheld Jean Anna's information, Jiang Chen's gaze sharpened, secretly relieved to have prepared in advance by enlisting the help of both the exiled princess and Xian Yu. Now, all that remained was to conquer her. Death Goddess Reign of Swords. Seated upon the Death Goddess throne, Jiang Chen gently waved his hand, conjuring a barrage of arrows that descended upon Jean Anna. Yet, with a casual flick of her golden spear, she deflected the onslaught effortlessly, casting a disdainful glance at Jiang Chen. Even with a weapon of restricted caliber, without sufficient attributes, it remains nothing but a useless trinket. Jiang Chen did not contest this statement. Attributes were indeed the crux that determined everything. Although he had experienced considerable enhancement after consuming the virus capsules, he still found himself at a considerable disadvantage compared to Jean Anna, a level 38 contender. However, he never intended to engage in a solitary battle. At the moment when the sword rain ceased, the exiled princess had already made her move. With the floating moon staff in her grasp, she had amassed sufficient energy to unleash a radiant moonbeam towards Jean Anna. Boom! The luminous moon descended, colliding fiercely with Jean Anna's spear. The clash lasted merely 3 seconds before shattering spectacularly, yet Lin Anna remained unscathed. Is this the extent of your power now that you have become a wraith? I was able to vanquish you once before, I can certainly do so again. Today marks your ultimate demise. Jean Anna laughed with unrestrained arrogance. The exiled princess clenched her fists. In the face of the one who had obliterated her kingdom, her heart brimmed with boundless hatred. However, Jiang Chen sensed something amiss. Though they were in the novice area of Landis, the strengths of the exiled princess and Jean Anna seemed relatively balanced. Yet, as princesses of their respective dynasties, their disparity should not be so pronounced. Based on their earlier confrontation, the exiled princess appeared to be at a disadvantage. Could it be that her transformation into a wraith had diminished her capabilities? Or perhaps Jean Anna possessed something that countered the exiled princess's abilities. It seemed that today's battle would prove troublesome. I shall assist you. A cold voice called out. Xian Yu, like an arrow piercing the air, surged from behind, wielding a katana as she charged towards Jean Anna. As Jean Anna's personal bodyguard captain, Xian Yu's prowess was not to be underestimated, and she could hold her ground in close combat through skill and technique. Traitor! Jean Anna retreated, her beautiful eyes glinting with icy disdain as she fixed her gaze upon Xian Yu. Jiang Chen, unaware of the intricacies of their enmity, seized the opportunity to conjure another volley of death arrows aimed squarely at Jean Anna. As she evaded with her spear, impatience began to flicker across her exquisite face. Annoying pest. Fixating on Jiang Chen's position, Jean Anna thrust her golden spear into the ground with force. Instantly, the earth began to tremble, and seizing the moment while Xian Yu's stance wavered, Jean Anna charged towards Jiang Chen, who was causing disruption from the rear. Upon seeing Jean Anna rushing towards him, Jiang Chen's gaze narrowed. It appeared she intended to eliminate him first. However, he was not so easily vanquished. Death shield, Jiang Chen murmured, his eyes narrowing as he beheld the approaching Jean Anna. In an instant, a spherical barrier enveloped him entirely. Clang! Jean Anna's spear struck against the shield before Jiang Chen, and within her line of sight, several imposing words materialized. Immune, immune, immune. This rendered Jean Anna's countenance momentarily grim. How infuriating! A piece of restricted tier equipment proved to be of formidable existence. No wonder that wretched woman chose to ally with him. Chapter 138. Even together, they are no match for me. Is this truly all you can muster, Your Highness? How utterly insipid. Witnessing Jean Anna's attacks being entirely nullified by the death shield, Jiang Chen's heart swelled with delight. The restricted grade equipment relies on energy propulsion. How many times can you withstand an assault of my caliber? Although Jean Anna was somewhat displeased, she was acutely aware of the lifeblood of restricted grade equipment. Her cold voice caused Jiang Chen to tense slightly. The moment Jean Anna unleashed that shot, approximately 1/10 of the energy remaining in his throne of death was depleted. This meant that should Jean Anna execute 9 more similar attacks, the energy of his death barrier would be entirely exhausted. Such energy consumption was likely correlated with his defensive attributes. Fortunately, he was not fighting alone. As Jean Anna made her menacing declaration, a radiant moonbeam surged toward her once more. To Jiang Chen, this strike carried the weight of the ocean, yet it barely grazed Jean Anna, who evaded it effortlessly. Jiang Chen furrowed his brow. The strength of the exiled princess should not be limited to this level. Her displayed combat prowess in Blackwater City was far superior. While Jean Anna's level was somewhat elevated, The gap between her strength and that of the Wheel King was certainly not negligible. Thus, the crux of the matter likely lay with Jean Anna. What leverage did she hold over the exiled princess? Amid Jiang Qin's confusion, Jean Anna proactively revealed her trump card. She spread her palm, and a meticulously crafted object resembling a scarlet gemstone hovered above it, pulsating gently. Was that a heart? Jiang Qin's pupils contracted. However, a disdainful smile curled at the corners of Jean Anna's lips as she addressed the exiled princess with calm assurance. It is said that the heart of Princess Landis possesses power transcending legendary-grade artifacts. And it appears to be true indeed. I must thank you. Had this heart not fallen into my hands, the demise of the Landis kingdom would not have been so swift. Heh. Return the heart to me. Upon hearing Jean Anna's taunting words, the exiled princess could no longer contain the tumultuous emotions surging within her and charged at Jean Anna. Observing this, Jiang Qin clenched his fist slightly. The legendary glasses failed to reveal specific information about the heart, confirming Jean Anna's assertion that this heart possessed a grade beyond that of legendary quality but fell short of restricted grade. Its true nature remained elusive, yet it appeared to exert a formidable suppressive influence over the exiled princess. Moreover, judging by Jean Anna's comments, this object exerted significant pressure on the entire Landis kingdom, contributing to its rapid downfall. However, there was little time for Jiang Qin to delve into the story behind it, for Jean Anna had unveiled the heart to incite the wrath of the royal princess. Abandoning her floating moon staff, the exiled princess engaged in close combat with Jean Anna, wielding a blue long sword of commendable quality, yet she found herself at a distinct disadvantage. After only a few exchanges, she was sent flying by Jean Anna's spear, fortuitously caught by the arriving Xianyu, who helped her regain her footing. Together, you are no match for me. Jean Anna let out a cold laugh and suddenly crushed the crimson heart in her grasp. In the next moment, countless undead knights emerged from the ground. This scene caused Jiang Qin's eyes to narrow in shock. The elaborate effort he had invested in swaying Xianyu was aimed precisely at preventing Jean Anna from having external assistance, thereby increasing his chances of victory. However, the revelation of Jean Anna's ability to summon undead knights rendered his strategy a mere farce, and their odds of success plummeted to near zero. Leave these undead knights to me. A voice suddenly echoed in his ear. Jiang Qin turned to find Su Yuan, yet she seemed both familiar and alien. Her once dark eyes had transformed into a pale hue, exuding an aura of death. Was it the White Reaper possessing her? Jiang Qin's gaze grew wary. Do not be alarmed. It is I, merely employing some of her abilities. Su Yuan lowered her gaze, though the warmth in her eyes had vanished. Replaced by an icy pallor, Jiang Qin still sensed that familiar essence. It was indeed still his Su Yuan, without a doubt. From the inception of the fallen kingdom of Landis, it had wielded a unique power known as the moon element. The moon element gems of this world were predominantly sourced from this nation. Subsequently, the kingdom of Golden Moon, self-proclaimed as a realm of the moon, surfaced with the intent of coveting Landis's moon element abilities. It was rumored that the kingdom of Golden Moon orchestrated a plot to ensnare the eldest princess of Landis, seizing the moon heart from her during her escape. This moon heart was a legacy passed down through generations of Landis's eldest princesses and was fundamental to maintaining the moon element of the fallen kingdom. The eldest princess of Landis, stripped of her moon heart, was slain and unexpectedly transformed into a princess of the undead. Upon her return to Landis, she found her homeland engulfed in flames, thus commencing her protracted quest for vengeance. This narrative forms the backdrop of the fallen kingdom of Landis, and the key to navigating this instance lies within that moon heart. Su Yuan's cherry lips parted to reveal tales Jiang Qin had never known nor comprehended. Upon hearing, he gazed at Su Yuan in astonishment, quickly realizing that this knowledge must have been imparted to her by the White Reaper. It became apparent that the crux of this instance was not to vanquish or confront Jean Anna, but rather to obtain the moon heart of Landis. Jiang Qin's attention turned to the crimson heart clasped in Jean Anna's hand, pondering how he might seize it. Meanwhile, Su Yuan had already sprung into action, wielding the tail feather sword. Each strike upon the undead knights was as effortless as slicing through vegetables, annihilating them in an instant. Jiang Qin could not help but be awed. The tail feather sword's efficacy against the undead was astonishing, even more so than his own throne of the Reaper. He recalled that Su Yuan's sword had the potential to grow. Could it possibly evolve to a level of unparalleled might? The rapid decimation of the undead knights soon caught Jean Anna's attention. Her gaze shifted towards Su Yuan, locking with the pale depths of her eyes, causing her heart to skip a beat. The eyes were filled with a desolate emptiness. Why did she feel an overwhelming pressure within those gazes? In the distance, Jiang Chun observed that Jean Anna's heart was perhaps only to be forcibly seized. He cast a glance at the exiled princess nearby, who also seemed to possess a glimmer of understanding. With the assistance of Xianyu, she emerged once more, brandishing her sword and charging at Jean Anna. Jean Anna withdrew her gaze, only to meet the defiant eyes of the exiled princess, her lips curling into a disdainful smirk. In life, you were never my match. In death, you remain so. Even with assistance, you cannot escape your ultimate fate. With that, she flicked her wrist, wielding her golden spear as if it bore the weight of 1,000 iron pounds. The exiled princess's sword barely grazed it before she was sent staggering back several meters. Seeing this, Xianyu stepped forward, joining forces to momentarily withstand Jean Anna's onslaught. Meanwhile, Su Yuan dispatched the undead knight with a speed that was almost shocking. Observing the stalemated battlefield, she pondered briefly before aiming her iris sword at Jean Anna. Whoosh! Jean Anna, hearing the rush of wind behind her, forcefully used her spear to deflect the two figures of Su Yuan, but as she turned to confront her, her pupils suddenly froze. Chapter 139. The second phase of Jean Anna. This sword was merely a sword. A flying sword. Clang! As the iris sword was thrust aside, two attacks descended upon her simultaneously. Caught off guard, Jean Anna instinctively defended against Xianyu's strike. In contrast, the exiled princess's lunar elemental abilities, influenced by that heart, posed little threat to her. Rather, Xianyu was the greater menace. Unbeknownst to her, in that instant of turning, the positions of the exiled princess and Xianyu had exchanged. In this fleeting moment, Jean Anna could only parry one attack. Yet both the exiled princess and Xianyu were prepared. Xianyu's sword pierced Jean Anna's body with precision. Although clad in golden silk armor, blood sprang forth. Xianyu. Jean Anna's beautiful eyes were filled with fury. She could hardly believe that the first to wound her would be her own loyal guard. We have awaited this day for long. Xianyu's expression was cold, and once again, she thrust her swords down with force, causing blood to spill forth. In Xianyu's gaze, Jean Anna discerned a profound hatred. Suddenly, she understood, raising her spear to sweep aside the warrior's sword, only to discover with shock that her movements had become sluggish. Looking down, she beheld a trace of dark green at the sword's tip. Poison. Xianyu. For the sake of confronting me, Jean Anna thought, her consciousness blurred as she heavily knelt upon the ground. A prime opportunity. Jiang Qin's spirits lifted, astonished at how swiftly the turning point had arisen. He had initially believed that the heart would need to be seized forcefully, yet now it seemed unnecessary. He approached Jean Anna, effortlessly lifting the heart of the moon from her grasp. This left him somewhat astonished. The heart of the moon had been so easily obtained. The majority of the credit lay with Xianyu. From the moment that sword pierced Jean Anna's body, Jiang Chun sensed the concealed, tumultuous hatred within Xianyu. It was this overwhelming animosity, like a relentless tide, that culminated in the present situation. As Xianyu had articulated, she had awaited this day for a considerable duration. In fact, she had even poisoned her weapon, demonstrating her meticulous preparations, which were certainly not merely a result of her chilling beer. Long ago, I shared a deep friendship with Her Highness the Princess. During that time, I was the youngest general of the Kingdom of Jinyu, a fact that Jean Anna exploited to sow discord between the princess and Landis, ultimately driving her out of Landis, leading to the ambush by Jean Anna that resulted in the theft of the heart of the moon. Xianyu whispered softly. Jiang Chun comprehended her words, envisioning a series of entangled narratives of love and hatred in his mind. However, this was of little concern to him. He merely understood that, by a twist of fate, he had encountered the most significant character in this narrative. He even harbored a vague impression that, even in his absence, the exiled princess and Xianyu could have conspired to eliminate Jean Anna. Perhaps this was the essence of a narrative-driven quest? Jiang Chun shrugged. He could only attribute it to luck. The process in Landis had unfolded more smoothly than he had anticipated. Just as he was about to reap the fruits of victory, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Jean Anna, under the influence of that deadly poison, had seemingly lost all vitality. Yet the game failed to deliver the anticipated notification of completion. At that moment, The specter of Xianyu was poised to withdraw the warrior's sword embedded in Jean Anna's chest when her gaze sharpened and she uttered a sound. With a swish. In the next instant, a golden spear was thrust towards Xianyu with lethal intent. Thud. Xianyu was struck directly, her vitality gradually waning. Yet there was a flicker of acceptance in her eyes. Your Highness. She glanced at the exiled princess, wishing to convey something, but her gaze had already dulled. Witnessing this scene, Jiangchen finally grasped the reality. The narrative had reached its conclusion. Now, the true peril of this Landis quest lay ahead. Embodied in the form of the undead Jean Anna, the ultimate challenge of this second phase. It resembled those repugnant games back on Blue Star, where after traversing a lengthy plot, one ultimately encountered a foul adversary only to face yet another. It was utterly nauseating. However, there was a distinction. For instance, upon beholding the undead Jean Anna, he sensed the yearning emanating from the throne of death. The throne of death, the realm of the deceased. Eagerly anticipated the arrival of such a formidable high-level undead. Your Highness, assist me in subduing her. Jiang Chun turned to the exiled princess, whose gaze lingered on Xianyu. Now, although Jean Anna had evolved into a high-level undead creature, without the heart of the moon, she posed no threat to the exiled princess. Moreover, a sword of iris swiftly darted forth. You shall all perish. Jean Anna maniacally proclaimed, uttering the typical lines of a villain, before being impaled by the iris sword. The most prominent characteristic of undead creatures is their immunity to physical attacks. However, though she was immune to the corporeal damage of the iris sword itself, she could not evade the elemental forces imbued within it. The elemental power specifically designed to restrain the undead struck with precision, causing the recently formed spectral body of Jean Anna to visibly wane in translucence. How infuriating! After transforming into an undead creature, Jean Anna seemed to have succumbed to a madness akin to that in the game. Upon receiving damage, she charged directly towards Su Yuan, the source of her attack. It is worth noting that her attributes had significantly increased. At the same time, Jiang Chun maneuvered the throne of death closer to Su Yuan. Before Jean Anna could reach her, he swiftly embraced Su Yuan's waist and drew her into the throne, raising the shield of death. Jean Anna's assault, which lacked any real potency, merely grazed the shield, after which she was met with a relentless barrage from the iris blade and the lunar staff. Had she still been in her human form, they might have regarded her with some trepidation. However, as an undead, Jean Anna was utterly defenseless in the hands of Jiang Chun and his companions. This second round of Jean Anna as an undead seemed almost like a gift she had bestowed upon herself. Under the relentless pressure from the iris blade and the exiled princess, her despair became palpable. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Chun opened the realm of the dead. Collect, he uttered calmly. The realm of the dead resembled an opened gateway, manifesting a dark void that drew the already weakened Jean Anna into its depths. At that moment, she possessed neither the strength nor the will to resist, and was effortlessly consumed by the abyss. With a hum, the realm of the dead sealed shut, and Jiang Chen's gaze sparkled with excitement. This realm had finally welcomed its first enslavable high-ranking undead. Moreover, it was an entity of an impressive level 38. You have defeated Jean Anna and obtained the Golden Moon Spear, Epic. You have acquired the Shattered Golden Silk Armor X1. You have obtained the Area Fusion Card X1. You have received the Golden Moon Kingdom Pass X1. You have gained the Moon Element Gem X1. You have earned 1,000 train coins simultaneously. A series of notifications echoed in his mind, but Jiang Chun paid them little heed, for he already held in his grasp the most significant rewards from this blue-bottomed realm. A unique item transcending legendary quality, the Heart of the Moon and the high-ranking undead. Jean Anna.